Welcome back to my channel. This episode will continue with the second part of the story. He obtained a planet with 10 billion km superscript 2 territory at the start, becoming the strongest planet lord. Before we begin, let's briefly review the main plot of the first part of the video. In 2326, 18-year-old Zhou Yun celebrated his awakening as a lord. 300 years prior, this world had been invaded by monstrous beasts, and the firearms that humanity had relied on gradually became ineffective. Only those who successfully awaken and become lords can carve out their own territory, acquire resources, and cultivate monsters. They rely on these forces to fight against disasters, and the size of their territory often directly determines the upper limit of a lord's future development. Once a territory of over 1 million square meters is awakened, one can receive a national-level subsidy, which has become a coveted opportunity for countless ordinary people to turn their lives around. Zhou Yun was born into an ordinary family. His parents had been saving every penny over the years, investing most of their savings in improving his mental strength. Zhou Yun did not disappoint his family's expectations, consistently ranking first in his grade, and his mental strength was among the best in the entire school. Therefore, he had already secretly resolved to make a name for himself and repay his parents for their years of hard work. After entering the awakening ceremony, Zhou Yun received a notification of his exclusive territory in the starry sky illusion, and his territory turned out to be a unique planet, 0. This planet has a total area of 10 billion square kilometers and a grade of 9s, with an overall area equivalent to 20 times that of Earth. Zhou Yun was worried that his family would not be able to handle such a shock, so he did not tell the truth, but only claimed that his territory covered an area of 1.3 million square meters. The news quickly spread throughout the school. When the homeroom teacher, Huang Shiguang, learned of it, he was overjoyed and immediately helped Zhou Yun apply for the special subsidy. Even the city lord personally visited him, bringing him a lord's survival kit and geodetic crystals, and agreed to be teleported into the territory in 7 days for on-site measurements. After being officially teleported into Planet 0, Zhou Yun unlocked the most basic abilities of a lord, and also possessed 4 basic functions: scouting, militia conversion talisman, lord circle, and territory shop. There are no complicated additional systems here. The core development method is very straightforward. Use conversion talismans to subdue monsters and make them your subjects, and then continuously build buildings to increase your lord level. Upon arriving in the territory, Zhou Yun encountered the weakest F-rank slime, but he didn't rush to subdue it. Further into the forest, Zhou Yun discovered a B-rank Xian 2 bear. Taking advantage of the other party's deep sleep, he decisively used the transformation talisman and successfully subdued his first combat-type resident, naming it Xiongda. The most striking feature of Planet 0 is that it is rich in high-level resources. Sea-level trees can be seen everywhere in the forest. And various high-grade flowers, plants and minerals, even a seemingly ordinary tree could fetch an astonishing price if taken to Earth. Using high-grade green cedar, Zhou Yun exchanged ordinary timber with other lords, including Lian Kun, through the Lord's Circle, and quickly built the first militia conversion station. At the same time, he also unlocked his first Lord skill combat power synchronization, which can directly copy the attributes of the monsters under his command, but it requires a 5-day cooldown after each use. Not long after, an SSS rank fiery sun bird suddenly appeared in the sky. It didn't attack Zhou Yun, but instead flew away after a brief pause. Afterwards, the slime led Zhou Yun to find an S-rank blazing sun crystal. Once detonated, this crystal can cause high-temperature scorching to a large area, making it an extremely powerful one-time use item. Later, Zhou Yun unexpectedly discovered that the energy jelly on Earth could actually allow slimes to level up quickly. There is no need to accumulate experience through constant battles, which means that slimes can be cultivated into stable combat forces at extremely low cost. During his continued exploration, Zhou Yun encountered a C-rank cauliflower beast. After successfully subduing it, he discovered that these monsters possessed a special talent for increasing crop yields, making them very suitable for managing farmland and orchards. While venturing deeper into a mountain cave, Zhou Yun encountered 2 more A-level water swordsmen. After a fierce battle, with Xiongda desperately providing cover, he finally managed to subdue both water swordsmen. Deeper into the cave, Zhou Yun also found an SS rank fountain of youth. The water in the fountain could not only heal various injuries, but also extend lifespan, making it a true top-tier treasure. Afterward, Zhou Yun continued to lead his team to explore the mine, where they encountered an A-rank Crimson Flame Earth Dragon, Pippi Dragon. After a fierce battle, he finally succeeded in subduing it. Inside the mine, not only were there a large number of A-grade Crimson Flame crystals, but Zhou Yun also unexpectedly discovered a damaged SSS-grade Crimson Flame Flying Dragon egg. Even more astonishingly, a SS-rank hero sword, Flowing Cloud, was found stuck inside the eggshell. This type of weapon can only be used by true hero units. Soon after, the dragon egg's mother, Alifia, found the place. Zhou Yun returned the dragon egg, and in gratitude, she gave him a unique dragon scale. Using the dragon scales would allow him to summon Alifia to attack once. Zhou Yun carefully kept this top-tier life-saving trump card. During the continuous land reclamation, Zhou Yun did not stop building up his territory. He successively constructed a large number of buildings such as logging camps, mines, residences, training grounds, and schools. As long as the corresponding construction requirements were met, the Lord's level could continue to increase. At the same time, he relied on timber and ore to maintain long-term trade with Muyu, a newcomer in the Lord's circle, so that various basic resources were almost always available. As different types of militia conversion sites were built, they began to automatically attract monsters of the corresponding races. The number of Xiantu bears, Kaihua beasts, slimes, and gold-eating rats under Zhou Yun's command continues to grow, and the gold-eating rats can also strengthen their fur by devouring ores, making them excellent frontline tanks. On the 7th day after arriving in the territory, Zhou Yun finally completed all the building requirements, successfully raised his lord level to level 5, and unlocked the key building Hero Tavern. After the Hero's Tavern was built, the overall strength under Zhou Yun's command experienced its first real leap forward. He successively recruited the C-rank dwarf blacksmith Firebeard, the C-rank elven healer Ellie, and the A-rank swordsman Mistweaver with powerful combat abilities. His overall combat strength has far surpassed that of most new lords of the same period. After the 7-day survival period ended, the teleportation cooldown was officially lifted. Zhou Yun returned to Earth, only to find his parents and sister being held captive by lone shark boss Wang Xingren as soon as he got home. Faced with this situation, Zhou Yun did not back down at all, and directly summoned Pippi Dragon and Mistweaver to intimidate the other party. Subsequently, the city lord and the city guard chief arrived in time and officially took over the entire case. The land area ultimately determined by the geodetic crystals reached 10 million square meters, far exceeding the subsidy standard of 1 million square meters. Therefore, Zhou Yun directly received a national-level special subsidy of 1 billion yuan, and his whole family was also qualified to move to the capital and enjoy cadre treatment. After settling things at home, Zhou Yun participated in the newcomer lord trial in Mengshan City. The entire trial area was teeming with low-level monsters. Defeating them would earn points, which could be exchanged for evolution stones and various construction materials. After entering the trial, Zhou Yun didn't just focus on racking up points on his own. Along the way, he rescued his trading friends Muyu and Liang Kun, and his Xiantu bear, Kaihua beast and Qi Yan Di Long took turns fighting to quickly clear away the scourge beasts that appeared along the way. At the same time, Su Qingxue, the lord of a powerful family, also demonstrated her formidable strength, and the two gradually formed a rivalry among newcomers in the trial. As the team advanced to the city center, Zhou Yun finally encountered the demigod leader, Eight-Faced Ghost Touch, who was undergoing an upgrade. Relying on the absolute combat advantage formed by his high-level monsters, he firmly occupied the first place on the trial points leaderboard. Along the way, Zhou Yun has developed from a newly awakened lord into a powerful figure with a sizable force and overall strength far surpassing that of other lords of the same period. However, his story is not over yet. In the following experiences, Zhou Yun and his forces will also usher in a brand new adventure. Zhou Yun will continue to develop his own Planet Zero, recruit more powerful troops, continuously strengthen his territory, defeat all challenges in his path, and eventually become the strongest planetary lord in this world. Within the Lord's Circle of Changxing in the Great Han Dynasty, the lords are engaged in heated discussions about the upcoming cross-circle war. The cross-circle battle is in 2 days. I wonder which Lord's Circle I'll be matched with. It's my first time participating, and I'm actually quite excited. What's there to get excited about? If we're unlucky and end up in the ranks of powerful lords, we'll just be getting beaten up. What everyone was most worried about was the Alliance of Kings, which had 4 great lords. According to rumors, they seem to have their eyes on them. The reason is simple. Lord Circle number 1176 chose the Great Han Changxing Lord Circle, but not the Alliance of Kings. The other side had been waiting a long time for the 5 lords with great lords to join, but they'd been robbed of the opportunity. Damn, is it really necessary? We can always fight it out then. That's true, but in cross-circle battles, lords can be resurrected, but when their people die, they're truly dead. If they specifically target us, we might have a hard time holding out. Just as everyone was becoming increasingly pessimistic, someone suddenly reminded them. Don't forget, we still have Cloud God. Cloud God? Didn't we used to call him Brother Cloud? That was before. The current Cloud God is the youngest Grand Lord in the Great Han Kingdom. A true Grand Lord, doesn't he deserve to be called a god? Everyone nodded in agreement. Even if they encountered a powerful Lord's Circle, they would still have to be wary of Zhou Yun's strength. However, some people calmly pointed out. The reward this time is a large space fragment. With such a benefit in front of us, who would give up resources just for the sake of saving face? Liang Kuan, can you get in touch with Yunshin now? Liang Kuan shook his head. I've been trying to contact him, but there's been no response to the messages I send. Mu Yu also said. He must be busy. Yunshin used to reply instantly. With Yunshin absent, everyone felt as if they had lost their pillar of support, and could only wait and pray that Zhou Yun would appear in the next 2 days. Meanwhile, after Zhou Yun subdued the Mist Warriors, he expressed his desire to visit Mist City. This news greatly excited the Mist Warriors. They had been away from their homeland for far too long, and had longed to return for a final look. Therefore, Zhou Yun did not teleport them back to the stronghold, but instead had everyone follow him. During his journey, Zhou Yun took out the hero trial token. At that moment, another star lit up on the token's surface. Indeed, what I just experienced was also part of the hero trial. Zhou Yun had already guessed this, but he still couldn't understand how this trial knew what he was going through. Could it be that there was always some entity secretly observing him? He fiddled with the token, pondered for a moment, and then stopped worrying about it. Since we can't figure it out for now, we can only keep going and wait for the answer to surface on its own. After a day and a night of trekking, the group finally saw the faint outline of a city ahead. Fog City, they had arrived. As its name suggests, the entire city is shrouded in white fog. However, the fog here is not eerie, instead, it carries a touch of ethereal beauty. From afar, the Fog City looks like a fairyland floating in the clouds. Returning to their homeland, the Mist Warriors quickened their pace instinctively. Almost there! I can see the city gate! I wonder how my family is doing. Zhou Yun followed behind them, watching the excited backs of these warriors, a slight smile playing on his lips. But the next moment, the Mist Warrior at the forefront suddenly stopped. Zhou Yun sensed something was wrong and quickly stepped forward. He was about to ask what had happened when the scene before him stunned him. The city gates of Fog City were wide open, but there was no one to greet them, only a suffocating silence. Up close, the entire city had turned completely black. The city walls were covered with scorch marks, as if they had been repeatedly burned by fire. The houses have long since collapsed, and rubble covers the streets. The once prosperous city is now nothing but charred ruins. The air was filled with the smell of decay and coke, which had not completely dissipated even after so many years. The Mist Warriors fell completely silent. Only the howling wind echoed through the ruins, as if mourning the death of this city. After a long silence, the leading Mist Warrior finally spoke in a hoarse voice. I forgot. I actually forgot. He slowly crouched down, his trembling hand touching a piece of armor that remained beside a skeleton. The style of that armor was exactly the same as the one he was wearing. They all died in that battle. I was even thinking of going home to see my family, but they are long gone. The surrounding soldiers all lowered their heads, some clenching their fists tightly, others closing their eyes and letting tears fall silently. At that moment, grief completely overwhelmed everyone. Just then, the little fire dragon in Zhou Yun's arms seemed to wake up. It yawned, flew out, and curiously observed its surroundings, quickly noticing the withered bones and broken armor on the ground. The little dragon tilted its head, as if it had discovered something interesting, flew to the skeletons, and swept the armor with its tail. With a clatter, the armor scattered, and the skeletons rolled away. It got more and more excited as it played, even opening its mouth and spitting out a few wisps of fire at the pile of bones. "Stop!" Zhou Yun whispered, and the little fire dragon immediately shuddered and turned to look at him. Zhou Yun frowned and said sternly, "We must have reverence for life. These are the heroic spirits who died in battle, and they must not be desecrated." The little fire dragon shrank its neck, whimpered pitifully, and slunk back to Zhou Yun's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with its head to appease him. Zhou Yun nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the ruins once more, a sigh escaping his lips. He had originally thought that Fog City was a city with an ancient culture. Finding the residents here could greatly benefit the development of the territory. But now, it seems this place has long since become a dead zone. The destructive power of the Crimson Flame Dragon back then was truly astonishing. At this moment, the leading mist warrior approached Zhou Yun and knelt on one knee. "My lord, I have a request." "Speak. We hope you will allow us to bury our compatriots." His voice sounded very calm, but his eyes behind the mask were full of grief. "They've been lying here for far too long. It's time to give them a proper burial." Zhou Yun paused for a moment, then finally nodded. "Go." "Thank you, lord." The mist warrior stood up, turned and walked towards the ruins, and the other warriors followed. They began to collect the remains of their comrades one by one, their movements incredibly gentle, as if afraid of disturbing these sleeping spirits. Zhou Yun stood still, quietly watching this scene. The wind swept across the charred ruins, stirring up clouds of dust. The fallen mist warriors still lay on this land, their armor tattered and their flesh decaying. Yet, even in their dying moments, they maintained the posture of battle. Some gripped their broken swords tightly, while others held up their shields. Even in death, they never retreated a single step, using their lives to recount the brutal war. Chapter 207 Harvest in Fog City. Zhou Yun did not stand by. There were simply too many corpses in Fog City. Relying solely on the fog warriors to collect them would take an unknown amount of time. So he immediately set up a teleportation beacon, contacted Wanner, and asked her to send her people to help. As the Lord, Zhou Yun personally joined in. The Mist Warriors, seeing this, showed their gratitude. "Lord, how could you do such rough work yourself?" "It's nothing," Zhou Yun said, lifting a broken stone tablet. "Many hands make light work, let's do it together." The warriors said no more and buried themselves in their work. The central square of Fog City was chosen as the burial place for their compatriots. Strong citizens like Xiongde and Pai Pai Long were responsible for digging the graves, while water-based citizens like Shui and Shui Ling cleaned the remains. The Fog Warriors were responsible for arranging all the remains of their compatriots neatly. Before each set of remains was laid to rest, a soldier would kneel on one knee and whisper a few words. Some were saying goodbye, some were apologizing, and some simply gazed silently for a long time before gently covering the remains with soil. Zhou Yun didn't disturb them. He knew these soldiers needed this process. Only by truly saying goodbye to the past could they move forward. On the evening of the third day, the last handful of soil fell. In the center of the square, hundreds of new graves stood in neat rows. There were no tombstones, no names, for the faces of the Mist Warriors had long since blurred, and no one could tell who was who. But they knew that their comrades were here. That was enough. The leading soldier walked to the grave and slowly removed his mask. It was the first time Zhou Yun had seen his face clearly. It was a weathered face with a long, menacing scar running from his forehead to his chin. He knelt on one knee and gently placed the mask before the grave. Brothers, rest in peace. We will live on for you, and we will protect this land for you. One day, we will see Fog City rebuilt for you. The mist warriors behind him knelt down in unison, bowing their heads in silent mourning. Zhou Yun stood to the side, his head also bowed. After a moment, he spoke. Get up. The dead are gone, the living must continue to look forward. The soldiers rose and put their masks back on. Zhou Yun could clearly sense that their demeanor had changed. The confusion had lessened, replaced by a stronger sense of resolve. This burial was not only a farewell, but also a rebirth. My lord, the leading warrior approached Zhou Yun and said in a low voice. Although Fog City is destroyed, there should still be some things left in the city lord's mansion. Would you like to take a look? Zhou Yun nodded and said, Lead the way. The city lord's mansion, located in the north of Fog City, is the best preserved building in the entire city. Although the outer walls are also charred black, the main structure has not collapsed. Pushing open the heavy door, a musty smell immediately hits you. Zhou Yun frowned and raised his hand to fan the air. This is where Lord Lan once lived. The soldier's voice was somewhat low. After that battle, no one has ever come in again. The tables and chairs in the hall had collapsed, and the curtains had long since rotted, but from the remaining furnishings, one could still see the grandeur of the past. Search separately and see if there's anything else of value. Yes, sir. The mist warriors immediately dispersed and began searching various areas. Zhou Yun, on the other hand, walked alone into the inner hall, passing through several corridors before arriving at the door of a secret room. The secret chamber door was tightly shut, covered in a thick layer of dust. However, the strange rune on the lock caught Zhou Yun's attention. He reached out and touched it. The rune glowed faintly, and the lock automatically popped open. Interesting. Zhou Yun pushed open the door and went inside. The secret room wasn't large, and the walls were covered with text and patterns. Zhou Yun glanced at them briefly and found that they were all records of the history of Fog City. But soon, his gaze was drawn to two items in the center of the room. An ancient book and a jet black token. The book's cover was yellowed, yet it was remarkably well preserved. Zhou Yun picked it up and began to examine it, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Name, Mist Codex, Rank S. Description, records the core techniques and combat skills of the Mist clan. Learning it can greatly enhance the power and versatility of Mist-based skills. It's actually an S-rank cultivation technique manual. Zhou Yun took a deep breath. Such a thing would be a treasure anywhere. No wonder it was hidden in a secret chamber. It's just a pity that this manual seems to be usable only by Mist warriors. He stored the ancient book in his lord's space, then picked up the token. The token is entirely black, with an ancient-looking character for Mist engraved on its surface. Name, Mist City Lord's Token, Rank SS. Description, a symbol of the Mist City Lord's status, can generate an S-rank Mist domain. Mist domain, all friendly units within the domain gain plus 30% evasion and plus 30% speed. SS rank? Zhou Yun couldn't help but gasp. The rank of this City Lord's token was actually higher than the Mystic Codex. More importantly, its accompanying domain effect was astonishing. Speed increased by 30%, evasion increased by 30%. Even an ordinary soldier, with such enhancements, would possess assassin-like mobility. When they returned to the hall, the Mist warriors had already finished their search. My lord, we found some supplies, but most of them were damaged, and the rest were of little value. It's all right. Zhou Yun waved his hand. I found some things in the secret room. Having said that, he took out the Mist manual and handed it to the leading warrior. This is the cultivation technique of your Mist clan, and it should be kept by you. The warrior took the ancient book, his hands trembling slightly. This is the Mist manual? Our clan's most treasured artifact? Lord Lan actually left it in the secret chamber? The surrounding warriors quickly recognized the ancient book, and their emotions became complicated. Years ago, the city lord had offered this very book as payment for Lan's help. But unexpectedly, Lan ultimately didn't take it with her. This only proves that she never needed this secret manual in the first place. She only intervened because she couldn't resist the city lord's pleas. But that intervention cost her her life and led to her being misunderstood by these warriors for so many years. Zhou Yun sighed inwardly as he looked at their dejected expressions. These mist warriors truly owed Lan too much. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Zhou Yun stood amidst the ruins of Mist City, looking around before his gaze settled on a giant hammer-shaped building. Are there any skilled craftsmen in your clan? Could they have left behind some kind of legacy, like the mysterious Book of the Mist? Compared to the book and the city lord's token, Zhou Yun actually wanted to obtain the forging technology of Mist City more, which was the biggest reason why he insisted on coming to Mist City. The Mist Warriors began to try to recall. Because of the vast distance in time, their thinking was extremely difficult. But soon, one of the Mist Warriors suddenly looked up. I remember! Chapter 208 The Trial of the Forging Master. Zhou Yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned to look at the warrior. The warrior tried hard to recall, his voice still a little hesitant. I remember now, there is indeed a very skilled craftsman in Fog City, his name is Soul Forger. Soul Forging? Zhou Yun repeated in a low voice. Yes. The warrior nodded and said, The Soul Forging Master is the greatest craftsman in Fog City. Lord Lan's weapon, as well as the armor we wear, were all made by him and his apprentice. Zhou Yun glanced at the armor on the warriors. Having withstood countless years in battles, this armor was still remarkably well preserved, a testament to the extraordinary forging skills of the Soul Forging Master. Where is his workshop? The soldier pointed into the distance. The building resembled a giant hammer driven upside down into the ground, its head pointing skyward and its handle embedded in the earth. Despite the ravages of war, the building still stood, though its surface bore large patches of charred marks. It's right there. However, the Soul Forging Master was eccentric in life and didn't like others entering the workshop. It's said that there are many traps set up inside, and only by passing his trials can one gain his approval. Even Lord Lan had to notify him in advance if he wanted to go in. The mechanisms and trials, however, piqued Zhou Yun's interest even more. Let's go take a look. The gate to the giant hammer workshop was cast from dark blue-black metal and was as tall as 3 people. There were no handles or keyholes on the gate, only a line of ancient inscriptions. Zhou Yun couldn't understand it, and even the learned Wenji couldn't decipher it, so he had to ask the Mist Warriors to translate it. To enter this gate, first rectify your heart. Those who harbor greed will die. Those who hold reverence in their hearts will enter. These 18 short characters exuded a chilling majesty. Zhou Yun stared at them for a moment, then nodded secretly. From those few words, he could already sense the arrogance of the Soul Forging Master. However, it's normal for capable people to have a temper. Zhou Yun smiled and placed his hand on the metal door. He didn't make any unnecessary movements, nor did he deliberately conceal his aura. He simply stood there calmly. A moment later, the heavy door slowly opened. Lord, you've passed? The Mist Warriors exclaimed in surprise. There's no such thing as passing or not passing, Zhou Yun said calmly, withdrawing his hand. I'm not here to steal his things. I just want to learn some forging techniques. Having said that, he stepped into the workshop. The Mist Warriors exchanged glances and quickly followed. However, as soon as they crossed the threshold, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, violently repelling them all. What's going on? We can't get in. Zhou Yun looked back and found that it wasn't just the Mist Warriors who were blocked. Wen Ji, Xiao Lan, and even Xiao Hong, whose name he had painstakingly tried to remember, were also unable to enter. This was rather strange. It seems this trial only allows one person to enter at a time, Zhou Yun said after a moment's thought. You all stay outside and wait. I'll go in and take a look myself. Lord. Wenji stepped forward, her face filled with worry. Don't worry. Zhou Yun smiled. These mere mechanisms can't do anything to me. The strongest force in Fog City is probably around SS rank. But after Zhou Yun synchronized Xiao Lan's attributes, his combat power has reached SSSS rank. He naturally has enough confidence to face the trial left by the Soul Forging Master. Upon entering the workshop, Zhou Yun discovered that it was much more spacious inside than outside. The walls were covered with various forging tools, including hammers, pliers, chisels, and files, each one meticulously maintained without a trace of rust. Several long-extinguished forging furnaces lay on the ground, their ashes long since cooled, yet the remaining traces still hinted at how fiercely they had burned. Although the workshop was covered in dust, everything was still arranged in an orderly fashion, each tool having its designated place. As Zhou Yun observed, he muttered, "It seems this soul forging master is very dedicated to his workshop. This also indicates that soul forging is an extremely meticulous person. The mechanisms set up by such a person are unlikely to be simple." Sure enough, when Zhou Yun reached the center of the workshop, the floor beneath his feet suddenly began to vibrate slightly. Immediately afterward, a mechanical voice echoed around him. "The trial begins. First stage, material identification." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen hidden compartments suddenly opened in the four walls. Each compartment contained a piece of ore, each different in color, shape, and size. At the same time, a stone table slowly rose from the ground. On the table was a parchment with a drawing of a long sword and a list of the materials needed for its forging. Select the correct material from the hidden compartment and place it on the stone table. One wrong selection will trigger a penalty mechanism. 3 wrong selections will terminate the trial. Zhou Yun picked up the parchment and examined it carefully. The long sword in the design was simple, without any superfluous decorations. The mechanical voice sounded again. Main material, cold iron. Auxiliary materials, silver sand, mystic crystal powder. Catalyst, fire marrow stone. Zhou Yun frowned, then looked up at the hidden compartments. Because of his contract with the Mist Warriors, he could understand the names of these materials. The problem was that none of the ores had labels or descriptions, so finding the right material required relying solely on his identification skills. Fortunately, these materials were all within his knowledge base, and the knowledge he had accumulated in high school finally came in handy. "That's lucky." Zhou Yun walked to the first hidden compartment, picked up the ore and weighed it in his hand, then examined its texture and color closely. "This one is wrong, it's too light." He set down the ore and turned to the second hidden compartment. The second ore was dark blue-green, its surface covered with fine lines. Zhou Yun lightly ran his fingernail across it, leaving a shallow mark immediately. "Not hard enough, and it's not cold iron either." He didn't rush to guess, but continued examining the third, fourth, and fifth pieces of ore. Zhou Yun analyzed them one by one, his movements unhurried and calm. The trial left behind by the soul forging master was likely testing patience and eyesight. Rushing into the challenge would only make it easier to fall into the traps set by the mechanisms. Chapter 209 Another big gain. Finally, when checking the 9th hidden compartment, Zhou Yun's eyes lit up. This should be it. He picked up the ore and examined it carefully. The dark blue surface is covered with fine textures and feels icy cold to the touch. Most importantly, when you scratch the surface of the mineral with your fingernail, it doesn't leave a single mark. Cold iron. Zhou Yun placed the ore on the stone table, and a crisp notification sound rang out, followed by a green light shining on the tabletop. Main material confirmed correct. Zhou Yun breathed a sigh of relief and continued searching for the remaining auxiliary materials and catalysts. With the experience he had just gained, the subsequent identification went much more smoothly. Silver sand is a fine, silvery white powder that shimmers slightly in the light. Mystic crystal powder is a black powder that stings slightly when rubbed between the fingers. And fire marrow stone is a dark red crystal that feels warm when held in the hand. Zhou Yun found the 3 materials one by one and placed them on the stone table. Ding! 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 3 green lights flashed in succession, and the mechanical voice once again echoed throughout the workshop. First test passed. Zhou Yun breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. Thankfully, he hadn't slacked off during his student days. Otherwise, he probably would have failed this first hurdle due to a lack of basic knowledge. Second hurdle, forging order. As the voice faded, the parchment on the stone table disappeared, replaced by a more complex set of drawings. It depicted 12 forging steps, but the order had been completely scrambled and had to be rearranged. Zhou Yun stared at the chaotic patterns, his brows furrowing slightly. This level was clearly more difficult than the first, and he could only take a deep breath and study the details of each step by step. Time passed slowly, and Wenji, Xiaohong, and the Mist Warriors outside the workshop grew increasingly anxious. How long has the Lord been inside? Almost 2 hours. Could something have happened? Don't talk nonsense. The Lord is so powerful, there won't be any problems. Just as everyone was discussing this, a violent tremor suddenly came from deep within the workshop. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling light shot into the sky, almost illuminating the entire ruins. That's... the soldiers exclaimed, their eyes widening in disbelief. A moment later, the light gradually faded, the workshop door reopened, and Zhou Yun appeared in the doorway. His face showed some fatigue, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. In his hands were 2 more items, an ancient scroll and a completely black forging hammer. Lord, are you all right? The warriors rushed over, bombarding him with questions about what had happened. Zhou Yun waved his hand dismissively. Nothing serious, just passed a few trials. But seeing the beads of sweat on his forehead and his slightly pale face, the mist warriors clearly didn't believe it. How could a trial that made their lord show signs of fatigue be something minor? However, Zhou Yun was unwilling to elaborate, so they didn't press him further. Let's find a place to rest first, and let me take a good look at these 2 things. The group quickly found a relatively intact house nearby. After cleaning off the dust and rubble, Zhou Yun sat down on the stone slab and picked up the ancient scroll. The scroll was made of a very special material, neither like paper nor cloth, but with a smooth, jade-like feel. Zhou Yun carefully unrolled it, and several lines of text immediately came into view. Name, Fog City Forging Manual. Rank, S. Description, the culmination of generations of craftsmen in Fog City, recording complete forging techniques from basic to advanced levels, including core content such as material handling, heat control, quenching techniques, and enchanting/inscription. Learning this manual can greatly improve forging success rate and the quality of finished products. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. An S-rank forging manual, this trip was indeed worthwhile. Currently, the only industry in his territory is brewing. Although he had long ago instructed Huasu to establish a forging industry chain, there has been no substantial progress so far. Wenji had hinted on several occasions that Huasu was under considerable pressure regarding this matter. Zhou Yun naturally understood the reason. Although both brewing and forging are technical skills, forging involves far more complex processes than brewing, and is not easy to implement in practice. Therefore, he brought the Mist Warriors to Mist City with the real purpose of accessing its forging heritage, and seeing if he could introduce it to his territory to help Firebeard solve his problems. Although Mist City is now destroyed, he has obtained the most crucial heritage, making this trip entirely worthwhile. Moreover, judging from the contents of the secret manual, it is not a personal summary of a single craftsman, but rather the culmination of the wisdom of generations of craftsmen in Fog City. Soul forging was merely the final inheritor, not the sole creator. Zhou Yun continued scrolling down and found that the secret manual was extremely detailed, covering everything from ore identification and smelting temperatures to enchanting and inscription, and spirit cultivation. Each step was accompanied by illustrations and annotations, and common errors were also marked with their corresponding solutions. If Firebeard sees this, he'll probably be too excited to sleep. With this secret manual, Firebeard's forging skills will undoubtedly improve significantly, and the territory's equipment production will see a qualitative leap. Zhou Yun carefully put the scroll away, then picked up the jet-black forging hammer. The forging hammer is about 3 feet long, with a square and heavy head and an intricately engraved handle. The moment you hold it, a steady and restrained power flows from the handle into your palm, as if it contains the decades-long dedication of an old craftsman. Name, Judgment, Rank S, Category, Forging Tool. Description: the life's work of Soul Forger, a legendary craftsman from Fog City. This hammer embodies Soul Forger's lifelong forging insights, and the wielder will receive Soul Forger's skill enhancement when forging. At the same time, the Judgment possesses the special ability of removing the dross and retaining the essence, eliminating impurities from the material with each hammer blow, and significantly improving the purity of the finished product. S-rank. Zhou Yun gasped, never expecting that this seemingly simple forging hammer was actually an S-rank treasure. While it's not a weapon of war, its benefits to blacksmiths are astonishing. With enhanced skills and the ability to refine and perfect, even ordinary blacksmiths can forge equipment far exceeding their own capabilities. Moreover, Firebeard is already a C-rank professional blacksmith. Zhou Yun gripped the judgment, his mind racing with calculations. Firebeard could now reliably forge C-rank equipment, occasionally even reaching the B-rank threshold. But with the Mist City forging manual and the judgment, a stable production of B-rank equipment shouldn't be a problem. With a bit of luck, he might even be able to break into A rank. Chapter 210 The Final Trial? The thought of his warriors wearing A rank armor and wielding A rank weapons from now on made Zhou Yun laugh. Only now did he realize that for so long, his people had seemingly been operating in complete isolation. Other lords, upon conquering their subjects, were eager to equip them with full gear immediately, while I, as the lord, have always been somewhat casual about arming my subjects. Lord, what are you laughing at? The leading Mist warrior couldn't help but ask as he watched Zhou Yun grinning at a hammer. Ahem, nothing, I just feel that I've gained so much from this trip to Mist City. Zhou Yun stood up and put away the judgment. Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked, Does the soul forging master have any descendants, or have he ever taken on any apprentices? The Mist warrior shook his head. The soul forging master was a recluse who never married and never took on any apprentices. He poured all his heart and soul into forging. Now that the soul forging master has died in battle, his legacy may very well be lost forever. Zhou Yun was silent for a moment, then said earnestly, He is a true craftsman. His willingness to protect his work and legacy with his life, this dedication deserves everyone's respect. Let's go. Zhou Yun looked up towards the workshop. Before leaving, I want to pay my respects to the soul forging master. The tomb of Soul Caster is located behind the workshop. There is no grand tombstone, only a small mound of earth, in front of which stands a simple stone tablet with only 3 characters engraved on it, Tomb of Soul Caster. There is no biography, no deeds, not even dates of birth and death. It is so simple that it is almost shabby. But Zhou Yun knew that for someone like Zhu Han, those 3 words were enough. His life had long been integrated into that workshop, into each and every piece of work, and into the legacy of forging. He didn't need a magnificent epitaph, nor did he need future generations to sing his praises, because his works would naturally prove everything for him. Zhou Yun stopped before the tomb and bowed solemnly. Senior Soul Forger, I, Zhou Yun, am honored to receive your inheritance today. I assure you, this inheritance will never be tarnished, and the forging techniques of Fog City will surely be carried forward in my territory. Your efforts will not be in vain. As his words fell, a gentle breeze swept across the grave, and the wild grass swayed softly, as if echoing his vow. After paying his respects to the soul forging, Zhou Yun prepared to leave Fog City. Although this trip to Fog City was brief, the gains far exceeded his expectations. The Mist Codex, the Mist City Lord's Decree, the Forging Codex, and the Divine Weapon Judgment, each one is a rare treasure. More importantly, he successfully subdued these Mist warriors, adding a powerful fighting force to his territory. Lord, shall we return to the stronghold now? The lead warrior asked. No rush, Zhou Yun replied, then suddenly asked, What's your name? The warrior was clearly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Zhou Yun to ask his name. My lord, my name is... He paused for a moment, his voice becoming somewhat bitter. I have forgotten my own name. I have been blinded by hatred for too long, and many of my memories have become blurred. Zhou Yun nodded in understanding. Then I'll give you a new name. The warrior looked up, a glint of light flashing in his eyes beneath his mask. Zhou Yun pondered for a moment and said, You're the leader of the Mist Warriors, and you're connected to Lan, so I'll call you Lan Feng. The name Lan is taken from the hero you once followed. Feng represents your speed and fighting style, as swift as the wind. Lan first, Feng second, also signifies your respect for Lan. What do you think of this name? Lan Feng. The warrior repeated the name softly, his voice trembling slightly. Although the truth had been revealed and they had finally come to terms with the past, the deceased were gone, and the debt they owed Lan Feng could never be made up for. The name Lan Feng not only embodied his respect but would also forever remind him of the guilt he felt. A moment later, the warrior knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse but resolute. Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, Lord. Your subordinate, La Feng, swears to serve you to the death, Lord. After leaving Fog City, Zhou Yun led the Fog warriors towards the stronghold. However, he suddenly stopped after walking a short distance. Lan Feng immediately became alert. What's wrong, Lord? Zhou Yun didn't answer, but instead took out the hero trial token. At this moment, 4 stars lit up on the token's surface. 4 now. Zhou Yun stared at the 4 stars, lost in thought. He had been pondering the rules of the hero trial all the way, and now he finally had a rough guess. Obtaining the forging legacy may represent a trial of wisdom. Burying the fallen residents of Mist City and lighting the 3rd star likely symbolizes propriety. Following this line of thought, redeeming the Mist Warriors is a trial of righteousness, and initially rescuing the withered spirits and subduing the lava crab are inextricably linked to benevolence. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom. Therefore, the final challenge is very likely related to trust. If his guess is correct, the 5th challenge is very likely the final trial of the hero's trial. Zhou Yun didn't yet know what kind of test this final hurdle would be. But his intuition told him that the final test would probably not be as smooth as the first 4. Lord? Hearing Lan Feng's call, Zhou Yun snapped out of his reverie and carefully put the token away. It's alright, let's go. He strode forward. Whatever awaited him ahead, he would face it with equanimity. The more he realized the trial was nearing its end, the more excited he became, eager to know what rewards he would receive upon completing it. The group left Fog City and continued on their way. But they hadn't gone far when Zhou Yun stopped again. The hero trial certificate in his arms had suddenly begun to heat up. He immediately took out the token, and saw that the 4 stars on it were flashing intensely, with a pale golden light shooting out from the token, pointing straight towards the northeast. Wenji looked surprised. Lord City Lord, what's going on? It should be a guide. Zhou Yun stared at the golden light, his expression gradually becoming serious. He had completed the first 4 trials unintentionally. The hero trial certificate had never actively provided a direction. But now, it clearly pointed to the northeast. This meant that the final trial was in that direction. Let's go. Zhou Yun put away the token and immediately changed their route. The group followed the golden light and soon passed through a dense forest. The deeper they went, the dimmer the light became, and an ancient and mysterious aura gradually filled the air. Zhou Yun looked around and noticed that the trees were becoming thicker and taller, some trunks requiring more than a dozen people to encircle them. Meanwhile, the golden light continued to shine firmly into the depths of the forest. Chapter 211: A Lifelong Commitment. This forest, it's clearly near Fog City, but I don't think I've ever been here before, Lan Feng said softly. Zhou Yun didn't respond, but continued forward. The light from the token in his hand grew brighter and brighter, and the direction it pointed to became clearer. After passing through the last grove of trees, they finally saw their destination. It was a gigantic tree beyond imagination, with a trunk hundreds of feet wide and a canopy that blocked out the sky, like a green mountain standing on the earth. Countless thick roots extend from the ground, intertwining and covering the land for miles around. Sunlight filters through layers of branches and leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. What a huge tree! The Mist Warriors looked up, speechless. Even the learned Wenji couldn't help but hold her breath. This tree didn't look like a plant at all, it looked more like an ancient giant sleeping on the earth. Zhou Yun walked to the tree and quickly discovered a groove in the center of the trunk, its shape and size perfectly matching the hero trial token. Without hesitation, he embedded the token into it. A soft light emanated from the groove, instantly enveloping the entire giant tree. A moment later, the light gradually dissipated, and a semi-transparent little girl appeared before Zhou Yun. The girl looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, wearing a green dress and with 2 small buns on her head, as if she were formed from condensed light. Hello? She tilted her head, revealing an innocent smile. Being able to get this far means you've passed the first 4 trials. Who are you? Zhou Yun asked. My name is Chan, and I'm a member of Gili Mountain. Upon hearing the name Gili Mountain, Zhou Yun and Wenji were both startled. The 3 thunder-gathering towers were indeed Gili Mountain's doing. Zhou Yun immediately asked, Did you set up those 3 thunder-gathering towers? Qianqian's eyes flashed with surprise, then she smiled and said, I didn't expect you two to have seen my little toys. Zhou Yun was both surprised and puzzled. Those 3 lightning-gathering towers could absorb extreme lightning and even produce SS-rank Fountain of Youth, yet Qianqian described them as nothing more than little toys. Before he could ask further, Qianqian said, I don't have much time, so I can't chat with you. Zhou Yun nodded, then asked, Since you are a member of the Gili Mountain clan, why are you here? Could it be that the hero trial was also set up by you? Qianqian did not answer, but instead asked, Do you know who this token originally belonged to? Zhou Yun shook his head. He obtained the token from the cave where he subdued the rock slime, and he knew nothing about its original owner. It originally belonged to a woman named Lan. Qianqian's voice softened. 4 years ago, I met her in the west, not far from the Thunder Tower. At that time, she was burned beyond recognition. Zhou Yun's heart jolted. Lan was the hero the Mist Warriors spoke of. Could it be that she hadn't died from the Crimson Flame Dragon's attack? She's still alive? Zhou Yun asked hurriedly. Qianqian gently shook her head. No, she only has 1 breath left. Her entire body has no intact skin, and her internal organs have been burned to a crisp. An ordinary person would have died countless times by now. Because her life was already nearing its end, and she was only able to move by sheer willpower, even using the Fountain of Youth couldn't save her. Zhou Yun fell silent. He couldn't imagine what kind of willpower allowed a woman, charred black and on the verge of death, to drag her broken body to the very end. Qianqian continued. She asked me for a favor. She said she was a hero, and she could die, but the legacy of heroes could not be broken. She begged me to help her find the next hero. At this point, the little girl's clear gaze fell on Zhou Yun. To become a hero, one must adhere to 5 principles: benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. None can be lacking, otherwise one is not worthy of being a hero. Zhou Yun's expression was solemn. Qianqian said, You've made it here, which means you've passed the first 4 tests. Now, only the last one remains. She paused for a moment, then solemnly said, Trust. What is the last test? Zhou Yun asked. It's not a test, but a lifelong commitment. Qianqian said word by word. To accept the identity of a hero, one must uphold benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness throughout one's life, and ensure that the legacy of heroes is not broken. This is the test of trustworthiness. Zhou Yun remained silent for a long time. This is not a trial that can be passed by strength alone, but a responsibility that must be borne for a lifetime. From the moment he receives the inheritance, his every word and action will be bound by 5 principles. Until he finds the next successor and personally hands over this responsibility. He couldn't help but think of the former hero he had never met, Lan. The Crimson Dragon Aphelia had proudly boasted to him about its victories, but had never mentioned Lan's final fate. It thought Lan was dead, unaware that the woman it had burned to a crisp had, with her last breath, carried on the legacy of heroism to this day. She upheld the principles of a hero until her death. Wenji couldn't help but sigh. Qianqian nodded, her eyes filled with respect. She was the strongest person I've ever met. This also confirms the ancestral teachings of the Gili Mountain lineage: always maintain respect for heroes. Heroes can only be defeated, but never knocked down. A hero. Zhou Yun closed his eyes, beginning to seriously consider whether he could truly embody that ideal. A life devoted to upholding benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. A life bearing the responsibilities of a hero. A life searching for the next successor. This path was destined to be difficult, filled with temptations, hardships, and countless moments when he wanted to give up. But once he agreed, it was a lifelong commitment. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Zhou Yun thought for a long time. Qianqian never urged him. Instead, she looked at him, a hint of appreciation gradually appearing in her eyes. Chapter 2: 12 Terrifying Gale's Sword. After a long while, Zhou Yun opened his eyes, his gaze now completely resolute. I am willing to accept this inheritance, adhere to the 5 principles, and shoulder the responsibilities of a hero. I am also willing to find the next inheritor so that the flame of heroism can continue. Xiaogui looked at him, a bright smile spreading across her face, and gently waved. Since you've made your decision, then please allow me to salute you, hero. The hero trial token embedded in the groove suddenly trembled, and 5 starlight burst forth simultaneously, its brilliance reaching its peak. The next second, the token transformed into a golden stream of light and entered Zhou Yun's body. Zhou Yun groaned, feeling a vast power explode within his body, his flesh, bones, and meridians undergoing continuous transformation. Immediately afterward, a series of messages flooded my mind. Congratulations on completing the hero trial and advancing to Hero Lord. Privilege 1, Comprehensive boost to base attributes. All attributes receive a 1.3x bonus. Privilege 2, Skill copying, copy any monster's skills, up to 3, and replaceable. Privilege 3, Hero's blade weapon tier will increase with hero attributes. Power surged within him, and Zhou Yun could clearly feel that his improvement this time was far more than just a little. When the energy subsided and he opened his eyes again, he found that Qianqian's figure was gradually fading away. My mission is complete. Qianqian looked at him, leaving behind her last words. Lan hopes you will have the opportunity to visit Tianqi Lingshan in the west, which is her hometown. West Tianqi Lingshan, Zhou Yun silently memorized this name. Seeing that she was about to disappear, Zhou Yun hurriedly asked, Where is Gili Mountain? Qianqian raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Keep moving forward, you'll eventually get there. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned into countless points of light and completely disappeared into the trial grounds. After the trial ended, Zhou Yun immediately checked his stats. Having advanced to Hero Lord, all his attributes had been significantly enhanced, with his strength and speed further boosted by synchronization attributes and hero bonuses. Most importantly, 3 more skill slots have been added to the skill bar. This means that when encountering powerful monsters in the future, he can directly copy their skills, causing his combat power ceiling to skyrocket once again. But when Zhou Yun saw the equipment slot, his gaze immediately froze. Equipment, Gale's Sword, SSSS rank. The Gale's Sword, which was originally only a B rank weapon, had actually jumped several ranks and become an SSSS rank weapon. Zhou Yun looked down at the long sword at his waist and found that it had completely changed. The scabbard had turned from dark silver to a flowing emerald green, with wind patterns faintly visible on its surface, and the strips of cloth on the hilt had also transformed into solidified wind patterns. The entire sword was so light that it seemed weightless, yet it subtly contained astonishing power. Zhou Yun drew his sword half an inch, and a sharp sword aura spontaneously emanated from it, leaving a clear trail in the air. He immediately checked the attributes of the Gale's Sword. Gale's Sword, SSSS rank, strength plus 100%, speed plus 100%. Additional skill, Gale's Slash. Gathers the power of the wind to unleash a sword aura of wind, dealing 3000% of the strength attribute as wind damage to targets in its path. 10-second cooldown. Only heroes can wield this sword. Zhou Yun's eyes widened. Previously, the Gale's Sword only added 20% strength and 10% speed, and the Whirlwind Slash only had a 300% damage multiplier. Now, the strength and speed bonuses have both become 100%, and the power of the Whirlwind Slash has increased tenfold, reaching a terrifying 3000%. This was no longer a simple enhancement, but a complete transformation. Zhou Yun quickly understood that the hero's blade's privilege allowed the weapon's rank to change according to its own attributes. Now, he was synchronizing with Xiaolan's attributes, and Xiaolan herself was an SSSS rank 3-legged ice phoenix. That's why the Gale's Sword was directly promoted to SSSS rank. This also means that as long as its attributes continue to improve, even an ordinary iron sword can possess the power of a divine weapon. Zhou Yun became more and more satisfied as he looked at the last line, until his face darkened. Shop buyback price, 10,000 gold coins, an SSSS grade divine weapon, and the system shop only gave him 10,000 gold coins. He remembered that when the Gale's Sword was still B rank, it was worth 1,000 gold coins when recycled. Upgrading it from B rank to SSSS rank only cost an extra 9,000 gold coins? This is a rip-off. Zhou Yun couldn't help but complain. At that price, melting it down as scrap metal would probably earn him more than that. However, he didn't dwell on it any longer, since the Gale's sword was definitely not for sale. After sheathing the sword, Zhou Yun turned his gaze to the ancient giant tree. He took out a temporary beacon from his storage space and planted it in the ground next to the tree's roots. Lan Feng asked curiously, "Lord, what is this?" "A teleportation beacon," Zhou Yun explained. "Leave it here, and you can teleport directly here later." Lan Feng quickly understood, but then another problem occurred to him. Once a temporary beacon is activated, it cannot be retrieved. Leaving it here means losing a usable slot. "It's alright," Zhou Yun said nonchalantly. Gili Mountain was just ahead, and Tianqi Spirit Mountain was to the west. He would definitely pass through here again in the future. Besides, the number of temporary beacons would increase after the stronghold was upgraded to level 10. He could afford to consume one beacon. Zhou Yun took one last look at the ancient giant tree, turned around, and said, let's go home." Chapter 213 Return, Cross-Circle Battle. As soon as Zhou Yun returned to the stronghold, a group of citizens eagerly surrounded him. Xiongde was at the forefront, its massive body almost knocking Zhou Yun over, its furry head rubbing against his shoulder, whimpering pitifully. Okay, I know you miss me." Zhou Yun laughed and patted Xiongdao's head. Shan Shan landed on his shoulder. Pai Pai Long wagged its tail and came over, and Ikai circled around his feet. Even the usually aloof Lazy strolled over and gently nudged Zhou Yun's back with his head. Zhou Yun was surrounded and couldn't move at all, but he couldn't stop smiling. "You're all so grown up, and you're still acting like a child." He touched each of them one by one, Xiongdao's head, Shan Shan's little head, Pai Pai Long's nose, Kai Huaishou's shell, and Lazy's mane. He didn't miss a single one. He had only been gone for a few days, but these guys seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Wanner stepped forward and began to report on the situation at the stronghold. "Lord, the construction of the stronghold has gone smoothly during the few days you were away. At the current pace, it will reach level 9 today." "So fast?" Zhou Yun was somewhat surprised, then looked at Wanner. "Thank you for your hard work during this time." "It's my duty." Wanner bowed slightly and asked with concern, "Did your trip go smoothly, Lord?" Zhou Yun recalled his experiences in Fog City, subduing the Fog Warriors, exploring the ruins, passing the trials in the Soul Forging Workshop, and completing the hero's inheritance. A smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. "It went smoothly." Seeing his relaxed expression, Wanner finally felt relieved. "That's good. Lord City Lord, you must have had a long journey. You should go back and rest first." Zhou Yun smiled helplessly. After returning to the stronghold, it seemed that the only thing he, as the Lord, had to do was rest. With Wanner and Wenji overseeing everything, he didn't need to worry about many things, making him the most carefree one. Just then, a childish cry rang out. The little fire dragon woke up and crawled out of Zhou Yun's arms, curiously looking around. This place was completely different from Fog City. Everywhere was filled with unfamiliar buildings and many creatures it had never seen before. The next second, it excitedly flapped its wings and flew towards Xiongde. Xiongde was eating the cool carp with his head down when he was suddenly bumped into by the fiery red little guy. He looked up in confusion, and the little fire dragon had already flown around him once, even gently brushing his nose with its tail. "Yay!" Xiongde sneezed, looking utterly helpless. "What on earth is this little thing? Why is it so mischievous?" But the little fire dragon didn't care at all and flew towards Shan Shan on the branch again. Shiny was sunbathing when she was suddenly bumped and almost fell over. She was so angry that she chased little fire dragon all over the yard. Pippy Dragon came over to watch the commotion and got sprayed with sparks in the face. The cauliflower beast peeked out from a corner, while Lazy lay sprawled on the ground, too lazy to even move. The entire stronghold instantly became lively. Zhou Yun shook his head. This little guy's adaptability was quite impressive. Wanna looked at the little fire dragon with curiosity in her eyes. "Lord City Lord, what is this?" "I picked it up on the road," Zhou Yun explained casually. "Let it get used to everyone first." After saying that, he walked towards the Lord's mansion. Back at the Lord's manor, Zhou Yun first took a comfortable bath. The hot water washed away the fatigue of the past few days of travel, and he let out a long sigh of relief, finally relaxing completely. Spending too much time in the wild had not only exhausted his body, but also his mind. After changing into clean clothes, Zhou Yun lay down on the bed, intending to take a nap, but suddenly remembered something: the Lord's Circle. He had been so busy traveling and exploring these past few days that he hadn't had time to check the messages. Zhou Yun immediately sat up and opened the Lord's Circle interface. In his friends list, a string of red numbers stood out conspicuously. Unread messages, 147. So many? He opened his friends list, and next to the avatars of Fu Yanjie, Liang Kun, Hua Xiaonuan, Mu Yu, and others, there were numerous unread messages. In addition, there was also a gold coin email. Zhou Yun's gaze sharpened slightly after clicking the link. Joint sponsorship by the Great Han Kingdom, amount 310,000 gold coins, note, jointly sponsored by various groups within the Great Han Kingdom. Wishing you smooth sailing on your path to becoming a lord. 310,000 gold coins is no small sum. Zhou Yun quickly realized that this must be the sponsorship promised to him by the various corporations during his initial rookie trials. However, it was impossible for Lord Circle number 1176 to raise such a large sum of money. The only explanation was that the circles had merged. This money came from other member circles. Zhou Yun immediately checked his friends' messages, starting with the earliest unread messages. Sure enough, the first one was from Liang Kun. Brother Yun, we're planning to merge our groups, do you have any objections? Mu Yu also sent a message. Yunxin, we've discussed the alliance merger, and we plan to join the Great Han Changxing Alliance. And almost all the subsequent messages revolved around the same thing: cross-alliance war. Cloud God, the cross-circle battle is about to begin. It seems like the Alliance of Kings has its eye on us. What if we really run into the Alliance of Kings? Brother Yun, come back quickly, everyone is panicking. The last message was sent half an hour ago. Yunxin, if you see this message, the cross-team battle starts in 3 hours. We really need you. Zhou Yun finished reading all the messages and immediately stood up from the bed. The cross-team battle, less than 3 hours left. Luckily, he returned in time. Zhou Yun immediately replied to several friends, then opened the public chat window of the Great Han Changxing Lord's Circle. Messages were still refreshing rapidly. Everyone was discussing the upcoming cross-circle battle. Chapter 214. I'm inclined to choose C rank. What should we do? We still can't contact Cloud God. Which spatial fragment should we choose? The big boss isn't here. The King's Alliance has already signed up for C rank. If we follow suit, we'll just be throwing our lives away. There are 13 alliances competing for D rank. Are we only left with E rank? As soon as Zhou Yun entered the chat, he saw everyone arguing heatedly. He immediately sent a message explaining that he had been busy and hadn't received the message in time. The channel was silent for a moment, then exploded. Yun God is back. Yun God, decide quickly, which fragment should we choose? Mu Yu immediately reminded Zhou Yun that there were less than 3 hours left before the cross-circle battle began, and the opposing King's Alliance had 4 Grand Lords in command, making them extremely powerful. Zhou Yun said he understood the situation and inquired about the specific rules. Mu Yu explained that the cross-circle battle was fought on an alliance-by-alliance basis, competing for space fragments refreshed by the system. The fragments were divided into E rank, D rank, and C rank. The E tier has the most members but average resources. The D tier has better resources. However, there is only one C tier member with the most abundant resources. All participating alliances must confront each other head-on, and only one winner can remain in the end. Zhou Yun opened the interface. In the C-rank space fragment competition, only the Alliance of Kings had registered. The next second, a message from Jojo, the leader of the Alliance of Kings, popped up in the announcement bar. The C-rank fragment is ours. Whoever dares to choose it, we will destroy them. Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow, his tone quite confident. The members of the Han Changxing, however, felt that with Zhou Yun in charge, choosing the D rank was a safe bet. The E rank wasn't worthy of Yunxin's strength, and the competing D rank alliances might not dare to touch them. Zhou Yun then asked in the channel. Is choosing rank D acceptable? Everyone hesitated. Some thought rank D was already good, while others couldn't help but hope that rank C would be even better. Lin Zhan directly stated that Zhou Yun was the main force of the alliance, and whoever he chose, everyone would choose. Zhou Yun nodded and typed, I'm leaning towards C rank. The chat channel fell silent briefly, then erupted in cheers. Yun God is mighty! Let's take them down! I've been wanting to get rid of the King's alliance for a long time. So what if they're 4 Grand Lords? We'll fight them to the bitter end. Just as everyone's fighting spirit was high, a system notification suddenly appeared. Lin Zhan has handed over the position of alliance leader to you. Lin Zhan immediately spoke. Now that Cloud God has returned, the position of alliance leader should rightfully be assumed by Cloud God. Please lead us, Cloud God, to defeat the alliance of kings. Everyone responded in unison, urging Zhou Yun to lead the Great Han dynasty to victory in this battle. Zhou Yun assumed the position of alliance leader, and the alliance's atmosphere immediately reached its peak. Without hesitation, he directly registered on the cross-circle battle interface to compete for the C-rank space fragment. The registration information changed immediately. The cross-server battle chat for the C-rank space fragment battle current registration, 2, Alliance of Kings, Great Han Changxing, instantly became lively. Great Han Changxing really dares to go head-to-head. The show's starting. It's a pity there's no live stream. We can only wait for the winner. Zhou Yun paid no attention to these discussions until Jojo sent him another message. Oh? Changxing of the Great Han? After dragging it out for so long, you've finally decided? Good, let's go then. Lord Zhou Yun, come to the middle lane, let's clash! Zhou Yun only replied with one word. Okay. With an hour to go before the cross-circle battle officially began, Lin Zhan pulled up the map and explained the layout of the Orchid Rift to everyone. It was a standard 3-lane map. The top lane is a narrow, easily defensible canyon. A strong tank can block the entrance, making it difficult for even a massive army to break through. The bottom lane is a ghostly ruin, shrouded in fog with extremely poor visibility, and contains numerous neutral monsters, making it suitable for ranged kiting and trap tactics. The middle lane is the Wasteland of Bones, a wide and flat area, and also the closest route to the enemy base, destined to become the battlefield for a head-on showdown between the main forces of both sides. Cloud God, you're going to take the middle lane? Yes, I'll take the middle lane. Lin Zhan then quickly assigned roles. Mu Yu went to the top lane to defend the line. Liang Kun and Fu Yanjia went to the bottom lane, using their vision advantage to engage in guerrilla warfare. Hua Xianwen entered the jungle, using her mobility to roam and provide support. Finally, Lin Zhan added the battlefield rules. The first phase, from 0 to 10 minutes, involves area separation, with the first tower becoming invincible, and both sides focusing on farming. The second phase, from 10 to 20 minutes, involves the opening of jungle passages, the removal of the first tower's invincibility, and the contest for the first dragon. In the third phase, lasting 20 to 30 minutes, the Baron Nashor appears, and the second tower loses its invulnerability. 30 minutes later, the map is fully interconnected, the high ground loses its invulnerability, and both sides fight to the death. After explaining the rules, Lin Zhan turned his gaze to Zhou Yun. Now let's welcome God Yun to speak. Zhou Yun spoke in a deep voice. This is the first cross-circle battle for Great Han Changxing. I hope everyone will work together to achieve our first victory. Great Han Changxing will win. Great Han Changxing will win. 3 hours later, the cross-circle battle officially began. Chapter 215 I'm Invincible. Orchid Rift, Mid-Lane, Bone Wasteland. Just as Lin Zhan said, this is the most open area on the entire map, with no obstructions or cover. On the boundless wasteland, the remains of giant beasts and weathered bones were scattered. The moment Zhou Yun stepped into the battlefield, he felt a sense of oppression. It didn't come from the environment, but from the enemy. He looked up and saw a dense mass of figures gathering, at least 100, and the number was still increasing. They're serious. Zhou Yun's lips curled up slightly. He had known all along that the Pig King Alliance wouldn't really follow the rules of one-on-one duels. This was clearly a human wave tactic, an attempt to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. But behind Zhou Yun, he stood alone, a solitary figure in the middle of the wasteland, like a lone boat facing a raging storm. Yet, this was the result of his discussions with his allies. If the Alliance of Kings wants to suppress him steadily, they need to send at least 2 Grand Lords to the middle lane. This would reduce the pressure on the top lane, jungle, and bottom lane. Zhou Yun was confident that he could hold the middle lane alone, so he simply sent out all the other Grand Lords of the Great Han Changqing Alliance to maximize the combat power of the other lanes. On the public chat, the members of the King's Alliance mocked him relentlessly, laughing at his arrogance as a newly promoted lord. Some, however, saw through Zhou Yun's tactics, saying that he was using one person to hold off so many members of the King's Alliance, and even if he were instantly killed, they wouldn't be able to leave the middle lane for 30 minutes. Zhou Yun glanced at the chat window but didn't reply. It was just trash talk. Once this battle was over, they wouldn't be in the mood for further conversation. A notification sounded. Protective circle dispelled in 10 seconds. Zhou Yun took a deep breath and drew his Gale sword from his waist. The sword gleamed with a faint emerald light, and the sound of wind whistling could be faintly heard. This was the first official appearance of an SSSS-rank divine weapon. Protective circle disarmed, battle begins. As soon as the words were spoken, the people of the Alliance of Kings surged forward like a tidal wave, with hundreds of lords leading their people in a simultaneous attack. Fireballs, ice spikes, lightning, and wind blades rained down, a dazzling array of colorful skills almost covering the entire sky. But just as all the attacks were about to hit, Zhou Yun vanished. Where is he? The members of the Alliance of Kings were stunned. The next second, a sword light tore through the sky. Swift wind slash. Zhou Yun's voice was calm, as if he were simply stating something ordinary. A massive, emerald green sword aura swept across the center of the crowd. The wind howled. The scene was incredibly brutal. System notification, you have killed, first blood. System notification, you have killed, double kill. System notification, you have killed. The notification sounds flooded the screen, almost forming a continuous line. In an instant, all the ordinary lords and subjects of the Alliance of Kings vanished in a flash of white light. Mark stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. He was a Grand Lord and the Vice Leader of the Alliance of Kings, and had seen many powerful figures, but he had never seen anyone so ridiculously strong. One sword strike. A single sword strike instantly killed all the lords and subjects except for him. At the same time, the lords on the other routes also heard the system notification and then saw the kill ratio in the upper right corner, 167 to 1. Everyone was shocked. 167 to 1? It's only been half a minute. Our bot lane just started fighting, and so has the top lane. Someone even died in the jungle. So, something happened in the mid lane? Wait a minute, wasn't Yunshin the only one in the mid lane? The Great Han Changqing Alliance instantly erupted in cheers. Ha! The King's Alliance tried to gang up on Yunshin, but Yunshin wiped them all out. Cloud God is awesome. King's Alliance, speak up. The members of the King's Alliance were completely panicked. They knew very well that 168 lords had been sent to the middle lane. 167 to 1 meant only one lord was still alive in the middle. Even more terrifying was that they had also sent 2 Grand Lords to the middle lane. Now that only one remained, didn't that mean at least one Grand Lord had been killed by Zhou Yun? On the desolate wasteland, Mark was ice cold. Not only was his heart chilled, but his entire body was frozen. All the other lords were gone. He was the only one who survived, not because he was stronger, but because he reacted quickly enough to use an A-rank magic scroll, ice refrigeration. This one-time use scroll could freeze the user, putting them into an invincible state where they could not move for 5 minutes. Although he was frozen to the bone, he managed to dodge the sword's strike. But what about 5 minutes later? Mark didn't want to think about it anymore. The difference in strength was too great. That sword aura, hundreds of meters wide, had completely terrified him. Since he couldn't win, he might as well give up. Anyway, he could remain invincible for another 5 minutes. No matter how strong Zhou Yun was, what could he do to him? He even tried to stick out his tongue and make a face, but he was frozen and couldn't move at all. Just then, Zhou Yun stopped in front of him, tilting his head to examine the ice blue light shield. Invincible? Zhou Yun murmured to himself. Not bad, looks like it'll last quite a while. He slowly raised his Gale sword. Mark sneered inwardly. Arrogance. So what if you're strong? I'm invincible. Chapter 216 What happened to the promised invincibility? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Zhou Yun slashed down with his sword. Boom! The solid ice trapping Mark trembled violently, a clear crack appearing on its surface. Refrigerator remaining time, 2 minutes 17 seconds. Mark's face instantly turned deathly pale, his heart nearly stopping. Before Zhou Yun's sword struck, the skill clearly had 4 minutes and 43 seconds remaining. How could it have been halved after just one strike? Where was the promised invincibility? This is clearly a counterfeit. Before he could react, Zhou Yun's second sword had already fallen. Mark's eyes widened in fury, and he had just shouted, "No, please!" when the ice blue light shield shattered completely with a crack. Mark stood there, stunned, his eyes vacant, his lips twitching as he uttered a hell. The next moment, his vision went completely black. The entire mid-lane of the Alliance of Kings was wiped out. 2 Grand Lords, along with 166 ordinary lords, were all dead. The live score was 168-1. The chat channel of Changxing, the Great Han Dynasty, instantly erupted. Everyone knew from the battle report that Zhou Yun was responsible for this entire mid-lane annihilation. Yunshin is too strong! The entire mid-lane is wiped out! Both Grand Lords were instantly killed! Yunshin is unleashing his power! Brothers, charge! Morale was at its peak, but reality remained harsh. No matter how high the morale, it couldn't bridge the gap in raw strength between the two sides. In the ghost ruins of the lower lane, Liang Kun led his people through the ruins, only to see death notifications constantly popping up. 5 more dead! The Lord wouldn't truly die, but the deaths of his people were a real loss. In a short time, he had already lost 12 people, his entire reserve. However, the opposing forces were of higher level and greater numbers, rendering his signature long-range kiting tactics ineffective under their overwhelming pressure. Brother Kun, I'm here to help you! Fu Yanjie charged forward with his maggot beasts, hoping to create space for Liang Kun to deal damage. But a barrage of skills struck, and a large number of maggot beasts fell on the spot. That damage is too high! A small-scale team fight ended, and 17 more players from the bottom lane of Changxing were killed. In the top lane, at the narrow canyon, Muyu was in a slightly better situation. The narrow terrain limited the enemy's numerical advantage, and with the help of the healing and tanking minions, the sawtooth beasts were able to hold on for the time being. But they were only holding on. Wave after wave of enemies attacked, the frontline health bars fluctuated wildly, and a prolonged defense would inevitably lead to defeat. Hua Xianwan in the jungle was in the worst situation. Her red buff was stolen, and she lost her blue buff as well. She led her remaining subjects to hide everywhere, not daring to show their faces. The jungle lords of the King's Alliance searched the jungle like hungry wolves, killing anyone they saw. In just 1 minute, the kill score went from 168-1 to 174-42. Zhou Yun alone secured 168 kills, while his teammates combined only managed 6, at the cost of 41 lives. In the mid-lane wasteland, Zhou Yun stood before the first tower, frowning. He swung his sword, the sword energy striking the tower, only creating a wisp of illusory light. Damage 0. Indeed invincible. The system rules were clear. 10 minutes ago, the first tower was invincible. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't break the rules and could only wait. Zhou Yun glanced at the time. There were still more than 8 minutes left. In the chat channel, messages about bottom lane deaths, top lane deaths, and jungle deaths kept popping up, hurting one's eyes. His teammates were fighting desperately, but the gap in skill was too large, and their efforts were futile. Zhou Yun fell silent. For the first time, he felt this helplessness. He clearly had the strength to crush his opponents, yet he was trapped by the rules, forced to watch his teammates fall one by one. Time slowly passed, and for Dahan Changxing, every second was agonizing. The jungle was completely overrun. Hua Xianwan led the last few of her people to flee across the map, crying for help, but no one could come to their aid. The bottom lane was also getting worse. No matter how well Yang Kuan and Fu Yanjie coordinated, they couldn't withstand the enemy's relentless bombardment, and the number of their people was decreasing rapidly. "Hold on, just hold on a little longer." Yang Kuan's voice was already hoarse. The top lane was also in dire straits. The Grand Lord of the Alliance of Kings personally intervened, unleashing terrifying damage that nearly caused the defensive line to crumble. "Almost there, we can't hold on much longer." Muyu gritted her teeth. Just then, the notification sound finally rang out. 10 minutes have elapsed. The area portal is open. The first tower's invulnerability has been removed. In the middle lane, Zhou Yun suddenly looked up, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Finally! He raised the Gale sword, its blade radiating a dazzling green light. Gale Slash! A massive sword aura swept out, crashing into the King's Alliance's middle lane tower. The tower trembled, cracks spreading wildly, before collapsing with a deafening roar. The Great Han Dynasty has destroyed the mid-lane tower of the Alliance of Kings. The chat channel erupted in cheers once again. "The tower is down! The Cloud God has made his move! Destroyed in a second, that's ruthless!" Upon hearing that the mid-lane tower had been destroyed, the Jungler Lord of the Alliance of Kings, after discussing among himself and a dozen others, cautiously entered the wasteland of bones. Then they saw Zhou Yun, and the swift wind sword gleaming coldly in his hand. A second later, "Great Han Changxing has killed a member of the Alliance of Kings. Great Han Changxing has killed a member of the Alliance of Kings. Great Han Changxing has killed a member of the Alliance of Kings." Chapter 217 Charging the Crystal. The dozen or so jungle lords didn't even have a chance to react before Zhou Yun sent them back to their base. The King's Alliance command channel exploded instantly, everyone asking, "How come so many people died at once? Weren't they supposed to go to the mid lane?" After a brief silence, Alliance leader Jojo coldly ordered, "Don't touch Zhou Yun in the mid lane. Everyone, focus your efforts on suppressing the top and bottom lanes and the jungle. Before 30 minutes, reduce the number of Han Changxing's men at all costs. Once 30 minutes are up, advance from both sides and destroy their crystal before Zhou Yun can provide support. No matter how strong he is, he's only one person, and he definitely can't outrun us." The Alliance of Kings immediately understood. They had finally found a way to win. Avoiding Zhou Yun, they crushed the rest of the Han Changxing forces. As long as their advance was fast enough, Zhou Yun alone couldn't change the course of the battle. The ensuing battle became a one-sided massacre. The Alliance of Kings abandoned the middle lane, deploying their 2 Grand Lords and a large number of ordinary lords to the top and bottom lanes and the jungle. Liang Kuan and Fu Yanjie in the bottom lane were forced to retreat continuously, and could only grit their teeth and shout, "We can't hold on anymore, retreat, retreat to the tower!" The top lane defense also collapsed, and the enemy charged directly in. Everyone was filled with resentment, but they were powerless to stop them. Hua Xianwan and others in the jungle were in a similarly miserable state. Dozens of people were suppressed and beaten by a few strong opponents, and they could only watch helplessly as their jungle was gradually lost. Immediately afterwards, the Alliance of Kings began contesting the dragon. The jungler of Changxing tried his best to stop them, but the difference in strength was too great, and the Alliance of Kings ultimately secured the dragon. The Alliance of Kings has killed the dragon. All members of the Alliance of Kings gain a 20% increase in strength. With the dragon buff, the Alliance of Kings offensive became even more ferocious, and Changxing's top and bottom lane towers fell one after another. 20 minutes later, the second tower's invulnerability expired. Zhou Yun, in the mid lane, unleashed a sword strike, and the King's Alliance's mid-lane second tower collapsed with a deafening roar. The Great Han Dynasty has destroyed the King's Alliance's mid-lane second tower. Cheers erupted in the Great Han Dynasty channel. "The second tower is down too. Yunshin is too strong. The King's Alliance only dares to bully us. They don't even dare to look at the mid lane. Hold on. As long as Yunshin is still here, we have hope." But this excitement was immediately shattered by a system notification. "The Alliance of Kings has slain the dragon. All members gain plus 20% to all attributes." With the dragon secured, the alliance of kings' power surged once more. The top lane's second tower fell, then the bottom lane's second tower, and the jungle was completely overrun. The jungler of Changxing was forced to retreat to their base, where he and his teammates desperately defended their high ground. They were forced to the front of the high ground on both the top and bottom lanes, with the siege towers and crystals behind them, leaving them with nowhere to retreat. Liang Kun shouted in the channel. "Hold on a little longer! Hold on until 30 minutes, and Yunshin will be able to come and support us." This was the only thing keeping them going. But the Alliance of Kings gave them no chance to breathe, launching wave after wave of fierce attacks. Even with their backs to the defensive towers, the lords of Changxing, the great Han dynasty, continued to fall. Time flew by. 25 minutes, 26 minutes, 27 minutes, 29 minutes. 30 minutes were almost up, but only despair remained in the channel. Someone asked tremblingly, "How many of us are left?" The system panel presented a cold answer. The great Han Changxing had 86 men remaining, while the Alliance of Kings had 2545. Both sides started with 3,000 men. Now, the great Han Changxing had 2914 dead, while the Alliance of Kings had only 455. Of the 455 Alliance members who died, 168 were killed by Zhou Yun within the first half-minute of the game. Excluding Zhou Yun, the rest of the great Han Changxing forces combined only killed 287 enemies, but at the cost of 2,914 lives. This was the cruel and insurmountable gap in strength. "I'm sorry, God Yun. We were too useless, we dragged you down." Apologies kept flooding in, and the people of Great Han Changxing were utterly desperate. 86 against 2545, how can this be fought? Even if Zhou Yun is strong, so what? The opposing team still has 2 Grand Lords. No one believes he can turn the tide alone. In the mid lane, Zhou Yun looked at the apology on the public chat but didn't reply. Saying anything now was useless. He just stared at the time in the upper right corner, 30 minutes and 0 seconds. 30 minutes have elapsed. All map portals are now open. High ground tower invulnerability has been removed. Zhou Yun closed the chat window and gripped his Gale's sword tightly. "My turn." The system notification popped up exactly 30 minutes later, and the Alliance of Kings immediately launched a full-scale attack. "Charge! Advance from both sides! No one defending, all attack! Zhou Yun is alone. Destroy the crystal before he arrives!" Thousands of lords surged towards the great Han Changxing highlands like a tidal wave. The top and bottom lane high ground towers collapsed almost simultaneously. The Alliance of Kings has destroyed the great Han Changxing's top lane high ground tower. The Alliance of Kings has destroyed the great Han Changxing's bottom lane high ground tower. Deafening cheers erupted in the Alliance of Kings channel. "The high ground is breached! Charge the crystal! Victory is within reach!" Chapter 218 He's alone. The great Han Changxing's fortified tower and the crystal were close at hand. The vanguard of the Alliance of Kings charged excitedly, about to reach the crystal. But at that moment, a figure wielding a sword blocked their path. Backlit, his face obscured, his towering figure pressed down like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. The vanguard of the Alliance of Kings abruptly stopped, and someone exclaimed in surprise, "Zhou Yun? How did he get here so fast?" Zhou Yun ignored them, and with his back to the remaining 86 members of the great Han Changxing, he calmly said, "You have done very well." The survivors' eyes instantly reddened. Zhou Yun looked at the densely packed enemy troops ahead, his tones still gentle. "Leave the rest to me." Facing a massive, dark army of thousands, he slowly raised his Gale's sword. Emerald light shot into the sky, accompanied by howling winds, seemingly changing the very color of the world. Whirlwind slash! A colossal sword aura erupted across the battlefield, like an emerald crescent moon descending from the heavens, hurtling straight towards the vanguard of the Alliance of Kings. "Dodge! There's no way to dodge!" The terrified screams had barely begun when the sword energy swept across the area. The 300-plus people at the forefront vanished without a chance to react. The air fell silent instantly. The survivors of the great Han Changxing stared blankly ahead, their minds utterly empty. One sword strike, and over 300 people were wiped out. Fear quickly spread throughout the Alliance of Kings. Everyone's legs stiffened, and no one dared to take another step forward. At that moment, Jojo rushed from behind to the front, his face ashen as he roared. "What are you all standing there for? That must be his powerful attack. The greater the power, the longer the cooldown. He's only one person, but we have over 2,000 of us. If we all attack together, he absolutely can't stop us." These words calmed everyone down a bit. Yes, that sword strike just now must have been a finishing move, and it's definitely still on cooldown. 2,000 men against one man. Even if they just stood there and let Zhou Yun hack and slash, they could wear him down. Charge! Charge! The members of the Alliance of Kings gritted their teeth and surged towards Zhou Yun once more. The 86 men of Changxing were on tenterhooks, worried that Zhou Yun's ultimate attack hadn't fully recovered. However, Zhou Yun remained calm, not even glancing at the charging enemies, and simply raised his sword again. The cooldown of Gale's slash was only 10 seconds. Their hesitation was more than enough time. The next second, a second massive sword aura exploded within the crowd. Boom! A emerald light swept across, and swathes of figures vanished, while over 400 white beams of teleportation from the dead shot into the sky. Over 400 people, and another sword strike. Run! Someone broke down first, a piercing scream like a switch being flipped. The members of the King's Alliance scattered instantly, some running towards the top lane, some diving into the jungle, and some sprinting towards the bottom lane. The once mighty army of over 2,000 was utterly routed in the blink of an eye. No one listened to Jojo's orders anymore, and no one even considered destroying the crystal. Only one word remained in their minds: run. The first sword strike could be somewhat explained as a chance-triggered ultimate move, but how did they explain the second? Staying meant certain death at Zhou Yun's hands? A lord could be resurrected, but a subject's death was truly permanent. To squander their hard-earned wealth for a mere C-rank space fragment was simply not worth it. The 86 survivors of Changxing, the Great Han Dynasty, were dumbfounded. The enemy had just escaped? More than 2,000 people all gone? Liang Kun rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it. "I didn't see wrong, did I?" "No, you did." Fu Yanjie's voice was trembling. "They really escaped." Hua Xianwan looked at Zhou Yun and murmured, "Yunshin is too strong." All eyes were on Zhou Yun. He sheathed his sword, his expression calm as if he had just done something insignificant. To Zhou Yun now, the lords of the Alliance of Kings were far too weak. Even if he won, it wouldn't give him the slightest sense of accomplishment. Mu Yu strode over, his expression grave. "Yunshin, what do we do next? There are too many of them, and they've all hidden themselves. If we chase them one by one, what if they launch a surprise attack? We still won't be able to defend the crystal." Everyone nodded silently. This was indeed a difficult problem. Although the Alliance of Kings had collapsed, they still held an overwhelming numerical advantage. Once Zhou Yun left the crystal, the remaining 86 men simply couldn't hold the position. But if Zhou Yun remained stationed in front of the crystal, they could only passively wait. The enemy could slowly recover their morale and reorganize their attack. Chapter 219. What is that? Cloud God, what do we do now? Mu Yu's words made everyone tense. The people of the King's Alliance had scattered and fled to various parts of the map. If they pursued them, the crystal might fall. If they didn't pursue them, they would only be dragged down by them. Either way, it seemed like a dead end. Zhou Yun just smiled and said, "Don't worry." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to activate the summoning of the people. A burst of blazing light exploded before the crystal, and giants, each 10 meters tall and composed of magma and flame, stepped out, instantly turning the ground beneath their feet crimson. A-rank people, flame giants. Immediately afterward, the boulders coalesced into a group of 5-meter-tall rock golems. Their bodies were covered in cracks and moss, their forms as thick and heavy as city walls. A-rank citizens, rock golems. A third beam of light appeared, and a group of water spirit nagas wielding tridents emerged. They had human bodies and snake tails, cold eyes, and exuded a dangerous aura. A-rank citizens, water spirit nagas. Finally, hundreds of black shadows soared into the sky, their enormous wings blotting out the sun, each flap creating a violent gust of wind. A-rank citizens, wind-riding divine eagles. In a short time, hundreds of A-rank citizens crowded the high ground. The 86 survivors of Changxing were completely dumbfounded. Liang Kun stared, mouth agape, before finally managing to utter, "These are all A-rank monsters?" Fu Yanjie's voice trembled. "This is too outrageous." They thought they knew Zhou Yun's strength enough. After all, they had just fought side by side. But only now did they realize that Zhou Yun's foundation far exceeded their imagination. The flame giant burned the earth, the rock golem was indestructible, the water spirit naga exuded murderous intent, and the gale-riding eagle's whirlwind made it almost impossible for them to stand. Was this really a rookie lord from their generation? The difference in their styles was simply unbelievable. Ignoring the crowd's shock, Zhou Yun directly ordered, "Flame, rock, guard the crystal!" Rumble! The flame giant and the rock golem turned around simultaneously, forming an impenetrable defensive line before the crystal. Anyone wishing to approach the crystal had to cross them first. "Water spirit, wind chaser, hunt down the lords of the Alliance of Kings! Leave no one alive!" The water spirit naga let out a sharp screech and surged towards all directions of the battlefield. The wind-riding divine eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky, transforming into a black shadow that filled the sky, chasing after the enemy in all directions. Seeing this, the people of Changxing of the Great Han Dynasty were completely relieved. With these top-tier citizens guarding the area, the crystal was as stable as Mount Tai, and even if the Alliance of Kings returned to fight, they would only be throwing their lives away. Liang Kun swallowed hard. "Cloud God, how many more trump cards are you hiding?" Zhou Yun smiled without saying a word, then turned and walked towards the Alliance of Kings base. "Let's go, let's take down their lair." Meanwhile, the lords of the Alliance of Kings had already scattered and fled. Some hid in the bushes, some concealed themselves in the ruins, and others ran all the way to the edge of the map. Finding that Zhou Yun wasn't pursuing them, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness we're safe." At that moment, Jojo's voice rang out in the faction channel. "Don't panic! Zhou Yun's attacks are so powerful, there must be a price to pay. He's either too slow or his defense is weak, he might even die from a single hit, which is why he doesn't dare to chase after us." This analysis rekindled everyone's hope. Jojo continued, "We still have over 1,000 people, while they only have 80-odd left. Let's patiently wait for him to show an opening, then charge in together, and victory will still be ours." Everyone nodded, preparing to continue hiding, when a sharp cry suddenly came from the sky. "Screech!" Someone instinctively looked up, their face instantly turning deathly pale. What is that?" Countless enormous black shadows approached from the sky, their wingspans exceeding 10 meters, their dark blue wings obscuring the light, their chilling killing intent locking onto the ground. "It's an A-rank monster, the wind-riding divine eagle. How can there be so many?" Jojo's expression changed slightly, but he immediately tried to remain calm. "Don't panic! This must be an undiscovered wild boss. Everyone don't move. As long as we don't disturb them, they will fly over." Everyone immediately held their breath and hid in place, not daring to move. But the wind-riding divine eagles didn't leave. They circled once in the sky, then folded their wings and swooped down directly towards the location of the Alliance of Kings Lords. "Not good! They're coming for us! Run!" Chapter 220. Hold on a little longer. Screams, wails, and system notifications mingled together as the wind-riding divine eagle's talons tore through defenses and its beak shattered skulls. Civilians were torn to shreds one after another, and lords turned into white light, teleported back to their strongholds. Jojo's eyes widened in disbelief. So far away, how could a wild boss possibly attack a player on its own? The next second, his face turned deathly pale. Unless these weren't wild bosses at all, but rather the people of Changxing, the capital of the Han Dynasty, or even Zhou Yun's subjects. Before he could finish speaking, a wind-riding divine eagle swooped down in front of him. Jojo desperately dodged, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. But his subjects couldn't dodge. A dozen white lights instantly rose, and they were all killed. My argument! Jojo's heart ached terribly, but he dared not linger and could only desperately flee towards the base. The base still had the Fang Tower, his last resort. Zhou Yun, you just wait! At the same time, the same tragedy was unfolding across the map. The wind-riding divine eagle descended from the sky, and the water spirit Naga emerged from the shadows. One by one, the hidden lords of the Alliance of Kings were found and mercilessly killed. System notifications kept ringing out, and the kill count jumped wildly: 1100, 1200, 1300, 1400. The number of members of the Alliance of Kings was decreasing at a visible speed. Just then, someone shouted, "Run to the river! The river is surrounded by cliffs. The divine eagle can't maneuver freely." Grasping at a straw, everyone immediately sprinted towards the river. The canyon was narrow, and the divine eagle's wingspan was too large to fly freely. If they could get into the river, they might escape the aerial pursuit. "Run! Almost there! Hang in there!" The remaining lords of the Alliance of Kings pushed forward with all their might, the wind whistling behind them, and the screams of their companions echoing in their ears. Finally, the entrance to the river appeared before them. "We're here! Charge in!" The lords at the front were overjoyed and about to step into the river when they suddenly stopped. The sight before them froze everyone's blood. The river was teeming with monsters, snake-tailed and humanoid, wielding tridents, their eyes icy cold. Water spirit Naga! At least 100 of them. "No way!" The leader's voice trembled. "It can't be again!" Before the words were even finished, the leading water spirit Naga let out a piercing screech. The next moment, the river surged wildly, and towering waves rose from behind the Naga, crashing down upon the group. "No!" The screams were instantly swallowed by the waves. The lords at the very front didn't even have a chance to resist. They were instantly reduced to white light. Those behind tried to turn and escape, only to find the canyon entrance sealed off by the wind-riding divine eagles. Towering waves loomed ahead, while the eagles circled behind. There was no way to escape, no way to hide. This was true despair. Someone collapsed to the ground, despair filling their eyes. "It's over, all over." Just then, two figures burst out of the crowd, Jojo and Nikita, the vice leader of the Alliance of Kings, the only two remaining Grand Lords. "Make way!" Jojo roared, unleashing an astonishing aura. He knew this was their last chance. If they couldn't fight their way out, the Alliance of Kings would be annihilated. "Charge with me!" Jojo and Nikita, leading the remaining inhabitants, desperately charged towards the horde of Naga. Jojo's main force was a berserker-class Agaman, whose giant fist slammed into the leading Naga. Nikita's Barachman, skilled in archery, provided continuous support from a distance. One at close range, the other at long range, their coordinated attack was fierce. But they were facing 152 A-rank water spirit Naga. The lead Naga simply swung its trident, deflecting the attacks of Agaman and Balachman. Then, the remaining Naga swarmed forward, their tridents flashing and weaving a web of death. The front row Agamen were instantly pierced with over a dozen wounds. "No!" Jojo's eyes were bloodshot. He tried to retreat, to dodge, to retaliate, but it was too late. A giant wave crashed down from the side, engulfing him completely. Boom! Two beams of white light, thicker than the others, shot into the sky. Jojo was dead. Nikita was dead. The last two great lords of the Alliance of Kings were thus submerged in a sea of water spirit Nagas. The disparity in strength was too great. Before 152 A-rank water spirit Nagas, any struggle was futile. With the deaths of the two great lords, the last vestiges of morale in the Alliance of Kings completely collapsed. But the wind-riding divine eagle and the water spirit Naga didn't care if they were in despair. Zhou Yun's order was singular: leave no one alive. So the slaughter continued, one white light after another rising. Only when the last lord of the Alliance of Kings was killed did the battlefield finally return to calm. The Alliance of Kings base was now deserted. The two tusk towers stood alone, unguarded. Zhou Yun and his men had destroyed the towers with 2 sword strikes, leaving the final task of destroying the crystal to the others. This victory belonged to everyone. 3 minutes later, with a crisp cracking sound, the King's Alliance crystal shattered into pieces. Great Han Changxing destroyed the King's Alliance crystal. Cross-circle battle ended. Great Han Changxing wins. Great Han Changxing obtains a C-rank space fragment. Chapter 221 The Cloud God's Grandeur. Golden system notifications popped up one after another, filling everyone's screens, and the chat channel of Changxing, the Great Han Dynasty, instantly erupted in thunderous cheers. We won! Long live the Cloud God! We are the victors! Everyone was ecstatic. 30 minutes before the battle started, they thought it would be a fierce battle, and they might even lose. But with Zhou Yun's liberation, the situation completely reversed. The four great lords, unable to defeat him in a 4-on-1 battle, became a laughingstock. Meanwhile, the chat channel of the Alliance of Kings fell silent. They had lost, and lost utterly. All four great lords were dead, and 3,000 lords were wiped out. This was not a battle, but a massacre. The cross-circle battle ended, and the battle results immediately popped up on the interface. Cross-circle battle. C-rank space fragment scramble. Battle report, participating sides. Great Han Changxing vs Alliance of Kings. Final result. Great Han Changxing wins. Great Han Changxing deaths. 2,914. Alliance of Kings deaths. 3,000. Total annihilation. MVP. Zhou Yun. Individual kills. 2,847. The battle report caused an uproar on the cross-server battle interface. 2,847? One person killed 2,847 people? 95% of the King's Alliance members were killed by Zhou Yun alone? Is he even human? He's clearly a monster! Before the competition, the King's Alliance was recognized as the #1 alliance in this tier, with 4 Grand Lords in charge, and almost no one dared to compete with them for the sea-level space fragment. But the Han Changxing not only robbed them, but won decisively, wiping out all 3,000 men, and none of the 4 great lords escaped. This was no ordinary upset, but a nuclear-level shock. I'll remember the name Zhou Yun. From now on, I'll have to go around the Han Changxing. Unbeatable. One person killed 2,847 people. He's not human, he's a god. In the past, members of the Alliance of Kings would have jumped out to clamor and refute them long ago, but this time, the public chat was flooded with messages, yet not a single one came from the Alliance of Kings. They had lost so badly that they couldn't even lift their heads. On the other hand, in the Great Han Changxing, only one uniform message remained in the channel. Cloud God is awesome! The battle is over, and now it's time to claim the rewards. The C-rank space fragment belongs to the entire Great Han Changxing. C-rank space fragment, area 5 million square meters, mineral veins, black iron or X3, mithril or X2, starstone or X1, spirit herb fields, spirit gathering grassland X1, 100 flower valley X1, monster habitat, cloud wing flying beast colony X1. Everyone stared in disbelief. Mineral veins, fields of spirit herbs, and a whole colony of cloud-winged flying beasts. This time, they were truly about to take off. Flying monsters were already a scarce resource. With flying mounts, exploration, combat, and transportation would be infinitely more convenient. With proper nurturing, perhaps every member of the Great Han Dynasty's Changxing clan could one day own their own little airplane. Cloud God, how should these resources be allocated? The channel immediately fell silent as everyone waited for Zhou Yun's decision. After all, Zhou Yun had almost single-handedly won this battle, and as the alliance leader, the allocation of resources should have been his decision. But Zhou Yun only replied with 2 words. Share. The space fragments belong to the Great Han Dynasty, not to me alone. All resources are shared by the entire alliance. Mineral veins will be mined in rotation. Spirit herb fields will be allocated as needed, and small aircraft will be prioritized for frontline combat personnel. The specific plan will be drafted by Lord Lin Zhan. The chat channel was silent for a moment, then messages flooded in. Cloud God is so magnanimous. Cloud God's vision is truly grand. Lin Zhan immediately pledged to uphold justice and make the most reasonable allocation. Zhou Yun, however, calmly said, We are all lords of the Great Han Kingdom, and we should help each other. No matter how strong I am, I cannot be perfect in every aspect. Only when the Great Han prospers and becomes strong can I become stronger. These words deeply moved everyone. This was their leader, this was the god of clouds. Not only is his strength exceptional, but his vision is also astonishingly grand. With such a person, how could the Great Han not prosper? Meanwhile, on Earth, in South Korea, the atmosphere inside the Blue House was extremely tense. Minister, how is the situation outside? Not good. Foreign Minister Kim Jae-hoon's face was grim. The people have started to protest. They are accusing us of incompetence, of failing to obtain technical support from the Great Han. After Japan acknowledged its history, public opinion within the Great Han Empire shifted. Japan, brazenly requesting to be its brewer, received written technical support, and even some unrelated small countries received verbal promises. Only South Korea, as a neighbor of the Great Han Empire, has yet to receive any commitment. The reason is simple: they simply cannot meet the conditions set by the Great Han Empire. Chapter 222 Impersonation? Should the powerful figure who controlled the purple behemoth personally apologize? But that person completely disappeared after entering the spatial rift in the Thunder World. He's nowhere to be found, either alive nor dead. Where in South Korea can they even begin to look for him? But public sentiment is growing increasingly agitated, and if no explanation is given soon, the situation could spiral out of control at any moment. Kim Jae-hoon said in a deep voice, "If we can't find the person, what else can we do? Are we supposed to conjure someone up out of thin air?" The meeting room fell into a deathly silence. But those words struck everyone's minds like a bolt of lightning. An elderly man with gray hair suddenly spoke up. "Why can't you conjure up a person?" Everyone looked at him. This man was none other than the Minister of Defense of South Korea. "Since we can't find the real strongman, let's find someone to impersonate him and go to the Great Han Kingdom to apologize." The moment the words were spoken, the conference room erupted in chaos. Impersonating someone? How could that possibly fool anyone? If the Great Han Kingdom finds out, who will bear the consequences? The defense minister raised his hand to silence the crowd, his voice low and somber. "I know the risks are great, but do we have any other choice? The person has disappeared, but people are still protesting, and public opinion continues to grow. If no explanation is provided soon, the government's credibility will completely collapse." Everyone fell silent, because it was the truth. Someone hesitated and asked, "But how exactly do we do it?" The Minister of Defense said, "Find a lord to impersonate that powerful figure and send him to the Great Han Kingdom with a similar monster to apologize. As long as it looks convincing enough, the Great Han Kingdom may not investigate further. All they want is an attitude and face." Kim Jae-hoon frowned. "What if we get caught?" "So we need to find the best actors and make thorough preparations." The Minister of Defense interrupted him directly. "As long as the Great Han Kingdom doesn't investigate, this matter can be forgotten." After a long silence, the old man sitting in the main seat finally spoke, his voice full of weariness. "That's the plan. Select candidates immediately and make arrangements as soon as possible. Since South Korea has decided to take this risk, its actions are naturally swift." After a round of screening, they identified a High Lord. He had a B-rank monster under his command, a golden-maned hound. This monster was enormous, with thick limbs and a golden mane covering its entire body. Its appearance did indeed bear some resemblance to the purple behemoth in the video. They are similar in size and outline, the only difference being their color. The golden-maned hound is gold, while the true, mysterious behemoth is purple. But this didn't stump the research team from South Korea. They worked through the night to develop a special coating that was vibrant and long-lasting, harmless to monsters, and so realistic that it was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Soon, the originally golden-maned fierce dog was forcibly dyed into a giant, purple beast. From a distance, they do look quite similar, about 7 or 8 points. The official in charge of the matter looked at the purple behemoth before him and nodded in satisfaction. "This is it." 3 days later, South Korea held a global live-streamed press conference. Countless cameras were pointed at the podium. The whole world awaited their explanation. The host cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Now please welcome this mysterious and powerful figure to the stage." A man in a black cloak slowly walked onto the platform, followed by the enormous, purple beast. The giant beast glowed with purple light, and its limbs were thick and powerful. At first glance, it was indeed very intimidating. A gasp of amazement erupted from the crowd, and journalists from various countries frantically pressed their shutters. That's the legendary purple behemoth? It does look very strong. South Korea has finally admitted it. On the platform, the cloaked figure removed his hood, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. He bowed deeply and addressed the global cameras. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kim Jae-yoon, and I am the lord who controls the purple behemoth. I am standing here today to apologize to everyone. I admit that I attacked the Japanese military base. The previous news about the lords of the Great Han Kingdom seizing the Thunder Mother Pillar and the Thunder Heavenly Pearl was all slander and a misunderstanding caused by public opinion manipulation. The relationship between Korea and the Han Dynasty has always been strong, and we have always been friendly to the Han Dynasty. We hope that the misunderstanding can be cleared up. I apologize again to everyone. After he finished speaking, he bowed again, his posture extremely sincere. The purple behemoth, behind them, also lowered its head and pretended to be docile. The press conference went exceptionally smoothly. Kim Jae-yoon answered a few perfunctory questions and then left the stage amidst applause. Officials in South Korea finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's done! The news quickly spread around the world, and most countries expressed their understanding. Admitting your mistakes sooner will save everyone trouble. The Koreans are doing this wisely. Securing technical support from the Han Dynasty is the most important thing. However, there is one country that completely rejects this outcome. The land of cherry blossoms. When Japanese officials finished watching the press conference, their faces turned ashen. They admitted it? Admit that the owner of the purple behemoth is from South Korea? An official slammed his fist on the table and shouted angrily. That makes things easier. Since they admit that it was the Koreans who destroyed the Mount Fuji base, how should we settle this score? Compensation. They must pay compensation. Chapter 223 Outpost Level 9. Japan immediately sent a diplomatic note to South Korea, using strong language, demanding that South Korea be held responsible for all losses caused by Kim Jae-yoon's attack on the military base. The note was accompanied by a long list of compensation, including base reconstruction, casualties, equipment losses, and even compensation for emotional distress, totaling an astronomical figure. When South Korea saw the list, their faces turned extremely grim, but they had no other choice. Kim Jae-hoon sighed. Let's offer compensation. Between two evils, choose the lesser. Compared to this money, the real crisis that threatens the foundation of the nation is the inability to obtain the technological support of the Great Han Kingdom, the spring breeze wine, and the removal of the erosion caused by the disaster. As a result, South Korea completely changed its tune and accepted all of Japan's claims. We admit it all, we'll pay. In this farce, the reaction of the Great Han Kingdom was particularly interesting. After watching the South Korean press conference, the officials were first puzzled, then astonished, and finally couldn't help but laugh. They hired someone to impersonate the Lord and even painted the monsters purple? Laughter filled the conference room, because everyone knew who was truly controlling the purple behemoth. Zhou Yun, the youngest Grand Lord of the Great Han Kingdom, is a national hero with unlimited merit and privileges. That so-called purple behemoth was clearly lazy, an S-rank void thunder-devouring beast under Zhou Yun's command. Someone pointed at the counterfeit on the screen and laughed so hard they couldn't stand up straight. It looks a bit like it, but its presence is completely different. I can feel Lazy's aura even through the screen. This B-rank golden maned hound is painted purple. Does it think it can get away with this? After the laughter subsided, someone asked, Should we expose them? The meeting room fell silent. Everyone gave the same answer. Need not. An official waved his hand. The Koreans admitted it themselves and even pushed someone out to take the blame. This just clears Zhou Yun of suspicion, and if anyone brings this up again, it will have nothing to do with the Great Han Kingdom. Everyone nodded in agreement. Since the Korean peninsula was willing to take the blame for Zhou Yun, the Han Kingdom was naturally happy to have some peace and quiet. Zhou Yun's identity remained hidden, and the Great Han Kingdom was spared any responsibility. The only country kept in the dark was the Sakura Kingdom, which received compensation. The official presiding over the meeting slammed his hand on the table. This matter ends here. Inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that we can give South Korea a verbal commitment now. They're being so sincere, we can't make things too difficult for them. Laughter erupted again in the meeting room. Just as Zhou Yun returned to his territory after the cross-circle battle ended, a system notification suddenly popped up. He completed a large number of construction projects, including residences, mines, farmland, stone walls, magic towers, hospitals, banks, libraries, and other facilities, all of which met the required standards. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 9. Town Hall Blueprint, Formation Hub Blueprint, Auction House Blueprint, and Grand Theater Blueprint have been unlocked. Your Lord's space has been expanded. Zhou Yun's eyes lit up. Level 9. Only one step remains to reach the level 10 town stage. At the same time, the chat channel of Dahan Changxing was in complete chaos. Look at the Lord rankings. Cloud God has leveled up. Level 9. The Cloud God is already level 9. It's only been a short time, but the difference is already huge. The Cloud God is not some great god, he is a true god. The crowd's excitement stemmed not only from Zhou Yun's upgrade but also from the resource allocation of the C-tier space fragments. When will the small planes be launched? Ore and spirit herbs are both good things. Lin Zhan quickly responded in the channel. Don't rush, resource allocation requires specific rules. Some members of the Alliance participated in the war, and some did not, and their contributions were different. To achieve a fair distribution, it will take at least 3 to 5 days. Although everyone was disappointed, they understood this principle. Then, Lin Zhan added another sentence. But one thing is certain, everyone who is a member of the Great Han Changxing will receive a share. The channel instantly went wild. Everyone gets a share. Alliance leader Lin Zhan is mighty. The Cloud God is mighty. May the Great Han dynasty prosper forever. With those words, everyone felt at ease. As for the specific amount we'll receive, we'll have to wait for further notice. Some impatient lords couldn't sit still any longer. They felt it was too much to keep such a joyous occasion to themselves. So they all logged off and hurriedly returned to Earth. Earth, all parts of the Great Han Kingdom. Mom! Dad! I'm home! A young lord rushed into his house, his excitement impossible to hide. Chapter 224 Top Trending Search. What's wrong? The mother peeked out from the kitchen, looking at her son's flustered appearance, and couldn't help but ask. What happened? Great news! This is fantastic news! The young man rushed over and hugged his mother, so excited that he was incoherent. Mom, we won! Great Han Changxing won the cross-circle battle, defeated 4 great lords, and even obtained a sea-level space fragment. I'll soon have a C-rank monster, the kind that can fly, called Little Airplane. His mother was so dizzy from being shaken that she didn't understand what he was saying, but seeing how happy her son was, she smiled and nodded. Good, it's good that you won. Mom, you don't understand, this time it's really different. The young man immediately took out his phone and typed quickly on his WeChat moments. We defeated 4 great lords and obtained a C-rank space fragment. I'm about to take off. I'll never be ordinary again. After posting it on his WeChat moments, he copied the content to his family group chat. Mom and Dad, Grandpa and Grandma, uncles and aunts, I've made something of myself. Immediately afterwards, another message appeared in the classmates group chat. Teachers and classmates, do you still remember that poor student who always had the worst grades? Now I've made it big. Such scenes occurred almost simultaneously throughout the Han dynasty. The lords of Changxing in the Great Han dynasty seemed to have planned it all out, frantically posting on various social media platforms, eager to let everyone know about their victory. Soon, the media was also alerted. A single Grand Lord led a team that actually defeated 4 Grand Lords. Such a cross-realm feat is rare enough, not to mention that they also seized a C-rank space fragment. Reporters immediately rushed to interview members of Han Changxing. How did you manage to win? The opposing team had 4 Grand Lords, while you only had 1. Facing the camera, these lords were all beaming with pride. How did we win? Because we had the Cloud God. What are 4 great lords compared to Cloud God? They're all nobodies. Do you know how many people Yunshin killed? 2,847. The opposing side only had 3,000 people in total, and Yunshin almost wiped them all out by himself. The reporters were stunned. One person killed 2,847 people. That number is simply ridiculous. But when they learned that the Cloud God everyone was talking about was Zhou Yun, the youngest Grand Lord of the Great Han Kingdom, all their doubts immediately vanished. This is absolutely breaking news. 1 man against 4 heroes, Zhou Yun creates a legend in cross-circle battles. 2,847 kills. Zhou Yun breaks the record for solo kills in cross-circle battles. A crushing victory. Changxing of the Great Han Dynasty single-handedly seized a sea-level space fragment. As the report continued to spread, Zhou Yun's past experiences were also fully unearthed. He was the 26th new king of the Great Han Kingdom, the youngest Grand Lord in history, and a national hero with unlimited merit and privileges. Furthermore, rumors suggest that the brewing territory behind the Spring Breeze wine, which is currently influencing international affairs, seems to be inextricably linked to Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun? You mean that Zhou Yun? Spring Breeze is his too? His reputation as a national hero is truly well-deserved. For a time, Zhou Yun was the talk of the nation. Articles of all kinds flooded the internet, with Zhou Yun's legendary life, from a rising star to a national hero, repeatedly making headlines. The name, Zhou Yun, immediately topped the trending searches. In just a few hours, the related topic garnered over 100 million views, and the comments section was filled with shock and admiration. That's incredible! This is a true master! Zhou Yun, my God! From now on, if anyone says the Great Lord isn't powerful, I'll show them Zhou Yun's achievements. With such high public interest, the media certainly wouldn't let the parties involved off the hook. They quickly found the lords of Changxing in the Great Han Dynasty, and these men were happy to share in the spoils. After all, this was the most glorious battle of their lives. A lord was surrounded by reporters, speaking animatedly. At the start of this battle, those guys from the Alliance of Kings were really arrogant. They even deliberately called out to Cloud God, telling him to go to the middle lane. Yunshin agreed on the spot and went to fight alone. But the Alliance of Kings had laid an ambush, with 2 Grand Lords and nearly 200 elite lords positioned in the middle. We had no idea beforehand. If it were someone else, they would have definitely been killed by their scheme. But who is the Cloud God? What use are their numbers? At this point, he proudly raised one finger. In less than half a minute, the entire mid-lane was wiped out. Not a single one escaped. The reporters stared wide-eyed. More than 100 people wiped out in half a minute? Yes, when we heard the battle report, we were completely stunned. The reporter quickly followed up with, "And then what happened?" The Lord's excitement gradually faded, replaced by a complex expression. Later came our darkest hour. Under the restrictions of the rules, before the mid-lane was liberated, Cloud God couldn't support us. The Alliance of Kings took the opportunity to suppress us, and the top and bottom lanes were completely suppressed, and the jungle was also completely lost. We were being rubbed into the ground like we were being tortured, and all we could do was desperately hold on until the 30 minutes were over. During that time, every second felt like an eternity. The reporter immediately asked, "And what happens after 30 minutes?" The Lord's eyes lit up instantly. The Cloud God arrived just 30 minutes later. Chapter 225. Is this a coincidence? His voice trembled slightly, clearly recalling the desperate situation he faced in that cross-circle battle. Knowing they couldn't afford to delay, the Alliance of Kings pressed the Han Dynasty's Changxing relentlessly, even publicly destroying the high ground tower and heading straight for the crystal. Thousands of people charged in like a dark mass, and the Lord's heart sank, thinking that the battle was completely over. Just as the crystal was about to be destroyed, Zhou Yun appeared. Without warning, he stood before the crystal and raised his hand to strike with his sword. That sword strike swept across the heavens and earth, higher than the city wall, and instantly swept past the charging enemy troops. Hundreds of the king's allied people turned into white light, leaving not a single one behind. The reporters gasped in horror. The sight of a single sword killing hundreds was simply unimaginable. The lord stood up excitedly, saying that in all his years he had lived, he had never seen such a terrifying battle. The best is yet to come. The members of the Alliance of Kings were terrified by the sword strike and tried to flee, but Zhou Yun gave them no chance. He summoned hundreds of A-rank monsters, with the wind-riding divine eagle blocking the sky and the water spirit naga blocking the river. Flame giants and rock golems guarded the crystal, and powerful monsters roamed the mountains and plains. No matter where the members of the Alliance of Kings ran, they would only find themselves in a dead end. In the end, all 3,000 enemy soldiers were killed. Zhou Yun then led the great Han Chengxing to sweep through the enemy lines, destroying the King's Alliance crystal and capturing the C-rank space fragment. After the interview, the report quickly spread across major media outlets, and Zhou Yun's name once again became a trending topic. He single-handedly reversed the tide of battle, annihilating hundreds of enemies with a single sword strike, and then summoned hundreds of A-rank monsters to surround and kill a powerful foe. Such a record has thrilled countless netizens. Unlike the celebrations of the Han dynasty's prosperity, the lords of the Alliance of Kings were plunged into a nightmare. They returned to Earth hoping to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the Lord's Circle and relax for a while. They suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. The 4 great lords were all wiped out, and all 3,000 of their subjects were lost, with almost all of their accumulated wealth gone. They had been boasting before the war, claiming that with the 4 great lords joining forces, the sea-level space fragment would be easily obtained. Now that the news has spread, all the boasting has become the loudest slap in the face. John had just returned home when his neighbors surrounded him, asking about his battle results. Faced with everyone's expectations, his face stiffened, and he could only manage to utter 2 words with difficulty. We lost. The neighbors simply couldn't believe that 4 great lords working together could possibly lose. John's face grew even uglier, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "It's not just a loss, it's a total annihilation, not a single one survived." Some people pressed for details, asking just what kind of monster their opponent was. John felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled the scenes from the battlefield. A monster? That guy is more than just a monster. He can kill hundreds of people in an instant by himself. With one sword strike, hundreds of people are gone. He also has hundreds of A-rank magical creatures under his command, including wind-riding divine eagles and water spirit nagas. They're everywhere. Wherever we run, it's a dead end. Tell me, how are we supposed to fight? Don't even mention 4 great lords, even 40 of them wouldn't be enough to stand against him. He can instantly kill hundreds of lords with a single sword strike and summon hundreds of A-rank monsters at will. These reports immediately attracted the attention of governments around the world. Especially in the United States, in the White House Intelligence Analysis Room, a group of senior officials are watching the reports of cross-border warfare. The intelligence chief tapped on the table, his expression grave. "Gentlemen, have you noticed that Zhou Yun's lineup is extremely similar to the mysterious powerhouse who destroyed the Japanese military base before?" On the screen, 2 documents were displayed side by side. On one side is the surveillance footage of the attack on the Japanese military base, and on the other side is the battle report of this cross-border battle. It also consists of hundreds of A-rank monsters, and also includes the wind-riding divine eagle and the water spirit naga. Even their fighting styles are completely identical, both employing an absolute crushing approach, giving the enemy no chance to resist. The intelligence chief looked around at everyone and slowly asked, "Do you think this is a coincidence?" The meeting room fell silent, but everyone knew the answer. This could not possibly be a coincidence. How many people in the world can possess hundreds of A-rank monsters, and also happen to have the wind-riding divine eagle and the water spirit naga? A senior official immediately gave the order. Summon the relevant lords. I need to know every detail about Zhou Yun. Chapter 226 Too Much Kimchi? Soon, several American lords who had participated in the Cross-Circle War were urgently summoned. The intelligence chief didn't waste any words and directly asked them to tell him everything they had seen with their own eyes. The group exchanged glances, their faces filled with lingering fear. One of them spoke in a trembling voice. That Zhou Yun is too terrifying. Hundreds of members of the Alliance of Kings charged forward, only to be killed by him with a single sword strike. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Yun summoned a large number of A-rank monsters, which covered the entire mountainside. The wind-riding divine eagle blocked the sky, and the water spirit naga blocked the river. No matter where their people tried to escape, it would be a dead end. The higher-ups listened, their expressions growing increasingly grim. One of them asked in a deep voice, "Just who is this Zhou Yun?" The intelligence chief immediately replied that Zhou Yun came from the Great Han Kingdom, was the youngest Grand Lord in the Great Han Kingdom, and was also the 26th newcomer king. His territory had now been upgraded to level 9. Even more astonishingly, he had been a lord for less than a month, yet he seemed to possess limitless merits, and his development speed was completely illogical. After a moment of silence, the senior official immediately ordered an investigation into whether Zhou Yun had any connection with the mysterious powerful figure who destroyed the Sakura Kingdom's base. The investigation results were quickly presented. The timeline matched, the ability characteristics matched, the summoned monsters matched, and even the fighting style was highly consistent. The intelligence chief looked at the report, his tone utterly certain. There's a greater than 90% chance that Zhou Yun is the mysterious powerhouse who destroyed the Japanese base. The person the Koreans sent out to apologize is a fake. Several officials exchanged glances, immediately realizing this was a golden opportunity. If the news were released, the Great Han Kingdom would be branded as having attacked a foreign military base. So the US government took matters into its own hands, releasing information online and letting public opinion develop on its own. That evening, a major article swept across major platforms. The headline is extremely eye-catching. The true identity of the mysterious powerhouse has been revealed? Zhou Yun of the Great Han Kingdom may be the mastermind behind the attack on the Sakura Kingdom's base. The article lists comparisons of monster types, timelines, and combat styles, and also includes a comparison chart. The left side shows a blurry image of the attack on the Sakura Kingdom base, while the right side is a screenshot of Zhou Yun summoning monsters in a cross-server battle. The wind-riding divine eagle and the water spirit naga were both clearly marked. The article concluded directly at the end that the mysterious powerhouse who destroyed the Sakura Kingdom's base was more than 90% likely Zhou Yun of the Great Han Kingdom. As for the person who previously admitted his identity and publicly apologized in South Korea, he was just a stand-in they found. The news caused an immediate uproar online. South Korea, already in the spotlight, was now thrust into the forefront once again. Inside the Blue House, an emergency meeting was convened again. Kim Jae-hoon slammed his hand on the table and angrily questioned. Korean country has already acknowledged it, so why does the United States continue to cause trouble? The defense minister smiled wryly and said that while the United States was ostensibly shifting the blame to the Han dynasty, it was actually deliberately making the situation more chaotic. Kim Jae-hoon sneered. They weren't helping at all. They were forcing South Korea to admit that they had lied before. At this moment, the old man sitting in the main seat finally spoke, his voice weary but unusually firm. We've already come halfway down the road. We absolutely cannot turn back. Someone hesitated and reminded them that the evidence presented by the United States was indeed very convincing, and even they themselves believed that Zhou Yun was that mysterious powerhouse. The meeting room fell silent. Everyone knew the truth. The old man slowly said that they hadn't yet received technical support from the Great Han Kingdom. If they were to now admit to forgery, how would the Great Han Kingdom view South Korea? Would they still be able to receive the promised technical support? The answer is self-evident. The old man stood up and glanced at everyone. No matter what the United States says, no matter what is said on the internet, our stance cannot change. That mysterious powerful figure is from South Korea and has absolutely no connection to Zhou Yun. Do you understand? After a moment of silence, everyone could only nod bitterly. We understand. That afternoon, the South Korean government immediately issued a statement, solemnly stating that the mysterious powerful figure was a citizen of South Korea, and that the so-called Zhou Yun of the Great Han Kingdom had absolutely no connection to the matter. They also urged certain countries to stop spreading misinformation. This left the American officials completely dumbfounded. They had intended to shift the blame to the Han dynasty, but the Koreans refused to admit it. Someone couldn't help but yell, "We're trying to help them, what are they thinking? Have they eaten too much kimchi and lost their minds?" The South Korean officials also looked helpless. Kim Jae-hoon snorted coldly. He didn't care whether America would go crazy or not. The Minister of Defense looked out the window and said with a wry smile, "They all believe that Zhou Yun is the mysterious powerhouse, but now that things have come to this, South Korea has no way out." Their only hope was that the Han dynasty would not pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, a high-level meeting was underway inside the Forbidden City. Key figures from the United Front Work Department, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Logistics Department, and the Research Institute gathered together, creating a particularly solemn atmosphere. Kushodong, the Minister of the United Front Work Department who chaired the meeting, looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "There is only one topic today, which is the technical support for Spring Breeze liquor. We must make a decision as soon as possible." The meeting room fell silent briefly. This problem has troubled the Great Han Kingdom for a long time. Japan acknowledges its history and requests technical support. South Korea issues a public apology and also wants support. Other countries are lining up to get a share of the benefits. On the surface, the Great Han Kingdom holds the initiative. Whether or not the technology is given is entirely up to them. But everyone knew that this matter wouldn't drag on forever. Chapter 227 New Territory Specialties. "If we continue to delay," the foreign minister said helplessly, "those great lords are being eroded by the evil spirits, and their lifespans are constantly being shortened. If someone dies as a result, the whole world will accuse us of failing to help. The Great Han Kingdom cannot bear this label of inhumanity." Everyone nodded in agreement. They all understood the reasoning, but the technique for making Spring Breeze wine was not something that could be easily handed over. A military general frowned and said, "Spring Breeze wine is currently the only thing in the Great Han Kingdom that leads the world. Once the technology is leaked out, the advantage will be gone." He looked at Director May and asked, "Old May, is the list of materials presented at the press conference real or fake?" All eyes immediately turned to Director May. That list shocked the world. It contained 50 C-grade spiritual fruits, 30 B-grade spiritual fruits, and 20 A-grade spiritual fruits, which was announced publicly by Director May. Director May coughed awkwardly and said, "To be honest, I made up that list on the spot, hoping to discourage those countries who knew they would actually take it seriously, and now they're scouring the world for fruit." The meeting room fell silent. Someone asked, "Then what is the real recipe?" Director May shook her head. "Lord Zhou Yun gave them to us long ago, but the 3 most crucial spiritual fruits have not yet been found on Earth. That's the real problem." In reality, the Great Han Kingdom only held the position of middleman. The one who truly produced Spring Breeze wine was Zhou Yun. Now, countries have searched almost the entire globe, but still can't gather all the necessary materials, which shows that those 3 spiritual fruits are not on Earth at all. Without Zhou Yun, even if we obtained the technology, we wouldn't have the raw materials, so the so-called technical support would be meaningless. As time goes on, countries will find that they can never gather all the necessary materials, and protests and pressure will inevitably increase. Kushodong said in a deep voice, "Some countries have already discovered that they cannot gather enough materials and have begun to demand that they directly purchase finished products. But the production of Spring Breeze wine is limited, and Zhou Yun has been staying in the territory recently, so we can't contact him for the time being. I suggest we wait until he gets back before making a decision." Everyone agreed that this was the only way. Meanwhile, on Planet Zero, Zhou Yun had just finished his cross-circle battle and was sorting out the spoils he had brought back from Fog City. He gave Firebeard both the forging manual and the judgment hammer. Firebeard was the only blacksmith under his command, and his hands trembled as he took the yellowed ancient book. Lord City Lord, could this be? Zhou Yun said calmly. Study the forging tradition of Fog City carefully and strive to produce results as soon as possible. Firebeard's eyes reddened with excitement as he solemnly assured. Lord City Lord, rest assured, I will certainly live up to your expectations. For blacksmiths, this heritage is more precious than any treasure. Zhou Yun nodded and left the forge. Wanner quickly stepped forward to report on the situation in the territory. Lord of the city, the territory is currently attempting to reach level 10. At the current pace, it will take approximately 5 more days. Zhou Yun was pleasantly surprised. The transition from level 9 to level 10 is a significant milestone, as the territory will be upgraded from a stronghold to a town, at which point a shrine can be established. Just as he was looking forward to it, Ellie's clear voice suddenly came from behind him. Lord City Lord, I've made a discovery. Could you please visit the brewery? Zhou Yun turned his head and saw Ellie, who was in charge of brewing, looking excited. What discovery? Ellie smiled mysteriously. You'll see when you get there. Upon arriving at the brewery, Ellie carefully took a bottle from the storage cabinet. The wine in the bottle is amber in color, and has a warm luster under the light. Lord City Lord, this is my newly brewed wine. Please take a look. Zhou Yun took the bottle and immediately checked its attributes. The next second, his eyes widened in shock. This is actually a bottle of S-grade fine wine. After drinking it, one of the 5 attributes, strength, speed, endurance, intelligence, and spirit, will be randomly and permanently increased by 1 to 3 points, and this effect is effective for everyone's first use. Permanently increase attributes. Zhou Yun stared at the attribute descriptions, his heart pounding faster than usual. He had been a lord for so long and had seen many good things, but this was the first time he had encountered a treasure that could permanently improve attributes. Attributes are fundamental to any living being, especially for ordinary people. The higher one's mental attributes, the greater the chance of successful awakening. If this wine could be widely promoted, the number of lords in the Great Han Kingdom would likely experience a surge. Zhou Yun suppressed his shock and immediately asked, How was this wine brewed? What ingredients were used? Ellie was a little embarrassed. Actually, it was an accident. I mixed together the most abundant spiritual herbs in the stronghold, and then had a sudden inspiration to add a calamity beast's inner core, which resulted in this wine. Zhou Yun pressed on. What grade is the spirit herb? The highest ranking herb is only B-rank void grass. The others are all C-rank spirit herbs commonly found around the stronghold. Zhou Yun was stunned. A single B-rank spirit herb, combined with a bunch of C-rank spirit herbs, can actually brew an S-rank fine wine? The effect is simply outrageous. So the biggest cost is the inner core of the calamity beast? That's right. Ellie nodded. Other materials are easy to obtain, but the stock of monster cores in the stronghold is not much. Zhou Yun fell into deep thought. He may have a limited number of calamity beast cores, but for the Great Han Kingdom, such things are probably countless. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Ellie, organize all the spring breeze wine that has been brewed during this period. Prepare a few bottles of this new wine, and write down the detailed brewing process for me. Yes, Lord City Lord. That evening, Zhou Yun returned to Earth and immediately contacted Director May. Director May, I'm back, and I brought back the first batch of spring breeze wine. On the other end of the phone, Director May's voice instantly became excited. Zhou Yun, you're finally back. Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up right away. Chapter 228 Surprise. Less than half an hour after Zhou Yun gave the address, a black sedan stopped in front of him. But after he got into the car, he discovered that the scene of his arrival was far beyond his expectations. There was an entire convoy of armed monsters outside. The soldiers in the convoy were all dressed in monster armor, and along the way, lords could be seen patrolling on flying mounts. Zhou Yun was somewhat amused and exasperated. Is it really necessary? Director May said helplessly. There's nothing we can do. The whole world is watching this batch of wine. We can't afford to ignore it. Zhou Yun's expression turned serious, and then he remembered something else. Oh right, this time I brought back not only the spring breeze, but also something else. Director May was taken aback. Another thing? Zhou Yun smiled and kept everyone in suspense. You'll find out soon enough. The news spread faster than he had imagined. When the convoy arrived at the Forbidden City, the square was already filled with all kinds of vehicles. Almost everyone from the military, government, and research institutions was there. At a glance, there were over 100 vehicles. Director May explained. When we heard you were bringing Chun Feng back, everyone was eager to come, and everyone who could come showed up. Zhou Yun was speechless for a moment. He had only come back to deliver wine, yet he had alarmed so many people. As soon as the convoy stopped, Kushodong, the minister of the United Front Work Department, led a group of high-ranking officials to greet them. Some of them were familiar faces, but Zhou Yun had never seen most of them before. However, just by looking at their aura, he knew that they were all very important figures. Ha, Xiao Zhou! Kushodong warmly extended his hand. Minister Ke. Zhou Yun quickly shook hands with him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Director May said, Everyone, let's go to Treasury number 1 first. Business is more important. Everyone nodded immediately, and surrounded by a group of bigwigs, Zhou Yun walked towards the number 1 treasury. The number 1 treasury is the most heavily guarded place in the entire Han Kingdom, and it is used to store the most valuable and confidential items. Zhou Yun had only heard of it before, but seeing it with his own eyes still left him stunned. From the main gate to the interior, there are layers of security checkpoints, fully armed guards, and ubiquitous surveillance and defense equipment. The level of security is beyond imagination. The thought that this place would be used to store wine made Zhou Yun shake his head with a wry smile. Director May saw through his thoughts and laughed. You still underestimate the importance of Spring Breeze. Now the world's attention is on the Great Han Kingdom. This batch of wine is no longer just wine, it is related to the issue of natural disasters and also to international influence. Whoever controls the Spring Breeze controls the initiative. Where else can such a thing be placed if not in the number 1 national treasury? After listening, Zhou Yun's expression became even more serious. He previously regarded the Spring Breeze only as a special drink that could dispel bad luck, but he overlooked the fact that it would affect various aspects such as politics, diplomacy, military affairs and economy. Once other countries are unable to create their own favorable conditions, the existing resources in the hands of the Great Han Kingdom will become the key to determining the situation. I understand, Zhou Yun said earnestly. Director May patted him on the shoulder and didn't say anything more. Soon, the group arrived at the core area of the National Treasury. It was spacious, quiet, and brightly lit. Zhou Yun stood in front of everyone and took out a large wooden box from the Lord's space. The box was opened, and bottles of Spring Breeze wine were neatly arranged, the pale green liquid shimmering under the light. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. Zhou Yun said, This is all the Spring Breeze brewed in the territory during this period. Currently, production capacity is limited, and this is all we have. Director May couldn't wait to start counting, but when she got to the end, she was completely stunned. 100 bottles? Zhou Yun nodded. Yes, 100 bottles. Director May suddenly looked at the people around her, her eyes filled with disbelief. The other bigwigs were equally stunned. They had been told there were only 30 bottles. Therefore, all parties had repeatedly studied the allocation plan, wanting to arrange every single milliliter precisely. After all, Spring Breeze is a grade of fine wine, extremely difficult to brew, requiring a large amount of rare materials, and 30 bottles were already considered extremely precious by them. But now, there are 70 extra bottles out of nowhere. This is beyond my expectations. Kushodong's voice trembled with excitement. Applause erupted immediately, and everyone's face lit up with joy. Xiao Zhou! Director May grabbed Zhou Yun's hand and said excitedly, You've really been a huge help this time, a tremendous help. Everyone nodded in agreement. Since none of the countries can gather enough spirit fruits, they will naturally focus their attention on the Great Han Kingdom, the only one that possesses the finished spring breeze. If this situation continues, the Great Han Kingdom could very well go from being a rare commodity to becoming a target of everyone's ire. The extra 70 bottles of spring breeze will undoubtedly give the Great Han Kingdom more room to maneuver and alleviate the enormous pressure it is under. Zhou Yun's hand was almost numb from being shaken by Director Mei, so he could only smile wryly and remind her. Director Mei, I still have something I haven't taken out yet. There's something else? Director Mei was taken aback. Didn't I tell you this in the car earlier? Director Mei then realized what was happening and awkwardly let go of his hand. Yes, I was too excited. Zhou Yun smiled slightly and took out another wine bottle from his storage space. This time, the wine is no longer the pale green of spring, but a lustrous amber color. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Another kind of wine? Director Mei asked curiously. Zhou Yun didn't explain, he just handed over the wine bottle. Director Mei took the wine bottle and immediately activated her detection skill to check its properties. The next instant, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his voice rose sharply. S rank? Permanently increase attributes? Upon hearing these two sentences, all the big shots around gathered around. A grade S wine? What does permanently increase attribute mean? Let us see. Zhou Yun has already named this new wine, Hero. The wine bottle was passed around among the people, and everyone's expression changed completely after reading the attributes. Shock, disbelief, and ecstasy were intertwined. Especially the military leaders, whose eyes were practically shining when they stared at that bottle of Hero wine. That gaze was as if he had seen a true, priceless treasure. Chapter 229 is still a surprise. An old general with a full head of white hair walked quickly to Zhou Yun, and his rough, calloused hands gripped Zhou Yun's tightly, so tightly that Zhou Yun's hands hurt. Comrade Zhou Yun! Your help to the country is immense. I can't imagine how much of a threat the Great Han Empire would face if you were from another country. Another high-ranking military official grasped Zhou Yun's other hand, exclaiming excitedly, Thank goodness you're a citizen of the Great Han. This is wonderful. Zhou Yun was somewhat confused. Hero's wine could permanently increase attributes, which was indeed precious, but these people's reactions were too exaggerated. Why were they all coming to shake hands? At that moment, a dignified voice rang out. Comrade Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun looked up and saw a middle-aged man in military uniform. The imposing aura emanating from him immediately made him recognize the man's identity. Qin Goen, Commander-in-Chief of the Great Han Kingdom's General Headquarters and the highest-ranking military officer. Qin Goen's gaze was deep. There are some things that the general public doesn't know, but you need to know. Come with me. After leaving Treasury No. 1, the convoy set off again, heading towards a secret military base deep underground in the Forbidden City. After passing through layers of checkpoints, Zhou Yun arrived at the core area of the base, and the scene before him made him slightly stunned. In the center of the hall, three things he was extremely familiar with were neatly arranged. The first item was the lightning mother pillar brought back from the Thunder World, its entire body radiating a ghostly blue light. The second item is a lightning mage job change platform covered with mysterious runes and emitting a faint lightning glow. The third item was the warrior job transfer platform that he had just handed over. Upon seeing these three items, Zhou Yun instantly understood. So this was the real reason why the military leaders were so excited about the hero's wine. Qin Goen walked to the job transfer platform and gently stroked the surface of the stone platform with his palm. Since you submitted these materials, we immediately began research and application, and have discovered that the success rate of job change is closely related to the attributes of the job seeker. The higher the attribute, the greater the probability of success. Lightning mages rely on intelligence, while warriors rely on strength. Qin Goen turned around, his expression serious. For a lightning mage to change their class, their intelligence attribute must be at least 9 points. If it's below 9 points, there's almost no chance of success. The requirements for warrior class change are even higher. The strength attribute must reach 10 points. Zhou Yun frowned. 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock, that's indeed a high bar. Director May said with a wry smile. Most ordinary people only have 5 to 7 points in their 5 attributes. Apart from lords, very few people can reach 9 or 10 points. Even elite soldiers who have undergone specialized training find it difficult to cross this threshold. So even though we have a transfer platform, we can't find enough qualified candidates, and a lot of resources are just sitting idle. Zhou Yun finally understood. The job change platform was a treasure, but ordinary people's attributes weren't high enough, so the treasure couldn't be used. Chingoan looked at him, a burning light flashing in his eyes. But with Hero's Wine, everything is different. Permanently increases 1 to 3 attribute points, which will likely be added to strength or intelligence. With 10 points of strength, you can become a warrior. With 9 points of intelligence, you can become a lightning mage. If we add it to the spirit attribute, that would be even better. The higher the spirit, the greater the probability of awakening as a lord, and cultivating more lords is our most important direction at present. At this point, Chingoan shrugged. Of course, if you're really unlucky and all your luck goes into speed and endurance, then you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. However, 3 of the 5 attributes are extremely useful to the country. A 3/5 probability is already quite remarkable. Zhou Yun suddenly realized. He had only thought that the mental attribute could increase the awakening probability, but he had overlooked the job change system. When Hero's Wine and job change platform are combined, the effect is not simply additive, but exponentially enhanced. The Great Han Kingdom can not only cultivate more lords, but also mass-produce lightning mages and warriors, which will inevitably lead to a qualitative change in its overall combat power. No wonder those military leaders were so excited when they saw the Hero's Wine. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have been able to remain calm either. I understand. Zhou Yun nodded. Heroic wine is more important than I imagined. It's more than just important. Chingoan took a deep breath, his eyes burning. If this kind of fine wine could be produced on a large scale, the strength of the Great Han Kingdom would experience a real leap forward. Within a few years, we may be able to build an extraordinary army. At that time, the Great Han Kingdom will completely leave other countries behind and become the undisputed #1 power in the world. Silence fell over the hall. Everyone understood that this was no ordinary resource, but an opportunity powerful enough to change the fate of the nation. But at that moment, Director May calmly poured cold water on the situation. That being said, there is still a key issue: production capacity. He looked at Zhou Yun, his brows furrowed. Spring Breeze wine is only an A-grade wine, and its production capacity is already very limited. Hero wine is an S-grade wine, and its ingredients must be even rarer, so its production will only be lower. No matter how good the product is, if only a few dozen bottles can be produced in a year, it is just a drop in the ocean and probably cannot truly change the fundamental situation of the Great Han Kingdom. Chapter 230 Identity Revealed? Chingoan frowned and looked at Zhou Yun. Comrade Zhou Yun, what is the approximate production capacity of heroic wine? All eyes immediately fell on Zhou Yun, but Zhou Yun smiled calmly and said, You've all misunderstood. The production capacity of Hero's Wine is actually not low. Everyone was taken aback. Zhou Yun continued to explain that although Hero's Wine was an S-rank wine, the materials required were not rare. Most of them were just C-grade spiritual herbs, and he had more than he could use in his territory. The only thing that truly limited production was the inner core of the Calamity Beast. Director May immediately realized. You mean, the main ingredient of Hero's Wine is the inner core of a Calamity Beast? Zhou Yun nodded. Moreover, the inner core of a low-level Calamity Beast is enough. Director May's eyes lit up immediately. Low-level Calamity Beast cores were piling up like mountains in the Great Han Kingdom's treasury. Over the years of fighting against the Calamity Beasts, I have more low-level inner cores than I can use. In the past, I could only make low-level Calamity Beast weapons, but now I can even brew S-level fine wine. Are you sure you can use inner cores from E rank to C rank? Confirmed. Zhou Yun took out a document and handed it over. This is a detailed formula and material list. You can check it against the National Treasury reserves. Director May eagerly opened the document. Lingji grass, moonflower, and starfruit, all common C-rank materials. As for the inner cores of the Calamity Beast, any level from E to C is acceptable, and only 10 are needed. The further down the page, the more agitated Director May became, until her voice trembled as she exclaimed, "All these materials are in the National Treasury, and the inventory is quite substantial." The meeting room erupted in excitement. "So, we can produce our own hero's wine? With the National Treasury's reserves, at least tens of thousands of bottles can be produced." Director May's hands trembled with excitement. Tens of thousands of bottles of hero's wine represent tens of thousands of people who can permanently improve their attributes, and also represent the emergence of tens of thousands of stronger lords, mages, and warriors in the Great Han Kingdom. The high-end combat power of the Great Han Kingdom will surely experience explosive growth in a short period of time. Zhou Yun then produced a second document. This is the complete brewing process. Every step and detail is clearly written out. If you follow the process, you will almost never fail. Director May took the document, and was completely stunned. The formula is ready, the materials are ready, and even the production process is clearly prepared. This means they don't need to rely on Zhou Yun to brew the wine themselves. They can simply follow the instructions to establish their own production line for Hero's fine wine. The way everyone looked at Zhou Yun changed completely, a mixture of shock, gratitude, admiration, and awe. Qin Goen stepped forward and solemnly saluted Zhou Yun. "On behalf of the military of the Great Han Kingdom, I extend my highest respect to you. We will never forget everything you have done for the country." Other high-ranking military officials saluted, and the civil servants bowed slightly. Zhou Yun quickly waved his hand. "You're too kind, everyone. This is what I should do." Kushodong sighed. The Thunder Mother Pillar, the Job Change Platform, the Spring Breeze Wine Recipe, and the Hero Wine Recipe, any one of them would be enough to make you richer than a country. But you have given it all to the country without compensation. This magnanimity and vision deserve the title of unparalleled national hero. An unparalleled hero! The crowd echoed in unison. Zhou Yun was slightly moved. He did these things not for reward, but simply because he felt that since he had the ability, he should do something for the country and his compatriots. This was his most basic thought as a citizen of the Great Han Kingdom. Director May clapped his hands. "Let's put aside the words of thanks for now. Next, we must establish the hero wine production line as soon as possible. Material allocation, personnel training, and production processes must all be implemented immediately." Qin Goen nodded. "I will personally oversee this matter. The first batch of hero wine must be put into production within 3 days." Everyone accepted the order and began discussing the follow-up plan. Just then, Zhou Yun suddenly spoke up. "Everyone, there is one more thing I would like to discuss with you." Everyone looked at him again. Zhou Yun paused for a moment, then slowly said, "I intend to reveal the identity of that mysterious expert." On the way here, Director May told him that South Korea had put forward a fake Zhou Yun in order to take the blame for him. The other party not only held a press conference, but also prepared to compensate Japan, thus openly taking the responsibility for destroying Japan's base. Zhou Yun did not express his opinion at the time, but now he has made his decision. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Director May was the first to react. "Publicly? You mean, admit that you're the one who destroyed the Sakura country base?" Zhou Yun nodded. "Yes." Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. This decision was far too sudden. South Korea is now taking the blame for Zhou Yun. Although everyone knows it's fake, at least on the surface, Zhou Yun is still innocent. Why did he take the initiative to step forward at this time? After a moment's consideration, Kushodong finally asked, "Comrade Zhou Yun, why do you want to reveal your identity? Hasn't South Korea already taken the blame for you? Wouldn't it be better to let them continue to bear the burden?" Chapter 231 is the mysterious powerful man Zhou Yun? Zhou Yun shook his head, speaking calmly but firmly. He had previously thought it was fine to let others take the blame for him, but now it seemed that he shouldn't have done so. It is not the duty of a great lord of the great Han Kingdom to make others bear responsibilities that are not theirs, even if that person is an enemy. Moreover, he had just received a legacy. This legacy taught him that he must uphold the principle of faith. A promise made is a promise kept, a deed done must be undertaken with integrity and responsibility. To break one's word is to break one's tradition. Everyone fell silent. Everyone could tell that Zhou Yun wasn't putting on a show. He genuinely believed in this principle. Shingoen frowned and reminded him that revealing his identity would be tantamount to admitting that Zhou Yun was the one who attacked the Sakura country base. Although it was the Sakura country that started the trouble, in the international arena, the Great Han country will inevitably be pushed to the forefront of public opinion. Will Japan and South Korea seize this opportunity to cause trouble? How will other countries view this? These follow-up questions must be considered in advance. Zhou Yun was about to speak when Director May smiled. He stood up, walked to the conference table, and asked everyone, "What do they have on hand right now?" First, there were a full 100 bottles of Spring Breeze wine, 3 times more than originally estimated, enough to supply the top lords of more than a dozen countries. Secondly, there is the recipe and production capacity of Hero's wine, which is even more valuable than Spring Breeze wine, and only the Great Han Kingdom in the world can produce it. Director May looked at everyone, his tone confident. The Great Han Kingdom now held several times more leverage than before. If Japan dares to turn against them, their great lord will face calamity. If South Korea wants to cause trouble, they won't get any technical support either. Do they dare? Everyone immediately realized that with only 30 bottles of Spring Breeze wine, they were indeed limited in every way when facing so many countries around the world. But things are different now. With 100 bottles of Spring Breeze wine and the ability to mass-produce Hero wine, the Han Kingdom's confidence is now vastly different from what it used to be. Director May continued, "The incident at the Sakura country base was something they brought upon themselves. They attacked Zhou Yun first, and Zhou Yun was merely acting in self-defense. If the truth is clarified, international public opinion may not necessarily side with Japan. As for South Korea, they have even jumped out to take the blame themselves. They not only held a press conference to admit responsibility, but also compensated Japan with a large sum of money. Now that Zhou Yun has stood up and told the truth, it is only South Korea that will be embarrassed." After a moment's thought, Kushodong agreed with Director May's judgment. Revealing Zhou Yun's identity would not only not do any harm, but would also demonstrate the integrity and uprightness of the Great Han Kingdom. Shingoen also nodded, saying that from a military perspective, publicly revealing Zhou Yun's strength could also deter those countries with ulterior motives. This will make it clear to everyone that the Great Han Kingdom has such a powerful figure in charge. Anyone who wants to make trouble should first consider their own strength. The more everyone discussed it, the more they felt it was a brilliant move. In the end, Kushodong made the final decision. Zhou Yun wants to reveal his identity, and the Great Han Kingdom fully supports him. Upright and honest, this is the style of the Great Han Kingdom, and it should be Zhou Yun's style as well. Zhou Yun smiled slightly and thanked everyone. Director May then accepted the arrangements for the press conference, scheduled for tomorrow afternoon and to be broadcast live globally. After the meeting ended, everyone left one after another. Zhou Yun stood by the window, gazing at the night sky outside, feeling calm and at peace. Tomorrow, he will stand before the world and tell everyone in person that the mysterious powerhouse who swept through the Sakura country base is none other than Zhou Yun. By 2 p.m. the next day, the press conference hall of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Great Han Kingdom was already packed with reporters. Media from all over the world flocked to the scene, with countless cameras pointed at the podium, all because an hour earlier, the Great Han Kingdom had issued an official announcement. A press conference will be held at 3 p.m. to reveal the final truth behind the mysterious powerful figure incident. Grand Lord Zhou Yun will personally attend. The news caused an immediate global uproar. Why would Zhou Yun, the man who single-handedly annihilated the Alliance of Kings, personally step forward to explain the matter of the mysterious powerhouse? Could it be that the mysterious and powerful figure who has fueled endless speculation among nations is truly connected to Zhou Yun? Everyone is waiting for the answer. At 3 p.m. sharp, the doors to the press conference hall opened. Director May entered first, followed by several officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Behind them walked a young figure, Zhou Yun. He was dressed in a simple black suit, his expression calm, his steps unhurried. But the moment he appeared, the entire press conference hall fell silent. All eyes were on Zhou Yun. This youngest Grand Lord of the Great Han Kingdom, the legendary figure who single-handedly slaughtered 3,000 enemy soldiers in a cross-border battle, was about to personally unveil the mystery. Zhou Yun walked to the center of the stage and sat down. Director May tapped the microphone and announced that there was only one agenda item today. Regarding the incident of the mysterious powerful figure attacking the military base of the Sakura Kingdom, the Great Han Kingdom will reveal the final truth here. He then pushed the microphone in front of Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun looked around the room, at the flashing cameras and countless expectant eyes, and spoke calmly. Ladies and gentlemen, I am standing here today to make one thing clear. The mysterious powerful figure who attacked the Japanese military base earlier was me. The moment the words were spoken, the press conference room erupted in chaos. What? The mysterious expert is Zhou Yun? How is that possible? Reporters stood up, flashes going off wildly. Someone shouted. Didn't South Korea already introduce Kim Jae-un? Zhou Yun nodded, his tone unwavering. I'm sure. When Kim Jae-un from South Korea was mentioned, a faint smile appeared on Zhou Yun's lips. As for him, he's just an imposter. The entire press conference hall erupted in uproar once again. Chapter 232 Daring to Act and Take Responsibility. Ignoring the commotion, Zhou Yun continued. I know you may not believe it. After all, South Korea has already held a press conference, and even had Kim Jae-un bring out the so-called purple behemoth to apologize. He paused for a moment, his tone calm yet sharp. But that purple behemoth was nothing more than a B-rank golden-maned hound painted purple. A burst of laughter immediately erupted in the room. Many media outlets had long suspected that South Korea's claims were problematic, but since one country was willing to play along and the other was willing to believe it, no one was willing to go to the trouble of exposing the truth. Someone immediately pressed. Mr. Zhou Yun, do you have any evidence? Zhou Yun nodded, stood up and walked to the open space in front of the platform. Of course there is. Now I will show you the real purple behemoth. He raised his hand and hissed. Lazy, come out. Rumble. A bolt of purple lightning struck down from the void, its blinding light causing everyone to close their eyes. When they opened them again, a massive figure had appeared in the center of the press conference hall. A colossal, deep purple beast stood amidst the lightning, arcs of electricity crackling around its body, its terrifying pressure sweeping across the entire area, as if a god had descended. Reporters forgot to take pictures, officials forgot to maintain order, and everyone was so shocked they were speechless. This is the real purple behemoth. On one side was an S-rank void thunder-devouring beast, crackling with lightning and exuding overwhelming power. On the other was a B-rank golden-maned fierce hound painted purple. Putting the two together, South Korea's previous performance instantly became a joke. A reporter stammered. These are your people? The purple behemoth that attacked the Sakura Kingdom's base? Zhou Yun nodded. That's right, the purple behemoth that South Korea has been mentioning is it. But I need to clarify that I did not launch a preemptive attack on the Japanese base. He then recounted what had happened. He was returning from the Thunder World when he was ambushed by a group of lords from the Sakura Kingdom. Those people were after the treasures he had obtained in the Thunder World. Zhou Yun could only retaliate in self-defense, and the aftermath of the battle affected the nearby Japanese military base. This was an accident, but if the other side hadn't struck first, none of what followed would have happened. The press conference room fell silent. It turned out that Zhou Yun hadn't launched the attack. Rather, the Japanese had ambushed him first, and he had only accidentally damaged the base during his counterattack. The nature of the incident was completely different. Someone else asked, Can you prove that Japan attacked first? Of course. Zhou Yun's tone remained unchanged. There were a total of 23 lords involved in the ambush, all of whom came from the Sakura Kingdom. The Great Han Kingdom has already ascertained their identities and the factions they belong to. The Great Han Kingdom's ETRX-132 satellite captured everything that happened at the base, as well as the movements of these 23 people, in crystal clarity. If the Japanese want to deny it, I can release all the evidence. The Japanese reporter's face instantly darkened. To launch a surprise attack on a powerful lord of another country, if this were confirmed, it would be tantamount to starting a war. At this point, a journalist from the United States raised his hand. Since this is the truth, why didn't you stand up and clarify it before? Why did you let South Korea take the blame for you? Zhou Yun looked at the other party. I didn't let South Korea take the blame for me. They jumped out and took the blame themselves. As for why I didn't respond before, it was because I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. It was just an accident. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. But now that South Korea has made such a mess of things, I have to stand up and clarify things. Otherwise, wouldn't the whole world think that the Great Han Kingdom is hiding behind others and letting innocent people take the blame for it? Zhou Yun's gaze swept across the entire room, his voice firm and powerful. The Great Han Kingdom has always been upright and honorable. I, Zhou Yun, have always been someone who dares to take responsibility for my actions. What's done is done, and I don't need anyone to take the blame for me. That's why I'm standing here today. A moment of silence fell over the room, then someone burst into applause. The applause quickly filled the entire press conference hall. The reporters from the Great Han Kingdom were flushed with excitement, and even many foreign journalists were moved by these words. This is the true demeanor of a strong person, daring to act and taking responsibility, upright and honest. The news spread rapidly around the world after the press conference. Zhou Yun admits ownership of the purple behemoth. Kim Jae-un of the Korean country is confirmed to be an imposter, and the truth behind the Japanese ambush of Zhou Yun is also fully revealed. Major media outlets rushed to report on it, and social media platforms were in an uproar. Countless people praised Zhou Yun for his frankness, while others mocked the joke made by that coloring dog from South Korea. South Korean netizens are outraged, questioning the government about why they sent a fake to embarrass themselves. The Sakura Kingdom was also in complete uproar. After learning that it was their own lord who had ambushed Zhou Yun, the people angrily cursed those people for bringing it upon themselves and demanded an explanation from the government. While the two governments were in a state of chaos, the Great Han Kingdom was filled with jubilation. Zhou Yun's name once again topped the trending searches. It's not just trending in the Han Dynasty, it's trending globally. On this day, the whole world remembered a name. Zhou Yun. The youngest Grand Lord of the Great Han Kingdom. A true strong person who dares to act and take responsibility. Chapter 233, We're Out of Cards. 3 days after the press conference, global public opinion was still not calm. Zhou Yun's single-handed annihilation of 3,000 enemy troops in a cross-circle battle was already quite astonishing. However, his admission at the press conference that he was the mysterious powerful figure who destroyed the Sakura Kingdom's base caused an uproar worldwide. For 3 consecutive days, major media outlets featured this story on their front pages, and the popularity of the comments section skyrocketed. The person who started all of this is currently sitting on the sofa at home, being scolded by his mother. Zhou Yun, how could you not tell your family about something this big beforehand? Zhou's mother stood with her hands on her hips, pointing at the press conference footage that was being replayed on TV, clearly furious. Your dad and I only found out from the news. Your dad was drinking tea at the time, and he sprayed it all over my face. Mr. Zhou paused for a moment, while holding his teacup, then silently turned his face to the window, clearly feeling that this detail was unnecessary to mention. Zhou Yun smiled helplessly and said, Mom, this matter involves state secrets, so it was indeed inconvenient to talk about it before. What state secret? Zhou's mother glared at him. You've destroyed someone's mountain, and the whole world knows. That wasn't blasting the mountain, it was probably a volcanic eruption. Zhou Yun's voice trailed off. Perhaps? Zhou's mother's voice instantly rose a few decibels, and Zhou's father quickly coughed lightly to smooth things over. All right, it's good that our son is back safe and sound. He looked at Zhou Yun, his eyes brimming with pride, and then added, feigning calmness. However, my son did a really good job. After saying that, he immediately picked up his teacup to cover the corners of his mouth that were turning up. Zhou's mother snorted, still muttering to herself, but the pride on her face was equally undeniable. From childhood to adulthood, Zhou Yun has always been her pride. All right, Mom will make you braised pork for lunch. Thank you, Mom. The atmosphere at the Zhou family home was warm and cozy, while things were in complete chaos back in South Korea. The emergency meeting at the Blue House lasted for 3 whole days. The atmosphere in the meeting room was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe, and everyone's face looked extremely grim. They went to great lengths to have Kim Jae-un impersonate a mysterious powerful figure, hold a press conference, and compensate Japan, ultimately taking the blame upon themselves. Who would have thought that Zhou Yun's press conference would completely expose their hypocrisy? A B-rank golden-maned fierce hound painted purple was practically being publicly executed by Zhou Yun's S-rank void thunder-devouring beast. A disgrace! This is the greatest disgrace since the founding of the Republic of China. Defense Minister Park Young-woo slammed his fist on the table, making the teacups jump. The whole world is laughing at us. The coloring dog has already made it into the top 3 trending topics globally, and our international reputation is completely ruined. The meeting room was deathly silent. No one could refute it. In just 3 days, Coloring Dog became a global meme. On various platforms, whenever the South Korean flag appears as an avatar, it is almost always followed by purple dog emojis. Some people even edited together the scene of Kim Jae-un walking the painted dog with the scene of Zhou Yun summoning Lazy, and added a Korean pop song. That prank video garnered over 1 billion views in 3 days. Foreign Minister Kim Jae-hoon adjusted his glasses and said in a deep voice, "Besides the issue of credibility, there are more practical troubles. Now that they know the truth, will they return the money they paid to Japan as compensation?" Everyone fell silent again. A refund? Absolutely not. Japan is eager to spend the money as soon as possible, especially since the compensation agreement has already been signed in black and white. That's an astronomical figure. Kim Jae-hoon closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. We lost money and lost face. We can't get the money back, and we can't regain our dignity. This is our current situation. The atmosphere in the meeting room plummeted to freezing point. The old man sitting in the main seat remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in assigning blame. The most urgent task is to repair relations with the Great Han Kingdom. Spring Breeze Wine, Hero Wine, and the job transfer platform are all in the hands of the Great Han Kingdom. Continuing to oppose them will not only cost us face, but also the future of South Korea. Park Young-woo wanted to retort, but Kim Jae-hoon silenced him with a single look. Kim Jae-hoon said in a low voice, "The Great Han Kingdom has Spring Breeze Wine, which can dispel bad luck. The Thunder Mother Pillar and the Job Change Stone platform are also in their hands. And we have nothing. Except for that dog painted purple." These words were like a knife, piercing everyone's heart. They are the ones who are clearly at a disadvantage, yet they have to bow their heads in humility. What's even more frustrating is that even if they wanted to curry favor, the Great Han Kingdom might not be willing to pay them any attention. Park Young-woo opened his mouth, but ultimately slumped down. How can we fix it? We took the blame, paid compensation, and now we've been publicly humiliated. How could the Great Han Kingdom possibly care about us? We've run out of cards. The old man closed his eyes, and after a long while, he uttered a sentence that shocked everyone. Send someone with the utmost sincerity. Tell the Great Han Kingdom that the Kimchi Kingdom is willing to make the greatest concessions within the framework of the Spring Breeze Cooperation, including joint jurisdiction over the Chungyang defense line. What? The meeting room erupted in chaos. Chungyang defense line is one of the most important military defense lines in South Korea, and it is also the location of the spatial rift leading to the Thunder World. Relinquishing joint jurisdiction is tantamount to handing over half the key to the country's gate to someone else. Impossible! Absolutely not! Park Young-woo almost jumped up. The old man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and resolute. Do you think we have any leverage to negotiate with the Great Han Kingdom besides this? One sentence, like a bucket of ice water, extinguished all dissenting voices. Chapter 234 Meeting Zhou Yun? Unlike South Korea's disarray, the Japanese leadership fell into a long and oppressive silence after receiving the news. They finally realized that the person who destroyed the Fuji base was not some unknown powerhouse from South Korea, but Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun, who slaughtered 3,000 enemy soldiers in the cross-circle battle and possessed an S-rank Void Thunder Beast and thousands of A-rank legions. He is also the youngest Grand Lord of the Great Han Kingdom, a top-tier powerhouse of the new generation with the titles of Unlimited Merit and National Hero. This means that the 23 lords they sent out earlier were not there to ambush the enemy, but were instead deliberately throwing their lives away. With Zhou Yun's strength, wiping out those 23 men would have been a piece of cake. He didn't even bother to pursue the remaining soldiers. He simply destroyed the Mount Fuji base. Prime Minister Ichiro Yamada sat at the end of the long table and slowly began to speak. The matter is already very clear. We misjudged the strength of our opponent. Zhou Yun is no ordinary lord, much less an unknown figure from South Korea. His true combat strength is comparable to or even surpasses that of pillar-level lords in many countries. He paused for a moment, then concluded directly. The accountability for the empty Fuji base ends here. The military representative immediately became anxious. Your Excellency, that's a base we've built with 20 years of hard work. Are we just going to let it go like this? Yamada Ichiro glanced at him calmly. It's not that we're giving up, it's that we can't afford to lose. He walked to the window and said in a low voice, The Great Han Kingdom has published the ingredient list for Spring Breeze wine, but we can't even gather all the ingredients. Currently, only the Great Han Kingdom possesses Spring Breeze wine, and countries around the world are lining up to seek cooperation. And our Great Lord is suffering from increasingly severe erosion by the aura of disaster. Without the Spring Breeze wine, the first Great Lord will fall within 3 years at most. The latest assessment from the medical department is even more brutal. If the problem of the calamity cannot be resolved within 3 years, at least 3 to 5 Great Lords will lose their fighting ability. The Great Lord is the foundation of a nation. In the conference room, the initially angry military representative fell completely silent. Yamada Ichiro returned to his seat, his gaze sharp. My decision is to not pursue accountability, not to confront, and to join the Great Han Kingdom's Spring Breeze cooperation framework as quickly as possible. We'll accept whatever conditions they propose. He then added, But there's one thing. I want to see Zhou Yun in person, face to face. In the office of Kushodong, the minister of the United Front Work Department in the Forbidden City of Kyoto, Director Mei walked in with a stack of documents, her smile wide and undisguised. Minister Ku, 7 more countries have submitted letters of intent for cooperation today. As of that day, 32 countries worldwide had formally submitted letters of intent, including major powers such as the United States, the European Union, and the Commonwealth of Independent States, and even the African Union. Kushodong smiled slightly. When Xiao Zhou handed over the Spring Breeze wine, I knew it would become our diplomatic trump card, but I didn't expect it to be so effective. Director Mei said. The key point is that Zhou Yun revealed his trump card at the press conference. A press conference can demonstrate both strength and reveal one's true colors. The whole world has seen it clearly. The Great Han Kingdom not only possesses strategic resources like Spring Breeze wine, but also has a super genius like Zhou Yun in charge. Who dares to underestimate it? Kushodong nodded and then asked about the movements in Korea and Japan. Director Mei's smile deepened. Today, South Korea sent us a special document through secret channels. They are willing to make extraordinary concessions in the Chungcheong cooperation, opening up joint jurisdiction over the Chungcheong defense line. Chungyang defense line is another entrance to the Thunder World. The Great Han Kingdom originally only had one passage through Xiefeng Mountain. If it could also control the Zhongqing defense line, it would be equivalent to controlling 2 strategic entrances to the Thunder World. Kushodong remarked. The Koreans are afraid of being beaten. Director Mei continued. They were not only terrified, but also impoverished. The money they paid to Japan almost emptied their national treasury. Now they desperately need spring breeze wine to stabilize the major lords in the country, so they have no choice but to bow their heads. As for the Sakura country, Director May's expression became meaningful. Their Prime Minister, Ichiro Yamada, requested to meet Zhou Yun in person. Kushodong raised an eyebrow. See Zhou Yun? What does he want? He did not explain the reason, only saying that he hoped to meet with Zhou Yun in person. Kushodong pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. This Yamada Ichiro is quite a clever man. The Sakura country has obviously found out that the source of the spring breeze wine is in Zhou Yun's hands. He knew that negotiating with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs might not yield the best terms. Instead of dealing with us middlemen, we should go directly to Zhou Yun, who controls the core resources. Chapter 235 Territory Ruins? Director May asked with a smile. So, how should we respond to this matter? Kushodong waved his hand. I won't make the decision on this matter. Let Zhou Yun decide for himself. He doesn't belong to any department, and he is a national hero. Only he can make decisions about matters concerning national heroes. Director May nodded. Then I'll call him this afternoon. Kushodong leaned back in his chair and brought up another matter. After the press conference, the attitudes of many major domestic leaders had softened, and internal integration must be carried out while the iron was hot. His meaning was clear. He wanted Zhou Yun to step in and subdue the forces that were still observing. With spring breeze wine and heroes wine as bargaining chips, coupled with Zhou Yun's strength and prestige, this matter would not be difficult to accomplish. Director May smiled too. Old Xiang had spoken to those people several times, but they had always refused to back down. Now that Zhou Yun had shown up, these people were starting to have ideas. The next morning, Zhou Yun left home amidst her parents' nagging. He had come back to deliver wine, and now that the matter was settled, it was time to return to his territory. However, before leaving, he went to the United Front Work Department. Director May of the Quartermaster Department and Minister Kushodong of the United Front Work Department were already waiting for him. Xiao Zhou, there are two things I need to discuss with you, Director May said bluntly. First, Japanese Prime Minister Yamada Ichiro wants to meet with you in a personal capacity. What's your opinion on that? Zhou Yun thought for a moment and said calmly. Okay, but there's no rush. Let's talk about it when I return from the territory next time. Director May nodded and then took out a list. The second matter is that Minister Ka hopes you can help subdue several powerful domestic lords. Not all the powerful lords in the Great Han Kingdom are under the jurisdiction of the United Front Work Department. Some are extremely powerful and independent. He pointed to the first name on the list. Iron Wall, Guan Hongda. The three powerful tyrants of the three southwestern provinces have banded together to control the entire southwestern defense line. They are not weak, and they are even more arrogant. The United Front Work Department has called him countless times, but he never comes. Every time, he only says one thing, just mind your own business and don't bother me. After hearing this, Zhou Yun laughed instead. Interesting, I'll remember this. When I return from the territory, I'll pay a visit to this elder Guan. Director May's eyes lit up. Are you confident? Zhou Yun simply smiled and did not answer. Whether you're confident or not, you'll only know by meeting the person. But someone who can be called an iron wall must be a tough guy at heart. And there's often only one way to deal with a tough guy. Harder than him. In the afternoon, Zhou Yun had already returned to his territory. Now that he had dealt with matters on Earth, there was no need for him to linger any longer. At this moment, he sat at his desk, with a partial map drawn by Wana herself spread out in front of him. 200 kilometers north of the outpost, there is a bright red marker that is particularly eye-catching. Wana once told him that there might be a relic hidden there. The ruins exuded an extremely ancient aura, completely out of place with their surroundings. The reconnaissance team was blocked by an invisible barrier as soon as they approached within a kilometer. Golden light patterns occasionally flashed within the barrier, resembling some kind of formation. Wana and Wenji deduced that it was likely a seal. Zhou Yun stared at the map, lost in thought. Planet Zero is a Class 9S territory, covering an area of 10 billion square kilometers. The area he has actually explored so far is only a tiny, insignificant part of it. Outposts, mines, floating islands, vegetable gardens of the rapeseed beasts, the settlements of the Marura tribe, the Thunder Tower, and the Ice Phoenix Nest, all these places combined are still insignificant on the entire planet. Many more areas remain unknown. Ironically, a sealed ruin appeared right near the base. He had previously explored the area but had never discovered its existence. Interesting. Zhou Yun nodded secretly. The higher the quality of a territory, the more secrets it hides, and behind each secret often lies a great opportunity. But now is not the time to explore. Wanner is leading all her people in a full-scale assault on a level 10 territory. The ruins can be dealt with temporarily. The next morning, as Zhou Yun stepped out of the Lord's mansion, he heard Wanner's clear voice behind him. "My lord!" Wanner, dressed in a light blue dress and carrying a thick book, hurried over. Wenji, Huishu, and a group of excited gold-eating spirit rats followed behind. Wanner bowed slightly and immediately opened the booklet. "Regarding that ruin, since the last report, I have sent out 3 reconnaissance teams to approach it from different directions. The results showed that the barrier was not fixed. It is contracting rapidly." Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow slightly. "Contract?" Wanner nodded. "A day ago, the barrier's radius was about 1,000 meters. Today, it has shrunk to about 900 meters. At this rate, the barrier will completely disappear in about 20 days, and the ruins will be fully exposed." Zhou Yun remained silent for a moment. The shrinking barrier signifies that the seal is naturally dissipating. Once the seal disappears, what lies within may emerge. Is it a treasure trove or a danger? Or perhaps both? Zhou Yun made a decision quickly. "Come on, take me to see it now. If it's a treasure, exploring it later is fine. But if it's a hidden danger, we must find out about it as soon as possible." Chapter 236 S-Rank Spiritual Energy Source. The sky above Planet Zero was still azure. Zhou Yun rode the Wind and Thunder Eagle, with Wanner sitting behind him, holding the thick booklet in her hands. Mistweaver, Ashui, and a team of gold-eating spirit rats followed closely behind. Lazy was too big and would easily alert the target, so he was left behind to build up the territory. Little Blue was too lazy to move, lying on the ice nest sunbathing, without even lifting its eyelids. "My lord, I have made a new discovery about that ruin," Wanner suddenly said. She turned to a page of records. "I had Wenji use Guanheng to sense the spiritual energy fluctuations inside the barrier. The spiritual energy there is different from that in the stronghold and even on the surface of Planet Zero. It is deeper and more profound, as if it is gushing out from the core of a planet." Zhou Yun's gaze narrowed slightly. Planet Zero was a 9S level planet, and the area he had developed was less than 1/10,000th of the entire planet. How many secrets are still hidden in those areas that have never been set foot in? How much further? At the current speed, it will take about half an hour. Zhou Yun patted the Wind and Thunder Eagle on the back. "Speed up." The Wind and Thunder Eagle let out a long cry, its wings flapped violently, and its speed instantly doubled. 20 minutes later, the group landed on the edge of a primeval forest. This is the Dawn Forest, 200 kilometers north of the stronghold. Although Wanner called it near the stronghold, Zhou Yun couldn't see any connection between 200 kilometers and nearby. The forest is almost untouched, with towering trees tens of meters high blocking out the sky, their trunks entwined with glowing vines, and the air carrying a sweet fragrance. Zhou Yun took a deep breath and raised his eyebrows slightly. The concentration of spiritual energy here is at least 3 times that of the area surrounding the stronghold. "My lord, please take a look." Wanner pointed to the depths of the forest, where a pale golden light curtain appeared faintly about 800 or 900 meters away. The light curtain, resembling a hemisphere, covered a large area. Inside, a dark building could be vaguely seen, but its full appearance could not be discerned. "This is the barrier?" "That's right. A day ago, its radius was 1,000 meters, but now it's only 900 meters. At this rate, it will disappear completely in about 20 days. Zhou Yun did not approach immediately, but instead scanned his surroundings first. The calmer the place, the more dangerous it often is. Mist weaving. Wu Ji appeared silently beside him, her expression still indifferent. Although she had lost her memory, her perception ability was definitely among the top 3 under Zhou Yun's command. What did you sense? Wu Ji closed her eyes, remained silent for a few seconds, and then uttered a sentence that made everyone's expression change. Something is breathing inside the barrier. The gold-eating spirit rats immediately shrank back, and Ah Shui's hand also rested on the hilt of his sword, with azure spiritual energy quietly emerging. Zhou Yun's expression remained unchanged. A living thing? Wu Ji shook her head. Uncertain. It's more like some kind of regular energy fluctuation, like a heartbeat, but not quite. It runs every 30 seconds very consistently. Wana immediately retrieved Wenji's perception records and confirmed. Wenji didn't detect this fluctuation. She was 3 kilometers away from the barrier at the time, so she probably couldn't detect it. Mistweavers are particularly sensitive to signs of life, which is why they can detect abnormalities. Zhou Yun nodded. Let's take a closer look. As the group approached the barrier, the golden light screen gradually became clearer. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Yun discovered that the light screen was covered with fine lines that formed ancient and solemn geometric patterns that were almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. This is a magic array, Wana said in a low voice. And it's of an extremely high level. Zhou Yun raised his hand and slowly approached the light screen. Just as his fingertips were less than 10 centimeters from the light screen, a gentle yet irresistible force pushed his hand back. It didn't attack, it was simply rejecting. Zhou Yun withdrew his hand, a strange light flashing in his eyes. The purpose of this barrier doesn't seem to be to harm people, but rather to prevent anyone from entering. It was as if telling them that the time was not yet right. My lord, look over there. Ah Shui suddenly pointed to the bottom of the light screen. Zhou Yun looked in that direction, and his pupils immediately contracted. There was a tiny crack, about the width of a palm, where the barrier met the ground. Spiritual energy continuously overflowed from the crack, its concentration far exceeding that of the surrounding environment. Zhou Yun only took one breath, and every pore on his body seemed to be awakened, frantically absorbing that pure spiritual energy. Immediately afterwards, a system notification sounded in his mind. High concentration of S-rank spiritual energy detected. Lord is advised to explore. S-rank spiritual energy. The natural spiritual energy surrounding the stronghold is at most level B to A. However, the spiritual energy leaking out of this crack had actually reached the S rank. This means that the spiritual environment inside the barrier far exceeds the area they currently control. Wanna write this down? I'm already writing it down. Wanner's pen hardly stopped moving. Zhou Yun squatted down and carefully observed the edge of the crack. He discovered that the golden magic array patterns were slowly peeling off, like a mural that had endured many years, gradually fading away. This also proves Wanna's deduction that the barrier is indeed naturally weakening. But soon, Zhou Yun discovered another anomaly. There were some strange marks on the ground near the crack. Chapter 237. Is it possible for us to win them over? The marks left on the barrier were all claw-shaped, varying in size, from as small as a fist to as large as nearly half a meter. More importantly, all those traces extended from the inside of the barrier all the way to the outside. Something came out of there. Zhou Yun's tone was calm, but everyone sensed the gravity in his voice. Wanner stopped taking notes, her expression changing slightly. They came out? Then what about them now? I don't know. Zhou Yun stood up, his gaze sweeping over the silent morning-light forest. Sunlight streamed through the treetops, birdsong drifted from afar, and everything seemed normal. But Zhou Yun knew very well that the difference between what looks normal and what is truly safe is often just a matter of life and death. Mist weave! Wu Ji immediately closed her eyes, and an invisible sense of perception spread outwards from her like ripples. 3 seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes. About 2 kilometers to the northeast, there is a group of creatures. At least 30, All of them rank A or higher. This news sent a chill down everyone's spines. On Earth's defense line against calamities, a single ordinary A-rank calamity beast is enough to give a Grand Lord a hard time. But now, more than 30 A-rank creatures have gathered 2 kilometers away, and this is only the number detected within the range of the Mistweaver's perception. Zhou Yun asked, "Can you determine what kind of monster it is?" Wu Ji shook her head, her expression somewhat strange. "I don't know, but they have a very pure spiritual energy about them. It's exactly the same as the spiritual energy overflowing from the barrier." Zhou Yun and Wanner exchanged a glance. The answer was obvious. These creatures likely originated from inside the barrier, and are all high-level native monsters. Wanner quickly analyzed. The seal has loosened, and they may have taken the opportunity to escape from inside. Zhou Yun nodded slightly and asked, "Are they approaching this way?" After regaining its senses, Mistweaver replied, "No, they only move within a small area in a fixed location, as if they are guarding something." "What are we protecting?" Zhou Yun looked at the fading seal, then at the direction Shui pointed out, and a slow smile appeared on his lips. "A seal that is gradually disappearing, from which a group of A-rank monsters emerge. Instead of scattering and fleeing, they patrolled the vicinity, clearly guarding the seal, or rather, guarding something inside the seal." "Wanner. Exist. Do you think these monsters can be subdued?" Wanner was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood Zhou Yun's plan. If Zhou Yun can subdue all 30-odd A-rank monsters, he will essentially gain an elite A-rank legion out of thin air. "Theoretically, yes," Wanner said seriously. "Since they have appeared in your territory, they are essentially your subjects. But they may not submit easily." Zhou Yun smiled. "Not easily submitting does not mean it cannot submit. Let's go and meet these new neighbors." Meanwhile, on Earth, in the beautiful country of Washington. Inside the Oval Office of the White House, President William Jefferson leaned back in his leather chair, staring at a holographic screen. The screen was playing footage from Zhou Yun's press conference 3 days prior. He has watched this video more than a dozen times. "Matthew, do you think it's possible for us to win over Zhou Yun?" Secretary of State Matthew Clark paused for a moment before cautiously replying. "It's difficult, Mr. President. He is a national hero of the Great Han Kingdom, possessing unlimited merit and privileges. Given the treatment the Great Han Kingdom has given him, it would be difficult for us to offer a higher price. Moreover, his loyalty is extremely high. Spring Breeze Wine, the Job Change Stone Platform, and the Thunder Mother Pillar, any one of them would be enough to make a lord the richest man in the world. But he handed it all over to the Great Han Kingdom. This kind of person cannot be swayed by interests." Jefferson stopped tapping on the table, his gaze gradually sharpening. "Then let's change our approach, and instead of trying to win him over, let's cooperate. The Great Han Kingdom controls the Spring Breeze Wine and the Job Change Stone Platform. We possess the development rights to the Atlantic Ocean underwater ruins and have the largest number of lords in the world. We must prevent the Great Han Kingdom from hoarding all the good things." Matthew nodded. "I will arrange for someone to contact the Great Han Kingdom as soon as possible." He then pulled up a confidential document. "Mr. President, there has been a new discovery at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The exploration team has found the entrance to an underwater temple in the depths, but it is blocked by an unknown force and cannot be entered for the time being. Experts believe that there may be a new job change platform inside." Jefferson sat up straight instantly. "Increase investment, and open the temple at any cost. If there really is a job change platform inside, that would be our biggest bargaining chip in negotiations with the Great Han Kingdom." Matthew accepted the order and left. Jefferson looked back at the screen, where Zhou Yun had summoned the S-rank Void Thunder Beast, Lei Zi. Purple lightning exploded across the entire area, but Zhou Yun remained calm beneath it, as if everything was insignificant. "A remarkable young man," Jefferson said in a low voice. "I hope we won't become enemies." Planet Zero, deep within the Dawn Forest. Zhou Yun and his group silently passed through the dense forest and approached their target area. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, and occasionally, shimmering specks of light would appear in the air. That is the spiritual light that naturally condenses when the spiritual energy is extremely concentrated. It can only appear in spiritual energy environments of S rank or higher. "We've arrived," Wuji said in a low voice. Zhou Yun raised his hand, and everyone immediately stopped. He pushed aside the bushes in front of him and looked into the open space, his eyes widening slightly. On the open ground, more than 30 monsters of various shapes and sizes gathered quietly. A giant beetle with a crystalline shell, its shell shimmering with golden patterns. The 3-meter-tall humanoid tree spirit has glowing fruits growing on its crown-like head. There were also several giant silver wolves, their foreheads inlaid with natural spirit stones. They did not fight or roar, they simply stayed where they were. They looked more like a group of sentries waiting for something. Chapter 238 Elite Squad. "Good heavens, these things are all extraordinary!" Zhou Yun exclaimed in a low voice, and immediately used a detection spell on the monster in front of him. The first thing that catches the eye is the Crystal Armor Guardian, a level 25 A-rank monster, whose entire body is covered with a crystal armor with flowing golden patterns. Its strength, endurance, and other attributes are extremely high. Its crystallized body can reduce a lot of physical damage, and when the spiritual energy is sufficient, it can reduce it by up to 50%. Once it enters a defensive stance, its stamina and spirit are further enhanced, making it a natural frontline tank. It can also deploy a crystal shield with a radius of 5 meters to absorb a large amount of damage. The golden pattern shatter can also unleash an area of effect impact, causing light attribute damage and stunning enemies. Next, Zhou Yun looked at the Spirit Tree Guardians, which resembled 3-meter-tall ancient trees and were also level 25 A-rank monsters. Their combat attributes are not outstanding, but their intelligence and spirit are astonishing. The heart of all trees can continuously restore the health of nearby friendly forces. Spiritual fruits grow on their heads. Eating them not only instantly restores health but also removes a negative status effect. The Light of Watch can lock onto allies and provide continuous healing. Once the forest barrier is activated, all friendly units within 20 meters will have their attributes boosted and their health continuously restored. Finally, there was the Silver Fawn Whistle Wolf, whose silvery white fur flowed like moonlight, and a natural spirit stone was embedded in its forehead. They possess extremely high speed, and their spirit stone perception can detect all life signs within a 5-kilometer radius, making them impervious even to stealth skills. When they sprint at high speed, they can unleash their forest fangs. If they bite from behind, the damage will be doubled. Once the Wolf Howl on the Moon is activated, it not only increases the speed of nearby allies, but also marks enemies, preventing them from entering stealth mode. Sure enough, they were all A-rank. After reviewing the attributes, Zhou Yun couldn't help but marvel. These monsters were incredibly diverse, including tanks, healers, and even scouts. This is not a rabble, but a well-equipped and well-coordinated elite squad. "My lord," Wana leaned closer to him and whispered, "the composition of these monsters is too reasonable. They have defense, healing, and scouting capabilities. They definitely didn't gather here randomly. They are organized." Zhou Yun nodded. To organize over 30 A-rank monsters into such a team, the opponent must be at least S-rank and possess considerable intelligence. There might be another leader inside the barrier. When Zhou Yun said those words, he showed no nervousness whatsoever. Instead, he looked like a hunter who had discovered a real big prey, his eyes shining with excitement. An S-rank leader, plus over 30 level 25 A-rank elites. If they could all be subdued, the territory's strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. All right. Zhou Yun stood up, no longer concealing his aura. Since they are residents of my territory, I, as their lord, should at least pay them a visit. This A-rank unit is indeed terrifyingly strong. On Earth, there would be a force capable of sweeping away entire regions. Even Zhou Yun would never easily start a war with them before subduing Shaolan. After all, even though they are both A-rank monsters, the combat power between level 25 and level 1 is completely different. But for Zhou Yun now, they mean nothing. He strode out of the bushes, and the flowing cloud sword was quietly drawn, its SSSS rank spiritual light surging like flowing water. In the clearing of the dawn forest, more than 30 pairs of eyes turned to Zhou Yun in unison, and the air seemed to freeze instantly. The first to move were the silver fawn whistle wolves. The spirit stones on the foreheads of the 5 giant wolves lit up simultaneously, and a blinding white light exploded in the forest. The spirit stones had already locked onto Zhou Yun. They lowered their bodies, their silver fur stood on end, and a low, threatening growl came from their throats. Immediately afterwards, the 8 crystal-armored guards strode forward, their heavy footsteps landing like the resounding of war drums. Golden magic array patterns lit up on the carapace, and 8 crystal shields unfolded simultaneously, instantly forming an impenetrable defensive line. Meanwhile, the Spirit Wood Watcher silently retreated to the rear of the formation, its crown of spirit fruit radiating a soft glow, its watchful light ready to fall at any moment. Tanks in front, medical personnel behind, and reconnaissance personnel on the flanks. From the moment Zhou Yun appeared to the moment they completed their formation, it took less than a second. Their reaction was astonishingly fast, and their coordination was flawless. Goodness! Zhou Yun's eyes flashed with admiration. He had seen many groups of monsters, most of which relied solely on numbers and brute force to charge. This was the first time he had ever seen such an elite team where everyone had their own role and worked together seamlessly. Is Chapter 239 the end? This level of organization alone puts them miles ahead of those monstrous creatures on Earth. Wanner and Wuji behind her stopped at the same time. Wanner opened the booklet to record the battle data, while Wuji pressed her hand on the hilt of her sword and squinted her eyes. My lord, shall we make a move? No rush. Zhou Yun waved his hand. Dealing with more than 30 A-rank monsters wouldn't be difficult for him, but this team was well equipped, and it would be a waste to destroy them directly. But before he could even test the waters, the lead silver-toothed wolf had already raised its head and howled. A pack of wolves howls at the moon. Silver sound waves spread outwards, instantly increasing the speed of all monsters by 25%. Immediately afterwards, the golden magic circles on the shells of the 8 crystal-armored guards lit up simultaneously. Golden pattern shattering strike. 8 cone-shaped golden shockwaves simultaneously blasted towards Zhou Yun, unleashing light attribute damage 400 times stronger than normal. Any great lord on Earth would likely have been riddled with holes. Wow! Zhou Yun chuckled lightly, and without even saying hello, he went straight for full power, which was indeed quite fierce. But that's not enough. He didn't even raise his sword before 8 shockwaves slammed into him, exploding with light and billowing dust. Wanner raised her hand to shield her face, and 3 seconds later, when the dust settled, Zhou Yun was still standing there, motionless. The 9-colored slime robe emitted a faint glow before returning to calm. Magic immunity. Golden pattern shatter is a type of light attribute magic damage, so it's practically like a tickle to this robe. The monsters were clearly stunned. The crystal-armored guards exchanged glances, obviously never having seen an enemy so unaffected by the golden pattern shattering strike. The confusion in the silver fawn whistle wolf's eyes was quickly replaced by ferocity. If magic doesn't work, then let's use physics. 2 silver-toothed wolves burst out from the flank, turning into silver afterimages and instantly circling behind Zhou Yun. Silver Fawn, a sneak attack from behind, deals double damage. This teamwork was indeed skillful, but unfortunately, they chose the wrong opponent. A crimson light suddenly shot out from Zhou Yun's arms, and Xiaohong woke up. It had been sleeping soundly in Zhou Yun's arms, and had automatically crawled over after entering the territory. It had long since become a habit. But now, a demon was offending its master. A crimson flame dragon, about the length of an arm, landed on Zhou Yun's shoulder. Its size was pitifully small compared to A-rank monsters, resembling a large lizard. Its round dragon eyes swept around, then it raised its head. Hold head high! The dragon roar burst forth in its immature form, even carrying a hint of childishness. But the forest at dawn fell silent instantly. All the monsters stopped moving at the same time. The charging silver fawn whistle wolf froze in place, the spirit stone on its forehead flashing wildly, the golden patterns on the crystal armor guarding it dimmed, the shield automatically dissipated, its massive body trembled continuously, the spirit fruit on the spirit wood guardian's crown went out, and its ancient tree-like body bent deeply. The next second, more than 30 A-rank monsters knelt down in unison. They curled up, their bodies pressed tightly to the ground, afraid to raise their heads. The silver-toothed wolves even let out soft whistles, and the golden patterns on the crystal-armored guards' shells all dimmed, leaving only trembling. The whole process took less than a second. Zhou Yun paused, then looked down at Xiao Hong on his shoulder. Xiao Hong held its head high, 2 small flames shooting out of its nostrils, looking quite majestic like a dragon. Zhou Yun's lips twitched slightly. None of the plans he had prepared were used. Xiao Hong let out a roar, and everyone on the field fell to the ground. Wanner even forgot to flip through the booklet. Her mouth was slightly open, and she didn't close it for a long time. That's it. It seems so. Zhou Yun himself was both amused and exasperated. Wu Ji calmly released the hilt of the knife and uttered only 2 words. Dragon's might. Although Xiao Hong is in her juvenile form, her bloodline is that of a genuine SSS rank Crimson Flame Dragon. For an A-rank monster, this bloodline suppression is like a mountain pressing down on it. It's not just a difference in strength, but a fear etched into its very instincts. Zhou Yun exerted all his strength to subdue Shui, and later he also went to great lengths to subdue the S-rank Lei Zi. Now, however, more than 30 A-rank monsters were directly suppressed by a little dragon with a childlike voice. When the gap in strength becomes large enough, many things that would have required tremendous effort to accomplish can indeed become incredibly simple. Alright, stop shaking. Zhou Yun walked up to the monster, and patted the head of the silver-toothed whistle wolf that was closest to him. The whistle wolf stiffened and buried its head even deeper. I'm not going to eat you. Zhou Yun shook his head helplessly and tossed out a citizen conversion talisman. Golden lordly radiance spread from his palm, enveloping all the demons like sunlight. Congratulations. You have successfully captured an A-rank monster, Crystal Armor Guardian. Congratulations. You have successfully captured an A-rank monster, Spirit Wood Guardian. Congratulations. You have successfully captured the A-rank monster, Silver Fawn Whistle Wolf. 34 A-rank monsters were all captured in one go. Chapter 240 Starvane. Without resistance or hesitation, Zhou Yun swiftly and decisively subdued the group of demons. The moment they became the subjects, the tension and fear on their bodies visibly dissipated. A silver-toothed wolf tentatively raised its head, using its spirit stone to sense Zhou Yun's aura. After a moment, its tail gently wagged. This new lord seems to be quite good. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Yun nodded in satisfaction, then asked, Which barrier did you come out from? The lead wolf, the largest and with the brightest spirit stone, nodded. After being subdued, although they couldn't communicate as precisely as Wenji's ancestral script, they could still exchange basic information. Zhou Yun quickly pieced together the key information. These monsters do indeed come from inside the barrier, and they can freely pass through it because they carry spiritual energy imprints that resonate with the barrier. As for why they were guarding outside, the Silver Fawn Whistle Wolf sent a picture. A huge altar radiating starlight, upon which rests a hazy and enormous figure. Zhou Yun's gaze sharpened. As expected, there's a leader inside the barrier. He looked at Wanner. You take Wenji and Ashri and stay outside. Wanner raised her head. Lord, are you going in? Since they can lead the way, of course I have to go in and take a look. But there might be S-rank beings inside. That's why we should take a look. Zhou Yun patted the Crimson Flame Dragon on his shoulder. Don't worry, Little Red is here. Little Red proudly raised its head and spat out 2 flames. Wanner finally stopped trying to stop him. With Zhou Yun's current strength, plus the suppression of the dragon's might, ordinary beings really couldn't threaten him. Mistweave, come with me. Yes. Wu Ji followed silently, her hand always on the hilt of her sword. 4 silver-toothed wolves led the way, bringing Zhou Yun and his companion to the golden barrier. Upon closer inspection, the barrier's surface was covered with dense ray patterns, some of which had peeled off and dimmed, while others still shimmered faintly. At the bottom of the barrier, there was a crack about the width of a palm, from which golden spiritual energy was slowly dissipating. Silver Fang Whistle Wolf stepped forward first. When its body touched the light barrier, its carapace and fur lit up with golden patterns, as if it were displaying a pass, and it passed directly through the barrier. Zhou Yun took a deep breath and reached out to touch the light screen. Instead of burning heat, his fingertips felt a warmth carrying an ancient aura, as if he were touching a sleeping, slowly beating heart. This time, the barrier did not reject him. Zhou Yun stepped forward, and the golden light curtain rippled outwards, eventually engulfing him completely. After passing through the barrier, the view suddenly opened up before my eyes. The spiritual energy here is so rich it's almost tangible. With every breath, it feels like countless pores are greedily absorbing energy. Genuine S-rank spiritual energy concentration. This space spans several hundred meters in diameter, with white stone bricks paving the ground and glowing moss growing in the cracks. 12 20-meter-high stone pillars stand around the perimeter, their shafts engraved with ancient runes, emitting a faint starlight under the nourishment of spiritual energy. At the very center of the space stood a magnificent altar of stars. The altar has 7 layers, with white stone steps stacked one on top of the other, each layer engraved with patterns like the trails of stars. As the spiritual energy flows, those patterns seem to slowly rotate, like a real galaxy. At the top of the altar, a deep golden pillar of light shot into the sky from the ground. Within the pillar, countless tiny points of light swirled and flowed, like a condensed galaxy. That was an S-rank star vein. Zhou Yun's eyes lit up instantly, and a notification sound rang in his mind. Discovery, stellar vein, rank S. Type, natural source of aura. Effect, continuously releases S-rank pure spiritual energy. Monsters within the spiritual vein's radiation range will automatically gain continuous experience. The higher the spiritual energy rank, the faster the experience gain rate. Special effect, spirit vein experience is not limited by level. Long-term immersion can naturally allow monsters and heroes to break through level bottlenecks. Note, spiritual veins are natural formations and cannot be moved or divided. Upon seeing the last 2 lines, Zhou Yun's breathing became rapid. He knew all too well what it meant that experience was not limited by level and that long-term immersion could naturally break through bottlenecks. For lords, leveling up is never the hardest part. Especially for Zhou Yun, who gains experience simply by killing monsters, the real challenge lies in reaching the level cap after level 25. Every monster will hit an invisible wall upon reaching level 25. To break through, it can only do so by killing a boss-level monster of the same level. For an A-rank monster to break through, it must kill the A-rank disaster beast leader. However, A-rank leaders are extremely rare on Earth. You might not encounter even a few in the entire Great Han Kingdom in a year. This is the fundamental reason why many of Zhou Yun's A-rank subjects are stuck at level 25. It's not that they can't break through, but that they don't have enough leaders to kill. But now, everything is different. With the Star Vein, there's no need to kill leaders or engage in risky battles. As long as the people stay within the vein's radiation range, they will automatically accumulate experience and gradually break through level bottlenecks. This is practically an inexhaustible training ground that allows its citizens to automatically level up. This thing. Chapter 241 Automatic Upgrade. Zhou Yun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and looked up at the star vein at the top of the altar with an intense gaze. No wonder all those A-rank monsters outside are stuck at level 25, the maximum level. It turns out they've been nourished by this spiritual vein, which is why they've been able to level up all the way to the top. As for why he failed to reach the S rank, it is obviously because the threshold from a rank to S rank is too high, and passive immersion in the spiritual veins alone is not enough to complete the breakthrough. Even so, the value of this spiritual vein is already beyond measure. My lord, Wuji suddenly spoke, her calm voice carrying an unusual undercurrent of emotion. She closed her eyes, feeling the pure and rich spiritual energy around her. The spiritual energy here is very comfortable. I can feel my power slowly increasing. Although it's slow, it's definitely growing. Zhou Yun glanced at her. Wuji was an A-rank hero, whose quality was even higher than that of ordinary A-rank monsters. Even she could benefit from the spiritual vein, which meant that the quality of the spiritual vein in front of him far exceeded his expectations. Good stuff, really good stuff. Zhou Yun turned to look at the 4 silver-toothed wolves that had followed him in. No wonder you've been guarding this place. Silver-toothed wolf tilted its head, a vague consciousness emanating from it. It's not guarding the spiritual veins, it's guarding the altar, the leader said. Leader? Zhou Yun followed their gaze to the highest point of the altar, where he saw a massive, silvery white figure lurking beside the pillar of starlight. Its body was covered with silvery white scales, on which star-like patterns flowed. Its huge wings were folded at its sides, and its tail swayed slowly. A pair of vertical pupils looked down at Zhou Yun from above, exuding a strong sense of oppression. The Lord's system immediately popped up a message. Name, Star Guardian. Silverwing. Status, unemployed. Category, Monster Leader. Rank S. Zhou Yun's gaze lingered on the rank column, and sure enough, there was an S-rank leader hidden there. Just as he was about to continue examining her, Xiaohong suddenly let out a high-pitched scream. This time, however, it wasn't a threat, but rather excitement. The crimson flame dragon jumped off Zhou Yun's shoulder, flapped its wings and flew into the air, letting out a series of joyful cries at the silver wings on the altar. It showed no hostility whatsoever. On the contrary, it seemed as if it had encountered one of its own kind. When the S-rank Star Guardian saw Little Red flying over, the wariness in its vertical pupils quickly dissipated by more than half. It slowly stood up and lowered its proud head. On the surface, it bowed to Xiaohong, but Zhou Yun knew very well that what Silverwing truly feared was the terrifying aura behind Xiaohong. In its perception, Zhou Yun possessed the aura of an SSS-rank Crimson Flame Flying Dragon, which was 2 major ranks higher than its own. The might of the dragons is not to be trifled with, and a master who has gained the dragon's approval is even less to be trifled with. Silverwing did not resist, and Zhou Yun immediately took out the mind transformation talisman. Golden light descended, enveloping the massive body of the silver wing. It trembled slightly before becoming completely still. Congratulations! You have successfully captured Star Guardian Silverwing. Zhou Yun nodded in satisfaction. Subduing this S-rank leader was even easier than subduing the 34 A-rank monsters outside. But he quickly turned his attention back to the star vein. S-rank spiritual veins automatically upgrade, ignoring level limits. These 3 abilities alone are enough to drive any lord completely mad. Just then, Wanner's clear voice came from behind. Zhou Yun turned around and found that Wanner had somehow passed through the barrier, and was quickly climbing the stone steps of the altar. She turned to a new page in the booklet in her hand, but her gaze was not on the paper at all. Instead, she stared intently at the star spirit vein. There was no greed in her eyes, only the irrepressible excitement of the head steward of internal affairs when he discovered a priceless treasure. Wanner? Didn't I tell you to wait outside? I apologize, my lord. Wanner bowed slightly, but spoke much faster than usual. The spiritual energy fluctuations within the barrier have stabilized, and I judged that the threat had been eliminated, so I came in on my own. She took a deep breath, her eyes growing brighter. Moreover, I had to come, because it would be a waste to use this spiritual vein only for leveling up. Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Wanner walked to the side of the spiritual vein, sensing the direction and frequency of the spiritual energy flow. Then she opened the booklet, revealing the level 10 city blueprint that she had already drawn. My lord, this is not just a tool for gaining experience, it is the energy heart of a city. After the stronghold is upgraded to level 10, a large number of advanced buildings such as teleportation arrays, shrines, and defensive arrays are needed, and these facilities all require a continuous power supply. According to the original plan, at least 12 large spirit gathering arrays and 3 spirit energy central towers need to be built to barely meet the energy requirements of a level 10 city. These auxiliary facilities alone will take up nearly a third of the construction budget. Wanner closed the booklet, her tone utterly resolute. But with this spiritual vein, nothing else is needed. We don't even need a spirit gathering array? Zhou Yun was slightly taken aback. No need, Wana replied decisively. The energy output of this S-rank spiritual vein is dozens of times that of the 12 large-scale spiritual gathering arrays combined. As long as it is introduced into the core of the stronghold, the energy operation of the entire city can be independently supplied by it. Not only that, S-rank spiritual energy will also naturally modify the surrounding environment. Once connected to the stronghold, the spiritual energy concentration in the entire stronghold area will be raised to the S level. Without the need for additional magic arrays, the stronghold itself will become an S-rank spiritual energy environment, and all the residents stationed there will be constantly nourished by S-rank spiritual energy. Zhou Yun's breath itched. This means that whether it's an A-rank mist warrior, a water swordsman, a B-rank wind and thunder eagle, or even a C-rank cauliflower beast, as long as they stay in the stronghold, they can continuously grow stronger without even realizing it. This is no longer an ordinary outpost, it's clearly an entire city that automatically cultivates. What about the budget saved? Zhou Yun asked the most practical question. Wana answered without hesitation. Invest all of it in the core buildings. The construction cycle of the defensive array, teleportation array, and shrine can be shortened by at least half. Chapter 242 The Battle Formation of 10,000 Spirits. Zhou Yun nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. Well done, Wana. Wana bowed slightly, but couldn't hide the smile on her face. The matter of the spiritual veins has come to a temporary end, but Zhou Yun's gains are far more than that. While Wana studied the spiritual veins, he began to explore the area around the altar. Wu Ji followed behind, always vigilantly observing the surroundings. However, she soon confirmed that after Silverwing was subdued, there was no other life in the sealed area, and all that remained were treasures. Zhou Yun first noticed a vein of metal ore in the cracks of the altar steps. The ore is a deep silver-blue color, with fine star patterns all over its surface. Under the reflection of the spiritual vein, it gleams with a cold light, as if a galaxy has been embedded in the earth. He crouched down and touched the ore. It was cold and heavy to the touch, and its texture was so delicate that it didn't seem like a natural ore. He then activated his detection spell. Name Starry Gold. Rank SS. Type, Forging Material. Description, a top-grade metal born from the depths of stellar veins, containing the power of stars. It is the core material for forging artifacts of SS rank and above, and requires S rank or above furnace fire for smelting. Its production is extremely limited. Zhou Yun stared at the panel and remained silent for 3 seconds. SS-grade materials are still the core materials for crafting divine artifacts. He thought of Firebeard in the stronghold. Now, Firebeard wields the S-rank divine hammer judgment, and has also obtained the soul forging inheritance and the forging manual. His skills are vastly different from what they used to be. The only thing limiting him was the use of top-quality materials. Even the most skilled blacksmith cannot forge a divine artifact without the right materials. Yet, the star-refined gold before us is not just a few scattered pieces, but spread out over a large area along the patterns on the altar steps. A rough estimate puts it at least several hundred kilograms. Zhou Yun could even picture Wasu's reaction upon seeing the ores. First, he would freeze, then his eyes would redden, and finally he would cling to the ores, refusing to let go. Mistweaver, note the location. Have old Jean lead some people to collect it later. Okay. Wu Ji nodded. These ores have extremely pure spiritual energy, without any impurities, and are of very high quality. Zhou Yun glanced at her. You can even sense the quality of ore? The purer the spiritual energy, the higher its quality. This is basic common sense. Okay. After being enlightened by his own people, Zhou Yun's lips twitched slightly as he continued to explore deeper into the altar. Behind the third level of the altar stone steps, a semi-hidden stone niche caught his attention. The stone niche was only an arm's length square, covered by a thin barrier of spiritual energy. Zhou Yun pushed it, and the barrier shattered like a soap bubble. Inside was an ancient book about 3 inches thick, with a bronze-colored cover. It contained no text, only a complex star map composed of countless points of light. As soon as Zhou Yun picked up the ancient book, the Lord's system immediately popped up a notification. Discovery, All-Spirit Battle Formation Manual, SSS Rank, Skill Book. Type, Commander Skill. Usage Conditions, exclusive to Lords. Effect. Commander Bonus. The maximum number of troops that can be commanded is 10,000 times the Strength attribute. Command Range. The radius of the command range is 10 meters, equal to the mental attribute. All-Spirit Link. All friendly units within range share the Commander Bonus, increasing all attributes by 5%. The remaining health of fallen units will be evenly distributed among surviving units. Battle Formation Core. The Lord, as the core of the battle formation, receives a bonus to all attributes equal to 0.1% of the total number of friendly units within range, up to a maximum of 50%. Description: the supreme command technique of the ancient star civilization, with the power of the Lord as the core and the heart of all spirits as the net, weaves a war formation covering the star field. Zhou Yun stared at the numbers, his pupils suddenly contracting. Strength attribute multiplied by 10,000. After synchronizing with Little Blue's attributes, his strength had already exceeded 1,500. Based on 1,500, his command limit would be 15 million troops. The mental attribute is calculated at 650, and the command range is a radius of 6,500 meters. Within a radius of 6,500 meters, all friendly forces can be included in his command, and this does not mean that they are limited to his own people. Whether they are subjects of other lords or professionals who have changed jobs, as long as they are within the range, they will receive a 5% bonus to all attributes. The remaining life force of the fallen will be automatically distributed to the survivors. At the same time, Zhou Yun himself can also receive a tribute boost from the number of friendly units. 100,000 friendly units will grant a 10% boost, and 500,000 friendly units will directly stack up to the maximum of 50%. The image of the Xiangsha front immediately flashed into his mind. During the initial battle against the horde of monsters, hundreds of strongholds, thousands of lords, and tens of thousands of citizens fought simultaneously. He could only ride his wind and thunder eagle, constantly moving forward and using meteorites to clear out each location one by one. Exhausted, yet still with limited efficiency. If he had possessed the Myriad Spirits battle formation chart back then, he wouldn't have needed to personally go to every battlefield. As long as you stand in the center of the battle line and activate your command skill, all friendly forces will have their attributes boosted, and the life force of fallen soldiers will be recovered and redistributed. The casualty rate of the entire battle line could likely be significantly reduced. This thing. Zhou Yun gripped the ancient book tightly, his voice slightly low. He wasn't easily excited, but at this moment, his palms felt faintly warm. It wasn't out of greed, but because he knew perfectly well how many lives this skill book could save on the battlefield in the future. Chapter 243. Give me 7 days. Without hesitation, Zhou Yun used the commander skill book. The ancient book transformed into a bronze-colored light and instantly entered his brow. A flood of information rushed into my mind, as if countless star maps were unfolding in my consciousness. A few seconds later, the light faded, and a system notification sounded. Congratulations! You have learned the commander skill, All Spirits Battle Formation. Zhou Yun closed his eyes, feeling the newly generated power in his mind. Invisible threads extended from his consciousness, connecting with every living being around him. Wu Ji, Wan or Wen Ji, as well as the newly subdued Silverwing and 34A rank monsters, were all clearly reflected in his perception. Their location, state, and even the slightest emotional fluctuations were all under Zhou Yun's control. He seemed to have become the center of a giant net, a net that could cover an area of thousands of miles. All right. Zhou Yun opened his eyes, focused his senses, and glanced at the harvest on the altar. S-rank Star Spirit Vein, SS-rank Star Essence Gold, SSS rank Commander Skill Book. Every treasure in the ruins would cause a sensation if taken out, but now they are all in his hands. Zhou Yun shook his head and chuckled. Planet Zero truly lived up to its reputation as a 9S-class planet, teeming with opportunities, and the area he had explored was less than 1/10,000th of it. Who knows how many surprises are hidden in the unknown territories? But now is not the time to continue adventuring. Bringing our spoils back to the base and advancing the upgrades as quickly as possible is the priority. The return journey was smooth. Silverwing took on the role of mount, and with its 20-meter wingspan spread out, it was enough to carry everyone back to the base. Lazy was arrogant, and only allowed Zhou Yun to ride him. Ini, having just joined, was naturally much more humble. As soon as the outline of the stronghold came into view, Zhou Yun saw a short figure pacing back and forth in front of the city gate. It was Firebeard, the dwarf blacksmith. As soon as Silverwing landed, Firebeard rushed up, his beard trembling, and bombarded him with questions. "Lord, did you get any ore this time? What grade? What's its hardness? What's its melting point? What kind of equipment can it be forged?" Since obtaining the Soul Forging Manual of Fog City, Firebeard's forging skills have improved rapidly, but the stronghold has always lacked truly top-quality materials. He had the ability, but couldn't produce commensurate results, which had been frustrating him for a long time. Zhou Yun was forced to take a half-step back by his enthusiasm, and with a smile, she took out a small piece of silver-blue metal and handed it over. "See for yourself." The moment Huasu received the metal, he froze on the spot. It is cold and heavy, containing an incredibly pure spiritual energy within, and its texture is more like solidified starlight. He stared down at the fist-sized piece of metal, his hands trembling, his beard trembling, even his lips quivering. "Is this star essence gold?" Huasu's voice was hoarse, and he could hardly believe it. "SS rank star gold. You know him?" Zhou Yun asked, somewhat surprised. Firebeard suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. "This is a legendary material passed down through generations of our dwarven race. The Soul Forging Manual records that star essence gold is the supreme material for forging divine artifacts. With this, combined with the Judgment Hammer and Soul Forging inheritance, I can forge SS-grade equipment." Huasu even choked on the last word. The surrounding people all turned to look, but he was completely oblivious, holding the refined gold in both hands as if it were the most precious treasure. "My lord, how many do you have?" "Several hundred kilograms." Firebeard remained silent for a full 5 seconds, then suddenly knelt down on one knee. "My lord! Give me 10 days, no, give me 7 days. I, Huasu, swear to the god of forging that I will forge your first SS rank artifact within 7 days. Zhou Yun helped him up and patted him on the shoulder. "No rush, let's get the materials back first." Huasu nodded emphatically, then turned and ran towards the forge. After running a dozen steps, he hurriedly turned back. "My lord, could I have this piece first? I'd like to test its melting point and ductility." "Take it." "Thank you, my lord." Carrying the starry refined gold, Firebeard charged into the forge at a speed completely disproportionate to his size. Almost simultaneously, a dense clatter of hammers echoed from within. Zhou Yun watched his retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. "He's gone mad. He's always been like this." Warner turned a page of the booklet expressionlessly. "Last time he got the Judgment Hammer, he didn't sleep for 3 days. Then I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep for 7 days this time. I will arrange for Ellie to supervise him so that he eats on time." Zhou Yun smiled, then stopped smiling and looked at Warner. "All right, let's get down to business." Warner immediately closed the booklet, her expression turning serious. She knew that Zhou Yun wanted to discuss the Star Spirit Vein. "You previously stated that spiritual veins can serve as the energy core of a city. Shouldn't the level 10 city blueprint be readjusted?" "It's not just about adjustments." Warner pulled out a brand new blueprint, which she had started revising on her way back. "With the star vein as the core energy source, the original plan for 12 spirit gathering arrays and 3 spirit energy central towers can all be cancelled. The budget and building space saved can be invested in 3 directions." She held up 3 fingers. "First, we will comprehensively upgrade the city walls and defense system. By replacing the original A-grade building materials with Star Essence Gold, the city wall defense level can be directly upgraded to S-grade. Second, expand the teleportation array. Originally, only one two-way teleportation array was planned, but now it can be expanded to 3, covering the stronghold, Dawn Forest and the mine, to achieve real-time dispatch. Third, and most importantly. Wana's eyes lit up. Shrine. Chapter 244 All-Out Construction. She looked at Zhou Yun with burning eyes. My lord, the god of the Void Mirror has been waiting for a long time. Once the level 10 city is built and the shrine is established, she can officially descend upon the territory. At that time, the empty mirror world will be fully open, and we will be able to replenish our population in large numbers. Zhou Yun remained silent for a moment, then thought of the god of the empty mirror who was sleeping in the mirror realm. Back then, he barely managed to stabilize the Void Mirror Temple with the help of the Calamity Beast pill. The other party also gave him a lot of help. The fact that thousands of A-rank demons in the mirror realm were able to be recruited was due to her efforts. But that was only a temporary measure. To truly bring the god of the Void Mirror down, the shrine in a level 10 territory is an irreplaceable anchor point. Now, almost all the conditions are in place. How long will the construction period take? Zhou Yun asked. Wana quickly calculated. If we go all out, I can use the Imperial Edict to shorten the construction period, and then have the gold-eating spirit rats workshop operate at full capacity. It will take at least 20 days. At this point, she looked up at Zhou Yun. But it will require a lot of gold coins, conservatively estimated at least 1 million. 1 million gold coins is enough to make most lords faint on the spot. Even a great lord might not accumulate a few 100,000 in wealth over a lifetime. Zhou Yun simply said calmly, I'll give you a withdrawal limit of 1 million. Wana's pupils contracted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Having followed Zhou Yun for so long, she should have gotten used to his style, but when he casually uttered this number, it still felt unreal. Understood. She closed the blueprint, her voice brimming with excitement. Within 20 days, I will show you a brand new city. After saying that, she turned and left, walking much faster than usual. As Zhou Yun watched her retreating figure, he suddenly realized that the people in his territory seemed to all share the same trait. Firebeard goes crazy when he gets the ore, and Wana goes crazy when she gets the budget. Who knows who will be next? In the days that followed, the Zero-Planet Outpost was completely transformed into a massive construction site. Wana also demonstrated through her actions what the consequences would be of giving an SS-rank internal affairs genius 1 million gold coins. On the first day, the entire gold-eating spirit rat clan mobilized, led by Old Jean, and rushed into the Dawn Forest to collect star essence gold on a large scale. At the same time, all vacant building sites at the outpost were quickly cleared to make room for the construction of the new city. The next day, Wana stood on the high platform in the center of the stronghold, unfolded the blueprint, and scanned every inch of the land with her eyes. Zhu Hui moved her hand, and golden light spread from her palm. A B-level arrow tower, which was supposed to be built in 3 days, rose from the ground in 10 seconds. The foundation of the city wall extended continuously from east to west, with each stage of construction pushed to its limits. She also employed her strategic skills to relocate unsuitable old buildings to make way for the best areas for the new ones. The entire stronghold seemed to be able to be reshaped at will in her hands. On the third day, the star essence gold arrived at the stronghold, and Firebeard's forge began operating day and night. The hammering sound never stopped, from morning till night, and from night till morning. The dwarf blacksmith seemed to have no need for sleep. When Ellie brought food over, Firebeard yelled at her through the door. Leave me alone, let me hammer a little longer. On the 5th day, the first section of the city wall was officially closed. Silver-white starlight gold was embedded in the city wall's framework, emitting a faint starlight as spiritual energy flowed through it. From a distance, it looked like a solidified Milky Way stretching across the edge of the stronghold. On the 7th day, the bases of the 3 teleportation arrays were completed simultaneously. Wana personally calibrated the array parameters to ensure accurate teleportation between the stronghold, Dawn Forest, and the mine. On the same day, Huasu rushed out of the forge with bloodshot eyes. Without saying a word, he respectfully presented Zhou Yun with a long sword that gleamed with a silvery blue light. Zhou Yun took the long sword, and the results from the probing technique made him gasp slightly. SS rank. Firebeard did just that. In just 7 days he forged his first SS rank weapon. If this knife were placed on Earth, it would surely cause a global frenzy. Even Zhou Yun, who had seen many fine things, couldn't help but be tempted. Unfortunately, he already possessed the SSS rank Gale sword, and this SS rank long sword, though powerful, was not suitable for him to use. Zhou Yun looked at Huasu. The dwarf was covered in mineral dust and sweat, and a few strands of his beard were singed, but his bloodshot eyes were more intense than a forge. Well done. Zhou Yun handed the knife back. Go get some sleep first. No. Firebeard shook his head, his eyes stubborn. I can play one more game. Go to sleep. Zhou Yun's tone left no room for negotiation. Huasu muttered a few words, but was ultimately dragged away by Ellie against his will. As the days went by, the changes at the outpost were clearly visible. Every day upon waking, new buildings appear. The city walls extend ever further, arrow towers rise one after another, and teleportation arrays glow with a ghostly blue light. At the very center of the stronghold, a huge circular foundation has been completed. That was the location of the shrine. Warner placed it at the geometric center of the entire city, right next to the access point of the stellar spiritual vein. Once the spiritual vein is connected and the shrine is completed, the god of the void mirror can officially descend. At the same time, the final piece of the puzzle for level 10 cities will be completely completed. Zhou Yun stood on the high platform, overlooking the ever-evolving stronghold. The gold-eating spirit rat was busy transporting building materials, the cauliflower beast was cultivating the new farmland, the flame giant was moving boulders, and the wind-riding divine eagle was transporting supplies back and forth in the air. Even Xiaohong was captured and made to work, assigned to the city wall construction site, where she used the power of the crimson flame to fire bricks and stones. The crimson flame dragon squatted beside the pile of stones, its face full of grievance, weakly spitting out small flames from its nostrils. It was very unwilling, but dared not resist at all. Because the person who issued the dispatch order was Warner, and within this stronghold, Warner's orders were second only to Zhou Yun's own. Zhou Yun watched this scene with a slight smile on his lips. Regardless of cost, employing massive manpower, and engaging in frenzied infrastructure construction. This is probably the most correct way for an SS-rank domestic affairs genius to use a budget of 1 million gold coins. Chapter 245 I'll help you level up. The construction of the stronghold was in full swing, and Warner had calculated the budget of 1 million gold coins in great detail, wishing she could split each one in half to use it. Zhou Yun had a rare day of leisure. Huasu was forced to rest, Warner directed the construction, Wen Ji coordinated the entire stronghold, and Wu Ji led a patrol to the outskirts of Dawn Forest. Everything was in good order. He leaned against the stone pier of the city gate, watching Xiaohong being ordered around by Warner to fire bricks, and he was in a very good mood. Just then, a friend notification sounded. Lian Kuan and Mu Yu sent private messages almost simultaneously. One said he needed help, and the other said there was a problem in the Lord's Circle, and everyone was very anxious. The two of them came to his door together, so the matter was clearly serious. Zhou Yun immediately opened the Lord's Circle public channel and posted 3 words. What's wrong? This message was like a depth charge, and the channel instantly went viral. Since the cross-circle battle, Zhou Yun's feat of single-handedly slaughtering 3,000 people has spread throughout the entire circle. Now, he is no longer an ordinary alliance leader, but a top figure recognized by everyone. But when he appeared, the group of people showed no restraint whatsoever and were all eager to complain. After scrolling through the screen for more than 10 seconds, Yi Mimi finally got to the point. After the cross-circle battle, many people obtained C-rank small planes. The wind-riding divine eagle chick is quite powerful, but problems also followed. There's nowhere to level up. The monsters in the wild are too scattered. Even with more than 20 people vying to farm them, they can't accumulate enough experience points in half a day. Occasionally, they find areas with a high concentration of monsters, but these are often within the national defense zone, and the military simply doesn't allow them to enter. Ultimately, the problem stems from a lack of monster resources. While there are many monsters on the defensive lines, they are part of the national defense system, and ordinary lords cannot easily engage them. Liang Kun immediately spoke up, hoping that Zhou Yun, the great lord and national hero, could put in a good word for them and let them go to the defense line to gain some experience, ensuring that they would not cause trouble for the military. Zhou Yun looked at the screen full of messages and couldn't help but laugh. After obtaining the C2 unit, these people treated it like a new toy, wanting nothing more than to max out its level in a single day. This kind of happy dilemma was something they couldn't have imagined just 6 months ago. Back then, anyone who owned a D-rank monster would treat it like a treasure. Now that there are C-rank flying units, people complain that the leveling speed is too slow. Zhou Yun understood this feeling perfectly. It was like getting a top-tier weapon. The first thing you did wasn't to admire it, but to want to upgrade it to the maximum level immediately. He replied in the channel. Zhou Yun, I'll take care of this. The channel went silent for a moment, then exploded completely. Phrases like, Alliance leader is awesome, and Cloud God is mighty, flooded the screen, with some even declaring their eternal love for the Alliance leader. Zhou Yun felt a chill run down his spine and decisively turned off the channel. This was indeed not difficult for him. He was now the Grand Lord of the Great Han Kingdom, and leading a group of people to the front line for training was something he only needed to do by informing the United Front Work Department. Individuals are not allowed to enter the defensive line, primarily to protect the safety of ordinary people. However, with the Grand Lord in charge, there's naturally no need to worry about chaos. Moreover, he had originally planned to return to Earth anyway. Director May asked him to visit Guanhongda, as this matter had been delayed for many days and could not be postponed any longer. He could take these people to the defense line to level up along the way, which would be a small favor. With him around, let alone safety issues, the sheer number of monsters along the entire defensive line might not even be enough for this group to defeat. Zhou Yun got up, dusted off his clothes, and was about to say a few words to Wanner when he turned around and found that Wanner was already standing in front of him. She wore a light blue dress, held a booklet in her hand, and maintained her dignified and composed expression. Only a faint wrinkle creased her brow. Zhou Yun paused slightly. He knew Wanner too well. This SS-rank genius of internal affairs could handle even the largest projects and the most complex coordination with ease. Anything that could make her frown was definitely not simple. What's wrong? My lord, there is something I need to report to you. Wanner opened the booklet and told him that early this morning, the water spirit responsible for monitoring the celestial veins discovered something unusual. She took out an energy fluctuation chart recorded by the magic tower. Under normal circumstances, the energy curve of a stellar vein should be smooth, like a river flowing at a constant speed. However, around 3 a.m., the curve suddenly changed drastically. The fluctuation frequency suddenly increased, and the amplitude was nearly 30% higher than usual. It lasted for about 15 minutes before returning to normal. This fluctuation is very strange. Wanner pointed to the abnormal area on the map. It doesn't seem like a change in the spiritual vein itself, but rather like it's resonating with something. Resonance? And what? Underground. Wanner's voice was calm, but Zhou Yun could hear the gravity in it. The stellar veins' fluctuations did not spread outwards, but rather descended from top to bottom, as if transmitting some kind of signal deep into Planet Zero. But deep within the planet, something seems to be responding to it. Zhou Yun fell silent. Deep within Planet Zero, he recalled Wenji's past perceptions. Spiritual energy surged up from the depths of the planet's core. I also recalled the system's description of the star vein. A natural source of spiritual energy. Natural means that this spiritual vein was not man-made, it was originally part of Planet Zero. But now, this spiritual vein is resonating with something deep within the planet. Chapter 246 Target, Southwest Defense Line. It has only happened once so far. Wanner closed the booklet and arranged for 24-hour monitoring. If anything unusual happens, I will notify you immediately. My lord, once you have dealt with matters on Earth, please return as soon as possible. I am worried that something may have gone wrong. Zhou Yun looked at her slightly furrowed brow and nodded, saying, I know, at most 3 days. He looked toward the dawn forest, where the golden ceiling barrier was still slowly shrinking, and the stellar veins beneath the barrier were resonating with the Earth. The secrets of this planet are being revealed layer by layer, and behind each layer lie opportunities and unknowns. They're gone. Before leaving, Zhou Yun glanced back at the bustling construction site. Wana was already engrossed in her work, while Xiaohong squatted by the city wall, burning bricks, looking miserable. Firebeard sneaked into the forge again, the hammer clanging loudly, and Ellie chased after him with a broom, scolding him for not sleeping. The gold-eating spirit rats lined up to carry building materials, with old Jean standing at the very front, solemnly directing the team. Everything was orderly and full of life. Zhou Yun smiled, activated the teleportation, and disappeared in a white light. Next stop, Earth. When Zhou Yun got home, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Zhou's mother was sitting in the living room watching TV, and only glanced at him. Have you eaten? Have eaten. There's pork rib soup in the pot, just heat it up yourself. His attitude was much better than a few days ago. After the news of the global press conference came out, Zhou's mother chased after him and scolded him for 20 minutes. They scolded him for not telling his family beforehand, scolded him for showing off to the whole world, and worried that he would be targeted by someone. But after scolding him, she still cooked him a pot of pork rib soup with red eyes. Zhou Yun didn't go to the hot soup shop. Instead, he went straight back to his room, took out his phone, and created a QQ group. Group name, Great Han Dynasty, Everlasting Prosperity. This was something the lords had discussed long ago. As soon as the group was created, all the lords returning to Earth would join immediately. Sure enough, applications started flooding in immediately. Zhou Yun changed the verification to answering a question: what is the name of the mount of the Lord of the Alliance? The answers were a complete mess. Some people answered with Rai-Z, some with Rem, some wrote, the big purple bug, and some even wrote, my husband. Zhou Yun didn't bother with it, and let them all pass. In less than half an hour, all 5,003 lords had assembled. He pinned the announcement to the top of the group chat. Meet at the outer perimeter of the southwest defense line at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Bring your own rations, I'll take you to level up. The group chat exploded instantly. Some were shocked that the leader would personally lead the team, some asked if the southwest defense line was Guan Hongda's territory, and others shouted that Yunshin would clear the way and no one could stop him. Zhou Yun did not reply, turned off her phone, and lay down to rest. Helping his friends level up was just a side thing. His real target was Guan Hongda. Moreover, he doesn't plan to notify anyone about this operation. The United Front Work Department, the Southwest Defense Command, and Guan Hongda himself were not notified. The fact that a 5,000-strong air formation directly pressed forward is itself a statement of principle. The next morning, on the desolate wilderness outside the southwestern defense line, before the fog had dissipated, 5,000 lords had already densely filled the ground. Some people took the high-speed train overnight, while others rode their vehicles to get here in the middle of the night. Several southern lords rode D-rank earth-walking lizards for 300 kilometers, their mounts so tired that they stuck out their tongues and rolled their eyes. Liang Kun stood at the front of the crowd maintaining order, working up a sweat. Mu Yu, her voice hoarse from shouting through the megaphone, yelled, "Line up! Line up!" But the scene was still chaotic. This was the first time that the Great Han Dynasty had acted collectively on Earth, and everyone was incredibly excited. Some people cursed whoever let their dog poop and urinate anywhere, some made fun of the red underwear, and others cried out that they had been fooled after meeting someone they met online. 5,000 lords, each carrying a small airplane, the wind from their flapping wings flattened the surrounding withered grass. At exactly 8 o'clock, a white light shone in front of the crowd. Zhou Yun appeared. He was wearing an ordinary black coat, his hands in his pockets, looking at the huge crowd, and asked casually, Is everyone here? Liang Kun rushed over. They're all here, 5003, not one missing. Good. Zhou Yun raised his hand and summoned Lei Zi. From within the spatial rift, the purple void thunder beast slowly emerged, its massive body solidifying in the morning mist. The S-level pressure spread in all directions, and the air even had a pungent ozone smell. 5,000 people fell silent at the same time. It wasn't fear, but utter dumbfounded. Many people have seen Lei Zi in cross-circle battles, but seeing him on a screen is completely different from facing this S-rank void thunder-devouring beast in person. It hovered in midair, purple arcs of electricity traveling along its scales, and with each breath it emitted a low electromagnetic hum. Zhou Yun leaped onto Lei Zi's back and stood with his hands behind his back. Set off. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. All personnel take off. Target, southwest defense line. The next second, 5,000 lords boarded small planes and took off simultaneously. 5,000 figures soared into the sky, and the quantitative change finally triggered a qualitative change. In just 3 seconds, the sky was completely obscured by the dense formation, even the rising sun was blocked. The vibrations of the flight wing converged into a dull roar, casting a shadow over an area of several kilometers. At the very front of the overwhelming procession, Lei Zi's purple figure stood out conspicuously. It was an order of magnitude larger than any small aircraft, its body crackling with electric arcs, like a moving thunderstorm core. Zhou Yun stood on Lei Zi's back, with a 5,000-strong air force behind him. A strong wind swept past on both sides, making the hem of my clothes flutter. Chapter 247 should have been informed in advance. Southwest Defense Line, Central Command Post. Guan Hongda was sitting on the highest observation platform, drinking tea, a habit he had every morning, sipping aged white tea while overlooking the entire defense line. At 57 years old, he was burly and imposing. The old scar from his left eyebrow to his cheekbone made this iron wall, Guan Hongda, look particularly fierce. As the de facto ruler of the 3 southwestern provinces, he and 2 other great lords guarded the defense line from Sichuan to southern Yunnan. When the United Front Work Department sends someone, he always gives them the runaround. Even if Kushodong calls him personally, he'll just be dismissed with a simple, "Old Guan, just mind your own business." He wasn't being arrogant. Rather, the southwestern defense line had remained unconquered for 23 years, and not a single calamity beast had ever been allowed in, a record that would rank among the top 3 in the entire country. Just then, the communications soldier rushed onto the platform, his voice trembling. "General, top-level aerial beast tide alert! More than 5,000 aerial targets are rapidly approaching the defense line." Guan Hongda finally put down his teacup. 5,000? The communications soldier swallowed hard. The energy level response of the lead target has reached the S order. Guan Hongda got up and walked to the edge of the platform, looking towards the northern horizon. In the morning mist, the sky was rapidly darkening. It wasn't dark clouds, but rather a dense formation of aircraft, pressing down on the defensive line. At the very front of the formation, a blinding purple light stood out conspicuously. The air raid siren wailed, and soldiers and lords rushed out of their barracks, gripping their weapons tightly. The adjutant rushed to the communications station and shouted the order. "All lines on high alert! All combat units proceed to level 1!" etc. Guan Hongda raised his hand to interrupt him, staring at the purple light for a few seconds. S-rank, purple, lightning attribute, and such a huge flight formation. He immediately thought of a young man who had recently stirred up international public opinion. "All alert lifted." The adjutant was stunned. "General?" Guan Hongda picked up his teacup again and said calmly, "It's not a beast tide, it's guests." He took a sip of scalding hot tea, which made him wince slightly. "A guest who is very incapable of giving prior notice." Before the order could be relayed across the entire line, more than a dozen B-class flying war beasts had already taken off from the tarmac. On the back of the lead steel-winged eagle sat a robust young man of about 27 or 28. He also had an old scar from his left eyebrow to his cheekbone, almost identical to Guan Hongda's. Guan Hongda saw the figure ascend into the air, paused in his tea-serving hand, and muttered under his breath, "That bastard!" Guan Taizhan received no warning at all. He only saw a dark shadow suddenly looming over the northern sky, so he immediately chose to intercept it. "3 teams, follow up! Whoever it is, if they enter my defensive zone without prior notice, stop them first." 15 B-rank flying war beasts formed an arrowhead formation and charged straight at the purple light. However, when it was still 200 meters away from Lei Zi, the pressure of the S-rank void thunder-devouring beast suddenly spread. The steel-winged eagle beneath Guan Taizhan let out a sharp cry, its wings stiffened, and it began to fall uncontrollably. This B-rank war beast, which had fought for many years and had never bowed to the calamity beast, now had only fear in its eyes. The 14 war beasts behind reacted even more violently. Some turned and fled, some circled in the air and cried out in sorrow, and the rest were stuck in place, unable to move forward or backward. The formation instantly collapsed, with only Guan Taizhan stubbornly holding on. He pressed down on the steel-winged eagle's neck, channeling his power into its body to firmly hold it down. The beast was trembling, and his arms were shaking, but he never retreated. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. Finally, he saw the purple thunder beast clearly, and also saw Zhou Yun on its back. The black-haired youth, wearing a dark coat, stood with his hands in his pockets, looking down at him. There was no murderous intent or anger in his eyes. That calm glance made it seem as if Guan Taizhan was merely a stumbling block in the middle of the road. Guan Taizhan gritted his teeth, about to speak, when Guan Hongda's voice suddenly came through the communicator. There was no preamble, just 2 words. "Return." Guan Taizhan didn't move. The next second, Guan Hongda roared, "I said back! Guan Taizhan, are you deaf?" Guan Taizhan stared intently at Zhou Yun for 2 seconds, then suddenly pulled on the reins. The steel-winged vulture let out a sigh of relief and immediately turned and flew back to the defensive line. Before leaving, he looked back once more. Zhou Yun no longer looked at him. A great torrent of 5,000 swift kites swept past him, the air currents making his clothes flutter. In that massive, sky-covering formation, Guan Taizhan stood like a tiny yet stubborn reef. 5 minutes later, the formation landed in an open area outside the defensive line. 5,000 kites landed in an orderly fashion. Liang Kun and Mu Yu had already divided into groups of 100 people in the air. After landing, they gathered together. The scene was spectacular but not chaotic at all. Zhou Yun jumped off Lei Zi's back and casually put Lei Zi back. In the distance, a military off-road vehicle sped towards them. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Guan Hongda pushed open the door and got out. He glanced at the kites flying all over the ground, his expression unchanged, and then walked straight up to Zhou Yun. The two looked at each other. Guan Hongda was half a head taller than Zhou Yun, and his burly body was like a wall. "Lord Zhou Yun," he said in a low, hoarse voice, "you should have informed me beforehand that you've come from afar." Chapter 248. Who is your alliance leader? The words sounded polite, but the tone was anything but. The subtext was clear. Zhou Yun had led 5,000 men straight into the defensive zone. What was he planning to do? Zhou Yun nodded and said only, "General Guan, I'm sorry for coming so abruptly." There was no explanation, no apology, and no further pleasantries. After a 2-second silence, Guan Hongda suddenly laughed, like a seasoned veteran encountering a young man who didn't play by the rules. "All right, come in and have a seat. We can't leave our guests to starve in the desert." He turned and walked toward the SUV, then took 2 steps and turned back. "The one who stopped you in midair just now was my son. He has a bad temper and offended you." "It's nothing," Zhou Yun replied casually, but his gaze fell on Guan Taizhan in the distance. Guan Taizhan was dismounting from the eagle's back, and you could hear him cursing from a distance. His movements were incredibly exaggerated. But Zhou Yun noticed that the amplitude of his right arm swing was significantly smaller. More importantly, there were several faint dark lines on the exposed skin on the inside of his right wrist. Those are not blood vessels, but traces left by the erosion of disaster energy. Zhou Yun had seen this kind of wound on the Xiangsha front. It usually only appeared on old lords who had fought on the front lines for 10 or 20 years. But Guan Taizhan was only 27 or 28 years old, yet he already had such marks on his body. The command post was located on a high ground in the middle of the defensive line. It was a 3-story concrete building with its exterior walls covered with repaired bullet holes and burn marks. Guan Hongdao led Zhou Yun into the third-floor reception room. Although it was called a reception room, it was actually a converted operations room. A map of the entire southwest defense line was hanging on the wall, with hotspots of the disaster beasts and troop deployments marked densely. Guan Hongdao made no attempt to hide anything, clearly indicating, "I'm not guarding against you, but you should also see my financial situation clearly." He personally brewed some aged white tea and pushed it in front of Zhou Yun. "Lord Zhou has traveled thousands of miles to the southwest with 5,000 men. Could he just be passing through?" Zhou Yun picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said calmly, "It's definitely not just passing by. I have 5,000 people in my lord's circle, and we need a training ground. Gale Kite is stuck at a bottleneck, and needs to break through high-density actual combat. Your outer beast zone is the most suitable." Guan Hongdao raised an eyebrow. He had originally thought Zhou Yun would talk about cooperation and integration, and even produce documents from the United Front Work Department, but Zhou Yun's first sentence was simply, "Borrowing this place to farm monsters. That's it. This is it." Guan Hongdao leaned back in his chair, his tone becoming calm. "Let me say something first. The defense line of the 3 southwestern provinces was built inch by me, Guan Hongdao, leading my men. In 23 years, we haven't lost a single stronghold, nor have we allowed a single monster into the city. Many people have come to the capital, some with documents, some with checks, some with grand principles, but I have only one attitude." He put down his teacup, his voice deepening. "The Southwest should manage its own affairs. This is no longer a test, but a direct drawing of the bottom line." Zhou Yun put down his teacup, nodded, and said, "General Guan, I wasn't sent by the United Front Work Department, and no one asked me to integrate anyone. I'm just bringing people here to level up, and I'll leave when I'm done. How you manage your defenses is none of my business." Guan Hongdao's expression changed slightly, not because he softened, but because he was surprised. Over the years, everyone who came to the southwest had a purpose, ultimately wanting him to relinquish some control. But Zhou Yun was the first to explicitly say, "It has nothing to do with me." After a moment of silence, Guan Hongdao suddenly spoke. "What you know is not quite the same as what I know. What kind of person am I, according to your understanding? They said you put the country first, even above your own gods." Guan Hongdao snorted. "Now it seems that's all there is to it." Zhou Yun did not deny it. Meanwhile, at a temporary camp outside the helipad, 5,000 lords were setting up camp and resting. The kites were positioned around the perimeter of the camp, their gray-white wings neatly folded, densely covering the open space, making it look like an open-air airport from a distance. Liang Kun was busy assigning communication channels to the 100-man team, while Mu Yu was registering the level data of the swift kites of each team. The camp was bustling with excitement. Until a group of people came from the direction of the defensive line. Leading the group was Guan Taizhan. He had changed into a dark gray combat uniform, with the Southwest Defense Line number embroidered on his left arm, and was followed by a dozen or so frontline garrison commanders. After entering the camp, Guan Taizhan didn't greet anyone. He only glanced at the swift-winged kite on the ground, and immediately suppressed the corners of his mouth. "See order." Someone behind him chimed in. "Not even level 5 yet. At this level, entering the outer perimeter would mean being instantly killed by a B-rank calamity beast." Several nearby members of the group immediately looked grim. One muttered under his breath, "What's with the attitude? Do they even know who our leader is?" Guan Taizhan had sharp ears, so he immediately stopped and turned to look at the man. "Who is your alliance leader?" The man puffed out his chest. "Cloud God." "Oh, Cloud God." Guan Taizhan nodded, his tone flat. "And then?" The man choked on his own. Guan Taizhan walked over and patted the swift-winged kite beside him. The swift-winged kite shrank its neck, looking somewhat uneasy. Rank C, juvenile stage. If it enters the outer area of the disaster beasts, it won't survive for more than 15 minutes. He looked around the entire camp, his voice not loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. Your alliance leader is powerful, everyone in the country knows that. But does your alliance leader's power mean you are powerful? The camp fell silent instantly. Guan Taizhan turned around and continued walking forward, leaving a sentence behind his back to the crowd. Once you're on the battlefield, the monsters don't care who you're with, they only care about your own capabilities. That was a very blunt remark, but there was nothing wrong with it. Liang Kun wanted to step forward to ease the tension, but Mu Yu pulled him back and gently shook her head. Never mind, they're just telling the truth. Guan Taizhan didn't linger. He led his men through the camp and headed in the other direction. Chapter 249. I'll give you 3 days. Halfway there, Guan Taizhan suddenly turned his head, as if something was blocking his throat, and coughed lightly, pressing his right fist against his mouth. The cough was short and soft, clearly being forced down. When he lowered his hand, a small dark stain was left on the back of his hand. He quickly wiped the marks on his clothes and continued forward, his steps steady and his back still straight, so no one could tell anything was wrong. His subordinates behind him didn't notice, only Liang Kun frowned slightly. He remembered that when Guan Taizhan was shooting the kite earlier, he clearly used his left hand. On the 3rd floor, Guan Hongda poured Zhou Yun a second cup of tea. The two had been chatting for over 20 minutes. They didn't talk about serious matters, but only about the daily operations of the defense line, the migration patterns of the monsters, the impact of the southwestern mountains on the deployment, and the combat habits of different C-rank monster groups. Guan Hongda commanded the southwestern defense line for 23 years and knew the valleys and migration routes here better than any map. Zhou Yun listened very attentively, and even asked follow-up questions such as which way the B-rank disaster beasts would break through when they were besieged, and what the differences were between their activity ranges during the rainy season and the dry season. He wasn't just going through the motions, he was genuinely learning. Zhou Yun's territory was rich in resources, and his combat strength was overwhelmingly superior, but experience in long-term, low-intensity defensive warfare was precisely what he lacked. Guan Hongda observed this and his impression of the young man subtly changed. Finally, he put down his teacup and asked directly, Are you going to the outer area where the monsters are active? Zhou Yun nodded. Yes. There are a lot of C-rank calamity beasts there, and occasionally there are B-rank ones mixed in. Most of your 5,000 gale kites were just tamed. Sending them in directly would be suicide. That's why I personally led the team. Zhou Yun replied calmly. Guan Hongda stared at him for a moment. You alone, can you keep an eye on 5,000 people? Able. There was no explanation, only this one word. Guan Hongda remained silent for 10 seconds, then got up and walked to the map on the wall, circling an area outside the southwest defense line with a red pen. Within an area of 80 kilometers, there are the most C-rank monsters, and B-rank monsters appear occasionally. The terrain is open and suitable for aerial formation deployment. He turned around, his tone serious. I'm giving you 3 days. Within 3 days the garrison must withdraw, and you will be responsible for the defense. After 3 days, no matter how well the training goes, all your men must leave. Zhou Yun stood up and nodded. 3 days is enough. Guan Hongda snorted and added, There are conditions. I'll send Taizhan with a team to follow him, ostensibly to supervise, but actually to let that kid see the world. Zhou Yun glanced at him but didn't say anything. A father sending his son to the side of a powerful person is never just about broadening his horizons. Okay. Zhou Yun agreed. The next morning, 5,000 kites took off on time, heading straight for the hilly basin 40 kilometers west of the defense line. The basin is surrounded by mountains, with piles of rocks scattered among the gray-green shrubs. The ground is covered with claw marks and nest entrances, clearly an area where monstrous beasts frequently roam. As soon as the formation entered the airspace, a swarm of gray-armored, fanged beasts emerged from the bushes. They were the size of small calves, with mouths full of serrated fangs, and roared at the sky with their heads raised. A quick glance reveals that there are over 1,000 in this basin. A single lord leading a C-rank Gale kite would probably not last a quarter of an hour. But now, Zhou Yun has brought 5,000. He rode on Lei Zi's back, hovering 200 meters above the center of the formation. Instead of rushing to attack, he first observed the terrain, wind direction, density of the monsters, and the positions of each 100-man squad. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yun gave the order. Teams 1 through 5, surround the northwest rock formation and drive the monsters towards the center. Teams 6 through 10, cover the perimeter and ensure that not a single one escapes. Teams 11 to 15 advance eastward along the dry riverbed on the south side. Teams 16 to 20 remain on the high ground on the east side, waiting for the monsters to pass before swooping down to harvest them. If you encounter a border enemy, don't engage it head-on. Immediately create distance, report your coordinates, and I'll handle it. The orders were crisp and clear. Each 100-man squad knew where to go and what to do. Jiang Kun took a deep breath and waved his hand. Squad 1, move out! 5,000 kites quickly split into 20 formations, like 20 gray-white combs, and simultaneously plunged into the basin from different directions. Guan Taizan and his supervisory team remained stationed on the outskirts, not participating in the battle. He sat astride his steel-winged eagle, arms crossed, staring expressionlessly down below. At first, he didn't think much of it. No matter how many C-rank calamity beasts there were, they couldn't stop Gale Kite's 20-to-1 advantage. It wouldn't be too difficult for anyone to command them. But half an hour later, his expression changed. What truly shocked him was not the battle itself, but the rhythm Zhou Yun controlled. Under Zhou Yun's command, the 2,000-man squads advanced in unison like a precision machine. One formation was a fraction of a second slower due to the terrain, and nearby units immediately tightened their encirclement to fill the gap. All of this was achieved by Zhou Yun issuing adjustment orders within 2 seconds. 5,000 people, divided into 20 squadrons, scattered over a range of tens of kilometers, yet Zhou Yun seemed to be able to see every single position and command every single kite. Just then, the steel-winged vulture suddenly let out a miserable cry and tumbled headfirst toward the ground. Guan Taizan gripped the eagle's back tightly, pulling the reins taut with his left hand, and forcefully pulled the steel-winged eagle horizontally 3 meters off the ground. The eagle's claws left 2 deep furrows before finally stopping. Guan Taizan rolled onto the ground, knelt on one knee, and used his knife to support his body. Then, he could no longer suppress the coughing fit. He bent over, covered his mouth, and his body convulsed violently. Black blood slowly seeped from between his fingers. Chapter 250 Casualties. Guan Taizan had fought for 23 years, and he knew better than anyone what this meant. Commanding 100 people is not difficult. Commanding 1,000 people relies on experience. But to make 5,000 people fight simultaneously in complex terrain, it relies on near real-time perception and reaction to the entire battlefield. This is a skill that most people don't possess. He didn't know how Zhou Yun did it, but he saw the result with his own eyes. 2 hours later, the lair of the calamity beast in the northwest corner of the basin was completely cleared out. 3 hours later, the ravaged beasts in the dry riverbed on the south side were driven to the high ground on the east side, and 16 to 20 teams swooped down from the heights and quickly completed the harvest. 4 hours later, the number of C-rank monsters in the basin had decreased by 70%. The results weren't the most astonishing. 5,000 swift kites, which were only at C-rank level 3 when they set off, have now all been upgraded to C-rank level 14. In just 2 hours, they leveled up an average of 11 levels. Such leveling efficiency would be impossible in any public leveling area. Even more impressively, there were 0 casualties. Of the 5,000 kites flying high, not a single one died. The few swift kite members that were injured in the battle only suffered minor wounds. After returning to the squad, they were quickly healed by the healing monsters. All of this is mainly due to 2 points. First, there is Zhou Yun's terrifying precision in command. He constantly monitored the situation of each squadron, and as soon as any sign of danger appeared, whether it was a sudden increase in the number of monsters or a lone swift kite, Zhou Yun would immediately mobilize nearby squadrons to provide support. Second is the Myriad Spirits Battle Formation. The 5% boost to all attributes applies to all formations, making each Gale kite stronger than usual. Originally, it would take 3 Gale kites to wear down a single Calamity Beast of the same level, but now 2 are enough. The core effect of the battle formation is a 0.1% attribute bonus multiplied by the total number of friendly troops. With a scale of 5,000 troops, this also gives Zhou Yun an additional 5% bonus to all attributes. This slight improvement is nothing to Zhou Yun's personal combat strength, but the true value of the Myriad Spirits battle formation has never been that string of numbers. It transformed 5,000 lords who were originally strangers into a true army through the connection of command skills. At noon, the group took a short rest on a high ground at the edge of the basin. The lords ate their dry rations, drank water, and fed the swift kites. The atmosphere was much more relaxed than when they set off. After half a day of fighting, they had completely gained confidence. "My kite has leveled up 10 times. My brother spent a month training in the training grounds outside the capital and only leveled up 1.5 times. Clearing an entire basin in half a day? That's ridiculously efficient. The key is the leader's command, which has never been wrong. He tells us to go west, and we go west. He tells us to retreat, and we retreat. Every step is perfectly timed. The Cloud God truly lives up to his name. His individual combat strength is formidable, and even his command abilities are terrifying." Liang Kun sat on the rock, chewing on compressed biscuits, listening to the crowd's discussion, but his gaze quietly fell on Guan Taizhan in the distance. Guan Taizhan and the supervisory team sat on another high ground, about 50 meters away from them. He didn't eat anything, nor did he drink from the water bottle he was holding. He just stared at the remains of the Calamity Beast in the basin, as if he was thinking about something. One of his men leaned over and whispered a few words, but Guan Taizhan just waved his hand and didn't respond. Liang Kun looked away, vaguely sensing that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. In the afternoon, leveling up continued. Zhou Yun led the squadron to the hills on the south side of the basin, where the monsters were more complex. In addition to the gray-armored rift-toothed beasts, there were also C-rank burrowing centipedes that could dig tunnels, as well as a small number of B-rank rock ridge beasts. The rock ridge beast is a minor leader here, 3 times the size of the gray-armored rift-toothed beast. Its back is covered with sharp bone spikes, and its skin is thick and tough. Even a C-rank Gale kite cannot break through its defenses. Zhou Yun immediately ordered the teams encountering rock ridge beasts to keep their distance and mark their coordinates. Then, Lei Zi made his move. A purple arc of electricity struck down from the sky, hitting the rock ridge beasts precisely. Those B-rank monsters didn't even have time to scream before they were pierced through by lightning, twitched twice, and collapsed completely. From marking to killing, it took less than 3 seconds. This scene was repeated 11 times throughout the afternoon. 11 B-rank rock ridge beasts, 11 bolts of lightning. Not a single strike missed, and none of the rock ridge beasts needed to take a second hit. Guan Taizhan kept watching, and every time lightning struck, his gaze would unconsciously follow it. As the 7th rock ridge beast fell, its subordinates behind it couldn't help but mutter in amazement. "That was too easy." Guan Taizhan remained silent. He had fought many wars over the years, and he had seen strong men who crushed enemies with brute force, masters who won with skill, and legions that overwhelmed the enemy with sheer numbers. But he had never seen Zhou Yun fight like this before. The main force trains steadily below, while the commander oversees the overall situation above. If a threat exceeds their level, they simply raise their hand and unleash a lightning bolt to resolve it, and then the troops continue their advance. Like an assembly line, like a factory. There was no passion, no charge, and no bloody battles. But the result was 0 casualties, everyone was upgraded, and efficiency was maximized. Guan Taizhan suddenly remembered the way he used to lead teams. He was always at the forefront, slashing his sword into the heads of the monsters, covered in blood, leading his soldiers as they charged forward with howling screams. It's very exciting and exhilarating. But after every major battle, a few bunks would always become vacant. Guan Taizan unscrewed the kettle, took a sip of cold water, but felt a strange tightness in his chest. It was time to call it a day in the evening. The setting sun dyed the hills a dark red, and the swift kite's formation returned to the assembly point one after another. After a day of fighting, each team of Gale kites leveled up an average of 3 to 4 levels, with the leading ones even reaching C-rank level 17. Before the excitement had subsided, people were already announcing their rankings to each other from a great distance in the air, creating a noisy cacophony. Zhou Yun jumped off Lazy's back and stretched his shoulders. He didn't feel tired after sitting all day, just a little bored. Just as he was about to ask Liang Kun to arrange for camp to be set up, he suddenly stopped. An abnormal signal was received within the connection range of the myriad spirits battle array. Southeast of the basin. Underground. Something is moving toward the ground at an extremely fast speed. It's very fast. Be order. Leader level. Zhou Yun made a judgment instantly. 17th team, retreat westward. Zhou Yun's voice instantly traveled through the myriad spirits battle formation. Chapter 251 B-Rank Disaster Beast Leader. But it was still a step too late. The ground to the southeast suddenly exploded, sending mud and rubble flying into the sky. A calamity beast, far larger than an ordinary rock ridge beast, emerged from the ground. Its entire body was covered in dark gray rock armor, and the bone spikes on its back were over a meter long, each gleaming coldly in the dark red sunset. B-Rank Disaster Beast Leader. Rock Ridge Beast King. It appeared directly below Team 17. More than a dozen kites were overturned by the sudden burst of air, and the pilots screamed and pulled on the reins to steady themselves, looking utterly disheveled. The Rock Ridge Beast King roared to the sky, the sound waves causing the wings of the nearest Gale kites to tremble. Then it pushed off with its hind legs, and its entire body rose into the air. It swooped down on a kite that hadn't even had a chance to take flight yet. A young lord was riding on the swift kite, his face pale. He was desperately trying to pull himself up, but his kite was stunned by the sound waves and couldn't fly at all. The Rock Ridge Beast King's claws were less than 5 meters from the Gale kite's belly. A gray shadow darted in from the side. Guan Taizan. He pushed the steel-winged vulture to its speed limit, and its entire dive trajectory drew an almost straight line. His drawing of his sword and his dive were synchronized. The blade flashed in the setting sun and struck the Rock Ridge Beast King's forepaws hard. The sound of metal striking rock was sharp and piercing. The Rock Ridge Beast King's claws were deflected, and the Gale kite seized the opportunity to struggle and pull itself up, escaping unscathed. But Guan Tieshan's problem arose. His blade struck the Rock Ridge Beast King's carapace, leaving only a white mark. The B-rank leader's defense is far superior to that of an ordinary B-rank leader. His attack caused almost no real damage. The momentum of his dive caused him to glide directly over the head of the Rock Ridge Beast King. The distance was too close for him to pull up in time. The Rock Ridge Beast King turned its head and swept its tail horizontally. Guan Taizan pulled on the reins, causing the steel-winged vulture to roll and dodge. His reaction was quick and his judgment was accurate. But his body got stuck. Just for a moment. It's like a gear in a high-speed machine suddenly going out of place. His right hand lost its strength the instant he pulled on the reins, and his fingers loosened for less than half a second. The steel-wing eagle's dodge was thus delayed by half a beat. The tail didn't hit directly, but it grazed the steel-wing eagle's right wing. The Rock Ridge Beast King gave no one time to react. After shaking off Guan Taizan, a harmless obstacle, it turned back towards the panicked kites in the sky. The hind leg gathered strength, preparing to leap again. Just then, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky. There was no warning, no build-up, not even a sound. The moment the lightning struck the Rock Ridge Beast King's back, its prized rocky carapace shattered like red-hot glass. The entire monstrous beast was pinned to the spot, its limbs stiff, and a large amount of black blood gushed from its mouth. Then the second bolt of lightning struck. They landed in the same position. The Rock Ridge Beast King didn't even make a sound before its entire body was broken in two. The cross-section was charred black, and smoke was still sizzling from the edges. From the moment it broke through the ground to the moment it was split in two, it took less than 20 seconds. The surrounding friends stared in disbelief at the still smoking wreckage on the ground. The young lord of the 17th team, who had almost been crushed to death, stood on his swift kite, stunned for several seconds, then suddenly turned around and looked up at the sky. Lazy hovered 300 meters in the air, purple arcs of electricity flowing along the scales, as if nothing had happened. Zhou Yun, who was on Lazy's back, was no longer looking this way. His gaze fell on the ground. It landed on the figure kneeling on one knee. Guan Taizhan is still coughing. He braced himself on the knife handle with one hand and covered his mouth with the other, his whole body arched into the shape of a shrimp. With each cough, a little more black blood seeped from between his fingers. The blood dripped onto the ground, mixed with the soil, and was a much darker color than ordinary blood, almost pure black. The supervisors behind him were the first to react, and two of them rushed over to help him up. "Captain? Captain, what's wrong?" Guan Taizhan shook off the hand that was helping him up. "It's nothing." His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against sheet metal. "It's my old problem, it's flared up again." He wiped his mouth with his sleeve. The black bloodstains were not very noticeable on the dark gray cuff, but they couldn't be wiped clean. Blood was still seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Captain, this doesn't seem like your old problem. The blood at the corner of your mouth is black." "I said I'm fine, so I'm fine." Guan Taizhan leaned on his knife and stood up. His body swayed slightly, but he managed to steady himself. He glanced up at the gale kites regrouping in the sky, then at the Rock Ridge Beast King's remains, cleaved in two, on the ground. Finally, his gaze fell upon Lazy high in the sky. His lips twitched slightly. I don't know if it's a bitter smile or self-deprecation. He rushed out to save people with his life, and when he slashed at someone, only a white mark was left. Someone casually struck two bolts of lightning 300 meters in the air, and it split the object in two. The gap is so large that there's no right to be jealous. But that wasn't what really bothered him. It was his right hand. That brief moment, the half-second the reins slipped from my hand, wasn't caused by the steel-winged vulture's jolt, nor by the Rockridge Beast King's shockwave. His hand loosened itself. My right arm, from shoulder to fingertips, lost all sensation for about half a second. This has happened before. But it has never happened in battle. It used to be in the middle of the night, when I was asleep. When I woke up, I found that my right hand was numb, and it took a while to recover after moving it around. He didn't tell anyone, not even his father. But today, it flared up when he pulled on the reins. What if he's wielding a knife when the next attack happens? Guan Taizhan looked down at his right hand. The dark lines on the back of my hand were a little darker than they were this morning. He pulled his sleeve down to cover it. Zhou Yun landed on the ground. He retrieved the thunderbolt and walked over. The surrounding friends and members of the supervision team automatically made way for them. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Everyone had seen Guan Taizhan coughing up blood, but no one knew what to say. Zhou Yun walked up to Guan Taizhan and stopped. The two people were very close, about 2 steps apart. Guan Taizhan looked up at him. His eyes held wariness, defiance, and something he himself might not even be aware of, unease. I'm fine, he said first, his tone curt. Don't worry about me. Zhou Yun remained silent. His gaze shifted from Guan Tiashan's face to his right hand, the hand hidden in his sleeve. Then he said something unrelated. That last strike was executed with lightning speed. Guan Taizhan was stunned for a moment. But there's something wrong with your right hand, Zhou Yun said. When you pulled on the reins, your hand slipped for half a second. It wasn't a mistake, your hand just wouldn't obey you. Chapter 252 The Aroma of Wine. Guan Tiashan's expression froze. The surrounding supervisors exchanged bewildered glances. They had been too far away to notice this detail. Guan Tiashan's voice lowered as he spoke. Calamity erosion. Deep penetration. Zhou Yun's tone was very calm. The concentration of calamity energy on you doesn't look like that of a 28-year-old. It's like that of a veteran who has been fighting on the front lines for more than 15 years. Guan Taizhan did not refute. He was silent for a few seconds, then forced a smile, not a pleasant one, but one with a sense of resignation. You noticed? He raised his right hand and rolled up his sleeve. The skin on the inside of the wrist was exposed to the setting sun. Several dark lines spread upwards from the pulse point, as if something was crawling in the blood vessels, and had already spread to the middle of the forearm. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The supervisor's expressions all changed. They were with Guan Taizhan every day, yet they never knew he was hiding these things under his arms. 7 years? Guan Taizhan said. His tone was calmer than before, as if there was nothing left to hide after the truth had been revealed. I awakened at 18, went to the front lines at 21, and have been here for 7 years now. Others command from behind, but I like to charge forward. Every time I finish a battle, I feel exhilarated and don't take it too seriously. He rolled up his sleeves. By the time it was discovered, the doctor said it had already penetrated to the core meridians. Can it be treated? It can provide some relief. Can it be cured completely? He chuckled. My dad searched all over the country for great lords and medical experts. The answer was always the same: the erosion of the aura of disaster can only be delayed, not eradicated. Let's fight for a few more years while we still can. Does your dad know? Zhou Yun asked. Guan Taizhan stopped laughing. He remained silent for a while. No. Just 2 words. But when he said it, his tone was completely different from before. All the previous toughness, indifference, and "what's the use of trying?" attitude shattered in the face of these 2 words. He knew his father knew. He also knew how many connections his father had pulled, how many people he had asked, and how much he had spent on this matter. He knew all too well the cautious scrutiny in his father's eyes every time he returned from the front lines, as if he had lost weight, looked unwell, or was coughing up blood again. The iron-willed general, who had never bowed his head for 23 years, was helpless when faced with his own son's illness. Guan Tiashan's biggest fear was not that he would die. The old man watched him die, and he couldn't do anything about it. All right. Guan Taizhan cleared his throat, forcefully pushing back his barely softened erection. Go do what you're supposed to do, don't just stand there. It's not a big deal. Reporting, General! The roar of an engine could be heard in the distance. A military off-road vehicle sped towards the defensive line, then screeched to a halt a few dozen meters away, kicking up a cloud of mud. The door opened, and a communications soldier scrambled out, his face deathly pale. Report! General Guan has arrived from the command post. He saw the aerial surveillance footage. Guan Tiashan's expression changed. It was almost dark when Guan Hong arrived. He arrived in a vehicle equipped with the Disaster Beast armored vehicle. He covered the 40-kilometer distance from the defensive line to the training area in less than 15 minutes. Later, someone said that the armored vehicle almost fell apart that day, and Guan Hongda urged the driver on the whole way, and the driver's foot was shaking as he pressed the accelerator. When the armored vehicle came to a complete stop, Guan Taizhan had already stood up. He wiped the black blood from the corner of his mouth clean, rolled up his sleeves, and stood up straight. He even managed a forced smile, though it looked worse than a grimace. Dad, I didn't. Guan Hongda got out of the car and strode up to him. He didn't speak. Guan Tiashan's smile froze on his face. Guan Hongda reached out, grabbed his chin, and turned his face towards him. Just like when he was a child and his father checked his wounds after he made a mistake, rough, but not out of anger. He noticed a small black mark on the corner of Guan Tiashan's mouth that he hadn't wiped clean. Then he let go and squatted down. Under everyone's gaze, this imposing general, standing 1.85 meters tall and weighing 200 kilograms, squatted down on the ground. He pulled up Guan Tiashan's right sleeve. Guan Taizan tried to pull his hand back, but Guan Hongda held it down. The dark patterns were exposed to the last rays of sunlight. It had spread by nearly 2 centimeters since the last time he secretly checked it 2 months ago. Guan Hongda pressed his thumb lightly on the lines. The surroundings were so quiet that only the occasional flapping of wings of a kite in the distance could be heard. Guan Taizan kept his head down, avoiding looking at his father. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. "Dad, it's really okay. Try saying it's okay again." Guan Hongda's voice was very low. It wasn't the kind of low growl that comes from roaring. It was the kind of low growl that comes from something pressing down on you. He lowered his son's arm and carefully pulled the sleeve back into place. The movement was 10 times lighter than when I pinched his chin earlier. Then he stood up. His back was to everyone. The last rays of the setting sun are sinking behind the mountain ridge. Guan Hongda's shadow was stretched long and remained motionless on the ground. I stood there for about 10 seconds. No one around dared to make a sound. He turned around. The 57-year-old Iron Wall general had no expression on his face. But his eyes were red. He looked at Zhou Yun. He did not speak. I didn't ask anyone for help. Guan Hongda has never asked anyone for anything in his life. 23 years ago, when he led a group of brothers to build a defense line from scratch, he never asked anyone for help. When the United Front Work Department tried to pressure him with checks and policies, he never asked anyone for help. When disasters broke through the dikes in other provinces, he led people to plug the gaps, and he never asked anyone for help. But the way he looks at Zhou Yun now, everyone present could see it. That was the last look in the eyes of a father who had exhausted all means. Zhou Yun and Guan Hongda stared at each other for about 3 seconds. Then he raised his hand and took out a white porcelain bottle from his territory. The porcelain vase wasn't large, only about the height of an adult's palm. The bottle looks as ordinary as a jar of plasters you can buy at a pharmacy. But the moment the cork was pulled out, a refreshing aroma of wine spread out. That feeling is hard to describe. It's not the scent of flowers, nor the smell of medicine. It's closer to the feeling of taking a deep breath by a mountain stream in the early morning, when your lungs are filled with clean air. Almost everyone present took a deep breath at the same time. Even the kites fell silent. Guan Hongda's gaze fell on the porcelain vase. Chapter 253 Recovery. Guan Hongda stared at the wine bottle and Zhou Yun's hand for several seconds. It is a very ordinary white porcelain bottle. A small handwritten label was affixed to the bottle, bearing only 2 words, Spring Breeze. He had certainly heard of Spring Breeze wine. Who in the world hasn't heard of it? Strategic Resources of the Great Han Kingdom. Category A Wines. It can dispel bad luck. This news was first revealed by the United States, and subsequently triggered a diplomatic earthquake on a global scale. Countries were scrambling to secure supply quotas for Spring Breeze wine, and the Great Han Kingdom was able to dominate the international negotiating table with just this one bottle of wine. However, the supply channels were controlled by the Military Supply Department. Quotas are limited and allocated according to priority. At the forefront are critically ill frontline patients, pillar-level lords, and corps grand lords of the provincial defense lines. These 3 from the southwest? Excuse me? Those who disobey orders and propaganda are not considered important. It wasn't that the United Front Work Department deliberately blocked him. It was Guan Hongda himself who refused to cooperate. If you don't sit at that table, why should they send you strategic materials? This is the real reason why Guan Hongda has been unable to be cured despite searching for doctors for the past 7 years. It's not that there's no medicine, it's that the medicine can't reach him. He wasn't unaware. But would he really bow his head for a bottle of wine? He can't do it. Or rather, he thought he couldn't do it. Spring Breeze wine. Zhou Yun handed over the bottle. Rank A. It's effective against the effects of qi erosion. Just let him drink it. Guan Hongda did not answer immediately. Lord Zhou. His tone was a little heavier than before. I, Guan Hongda, am not unaware of this thing. I simply cannot obtain it. He looked into Zhou Yun's eyes. You gave it to me today, so I owe you a favor. I acknowledge that favor. But if you want to use this bottle of wine... General Guan, Zhou Yun interrupted him. His tone remained unchanged, still that unhurried and measured tone. If I wanted to negotiate with you, we would have done so right here at the command post. Guan Hongda's words caught in his throat. The bad luck on your son can be cured with spring breeze wine. Zhou Yun pushed the bottle forward. Treat the illness first. We can talk about other things later. Guan Hongda stared at him for a long time. Then he reached out and took the bottle. Guan Taizhan was forced to sit down on a rock by his father, who pressed his shoulders down. Dad, I already told you I'm fine. Shut up. Drink. Guan Hongda shoved the bottle into his hand. Guan Taizhan glanced at the two words, spring breeze, on the bottle and paused for a moment. He had certainly heard of it. Isn't this something you can't buy even if you have money? The quartermaster is keeping it tightly under control. Just drink it when I tell you to, stop talking so much nonsense. Guan Taizhan pursed his lips, uncorked the bottle, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. His expression changed the moment the liquor entered his throat. It's not spicy. It's not fierce. It is a warm, gentle force that spreads from the throat to the chest cavity, and then spreads to the limbs like a rising tide. Warmth. Clean. Like the first breeze of spring. Then that warm power touched the calamity energy within his body. Guan Tieshan's body tensed up suddenly. Dash. He hunched over, gripping the edge of the stone tightly with both hands until his knuckles turned white. It wasn't pain, it was a violent sense of conflict, like two forces clashing head-on within him. The warm alcohol and the icy aura of disaster mingled together, churning and colliding, turning every meridian into a battlefield. Guan Hongda took a step forward. Don't touch him. Zhou Yun's voice came from the side. It's the calamity energy being forced out. As soon as he finished speaking, smoke began to rise from Guan Tieshan's right arm. Dark gray mist seeped out in wisps from beneath his rolled-up sleeves, from the dark patterns on them. Disaster. The ominous aura is visible to the naked eye. Everyone present held their breath. The phenomenon of erosion by calamities is familiar to everyone who has fought on the front lines. But everyone's understanding of it remains at an abstract level. They know it exists, they know it harms people, but they have never actually seen what it looks like when it is forced out of a person's body. Now they see it. Dark gray mist began to rise slowly from Guan Tieshan's right arm, along the surface of his skin. At first it only came from his right arm, then it spread to his left arm, chest, back, and neck. His whole body was emitting that gray mist, like a sponge soaked in toxins being slowly wrung out. The mist emitted a very faint fishy smell. Guan Taizhan sat on the rock, enveloped in gray smoke, gritting his teeth and remaining silent. The process lasted about 10 minutes. For the past 10 minutes, Guan Hongda has remained standing 3 steps away, without moving an inch. His hands hung at his sides, clenched into fists, knuckles white. His body was ramrod straight, his gaze never leaving Guan Taizhan. The gray fog gradually thinned. From thick smoke to thin mist, from thin mist to wisps of smoke, and finally, nothing remained. Clean and tidy. Guan Tieshan's body gradually relaxed. He released his grip on the stone and lowered his head, panting for a while. Then he looked up. It was completely dark. I don't know when night fell. He looked down at his right hand. Roll up your sleeves. The skin on the inside of my wrist is smooth and new. The dark lines that had followed him for 3 years, the afflictionist marks that stretched from his pulse point to the middle of his forearm, like vines coiling beneath his skin, had all disappeared. Guan Taizhan stared at his arm for a few seconds. He clenched his fist. The strength in my right hand has returned. It's not the kind of strength where you can barely grip something. It's a complete and thorough strength where every muscle from your shoulder to your fingertips is under your command. He stood up from the stone. I regained my balance immediately without swaying. Move your wrists, rotate your shoulders, and twist your waist. Every movement was crisp and clean. The dull feeling that had accompanied me for more than 3 years, the exhaustion that made me feel like I was filled with lead every morning when I woke up, disappeared. They've all disappeared. He took a deep breath, letting the air flow freely from his nose to the bottom of his lungs. There was no tightness in my chest, and no feeling of wanting to cough halfway through an inhale. Guan Taizhan was stunned for a moment. Then he jumped up and down. Another one. He threw a punch, and then another. They fought faster and faster, eventually turning it into a series of punches, the wind whistling through the air. "Damn!" he yelled. "I've never felt this good before." Not satisfied with throwing a few more punches, he drew his knife from his waist and chopped at a nearby rock. With a crisp sound, the stone split in the middle, revealing a smooth, mirror-like cut. He stared blankly at the cracked stone. This blow was heavier than any blow he could remember. It's not just a little heavier. It's a qualitative change. He used to think he was strong enough. Only now do I realize that he had been fighting all those years with a body rusted by disaster. A good knife covered in rust can still cut people, but it will never be truly sharp. The rust is gone now. The knife is still the same knife. But things are different now. Chapter 254 is always open to you. Guan Taizhan sheathed his sword and turned around. The first person he saw was his father. Guan Hongda remained standing in the same spot. It's a distance of 3 steps. There was no applause, no exclamation, and no one went forward to check. He just stood there, looking at the lively young man in front of him. His son. He thought he couldn't save his son. Guan Taizhan met his father's gaze and opened his mouth. Guan Hongda turned around and left. His silhouette appeared broad and thick in the night. He raised his right hand and quickly wiped his face with the back of his hand. The movement was very small, barely visible only by the faint light of the flashlight beside it. After applying the ointment, "Put your hand down." I stood there for 2 seconds. Turned back. There were no marks on General Ironwall's face. He walked up to Zhou Yun and stopped. "Raise your hand and clasp your hands in a fist salute." His fist was pressed against his chest, a traditional and formal posture. "Xiao Zhou." His voice was slightly hoarse, but steady. "The door to the southwest defense line will always be open to you." Zhou Yun looked at him and nodded. "General Guan, you're too kind." There were no words like, "My life is yours." There was no kneeling in gratitude, no weeping. A fist salute, a promise. That's enough. Guan Hongda's 2 allies, the Grand Lords, were standing not far away when all this happened. I watched it from beginning to end without saying a word. Now they're coming over. Hu Danian, who guarded the southern Yunnan defense line, was in his early 50s, tall and thin, with deep wrinkles on his face that looked like they had been carved by a knife. Ma Chongwu, who guards the western Guizhou defense line, is in his 40s, has a dark complexion, and hands shaped like palm fans. The 2 walked up to Zhou Yun and looked at each other. Hu Danian spoke first. "Lord Zhou. I have an old buddy who has followed me for 19 years. He started to decline last year. The disaster energy corroded his internal organs. Now he lies in the territory, unable to move." Ma Chongwu added. "I have one too. It's been with me for 12 years. Last year, it was seriously injured on the front lines, and the evil spirits took advantage of its weakness. Now it can't use any of its skills." The 2 people looked at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun took out 2 more bottles of Spring Breeze wine from his territory space and handed one to each person. Hu Danian and Ma Chongwu reached out and caught it at the same time. They paused for a moment. They had expected to have to say a lot, but they hadn't expected it to be so direct. "Spring Breeze wine dispels misfortune. It can cure even A-rank and lower-rank misfortune erosion," Zhou Yun said. "These 2 bottles are enough for you to treat the most severe cases first." He paused for a moment. "But you have more than just these few men with this problem. Most lords who have served on the front lines have it to some extent." Neither Hu Danian nor Ma Chongwu spoke. "This is true." They all had varying degrees of residual aura of disaster on them, but not as severe as Guan Tieshan's. 2 bottles of wine can save you in an emergency, but not everyone, Zhou Yun said. If you want a long-term, stable supply of Chun Foam wine, contact Director May of the United Front Work Department. He is in charge of the national quota allocation. He spoke in a slow, unhurried, and polite manner. But the meaning is very clear. For emergencies, I'll give you this. For long-term needs, find an organization. The prerequisite for joining an organization is that you must first be willing to become a part of it. Hu Danian looked down at the wine bottle in his hand and remained silent for a few seconds. After I got back, I called Director May. Ma Chongwu nodded. I'll fight too. Zhou Yun nodded, turned around and left. After taking a few steps, Guan Tieshan's voice came from behind. Hello? Zhou Yun turned around. Guan Taizan stood there, arms crossed, looking extremely awkward. That last one, the one where I stopped the Beast King, you said my reaction was quick. He turned his head away. Thanks. The sound was very soft. After saying that, he turned around and left as if he had been burned. Guan Hongda stood to the side, watching his son's retreating figure, and chuckled, a rare occurrence for him. Zhou Yun smiled as well. He looked up at the stars in the sky. The second day on Earth. 1 day left. There's one last thing to do. The third day. Leveling up begins in the early morning and ends at noon. After 2.5 days of intensive monster grinding, the average level of the 5,000 Gale kites rose from C rank level 3 to level 19. The ones running at the very front have already reached the level 25 bottleneck. This level of improvement would be impossible in any public leveling area. The public leveling area has a low density of monsters, a slow respawn rate, and a large number of players. Hundreds of lords crowded into one area to fight for monsters. If they were lucky, they would gain half a level in a day, but if they were unlucky, they would make a wasted trip. Many lords' subjects are stuck at level 15 or 16 for more than half a year, not because they are not strong enough, but because they cannot find enough monsters to fight. After all, there are only so many safe leveling areas. Who else would lead people to such a dangerous place as the southwest defense line to level up like Zhou Yun? In this area outside the southwestern defense line, the density of C-rank monsters is more than 10 times that of public training grounds. With the added benefits of the myriad spirits battle formation and Zhou Yun's strategic maneuvering, efficiency was pushed to its limit. As the team was packing up for the last time, someone shouted, "Cloud God is awesome!" from the air, and then the 5,000 people echoed the shout. The sound bounced back and forth in the valley several times, and the distant monsters all retreated back into their caves. After landing, he called Liang Kun and Mu Yu over. Leveling up ends here. Everyone go home. Understood. Liang Kun grinned from ear to ear. Brother Yun, everyone says they want to. Let's talk in the group chat. Liang Kun swallowed the second half of his sentence. Zhou Yun sent a final message in the group. Leveling up is over. Go back and consolidate your progress. Don't waste the gains of these 2.5 days. See you next time. The group chat exploded again. He glanced at it and turned off the message notifications. Just as he was about to go deal with the next matter, Mu Yu suddenly jogged over and lowered her voice. Brother Yun, there's something I'm not sure if I should tell you. Explain. There's someone in our circle named Zhao Kejian, from Gansu. A few days ago, he was running a caravan in a no-man's land on the northern slope of the Chilean mountains, the kind of job that delivers supplies to remote outposts, and he encountered something very strange on the way. What is that? A crack. Hanging in midair, about a meter tall, with glowing edges. Mu Yu took out his phone, pulled out a photo, and handed it over. He didn't dare get close, so he took the photo from several hundred meters away. The photo is blurry. The photographer was clearly far away and their hand was shaking. It was clearly a vertical crack, its edges gleaming with a dark blue light. It hung above a desolate desert, with nothing around it. Spatial rift. Zhou Yun had met him. The entrances to the Thunder World and the Sword World are both in this form. However, those cracks appeared in known strategic locations, where the military had already established blockades and research stations. A new something has emerged in the uninhabited area on the northern slope of the Chilean mountains. Give me the coordinates, he said. Muyu quickly recited a string of numbers. Zhou Yun noted it down and didn't ask any further questions. Tell him not to go near that thing. And don't tell anyone else. I'll deal with it when I have time. All right. Muyu nodded repeatedly, then hesitated for a moment before asking. Alliance leader, is that thing dangerous? I don't know. So don't come near. Chapter 255. What did you do to Guan Hongda? After finishing his business within the Alliance, Zhou Yun found a secluded hillside away from the crowds. He needs to contact Director Mei to arrange a meeting with Yamada Ichiro tonight. But he is on Earth and cannot communicate directly with the people in his territory. He summoned Wenji. A flash of white light, and Wenji appeared on the hillside. After landing, Wenji first looked around, the wilderness, the hills, and the outline of the defensive line in the distance. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with curiosity. My lord, where is this place? The southwestern defense line, but what you need to do has nothing to do with this place. Wenji immediately suppressed her curiosity, stood up straight, and clasped her hands together in front of her. First, help me contact Director Mei. He gave her Director Mei's phone number. Tell him that the meeting with Yamada Ichiro is scheduled for tonight, and he will decide the location and security. I'll return to my territory after the meeting. Clear. Second, when you get back, tell Wana that I'll be back tonight. Have her organize the events of the past 3 days and wait for me. Wenji bowed slightly. My lord, Lady Wana has been more dedicated than usual these past few days. She carefully considered her words. About the spiritual veins? She didn't tell me the details. But she would stand by the spiritual vein for a while every day. Wenji paused. She's not the type to worry unnecessarily, so if she's worried, then there really is something to worry about. Understood. Zhou Yun nodded. Pass on the message? Yes. A flash of white light, and Wenji vanished, returning to her territory. Zhou Yun was left alone on the hillside again. He stood there for a while, looking at the outline of the southwestern defense line in the distance. The watchtowers on the city wall reflected the afternoon sun, and people could be vaguely seen moving around in the camp at the foot of the city wall. 3 days. Guan Hongda has subdued him, and the group members have finished training him. Pretty efficient. He took out his phone from his pocket. Wenji had dialed Director Mei's number for him before she left, and the other party was calling back. I answered the phone after it rang twice. Xiao Zhou! Director Mei's voice was full of energy. I've arranged things for Yamada. There's a tea house on Seiju Road in Xiangnan City at 7:30 tonight. I've sent people to provide security. Just go in when you arrive. Good. Oh, by the way, Director Mei lowered her voice, her tone becoming subtle. Guan Hongda sent Minister Ko a letter of intent for cooperation this morning. You know that, right? Have no idea. You don't know? Director Mei paused for 2 seconds. Xiao Zhou, what exactly did you do to Guan Hongda? He treated his son's illness. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. I got treatment for an illness. That's all? That's all. Director Mei took a deep breath. Zhou Yun heard the chair creak, as if he had leaned back in it. Xiao Zhou, you solved something we couldn't figure out in 10 years with just 1 bottle of wine. It's not just about a bottle of wine. What is that about? His son is dying. There was silence on the other end of the phone. This time it's even longer. All right then, Director Mei said finally, her tone shifting from wistfulness to resignation. Anyway, the outcome is good. Hudanian and Ma Chongwu also called, saying they want to discuss cooperation, all 3 of them together. Old Ku was so happy he almost smashed his teacup. Zhou Yun hummed in agreement. There's one more thing. Director May said. In South Korea, the Joint Jurisdiction Agreement for the Chungcheong Defense Line was signed this morning. They basically didn't try to negotiate. That's good. It's really great. So good that I'm not used to it. Director May sighed. It feels like everything is going well lately. It's been too smooth. Isn't it good that things are going smoothly? Zhou Yun said with a smile. See you tonight. Oh, by the way, Yamada is no ordinary man. He studied here when he was young, and his Chinese is better than some Chinese people's. He came to see you not just for the spring breeze wine. I know. I hung up the phone. 3:30 p.m. 4 hours had passed since the meeting, and less than half a day had passed since he promised to return to his territory. That's enough. Evening. Guan Taizan has arrived. Zhou Yun was waiting for a car by the temporary camp. Director May had sent an inconspicuous black van to pick him up and take him to Xiangnan City. Guan Taizan landed on his steel-winged eagle beside him, jumped off, and strode over. His pace today was completely different from yesterday's. Yesterday, Guan Taizan walked steadily, but that steadiness was forced. His back was too straight, and his steps were too forceful, as if he were struggling against his own body. Today he seemed to be on the wind, his steps light and quick, radiating a sense of exhilaration from the inside out. Are you leaving? He asked bluntly. Where to? You're nosy. Guan Taizan was momentarily speechless, but he wasn't angry. He stood there with his arms crossed, hesitated for a few seconds, and then squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Let me know in advance if you come to the southwest next time. Then what? I'll leave you the best calamity beasts. He turned his head away from Zhou Yun. Those C-rank beasts on the outskirts aren't enough to fill your teeth. Further in, there are a few B-rank hideouts, enough for your little planes to keep munching on for a while. Zhou Yun glanced at him. You're easier to talk to than your dad. Guan Taizan snorted. I'm not like my dad. He's an iron wall, keeping everything out. I'm Taizan. He patted his chest. I remember those who are good to me. After saying that, he turned and walked away. After taking a few steps, he stopped and looked back. By the way, does your myriad spirits battle formation, the one that makes everyone a little stronger, have an upper limit? Have. How many people? 1 million. Guan Taizan opened his mouth, but in the end he just shook his head and climbed onto the steel-winged eagle. A madman, he muttered under his breath. The steel-winged eagle spread its wings and took off, flying towards the defensive line. The black van stopped at the campsite entrance, and flashed its lights twice. Zhou Yun opened the car door and got in. Next stop, Shonan City. Xiangnan City, Seizhu Road. The tea house is tucked away deep in an alley of an old street. It has a small storefront with blue bricks and gray tiles, and a dim paper lantern hangs at the entrance. If Director May hadn't sent the location in advance, Zhou Yun might not have noticed this place even after passing by 3 times. He arrived 10 minutes early. As soon as he pushed open the door, the tea house owner greeted him, clearly having been arranged beforehand. Without saying a word, he led him to a private room on the 2nd floor. The private room wasn't large, with a wooden tea table, 4 chairs, and an old locust tree in the alleyway visible from the window. The room was simply decorated, and you could smell a faint sandalwood fragrance. Zhou Yun sat down and started boiling water to make tea himself. He didn't know much about tea, but he had some basic knowledge. Boil the water, warm the cup, add the tea leaves, and pour in more water. The movements aren't particularly refined, but they're not careless either. At 7:25, footsteps could be heard downstairs. One person. His pace was neither too fast nor too slow, but very steady. The door to the private room was gently pushed open. The man who came in was a man in his 50s. Slender, with a tall and straight figure, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Chapter 256 Revision of History Textbooks. Wearing a dark gray casual coat, without a tie or badge, he looked more like a retired university professor than a prime minister. Ichiro Yamada. When he entered, he first glanced at the room's furnishings, then his gaze fell on Zhou Yun behind the tea table. Zhou Yun stood up and smiled slightly. "Prime Minister Yamada, please have a seat. You must be tired from your journey." His tone was natural and polite, as if he were receiving an elder who had come from afar. There was no deliberate enthusiasm, nor the stiff politeness of a diplomatic occasion. Ichiro Yamada clearly did not expect this kind of opening. He did a lot of research before he came. He studied the information about Zhou Yun repeatedly, the 26th Rookie of the Year, a national hero of the Great Han Kingdom, the mysterious powerhouse who destroyed the Mount Fuji base, and the ruthless person who publicly humiliated South Korea at a global press conference. The image pieced together from all the information should be that of a sharp-witted and unapproachable young powerhouse. But when the young man stood up to greet him, he had a peaceful smile on his face and spoke in a gentle tone, as if he were entertaining an old friend with tea. Ichiro Yamada spent his entire life dealing with power. He knew very well that people who were truly powerful enough not to need to prove anything often had this attitude. "Mr. Zhou, you're too kind," he replied in fluent Chinese, bowed slightly, and then sat down opposite him. "I should be thanking you for taking the time." Zhou Yun poured him a cup of tea and pushed it towards him. "It's not easy for the Prime Minister to make such a long trip. It would be unreasonable for me not to even offer him a cup of tea." Yamada Ichiro took the teacup, lowered his head to smell it, and took a sip. "Good tea," he said. "The tea house owner made the choice. I don't know much about these things," Zhou Yun said with a smile, shaking his head. "If the Prime Minister doesn't like it, I'll have someone change it." "No need. It's fine." Yamada put down his teacup and placed his hands, folded, on the table. "That concludes the pleasantries." He raised his eyes, his gaze passing through his gold-rimmed glasses as he looked at Zhou Yun, revealing a politician's sharpness beneath his gentle and refined exterior. "Mr. Zhou, I am here today in my personal capacity. I do not represent the government, I have no entourage, and I will not be using official channels." "I know," Zhou Yun nodded. "Director May told me." "Then I'll be frank." Yamada's Chinese was indeed excellent, his expression precise, and he had almost no accent. "I won't pursue the matter of Mount Fuji." He paused for a moment, watching Zhou Yun's reaction. Zhou Yun did not react. She maintained that same calm expression, holding her teacup, waiting for him to continue. Yamada nodded to himself. "Keep your composure. I'm here to discuss cooperation," he said. "Japan is a global leader in research on marine invasive species. This is not boasting, it's a fact. We have the most complete database of deep-sea invasive species behavior, the most advanced underwater detection technology, and marine ecological disaster models accumulated over 20 years. I can offer all of these things in exchange for a regular supply of spring breeze wine." After listening, Zhou Yun did not rush to respond. He poured Yamada another half cup of tea and took a sip himself. "Prime Minister." He put down his teacup, his tone still gentle but with a touch more seriousness. "The fact that you are willing to bring these things out shows that you have thought it through very clearly. The calamity beasts are the enemy of all mankind, and hiding the data will not benefit anyone. I respect your sincerity." Yamada's expression relaxed slightly. "But there's something I'd like to confirm," Zhou Yun said. "Speaking. Revision of history textbooks." Yamada's expression remained unchanged. But his hand holding the teacup paused for a moment. This was a topic he had anticipated. He knew Zhou Yun would bring it up before he came. The entire Han Kingdom will mention it. This is an unavoidable hurdle. The room was silent for a few seconds. "It's already being revised," Yamada said. His tone was neither reluctant, nor evasive, nor even the slippery. "We are actively pushing forward. Typical of politicians. It's just a very flat statement. The cabinet approved the revision 2 months ago. The new textbooks are now in the review and approval stage and are expected to be used starting next spring semester." He looked at Zhou Yun. "This wasn't done because of the spring breeze wine. It was done because it was time to do it." Zhou Yun looked into his eyes for 2 or 3 seconds. Then he smiled. Thanks. These two words were spoken softly, but with great sincerity. This is not diplomatic rhetoric. It is a young person's heartfelt respect for an elder who made the right decision. Yamada Ichiro was slightly taken aback. He spent his entire life in politics and met all sorts of negotiating opponents. Some are tough, some are shrewd, some are hypocritical, and some are domineering. But he had never seen a powerful figure who possessed strategic resources say, "Thank you," after the other party made concessions. Please discuss the specific terms of the cooperation with Director May, Zhou Yun said. He is much more professional than I am. I am a complete novice in these matters, and I am afraid that if I do not negotiate well, it will delay things. Yamada nodded. I understand. The two chatted for another 10 minutes or so. The topic shifted from specific terms to broader issues: the development trends of the calamity beasts, the pressure on national defense lines, and the potential impact of the job change platform on the structure of human society. Ichiro Yamada's insights on these issues are surprisingly profound, unlike those of a politician who is only concerned with power struggles. Zhou Yun listened attentively, occasionally asking one or two questions. He discovered that what Yamada was truly concerned about was not the spring breeze sake itself, but rather humanity's long-term survival strategy as a whole in the face of the monsters. Spring breeze wine is just the starting point. At 7:55, Yamada glanced at his watch and stood up. You've taken up too much of Mr. Zhou's time. It won't take up any time. Zhou Yun also stood up, smiled, and said, This chat was very fruitful. That wasn't just polite talk. Yamada walked to the door, then suddenly stopped and looked back at Zhou Yun. There was something very complex in his eyes. It's not scheming, not fear, but more like a sigh. He spoke a sentence softly in Japanese. Zhou Yun didn't understand Japanese, but he could hear the emotion in the tone of his voice. What do you mean? He asked. Yamada smiled and switched back to Chinese. I said this country is different from before. He bowed slightly, then turned and went downstairs. The footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Zhou Yun sat in the private room for a while. He finished the remaining half-pot of tea. The tea was cold, but he didn't care. He took his phone out of his pocket and glanced at the time. 8:15 p.m. The 3-day appointment has arrived. I went downstairs, went out, and walked into the shadows deep in the alley where there were no streetlights. A white light appeared. Teleportation activated. The next second, he appeared in the stronghold. A night breeze blew in my face, carrying the clean and rich spiritual energy unique to Planet Zero. The lights at the construction site in the distance were still on. Warner had clearly scheduled the night shift. The gold-eating spirit rat on duty next to the teleportation array was startled when it saw him appear. It squeaked twice and then ran off to report the news. Less than 2 minutes later, hurried footsteps came from the direction of the stronghold. It's Warner. Chapter 257 Spiritual Vein Resonance. The booklet in her hand was not closed, her hair was looser than usual, and her cuffs were stained with ink and stone powder. This was the first time Zhou Yun had seen her like this. Wana was a person who had extremely high standards for her demeanor. The booklet was always closed, his hair was always perfectly styled, and his clothes were always neat and tidy. She can work for 3 days straight without sleeping, but she always presents herself in a presentable manner when she appears in front of others. She can't care about any of that now. My lord. She stopped before the teleportation array and quickly bowed. Her voice was steady, but she spoke twice as fast as usual. You've returned just in time. Thank you for your hard work, Zhou Yun said first. Wana was slightly taken aback, then pursed her lips and handed over the open booklet. The spiritual vein resonance has occurred 3 more times in the 3 days since you left. She turned to the page marked with a timeline. The second time, on the first night after you left, it lasted for 22 minutes, with an amplitude 40% higher than the first time. The third time, in the early morning of the second day, it lasted for 35 minutes, with the amplitude doubling. Her finger hovered over the last record. The fourth time. This afternoon? It lasted for 40 minutes. The amplitude was 4 times that of the first time. She closed the booklet and looked up at Zhou Yun. The frequency is increasing, and the intensity is increasing. A night breeze blew through the teleportation array, causing the surrounding ruins to emit a faint hum. In the distance, towards the dawn forest, a golden ceiling barrier flickered in and out of sight in the darkness. My lord, Wanna's voice finally slowed down. Whatever is underground, it's awakening. Zhou Yun did not rush to the spiritual vein. He returned to the stronghold with Wanna first. Along the way, he witnessed the changes that had occurred over the past 3 days. Nearly 3/4 of the city wall has been closed. After the starlight gold was embedded in the wall, the entire city wall shimmered with a silvery blue light in the night, looking from afar like a solidified Milky Way spread across the earth. The bases of the 3 teleportation arrays were completed, the rune arrays were activated, and soft white light shone from the ground, illuminating the surrounding paths. The main framework of the shrine has also been erected. 12 stone pillars rise from the ground, forming the outline of a circular hall. The stone pillar was bare, with no runes carved on it yet, but the very skeleton exuded a solemn aura. The geometric center of the main hall has a hollow space. That's where the spiritual vein connects, and it won't be sealed off until the final stage. The progress is faster than I expected, Zhou Yun said. Wanna walked half a step behind him, holding the booklet to her chest. Everyone's work efficiency has exceeded expectations, she said. Especially old Jean, who divided the entire clan into 3 shifts, working day and night. In addition, with Xiaohong's help, the brick kiln's output has also stabilized. Although she complains every day, the quality of the bricks she fires is indeed 2 grades higher than that of ordinary kilns. The temperature of the dragon's breath is just right for firing the star essence alloy. Is she still making bricks? It's still there. Wanna paused for a moment. I promised her that I would build her a volcanic hot spring pool after the city is completed. Does it work? It works very well. She now works overtime until late every night. Zhou Yun smiled. As they passed the forge, the sound of hammers still echoed inside. Ding, 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 the rhythm is steady and powerful, and the intervals between each strike are almost exactly the same. Firebeard isn't asleep yet? He's researching the forging scheme for the 2nd SS rank weapon. Wanner's tone was tinged with helplessness. Ellie forces him to sleep for 4 hours every day, and he spends the remaining 20 hours in the forging workshop. The success of the 1st SS rank longsword has given him a lot of confidence. He said that while his skills are still good, he wants to forge the 2nd one in one go. Can your body handle it? Ellie is keeping an eye on it. She's assigned 2 dryads to take turns at the entrance of the blacksmith's workshop, specifically to continuously apply healing spells to Firebeard. Wanner closed the booklet. In a sense, Firebeard is now the most expensive unit to maintain in the entire stronghold. Zhou Yun couldn't help but chuckle. He glanced in the direction of the forging workshop. The orange-red firelight shone through the window, illuminating the short, stocky figure of Huishu. Beside her sat an even smaller figure, Ellie, sitting on the threshold, holding a broom in her arms, her head nodding slightly, half asleep and half awake, keeping watch there. Back in the council chamber, Wanner laid out the complete report of the past 3 days on the table. The report is divided into 3 parts: construction progress, resource consumption, and spiritual vein anomalies. Zhou Yun quickly browsed through the first 2 sections. The data was detailed, the entries were clear, and each item was accurate to the single digit. His gaze lingered on the 3rd part. Wanner put a lot of effort into recording the abnormalities in the spiritual veins. Not only basic data such as time, duration, and amplitude, she also drew a hand-drawn waveform comparison diagram. The waveforms of the 4 resonances are superimposed, and the frequency is visibly narrowing while the amplitude is increasing. Look here! Wanner pointed to the bottom of the waveform. The 4 resonances are all in the same direction, from top to bottom, from the spiritual veins to the depths of the planet. But starting from the 3rd one, a faint echo appeared. Echo? The spiritual vein is sending a signal, something deep within is responding. Wanner's finger moved along a thin dotted line below the waveform graph. The third echo was extremely weak. I almost missed it. But the fourth echo was 3 times stronger, and... She looked up at Zhou Yun. The frequency of the echo and the frequency of the spiritual resonance are converging. It's in sync, Zhou Yun said. Yes. They're in sync. Wanner nodded. It's like 2 people exchanging secret codes. They can't match at first, but they get closer with each match. Following this trend, after 2 or 3 more times of resonance, their frequencies will be completely synchronized. Then what? I don't know. Wanner rarely said these 4 words. When she spoke, her tone was calm and she wasn't flustered, but Zhou Yun could sense her unease about not knowing. Wanner is someone who needs to be in control of the overall situation. There was something beyond her control that bothered her more than the thing itself. After reading the report, Zhou Yun pondered for a moment. I'll go check out the spiritual veins. Now? Wanner glanced at the night outside the window. Before the next resonance occurs, I'll go and sense it first. He stood up, looked at Wanner and said, You go and rest. I don't dash. Wanner. Zhou Yun's tone remained unchanged, still calm and consultative, but with a touch more seriousness. You haven't slept much for 3 days, have you? Wanner opened her mouth, but did not refute. The matter of the spiritual veins can't be rushed. You've done what you're supposed to do, leave the rest to me. He smiled. If you collapse from exhaustion, who will take care of this city? Wanner was silent for 2 seconds. Then she closed the booklet, held it to her chest, and bowed slightly. Then I'll go and organize tomorrow's construction schedule. Zhou Yun looked at her. I meant to rest, not to switch to something else to do. Chapter 258 Build the city first. Wanner paused in her movements. I'll sleep after the construction schedule is finished. At most, half an hour. She turned and left after she finished speaking. His pace was a little slower than when he arrived, but his back remained ramrod straight. Zhou Yun watched her figure disappear through the entrance of the council hall and shook his head. He's even harder to persuade than someone with a fiery temper. Dawn Forest. Star Vein. The spiritual veins shine brighter at night than during the day. The golden beam of light surged from the ground, passed through the stone platform in the center of the altar, and shot straight into the night sky. The runes on the 12 surrounding stone pillars gleamed faintly with golden light under the beam of light, like a circle of silent guardians. Zhou Yun stood alone on the 3rd stone step of the altar. It was very quiet around. Wanner arranged for several silver-toothed wolves to be stationed around the altar within 100 meters. Their spiritual stone perception abilities could detect any subtle fluctuations in the spiritual veins. Upon seeing Zhou Yun arrive, the lead wolf sentry let out a low growl as a greeting. Zhou Yun nodded at it. Then he closed his eyes and activated the combat power synchronization. Synchronization object, lazy. The Void Thunder Beast's perception method is different from that of humans. It doesn't rely on eyes or ears, but on the power of lightning elements, which are similar to electromagnetic waves. S-order lightning element perception can penetrate several kilometers of rock layers to distinguish the density, temperature, and energy characteristics of different substances. In that instant of synchronization, Zhou Yun's world changed. Vision has disappeared. Instead, a 3-dimensional map composed of countless electromagnetic wave reflection signals was created. He saw the earth beneath his feet, the stone base of the altar, the soil layer beneath the stone base, and the rock layer beneath the soil layer. Layer by layer, it goes down, getting deeper and denser. In his electromagnetic perception, the golden pillar of light from the spiritual vein appeared as a blazing energy line that stretched from the surface of the earth to the limit of his perception range, about 6 kilometers deep. Below 6 kilometers, even Lazy's senses could not penetrate. The density of matter there was abnormally high, as if something was blocking the way and absorbing all the detection signals. But he sensed the outline of that thing. Vague, enormous. It is not a living being. Living things exhibit temperature fluctuations and life pulses. This item is not available. It is cold, still, and perfectly symmetrical. It's more like a man-made structure. A sealed structure. Zhou Yun focused his perception on the edge of that outline, trying to capture more details. Then the spiritual veins stirred. There was no warning. The golden beam of light suddenly throbbed violently, like a plucked string on a musical instrument. An energy pulse shot down from the top of the spiritual vein, pierced through 6 kilometers of rock layers, and crashed into the silent structure. The fifth resonance. It happened right in front of him. Zhou Yun did not open his eyes. He steadied himself and focused all his senses on the point of impact. The pulses of the spiritual veins reached the surface of the structure, like waves crashing against a dam. Energy diffuses, bounces, and dissipates. But this time it's different. A few seconds later, the silent structure emitted an echo. A faint energy fluctuation, almost in sync with the pulse of the spiritual vein, rose from a depth of 6 kilometers and traveled upwards along the channel of the spiritual vein. The echo traveled through the rock layers, through the soil, through the stone base, and reached the altar. Zhou Yun felt the stone steps beneath his feet tremble. It's very light. But it did indeed shake. Comparison of echo and pulse frequencies. Warner is right. Convergence. This time, the difference between the echo frequency and the spiritual pulse was reduced by almost half compared to the fourth time. He could feel the structure deep inside, tuning its frequency. It's not a passive reaction, but an active adjustment. It is moving closer to the frequency of the spiritual vein. Like a lock trying to match the teeth of a key. The resonance lasted for about 20 minutes. Then it stopped. The spiritual veins returned to calm. The deep structure fell silent once more. Everything was as if nothing had happened. Zhou Yun opened his eyes. The golden light on the altar was still there, but it no longer pulsed. The surrounding silver-toothed wolves all lowered their bodies, pressed their ears to the ground, and let out uneasy whistles. He stood there for a while, processing the information he had just received. Then he made a judgment. That structure is not a threat. If it were a threat, with that kind of energy density at a depth of 6 kilometers, it would have broken through the blockade long ago. It didn't. It was simply responding to the call of the spiritual veins. Respond patiently, slowly, and with increasing precision each time. It is waiting. The moment when the frequencies are completely synchronized. The moment it opens. The reason why the spiritual veins started emitting these pulses is because they developed the spiritual veins. Their activities revitalized this ancient communication mechanism. It's not that it's awake, Zhou Yun said in a low voice. Footsteps sounded behind me. It's Warner. She did not go to sleep, but waited outside the altar. Holding the booklet in her hands, the ink stains on her sleeves still untouched. She rushed over when she heard the resonance of the spiritual veins, but did not disturb Zhou Yun's perception, simply standing quietly at the bottom of the stone steps to wait. My lord. Zhou Yun turned around and glanced at her. Didn't you say you were going to rest? The construction schedule isn't finished yet, she said without changing her expression. Zhou Yun didn't expose her. He walked down the stone steps and briefly recounted what he had just sensed. There was a sealed structure 6 kilometers deep, and the spiritual vein was tuning to each other. It was expected that after a few more resonances, they would be completely synchronized. What will happen after synchronization? Wan asked. I guess there will be an entrance to the seal, Zhou Yun said. Or at least a crack. Wana was silent for a few seconds, then opened the booklet and made a few notes. So what preparations should we make? Let's build the city first, Zhou Yun said. No matter what's below, having a complete level 10 town above is better than anything else. He looked at Warner. And this time I'm really going to sleep. There's a tough battle to fight tomorrow. Warner paused for a moment. Good. She closed the booklet, bowed, and turned to leave. This time, the pace finally slowed down. Zhou Yun watched her walk away, then turned to look at the ground beneath his feet. The golden light of the stellar vein pulsed quietly, like a slowly beating heart. 6 kilometers below, an ancient structure silently awaits in the darkness. A few more times. It will be soon. For the next 4 days, Zhou Yun did not leave the stronghold. His daily routine is simple: inspecting, listening to reports, and making decisions. The Lord does no work. That's the rule. It's not about putting on airs, it's about the division of responsibilities. The bricklayers include Xiongde and Xiong'er, as well as the water spirit Naga, rock golem, and mischievous dragon. The bricks include Little Red, Flame Giant, and Lava Crab. Forging is handled by Huishu, command is handled by Wanner, and support is handled by Wenji. There are people who can do a better job than him at every stage. Chapter 259 Urgent Request for All. The Lord's job is to ensure that everything is running smoothly and to make decisions to resolve any obstacles that arise. But he didn't have a moment of peace during those 4 days. The problem on the first day was with the transportation of building materials. The Starry Sky Gold precast panels are too heavy. The distance from the mine to the stronghold is nearly 10 kilometers, and the gold-eating rats transport team can only make 2 trips a day, which is not fast enough to keep up with the construction progress of the city wall. Wanner proposed 2 solutions: either build a temporary railway between the mine and the stronghold, or increase the size of the transport team. Both options require time. Zhou Yun thought for a moment, and gave a third suggestion. Let the Pippy Dragon, the Lava Crab, and the Rock Golem help. They are enormous and far stronger than the gold-eating spirit rats. Wanner was taken aback. The Lava Crab is also moving building materials. It can carry 10 planks in 1 trip, while it takes 15 rats to carry 1 plank, Zhou Yun said. If we let it run, it can make 6 trips a day, increasing its carrying capacity 10-fold. Is it willing? I'll go talk to it. As a result, the Lava Crab was very unwilling. When Zhou Yun found it, the Lava Crab was lying on its back on the rocky beach, belly up, its tail slapping the ground idly. Seeing Zhou Yun approach, it lazily rolled over and rubbed its nose against his palm, as if to say, "You can pet me, but don't ask me to do any work. I need a favor." Zhou Yun squatted down and patted its head. I need to transport building materials from the mine to this place. 6 trips a day, 4 days in total. The Lava Crab's tail stopped moving. It turned its head to one side and closed its eyes, pretending to be asleep. After you finish the run, let Ellie give you an extra treat, Zhou Yun said with a smile. For 4 consecutive days, you'll get an extra serving of roasted spirit fruit each day. One eye opened. Add a serving of spirit fruit jam. Both eyes were open. The Lava Crab flipped itself up, shook its tail, and trudged heavily toward the mine. After taking a few steps, he turned back to look at Zhou Yun, his expression clearly saying, "Remember what you said. The transportation capacity issue has been resolved." The problem on the second day was with the calibration of the city wall. The embedding precision of the Starry Sky Gold prefabricated panels is extremely high. The error between 2 adjacent panels cannot exceed 3 mm, otherwise the spiritual energy guide channels between the panels will be misaligned, and the S-level defense effect of the city wall will be reduced. The gold-eating rats are highly skilled in fine motor operations, but they are too small. For precast slabs weighing several tons, adjusting the offset by 3 mm is like pushing an elephant with an ant. Old Jean was so anxious he was pacing back and forth. This leader of the gold-eating spirit rats is usually very expressive. When happy, it rolls around on the ground. When angry, it squeaks and howls. And when praised, its tail can leave after images. Now that it has encountered a problem, its anxiety is on full display, pacing back and forth in front of the precast concrete slabs, its beard trembling, and occasionally looking up at the sky and shouting, the gist of which is, "This job is impossible to do." When Zhou Yun came over to check on the situation, Lao Jin immediately scurried to his feet, chirping a long string of squeaks and gesturing with its 2 little paws, vividly describing the difficulties. "I understand now." Zhou Yun squatted down. "You're not strong enough to push it, right?" Old Jean nodded frantically. Zhou Yun thought for a moment and looked at Xiongde, who was eating cold carp next to him. Xian 2 Xiongde, rank B. Xiong is also a B-rank bear. The two bears are usually responsible for patrolling around the stronghold and moving heavy objects, but they have never been involved in delicate tasks such as building the city wall. Big Bear, come and help me out. Before Xiongde had finished chewing the spiritual fruit in its mouth, it heard Zhou Yun call it, and immediately ran over, plopped down next to the precast concrete slab, and tilted its head to wait for instructions. Old Jean is in charge of measuring and directing the direction, you're in charge of pushing. It tells you to go left, and it tells you to stop, and you stop. Can you do that? Xiongde nodded vigorously. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth and landed on Lao Jean. Old Jean wiped the fur with disdain, but then his eyes lit up. This method of cooperation could work. So what followed was this scene. Old Jean stood atop the precast slab, pointing with his two little paws and squeaking incessantly. Xiongde lay on the side of the precast slab, his two giant paws pressing against the surface, pushing with millimeter-level precision each time. One is responsible for the brain, and the other for the strength. They cooperated remarkably well. Wanna glanced at it as she passed by and wrote a line in the book. Zhou Yun glanced at it. Spirit Mouse Black Earth Bear Collaboration Mode, Efficiency plus 170%, recommended for promotion. He looked away, pretending not to see. On the third day, the shrine entered its most crucial stage, the forging of internal runes. Only Huasu can do this job. The array of runes on the 12 stone pillars requires 120 runes to be carved on each pillar, totaling 1,440. Each piece must be cast using a solution of celestial gold, with an error margin not exceeding 1 millimeter. Firebeard crouched before the first stone pillar, holding a judgment hammer, its head glowing red-hot. His dark circles were alarmingly deep, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. The blueprints for these rune arrays were given to me by the girl from the mirror realm. Without looking up, he precisely chipped a groove into the surface of the stone pillar with his hammer. She said that the moment the shrine is completed, she can descend from the mirror realm into the territory. How did you communicate with her? She wrote on the other side of the mirror world, and Wenji translated it for me in the ancestral language. She sent me 1 page of the drawing each day, and after 12 days, that was exactly 12 pillars. Huasu scooped a spoonful of golden liquid from the crucible, and poured it steadily into the groove. The rune lit up briefly as the liquid solidified, then returned to its dark gold color. He stopped hammering and examined it for a moment. I've been blacksmithing for so many years, he said, his voice filled with the satisfaction of a craftsman. And this is the best batch of work I've ever done. He touched the runes on the stone pillar. These are not just decorations. Each one is a miniature magic circle, and when the 1,440 are connected, the entire shrine becomes a giant summoning anchor. The goddess of the void mirror is a divine being, and ordinary summoning circles cannot hold her. This is necessary. Zhou Yun nodded. How many days will it take? Firebeard held up 4 fingers. 4 days. 3.5 days if Ellie doesn't bother me. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Ellie's voice came from the direction of the blacksmith's workshop. Firebeard! You haven't eaten for 14 hours! Firebeard shrank his neck and lowered his voice. Look, here we go again. Zhou Yun smiled and said, Listen to her. If you fall, who will carve these 1,400 plus runes? My lord, once the seal is broken. Huasu. Zhou Yun looked at him, his tone gentle but leaving no room for negotiation. Go eat. That's an order. Yes. Huasu reluctantly put down the hammer. He took 2 steps and then turned back. My lord. Once this shrine is completed, he said, his gaze falling on the stone pillars where the runes were not yet fully inscribed, his expression unusually solemn. It will be remarkable. Zhou Yun looked at him and smiled. The same to you. Huasu froze, his ears turning red. He muttered something and quickened his pace. Chapter 260 Upgrade conditions have been met. Day 4. All projects are entering the final stages. Zhou Yun started wandering around the stronghold early in the morning. Let's go to the city wall first. There's only a gap of 20 meters left. The combination of Lao Jin and Xiongde has become incredibly smooth, and their panel installation speed is almost twice as fast as it was 3 days ago. Xiongde was also called in to help. It was responsible for unloading the precast concrete slabs from the back of the dragon. 2 bears, one unloading and the other pushing the pallet, with Lao Jin directing and coordinating in the middle, and the gold-eating spirit rats responsible for precise calibration, making the assembly line run smoothly. Zhou Yun stood by and watched for a while. Old Jin noticed him, immediately puffed out its chest, flicked its tail, leaving afterimages, and squeaked twice, the gist of which was, "Lord, please rest assured, I guaranteed to complete the mission." "Well done," Zhou Yun said. Old Jin's tail swung even faster. So fast it became blurry. Zhou Yun smiled and shook his head, then continued walking forward. As I passed by the vegetable garden, the first and second vegetables were being watered. These 2 cauliflower beasts were among the earliest agricultural units, responsible for all agricultural production at the stronghold. The first vegetable was a size bigger than the second, and it also had a more stable personality, working meticulously and methodically. The second vegetable is smaller and more unkempt. When watering it, the watering can often tilts and spills water outside the ridges. "Second vegetable, you're veering to the left." First vegetable patted second vegetable's head with a leaf. Earth's Eye reluctantly adjusted its direction, but ended up overcorrecting and splashing water onto the other side. Ikai sighed. As Zhou Yun passed by, he bent down and patted the leaves of the 2 vegetables. "Take your time, no rush." Earth's Eye shook its leaves, seemingly perking up a bit. Further ahead lies the spirit fruit forest. Several withered tree spirits darted through the forest, ripening a new batch of spirit fruits. Their bodies resemble withered tree stumps, but the tips of their branches glow with a tender green light, a sign that their ripening power is at work. Above the forest, Flashy, the leader of the sparrows, was patrolling with a dozen or so sparrows. These small, lightning-type flying monsters are extremely fast and are the best reconnaissance force for the stronghold. When Shan Shan saw Zhou Yun, she swooped down from the sky, perched on his shoulder for a moment, let out a cry, and then flew away. This is how it greets people. "I come every day, rain or shine." The 9-colored robe on Zhou Yun's body, that is, Xiaojiu, rippled slightly as it fell down. A faint, colorful ripple appeared on the surface of the robe before returning to calm. Xiaojiu is quiet most of the time, but it has the ability to perceive. It can sense the magical fluctuations and energy changes around it, and occasionally it will convey information through changes in the color of its robes. It is not reacting abnormally now. Everything is normal. In the evening, Huasu finished carving the last rune. When he stood up from in front of the 12-stone pillar, his legs went weak. After all, he had been working for nearly 30 hours straight. Ellie stayed by her side for 30 hours. The 2 withered spirits never stopped casting their healing spells. 1,440 runes, each one flawless. Huasu stepped back a few paces and looked up at the entire shrine. The array of runes on the 12-stone pillars gleamed with a dark golden light in the afterglow of the setting sun. They haven't been activated yet, but these dormant patterns alone already exude an aura that inspires awe. Huasu stared at it for a long time. Then he plopped down on the ground, tilted his head back, and laughed 3 times. He fell asleep right after laughing. Ellie sighed and beckoned 2 withered spirits to carry him back. Night falls. The last gap in the city wall is now only the space for a precast slab. Old Jin's transport team has delivered the last plank to the site. Big Bear and Little Bear squatted on either side, waiting for orders. The gold-eating rats took their positions, and the calibration tools were neatly arranged. The news somehow spread, and all the able-bodied people from the stronghold came. The 2 cauliflower beasts, 1 and 2, squatted on the edge of the field, peeking out curiously. The withered tree spirits emerged from the spirit fruit forest. The lightning sparrows flew in formation and lined up on top of the city wall. Even Xiaohong temporarily put down her work at the brick kiln and lay on a large rock not far away, craning her neck to watch the excitement. The lava crab yawned from a distance. It made 6 trips to the mine today and was too tired to move, but it didn't leave. It just lay there, half opening one eye to look. Warner stood beside the gap, the booklet turned to the last page. Zhou Yun stood beside her. "Let's begin," he said. Old Jean squeaked. Xiongde and Xiong'er exerted their strength at the same time, lifting the last precast slab and aligning it with the gap. Old Jean scrambled to the top of the board, raising his 2 little paws to give directions. "A little to the left, then to the left again, stop. Down, slowly, even slower." The gold-eating rats made final adjustments around the board. Warner reported the calibration data. "Move 2 millimeters to the left. Good. Press down 1 millimeter. Good." Click. A soft sound. The precast slab was embedded in the final position. The city walls have been closed. The silvery blue light of the starlight flowed along the wall, spreading outwards from the joints like a river of light connecting its ends. The entire city wall lit up in the night, encircling the stronghold in a complete and continuous manner. There was silence for about 2 seconds. Then Lao Jean took the lead and shouted. A sharp, drawn-out squeak. All the gold-eating spirit rats started squealing. The cheers of hundreds of mice merged into a sharp chorus. Old Jean was jumping around on top of the precast concrete slab, his tail swishing like a propeller, so excited he was practically about to take off. Big Bear couldn't understand what the clever mouse was saying, but it sensed the atmosphere, clumsily stood up, opened its mouth, and roared. The sound was deep and resonant, making the ground beneath their feet tremble. Xiong'er imitated his brother and roared, but not as loudly as his brother. A little unwilling, he roared again. The lightning sparrows took flight simultaneously from the top of the city wall, tracing arcs in the night sky. A faint lightning glow flickered at the tips of their wings, like a swarm of fireflies. Flashy flew the highest, it screamed the loudest. The leaves of the first and second vegetables swayed along the edge of the field. They don't make noise, but the frequency of their leaves shaking indicates that they are also excited. Little Red lifted her head from the big rock and breathed out 2 small flames from her nostrils. This is how baby dragons express their emotions. 2 flames exploded in the night sky, like 2 small orange fireworks. The lava crab finally opened its second eye and let out a low hum. For a creature that had been exhausted all day, this was already a very grand celebration. A layer of flowing, colorful light emanated from Zhou Yun's robes. 9 colors lit up and then went out in turn, like a quiet rainbow flowing over his shoulder. Zhou Yun stood amidst the noisy yet warm sounds, watching his people celebrate this moment in their own ways. He smiled. Warner closed the booklet and turned to him. My lord, all construction projects are now complete. In the moonlight, the corners of her mouth curved slightly. It's ready for upgrade. A system notification appeared in the field of view. The requirements for upgrading your territory have been met. Confirm upgrade to level 10 territory, town. Zhou Yun glanced at the eastern horizon. It was still dark, there were still several hours until dawn. He did not confirm. Wait until dawn, he said. Warner tilted her head slightly. Upgrades like this? Zhou Yun glanced at the cheering citizens. We need to make sure everyone sees it. Chapter 261 Cloud City. Daylight broke. The dawn on Planet Zero is different from that on Earth. There was no gradual light at dawn, no slow-rising sunrise. The sky, brimming with spiritual energy, changed from deep blue to light gold in a single moment, as if someone had suddenly turned on a lamp. No one was sleeping in the outpost anymore. The news spread last night it was upgraded today. Zhou Yun stood on the gate tower of the north gate of the city wall. This is the highest point of the entire city wall, offering a panoramic view of the entire stronghold. He looked down. The square below the gate tower was filled with citizens. The gold-eating rat stood in neat square formations, with old gold at the very front, licking his fur until it gleamed. It was so excited last night that it didn't sleep a wink, but it was full of energy, and its tail had already started to wag slightly in a warm-up manner. Big Bear and Little Bear squatted side by side next to the square formation, taking up a large area. Big Bear was also holding a cool carp in its mouth. Its way of showing tension is by eating. Xiong'er tilted his head and watched his brother chew. He got greedy, picked up a stone from the ground and put it in his mouth. He took a bite, realized it was wrong, and spat it out. The archers of the Maruru tribe stood on the east side of the square, with red leaf and red makeup at the very front. They were dressed in neat archer uniforms, with longbows slung over their backs, and their expressions were solemn. The Maruru tribe is the most ritualistic race in the stronghold, and they started preparing for this occasion last night. Mist warrior La Feng and his undead squad stood in the shadows on the west side of the square. They don't like the sun, but they're all here today. Its translucent body appeared and disappeared in the morning light, silent and solemn. The two cauliflower beasts, Kai and Ertsai, squeezed behind the spirit rat formation. They were too short to see ahead, so Ertsai stood on tiptoe in frustration, and Ertsai simply used its leaves to lift Ertsai up. The withered tree spirits were scattered on the grass at the edge of the square, like a circle of silent old tree stumps. The lightning sparrows circled in the air, led by Flash, flying out in a neat ring. Ah Shui stood on the steps of the square, his hand on the hilt of his sword, looking straight ahead. Shui Jianhao always had that indifferent expression, but he arrived earlier than anyone else today. Wuji stood beside him. The female swordswoman rested her hand on the hilt of her sword, her gaze calm and focused. She didn't quite understand what uprating meant, but since everyone else was coming, she came too. Wenji stood in the open space in the center of the square, holding a scroll of bamboo slips in her hands. She insisted on leaving a written record of today's ceremony. Ellie stood at the entrance of the blacksmith's workshop, holding the half-asleep Firebeard in her arms. The dwarf blacksmith was woken up after sleeping for less than 4 hours last night after finishing carving the last rune. He squinted, half asleep, but mumbled, "Don't let me miss it." A little further away, Little Red lay at the foot of the city wall, her head resting on her front paws. The SSS rank dragon's vertical pupils were wide open, and it was unusual for it not to have a bitter expression today, probably realizing that the days of burning bricks were finally coming to an end. Pippi Dragon lay down next to Little Red, and it was a size bigger. It yawned, its tail slowly swishing back and forth. Further away, towards the ice nest on the outpost's perimeter, Xiaolan's figure could be faintly seen. The SSS rank 3-legged ice phoenix lay lazily on the edge of the ice nest, one eye half open, looking this way. It probably didn't fly over specifically to attend any ceremony, but it was watching. That's enough. In the square, flame giants, rock golems, water spirit nagas, and the A-rank legion recruited from the sky mirror world by the wind-riding divine eagle were also lined up on the outer perimeter. Thousands of people filled the entire square and the surrounding open space. Wana was the last to arrive. She walked from the direction of the council chamber, holding the booklet to her chest, her hair neatly styled, and her clothes spotless. Clearly, she had changed them specially. The Wanner who had ink stains and stone powder on her cuffs last night is gone. Today she looks like the deputy lord. She walked to the bottom of the gate tower and looked up at Zhou Yun on the city wall. He nodded slightly. Ready. Zhou Yun did not make a speech. He's not good at this, and there's no need for him to. He simply stood on the gate tower and glanced down at the densely packed, large and small, and varied groups of people below. I stared at it for several seconds. Then he smiled. Silently chant in your mind upgrade. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 10. Your Lord's space has been expanded. Compared to previous upgrades, Zhou Yun did not receive any additional blueprints for this upgrade, and the entire notification process was exceptionally concise. Zhou Yun was not surprised. He knew that level 10 was a milestone, a point in time. After level 10, the direction of development is entirely up to the Lord. At the same time, a long, deep bell rang out from the sky, reverberating in every inch of air above the stronghold. It's not a sound wave at the physical level, it's a resonance that acts directly on the soul. Every citizen heard it. Every monster, every plant, and every stone sensed it. In the square, all sounds stopped at the same instant. Even Lao Jin's tail stopped wagging. Then the change began. The starlight gold on the city wall was the first to react. The silvery blue light suddenly brightened tenfold, flowing rapidly along the wall and spreading simultaneously to the east and west sides from the north gate tower, like two racing rivers of light. The moment the light rivers converged at the south gate, the entire city wall lit up simultaneously. A silver blue light shot into the sky, forming a halo tens of meters high above the stronghold. The halo lasted for about 3 seconds before shattering into countless points of light, like a silent firework display, scattering across every corner of the stronghold. The light fell on the inhabitants, on their fur, scales, leaves, and shells, bringing a slight warmth. Old Jean stretched out his paw and caught a speck of light. His eyes shone like 2 light bulbs. Please name your town. Another notification sound rang in Zhou Yun's ears. Cloud City. Naming successful. In that instant, he sensed a subtle change, not from the system, but from the land beneath his feet itself. The moment the name, Cloud City, was given to him, the connection between the stronghold and him deepened. Just like a child who had no name finally gets a name, and from then on, that name becomes a part of it. But Zhou Yun didn't have time to savor this feeling. Because at the very moment the naming was completed, the shrine moved. The 1,440 runes on the 12 stone pillars lit up simultaneously. It wasn't the previous dark gold color, it was a blazing, dazzling platinum gold light. Each rune was like an ignited star, its light rising rapidly from the base of the stone pillars along every groove carved by the fire whiskers, one after another, illuminating all the stone pillars within seconds. 1,440 stars were burning at the same time. Light converged from the top of the stone pillars toward the center of the shrine, the hollow that led directly to the entrance of the spiritual vein. A silver beam of light shot into the sky from the void. The beam of light pierced through the atmosphere, shooting straight into the sky, its height unknown. All the citizens present looked up. Chapter 262 The God of the Empty Mirror. The pillar of light was more dazzling and purer than the halo that appeared when the city wall was upgraded, carrying an indescribable sense of solemnity. The square fell silent once more. It wasn't an excited silence, but an instinctive awe. Even Little Blue stood up from the ice nest. The SSS's rank 3-legged ice phoenix looked up at the pillar of light, its 3 eyes reflecting the silver light, and 1 wing slightly raised, a rare posture of alertness. Within the beam of light, a figure appeared and disappeared. Blurry, delicate, like looking at someone on the other side through a layer of water. Then the sound came out. It wasn't something heard through the ears. It appeared directly in the consciousness of every citizen. A soft, sighing, relieved female voice. Finally, we can come out. God of empty mirrors. The figure within the beam of light became increasingly clear. Long silver hair and a white dress moved without wind in the pillar of light. The coming is in progress. Wenji stopped writing, looked up at the figure in the pillar of light, and felt a deep respect in her eyes. She could sense the essence of that being. It was no ordinary hero or leader. That is God. Warner also stopped taking notes, her expression calm but focused, her fingers slightly tightening around the booklet. Firebeard was fully awake. He broke free from Ellie's arm, staggered to his feet, and stared intently at the beam of light. The runes he carved, every single one, every single stroke, came to life at that moment. The craftsman's best work of his life was being put into operation before him. His eyes were a little red. Just when everyone's attention was drawn to the shrine, there was a sudden tremor beneath my feet. Not heavy. It's very light. It sounded like someone had struck a drum from a great distance. Most of the people didn't notice. But Zhou Yun did. Wana noticed it too. They both looked down at the ground almost simultaneously. Then the second time. It's heavier than the first one. Everyone felt it this time. The people in the square began to stir, and several gold-eating spirit rats squeaked uneasily. Old Jean pricked up his ears, his beard taut, and looked around. The third time. The starlight gold on the city wall began to hum. It wasn't the harmonious flow of light during an upgrade, it was resonance. The entire city wall was trembling slightly at a certain frequency, like a plucked string on a musical instrument. Zhou Yun turned his head to look in the direction of the dawn forest. He doesn't need to synchronize the thunderbolts. This time, the anomaly in the spiritual veins was no longer a hidden undercurrent deep underground. In the direction of dawn forest, the golden pillar of light suddenly surged. The gentle spiritual light pillar was suddenly pushed up from the bottom by some force, its diameter expanded from 1 meter to 10 meters, and its brightness increased several times. Even the stronghold 10 kilometers away could clearly see the scorching golden light. Spiritual resonance. The sixth time. But it's different from all the previous resonances. In the previous 5 instances, Zhou Yun needed to synchronize with Lei Zi's perception to capture the deep echoes. This time it's not necessary. Because the echo rushed up. A thick, golden pulse of energy rose from the depths of the earth, surging upwards along the spiritual vein channel. Its frequency is completely consistent with the pulse of the spiritual veins, not convergent, but synchronized. Fully synchronized. The critical point that Warner mentioned has been reached. The key matched the lock. The entire Cloud City shook the moment the energy pulse reached the surface. It wasn't an earthquake. There were no destructive transverse waves, only a deep, even tremor, like a giant heart had just beaten deep within the earth beneath your feet. The wind-riding divine eagle and the lightning sparrow cried out in alarm in the air. Xiaohong suddenly raised her head, her vertical pupils shrinking into thin slits. Pippi Dragon rolled over and stood up, its 4 feet firmly gripping the ground. The spirit fruit in Xiongda's mouth fell out, but it didn't bother to pick it up. Xiong'er clung tightly to his brother, nose to nose, encouraging each other. Old Jin's tail stopped wagging completely. It lowered its body, its 2 little paws gripping the ground, and all the fur on its body stood on end. In the distance, Little Blue spread its wings. The tremor lasted for about 10 seconds. Then it stopped. Everything returned to calm. The beams of spiritual energy returned to their normal brightness. The city walls stopped humming. The residual vibrations in the air are rapidly dissipating. The citizens in the square looked at each other blankly. The silver pillar of light in the shrine still stands, and the descent of the ethereal girl continues, her figure blurred for a moment just now, but is now solidifying again. Zhou Yun did not look at the shrine. His gaze fell to his feet. He doesn't need any special skills. Because he can sense it. 6 kilometers deep, the sealed structure that had been silent for countless epochs underwent a tiny, irreversible change. It cracked open. Very thin, very narrow. But it cracked. A faint wisp of spiritual energy was seeping up from the crack. The concentration and purity of that spiritual energy far exceeded that of an S-rank star vein. Far exceeding. Zhou Yun stood on the city wall, the morning light shining on his face. Wana walked up to the gate tower and stood behind him. "My lord," she said softly. "I can feel it," Zhou Yun said. "The seal has cracked open." Wana was silent for a moment. Was it triggered by the establishment of the town? Uncertain. It could also be that the spiritual vein resonance reached a critical point, and the timing just happened to coincide. Zhou Yun thought for a moment. But whatever the reason, it opened. He turned around and looked at Warner. The expression on his face was neither serious nor excited. It is a calm, knowing certainty. "Let's get ready," he said. "Once the goddess of the void has descended, we can sit down and have a good talk. She should know something about this planet that we don't." He turned his head and glanced in the direction of the shrine again. The silver beam of light is still there. The figure of the girl in the empty frame became clearer and clearer. Her descent was about to be completed. Above, the first dawn of Cloud City was unfolding. Beneath their feet, the first seal had just cracked open. In the square behind them, the people were recovering from the shock. Old Jean was the first to recover. Its tail began to wag again, and it squeaked to soothe the frightened little mouse beside it. Xiongde found the fallen spirit fruit on the ground, blew off the dust, and put it in his mouth. The second vegetable was knocked over by the tremor, and the first vegetable was using its leaves to help it up. Little Red spits out 2 tiny flames from its nostrils, its way of expressing emotion, and 2 small orange fireworks explode in the morning light. A layer of flowing, colorful light emanated from Zhou Yun's robes. 9 colors lit up and then went out in turn, like a quiet rainbow flowing over his shoulder. Zhou Yun watched all of this. He smiled. "Let's go," he said to Wana. "A new day has begun." Chapter 263 Gods Do Not Need to Eat. The descent lasted for about 15 minutes. The silver beam of light slowly converged, like an upside-down flower blooming, with the petals folding inward layer by layer, eventually condensing into a human shape. The moment the light faded, the square fell silent, as if someone had pressed pause. On the stone platform of the shrine stood a young girl. She looks about 16 or 17 years old. Her long silver hair reached her waist, with slightly curled ends, gleaming with a cool sheen in the morning light. A white long dress, without any patterns, clean and simple. Barefoot, I stepped onto the stone platform. She opened her eyes. Her silver eyes, brighter than her hair, were like 2 tiny mirrors, reflecting everything around her. A very young face. But his eyes don't look young. In those silver eyes there was a deep tranquility, a tranquility that had been accumulated over countless years. Like a lake, its surface is calm, but you know it is unfathomably deep. She didn't look around. Nor did she show any confusion. She simply stood there quietly, looking around, the city walls, the square, the people, the distant forests bathed in morning light, and then slowly, deeply, took a breath. His chest rose and fell, and his silver hair swayed gently with his breath. After she finished inhaling, she closed her eyes and paused for 2 seconds. When she opened her eyes again, a very faint smile appeared on her lips. "I haven't breathed in a long time." The sound came out of the lips, no longer directly into consciousness as before. A normal, clear female voice. But her tone was very calm, not like a 16 or 17-year-old girl speaking, but more like someone who has lived for a very long time stating a fact. "The smell of the wind has changed. It's milder than when I last woke up." Most of the people in the square were kneeling. The gold-eating spirit rats lay neatly on the ground, old Jin's tail tucked tightly between his legs, not daring to move an inch. The Maruru archers knelt on one knee, with Kureha bowing her head first. The entire Mist warriors performed a standard nightly salute, the clanging of armor echoing across the plaza. The flame giant awkwardly crouched down. The rock golems simply sat down on the spot. They weren't very good at kneeling. Xiongde and Xionger lay on the ground, their heads pressed tightly against the ground, their buttocks facing the sky, and their tails shaking from side to side. Huasu didn't kneel. He stood there, head tilted back, lips pressed into a thin line, eyes still red. He watched as the runes he had carved emitted a soft silver light beneath the girl's feet. His Adam's apple bobbed, but he said nothing. Wana stood half a step behind Zhou Yun, her posture upright, and she bowed gracefully. Neither humble nor arrogant. Little Blue lay on the ice nest in the distance, its 3 eyes half open and half closed, its wings already retracted. After determining that it was not a threat, it buried its head back into its wings. Zhou Yun walked up the steps of the shrine. The silver-eyed gaze returned from afar and landed on him. She looked at him for a few seconds. In those few seconds, Zhou Yun felt a very special gaze upon him. It's not about scrutinizing or examining. It's more like a person with a wealth of experience looking at someone she has been observing for a long time, but is meeting face to face for the first time. "Hello?" Zhou Yun said. His tone was no different from when he spoke to the people. It was gentle and had a hint of a smile. "Welcome to Cloud City. I am the lord here, Zhou Yun." The girl on the shrine tilted her head slightly. "I know who you are." Her tone was calm, as if she were stating something obvious. "I saw you when you put the inner core of the Calamity Beast into the Mirror Realm. It's just that at that time I could only send in a wisp of consciousness. She paused for a moment. Younger than I expected. Zhou Yun smiled and said, You look very young too. That's how I look. She emphasized the word, looks, very softly, a fleeting smile in her silver eyes. But I'm not young. Not young at all. She stepped down the stairs. When walking barefoot on the stone steps, the movements were very steady. It doesn't feel like someone who has just acquired a physical body, but rather like someone who hasn't worn shoes in a long time and is rediscovering the feel of the ground. Each step was slow and firm, with my toes curling slightly before relaxing. When she reached the last step, she stopped and looked down at her feet. The ground is cold. His tone remained that of a calm and composed statement. But as she said that, her toes curled up again. Very small movements. Zhou Yun noticed it. Wana set up a temporary meeting area at the city gate, a stone table, a few chairs, and a surface of star-gold polish so smooth that it reflected one's image. Wenji brought over hot tea. Longjing tea was brought back from Earth by Zhou Yun. The god of empty mirrors accepted the teacup with both hands. She glanced down at it, then took a slow, deliberate sip. It's bitter, she said. Wenji almost burst out laughing. But it's warm, the god of empty mirrors added. She held the teacup to her lips for a moment, as if savoring the warmth of the steam against her skin. The mirror world has no temperature. Everything is the same. Neither cold nor hot. Neither bitter nor sweet. She took another sip. This time she drank very slowly. Things with flavor are good. When she said this, her tone remained calm and narrative. But Zhou Yun noticed that her fingers tightened a little as she held the teacup. It's not because the tea tastes good. It's because of the fact that it has a smell. For the first time, a god who had been asleep for countless eons experienced the flavor, anew. Zhou Yun didn't rush to ask about the important matter. Are you hungry? He asked. The god of empty mirror looked up at him. She paused for a second. In that instant, her expression remained almost unchanged, still that calm, worldly-wise composure. But her silver eyes twitched slightly. Gods don't need to eat. She paused for a moment after saying that. But I want to try. Ellie made spirit fruit porridge. The way the god of empty mirror picked up the spoon was elegant and proper, like someone with impeccable manners. She scooped up a spoonful and took a small sip into her mouth. Chewing. Swallowing. Her expression remained unchanged. Then she put down the spoon, sat up straight, and looked straight ahead. Is there anything else? Wenji couldn't help but chuckle softly this time. Ellie brought over another bowl. The god of empty mirror took it, maintaining his dignified and composed demeanor, and drank it spoonful by spoonful. After finishing his drink, he put down the bowl and looked straight ahead. Is there anything else? The third bowl. The fourth bowl. By the fourth bowl, she seemed to realize something. Her silver eyes glanced to the side. Several people around her were watching her. Wana remained expressionless, but her pen moved, Wenji smiled, and Ellie was already scooping her fifth bowl. The tips of the god of empty mirror's ears turned slightly red. Very light. If you're not paying attention, you won't see it at all. She sat upright, her expression regaining the composure befitting a deity. The quality of the spiritual fruit is quite good, she commented calmly. It's worth trying several bowls. Chapter 264 Ninefold Seal. Wana paused for a moment. Zhou Yun suppressed a laugh. After finishing the meal, or more accurately after tasting it, Zhou Yun steered the conversation toward serious business. You mentioned something about this planet when you projected it before, he said. Now that you've arrived, can you tell me more? The god of empty mirrors puts down the bowl. Her expression changed completely at that moment. The slight embarrassment she had just displayed vanished entirely, replaced by a profound, ancient solemnity. I can tell you less than you think, she said. I've been asleep for too long. My memories are fragmented. What I know are pieces, not the complete answer. Fragments are fine too. She thought for a while. This planet has 9 seals. Warner paused for a moment. Each level corresponds to a power level. The outermost level is S rank. The god of the empty mirror extended a finger and drew a circle on the table. Like this. One layer inside another. The deeper you go, the stronger the power. What is the purpose of the seal? Juana asked. Protect. The goddess of the empty mirror spoke with absolute certainty. She remembered this very clearly. It's not about sealing off dangerous things. It's about protecting the power within, from being perceived by the outside world. Warner stopped writing. The morning light in the square shone on the stone table, and the silver hair of the god of empty mirror was almost transparent in the light. With each seal broken, the planet releases more energy. Internally, power is awakening. Her voice lowered slightly. But externally, those who have been searching for this place are also more likely to perceive its presence. The air was still for a few seconds. Zhou Yun held the teacup and gently blew on the steam. Something external, he said. What is it? The silver eyes of the god of empty mirrors looked at him. There was a long silence. I told you before, she said slowly. That calamity is a cycle. I remember. That's not a metaphor. There was a weariness in her voice, a weariness that came with the passage of many years. In my memory, that thing has come many times. More than once, more than 10 times. Every long period of time, it would appear. Then it would be blocked by this planet. Then it would disappear. And then it would come back after a long time. What is it? I don't know. She shook her head. It's not a lie. I genuinely can't remember. All I remember is that every time it came, the whole world would shake. And every time it was blocked, it was because of this planet. She looked at Zhou Yun. Your planet. Zhou Yun put down his teacup. He didn't ask any further questions. Some things can't be rushed. The goddess of the empty mirror's memories are incomplete, and forcing her won't help. The first seal has just cracked open a little, he said. I sensed it. Did this planet open up on its own? The god of empty mirrors pondered for a moment. If the seal broke from the inside, she said, then it means the planet's judgment, the conditions, are met. What are the conditions? Someone will come and untie it. She looked at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun looked at her. The two stared at each other for 2 seconds. May I come in? He asked. You must go in, said the god of the empty mirror. Each seal has a guardian. The guardian of the first seal is of SS rank. You need to pass its test before you can officially break the seal. SS rank. Zhou Yun nodded. His current combat power ceiling is SSSS rank synchronized little blue. Do you remember what the gatekeeper looked like? He asked. The god of empty mirrors closed his eyes, trying hard to recall. Golden, she said. The wings are very big. Then she opened her eyes and shook her head. It's been too long. I can't remember much more. That's enough, Zhou Yun said. Thank you. The god of the empty mirror looked at his expression, calm, knowing, and resolute without a trace of anxiety, and slightly tilted his head. Aren't you nervous? Is being nervous helpful? No. Then there's no need to be nervous. Zhou Yun smiled. He stood up. Let's stay in Cloud City for now. How is your divine servant, the Mirror Maiden? Mentioning this name softened the god of empty mirror's expression slightly. She's waiting, said the god of the empty mirror. The entrance to the mirror realm. She sensed it as soon as I descended. She should be heading this way. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint silver ripple appeared in the air in the direction of the shrine. It's like a pebble being thrown into the water. A figure emerged from the center of the ripples. Silver hair, but much shorter than that of the god of empty mirror, just past shoulder length. The same white dress, but with a shorter hem, allowing for more agile movement. Her face bears a slight resemblance to the god of empty mirror, brighter and more vibrant, lacking the profound depth that comes with the passage of countless years. Empty mirror girl. S rank divine servant. Her complexion was completely different from before, The pallor of her extreme weakness had completely faded, her short silver hair was fluffy and shiny, her steps were light, and her eyes had a unique gleam of someone who had regained strength. She first saw the god of the empty mirror. He quickened his pace slightly, walked to the stone platform, and respectfully bowed his head in a salute. "Grown-ups." The god of empty mirror nodded slightly. "Get up." Then the girl in the empty shot turns her head. "I saw Zhou Yun." Her eyes lit up. "My lord!" The tone of this address was completely different from when she called her, "my lord." When she called the goddess of the empty mirror, it was respectful and restrained. When she called out to Zhou Yun, her voice unconsciously rose a little, carrying an undisguised sense of closeness. Zhou Yun smiled and nodded. "Long time no see. You look to be recovering well." "It's all because of the inner core of the calamity beast given to us by the Lord," the girl in the empty mirror said earnestly. She stood there, her hands clasped in front of her, her posture upright, but her gaze followed Zhou Yun closely. "The mirror realm has recovered a lot. My power has returned as well." The god of empty mirror watched this scene from the side, a subtle smile flashing in his silver eyes. "It's very light." It flashed by in an instant. "You are free to move around in Cloud City," Zhou Yun said to the girl in the empty mirror. "If you need anything, just tell Wan or Wenji." The girl in the empty frame nodded. Then she hesitated for a moment and asked, "My lord, when Sister Wanner contacted me before, she casually mentioned that you sometimes go to another world?" "Yes, Earth." "What is that world like?" When she asked this question, there was an undisguised curiosity in her silver eyes. That curiosity brought her to life, creating a stark contrast with the profound and reserved nature of the god of empty mirrors. Zhou Yun glanced at her. "Want to go take a look?" The girl in the empty frame moved her lips slightly, as if she wanted to say, "I want to," but was too shy to speak. She secretly glanced at the god of empty mirror. The god of the empty mirror remained expressionless, but slightly turned his gaze away, a gesture of tacit approval. "I'll take you there sometime," Zhou Yun said with a smile. Chapter 265 My Servant. After the two guests settled in, Zhou Yun walked to the edge of the city wall. Little Blue was still lying in the ice nest, breathing evenly. But Zhou Yun knew it wasn't truly asleep. Because at the moment the god of the empty mirror descended, Xiaolan stood up. The SSSS rank 3-legged ice phoenix has never shown any real vigilance towards anything on this planet. The calamity beast was no match, the spiritual vein resonance was ineffective, and even the tremor from the broken seal only made it spread its wings and glance at it. But when the god of the empty mirror descended, it stood up. This means that, in Xiaolan's perception, the god of the empty mirror triggered something that it instinctively cared about. It wasn't a threat. If it were, Xiaolan wouldn't have gone back to bed so quickly. It's something else. He didn't ask Xiaolan. Xiaolan didn't like being disturbed. He turned and went back to the stone table, where the goddess of the empty mirror was still sitting. She was also looking in the direction of the ice nest. "Do you know Xiaolan?" Zhou Yun asked. Something flashed in the silver eyes of the god of empty mirrors. "I don't know him," she said. She paused, then added, "Not entirely." Her gaze became distant, as if she were looking through the scene before her at another distant time and space. "A long time ago. So long that my memory is hazy," she said, her voice soft but her tone steady. "There was an ice phoenix just like it. Also of ultimate ice. But much bigger, much bigger. Is it related to this planet? There was an agreement." The god of the empty mirror was silent for a few seconds, but I don't remember the contents of the agreement. It might not be the same one. Too many generations have passed. But the bloodline hasn't changed. In the distance, the SSSS rank 3-legged ice phoenix snorted and flicked its tail feathers on the ice nest. The meaning of "too lazy to deal with people" is clearly expressed. Upon seeing this, the god of empty mirror's lips twitched slightly. "Her temper hasn't changed either," she added. The tone of this sentence was the only moment in the entire conversation that didn't sound like that of a deity. with a touch of sentimentality, a touch of nostalgia, and a subtle, almost imperceptible tenderness. Zhou Yun saw it all. He didn't press further. Some answers don't need to be rushed. Let's rest first. Feel free to wander around Yun City if you want to know anything. The god of empty mirrors nodded. She stood up, took a couple of steps, then suddenly stopped and turned to look at the shrine behind her. The runes on the 12 stone pillars still emitted a faint silver light. That short craftsman, she said. Fire whiskers. His runes are beautifully inscribed. The god of the empty mirrors' gaze lingered on the shrine for a long time. Each one is perfect. For his rank, this is beyond the limit. He carved for 30 hours, Zhou Yun said. The god of empty mirror withdrew his gaze. Thank him for me. Huasu only heard this later. When Ellie relayed the message to him, he was squatting at the entrance of the blacksmith's workshop, gnawing on a piece of dry rations. After listening, he put down his dry rations. There was a long silence. Then he pulled his hat down a little to cover his eyes. I know, he said sullenly. Ellie glanced at him but didn't say anything more. In the forge, the judgment hammer leaned against the furnace wall, its blade reflecting the red glow of the furnace fire. After a while, the sound of hammering came from inside. It's louder than before. The god of empty mirror had a very quiet first day in Cloud City. Wana arranged for her to stay in a newly built stone chamber next to the shrine. The roof was made of star-gold windows, and when the sunlight shone in, the entire wall was tinged with a faint silver blue. The god of empty mirrors stood by the window, looking up at the light streaming in through the window, and stared for a long time. There is no sunlight in the mirror world, she said. Wenji was making the bed for her when she heard this. She looked up at her but didn't say anything. She just tucked the corners of the quilt in a little tighter. There is no wind either, the god of empty mirrors said again. His tone remained calm and factual. But as she stood in the dappled sunlight, her long silver hair almost transparent, her bare toes curling and relaxing slightly on the warm stone slab. Wenji made the bed and sat up. Now we have it, Wenji said with a smile. The wind is blowing. Outside the window, Lao Jin's sharp command voice came from Yunqing Square. The mice are moving building materials. Although the city wall is already completed, Warner has listed a long list of follow-up projects in the book. The god of empty mirror listened intently for a while. It's very noisy here. Despite this assessment, a tiny smile appeared on her lips. In the afternoon, while Zhou Yun was patrolling the city wall, the god of the empty mirror found him. She said something. The blockade of the mirror realm can now be completely lifted. Zhou Yun stopped in his tracks. The goddess of the empty mirror explains, during her long slumber, most areas of the mirror realm were locked. She kept only the most crucial small area operational, sealing off the rest. This is also why Zhou Yun's people could only enter the outer perimeter of the mirror realm before. I'm back now. The lock can be opened. What's inside? My servant, said the god of the empty mirror. His tone was flat, as if he were talking about something trivial from the past. They existed before I fell asleep. After I left, they went into hibernation. Now they should be awakened. Zhou Yun glanced at her. How many? The god of empty mirrors thought for a moment. A lot of. Many is a very vague word. But when the Silver Fang Wolf Reconnaissance Squadron and the Lightning Sparrow Squadron entered the depths of the Mirror Realm, and brought back a complete report, the weight of the word, many, truly came into play. Warner unfolded a hand-drawn map on the stone table in the council hall. The outer perimeter of the Mirror Realm, the area that was previously opened, occupies only a small corner of the map. The interior space exposed after the lockdown is lifted is more than 20 times the size of the outer perimeter. The Silver Fang Whistle Wolf's spirit stone perception covered approximately 1/3 of the area. Within this third, they detected the following. Known species flame giant, 230 in total. Rock golems, 180 in number. Water spirit nagas, 310 in number. 460 divine eagles that ride the wind. Zhou Yun had already incorporated these 4 types before. However, the number of people in the reopened areas is more than double the total number in the surrounding areas. Then there are new species that we haven't seen before. A type of monster, entirely black and resembling a large canine, with silver patterns flowing across its body. There are over 300 of them. The silver-toothed wolves couldn't determine their rank, but instinctively dared not approach. A jellyfish-like creature suspended in midair, its translucent body shimmering with a ghostly blue light. There were about 150 of them, densely distributed in a certain area deep within the mirror world, like a luminous sea. There is also a huge crustacean monster with a deep purple shell and a smooth, mirror-like reflective layer on its back. There are only about 40 of them, but each one is nearly the size of a flame giant. Chapter 266 Sealing Rift. All A rank, Juana said. Her pen traced numbers on the map, her voice steady, but her writing speed was twice as fast as usual. And we've only scouted a third of it. If the remaining area has a similar density. She paused for a moment, and did some mental arithmetic. Conservatively estimated, the total number of dormant servants in the entire mirror realm is over 5,000. All of them are rank A, and there are more than 7 different types. There was a moment of silence in the council chamber. Wenji put down the teapot in her hand. Wuji leaned against the door frame, expressionless, but her fingers tightened on the hilt of her sword. Her battle instincts told her that these numbers meant she seemed to be becoming increasingly insignificant in the territory. Zhou Yun remained silent. He looked calmly at the densely packed markers on the map. The god of empty mirrors sat in a corner, holding a bowl of spirit fruit soup that Ellie had just brought him, and was drinking it slowly and leisurely. Are they your servants? Zhou Yun turned to look at her. Yes. The god of the empty mirror nodded. When I'm awake, they obey me. Now that I'm here, they can be reprogrammed into your sequence. She paused for a moment, then added. However, they need to be woken up in batches. They can't all be woken up at once if they've been dormant for too long. Waking up too many at once will cause confusion. How often should we wake up a batch? Juana asked immediately. The god of empty mirror took a sip of the spiritual fruit soup and said unhurriedly. About 200 a day. Too many would cause chaos. It will probably take about a month to fully awaken them. Juana had already calculated in the booklet. She turned a page and began writing a new plan, her pen moving so fast that the paper rustled. Zhou Yun smiled as he looked at Juana, who seemed eager to organize all 1,000 A-rank monsters into ranks that very day. No rush, he said. Juana paused for a moment. Let's awaken a batch first and see, Zhou Yun said. To see their actual combat strength and obedience. And he looked at the unknown black dog-like monster marked on the map. I've never seen this variety before. Let's figure it out first. The god of empty mirrors puts down the bowl. That's called a mirror beast. This time her tone was much more certain than before, her steady voice carrying a certainty. This name was deeply imprinted in her fragmented memory. They are native species of the mirror realm. They weren't recruited from outside, they were born in the mirror. What are its characteristics? Extremely fast. It can briefly disappear into the mirror's surface. She raised her hand, drawing a line in the air with one finger. It's like becoming a shadow, passing through any plane. It doesn't last long, but it's enough. She paused for a moment. Enough to kill the enemy before they can react. She said this in a very flat tone. But the content itself lowered the temperature in the council chamber by half a degree. Juana's pen moved quickly again. Zhou Yun noticed that she had drawn 2 circles next to the words, Mirror Beast, and added 3 exclamation marks. For someone who never uses exclamation marks when doing things, this is already an extremely exaggerated expression of emotion. The god of empty mirrors keeps his word. That afternoon, she returned to the mirror realm and began waking the first batch of servants, starting with the nearest dormant area. The girl in the empty mirror followed them in. She was more familiar with the routes in the mirror world and could assist in guiding the orderly transfer of the awakened servants. Zhou Yun did not follow them inside. He had Silver Fang Wolf stand by at the entrance to the mirror realm to relay messages at any time. He has other things to do. A crack in the seal. Since morning, the Silver Fang Wolf sentry on duty has reported 3 anomalies. The rate of spiritual energy infiltration from deep underground is accelerating. It's not a sudden increase, but a uniform and stable acceleration. It's like a tap that's been turned on a little bit, but is being slowly turned on even more by some force. Warner had been paying close attention to this matter. During a break in her report on the situation in the empty mirror world, she handed Zhou Yun a spiritual energy monitoring curve. The curve is a smooth, rising arc from left to right. Today's penetration rate is 1.4 times that of yesterday, she said. If this growth rate continues, the penetration rate will triple in 3 days. What impact will this have? There are no negative effects at the moment. The spiritual energy quality is extremely high, which is actually a good thing for the territory and its people. The concentration of spiritual energy in the spiritual veins is being driven up. Warner paused for a moment. But I'm not sure if this rate of increase will reach a certain critical point and trigger other changes. She looked at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun knew what she wanted to say. The words of the god of the empty mirror still echoed in my ears. With each layer unraveled, more energy is released, and it becomes easier for things outside to discover this place. A crack appeared in the seal. Spiritual energy was seeping out. This planet is getting stronger. But at the same time, it is also becoming brighter. I'll go down and take a look tomorrow, Zhou Yun said. Wana nodded. She didn't say anything more. She put away the graph, closed the booklet, took 2 steps, and then stopped. My lord. The events in the empty world can be organized slowly, she said, her tone softer than usual. But the following matters should be addressed sooner rather than later. Zhou Yun looked at her. Warner is not the type of person who rushes others. Her habit was to lay all the information out on the table, and then wait for the Lord to make his own judgment. She rarely suggested, "Hurry up. This is the second time." "Don't worry," Zhou Yun said. "We'll go first thing tomorrow morning." That evening, the concentration of spiritual energy in Yunqing increased by about 8% compared to the previous day. This is a very subtle change. Most of the inhabitants didn't notice it. But a few individuals who were particularly sensitive to changes in spiritual energy did. The spiritwood watchers spontaneously opened their canopies at night, and the green veins on their leaves were twice as bright as usual. They instinctively absorbed richer spiritual energy, just as plants stretch towards a stronger light source. Old Jean tossed and turned, unable to sleep, not because he was uncomfortable, but because he was too comfortable. The spiritual energy in the air made every pore on its body tingle slightly, a tingling, warm feeling. It rolled around in its nest several times, its tail swishing uncontrollably, waking up 3 other mice nearby. Little Red curled up in the volcanic hot spring pool at the foot of the city wall. Warner kept her promise, and the first thing she did after the town was built was to have Pippi Dragon use the Crimson Flame domain to burn a natural hot spring pit. Little Red soaked inside, its dragon eyes half closed, starlight reflected in its vertical pupils. It could sense something new in the air, something it hadn't felt before. Thick, warm, slowly seeping up from the ground. It didn't know what it was. But its instincts told it that it was a good thing. On the other side of the city wall, Xiaolan opened one eye. The SSSS rank 3-legged ice phoenix pulled its head out of its wings, its 3 eyes gleaming with a cold, eerie blue light in the darkness. Chapter 267 No blind spots allowed near the bedside. It stared at the ground for 2 seconds, then lowered its head again. This time it didn't fall asleep immediately, and it took a long time before it closed its eyes. The night was deep. Zhou Yun stood with his hands behind his back on the city wall, looking down at the sleeping Yun city. Under the moonlight, the silver-blue city walls resembled a flowing galaxy. In the center of the plaza, the teleportation array flickered quietly. The 12 stone pillars of the shrine in the distance were shrouded in a faint silver glow, like candlesticks burning quietly in the night wind. He could sense the unusual movement of the ground beneath his feet. Extremely light, extremely slow, yet undeniably real. It was as if a long-dormant beast was gradually increasing its breathing, not yet awake, but already approaching the critical point. Zhou Yun looked down and examined his hands. The close-fitting robe of Shaojiu occasionally shimmered with a faint light. This is not the usual emotional expression of the nine-color cycle, but a pure energy resonance. It is also sensing the rhythm of spiritual energy. The god of the empty mirror left a divine message: go down. Now the seal has cracked, and spiritual energy is leaking out. As the rift expands and spiritual pressure rises, the planet's underlying structure is quietly evolving. He needs to figure out what's happening underground. It wasn't out of fear or greed, but simply because this was his territory. There can be no blind spots beside one's bed. Let's set it for tomorrow. Having made up his mind, Zhou Yun turned and walked down from the city wall. When I passed by Huasu's forge, it was brightly lit inside. The furnace hammer had stopped, not because the fire needed to be put to rest, but because he was bent over his desk reading a thick manual. The ancient runes on the cover must have been copied and translated by Wenji from the fragments of the empty mirror magic array. Further ahead is Ellie's plantation. Rows of spirit fruit trees stand quietly under the moon, their leaves glistening with dew. 7 withered tree spirits crouched in turn beside the tree roots, slowly releasing their ripening spiritual power. On their withered trunks, light patterns rose and fell in the darkness, like a row of breathing lights. The nest of the gold-eating rat is located nearby. A group of furry little creatures huddled together, occasionally turning over in their sleep, letting out a few faint sounds. Old Jean lay on the outermost edge, his tail draped protectively over several baby mice. As Zhou Yun passed by, its ears twitched alertly, but it did not wake up. Back at my lodgings, I lay down fully clothed. Before closing his eyes, he quickly mentally rehearsed the sequence of actions for tomorrow. First, they will dive deep into the fissures to determine the baseline data for the internal space. Secondly, we sought confirmation from the god of the empty mirror regarding the subsequent deductions. Since it's protection, rather than banning, does the crack mean access has been granted, or is the mechanism collapsing? What are the eligibility requirements? Third, set an absolute stop-loss line. The price must reverse before sunset. He turned over, and his robe shifted and changed shape, fitting him perfectly. Outside the window, moonlight flowed through the star-gold window frame, carving a silver-blue streak across the ground. The first quiet night in Yunqing. 6 kilometers underground, the spiritual energy in the fissures continues to seep upwards. Silent, constant, yet turbulent beneath the surface. As dawn broke, Zhou Yun immediately set off. Travel light and keep things simple. 6 kilometers underground in the unknown airspace, stacking up troops is meaningless. Redundancy is a weakness. Lei Zi was the only one accompanying him. As an S-rank void thunder beast, its electromagnetic perception is the most accurate abyss radar in Cloud City, capable of penetrating several kilometers of rock. The accompanying void lightning provides short-range spatial jump capability, ensuring an absolute margin of error for tactical retreats. Before leaving, Warner handed over a cross-sectional diagram of the spiritual vein channel that she had drawn overnight. This is a panoramic topology map of Cloud City extending 6 kilometers underground, constructed by integrating multiple rounds of detection data from the Silver Fang Whistle Wolf. The main passage has a gentle incline, but it tends to narrow in a funnel shape. Warner pointed to the highlighted area on the drawing. When we advance to a depth of 4 kilometers, a physical bottleneck will appear, and Lei Zi's size will most likely prevent him from passing through. Zhou Yun glanced at Lei Zi. His nearly 2-meter shoulder height, coupled with the lightning thorns on his back, was indeed limiting in this kind of confined terrain. After reaching the extreme value, it stayed on the perimeter, and I infiltrated alone. Warner paused slightly as she wrote. My lord. No need for further explanation, Zhou Yun said calmly. This mission is solely for information gathering and does not involve high-risk combat. Warner stared at him for a moment, then nodded calmly. Return to the city before sunset. Return to the city before sunset. The entrance to the passage is anchored below the star altar. Zhou Yun descended into the dawn forest via the teleportation array and dived deep into the crevice at the bottom of the altar. A pillar of spiritual light accompanied him, and golden light reflected the interwoven mineral vein patterns on the rock walls, flowing with warm light and shadow. Lazy led the way, his body crackling with electrical arcs. This wasn't a reactive alert, but rather a predatory instinct. As he descended deeper, the concentration of spiritual energy increased exponentially. For the thunder-eating beast, which feeds on high-energy ions, it was like strolling through a tempting path of bait. Lazy's long tail swept lightly. Biofeedback indicated, the environment is safe. The first 2 kilometers progressed smoothly. There was ample room for maneuver in the passage, and the spiritual energy threshold steadily increased from rank A to rank S. At the 3rd kilometer mark, a variable appears. The pillar of spiritual energy had shed its pure golden radiance, revealing extremely fine silver threads within, like fragments of silver mixed into the bottom of a river of gold dust. The silver flickered and faded erratically, and with each flicker, the density of spiritual energy within the space shifted dramatically. It becomes more stagnant and heavier, like the physical transformation of clear water into a thick liquid. The robe, Xiaojiu, generated a strong response at this elevation. The 9-colored halo on the surface broke the silence, slowly flowing in a state of absorption. Zhou Yun sensed a slight warmth emanating from the fabric, which was caused by energy stagnation due to an overload of spiritual energy. After breaking through the 4-kilometer mark, the terrain came to a close as expected. Wanner's data model was accurate to the extreme. The rock walls on both sides were squeezed sharply, and the minimum passage cross-section was less than 1.5 meters. Lazy struggled to squeeze through 300 meters before the physical barrier was completely formed. Arcs of electricity ricocheted restlessly across its surface, a low hum carrying a clear sense of resentment. It resisted stopping. Zhou Yun patted its broad skull. Stay put. Chapter 268 The Temple of Dawn? Roar. The hum of the thunderclap rose another notch. Listen to me. Zhou Yun's tone was gentle, but very certain. I'll go take a look and come right back. Lazy reluctantly stopped. It lay in the passage, its enormous body almost completely blocking the narrow section. The electric arc flickered on and off, as if it were sulking. Zhou Yun smiled, turned around, and continued downwards. He walked the last 2 kilometers alone. Without Lazy by his side, the passage was so quiet that only his own footsteps and breathing could be heard. The light from the ley lines was the only source of illumination, casting strange shadows on the narrow rock face as the golden and silvery rays intertwined. The concentration of spiritual energy continues to rise. By the 5th kilometer, Zhou Yun's breathing had unconsciously slowed down. The increasingly dense spiritual energy made each of his breaths feel like swallowing liquid. There was a slight swelling in my chest, as if my body was being filled from the inside out by something. Xiaojiu's reaction was even more obvious. The 9 colors of the robe swirled at an accelerated pace to a level visible to the naked eye, and a thin film of light appeared on its surface. It automatically activates protection. Of course, this is not because of hostility, but because the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding area is so high that it needs to be filtered. Zhou Yun continued walking down. The 5th kilometer and 500 meters. The 5th kilometer and 800 meters. 6 kilometers. He stopped in his tracks. There is a wall in front of me. It's not rock. It's not a mine wall. It was a smooth, slightly golden, artificial wall. The surface has no texture, no seams, and no flaws. Like a solidified piece of golden amber, it extends from the ground to the top of the passage, sealing the entire cross-section of the passage perfectly. Seal. Zhou Yun stretched out his hand, stopping about an inch from the wall with his fingertips. He didn't touch it, but he could feel some kind of force operating in the air between his fingertips and the wall. It's like a stable, self-consistent cycle. It seems to have been running for countless years, as perfect as a perpetual motion machine. Then he saw the crack. It is located slightly below the center of the wall. A thin crack extends diagonally from the lower left corner to the upper right, with a length of about half a meter. The gap is very narrow. It was narrower than he had expected. At its widest point, it was only the width of 2 fingers side by side. People can't get over it. But spiritual energy is seeping out from the cracks. He brought his face close to the gap. The spiritual energy emanating from the cracks brushed against my face, warm and carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. It's like standing beneath a waterfall, looking up at the massive amount of water cascading down from above, that instinctive feeling of insignificance. He couldn't see anything through the gap. Opposite them was a golden mist, so thick it looked like a solid object. He closed his eyes and began to try his best to sense the situation inside. Perception penetrated through the gap and reached the other side of the seal. Then, it has been diluted. Like a drop of ink falling into the ocean. His perception range can cover several kilometers on this side. But after passing through the gap, they couldn't even last 100 meters. He understood that this was because the space on the other side was too large. Even his SSS-level perception seemed powerless. Zhou Yun opened his eyes and stood in front of the gap for a while longer. The gap wasn't big enough for him to pass through. Even if he wanted to force it, it would be useless. The power structure of the sealed wall was still functioning perfectly. The crack was just a slight loosening, not a collapse. In this situation, the possibility of breaking it open by brute force is zero. He needs the key. Or wait for the crack to widen naturally enough for someone to pass through. However, given the speed at which Wanner monitors things, it might take a very long time. Having figured this out, he decisively turned around and went back the way he came. When we got back to the ground, it was almost noon. Wanna and the God of Empty Mirror were both waiting in the council hall. Zhou Yun briefly explained the situation underground. The sealed wall surface, the width of the crack, and the scale of the space opposite. After listening, the God of Empty Mirror pondered for a while. The seal cannot be broken by force, she said with certainty. Its power structure is self-consistent. If you break one part, the others will automatically repair themselves. Unless... I have the key, Zhou Yun replied. The God of Empty Mirrors nodded. Each seal has its own key. They are usually kept in a temple. The key to the first seal. She closed her eyes and remained silent for nearly 10 seconds. In the Temple of Dawn. The Temple of Dawn? Where is it? Zhou Yun asked. I don't remember the exact location. But I remember the direction. The God of the Empty Mirror opened his eyes, raised his hand and pointed north. It's over there. Farther than any place you've explored so far. Wanner unfolded a map of the explored areas of Planet Zero. The map marks Cloud City, the mine, the floating island, Marura's settlement, and Dawn Forest, all crammed into a tiny, insignificant corner. The rest of the map is blank. The God of Empty Mirror looked at the map, his silver pupils twitching slightly. Is this all you've explored? Less than 1/10,000th of the entire planet, Wanna said. The God of Empty Mirrors remained silent for a moment. The Temple of Dawn is north of the Dawn Forest, she said slowly. I'm not sure of the exact distance, but it's definitely not close. Silverwing led the Lightning Sparrow Squadron north to scout yesterday. Wanner opened the booklet and found the latest reconnaissance report. The flight distance was approximately 500 kilometers. At that location, Silverwing spotted the outline of a building. Very large. But... She glanced at Zhou Yun. Silverwing dared not approach. It said there was a strong sense of oppression in that direction. Zhou Yun nodded. The aura of an SS-rank gatekeeper. Silverwing is an S-rank creature. It can be sensed but dares not approach, which means that the power level of the gatekeeper is indeed above its own. What's inside the Temple of Dawn? He asked the God of the Empty Mirror. The key, she said, and the gatekeeper. You said the gatekeeper is SS rank. Golden, with very large wings. Right. Zhou Yun thought for a moment. SS rank. If we only consider the attribute panel, he has nothing lacking. If you synchronize with Xiaolan, his 5-dimensional attributes can reach the SSS level. Its attributes far surpass those of an SS rank gatekeeper. But attributes are not everything in combat. Combat power synchronization only synchronizes the 5 dimensions. Skills, talents, and traits are all his own. His attack methods include Gale Slash of Gale's Sword, Meteor Shower, rank A, and Commander's bonus of Myriad Spirits battle formation. With overall combat strength, it can definitely reach the SSS level of level 25. But the key point is that he doesn't know the Gatekeeper's fighting style. The God of Empty Mirrors only remembered golden and very large wings, and knew nothing else. An ancient being that has been asleep for countless eons, whose skills, characteristics, and combat style are all unknown. The unknown is the biggest variable. I have a question, Zhou Yun said, looking at the God of the Empty Mirror. The Gatekeeper, is it to be defeated or is it to be allowed to pass? The God of Empty Mirror tilted his head slightly. What do you mean? The purpose of sealing is protection, not prohibition, Zhou Yun said. Then is the Gatekeeper a lock, or an examiner? Chapter 269 Going Back. The God of Empty Mirrors fell silent. Her silver eyes trembled slightly. The question seemed to touch upon a vague impression deep in her memory. I'm not sure. Her voice was softer than before. But your line of thinking is correct. The seal is for protection. If the purpose of the Gatekeeper is also for protection, then it might not just be an enemy that needs to be defeated. He might be a Gatekeeper who needs to be persuaded, Zhou Yun said. It could be both, the God of the Empty Mirror said, looking at him. Defeat it first. Then it will be willing to listen to you. Zhou Yun laughed. That's straightforward. He did not make a decision to leave immediately. 500 kilometers of unexplored territory, SS rank guardians, and unknown forms of testing. This is not an adventure that you can just embark on a whim. I need to prepare, he said to Wana. First, organize the reconnaissance data from Silverwing. Find out everything along the 500-kilometer route, the terrain, the distribution of spiritual energy, and any signs of other monster activity. Wana nodded, and the pen was already moving. Also, have the first batch of awakened servants from the Empty Mirror world arrived? This afternoon, the Sky Mirror Girl will bring out the first batch. Wana turned a page. 200, mainly wind-riding divine eagles and flame giants. I plan to use the divine eagles to expand the aerial reconnaissance network first. All right, have Silverwing lead the first batch of wind-riding divine eagles to conduct a complete in-depth reconnaissance along the northern route. They don't need to get close to the Dawn Temple, but they should thoroughly scan the area within 500 kilometers. How long will it take? Is 2 days enough? Wana quickly calculated. With the speed of the Silver Wing and the formation coordination of the wind-riding divine eagle, it can cover a range of 50 kilometers on both sides of the route in 2 days. That's enough. Zhou Yun stood up. We'll set off for the Dawn Temple in 2 days. He walked to the door, then stopped, turned back to look at the God of Empty Mirror, and said, There's one more thing. What? You said each seal has a guardian. The first one is an SS rank guardian. His tone was calm. And the second one? The God of the Empty Mirror looked at him. You haven't passed the first level yet. I know. I'm just asking in advance. The God of Empty Mirrors remained silent for 2 seconds. Second level SSS rank. The third level? SSS. The fourth level? Where do you think it ends? The God of Empty Mirrors' tone remained calm, but a subtle smile flickered in his silver eyes. Each layer is stronger than the last. That is the meaning of the seal. Zhou Yun smiled and said, I understand, thank you. He turned and walked out of the council chamber. Behind him, the God of Empty Mirror watched his retreating figure, a strange look flashing in his silver eyes. It's not a concern. It's more like curiosity. An ancient being observes a young, interesting life. That afternoon, the first batch of 200 monsters were awakened from the Mirror Realm and reorganized. The scene of the Mirror Maiden leading them out of the Mirror Realm entrance was extremely spectacular. The formation of wind-riding divine eagles covered most of the sky, and the ground trembled slightly when the flame giant stepped out of the entrance, and the airflow overturned several baskets of spirit fruits piled up in the square. The first and second dishes were blown over. The first dish landed steadily, while the second dish rolled twice before stopping. Old Jean was blown 3 meters away by the wind from the wings of a wind-riding eagle, his feathers all puffed up, and he squeaked angrily. Silverwing took flight from the city wall and took control of the fleet's navigation. The S-rank Star Guardian has a wingspan of 20 meters, making it very conspicuous among the wind-riding divine eagles. As dusk fell, Silverwing led the first batch of wind-riding divine eagles northward. Zhou Yun stood on the city wall, watching them disappear into the horizon. 2 days. 2 days later, he was to meet the gatekeeper who had been asleep for countless eons. Golden. Large wings. SS rank. He didn't know whether a battle or a dialogue awaited him. Or perhaps both. Below the city wall, Xiaohong poked her head out of the hot spring pool, while Long Tong gazed curiously to the north. It also sensed the oppressive feeling from that direction. But it is not afraid. It was just curiosity. Zhou Yun didn't have any free time during the 2 days he waited for the investigation results. He made a decision to take advantage of this window of opportunity to go back to Earth. It would take Silverwing's reconnaissance squadron at least 2 days to sweep through the 500-kilometer northern front. During this time, he stayed in Yunqing just waiting. Meanwhile, a lot of things have piled up on Earth. After he told Wana his idea, Wana did not show the slightest surprise. She opened the booklet, which contained a list of supplies that she believed Zhou Yun needed to bring back to Earth. "If you're leaving, you can take these things with you." Zhou Yun took the booklet and glanced at it. 30 bottles of Spring Breeze wine. Regular supply. Heroic wine 10 bottles. 5 Terry weapons. All of them are brand new products forged by Firebeard using Star Essence Gold, and their quality is far superior to the batch previously given to Earth. 20 alchemical runestones. Produced by Shijinlingshu Fine Craftsmanship Workshop. 10 magic scrolls. A order. The first batch of prototypes created by Wenji and Wana were disposable and could be used by ordinary people. Zhou Yun's gaze lingered on the last item for a moment. "The scroll is finished?" "It was completed the day before yesterday," Wana said in a very ordinary tone. Although Wana used a very ordinary tone when she said this. However, Zhou Yun could vaguely detect a layer of restrained satisfaction beneath the surface of normalcy. Wenji deciphered a core principle from the incomplete Magic Circle Manual of the Empty Mirror World. Based on this principle, I designed a simplified burning process. Currently, production is very low, about 10 copies per week. And the results? Rank a fireball. Released instantly upon tearing open. No talent or training required, anyone can use it. Zhou Yun glanced at her. Wana looked back at him, her expression calm. "You know what this means, right?" Zhou Yun said. "Of course I know. That's why I suggest you take it there yourself. Don't go through someone else." Zhou Yun nodded. When he went to find Huasu to get the 5A rank weapons, he also glanced at the SS rank starry gold longsword. It was placed on the innermost shelf of the forge, carefully wrapped in a piece of spirit cloth. When Huasu took it down and handed it to Zhou Yun, his hands trembled slightly. The excitement of a craftsman handing over his best work to someone else. Zhou Yun took it and untied the spirit cloth. The blade is long and slender, about 3 feet and 2 inches long. Silver blue light patterns flowed along the spine of the blade, like a frozen stream. The blade is not sharpened. SS rank weapons do not require a physical edge. Their sharpness comes from the spiritual energy structure attached to the blade edge. Zhou Yun gripped the hilt of the knife and twirled it in his hand. The weight is just right. With the center of gravity at the front third of the blade, it is suitable for slashing and sweeping. It wasn't the kind of sword he was used to, but it didn't feel awkward to hold. "A good knife," he said. Firebeard's lips twitched. He wanted to say something, but in the end he just nodded vigorously. Zhou Yun thought for a moment, then wrapped the spirit cloth again and put it back on the shelf. Keep it for now, he said. We'll talk about it when I get back from the Temple of Dawn. Firebeard paused for a moment. Not taking it with you? I won't bring it for now. Zhou Yun smiled. I have the Gale sword. This sword shouldn't be used in a hurry. It deserves a more suitable owner, or a more suitable time. Huasu watched him put the knife back on the shelf and remained silent for a while. Whatever. His voice became a little muffled. Anyway, I can play even better. Chapter 270 A Rank Weapons 5. Zhou Yun smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and walked out of the forging workshop. Behind him, Firebeard stood still. After a while, he walked up to the long sword and gently touched the edge of the spirit cloth. A more suitable time. He muttered to himself, then turned and picked up the gavel. Before leaving, Zhou Yun made a few final arrangements. He found the god of the empty mirror. I need to go back to Earth. It will probably take 2 to 3 days. The god of empty mirrors was sitting on the stone steps next to the shrine. The sunlight shone on her long silver hair, making her look like a painting. She was holding a bowl of spirit fruit soup in her hand. Her consumption rate over the past 2 days had forced Ellie to plant 2 more rows of spirit fruit trees. Earth, the god of empty mirrors repeated the word. She put down the bowl, and a faint light flickered in her silver eyes. I mentioned it to you when you projected it before, Zhou Yun said. There is another world beyond our territory. The human world. I remember, the god of empty mirrors said calmly. But her gaze shifted for a fleeting moment, very quickly, so quickly that it would be missed if one wasn't paying attention. She glanced at the teleportation array in the distance, then looked away. Zhou Yun noticed it. Want to go take a look? The god of empty mirrors remained silent for a second. I maintain a moderate curiosity about the outside world. She said this carefully, choosing her words appropriately. Zhou Yun almost burst out laughing. This was the most euphemistic way he had ever heard someone say, want. Next time, he said. I have some formal business to handle this time, and it's not convenient to take you with me. Once things are sorted out, I'll take you with me at a more suitable time. But, he looked at her. You need to keep your power under control. The strongest humans on Earth are probably between A and S rank. If you don't control your aura, you'll cause panic wherever you go. The god of empty mirrors raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you teaching someone who has lived for countless eons how to disguise themselves? I'm reminding you to be careful. Zhou Yun smiled. Can you do that? A subtle light flashed in the silver eyes of the god of empty mirrors. I can compress my aura to the level of an ordinary person, she said casually. If you need, I can also change my appearance. No need to change your appearance. Zhou Yun's smile deepened. Just control your aura. That's simple. Okay, we'll talk about it later. The goddess of the empty mirror nodded. She picked up the spirit fruit soup again and took a sip. But when Zhou Yun turned around, he vaguely heard her say 3 words in a very soft voice. It was as if he was talking to himself. I can't wait. The last 10 minutes before leaving. As usual, Flash swooped down from the sky, landing precisely on his left shoulder. It tilted its head, glanced at him, chirped twice, and then flew away. Check-in complete. Little Red peeked his head out from the city wall, and Long Tong followed him. 2 tiny flames emerged from its nostrils. It did this every time it saw Zhou Yun about to leave. It's not reluctance, but a unique way of expressing oneself among dragon cubs. 2 small orange fireworks exploded silently in the air. Old Jean led the spirit rats to line up beside the teleportation array. It wasn't Wanna's arrangement. Old Jean organized it himself. The mice lined up in 3 rows, their front paws together, and their tails upright, facing Zhou Yun in perfect unison. Old Jean stood at the very front, his chest puffed out, his beard clearly visible. Zhou Yun squatted down and patted Lao Jin's head. Thank you for your hard work. Take good care of the house. Old Jin's tail instantly entered a high-speed swinging mode. The surrounding rats chirped in unison, their calls rising and falling like a miniature military parade. Zhou Yun stood up and walked towards the teleportation array. Wana stood at the city gate, holding the booklet to her chest. Even someone who hasn't slept for 3 days but still makes a presentable appearance, has perfectly styled hair and impeccable manners. But Zhou Yun still noticed a very faint bluish tinge under her eyes. He only slept for 2 hours again? 3. Wana smiled slightly. That's progress. Zhou Yun glanced at her but said nothing more. Sometimes, saying too much about something can be counterproductive. After all, Wana knew what she was doing. After Silverwing returned, he immediately began compiling the investigation report. I'll read it as soon as I get back. Clear. If there are any abnormalities in the seal dash, I will handle it. Zhou Yun smiled. 2 days. We'll wait for you to come back. Wana bowed slightly. A white light appeared. He disappeared into the teleportation array. Wana stood there, watching the light from the teleportation array fade away. She looked down and opened the booklet, beginning to check her to-do list for the day. The second batch of awakenings in the empty mirror world, 2 p.m. The reconnaissance team is expected to report back tomorrow evening. The blueprints for the advanced market within the city are ready. Construction will commence once the Lord confirms them. Sealed spiritual energy monitoring ongoing. She closed the booklet and turned to walk towards the council chamber. When we passed the shrine, the god of empty mirrors was still sitting on the stone steps. The bowl is empty. Are you waiting for him to come back? The god of empty mirrors suddenly asked. Wana paused for a moment. I'm waiting for the investigation report, she said. The god of the empty mirror remained silent. His silver eyes glanced at her, then looked away. The faint smile at the corner of his lips was unclear whether it was directed at Wana or at himself. The first thing Zhou Yun did upon arriving on Earth was to call Director May. Director May, I'm back. I have some things to give you. If it's convenient, let's meet today. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. What is that? There are quite a few. Let's talk about it face to face. Every time you say quite a lot, my blood pressure goes up. Director May's voice carried a weariness that had been tested over time. Come on, the usual place. The quartermaster's meeting room. A row of them were laid out on the table. Zhou Yun didn't create any suspense. He took out each item one by one, simply explaining its purpose and quantity. Spring Breeze wine, 30 bottles. You're familiar with this, it's a regular supply. Director May nodded and gestured to the person next to her to register the information into the database. Hero's wine, 10 bottles. S rank, permanently adds 1 to 3 random attribute points. I gave it to you last time, and the effect should have already been verified. It's been verified. Director May adjusted his glasses. The effect is stable. The United Front Work Department distributed 5 bottles to the lords on the front line of defense, and the feedback was very good. Old Xiang drank a whole bottle himself, gained a couple of extra strength, and was so happy that he smashed the coffee table in his office with a single chop. Zhou Yun smiled. Rank of weapons, 5 in total. He placed the 5 weapons of varying lengths on the table one by one. Silver blue patterns flowed along the blade and edge, gleaming coldly under the light. Made of starry gold, a grade higher than the batch I gave you before. Director May picked up a long sword, weighed it in her hand, and lingered for 2 seconds on the silver blue patterns on it. Then she put it down without saying anything more. Chapter 271A Report. 20 alchemical rune stones. Zhou Yun took out a wooden box, opened it, and inside were 20 thumb-sized stones with a dark golden luster, neatly arranged. When inlaid into weapons or armor, they can greatly improve the efficiency of spiritual energy conduction. The specific effect depends on the quality of the inlaid object, but there will be at least a 15% performance improvement. Director May picked up a rune stone, held it up to the light, and twirled it. A dark golden luster flashed on his glasses. He put down the runestone without saying a word. His expression didn't change much. But Zhou Yun noticed that he took off his glasses a beat slower than usual. The last one. Zhou Yun took out a flat wooden box from his storage space, placed it on the table, and opened it. 10 scrolls were placed side by side in the box. Each sheet is about the size of a palm, rolled into a tube, and sealed with a spirit cloth. There is a silver rune line at the seal. Tearing the rune line will activate it. A-rank magic scroll, Zhou Yun said. A one-time consumable. Fireball spell. Releases instantly upon tearing open, no talent required, no training needed. He paused for a moment. Ordinary people can use it too. Director May did not reach out immediately. He looked at the 10 scrolls in the box, pushed up his glasses, and then pushed them up again. Then he picked up a card. It's very light. It was thicker than regular paper, but soft to the touch, like the leather of some kind of animal. The silver runes were slightly warm to the touch under his fingertips. He turned the scroll over. On the back is a description written by Wenji in tiny characters. Rank A, Fireball. One-time use. Released by tearing open the seal. Release direction is the direction the holder is facing. Effective range is about 200 meters. No prerequisites required. Director May read the last 4 words twice. No prerequisites are required. He put the scroll back into the box. Take off your glasses. He rubbed his temples. Silence. It wasn't 3 seconds. Zhou Yun counted them. It lasted about 15 seconds. Then Director May put her glasses back on and looked up at Zhou Yun. His expression was calm, but Zhou Yun had known him long enough to see what lay beneath that calm. Xiao Zhou. You know what this means, right? No. An ordinary person. Director May's speech was a beat slower than usual, each word as if he was confirming that he hadn't misheard. An ordinary person who has never awakened any talent, who can tear open this piece of paper and cast an A-rank fireball. Right. Director May closed her eyes briefly. What is the production volume? Currently, we're producing 10 prints a week. The output is very low, and the production process is still being optimized. But the direction is clear, and we'll gradually increase it later. Can the manufacturing principles be shared? Not for now. The core principle involves the magic array technology of the empty mirror world, which only my people can currently operate. Director May nodded. He didn't press further. He knew very well that some things shouldn't be asked at this stage. He stood up and walked to the telephone on the table. I'm going to make a phone call. To whom? Minister Ke. Kushodong arrived 40 minutes later. Given the schedule of the Minister of the United Front Work Department, arriving at the Quartermaster Department in 40 minutes means that he set off almost immediately after receiving the call. He came in without even buttoning up his coat. Director May did not offer any further explanation. He pushed the box of scrolls in front of Kushodong, then stepped back and gave him his place. Kushodong picked up a scroll, turned it over, and read the instructions written by Wenji. He read slower than Director May. He read every single word. After finishing, he put the scroll back, rested his hands on the table, and pondered for a long time with his head down. Then he looked up and glanced at Director May. The two exchanged a glance. That kind of look in someone's eyes, someone you've worked with for years and who knows what the other is thinking without them having to say a word. Kushodong turned to Zhou Yun. Xiao Zhou. If this thing can be mass-produced. His tone was very serious, and every word carried weight. Our defense against the monsters will be completely transformed. Zhou Yun knew what he was talking about. Currently, the core combat strength of the Great Han Kingdom's defense line against calamities relies on lords and their subjects. Ordinary soldiers can only perform auxiliary tasks on the front lines, patrolling, carrying, communications, and logistics. Only the lords truly confront the calamity beasts head-on. This means that the strength of the defensive line depends entirely on the number and quality of the lords. Lords are a scarce resource. But if you have a scroll, ordinary soldiers can also unleash A-rank attacks. It's not about raising the upper limit of an individual's combat power, but rather raising the lower limit of an army's combat power. I know, Zhou Yun said. That's why Wana suggested that I bring it over myself, without going through anyone else. Kushodong took a deep breath. Your vice lord. He shook his head, his tone carrying a heartfelt. Is very clear-headed. He patted Zhou Yun on the shoulder. There's no rush regarding production volume. Having this direction is enough. The United Front Work Department will fully cooperate in providing any support needed. Not for now, Zhou Yun said. But there is something else I would like to ask you. Explain. Shouldn't we give the academics a heads up? Kushodong's expression changed slightly. It wasn't that I was embarrassed. It was more like a sense of helplessness, like, I knew you would bring this up. He and Director May exchanged another glance. The academics, huh? Kushodong picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, then put it down, and said in a flat tone. They just submitted a report last week. What report? The title is... Kushodong paused, as if organizing his words. A research report on the bias in the assessment system of non-formal Lord's strength. Zhou Yun blinked. Director May translated from the side. They think you're an unorthodox person and they're not convinced. The gist is that your growth path is not replicable and lacks value for systematic promotion. Kushodong turned his teacup around. The wording is very polite, but that's the core point. Chen Jinqing didn't sign it, but Song Qingyuan did. Who is Chen Jinqing? The Dean of the National Lords Academy. An old scholar, over 60 years old, with a stubborn temper but a righteous person. To be honest, he meant you no harm. It's just that academics are used to speaking with papers and data, and naturally distrust the model of overwhelming everything with one person's talent. Director May adjusted his glasses. Song Qingyuan is the vice dean, a leading figure in the theoretical school, and has published the most papers on the Lord system. This report was mainly promoted by him. Zhou Yun thought for a moment. Then I'll go and pay a visit. Kushodong glanced at him. How do you plan to negotiate? No need to discuss it. Zhou Yun smiled gently. Just bring them something to show them. He glanced down at the scroll box on the table. Isn't the academic school focused on replicability? Kushodong followed his gaze and then slowly leaned back in his chair. You are like this. He shook his head, a smile in his voice. It's always the same. When someone throws a punch, you don't parry, you pull out something and make the other person retract their fist. Zhou Yun didn't say anything, but smiled. Director May was quietly taking notes. In the notes section of the scroll, he wrote 4 words. Top secret. Disclose with caution. Chapter 272 Rank A? The National Lords Academy is located in the northern suburbs of the capital. It doesn't occupy a large area, but the walls around it are built like defensive fortifications. The exterior walls, cast from B-grade alloy, gleamed with a cold gray sheen, and a row of armed guards stood on either side of the main gate. The 6 characters, National Lords College, on the lintel are said to have been handwritten by the first dean 300 years ago, with strokes as hard as if carved with a knife. The entire building exudes an air of quiet authority befitting an academic institution, or rather, the kind of, we are very professional, please do not waste our time, vibe. The car stopped at the entrance. Kushodong didn't rush to get out of the car. He picked up his thermos from the cup holder on the back seat and took a sip. I won't say much after we arrive. Good. A little bit. Kushodong screwed the lid on the cup. Chen Jinqing is someone you can treat like an elder. As for Song Qingyuan, just be polite. Zhou Yun nodded. The two got out of the car. The college sent a shuttle bus to the main gate. A young staff member stood beside the bus. His attitude was very attentive, and his smile was very standard, so standard that it showed no extra enthusiasm. Mr. Zhou, Minister Ke, Dean Song is waiting for you in the administration building. Please get in the car. The shuttle bus slowly drove along the main road inside the college. On both sides are neatly trimmed shrubs and rows of plane trees, and further in are several gray and white teaching buildings. Occasionally, you can see young people in uniform entering and exiting the building, walking at a brisk pace, as if they are used to a high-intensity rhythm. Zhou Yun glanced through the car window. The atmosphere of the college was pretty much as he had imagined, clean, rigorous, and well organized. It wasn't the kind of disciplined military bearing, but rather the unique sense of order found in intellectuals, with each person carrying a certain confidence that, "I know what I'm doing." The shuttle bus stopped at the entrance of the administration building. Song Qingyuan was already waiting there. He was in his 40s, slender, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and dressed in a well-tailored dark gray Zhongshan suit. He stood on the steps, saw Zhou Yun get out of the car, smiled slightly, stepped down and offered his hand. "Mr. Zhou, I've heard so much about you." The handshake was just the right firmness, neither too light nor too heavy, and the handshake ended after 2 seconds. "Hello, Dean Song," Zhou Yun replied with a smile. "I apologize for the intrusion and for causing you trouble." "Not at all." Song Qingyuan's smile was polite and appropriate. He then turned and shook hands with Kushodong. "Minister Ku's personal accompaniment is an honor for the Academy." Kushodong waved his hand, ignoring the comment, and simply said, "Come and take a look," before following him inside. Song Qingyuan led the way, and the three of them entered a reception room on the 3rd floor of the administration building. The room wasn't large, but it was furnished like a small academic salon, a long table, a few chairs, an evolutionary chart of the lordly hierarchy hanging on the wall, and hundreds of bound volumes of research reports neatly stacked on the bookshelves. There was a faint aroma of tea in the air, and 3 cups of tea were already set on the table. After sitting down, Song Qingyuan didn't exchange many pleasantries and quickly got to the point. He spoke slowly, each word carefully chosen, the way a scholar speaks, precise, but this precision also carries a hint of condescension. "Mr. Zhou's practical achievements are obvious to all." He picked up his teacup and took a sip. "However, what the Academy is more concerned about is replicability, whether your successful experience can be systematically promoted to more lords. This is the core proposition of our research." He spoke these words in a calm, even benevolent tone. But Zhou Yun could tell that this wasn't a question, but a statement. "You're an exception, and other lords can't learn from you." If a hot-blooded young person were sitting here, they would probably be uncomfortable. But Zhou Yun did not feel uncomfortable. He simply smiled and nodded naturally. "Dean Song is right. I also think replicability is very important." Song Qingyuan's teacup paused for a moment at his lips. He had prepared several countermeasures. He had data to back up his arguments if the other party refuted them. If the other party is dissatisfied, he has the words to smooth things over. But he wasn't prepared to deal with someone who would smile and say, "You're right." This response was too soft, so soft that all his pre-planned words lost their leverage. Zhou Yun continued, her tone remaining gentle. "So I came here today for 2 reasons. First, to exchange ideas and hear the college's thoughts, and second, to show Dean Song something." He took out a flat wooden box from his storage space, opened it, and took out 3 scrolls. The scroll was not large, about the length of a palm. The surface was a special pale yellow material with fine lines along the edges and a faint dark red sheen. "It doesn't look like a weapon, it looks more like some kind of exquisite work of art." Song Qingyuan's gaze fell on the scroll, and his brows twitched slightly. He was a leading figure in the theoretical school and had a keen sense of spiritual energy fluctuations. The energy density contained in these 3 scrolls is not low. "What's this?" "One-time use magic scrolls." Zhou Yun pushed the 3 scrolls to the center of the table. "Made by my people. Rank A fireball." He paused, looking into Song Qingyuan's eyes. "No need to awaken any talent, just tear it open and use it. Ordinary people can use it too." There was a 2-second silence in the meeting room. Song Qingyuan reached out and picked up a scroll, turned it over to look at the back, and then leaned closer to examine the patterns on the scroll. His movements were much slower than before. He ran his fingers lightly along the edge, as if trying to identify the structure of the pattern. He's a theoretical researcher, so his first reaction to this kind of thing isn't, "Wow, that's amazing," but rather, "How did they do that?" His expression didn't change much. His gaze behind the gold-rimmed glasses remained calm, but the quality of that calmness had changed. What was just scrutiny, now it's seriousness. "Rank A?" "Rank A." "What about production volume?" "Currently, we produce about 10 batches a week." Zhou Yun said frankly. Production is still ramping up, so it's not high. Song Qingyuan did not inquire about the production principle. He's a smart man. There are some questions that shouldn't be asked in this situation. He put down the scroll, lingered on it for a moment, and then looked up at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun's expression was relaxed, and he still had a smile on his face, as if he were talking about something insignificant. Dean Song is conducting research on replicability, he said casually. If an ordinary person can unleash an A-rank attack by tearing open a piece of paper, wouldn't that be considered replicable? Song Qingyuan did not answer immediately. There was silence for 5 or 6 seconds. The leaves of the plane trees outside the window rustled in the wind. Kushodong sat to the side drinking tea, not saying a word, not even glancing in their direction. Then Song Qingyuan stood up. He walked to the door and said something to the staff waiting in the corridor. Go and invite Dean Chin over. Chapter 273. Just looking isn't enough. The staff member was taken aback. Dean Chin had 2 internal academic reviews this morning, and his schedule was very full. Song Qingyuan was known for his adherence to rules and never invited the dean to meet outsiders without prior appointment. Let me tell you, Song Qingyuan thought for a moment. There is something he would like to see for himself. The staff member walked away quickly. Song Qingyuan returned to his seat and picked up the scroll again. This time he didn't look through it again, but held it in his hand, his gaze fixed on the table, as if he was quickly organizing his judgment. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Zhou Yun through his glasses. It's not about being polite, nor is it about scrutinizing. It was the kind of focus a researcher has when they see something beyond expectations. He was seriously reassessing the young man before him. Mr. Zhou, he said, his voice softer than before. How much of this did you bring? Zhou Yun smiled and held up 3 fingers. Just these 3. He paused for a moment. One of them is one I'm going to show you right now. Song Qingyuan looked into his eyes and slowly placed the scroll back on the table. He pushed up his glasses, a small gesture that made him look less composed than before. It wasn't nervousness. It was someone who was used to controlling the conversation suddenly realizing that the topic was no longer in their hands. The meeting room fell silent again. Kushodong placed the empty teacup on the table without saying a word, but the smile on his lips was a little wider than when he entered. He knew it would turn out this way. Footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, unhurried but each step firm and steady. Chen Jingqing has arrived. He was shorter than Zhou Yun had imagined. The elderly man, in his 60s, was not tall, but his back was very straight. His hair was gray but not sparse, his eyebrows were thick, and his eyes were not large, but when he looked at people, he was very focused, a direct and straightforward scrutiny. He was wearing a faded dark blue jacket, zipped up to his chest, and black cloth shoes. Compared to Song Qingyuan's exquisite Zhongshan suit, it looked like he had just come from the lab next door. In fact, he did come from next door. Halfway through the academic review meeting, after hearing what the staff had relayed, he put the materials he was holding on the table, told the review panel. You guys go ahead and discuss it, I'll be right back. And then came over. Upon entering, he did not shake hands with Zhou Yun or exchange pleasantries. His gaze swept around the room, landing on the 3 scrolls in the center of the table. He walked over and picked them up. Song Qingyuan stood up to introduce himself, but Chen Jingqing waved his hand, meaning, no need. He held the scroll in his hands, turning it over and over, examining it very carefully. First look at the pattern on the front, then look at the material on the back, then pinch the thickness of the scroll with your fingertips, and then bring the scroll to your ear as if listening to something. Zhou Yun didn't urge him, but sat quietly in the chair and waited for him. A full 5 minutes. No one spoke in the meeting room. Song Qingyuan stood to the side, while Kushodong leaned back in his chair, both remaining silent in tacit agreement. It is impolite to interrupt an elderly scholar who is focused on thinking. Everyone present understands this. 5 minutes later, Chen Jingqing put the scroll back on the table and looked up at Zhou Yun. He didn't introduce himself or exchange pleasantries. His very first words were a question. Can it be used even without talent? Right. Can production be increased? Resolving. Can the manufacturing principles be shared? Zhou Yun glanced at him. The old man's gaze was direct, without any probing or calculation. He simply wanted to know the answer. It depends, Zhou Yun said. Chen Jingqing stared at him for 2 seconds, then nodded. He didn't ask what happened. The answer itself conveyed enough information. It's not that it's impossible, it depends on the conditions. He picked up the scroll again and weighed it in his hand, then suddenly asked a question that Song Qingyuan had never asked before. Is it durable for storage? Can it still be used after 6 months? Zhou Yun smiled. This was a very insightful question, not from a scholar, but from someone who had led troops. The concern isn't how ingenious the principle is, but whether it can be deployed on a large scale. My people say that it will not degrade for at least a year under sealed conditions. Qin Jingqing put the scroll down. Just looking isn't enough, he said, his tone almost casual. You have to try. The Academy's training ground is located behind the main teaching building. It is a semi-open-air area surrounded by protective walls made of B-grade material, and the ground is covered with a special buffer layer. In the center of the field stood several rows of targets, simulated monster targets ranging from C rank to A rank, used for trainees to conduct attack evaluation tests. It took less than 10 minutes to walk from the meeting room to the training ground. But in those 10 minutes, the news had already spread. Qin Jingqing personally led a team to the training ground to conduct physical testing. This alone is enough to attract attention. When we arrived at the venue, there were already more than 20 people sitting in the stands, most of whom were core researchers and senior lecturers from the academy. Several of the younger students were clearly called in by their supervisors, and they were still holding unfinished experimental records in their hands. Their expressions varied when they saw Zhou Yun. Some were curious, some were scrutinizing, and a few were undisguisedly reserved. The research report on the bias in the non-formal Lord Strength assessment system had been circulated within the academy, and everyone had a preconceived notion about the name Zhou Yun. Chen Jingqing ignored them. He stood in the center of the field, glanced at the stands, and then said something to the staff member next to him. Xiao Lu, come here. The person called over was a young man in his early 20s, working in an administrative position responsible for the daily maintenance of the training ground. He jogged over and stood up a little nervously. Have you ever awakened? Chen Jingqing asked. Xiao Lu shook his head. No, Dean Chen. My physical assessment only ranks F below, which doesn't even meet the threshold for job advancement. Chen Jingqing turned to look at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun took a scroll out of the box, walked over and handed it to Xiao Lu. Don't be nervous, he said with a smile, his tone very calm. Just aim at that A-level target over there and tear it open. Xiao Lu's hands trembled slightly as he took the scroll. It wasn't fear, but the pressure of having over 20 pairs of eyes staring at him from the stands was immense. He looked down at the object in his hand, a palm-sized scroll with a pale yellow surface, warm to the touch, and the lines on the edges seemed to pulsate slightly under his fingertips. Just tear it? Just tear it. Chapter 274 Handshake. Xiao Lu took a deep breath, gripped both ends of the scroll with both hands, and tore it open forcefully. The moment the roll split open in the middle, the dark red patterns suddenly lit up. A fist-sized ball of light surged out of the crack, rapidly expanding and taking shape 3 feet in front of his hand. Then a fireball nearly 2 meters in diameter crashed into the A-level target. As the flames engulfed the target, the shockwave created a heat wave, causing the buffer layer at the edge of the field to tremble slightly. The blast wave pushed Xiao Lu back 2 steps, causing him to fall flat on his backside, his face showing utter bewilderment. The A-class target, a specially designed simulated target capable of withstanding a full-force B-class attack, had its outer shell charred black, its surface cracked, and its internal cushioning structure mostly shattered. If this is a true B-rank disaster beast, it is already dead. The training ground fell silent. More than 20 elite students from the academy sat in the stands, and no one spoke. It's not the kind of silence that comes after being shocked, it's a silence that needs time to process. They had just witnessed an ordinary administrative staff member of rank F unleash an attack powerful enough to kill a rank B monster using a single sheet of paper. Some people were looking at the charred target, some were looking at the scroll fragments still smoldering in Xiao Lu's hand, and some were looking at Zhou Yun. One of the older researchers took off his glasses, wiped the lenses, and put them back on, as if unsure whether what he had just seen was real. Another young lecturer's lab notebook had fallen to the ground without him noticing. Song Qingyuan stood at the edge of the field, his hands in his pockets, staring at the target without moving. His expression was calm, but it was a somewhat deliberate calmness. His lips were pressed into a straight line, and the muscles in his jaw were slightly tense. He's calculating. If these scrolls were mass-produced, and 10 were issued to a regular infantry squad, it would mean that each infantry squad would have the capability to deliver 10 A-rank attacks. 1 company, 1 battalion, 1 defense line. He dared not calculate any further. Qin Jingqing stood there, looking at the target, and remained silent for a long time. Xiao Lu got up from the ground, his legs still a little weak, clutching the fragments of the scroll tightly in his hand. He opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, finally managing to squeeze out, "Dean Chun, did I type this?" Chen Jingqing did not answer him. The old man turned around and looked at Zhou Yun, who was a few steps away. Zhou Yun stood there, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, his expression very ordinary, not proud, not nervous, and not even expectant. It's like someone who has shown everything they needed to and is now waiting for a response from the other party. Chen Jingqing walked over. He stopped, looked at Zhou Yun for a few seconds, and then extended his right hand. "Mr. Zhou." His tone was flat, without any filler words or preamble. "The college's previous report was academically biased. I retract it." Someone in the stands took a soft breath. Qin Jingqing served as the dean of the academy for 12 years and was known for his stubborn temper. He can bang on the table with military representatives at academic conferences, and he can throw substandard papers into the trash can right in front of them. But he proactively admitted that he had a bias, and then reached out to a young man in his 20s, someone no one present had ever seen before. "When is it convenient for you? We can discuss the framework for long-term cooperation," Chen Jingqing said. Zhou Yun smiled and took his hand. The old man's palms were rough and dry, and his handshake was much firmer and more genuine than Song Qingyuan's. "Dean Chun, you're too kind," Zhou Yun said. "There's no rush for the cooperation. We can have someone from the United Front Work Department handle the details later. You know better than I do how to cooperate." He meant it when he said those last words. Chen Jingqing has been deeply involved in the systematic research of lords for decades. He certainly understands better than Zhou Yun how to transform a technology into a system that can be promoted. Chen Jingqing sensed his sincerity, nodded, and released his hand. "Okay." The old man said one word and turned to look at Song Qingyuan. Song Qingyuan opened his mouth, as if to say something, probably to offer some suggestions on the details of the cooperation, but swallowed the words back. He pushed up his glasses, a gesture he'd made at least 3 times today. Zhou Yun noticed it. "Dean Song." He spoke first, his tone natural. "When we collaborate again, we might need your help with a theoretical analysis of the scroll. The Academy's expertise in spiritual energy structure research far surpasses ours." Song Qingyuan was taken aback. He didn't expect Zhou Yun to offer him such a way out at this time, and it was offered so naturally, not like charity, but rather as if he genuinely felt that this matter needed him. "Okay." Song Qingyuan pushed up his glasses, this time with more composure than before. "We do have some basic research on spiritual energy carriers, which may be of some reference." Zhou Yun nodded to him and said nothing more. Kushodong sat on a chair by the stands at the training field the whole time, having already finished his tea. He watched Zhou Yun shake hands with Chen Jingqing, and then watched Zhou Yun casually offer Song Qingyuan a way out, his expression remaining unchanged. But those who know him can tell, he's very satisfied. On the way out of the college, only Zhou Yun and Kushodong were in the car. Kushodong leaned back in the back seat, closed his eyes to rest for a while, and then suddenly spoke. Xiao Zhou, do you know how many years it's been since Chen Jingqing has asked anyone for a favor? Zhou Yun thought for a moment and said, I don't know. 7 years. Kushodong opened his eyes. The last time was 7 years ago. The military came up with a plan for a new disaster beast early warning system. He thought it was valuable and took the initiative to talk to the military leaders about cooperation. Before and after that, it was always others who came to him. Zhou Yun did not respond. Kushodong glanced at him. The message you left for Song Qingyuan was quite good. He's not a bad person, Zhou Yun said. It's just that we're in different positions and have different ways of looking at things. He was the one who pushed for the report, but he reacted quickly after seeing the scroll. A person who can adapt is more useful than a stubborn person. Kushodong smiled and offered no further comment. After driving for a while, the plane trees outside the window were replaced by the high-rise buildings of the city. Kushodong's tone became casual, as if he were chatting idly. The academic faction has been established. Guan Hongda's side has also been settled. Within the Great Han Kingdom, what remains is the reclusive faction. He paused. Those guys aren't the type to be convinced just by seeing something good. Zhou Yun looked out the car window. The weather was lovely. The early winter sun shone warmly on the building. No rush, he said. The reclusive are not academics. You can't change their judgment with one thing. These are the people you have to wait for. Wait for what? Let's wait for the right opportunity. Zhou Yun smiled. And let them figure out when to come to me. Kushodong pondered for a moment, but did not press the matter further. He unscrewed the thermos, found the water had cooled down, and screwed it back on. The car drove smoothly towards the city center. In the rearview mirror, the gray walls of the National Lords College were slowly getting smaller. Chapter 275. Who wrote the letter? Back at the United Front Work Department in the afternoon, Kushodong had someone brew a pot of fresh tea and invited Zhou Yun into his office. The office wasn't big, but it had a lot of stuff. One wall displays a map showing the distribution of the national defense lines, while the other wall is a bookshelf crammed with various folders and file boxes. Kushodong's desk was piled with materials half a foot high, with only the small area for making tea being clean. He pushed the tea towards Zhou Yun, picked up a cup for himself, and leaned back in his chair. Let me tell you about the reclusive sect in detail. Zhou Yun picked up his teacup and listened to him speak. The Hermit School is not an organization. There is no president, no bylaws, and the members may not even know each other. This name is used internally by the United Front Work Department to refer to a group of long-established powerful lords who do not participate in the mainstream lord system, do not accept jurisdiction, and act independently. It's been 300 years since the Great Cataclysm. Do you think the surviving old lords are all standing guard on the front lines? Kushodong shook his head. Some people have fought their whole lives and are tired of dealing with people. Some people have had conflicts with the old system and are disheartened. And some people are simply introverted and don't like being managed. But they are all quite strong. Not weak. Kushodong put down his teacup, his tone becoming serious. Some of them are at least in the top 10 among the major lords. He held up 3 fingers. Currently, the United Front Work Department is focusing on 3 individuals. The first one is Lin Yuanshan. He stays deep in the Greater Xinga Mountains year-round and is said to have at least one S-rank subject. He never shows his face. The United Front Work Department has sent people there 3 times, but they were all blocked outside by his subjects. They didn't take any action, they just wouldn't let them in. They were very polite, but very resolute. The second one is Sun Wenxiu. He has been guarding an uninhabited defensive line in the Gobi Desert in northwest China for more than 20 years. He has an eccentric temper and doesn't associate with people. The military delivers supplies to that defensive line once a year and places them in a fixed location. He only goes to pick them up after he leaves. Xiang Bei once went to look for him in person and waited in the Gobi Desert for 3 days, but he didn't see him. He only found a note in front of the tent. No time, another day. Zhou Yun smiled. The third one is Jiang Banqing. Kushodong's tone changed subtly. This one is rather special. He is the only one in the reclusive sect who still occasionally appears in the public eye. He lives in Suzhou and Hangzhou and runs a tea house. Tea house? Yes, it's just an ordinary street-side tea house. The old man is over 70, with completely white hair, and spends his days brewing tea and playing chess in the shop. If you didn't know his background, he would just look like a retired old man. Kushodong paused. But in reality, the size of his territory and the strength of his people are no less than Fei Ming's. Some people speculate that he may be one of the first lords to awaken after the Great Cataclysm, but they never confirm or deny it. Why did he choose to live in seclusion? I don't know. Kushodong shrugged. He's different from the other two. It's not that he doesn't want to see people, but when he does, he'll talk about the weather and tea, but never about serious matters. People from the United Front Work Department went to have tea with him and came back saying that the old man was very hospitable, brewed excellent tea, and played chess well, but he didn't mention the Lord's affairs at all. If you bring it up, he'll just smile and change the subject. Zhou Yun went through the information about the three people in his mind. One keeps people at arm's length, one lives alone in the desert and never sees guests, and one greets people with a smile but is impeccably discreet. Three completely different personalities. The only thing they have in common is that none of them want to be incorporated into any system. Have the United Front Work Department tried to win over these three people before? I've tried. Kushodong smiled, a hint of helplessness in his smile. In the 300 years since the Great Cataclysm, every minister of the United Front Work Department has tried. All have failed. In the end, these people don't lack resources, power, or reputation. What do you have to offer to impress them? Zhou Yun thought for a while. No rush, he said. The more you take the initiative with these kinds of people, the more they back down. You have to make them see something that concerns them personally and that they have to care about. When that happens, you don't need to look for them. They will come to you on their own. Kushodong glanced at him, picked up his teacup, and did not refute him. In the evening, Zhou Yun returned to the residence arranged by the United Front Work Department. The residence is in a security apartment building within the Second Ring Road of Beijing. It's small but very quiet. Zhou Yun took a quick shower, changed into clean clothes, and was about to lie down and rest for a while. His schedule on Earth had been too packed these past 2 days, from the quartermaster to the academy, one thing after another, and he needed some quiet time alone. There was a brown paper envelope on the table. He didn't notice it when he first came in, but he can see it now that the light is on. The envelope was put in by the apartment manager, who said it was transferred through internal channels of the United Front Work Department, and its origin was unknown. The envelope wasn't signed, unstamped, and without any official markings. Only a line of small, neat handwriting, written in pen in the lower right corner, carried the characteristic pausing quality of an elderly person. You might be interested in some stories from 300 years ago. Zhou Yun opened the envelope. There was only one piece of paper inside, folded twice. The paper is yellowish, as if it was torn from some old-fashioned notebook. The letter was very short. There was no salutation, no signature. The writer simply recounted a piece of history. In the 3rd year after the Great Cataclysm, 7 of the first awakened lords formed an exploration team. They ventured deep into a historical site in northwestern China and discovered 2 items hundreds of meters underground. The first thing is a stone platform. The surface is engraved with complex runes, and contact with it can allow people who reach a certain attribute threshold to transform into a combat-type profession. The exploration team took the stone platform out of the ruins, and it changed hands several times during the chaos of the Great Cataclysm before finally being lost. The second thing is an existence that does not belong to this world. The letter did not describe its specific form, only saying that when the exploration team found it, 2 of the 7 people fainted on the spot, and the remaining 5 people decided after discussion to leave it in place. The last line of the letter was a string of numbers. Coordinate. Northwest direction. Zhou Yun put down the letter, looked at the string of numbers, and tapped his fingers lightly twice on the table. He was familiar with the direction that the coordinates pointed to. The spatial rift that Zhao Kujian previously discovered on the northern slope of the Chilean mountains, a dark blue glimmer suspended above the desert, is located near this area. Two pieces of information from different sources pointed to the same desert. One is a spatial rift of unknown origin, and the other is something not belonging to this world that was sealed away 300 years ago. Coincide? Zhou Yun folded the letter again and put it back in the envelope. Who wrote the letter? He doesn't have an answer to this question yet. But one thing is certain. The number of people who can pass letters through the United Front Work Department's internal channels, know about this hidden history from 300 years ago, and are willing to reveal the information to him is not very large. Perhaps it is one of the hermits. Maybe not. He didn't continue thinking about it. It wasn't that he couldn't figure it out, but that thinking about it now was pointless. There was too little information, and guessing was meaningless. He put the envelope into his storage space. Then he closed his eyes, preparing to summon Wenji. 2 days have passed in the territory. Before setting off, Wanner said that the spiritual energy seeping into the Seal Rift was accelerating, and the Silverwings' northern reconnaissance team was expected to complete the task in 2 days. There should be news by now. Chapter 276 Finding the Temple. The summoning process was brief. A soft white light flashed in the room, and Wenji appeared before him. She was wearing the plain-colored dress she usually wore in the territory, and carrying a booklet in her hands. Clearly, she had prepared the content of her report before coming. Seeing Zhou Yun sitting at the table, she gave a slight bow. My lord. You've worked hard. Zhou Yun smiled and gestured for her to sit down. Any news from Wanner? Wenji sat down and opened the booklet. She spoke slowly, but every piece of information was presented clearly. This was a reporting habit that Wanner had been trained in. State the conclusion first, then add details. The spiritual vein resonance occurred twice more after you left, with shorter intervals than before. Lady Wanner judges that the frequency is still increasing. What about the sealed rift? It has expanded. Wenji turned a page. Lady Wanner's original words were, the speed exceeded expectations. According to the current trend, the crack is no longer just 2 fingers wide as before. Zhou Yun's fingers paused for a moment. How old are you? Lady Wanner didn't give a specific number, but she said. Wenji looked up at him. With your physique, Lord, you should be able to pass. Zhou Yun did not speak immediately. 3 days ago, he personally went down to a depth of 6 kilometers to see the crack, a fissure in the smooth golden wall, only 2 fingers wide at its widest point, too narrow for a person to pass through. In 3 days, the width of the tunnel expanded from 2 fingers to a width that one person could pass through. This speed certainly exceeded expectations. There's one more thing. Wenji closed the booklet, her tone becoming more serious. Silverwing's reconnaissance squadron has completed the northern front scan. And then what happened? No high-risk threats were found within a 500-kilometer radius along the route. There are some scattered A-rank monster communities, but they are not large and do not pose an obstacle. Wenji paused. But a building was found in Silverwing at the northernmost point. Zhou Yun sat up straight. It's huge, Wenji said. Silverwing's original words were, like a temple. It didn't get close? No, Wenji shook her head. Silverwing said there was a sense of oppression in that direction. It couldn't describe exactly what it was, but it dared not approach. With Silverwing's perception capabilities, something that could cause such a reaction from 500 kilometers away. She didn't finish her sentence. No need to finish speaking. SS rank. Temple of Dawn. Found it. Zhou Yun leaned back in his chair and remained silent for a few seconds. The sky outside the window had already darkened, and the streetlights below the apartment building shone as a row of warm yellow dots. The room was quiet, with only the soft sound of Wenji turning the pages of the book. The seal cracks are widening, the location of the Temple of Dawn has been confirmed, and there is no fatal threat within 500 kilometers to the north. All the conditions were urging him to go back. What else did Wanner say? Wenji thought for a moment and said, She said, please ask the Lord to return as soon as possible. He paused for a moment. She added, "This time it's not a suggestion, it's a request." Zhou Yun smiled. Wana rarely used the word request. She prefers to use the word suggestion, because she has full confidence in her own judgment. The suggestion itself is already the optimal solution, the Lord should simply follow it. She used the word request to indicate that the situation was developing too fast for her to handle independently. "Tell Wana." Zhou Yun stood up. "I'm going back tomorrow." The next morning, Zhou Yun went to the United Front Work Department. Zhou Yun had already sat down in Kushodong's office before the tea was even brewed. He took the anonymous letter out of his storage space and pushed it, envelope and all, in front of Kushodong. "It was received last night, and was forwarded through internal channels." Kushodong opened the letter, read it once, and then read it again. His expression didn't change much, but after putting down the letter, he tapped the coordinates twice with his finger. "The northwest," he said. "Yes," Zhou Yun said. "The spatial rift that Zhao Kejian discovered on the northern slope of the Chilean mountains is in the same area as these coordinates." Kushodong leaned back in his chair and pondered for a few seconds. "Who wrote the letter?" "Have no idea." "Guess?" "Guessing won't help." Zhou Yun smiled. "But there probably aren't many people who can access the United Front Work Department's internal channels and know about this event from 300 years ago." Kushodong understood what he meant. He folded the letter, put it back in the envelope, and put it away in the drawer. "I'll send someone to take a look," he said. "A secret investigation, nothing to do, just observation." "Thank you for your help, Minister Ke." "Don't mention it." Kushodong waved his hand, then remembered something. "By the way, Director May asked me to tell you the first batch of signatories to the Spring Breeze Cooperation Framework have been decided, the European Union and the Free Federation." "What are the conditions?" Director May said. Kushodong mimicked Director May's tone and read it out in a measured manner. "The terms were negotiated very well. They offered research data on marine monsters and rare mineral resources in exchange. Our side did not concede any core terms." Zhou Yun nodded. "Director May is always reliable, and I feel very comfortable entrusting this kind of diplomatic maneuvering to him. Please thank Director May for me." "Go thank him yourself." Kushodong unscrewed the thermos. "His office is downstairs." Zhou Yun went downstairs to see Director May. Director May was organizing the signing documents, with a pile of papers spread out on the table. When she saw Zhou Yun come in, she pushed up her glasses, nodded, and didn't get up. The two were so familiar with each other that they didn't need such formalities. "Did Minister Ke tell you about the signing?" "I said so." "Thank you for your hard work, Director May." "It's my job." Director May handed him a document to review. "Take a look at this. The European Union has made an extra request. They hope to send an academic team to the Great Han Kingdom to conduct joint research with the National Lords Academy." Zhou Yun glanced at the document and smiled. "The timing is quite convenient. I just went to the academy yesterday." "I've heard about it." Director May put the document back and wrote a few words in the annotation column. "The news that Qin Jinqing took the initiative to shake hands has already spread in the circle this morning. The news was leaked from the college." "Let the rumors spread," Zhou Yun said, not really caring. "It's not a matter of whether or not to spread it." Director May looked up at him, her gaze behind her glasses serious. "You probably don't have a concept of Qin Jinqing's influence in academia. His nod means the attitude of the entire academic community has changed. This signal is more effective than signing 10 cooperation agreements." Zhou Yun didn't respond to that. He wasn't used to being praised for doing something very influential, and he was more interested in finishing up his work and returning to his territory than pondering those things. As he was leaving Director May's office, the receptionist stopped him and handed him a package. "Mr. Zhou, this was sent by someone from the Southwestern Defense Line, and the recipient is you." Chapter 277. My signal is not very good. Wrapped in craft paper, it wasn't big, but it had a bit of weight to it. A handwritten note was attached to it. The handwriting was a little messy but strong. "I've heard that the Lord's territories have everything, except the taste of home. Guan ties on. Zhou Yun opened the package. Inside was a package of cured meat and 2 bags of dried chili peppers. The cured pork was wrapped in oil paper, and the dried chili peppers were the kind of small millet peppers unique to southwest China. You could smell their spiciness even through the bag. He looked at these things and smiled knowingly. Back when he was on the southwestern defense line, Guan Taizhan was a young man who had been eroded by the aura of disaster and was on the verge of losing half his life. He was full of defiance and wariness. Now they've even learned to send local specialties to people. Zhou Yun put the package into the storage space. Everything was taken care of before noon. On his way back to his accommodation to get his luggage, he made a phone call home. It was received by Zhou's mother. "Mom, I might have to go on a business trip again in a few days, so I'm letting you know in advance." "Going on a business trip again?" Zhou's mother's voice carried a hint of helplessness. "Last time you came back, you only ate 1 meal and left. This time you didn't even eat." "I'll definitely eat here next time I come back." Next time, it's always next time. Zhou's mother sighed, then changed the subject. "Tell me the truth, do you have a girlfriend outside?" "Mom, you're over 20. Old Wang's son next door is the same age as you, and his kid can already walk." "Mom, my signal is not very good." "Who are you kidding? You think you wouldn't have a signal in Beijing? Don't hang up on me." Beep beep beep. Zhou Yun put his phone back in his pocket. The early winter sun shines on the road outside the window, and pedestrians hurry by, wrapped in thick coats. This was just an ordinary noon on Earth, with no calamity beasts, no fluctuations in spiritual energy, and no major decisions that required his attention. He's just an ordinary young man being pressured by his mother to get married. He stood by the roadside, exhaled a puff of white breath, and smiled. Then teleport. The white light dissipated. He stood on the teleportation array in Cloud City. Beneath their feet was a surface of star gold, shimmering with a faint silver-blue light. The city walls of Cloud City surrounded it, and the S-rank defense's adamantite surface shone like a flowing galaxy in the sunlight. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was slightly higher than when he left. The difference was noticeable even when he breathed, without needing to consciously perceive it. The first one to arrive was shining. The lightning sparrow swooped down from the sky at great speed, its trajectory as precise as a small lightning bolt. It landed steadily on Zhou Yun's left shoulder, tilted its head to look at him, and chirped twice. Then it kicked off his shoulder and flew away. Check-in complete. Rain or shine. Before Zhou Yun could move, he heard a rustling sound coming from behind the stone pillar next to the teleportation array. A small, grayish-white head peeked out, its 2 bright, round eyes staring intently at him. Lao Jin. The leader of the nimble rats had clearly been waiting here for quite some time. Its tail had swept a shallow fan-shaped mark across the ground where it was crouching. Click! The moment it saw Zhou Yun appear in the white light, its whole body sprang up, its tail instantly entered high-speed swinging mode, its fur bristled into a ball, and it squeaked as it rushed to Zhou Yun's feet, circling him 3 times. Zhou Yun squatted down and patted its head. "Thank you for your hard work, Lao Jin." Old Jin's tail wagged even faster, its 2 front paws grabbed Zhou Yun's fingers, and its head kept nuzzling into his palm. Zhou Yun touched it a couple more times before standing up. Wana was walking towards the city gate. Even after 3 days apart, her demeanor remained impeccable. The booklet was held to her chest, her hair was neatly styled, and her steps were measured and unhurried. From a distance, it looked like they had just come out of the council chamber for a routine inspection. But as Zhou Yun got closer, he noticed a very faint bluish tint under her eyes. "Not asleep again?" he asked. Warner smiled slightly, her smile reserved yet natural. "She slept 2 hours ago." "That's enough." She opened the booklet, her tone switching to a reporting mode. "My lord, I've compiled a brief report on the situation over the past 3 days. Let's start with the most important thing." Warner glanced at him. She closed the booklet without looking down to find the page numbers. This meant that she didn't need to look at the notes for the most important thing. The crack in the seal has widened again, she said. It's more than twice the size it was when you left. At its current width, it's wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. Zhou Yun's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze darkened slightly. 3 days. From 2 fingers wide to wide enough for a person to pass over. I didn't let anyone in. She looked into Zhou Yun's eyes. I'm waiting for you to come back and make a decision. Wanna's report lasted for more than half an hour. The expansion rate of the seal cracks, the frequency changes of the spiritual vein resonance, the output data of the star essence gold vein, and the awakening progress of the servants in the mirror world, everything was clearly organized, with the numbers accurate to the last digit. After listening, Zhou Yun did not rush to make a decision. He remained silent for a moment, then looked over the city wall toward the direction of the morning light forest to the north. The crack has widened, but the key is not in the crack. Wanna nodded. She knew the Lord was sorting out his thoughts, so she didn't interrupt. Even if the crack were twice as big, we still couldn't get in without the key. Zhou Yun looked away. Where's the investigation report? Here it is. Wanner opened the booklet's inner compartment and took out a stack of thin papers. The Silverwing Formation completed a full scan 2 days ago. The terrain, spiritual energy distribution, and discovered monster communities along the 500-kilometer route are all marked. Zhou Yun took it and flipped through a few pages. Silverwing's reconnaissance was very thorough. The route starts from the Star Altar in the Dawn Forest and heads north, covering a range of 50 kilometers on each side. The locations of 6 A-rank monster colonies were marked along the way, and there were no threats of S-rank or higher. The terrain is mainly hills and sparse forests. The further north you go, the stronger the spiritual energy becomes. In the last 50 kilometers, the vegetation density increases sharply. Silverwing marked it with the word Primeval Forest. The northernmost point. Silverwing drew a circle, and inside the circle were only 4 words. I dare not approach. A line of smaller text was added next to it. Visually, the building's outline is visible. It is golden. Extremely tall. The oppressive presence of the SS rank is sensed. All wind-riding divine eagles in the formation exhibit an instinctive avoidance reaction and have not continued forward. Zhou Yun closed the report. We're leaving tomorrow. The formation is very small. Zhou Yun rode on a Silverwing. Silverwing is an S-rank Star Guardian with a wingspan of 20 meters and a flight speed 3 times that of a regular Wind and Thunder Eagle. Mistweaver rode a wind-riding Divine Eagle. It's an A-rank flying monster, not as fast as Silverwing, but still fast enough. When Wuji sat on the eagle's back, she was very quiet, with her right hand always resting on the hilt of her sword, as if she were ready to jump down from the sky at any moment to cut something. Lazy doesn't need a mount. The void lightning can travel through space. It follows you all the way, flashing once every few seconds, like a purple lightning bolt close to the ground. Wanna stayed behind in Yinqing. Before setting off, the god of empty mirrors stood at the entrance of the shrine. She didn't go in. Her long silver hair swayed gently in the morning breeze, her bare feet trod on the stone steps, and her gaze was fixed on the north. Beware the gatekeeper, she said. It won't leave the temple on its own. But it will awaken if you get close to the core area. Chapter 278 Arrival. How strong? SS rank. Golden, with very large wings. She frowned, trying to recall more details, but finally shook her head. It's been too long, I can't remember the rest. That's enough. Zhou Yun smiled. Thank you. The god of the empty mirror looked at him. A faint look of worry appeared on the girl's face, but she didn't say it aloud. She simply nodded slightly and turned to walk back to the shrine. He took a few steps and then stopped, without looking back. The spiritual energy concentration in that area will be much higher than in Cloud City, she reminded again. Let your robes get used to it beforehand. Zhou Yun glanced down at the robes he was wearing. A faint halo was slowly flowing across the surface of the 9-colored slime. It's already adjusting automatically. Silver wings flapped and took to the sky. The cloud city beneath him shrank rapidly. The silvery blue glow of the starry gold city walls traced a soft arc in the morning light, and the buildings, plantations, forges, and mines within the city faded away one by one. Old Jean led his line of spirit rats, standing neatly in formation below the city wall, looking up as they saw them off. Little Red squatted by the volcanic hot spring pool, two small flames shooting from its nostrils, its dragon mouth opening and closing as if it were saying something. Little Blue lay at the highest point of the ice phoenix nest, not even lifting its eyelids. The wind blew in my ears. Silverwing's flight attitude was extremely stable. With its 20-meter wingspan fully extended, it was almost imperceptible to feel any turbulence when gliding at high altitudes. The dawn forest spreads out below, appearing as a deep green carpet from the direction of Cloud City. The golden ceiling barrier still floats slowly in the center of the forest, looking like an ember embedded in the green when viewed from above. After crossing the barrier, the terrain began to change. This is an area on Planet Zero that Zhou Yun has never set foot in. The first 100 kilometers were fairly familiar, sparse forests, hills, and occasional streams. The concentration of spiritual energy is similar to that of the outer area of Dawn Forest, at the A level. The first monster colony marked in Silverwing's reconnaissance report is here. Looking into the distance, you can see a group of large, grayish-brown beasts moving among the hills. They are similar in size to the black earth bear but have higher shoulders, and seem to be some kind of unrecorded species. They glanced up at the silver wings in the sky, but showed no intention of attacking. They simply stopped and stared for a moment before continuing on their way. Between 100 and 300 kilometers, the terrain gradually rises. The hills turned into low mountains, and the vegetation transitioned from broad-leaved forests to coniferous forests. The trees grew taller and darker in color. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was steadily increasing, and the halo on Xiao Jiu's robe was a layer brighter than when she set off. Occasionally, one can see some strange sights: a giant tree twice the height of the surrounding canopy, with glowing vines wrapped around its trunk, a silvery white lake, its surface as calm as a mirror, reflecting not the sky but some kind of deep blue light, a group of flying monsters sweeping past in the distance, their wingspans larger than the wind-riding divine eagle, their bodies entirely golden, their formation flying in perfect unison as if they had been trained. Zhou Yun noticed that Wu Ji was looking at the group of golden flying monsters. Her gaze followed them until they disappeared from sight, then she looked away. That look didn't seem like he was assessing a threat. It's more like they're identifying something. Zhou Yun didn't ask. 300 kilometers later, the change in spiritual energy concentration began to become obvious. It wasn't a slow improvement, rather, you could feel a leap forward every 10 kilometers you flew north. The quality of spiritual energy changes with each breath, from clear water to spring water, and from spring water to something thicker. Xiao Jiu's robe glowed brighter and brighter, the 9 colors swirling faster, continuously filtering out the overly intense parts. The frequency of the lightning flashes on the ground also changed. Each strike of the void lightning brought forth a crackling arc of electricity, more than twice as bright as before. It was excited. The energy density here felt like walking into the heart of a thunderstorm cloud. 450 kilometers. Silverwing's flight speed began to slow down. It's not a matter of physical strength. It's instinct. The sky in front is different from the sky behind. The light is changing, not getting dimmer, but getting thicker. When sunlight passes through an area with a high concentration of spiritual energy, it is refracted, and a very faint layer of golden mist permeates the air, making the distant scenery look as if it is seen through a veil. The trees have changed too. Starting from 400 kilometers away, the ordinary coniferous forests are gradually replaced by a taller tree species with dark gray trunks and silvery white fruits hanging on its branches. At a distance of 450 kilometers, these trees have formed a dense primeval forest, their canopies blocking out the sun, appearing as a dark green mixed with silvery white when viewed from above. The Silverwing report labeled it primeval forest. Zhou Yun signaled the formation to lower its altitude. They flew the last 50 kilometers close to the treetops. Then, the forest ended ahead. As if slashed by a giant ruler, the primeval forest abruptly ends along a straight line. On one side of the line is a dense, dark green and silvery white that blots out the sky, on the other side. It was a vast, flat area. There were no trees, no grass, and no vegetation whatsoever. The ground was a flat, grayish-white rock with an unnaturally smooth surface, as if it had been polished by some force. In the center of the flat land, Temple of Dawn. Zhou Yun reigned in the silver wings and hovered above the edge of the forest. He saw it. The temple was much larger than he had imagined. It is not large, in the sense of human architectural scale. It is on the scale of a mountain. The entire temple is built of some kind of golden stone, and the main structure is like a golden mountain rising from the ground, with its surface covered with complex and dizzying patterns, not carvings, but more like veins growing out of the stone itself. At the highest point of the main hall stands a spire, topped with a sphere emitting a soft white light, which resembles a low-hanging star in the golden mist. The temple is surrounded by 12 giant pillars, each 100 meters tall, with the same patterns as the main body wrapped around them, extending from the bottom to the top. There were no walls between the pillars, only a faint curtain of light that appeared almost invisible from this distance, but Zhou Yun knew it wasn't air. The entire building stands quietly on the gray-white flat ground. It has stood for countless eons. It has not weathered. It was not damaged. There are no traces left by the passage of time. It looks like it was just built yesterday. It's as if this place has been here since the beginning of this planet's existence. Wu Ji, riding her wind-riding divine eagle, stopped beside Zhou Yun. She looked at the temple without speaking, but Zhou Yun noticed that her fingers tightened around her sword. Lazy poked half his body out from the edge of the forest below and let out a low hum. Its electromagnetic senses were operating at full capacity, then it took a step back. This was the first time Zhou Yun had seen Lazy back down. It's not fear. It is the instinctive caution of those of the same kind when facing beings far beyond their own level. The S-order perception was telling it, there is something in the temple. That thing is much stronger. Much stronger. Zhou Yun sensed it. It wasn't a fluctuation of spiritual energy, nor was it murderous intent. It was something deeper, a weight pressing down in the air. It's like standing on the edge of a dormant volcano. The ground beneath your feet doesn't tremble, but you just know, there's something underneath. SS rank. The god of empty mirrors is right. Zhou Yun gazed at the golden temple, his breathing steady and his eyes calm. He neither impulsively approached nor hesitated to retreat. He was simply observing, feeling, and measuring. Then, he felt that dormant aura stir. Very slight. It's like someone who's been sleeping for a long time turning over. But Zhou Yun was certain that he hadn't misjudged the situation. It knew someone was coming. Chapter 279 Guardian. The gray-white ground makes no sound when you step on it. It resembles a stone that has been polished for countless years, or an altar that has never been set foot on by anyone. The moment Zhou Yun landed, a slight coolness came from the soles of his feet. It wasn't a cold temperature, but a pure, unrelated sensation to living things. Behind me, the forest abruptly ends on a straight line. There is no transition, no sparse shrubs to buffer it. One step away is a primeval forest with branches laden with silvery white fruit. The next step is this empty, gray-white plain. It's like someone drew a line on the ground with a ruler. Silverwing folded its wings behind him and let out a low cry. A wingspan of 20 meters doesn't seem very large on this open space, because the temple in front of it is simply too big. The building, constructed of golden stone, stands in the center of the flat land, resembling a mountain from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that describing it as resembling a mountain was an understatement. The mountain bears the marks of weathering, sharp edges, and the erosion of time, but this temple has none of those. Its surface is so smooth it doesn't seem naturally formed, yet there are no artificial seams. Inherent veins flow slowly across the golden stone wall, like blood vessels, like rivers, like something alive breathing. The white sphere at the top of the spire hangs in midair, some distance from the spire, but does not touch it. The light was soft, and not dazzling, but Zhou Yun knew at a glance that it was not ordinary light. 12 colossal pillars, each 100 meters tall, surround the temple, with faint light curtains connecting the pillars. The light curtain is not a physical object. It is more like the visual distortion produced when heat waves distort the air, but the range of the distortion just fills the gap between each pair of pillars. Wait a moment. Zhou Yun glanced back at Wu Ji and Lei Zi. Wu Ji stood 3 steps behind him, her hand on the hilt of her sword, her gaze never leaving the direction of the temple. Her expression wasn't one of tension, but rather a kind of inexplicable focus, as if she were looking at something she'd seen before but couldn't quite place. Lei Zi crouched a little further away. This was the first time it had shown clear hesitation. The electric arcs all over his body had completely subsided, and even his hair was clinging tightly to his body. Its sort of perception made it know what was inside better than anyone else present. Wait for me here, Zhou Yun said. Wu Ji looked up at him. Not going in. You guys provide support from the outside. He smiled. Don't worry, the one inside is in SS rank. The implication is clear, he is of SSSS rank. Wu Ji didn't say much, just nodded. Lei Zi let out a low growl and swept its tail across the ground. Although reluctant, it knew it couldn't help by going in. It's better to keep an eye on things from outside, so we can react immediately if anything else happens. Zhou Yun turned around and walked towards the main gate of the temple. As we passed through the first giant pillar, the air changed. It wasn't a change in spiritual energy concentration. From the moment they entered the gray-white plains, the spiritual energy concentration was already so high that Xiao Jiu's robes were constantly filtering and adjusting it. What has changed is something else entirely. A sense of oppression. The oppressive aura of an SS rank being silently emanated from the depths of the temple, without direction or aggression. It was simply existent. It was like stepping into the deep sea, where water pressure pressed in evenly from all directions. If an S-rank lord stood here, the sheer pressure alone would be enough to make him kneel. However, Zhou Yun synchronized Xiao Lan's attributes. The 5-dimensional attributes of the SSSS rank made the oppressive feeling seem to be gently pushed aside by an invisible hand. It doesn't disappear, it just becomes insignificant. It's like how you might be blown off your feet by the wind when you're outdoors in a typhoon, but if you weigh 1,000 tons, the wind is just wind. He continued walking inside. The light curtain between the giant pillars automatically split open to create a passage as he approached. It wasn't shattered, but rather lifted to the sides like a curtain by an invisible hand. Zhou Yun passed through the light curtain and entered the corridor between the outer perimeter of the temple and the main building. The corridor was wide, with the same golden stone floor and some kind of pattern carved on the walls on both sides. Zhou Yun did not stop to take a closer look. His attention was focused straight ahead. At the end of the corridor was a door, or more precisely, an arched entrance. There are no doors, only door frames. Above the door frame is a white light stone of the same material as the spire, emitting a soft yet undeniable glow. He went inside. The interior of the temple is a huge domed space. The dome is so high that looking up at it gives you the illusion of looking at the night sky. The golden stone wall curves upwards, converging at the top to form a circular well of light. White light falls straight down from the well, illuminating the central platform directly below. The platform is circular, about 30 meters in diameter, and paved with a golden stone that is lighter in color than the surrounding stone walls. Platform central. There is a huge figure curled up. Zhou Yun stopped in his tracks. Its 6 wings folded together at its sides, like a cloak covering most of its body. Golden armor covered his entire body. The material didn't resemble metal, but rather solidified light. The patterns on the armor are identical to the veins on the temple walls, flowing, living, endogenous patterns like blood vessels. It is asleep. But it knew someone was coming. Zhou Yun could sense it. The aura emanating from its curled-up body is changing, its breathing is becoming shallower and faster, like someone who has been asleep for a long time gradually surfacing from the waters of consciousness. He stood at the edge of the platform and did not move forward. Wait for it. The domed space was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. White light fell from the light well, silently spreading across the golden platform. Dust particles floated slowly within the beam of light. Then the wings moved. The two outermost wings trembled slightly, as if shaking something off. Then, the four wings inside began to unfold, and golden light spilled out from the gaps in the wing surfaces, one after another, like the morning sun passing through blinds. It stood up. A deep, muffled hum emanated from the dome, as if the entire temple was responding to the action. Its 6 wings were fully extended. Zhou Yun looked up at it. The gatekeeper, once he stood up, was larger than he had anticipated. The 6 wings spread out to almost cover the entire circular platform. Each wing is made of solidified golden light, semi-transparent, with internal vein patterns, like stained glass or butterfly wings. Beneath the mask are a pair of eyes. It wasn't a beast's eye, nor a demon's. It was a pair of conscious, thinking, and discerning eyes. Golden irises and vertical pupils were scrutinizing the young man who had intruded into its slumbering place. There was no hostility. But there was no goodwill involved. Only through examination. The examination lasted approximately 3 seconds. Then it moved. Without warning or preparation, the 6-winged golden-armored giant's right arm slammed directly towards Zhou Yun. One punch! The air was compressed to its limit, and then exploded, creating a visible shockwave in the domed space. A full-force attack from an SS-rank opponent. On Earth, this punch could flatten a mountain. Zhou Yun drew his sword. The moment the flowing cloud sword was drawn, the light from its blade exploded in the domed space. Chapter 280 The Key. SSS Level. Hero's Blade Weapon Tier follows hero attributes. When Zhou Yun synchronizes Xiao Lan's SSS level 5-dimensional data, the rank of Lu Yunjian also jumps synchronously. The originally warm, silvery blue light on the sword became sharp and vast at this moment, like a star shining in your hand. The light wells in the dome space were dimmed for a moment by this sword light. Gale Slash. The SSS rank sword energy poured out from the flowing cloud sword, meeting the gatekeeper's fist head-on. The collision occurred above the center of the platform. There was no roar. Or rather, the roaring sound was so loud that the air inside the dome was instantly emptied, creating a brief vacuum. For a moment, Zhou Yun couldn't hear anything. He only felt a tremor that spread from the soles of his feet throughout his body. Then the sound came back. It was the sound of the golden armor on the gatekeeper's arm shattering. The cracks started at the knuckles and spread along the entire right arm. Golden particles of light drifted out from the cracks and slowly dissipated in the air, like fireflies. One sword. The guard's right arm armor was completely shattered. That's how brutal the gap between the two major ranks is. SS order versus SSSS order is like C order versus A order. It's not a contest on the same level. The gatekeeper looked down at his shattered right arm, then looked up at Zhou Yun. There was no anger, no fear, and no surprise in the golden vertical pupils. It seems to be just confirming one thing. Now, everything is confirmed. Zhou Yun gripped his sword, but did not strike a second time. The other side did not attack again. Silence returned to the domed space. Golden particles of light continued to drift down slowly, like a silent golden snowfall. The gatekeeper folded his 6 wings and slowly knelt down on one knee. One hand is pressed against his chest. This action does not signify submission. There was no element of humility in the kneeling posture. It's like a veteran who has completed his last shift, giving his final salute at the handover ceremony. The golden armor began to dissipate from his entire body, turning into particles of light that merged into the air. The 6 wings contracted, faded, and disappeared. The true form inside was revealed, a 3-meter-tall golden humanoid entity. Without the armor, the face became much clearer, ancient, serene, and devoid of superfluous expression. The wings were folded behind the body, leaving only a silhouette-like afterimage. It took something out of its chest. A golden, prismatic crystal. It's not big, about the size of an adult's fist. It has 6 sides, each with an extremely smooth cut, and the surface has the same vein patterns as the temple walls. Light travels slowly inside the crystal. The gatekeeper held the crystal in both hands and handed it to Zhou Yun. The planet has been waiting for this day. It opened its mouth. The sound did not travel through the air, but appeared directly in Zhou Yun's consciousness. An aged voice, mellowed by the passage of time. I waited a long time. Zhou Yun looked into its eyes. The light in the golden vertical pupils is dimming. Its time has come. It wasn't defeated, it was only its armor that was shattered, not its life. Its time has come because it has met the person it was waiting for, and its mission is complete. Zhou Yun reached out his hands and took the crystal. The moment I got it. Shock. It wasn't the crystal that was vibrating, it was his entire body that was resonating with an external rhythm. Slow, steady, and rhythmic vibrations travel from the palm into the bones, and from the bones throughout the entire body. One time. One time. One time. Like a heartbeat. It wasn't his own. It belongs to this planet. Zhou Yun gripped the crystal tightly, looking down at the key in his hand that was still slowly glowing. The vibration in my palm continued. He looked up, wanting to take another look at the gatekeeper, but the gatekeeper had already closed his eyes. The golden humanoid body began to disintegrate into particles of light from the edges, like sand sculptures being blown away layer by the wind. The light particles didn't drift far away, instead, they slowly floated towards the surrounding walls and merged into them. It felt like returning to where it came from. The domed space returned to its open state. Only white light fell from the light well, quietly spreading across the platform. Zhou Yun stood there, holding the key in his hand, feeling his heart pounding, without saying a word. After a long time, he sheathed his sword and turned to walk towards the exit. As I stepped out of the temple, sunlight fell on my face. Wuji was the first to come forward, quickly scanning him over to make sure he was unharmed before looking at what he was holding. The golden, prismatic crystals refracted sunlight into tiny, scattered spots of light, which fell onto the grayish-white ground like a miniature starry sky. She didn't ask what had happened. Lazy also came closer, its nose probing the crystal, then its fur bristled, 2 crackling electric arcs, as if it had been stimulated by something. It sensed the energy levels inside the crystal. Zhou Yun put the crystal into the inner pocket of Xiaojio's robe. The sense of rhythm didn't disappear just because I wasn't holding it, it just faded a bit, becoming a faint background sound, like the sound of drums in the distance. Let's go, he said. Let's go home. The return trip was faster than the journey there. Without the caution that came with exploring unknown territories, Silverwing unleashed its speed. With a tailwind at high altitude, the 500-kilometer distance was covered in less than 2 hours. The scenery along the way is reversed: primeval forests with silvery white fruits, areas with high concentrations of spiritual energy shrouded in golden mist, coniferous forests, broad-leaved forests, and sparse forest hills. The concentration of spiritual energy gradually decreased like the receding tide, transforming from thick honey back into clear spring water. Wuji rode on the back of the wind-riding divine eagle, barely saying a word the whole way. She lingered for a long time as she passed through the area where the golden flying monsters roamed. The group of monsters formed a loose formation high in the sky, with wingspans of about 4 or 5 meters, and were entirely golden, their flight posture calm and elegant. They showed no hostility, nor did they deliberately avoid Zhou Yun and his group. They simply moved slowly through the sky along their own routes. Wuji's gaze followed them until the formation disappeared into the clouds to the south. What's wrong? Zhou Yun asked. Silverwing and Wind-Riding Eagle were so close that they didn't need to shout to each other. Wuji withdrew her gaze and remained silent for a few seconds. When I saw them, they felt so familiar. Her tone was calm, as if stating a fact that had puzzled her for a long time, a fact she could never quite understand. Like. She paused for a moment, her brow furrowing slightly. It feels like I once flew with them. After saying that, she realized that what she said made no sense, so she shook her head slightly and didn't continue. Zhou Yun glanced at her but didn't ask any further questions. No rush, he said. Just tell me when you remember. Wuji nodded. The wind blew in from high above, scattering the last notes of their conversation. Chapter 281 Revisiting the Seal. As the outline of Cloud City came into view, Silverwing lowered its altitude. The silvery blue glow of the starry gold city walls shimmered faintly in the afternoon sun, appearing from afar like a luminous ribbon enclosing a square area. Several lightning sparrows were hovering above the city wall, one of which was noticeably larger and had deviated from the formation, swooping straight down towards them. Sparkling. It landed precisely on Zhou Yun's shoulder, gripped tightly with its claws, flapped its wings twice to find its balance, then tilted its head to look at him and let out a clear, short chirp. Check-in complete. Then it flapped its wings and flew away to rejoin its flock. The entire process takes no more than 3 seconds. Silverwing landed in the open space in front of the city gate. Old Jean was already there with his team of spirit rats, waiting. It stood at the very front of the group, its tail whipping behind it in a fan-shaped pattern, a habitual action when it was excited. The arc-shaped mark on the ground indicated that it had been waiting for at least a while. As Zhou Yun rolled off the bed, Old Jean immediately rushed over, squeaked twice, and sniffed at him. Perhaps it smelled something unusual, for its whiskers twitched, and its tail swung even faster. You've worked hard, Lao Jean. Zhou Yun bent down and patted its head. Old Jean squinted his eyes in comfort and spun around in place. Wana waited for him inside the city gate. There was a faint bluish tint under her eyes, indicating that she hadn't been sleeping much lately. But his demeanor was impeccable, his hair was neat, and there wasn't a single wrinkle on his robe. As usual, she held her well-worn booklet in her hands. I'm back, she said. It's not a question, it's a confirmation. Her gaze lingered on Zhou Yun for less than a second, confirming he was unharmed, before naturally shifting to his hand. Zhou Yun was taking the golden prismatic crystal from the inner pocket of Xiao Jiu's robe. The moment Wana saw the crystal, she closed the booklet. She didn't ask about the battle or report on her duties while on guard duty. Instead, she quietly stared at the crystal for 2 seconds. Light moved slowly across the 6 facets of the crystal, reflecting in her pupils. Found it, she said softly. Zhou Yun nodded. Wana took a deep breath and reopened the booklet. Then I'll report first. The two walked and talked as they passed through the city gate and headed into the city along the main road. Everything in the city was running smoothly. The distant sound of hammers clanging from the forge was the rhythm of Wusu, rapid and precise. A group of rock golems were carrying building materials. Their moving, mountain-like bodies created a comical contrast with the narrow alleyway, but they took each step carefully and did not knock anything over. Several cauliflower animals were busy in the planting area by the roadside. The second vegetable was watering the pipe in the wrong direction again, and the first vegetable stretched out its vines to pull the water pipe back to the correct position. Wana's report was concise and accurate. First, the cracks in the seal have continued to expand over the past 2 days, now exceeding 1.2 meters. They weren't forced open by external force. The seal itself is loosening on its own. Monitoring data from the Silver Fawn Whistle Wolf shows that the rate of spiritual energy infiltration continues to grow at a rate of 1.4 times per day. Secondly, the awakening work in the mirror realm is progressing steadily. News from the Empty Mirror Girl indicates that the first batch of 200 awakened creatures has all adapted and can be deployed into formations. The second batch of 300 is currently underway. Third, all residents of Cloud City can feel the change in spiritual energy concentration. The canopy of the Spirit Tree Guardian has grown even larger than it did 3 days ago. Old Jean says the spirit rats have been working with unusual energy lately, but he can't quite put his finger on why. Where is the god of the empty mirror? Zhou Yun asked. At the shrine, Wana said. She asked me to tell you to go see her when you get back. On the steps of the shrine, the god of empty mirrors sat. Her long silver hair hung down her sides, the hem of her white dress spread out on the stone steps, and her bare toes dangled over the edge of the steps, an inch off the ground. She was holding a bowl of spirit fruit soup, which was already empty. When she saw Zhou Yun walking over, she didn't get up, but just slightly raised her eyes. The face of a 16 or 17-year-old girl, but the eyes of someone from countless eras past. You came back sooner than I expected. Zhou Yun sat down on the steps next to her, took out the crystal, and placed it between the two of them. The god of empty mirror looked down at it. I haven't spoken for a long time. Golden veins flowed slowly across the crystal surface, reflected in her silver pupils like two miniature mirrors reflecting a distant sunrise. It gave you the key? She finally spoke, her tone not one of doubt, but of confirmation tinged with a touch of emotion. What else did it say? They say the planet has been waiting for this day for a long time. The god of empty mirrors remained silent for a moment. It has indeed been a long time. Her voice softened, as if she were speaking to Zhou Yun, or perhaps to herself. So long that I don't even remember when I started waiting. She placed the empty bowl beside her knees, folded her hands on her lap, and resumed her upright sitting posture. When do you plan to use it? Today. The god of empty mirror glanced at him. So urgent? The crack is widening every day, and the spiritual energy is seeping in faster and faster, Zhou Yun said. Instead of waiting for it to slowly open on its own, it's better to open it actively. At least when it opens actively, I'll be there. The god of empty mirror thought for a moment, and nodded. That makes sense, she said, then added. But I have something to remind you of. Zhou Yun looked at her. With each layer of the seal opened, the planet releases an additional layer of energy. She shifted her gaze from the crystal to the distant sky. With more energy, things outside will be more likely to notice this place. I know. It's good that you know. She turned her gaze back to Zhou Yun's face. I'm not advising you not to open it. I just want you to know. After she finished speaking, she looked down at the empty bowl again, as if hesitating whether to get another bowl. Zhou Yun smiled, stood up, and carefully put the crystal away again. I'll have Ellie bring you another bowl. The god of empty mirror nodded slightly, his expression dignified. There's no need to do it deliberately. On the way. That would be troublesome. An hour later. 6 kilometers deep. Before the first seal. The light in the passage changes as the depth increases. The first 3 kilometers are pure gold, the color of the star veins. 3 kilometers later, the silvery white threads began to blend into the pillar of light, like silver threads embroidered on golden silk. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air is also increasing dramatically, transforming from clear water to spring water, and from spring water to honey. The 9 colors of Xiaozhou's robe began to accelerate at 3 kilometers, and by 5 kilometers, it had entered a full power adjustment state. Zhou Yun walked at the very front. Wu Ji stood 3 steps behind him, her right hand always resting on the hilt of her sword. Lei Zi followed further back. The passage became quite narrow at 4 kilometers, and its enormous body could barely squeeze through. Ashui walked beside Lei Zi, its water-based senses scanning back and forth on the inner walls of the passage. The silver fawn wolf sentries were stationed at key points along the passage, one every 500 meters. The spirit stones on their foreheads gleamed faintly in the darkness, silent and alert. Chapter 282 Within the Seal. Arrive. A golden wall appeared at the end of the passage. Last time I came, the crack was only 2 fingers wide. Later, it was expanded to 40 centimeters. Wana said the latest measurement is 1.2 meters. Zhou Yun stood in front of the wall, looking at the crack. It has indeed grown much larger. It's no longer a crack, it looks more like an eye slowly opening. The edges are smooth, without any signs of cracking. It wasn't stretched open, but rather the seal itself loosening its grip. The spiritual energy emanating from the crack brushed against my face, warm, thick, and with a faint golden glow. Zhou Yun took out the key. A golden, prismatic crystal lay in his palm, its internal veins echoing the patterns on the wall. He didn't need to do anything, the crystal began to glow on its own. He reached his hand towards the wall. The moment the crystal touched the golden wall, there was no embedding action, no jack, no keyhole. It simply blended in. Like a drop of water falling onto the surface, it disappeared without even a ripple. Then the wall moved. Starting from the crack, the golden wall splits to the sides. Like two large doors, they slowly, steadily, and solemnly opened to both sides. The door opened very slowly. So slow that you could hear the extremely subtle friction as the wall separated from the floor, not the roughness of stone rubbing together, but a low-frequency hum as some kind of energy structure rearranged, like someone playing the lowest string of a cello in the distance. The wind rushed in through the crack in the door. A warm breeze, carrying an almost visible spiritual energy. Golden glimmers mixed in the airflow, like countless tiny fireflies scattered by the wind. The wind brushed against Zhou Yun's face, his hair, and the surface of Xiao Jiu's robe. The 9 colors of the robe suddenly accelerated for a moment, then stabilized, switching to a more efficient operating mode. Lei Zi's voice came from behind. Its hairs stood on end, as if they were filled with static electricity, and the arc of electricity was more than 3 times brighter than usual. Ah Shui stood silently by the wall of the passage, his water-based senses fully activated. He didn't speak, but Zhou Yun noticed that his fingers gripping the sword hilt tightened slightly. Mistweave, reacted the calmest. She simply stared at the door that was slowly opening, her gaze steady. The knife was not drawn, and the hand did not move. But Zhou Yun knew her state. The range of Mistweave's perception was more than 3 kilometers, and when she looked the quietest, it was often when her perception was most extensive. The door was fully open. The world before my eyes was transformed in that instant. It's not a passageway. It's not a cave. Not deeper underground. It is a world unto itself. The golden plain stretched forward from the threshold, extending all the way to the horizon. The color is a deep gold, like the sky at sunset falling to the ground. Silvery white plants grow from the plain. It wasn't tall, only about waist-high, with slender leaves as thin as metal wires, yet they swayed gently in the breeze blowing from inside the door. They densely covered everything in sight, like a silvery white wheat field. The sky was a pale gold color. There was no sun, no clouds. Only a single, non-glaring white light source hangs directly above, seemingly far from the ground, casting an even, uniform glow without casting shadows. There are mountains in the distance. The outline of the mountains was faintly visible on the horizon, their peaks covered with some kind of luminous crystals that shimmered in the pale golden sky. Extremely fine golden particles, smaller than dust, floated in the air. They weren't dust, but visible particles formed when spiritual energy reached a certain concentration. You can feel them when you breathe. It's not a foreign object sensation, but an indescribable fullness. Like another world. Zhou Yun stood on the threshold. The wind blew from the passage behind him and from the golden plain in front of him, the 2 currents converging where he stood, lifting the hem of his clothes and his hair. Lei Zi no longer cared about being reserved. It squeezed through from behind Zhou Yun. The passageway was too narrow for it, but the doorway was wide enough, and plunged headfirst into the world inside. The electric arcs around his body crackled in the golden air, more than 3 times brighter than outside. It ran back and forth across the plain, trembling with excitement like a fish released into the sea. Zhou Yun turned around and glanced at the 6-kilometer-long passage behind him. The passage ended in darkness, and beyond that darkness lay the direction of Cloud City. Wana stayed behind to guard the area, Wenji waited at the teleportation array, and the Silver Fang Wolf sentry patrolled the route. Everything was arranged perfectly. He turned around and stepped inside. The moment my feet touched the golden ground, the surrounding silvery white plants swayed slightly. It was as if in response to his arrival. The ground beneath my feet is not soil. Zhou Yun squatted down and pressed it with his palm. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, with an extremely faint vibration emanating from deep within the ground, the same rhythm the key transmitted to him. Slow, steady, one after another. The heartbeat of the planet. He stood up and looked around. The golden plains spread out in all directions, offering an extremely wide view. The silvery white plant is waist-high, and its slender leaves sway gently even when there is no wind, like aquatic plants, or like it is breathing. The 9 colors of Xiaojiu's robe have stabilized, switching from full power filtering to a gentler adjustment mode, not resisting the spiritual energy here, but helping Zhou Yun's body gradually adapt. The spiritual energy here. Shui stood beside Zhou Yun, his right hand loosely gripping the hilt of his sword, his water-based senses already activated. He frowned slightly as he spoke, as if processing a perception result that had exceeded his expectations. It's too strong. It's not a matter of concentration, it's a matter of quality. My perception range extends 3 kilometers outside, and here. He paused for a moment. At least 10 kilometers. Zhou Yun nodded. He himself had similar feelings. The electromagnetic perception borrowed after synchronizing the thunderbolts was exceptionally clear in this space, like a nearsighted person suddenly putting on glasses. Lei Zi had already run 2 laps in the distance and returned. Its entire body crackled with electric arcs, its brightness several times that of the outside world, and even its fur stood on end, as if it were filled with static electricity. It ran to Zhou Yun's feet, squatted down, and let out a series of rapid, low whistles. Zhou Yun understood. How big? He asked. Lei Zi barked again and slapped its tail hard on the golden ground. It's very big. Very large. Its electromagnetic field extends for over 10 kilometers in this space, yet it still hasn't reached the boundary. Let's go, Zhou Yun said. Let's take a look along that road first. The road is obvious. The silvery white plants naturally parted to both sides along a certain line, forming a passage about 5 meters wide. There were no signs of pruning, as if the plants simply didn't grow along that line, as if the road had existed long before them. The passageway stretches straight towards the distant mountains. There is a stone pillar every 200 meters or so on both sides of the road. The stone pillar was about 3 meters tall, a head taller than Zhou Yun. Its surface was the same dark gold material as the ground, smooth and without seams. Chapter 283 Breathing. The column surface is engraved with patterns. Zhou Yun couldn't quite understand the patterns on the first stone pillar. It wasn't text, nor a picture, but more like a combination of some kind of abstract lines. The lines vary in thickness and curvature, as if some kind of flowing substance has been frozen. This pattern. Zhou Yun touched the surface of the column, his fingertips tracing the edge of the engraving. The engravings are shallow, but extremely precise. He thought of Firebeard. The 1,440 runes that Husu carved on the shrine were also this precise. Not a bit more, not a bit less, each one just right. The god of empty mirrors once commented, "For his rank, this is beyond the limit." But the patterns on the stone pillars are many times more precise than the runes on the Firebeard. This is something that cannot be done by human power. Zhou Yun did not linger long in front of the first stone pillar, and continued walking forward. The second, third, and fourth pillars, each one has a different pattern, but the style is consistent, like different contents written by the same person using the same brushstroke. When they reached the 7th stone pillar, Wuji stopped. She stood in front of the stone pillar, looking up at the patterns on its surface. Zhou Yun noticed that her right hand had left the hilt of the knife. This is a very subtle change from the moment Wuji entered this space. Her right hand was always resting on the knife, which was her instinctive reaction when facing an unknown environment. Now her hands hang at her sides, her fingers slightly spread, as if she wanted to touch the patterns on the pillar, but stopped at the last moment. Mistweave? She didn't turn around. These patterns, she said, her voice softer than usual. I've seen them before. This is different from what I said on the way back when I saw the golden flying monster and thought it felt familiar. This time she used seen. I'm even more certain now. Where have we met before? Zhou Yun walked to her side. Wuji shook her head. I can't remember, she said, but my body remembers. She raised her right hand, palm facing the stone pillar, and stopped about an inch from the pillar surface. There was no touch. But Zhou Yun saw that her fingers were trembling slightly, as if some deep memory was being drawn, and her body reacted before her consciousness. She held that position for about 5 seconds, then slowly lowered her hands. "Let's go," she said. "Let's keep going." Her tone had returned to its usual calm. But Zhou Yun noticed that she looked back after walking past the stone pillar. He didn't ask anything. Some things can't be rushed. We continued along the main road for about 3 kilometers. The patterns on the stone pillars along the way are changing. The further you go, the more complex the patterns become, the lines become denser, the curves more numerous, and the layers deeper. If the patterns on the first few stone pillars are like simple melodies, then the further you go, the more it resembles a complete symphony, with the number of parts constantly increasing. Wuji did not stop. But her gaze would linger briefly as it passed over each stone pillar. Zhou Yun kept all of this in mind. 3 kilometers later, the terrain began to change. The golden plains were no longer perfectly flat. The ground began to undulate, like slow waves rippling on a calm sea. The height of the silvery white plants also increased, from waist high to shoulder high, and from shoulder high to over the top. The plants on both sides of the avenue became denser, their leaves overlapping and forming a silvery white corridor. The distant mountains became clearer. You can see the details of the mountain. It's not ordinary rock, but a layered crystalline structure, like countless giant crystals stacked together. The surface of the crystal reflects the pale golden sunlight, displaying different colors from different angles. Then Zhou Yun heard a voice. "It's very light." It was so light that if it weren't for the spiritual energy amplifying his senses, he would never have been able to detect it. A rhythmic sound. It came from the direction of the distant mountains, across an unknown distance, through the corridor of silvery white plants, through the golden air, and by the time it reached his ears, it was only a faint shadow. Breathe. Breathe. Slowly. Heavy. Like the breathing of something enormous in its sleep. The rhythm was exactly the same as the heartbeat of the planet that I had felt in my palm. Lazy heard it too. It suddenly stopped, the electric arcs all over its body instantly subsided, its ears stood up straight, and its nose probed towards the direction of the mountains. Then it turned and glanced at Zhou Yun. There was no fear in his eyes. It is reverence. An S-rank void thunderbeast sensed something far beyond its own level. But this time it was different from when it faced the gatekeeper. It retreated when faced with the gatekeeper, because it was an unfamiliar and uncertain threat. The sound of breathing coming from deep within calmed it down, like a small animal hearing the heartbeat of the mountain itself. It's not a threat. But it's definitely not something you can easily face. That's it, Zhou Yun said. Wuji and Ashri both looked at him. We won't go deep today. His tone was calm, as if he were making a decision he had already thought of long ago. Let's go back first. Have Wana draft the exploration plan, make full preparations, and then we'll regroup and come over. Shui nodded. Wuji had no objection. Lazy was somewhat reluctant. It glanced again toward the mountains, its body crackling with electricity, but ultimately followed Zhou Yun. On the way back, Zhou Yun walked at the very back. He glanced back at the direction the avenue stretched out. The corridor of silvery white plants converged into a bright spot in the distance, at the end of which lay the hazy outline of the mountains. The breathing sound continued. No rush. This planet has waited for who knows how many years. It won't care if he spends a few more days preparing. It was already evening when we returned to Yinqing. The starry sky gold city walls of Cloud City looked exceptionally beautiful under this light, with the silvery blue shimmer blending with the orange-red sky. Zhou Yun did not go to find Wana immediately. He went to the shrine first. The god of empty mirrors was still sitting on the steps. This time, he wasn't holding a spirit fruit soup, but a cup of tea. Zhou Yun guessed that it was Ellie who brewed it. Ellie would brew a cup of tea and place it next to her after delivering the spirit fruit soup, even though the god of empty mirror had said before that the tea was bitter. The teacup was half empty. What do you see? The god of empty mirrors asked. Zhou Yun sat down next to her and briefly recounted what he had seen inside the seal: golden plains, silvery plants, stone pillar patterns, a grand road, distant mountains, and the sound of breathing from deep within. After listening, The god of empty mirror remained silent for a while. Breathing sounds? She repeated softly. The rhythm and the key transmit the same heartbeat to me, Zhou Yun said. Chapter 284 Exploration Plan. The god of empty mirrors held a teacup, his thumbs slowly stroking the rim. Her gaze fell on the distant city wall, but Zhou Yun knew she wasn't looking at the city wall. After the seal was broken, the planet's pulse quickened a little more, she said. How much faster? Not much. She thought for a moment. It's like someone going from a deep sleep to a light sleep. They're not awake yet, but they're starting to dream. Zhou Yun did not respond. The god of empty mirror finished the remaining half cup of tea. This time, I didn't comment on whether it was bitter or not. I simply put down the cup quietly. You have to be careful, she said. It's not that what's inside will hurt you. It's that with each level you open, it's easier for people on the outside to find this place. It means the same thing as before. But this time his tone was more serious. Zhou Yun nodded. I know. He stood up. It was time to go find Wanner. The exploration plan cannot be delayed. The world inside the seal has been opened. What is needed now is to proceed in an orderly manner, not to act rashly. He took 2 steps, then stopped and looked back at the god of empty mirror. The girl sat on the steps of the shrine, her long silver hair gently blowing in the evening breeze. The setting sun cast a warm glow on her profile, adding a touch of humanity to her 16 or 17-year-old face. Master Kong Jing. What do you actually remember about the things outside you mentioned? The god of empty mirrors remained silent for a few seconds. Very few, she said. The voice remained calm, but with a faint, almost imperceptible hint of helplessness. I know they've come. More than once. Each time I was blocked. But what they are, where they come from, why they come, I don't remember any of that. She looked down at her hands. The hands of a 16 or 17-year-old girl were fair and slender, as if they had never held anything heavy. It's been too long. Zhou Yun looked at her but didn't ask any further questions. If you remember anything, just let me know. Good. He turned and walked towards Wanner. Behind him, the god of empty mirror picked up the empty teacup again, looked at the bottom of the cup, and put it down. After a while, she muttered something to herself. The sound was so soft that only the evening breeze could hear it. Hopefully it won't be too late when I remember. Wanner's exploration plan was handed to Zhou Yun the next morning. Not 1 serving, but 3 servings. Plan A is a comprehensive approach, Wanner said, opening the booklet and pointing to the title of the first plan. The Silver Fawn Whistle Wolf will be the vanguard, the Wind-Riding Divine Eagle will conduct aerial surveys, and the Mirror Shadow Beast will roam the flanks. The speed at which the main force follows up depends on the depth of the vanguard's advance. The advantage is high efficiency, but the disadvantage is that the forces can be spread out widely, and they are slow to retreat in case of emergencies. Case B? Take it slow and steady. Establish a temporary outpost every 5 kilometers stationed by Silver Fawn Wolves. Once it is confirmed to be safe, the main force will follow up to the next 5 kilometers. It is slow, but if any problem occurs at any location, we can retreat to the previous outpost within half an hour. Case C? Wanner closed the booklet and glanced at Zhou Yun. Plan C is for you to take Lei Zi and Wu Ji first to the foot of the mountain to confirm that there are no high-risk threats along the way before letting the main force go in. Zhou Yun smiled. Which one do you prefer? Case B, Wanner said without hesitation. I know that Case C is the fastest, and with your strength, there are no safety issues. But the inside of the seal is a completely new environment. We know nothing about its ecology, energy fluctuations, or even the day-night cycle. It's too risky to launch a full-scale operation on the first trip, and it's too much of a waste of time to just go once. Building outposts along the way is the long-term solution. She paused, then added, Besides, the Silver Fawn Whistle Wolves are just idling around anyway. Giving them a proper task will save them from always circling the city walls. Zhou Yun nodded. Let's go with Case B. But I'll decide on the location of the first outpost. Yesterday we walked about 3 kilometers, and there's a stone pillar every 200 meters along that main road. The first outpost will be built near the 15th stone pillar, where the terrain is open and the view is good. Warner has already written it down in the register. What about the formation configuration? Vanguard, 6 silver fawn whistle wolves, and 1 group of lightning sparrows for aerial reconnaissance. Zhou Yun thought for a moment. We don't need too many main forces. The first phase will focus on mapping and marking for wind-riding divine eagles will be responsible for high altitudes, and wind thunder eagles will lead Maruru archers for mid to low altitude patrols. For the ground formation, for crystal armor guardians will act as propulsion shields, with Ashui leading the team. Where's Lazy? Lazy and I, he said. We'll lead the way, but not go deep in. We'll talk about the rest after the outpost is built. Mistweave? Zhou Yun paused for a moment. Let her choose for herself. Wana glanced at him, didn't ask any further questions, and made a note in the booklet. After arranging the exploration plan, Zhou Yun took a stroll around the city. It's not an inspection. Warner handles the inspections, so he doesn't need to concern himself with everything. He was just walking around. The door to the forge was half open, and the sound of hammering coming from inside was a little slower today than yesterday. It wasn't that Huasu was being lazy, it was just that what he was hammering required more precise control of the force. Zhou Yun paused at the doorway but didn't go in. Huasu didn't like being disturbed when he was working, even if the Lord came. Ding 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 dash, the rhythm is even and steady, like someone carving a straight line in the dark. Ellie walked out of the back door of the forge, carrying a bowl of herbal soup made from withered wood spirits, and almost bumped into Zhou Yun. Ah Lord! She steadied the bowl, bowed slightly, and then lowered her voice. I just had the withered spirit cast a healing spell on him. He's only eaten 1 meal since last night. I brought the food in and put it next to the chopping board, but he didn't even look at it. What are you doing? I don't know. He won't tell me when I ask him. Ellie sighed. He just says it'll be ready soon, don't rush me. Zhou Yun smiled and nodded, not paying any more attention. He had seen Firebeard in this state before. The last time he was in this state, he forged that SS Grade Star Essence Gold longsword. Continue along the main road. In the plantation, Kai and Kai Air are watering a new batch of spirit fruit trees. Earthsai held up the water hose, tilting the water jet at nearly a 30-degree angle, thoroughly drenching a row of herbs that hadn't yet sprouted. The first vegetable calmly stretched out its vines, straightened the water pipe, and then patted the second vegetable on the head. Earthsai shrank his neck, behaved himself for 3 seconds, and then the water pipe tilted again. When Zhou Yun passed by, Ikai bowed to him as a sign of respect, and Air Kai hurriedly imitated him, throwing the water pipe directly out. Don't worry about me, keep watering. Zhou Yun waved his hand and walked away. Further ahead is the Fine Mouse workshop. Old Jean isn't here. He should be at the mine overseeing the mining progress at this time. In the workshop, several small spirit mice were polishing half-finished alchemical rune stones, their claws so agile that they didn't seem like rodents. When they saw Zhou Yun, they all stood up abruptly, their beards twitching, before lowering their heads again to continue their work. Very well behaved. Old Jean taught well. Chapter 285 Return to Earth. At the foot of the city wall, by the hot spring pool, Xiaohong lay on the stone edge, half her body submerged in the water, and the other half basking in the sun. The dragon's wings lazily spread out and draped over the rock, like clothes hanging out to dry. It saw Zhou Yun approaching. 2 small flames shot from its nostrils. This was how a young crimson flame wyvern greeted its mate. Zhou Yun reached out and patted its forehead. Is it comfortable? Little Red squinted, flicked its tail in the hot spring water, and the splashing water droplets steamed up into a small cloud of white mist. It feels so good. I don't want to move. Don't ask any more. Zhou Yun didn't disturb it, and continued walking. As he passed above the city wall, he noticed the spirit wood watcher. 12 ancient tree-shaped monsters, each 3 meters tall, lined up along the inner side of the city wall, their branches stretching out in the sunlight. Warner was right. Their canopies had grown even larger than they had 3 days ago. The tender green leaves swayed gently in the still air, as if breathing, the same rhythm as the silvery white plants sealed inside. They sensed it too. After the seal was broken, the change in spiritual energy wasn't just a numerical increase in concentration. The entire cloud city was undergoing a slow, quiet transformation. It wasn't drastic or dangerous, but it was real. It feels like spring has arrived. In the afternoon, Zhou Yun made a decision to go back to Earth. The exploration plan can be handed over to Wanner to carry out the first phase. He doesn't need to personally oversee things like Silver Fang Wolf setting up outposts and building sentry posts. There are a lot of things piling up on the other side of the world, and it's not good to let them drag on. Before leaving, he went to the teleportation array and gave Wenji 2 instructions. First, summarize the progress every day during the exploration and report it to her in person when he returns. Second, if any unexpected situation arises that is beyond the plan, immediately have Wanner suspend the progress and wait for his return before making a decision. Understood. Wenji nodded, then asked, "How many days does your highness plan to stay?" 2 days. 3 days at most. A white light illuminated the transmission. Next stop, Earth. The capital city. Evening. When Zhou Yun arrived at the United Front Work Department, Kushodong had just finished a meeting. There were 4 or 5 cigarette butts piled up in the office ashtray, which means the meeting was going to be quite long. "You're here? Have a seat." Kushodong opened the window to let in some fresh air, returned to his desk, and pulled a document from a drawer. "Let's get down to business first. There are results from the Northwest." Zhou Yun took the document. This is the reconnaissance team's second report. The first one was the previous one, no abnormalities on the surface, but the ground temperature was higher than normal, and one photo vaguely showed the underground outline. This one is more detailed. The reconnaissance team brought specialized equipment and conducted a non-contact geological scan of the coordinate area. The conclusion is written on the second page. About 40 meters underground in the target area, there is a closed space that was not formed naturally. The area is estimated to be about 300 square meters. The internal structure of the space is regular, the material is unknown, and the penetration rate of the geological scan signal is abnormally low. It is preliminarily judged to be the remains of a man-made structure. Zhou Yun glanced at the sentence. Geological scanning signal penetration rate is abnormally low. Ordinary underground structures cannot block the signals of modern geological scanning equipment. If they can, it's either due to special materials or some kind of energy interference. The person didn't go down, did they? Zhou Yun asked. No. We strictly adhere to the look but don't touch rule. Kushodong leaned back in his chair. But I have to tell you something. The spatial rift that Zhao Kejian discovered is located about 800 meters directly above and slightly north of this underground space. The two things are too close together. Zhou Yun put down the documents. The anonymous letter said that the exploration team 300 years ago discovered 2 things. A stone platform was taken away and later lost. The other thing was sealed in place. He said slowly. The enclosed space 40 meters underground, that could be the sealed thing. That's what I think too. Kushodong lit a cigarette but didn't smoke it, just held it between his fingers. The problem is that the letter said an existence that doesn't belong to this world. 2 out of the 7 people fainted on the spot. A lord from 300 years ago wouldn't have been of a very high rank, but someone who could explore the depths of the Northwest Desert would at least be rank B. A rank B lord fainted from fright. What level do you think that thing inside was? Zhou Yun did not answer. It's not that I don't want to talk, it's just that there's too little information, and anything I say is just guesswork. Don't touch it for now, he said. Just continue monitoring it. The same goes for that spatial rift. Send people to observe it from a distance, record the changes, and don't get close. Kushodong nodded. The second thing, he said, stubbing out his unsmoked cigarette and shifting his posture, is that the EU's academic team has arrived. The team leader is Helen Moran, director of the EU's Disaster Beast Research Center. They've arrived 2 weeks ahead of the time stipulated in the agreement. 2 weeks in advance? Yes. And the first thing they did after arriving wasn't to go to the academy to meet with Chen Jingqing, but to specifically request to see you through diplomatic channels. Zhou Yun thought for a moment. I'll see you then. My judgment, Kushodong looked at him, is that she's not just here for academic purposes. The next morning, a meeting room in the United Front Work Department. Helen Moran was in her early 50s, with short hair, frameless glasses, and a dark blue suit jacket with a badge of the European Union Disaster Research Center pinned to her collar. The handshake was neither too firm nor too weak. The pleasantries lasted no more than 3 sentences. Mr. Zhou, let me be frank. After sitting down, she took a printed report from her briefcase and placed it on the table. This is the data captured by our Atlantic Deep Sea Monitoring Network over the past 2 weeks. Zhou Yun took it and opened it. The data consists mainly of charts and graphs, with very little text explanation. Several energy fluctuation curves are marked in red as outliers. The frequency of fluctuations was not high, with a total of 7 occurrences recorded within 2 weeks, but the amplitude increased with each fluctuation. What direction? Zhou Yun asked. It's vague. Our equipment isn't precise enough to pinpoint the exact location, Helen said, shrugging. But the analysis team's initial assessment leans towards a deep-sea origin, near the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Zhou Yun glanced at her. Mid-Atlantic Ridge. The location of that underwater temple in the United States. He didn't say it. This energy signature doesn't belong to any known type of calamity beast. Helen continued, speaking at a measured pace, as if delivering a carefully prepared report. We've ruled out the possibilities of submarine volcanic activity, plate tectonics, and human interference. There aren't many options left. She looked at Zhou Yun, her gaze calm but focused. The Great Han Kingdom's maritime monitoring system should have also detected similar anomalies. I'm curious, what were your analytical conclusions? That was her real purpose. They're not here to exchange data. They're here to probe how much intelligence the Great Han Kingdom possesses. Chapter 286 Jian Banqing. Zhou Yun smiled. Ms. Helen, our monitoring system does cover the relevant sea areas, he said gently. But the specific analytical conclusions involve information classification at the defense level, which is not convenient to discuss in this setting. He handed the report back to her. However, basic research data on marine monsters can be shared within the framework of cooperation. If you need, I can ask Director May to arrange a special meeting. Helen took the report and nodded. She didn't ask any further questions. But as he got up to say goodbye, he paused at the door and glanced back at Zhou Yun. Mr. Zhou, there's something I want to say privately. Please. The anomalies on the seabed are intensifying, she said. Whatever the source, we'd better figure it out before it surfaces. The door closed. Zhou Yun stood by the window, watching her car drive out of the United Front Work Department compound. Submarine anomaly. Mid-Atlantic Ridge. The 2 lines point to the same area. He took out his phone and dialed the number. Director May, could you help me with something? What is the data sharing range of the EU Deep Sea Monitoring Network? How much can the US see? There was a 2-second pause on the other end of the phone. No problem. Director May replied quickly. That afternoon, a briefing marked, internal reference, was delivered to Zhou Yun. The data-sharing mechanism of the EU Deep Sea Monitoring Network is not complicated. Core data circulates only within the EU, but anonymized summary versions are regularly shared with partner countries. The US is one of the partners. In other words, the United States can see that there is an anomaly, but it cannot see the specific waveform, amplitude, and precise coordinates. However, Director May added a handwritten note at the end of the briefing. The United States' own monitoring capabilities in the Atlantic are no worse than those of the European Union. They most likely already have their own first-hand data. Helen's visit to you may not just be a gesture from the European Union. After reading it, Zhou Yun put the briefing into the drawer. Things in the deep Atlantic Ocean can't be rushed. The anomaly in that direction is intensifying, but it hasn't reached the point where immediate action is needed. The more important task at present is to continue the exploration inside the sealed Planet Zero, and... My phone rang. Kushodome. Are you at your residence? Exist. Someone is here to see you. Kushodome's tone was a little subtle, not like he was reporting official business, but more like he was suppressing a laugh. You probably won't guess who it is. When Zhou Yun went downstairs, he saw a folding stool at the door. An old man was sitting on a stool. He looked to be in his 70s, with sparse but neatly combed white hair, wearing a faded gray jacket and cloth shoes. There was a cloth bag next to him, and next to the cloth bag was a tin tea canister with a handwritten label on it that read, Preaching Ming Long Jing Tea, Home Fried. The security guard stood to the side, looking somewhat embarrassed. The old man was playing chess with the gatekeeper. They pulled out a chess set from somewhere and placed it on the ground next to the stool, where the two of them squatted down and started playing. The old man would comment on each move he made, his voice not loud, but full of energy. Young man, your horse's jump is unreasonable. Look, your sniper rifle is still blocking the old base. The security guard pursed his lips, looking conflicted about whether he should take this seriously or not. Zhou Yun walked over. Old Jiang. The old man looked up, a natural smile on his round face, as if he had met a friend he had arranged to meet. Hey, young friend Zhou Yun, you're here. He stood up, his movements so nimble that he didn't look like someone in his 70s. He reached out and patted off non-existent dust from his pants, casually put away the chessboard, and waved to the gatekeeper. Young man, we'll continue playing another day. I'll give you a 2-move handicap on your game. The gatekeeper saluted with a sigh of relief. Jiang Banqing, an old man with white hair who runs a tea house in an old alley in Suzhou and Hangzhou. They were outwardly enthusiastic, but never mentioned the Lord's affairs. The United Front Work Department made 3 attempts to contact him, but each time he jokingly changed the subject. His strength is suspected to be no less than Fei Ming's. Of the 3 reclusive figures, Kushodong described him as the most difficult to deal with. He was standing in front of Zhou Yun with a smile, carrying a tin tea canister. I heard you have good water here. He shook the tea canister. I brought my own tea leaves. Good tea goes with good water, so don't bother. The 2 people were sitting in the living room of their residence. Zhou Yun's residence was small, a standard apartment provided by the United Front Work Department, simply furnished. When Jiang Banqing entered, he glanced around, nodded, commented, clean, and then sat down on the sofa as if they were old friends. Zhou Yun boiled water to make tea. The Longjing tea that Jiang Banqing brought was indeed excellent. The dried tea leaves are flat and uniform, with a tender green color, and the aroma of tofu wafts out the moment the jar is opened. What's the water temperature? Jiang Banqing leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, acting as if he were at home. 80 degrees. Okay, sure. He nodded, his tone like he was grading a student. Don't use boiling water for Longjing tea, 80 degrees is just right. Any higher and you'll scald the tender buds to death. The water has boiled. Zhou Yun poured water, warmed the cup, added tea leaves, and poured in more water. The movements weren't professional, but the steps were correct. Jiang Banqing watched from the side, offering no advice or criticism. He simply took the cup after the tea was brewed, and then lowered his head to smell it. The water is all right. He took a sip, savored it, and said, It's not the best water, but the timing is perfect, the temperature and time are just right. Have you ever brewed tea before? Occasionally. To be able to brew tea like this occasionally, you have quite the talent. Jiang Banqing smiled, put down his teacup, and started talking about other things. Talking about the weather. The weather in Suzhou and Hangzhou has warmed up recently, and the osmanthus flowers will soon bloom, half a month earlier than in previous years. Let's talk about tea. The most important thing about Longjing tea is not the variety, but the temperature and heat used for frying. He stir-fries that tea himself in an iron wok, making only 2 or 3 kilograms a year. He gives away more than he drinks himself. Let's talk about the alley. He has lived in that alley for 40 years. There used to be a tailor shop across the street, but the tailor got old and closed the shop, and it was replaced by a milk tea shop. Young people lined up all the way to my tea shop, blocking my business. Zhou Yun listened, occasionally chiming in with a comment, either in a hurry nor urging. As Jiang Banqing got into the conversation, he told another story about playing chess with Old Li, who sold sesame cakes at the alley entrance. Old Li was terrible at chess but stubborn. When he lost, he would insist that he was being let off easy. So Jiang Banqing would go and win a game against him every day and then buy him 2 sesame cakes. I don't care about his chess skills, but his sesame cakes are really good. Zhou Yun smiled. The old man spoke with a very pleasant rhythm. It's unhurried and down-to-earth, with a touch of everyday life, like sitting on a bamboo chair at the entrance of an alley, basking in the sun. If Kushodong hadn't revealed the truth beforehand, Zhou Yun would have found it hard to connect the person in front of him with the first batch of lords suspected of being from the Great Cataclysm. Chapter 287 No Conditions. The tea was refilled twice. When Jiang Banqing was halfway through his third drink, he put down the cup. The smile is still there. But his gaze changed slightly, not sharply, but clearly. Like a thin mist suddenly dissipating, revealing the pair of eyes that had actually been observing all along. Little Joe. Please speak. Your wine's spring breeze, the one that cures bad luck. The atmosphere didn't become tense. Jiang Banqing spoke in a similar tone to when they were talking about sesame cakes earlier, casual and natural. But Zhou Yun knew that the real issue was about to be addressed. You've heard? The circle is only so big. Jiang Banqing smiled. Those who need to know that you cured Guan Hongda of his misfortune know it. Zhou Yun nodded, waiting for him to continue. Jiang Banqing picked up the teacup, but didn't drink it, he just held it in his hand. I have an old friend, he said, his tone slowing down, but not heavily, as if he were seriously recounting something important. 30 years ago, we fought a tough battle on the southwestern front. We survived, but the stench of disaster seeped into our very being. Back then, without your wine, we had to bear it all on our own. He paused for a moment. I've carried this burden for 30 years. Last year, I couldn't carry it anymore. Now I can only lie down. When I'm feeling better, I can sit up and say a few words, but when I'm not feeling well. He didn't finish speaking. There's no need to finish explaining. Both people present were aware of the consequences of the calamity eroding their very essence. I came here just to ask a question. Jiang Banqing looked at Zhou Yun, his eyes bright even though he was over 70 years old. Could you spare me 2 bottles of your wine? The living room was quiet for a few seconds. I know the rules, Jiang Banqing continued. This is a national strategic resource. It's not something anyone can just take as they please. Name your terms. His tone was very natural. It was neither a humble plea nor a condescending demand. It was an old man who, for the sake of an old friend, sat in a young man's living room and made a clean and simple request. Zhou Yun looked at him. Jiang Banqing. In his 70s, he runs a tea house in Suzhou and Hangzhou, where he warmly greets people with a smile, never discussing serious matters. The United Front Work Department went there 3 times, and each time he deflected their requests with a deft and skillful maneuver. Kushodong said this person was the most difficult to deal with. At this moment this most difficult person to deal with was carrying a can of tea he had roasted himself. He sat on a small stool at his door for almost an hour, played a game of chess with the gatekeeper, and chatted for a long time about the weather and sesame cakes after entering the door, all so that he could say this during his 3rd cup of tea. He came to find him. It's not because of interests, not because of taking sides, not because of any trend. It was to save an old friend. Zhou Yun brought over the teapot and refilled Jiang Banqing's cup. Old Jiang, there's no rush for the wine. Jiang Banqing looked at him. Tell me about your friend's situation first, Zhou Yun said. How many years has the disaster been affecting him? What is the current state of his condition? What treatments has he undergone? I need to know these things to determine whether the spring breeze wine will be effective and how much is needed. Jiang Banqing was stunned for a moment. It was very brief. He probably anticipated many scenarios: being politely refused, being given conditions, being asked to follow the procedures of the United Front Work Department, or being politely brushed off. But he hadn't anticipated this answer. The young man neither negotiated terms nor immediately agreed to anything. He was asking about the patient's condition. Like a doctor seeing a patient. Jiang Banqing's smile changed slightly. She was still smiling, but the lines around her eyes were a bit deeper than before. Okay. He put down his teacup and sat up a little straighter. I'll explain it to you slowly. Jiang Banqing spoke for about 20 minutes. His friend's surname was Liu, and his name was Liu Qingzhou. He was also a lord who awakened in the early stages of the Great Cataclysm, and he was born in the same year as Jiang Banqing. 30 years ago, we encountered a mutated monster on the southwestern defense line, and its calamity directly invaded our life essence. At that time, there were no means of treatment, and the only option was to rely on the physical constitution of the person in charge to tough it out. For the first 20 years, things were fine. Daily life was unaffected, except that I could no longer go to the battlefield. It began to deteriorate in the last decade. It has accelerated dramatically in the last 2 years. He lives in Hangzhou now, Jiang Banqing said. I visit him once a week. Zhou Yun did the math. 30 years of erosion caused by natural disasters were far more severe than that caused by Guan Hongda's son, Guan Taizhan. Guan Tieshan's skin had been eroded in recent years, but it was cured with Chunfeng wine. But 30 years. We need to see it in person to be sure, Zhou Yun said. Spring breeze wine can remove the erosion of disaster energy at level A and below, but the accumulated amount over 30 years is huge. It may require multiple doses, or it may only take one dose, depending on the degree of damage to his current essence. You mean dash? I'll find some time to go to Hangzhou. The teacup in Jiang Banqing's hand stopped in midair. He stared at Zhou Yun for a long time. Xiao Zhou, he said. I thought of many possible answers you might give before I came here, Jiang Banqing said, putting down his teacup. I didn't expect this one. Zhou Yun smiled. Old Jiang, you've come for a friend. This matter itself isn't complicated. He put the teapot back on the table. I have spring breeze wine. The amount needed will be determined after we assess the situation. As for conditions, there are no conditions. Jiang Banqing did not respond immediately. He glanced down at the tea on the table. It was a Preaching-Ming Longjing tea that he had brewed himself, and it had already been steeped 3 times. The color had faded considerably, but the aftertaste was still there. No conditions, he repeated, as if savoring those 4 words. Then he laughed. It wasn't the same kind of smiling, smooth, and charming smile as before. It's a simpler kind of laugh. It was like a string that had been stretched for a long time suddenly being released. Okay, he said. Then I'll thank you on behalf of Lao Lu. He stood up and took out another can of tea from his cloth bag. It was smaller than the one he had brought in, and the label read, Bilyuakun. Also homemade. This canister is for you. He placed the tea canister on the table and patted it. The brewing method for Bilyuakun is different. The water temperature is 75 degrees. Pour in the water first, then add the tea. Remember that. Zhou Yun took it. Thank you very much, Elder Jiang. Jiang Banqing picked up the cloth bag, took 2 steps toward the door, and stopped. Xiao Zhou. He didn't turn around. You don't seem like someone in their 20s. He left after saying that. The cloth shoes made little sound as they stepped in the corridor, and the figure disappeared around the corner. Zhou Yun stood at the door, watching him walk away. He clutched the can of Bilyuakun tea in his hand. The tin can still held the warmth of the old man's palm. He remembered what Kushodong had said. These reclusive figures aren't the type to be convinced just because they see something good. That's not true. But some people don't need you to impress them with nice things. You only need to do one thing right. He put the tea canister in the cabinet, took out his phone, and found Kushodong's number. Uncle Ku, please make some arrangements for me. I need to go to Hangzhou soon. Chapter 288. Let me see. Jiang Banqing's car was an extremely old off-road vehicle. The paint is no longer visible, the leather on the steering wheel is worn shiny, the rearview mirror is wrapped with tape, and the passenger window gets stuck halfway down. As Zhou Yun got into the car, the seat creaked mournfully. Make do with this seat. Jiang Banqing started the car, the engine shaking twice as if coughing before it started turning. This car has been with me for almost 40 years, it's older than you. Zhou Yun smiled but didn't say anything, his gaze sweeping across the car. On the dashboard sat a thermos with peeling paint, a neatly folded handkerchief resting on its bottom. Several old books lay scattered on the back seat, their spines torn and titles illegible. The car smelled faintly of tea, not Longjing, but the aroma of aged tea that had been stored for a long time. The car drove out of Hangzhou station and merged into the evening traffic. Jiang Banqing drove very slowly, so slowly that the cars behind him honked several times. He ignored them, and even took a sip of tea from his thermos while waiting at a red light. Chenzhou lives on Nanshan Road, near Westlake. He held the steering wheel with one hand, speaking as if he were talking about the weather. It's an old neighborhood, no elevator on the 3rd floor. A few years ago, the community offered to move him to a first-floor apartment, but he refused, saying that he could see the lake from the 3rd floor. Zhou Yun nodded. Jiang Banqing was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed. Do you know what he was like when he was young? Zhou Yun glanced at him. Even more clueless than you. Jiang Banqing's gaze fell on the road ahead, a smile playing on his lips, but his voice unconsciously slowed down. In the first few years after the calamity beasts appeared, nobody knew how to fight them. All of us who awakened in that batch didn't even have as many soldiers as your territory. We had no equipment, and we relied entirely on our people to fight. The red light came on again. The car stopped, and the engine emitted a low hum. I still remember what Shenzhou said back then. Jiang Banqing tapped his fingers twice on the steering wheel. He said he wasn't afraid of dying, but he was afraid of dying in vain. Zhou Yun did not respond. The sunset outside the window was gradually fading, and the street lights were coming on one after another, casting the silhouettes of 2 people on the car window. After that, he stayed on the front lines. Jiang Banqing stepped on the gas, and the car slowly started moving. I chose to live in seclusion, but he didn't. This fighting lasted for most of his life. After he finished speaking, he unscrewed the thermos and took another sip, as if he had swallowed back what he was about to say. The car turned into an old street. The branches of the sycamore trees intertwined overhead, forming an arch, while streetlights filtered through the leaves, casting shadows on the mottled walls. On both sides were old buildings from the 1990s, with patches of tile missing from their exterior walls, clothes hanging on the iron-railed balconies, and warm yellow lights shining from some windows. Jiang Banqing parked the car under a large sycamore tree by the roadside and turned off the engine. Arrive. Zhou Yun got out of the car and looked up. The old 6-story building has no elevator, and the lights at the entrance of the building flicker. A window on the 3rd floor is lit, and there are several potted plants on the windowsill. The colors are not clear under the streetlight, but they are growing very well, with branches and leaves extending beyond the railing and swaying gently in the evening breeze. The neighbors helped water the flowers. Jiang Banqing locked the car door and walked over. Chenzhou can't water them by herself. The stairwell had a distinctive smell of an old house, a mixture of dampness, lime, and the aroma of someone's cooking. The steps from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor are made of terrazzo and are polished very smooth. The 2nd and 3rd floors were replaced with cement, and the handrails were made of welded iron pipes with rust on them. Jiang Banqing walked ahead, his steps very light. He paused at the top of the stairs on the 3rd floor and glanced back at Zhou Yun. He didn't say anything, but Zhou Yun understood the meaning in his eyes. You're ready. It's not a question. Zhou Yun nodded slightly. Jiang Banqing turned around and pushed open the half-closed door. The house wasn't big. The 1-bedroom apartment was very clean, but everything was old. The fabric on the sofa armrests was worn white, and the TV cabinet was an old-fashioned mahogany piece, its surface spotless. On the coffee table sat a white porcelain cup with fine tea stains on its sides. The living room connects to the balcony, and the balcony door is half open, letting in the evening breeze, which carries the dampness from the direction of West Lake. The bedroom door was also open. Zhou Yun followed Jiang Banqing inside. The bed was placed against the window. There was a person lying on the bed. His hair was completely white, not the silvery white, but a dry, lusterless white. His cheeks were deeply sunken, his cheekbones supported by a thin layer of skin, as if someone had ripped everything off his face, leaving only the shape of bone. His arm was draped outside the blanket, the veins on the back of his hand were prominent, and his skin was covered with dark gray lines. Those were not age spots, but traces left on the surface of his body after the disaster energy eroded his meridians. But his eyes were bright. The moment they heard footsteps, their eyes turned, first seeing Jiang Banqing, and then their expression changed instantly. "Here we go again." His voice was hoarse, but still had its strength, and it came crashing down hard. "I'm not dead yet, why are you running? Are you trying to kill me?" Jiang Banqing chuckled, pulled over a chair from the bedside, and sat down, naturally tucking the blanket around his neck. "I've come to see you so I can still say a few words of abuse. You dash." Lu Qingzhou shifted his gaze from Jiang Banqing to Zhou Yun behind him. I was stunned for a moment. It didn't last long, only a few breaths. His gaze swept across Zhou Yun's face, then swept over it again, his brows furrowing at first, then slowly relaxing. "Half the city." His voice suddenly softened. "You've brought all the other people's kids here." Jiang Banqing didn't say anything, but turned to the side to make room for Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said with a smile, "Senior Lu, I am Zhou Yun." Lu Qingzhou stared at him for a long time. There was something shifting in those bright eyes, surprise, scrutiny, and then an expression Zhou Yun couldn't quite describe. It was like someone who had been in darkness for a long time suddenly seeing someone approaching with a lantern, not shock, but a complex calm. "Sit down." Lu Qingzhou tilted his head and gestured to the bedside. "Don't stand, my neck is sore." Zhou Yun smiled and sat down on the edge of the bed. "Senior Jiang told me about your situation." His tone was calm and unhurried, without deliberately lowering his voice, as if he were speaking to an elder he had known for a long time. "May I take a look at you first?" "What are you looking at?" Lu Qingzhou snorted. "The calamity has lasted for 30 years. I know what it's like myself. Looking at it is pointless." "Let me see." Zhou Yun spoke softly, but gave him no room to refuse. He didn't take his pulse with his hand, nor did he perform any ritualistic movements. He simply closed his eyes slightly. With the SSSS rank spiritual attribute, many things become simpler. Chapter 289. It's not that complicated. His perception penetrated his skin, muscles, and bones, like an extremely fine net, enveloping Lu Qingzhou completely. He saw it. The calamity energy is not a single mass, but rather countless fine threads, like tree roots, coiled in every branch of the meridians. The outermost layer has died, turning into gray sediment that adheres to the meridian walls, hindering the flow of spiritual energy. But those deeper inside are still alive, dark red, wriggling extremely slowly, gradually eroding the last remaining life force at the root of the meridians. 30 years. These things had been rooted in him for 30 years. Zhou Yun opened his eyes. Lu Qingzhou was looking at him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "How is it? Is there no hope?" His tone was joking, but his eyes didn't laugh. Zhou Yun didn't follow his lead or offer any comfort. Instead, she looked at him intently and recounted everything she had seen. "The calamity has penetrated too deeply. The surface layer is already necrotic, which is easy to deal with. Spring breeze wine can remove it directly. But the roots are still active, having penetrated into the underlying structure of the meridians. Forcibly pulling them out will tear the meridians as well." He paused for a moment. "It needs to be done in batches. First, use spring breeze wine to cleanse the outer layer and reduce the burden on the meridians. Then, use the fountain of youth to repair the foundation, and then cleanse layer by layer downwards. Lu Qingzhou's expression remained unchanged, as if he were listening to something that had nothing to do with him. What is the Fountain of Youth? He hadn't heard of it, and wasn't interested in asking. How long? It depends on your body's recovery speed. Zhou Yun thought for a moment. Optimistically, it will take 3 to 5 courses of treatment. Each course will be spaced 1 to 2 weeks apart. That would be 1 or 2 months. Almost. Lu Qingzhou was silent for a while, then turned to look at Jiang Banqing. See, I told you there was no need to make a fuss. This sentence means that it is possible for the condition to be incurable, or curable, depending on which interpretation the listener chooses to make. Jiang Banqing clearly understood 2 layers of meaning. He didn't reply, but stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to them and resting his hand on the window frame to look outside. The flowers on the balcony swayed gently in the evening breeze. In the distance, the outline of West Lake can be seen. The water is not visible in the darkness, but the lights on the opposite shore can be seen, in strings, like someone lighting a row of candles by the lake. The room was quiet for a few moments. Zhou Yun took out a porcelain bottle from his bag. The bottle is a warm, bluish-white color, about the size of a palm, and has no extra decorations. The bottle mouth is sealed with a cork, to which is tied a thin red string. The moment he pulled out the cork, a refreshing aroma of wine wafted out. It's not strong, like the first breeze of early spring blowing from afar, carrying the moist scent of grass and trees. Lu Qingzhou's nostrils twitched. Is this the spring breeze? Zhou Yun handed the porcelain bottle over. When Lu Qingzhou reached out to take it, his fingers trembled slightly, not from excitement, but because his hands hadn't been steady for a long time. Zhou Yun subtly supported the bottom of the bottle with his other hand, helping it to stay steady. The 2 people's hands touched the porcelain vase. Lu Qingzhou glanced at him but didn't say thank you. He brought the bottle to his lips, tilted his head back, and took a sip. Nothing happened the moment the liquor entered my throat. Then, Lu Qingzhou's expression changed. It's not getting better, it's getting worse. His facial muscles suddenly tensed, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and the veins on his arms bulged out, as if he were being gripped from the inside by an invisible force. The gray lines on the back of my hand began to wriggle. It spread from the arms to the shoulders, from the shoulders to the neck, not spreading, but being driven by something to gather on the surface of the body. Gray lines surged and surfaced on the skin, darkening and intensifying until they finally transformed into wisps of pale black hair emerging from the pores. It's very slow. It was as if something that had been rooted in his body for 30 years was now being pulled out one by one, dragged out of the ground along with the soil. Lu Qingzhou gritted his teeth, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and the veins in his neck were taut like strings. He remained silent. Black mist seeped from all over his body, gathering on his skin to form a thin layer of black fog, which was then dispersed by the refreshing aroma of wine, gradually disappearing into the air. Jiang Banqing, who was by the window, turned around. He watched as the black mist peeled away from his old friend, wisp by wisp. Each strand represents a battle, an injury, a memory that will never be mentioned again. His hands gripped the window frame, his knuckles turning white. I don't know how much time has passed. It could be 1 minute, or it could be 10 minutes. The dark aura finally dissipated. Lu Qingzhou looked as if he had been pulled out of the water. His forehead, neck, and arms were covered in sweat, and the bedding was soaked. However, some of the long-standing grayness on his face had faded, and although his skin was still pale, it had regained a hint of the color that a living person should have. He leaned against the pillow, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. It took him a while to gradually calm down. Then he exhaled a long, very long breath. It was as if something that had been weighing on his chest for 30 years was finally expelled in a small gulp. It's been a long time. He closed his eyes and spoke so softly it was as if he were talking to himself. It was so easy. Zhou Yun looked at him without saying a word, a slight smile playing on her lips. Jiang Banqing was still standing by the window. He loosened the window frame, lowered his head, and took out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands. The handkerchief was folded neatly, exactly the same as the one on the car's dashboard. He wiped for a long time, much longer than necessary. It's late at night. Lu Qinzhou fell into a deep sleep, his breathing so steady that it was as if he hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. Zhou Yun and Jiang Banqing sat in the living room. 2 cups of tea were placed on the coffee table, brewed by Jiang Banqing using Lu Qinzhou's tea leaves. The tea wasn't good. It was the cheapest kind of green tea from the supermarket, but Jiang Banqing brewed it very carefully. The surface-level aura of disaster has been mostly cleared away, Zhou Yun said softly, holding his teacup. He will sleep well tonight, and should be able to sit up tomorrow. Jiang Banqing nodded. There was a moment of silence. Thank you? Just 3 words. His voice was steady, without any unnecessary emotion, as if he were simply saying that the weather was nice today. But Zhou Yun noticed that his hand holding the teacup wobbled slightly. Senior Jiang. I will arrange the subsequent treatments. I will have someone prepare a plan for the dosage and interval of the spring breeze wine each time when I get back, and you don't need to worry about the fountain of youth. Jiang Banqing looked up at him. Zhou Yun smiled and said, What you said that day, I thought of many possible answers I might give. It's actually not that complicated. Zhou Yun put down his teacup, his gaze falling on the direction of the bedroom. His voice was soft and ordinary. He fought on the front lines for most of his life, and almost lost his life. If someone like him gets sick, he should be given medicine if there is any. No reason is needed. Jiang Banqing stared at him for several seconds. Then he picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said nothing. But his tea-drinking habits changed. Before, he would take a small sip and put the tea down, but now he took a big, serious gulp, as if he finally felt that the tea was worth savoring. Outside the window, the lights in the direction of West Lake went out one by one. The night breeze made the flowers on the balcony sway gently a few times. The sound of Lu Qinzhou's even breathing came from the bedroom. It's very quiet. It's been a long time since it's been this quiet. Chapter 290. Something's not quite right. The next morning, Lu Qinzhou sat up. He wasn't helped up. He sat up by himself, supporting himself on the edge of the bed. His movements were slow, and his arms were trembling as he exerted himself, but he did manage to sit up. When Jiang Banqing came out of the kitchen with the porridge, he stood at the bedroom door for a moment. Lu Qinzhou leaned against the pillow, looking down at his hands. The gray lines on the back of his hand had faded considerably. Yesterday they were like tree roots coiled on the skin's surface, but now only faint gray marks remained, like faded old ink stains. He turned his hand over to look at his palm, then over to look at the back of his hand, repeating this action several times. What are you looking at? Jiang Banqing placed the porridge on the bedside table. Look at these hands, are they still mine? Lu Qinzhou clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking twice. A strange expression appeared on his face, as if he was surprised, or as if he couldn't quite believe it. I had a dream last night. I dreamt that when I was young, I was running on the front line, running very fast, the wind filling my mouth. When I woke up, I realized it wasn't a dream, I really felt lighter. He paused, then turned his head to look at Jiang Banqing. Where's your little Zhou? In the living room. Tell him to come in and have some porridge. The 3 of them sat at a small square table in the living room eating breakfast. The porridge was plain white, served with a dish of pickled vegetables and half a piece of fermented bean curd. Jiang Banqing's cooking skills weren't great, and the porridge was a bit thin, but Lu Qinzhou drank 2 bowls, double the amount he ate yesterday. Zhou Yun sat opposite him, also holding her bowl and slowly drinking. Sunlight streamed in from the balcony, falling on the table and on Lu Qinzhou's thin profile. He looked like an octogenarian or a 90-year-old man, but he had actually lived for over 300 years. It was just that the disaster had eaten away most of his lifespan, which should have been much longer. Compared to last night under the lights, he looked better this morning. Although his eye sockets were still sunken, most of the grayish-white layer covering his face had faded, revealing his original skin tone underneath. Lu Qingzhou put down his bowl and looked Zhou Yun over for a while. That kind of scrutiny wasn't like examining something. It was more like identifying something. Xiao Zhou. Have you heard of the abyss defenses? Zhou Yun slightly raised his eyes. He had never seen this word in official records, nor had he ever heard it mentioned in discussions among lords. No. Lu Qingzhou nodded, as if he had expected this answer. He picked up his cup, took a sip of water, and looked out the window. The flowers on the balcony drooped slightly in the sunlight, and one leaf still held the dew from last night. 300 years ago, there was no such thing as a defensive line. He began, his voice unhurried, as if he were talking about something from a long time ago. The country couldn't afford to worry about it, and the army itself hadn't even figured out how to fight the monsters. The lords back then, he chuckled, a laugh devoid of genuine joy, were even worse off than the new lords of today. At least the new lords have someone to teach them and equipment to collect. We had nothing. Jiang Banqing sat beside him without saying a word, his arms wrapped around the cup, his thumbs slowly rubbing the rim of the cup. Too many people died later. Lu Qingzhou turned his gaze back from the window. In the southwest, a group of lords gathered their own troops and blocked the passage where the calamity beasts appeared most frequently. There was no official establishment, no pay, and no orders. It was just a group of people who felt someone had to stand there, otherwise what would happen to the civilians behind them? Is that the Abyss defense line? Zhou Yun asked. It wasn't that formal. The name came about later. Lu Qingzhou waved his hand. It was called blockers from the beginning. Later, more and more people joined, and it expanded from the southwest to the northwest, northeast, and the coast. At its peak, there were more than 2,000 people. When he said, more than 2,000 people, his tone was as calm as when he said, 2 bowls of porridge. But Zhou Yun noticed that Jiang Banqing's thumb paused for a moment. Both Banqing and I were early adopters, Lu Qingzhou continued. He was in the Suzhou Hanzhou area, and I was in the southwest. Later he retired, but I didn't. You didn't back down. Jiang Banqing finally spoke, his voice very soft. You just refused to back down. Lu Qingzhou didn't respond to that sentence. He remained silent for a couple of breaths before changing the subject. Xiao Zhou, I'm not telling you this to reminisce about the past. He looked at Zhou Yun, his expression becoming serious. There's something I've been thinking about for many years, but I haven't been able to find anyone to tell. Zhou Yun put down the bowl. During those years at the forefront of the Abyss defense line, we encountered some rather strange things. Lu Qingzhou's voice slowed down. You've seen the calamity beasts. No matter how ferocious they are still living creatures, with sounds and movements. But occasionally something else appears at the deepest part of the defense line. We call it echoes from the bottom. What kind? It has no physical form. Lu Qingzhou's finger unconsciously traced a line on the table. It's just a sound wave. The frequency is very, very low, so low that it's almost inaudible to the ear, but the body can feel it. The vibration started in the soles of my feet and traveled up to the back of my head, a buzzing vibration. His fingers stopped. It doesn't sound like the roar of a calamity beast. It sounds more like something breathing. The living room suddenly fell silent. A breeze blew in from the balcony, making the sauce dish on the table rattle softly. Zhou Yun did not press further. But he memorized the word. Echoes from the depths. Breathe. And the breathing sound deep within the seal, in sync with the heartbeat of the planet. Is it a coincidence, or something else? He showed no sign of anything amiss, simply nodding. And then? Later those things appeared less and less often, and they never appeared again after the defense lines were formalized. Lu Qingzhou leaned back in his chair, as if he had just finished talking about something that had been weighing on his mind for a long time, and his whole body relaxed a bit. Maybe the calamity beast was driven back, or maybe it's for some other reason. Anyway, no one mentioned it again. I spoke to the military once, but they probably thought I was hallucinating from being on the front lines for so long. He smiled, a self-deprecating smile in it. But I feel much better after talking to you today. I don't expect you to find out anything. I just think that you, as a young person, are probably more willing to listen than they are. Zhou Yun smiled and said, I'm listening. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Banqing cleaned up the dishes. Zhou Yun carried the dishes into the kitchen, but Jiang Banqing stopped her, saying, You're a guest, let me do it. Lu Qingzhou snorted in the living room. He treated your illness and you make him wash the dishes? How can you be so shameless? Shut up and focus on your health. Hey, I'm in a good mood today, what's wrong with me saying a few words? If you feel energetic, go wash the dishes. You're making a patient wash the dishes? The two bickered back and forth, their voices bouncing between the kitchen and the living room. Zhou Yun stood between them, listening with a smile, without interrupting. Their banter is so practiced, it's not an argument, but a tacit understanding honed over hundreds of years. Add a category to Chapter 291. In the afternoon, Jiang Banqing took a folding wheelchair out of the car. Lu Qingzhou sat on the sofa, looking at the wheelchair, his expression changed. I'm not going to sit on that thing. Let's go for a walk. Jiang Banqing unfolded his wheelchair, squatted down to check the wheels, and said, The weather is nice. I walk on my own 2 feet. You'll be out of breath after walking from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. Then I'll breathe. Jiang Banqing stood up, glanced at him, and then at Zhou Yun. If you don't sit, Xiao Zhou will have to carry you down. Lu Qingzhou opened his mouth and glanced at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun cooperated by making a gesture as if he was about to squat down. Okay, I'll sit. Lu Qingzhou reluctantly moved into the wheelchair. On the south side of West Lake, there's an inconspicuous side road. After turning in and walking about 100 steps, you'll find a very small park. It's called a park, but it's really just an enclosed green space with a few old camphor trees, 2 stone paths, and a row of benches along the path, the paint of which is peeling off. A monument stands behind the camphor tree. It's not big, just a gray stone, about 1.5 times the height of a person. There's no decoration, no carving, no relief on the surface, just a flat stone tablet, as if someone brought a stone from the mountain, smoothed one side, and then carved words on it. The text is very small. They were densely packed, stretching from the top of the monument to its base. Zhou Yun pushed the wheelchair to the monument and stopped. Name. It's all names. There are no titles, no ranks, no unit numbers, only names and dates. Some names have complete dates, including year, month, and day. Others only have the year and month. And some names have nothing after them. There isn't even a date. Those without dates are missing, Lu Qingzhou said calmly, sitting in his wheelchair. The bodies haven't been found either. Back then, the monstrous beasts either dragged people away or destroyed them outright, leaving nothing behind. Zhou Yun remained silent, his gaze moving down the monument from the top, examining each name one by one. More than 700. He counted them. Lu Qingzhou raised his hand and lightly pointed to a spot on the monument. This is Zhao Dazhu. He's from the southwest, and we're from the same village. He loves to drink. Every time he comes back from a battle, he doesn't wash his face before downing 3 bowls of wine. His wife scolds him from the rear, and he just laughs. The finger moved. This is Lin Xiaolu. She was only 19 years old when she awakened. She raised a litter of rabbits in her territory, and she named them herself, De Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, Si Mao, all the way up to Sure Air Mao. Later she didn't come back, and no one knows what happened to that litter of rabbits. He moved his finger again, paused, and didn't say anything. There was a name engraved in that spot, but no date. Lu Qingzhou's finger lingered on that name for a long time before finally withdrawing it. There are too many, he said. I can't finish talking about them. Zhou Yun remained standing in front of the monument, without moving. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the camphor trees, falling on the stone tablet and on the densely packed names. Some of the characters have become blurred due to wind and sun exposure, but most of them are still very clear, as if the person who carved them did not want any of them to fade. Jiang Banqing stood on the other side of the monument, his hands in his pockets, looking at the surface of the monument. After a long time, he finally spoke. The voice wasn't loud, as if it were being spoken to the monument, or perhaps to the people nearby. There was no spring breeze wine back then. The calamity has taken hold, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. When the people at the front can't hold on, those at the back step up. When those at the front can't hold on either, those at the back step up. There's no rotation, no backup. The calamity gnaws at us bit by bit, and everyone knows they're getting weaker, but no one is backing down. He remained silent for a moment. If only we had this 30 years earlier. His gaze swept over the names on the monument. At least half of the people on this place are still alive. The wind blew from the direction of Westlake, making the camphor tree leaves rustle. Zhou Yun stood still, without saying a word. He stood in front of the monument for a long time. So long that Jiang Banqing thought he was thinking about something profound. But actually, no. He was simply looking at the names very carefully. Each one. On the way back, Jiang Banqing drove, and Zhou Yun sat in the passenger seat. Lu Qingzhou dozed off in the back seat. His wheelchair was folded up and placed between the seat and the car door, where Jiang Banqing secured it with a cloth strap. The car drove slowly, and the shadows of the sycamore trees flashed past the car window one after another. Zhou Yun looked out the window and remained silent for about 3 or 4 minutes. Then he took out his phone, went to his contacts, and dialed a number. It rang twice, and then the other end answered. Director May. Hey! Xiao Zhou! Director May's voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became 3 tones warmer. So, what's up? Please add a category to the allocation list for the next batch of Chun Fong wine. Specifically? Special project for eliminating disasters caused by retired lords. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. There are no entry requirements. Retired lords who have been corrupted by the aura of disaster, regardless of their rank, can apply. The quiet period lasted a little longer. Director May? Yes. Director May's voice returned, slightly softer than before, but very steady. I'll report it immediately. I'll push this matter forward. This is troublesome. It's no trouble at all. When Director May said those 2 words, there was a subtle change in his voice, as if he had also seen the name on some monument. The call ended. Jiang Banqing listened to the whole thing from the side, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, his expression unchanged. But the car slowed down a little bit at some point. The kind of slowness that's almost stopping. In the evening, Zhou Yun escorted Lu Qingzhou back to the 3rd floor. Jiang Banqing helped Lu Qingzhou upstairs, with Zhou Yun carrying the wheelchair behind them. At the door, Lu Qingzhou stood on the threshold and turned around. He stared at Zhou Yun for several seconds. Xiao Zhou. You don't look like you're in your 20s. Zhou Yun smiled. Senior Jiang said the same thing. That's not what he meant. Lu Qingzhou shook his head. He was saying you're mature for your age. I meant. He thought for a moment and found a word. You have someone in your heart. Not just in words, it's real. He raised his hand and pressed it against his chest. There's someone inside me. Zhou Yun didn't speak, but his smile remained unchanged. Lu Qingzhou snorted, turned around and walked into the house, but after taking 2 steps, he turned back. Next time you come, bring 2 bottles of wine, not the spring breeze kind, but the kind you can really drink. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll have a couple of drinks with you. Good. The door closed behind me. Zhou Yun went downstairs and stood downstairs in the residential area. It was getting dark, the streetlights were none yet, and the sycamore trees overhead scattered the last fragments of the setting sun. Jiang Banqing poked his head out from upstairs, holding a jar in his hand. Xiao Zhou! Zhou Yun looked up. There's still half a jar of Biluakun tea left. I'll save it for you next time you come. Zhou Yun smiled and waved his hand. Jiang Banqing shrank back. Zhou Yun took a few steps outside, then slowed down. He looked up at the sky. The evenings in Hangzhou are very gentle. Chapter 292 Great Harvest. The last rays of the setting sun painted the horizon orange-red, and a few birds darted past the tops of the sycamore trees, their wings tracing light arcs in the twilight. He calculated the time in his mind. It has been 2 days since we left the territory. Before leaving, he told Warner that it would be at most 3 days. Lu Qingzhou's first dose of medication has been completed, and the subsequent treatment plan can be arranged remotely, so he doesn't need to stay here. It's time to go back. The seal had only been broken for less than a week, and he knew nothing about Warner's exploration progress. Zhou Yun put his phone back in his pocket and quickened his pace. I'm heading back to Beijing early tomorrow morning. Then enter the territory. The white light faded, and beneath my feet was a familiar teleportation array. When Zhou Yun opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Warner. She stood 3 steps away from the teleportation array, holding the booklet in her arms, her back ramrod straight. The moment she saw Zhou Yun appear, she bowed and then immediately opened the booklet. My lord, welcome back. The opening remarks had barely finished when the booklet had already been turned to the marked page. During the 2 days you were away, the progress of the investigation into Case B is as follows. The first and second outposts have been built and are operating normally. The third outpost was completed yesterday afternoon, and the Silver Fang Wolf outpost line has been advanced to 15 kilometers. She paused for a moment, then turned the page. But there are 2 things that I need you to confirm in person. Explain. First, about 2 hours after the third outpost was built, 14 silver-toothed wolves simultaneously exhibited abnormal behavior. All of them howled continuously in the same direction for about 3 minutes. No hostile creatures were found after the search. The howling originated from the depths north of the Stone Pillar Avenue. It is currently tentatively identified as a spiritual energy resonance reaction, but other possibilities cannot be ruled out. Zhou Yun nodded. Secondly, Wanna's tone shifted slightly, a subtle change that Zhou Yun detected, a restraint as she tried to avoid appearing too excited. The exploration team collected 7 unknown plant samples and 3 mineral samples along the way. I've done preliminary classification and labeling, but their grades and characteristics. She closed the booklet and looked at Zhou Yun. We need your help. Half an hour later, Zhou Yun stood at the entrance to the first seal. The golden gate was wide open, behind which lay the world he had seen once before, a pale golden sky, silvery white grass, and the outline of distant crystalline mountains shimmering faintly in the light. But this time it felt different. Last time was a preliminary exploration, and due to time constraints, we only walked a short distance along Shizhou Avenue before turning back. This time he had a clear purpose. Wanna's marks were scattered along the way, red ribbons tied to stone pillars, inserted into the ground, and tied to plant stems, each corresponding to a number in the booklet. He stepped inside. Behind them followed Warner, Wuji, and 4 silver-toothed wolves as scouts. The silvery white grass underfoot made a soft rustling sound on the soles of my boots. It was softer than the ground outside, like stepping on a thick velvet carpet. The concentration of spiritual energy began to rise from the moment the seal was entered, and the 9 colors flowing on the surface of Xiaojiu's robes obviously accelerated, as if it was greedily absorbing the surrounding energy. The first red ribbon appeared at the edge of a grassy area 50 meters away. Warner opened the booklet. Sample number 1, a silvery white herbaceous plant, widely distributed, found along the route from the first to the third outpost. I collected 3 plants to make specimens, but I cannot determine their grade. Zhou Yun squatted down. The grass blades are about a hand's length tall, silvery white, with a very faint fluorescent layer on the surface, like a layer of fine frost. The leaves are narrow and long with smooth edges. They feel cool to the touch, and you can feel a very subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy the moment your fingertips touch them. He aimed at the meadow and used the detection spell. A clear notification sound rang in my mind. An information panel appears. Name: Starry Spirit Herb. Category: Spiritual Plants. Rank A. Description: a herbaceous spiritual plant nourished by stellar spiritual energy, naturally growing in areas with dense spiritual veins. The entire plant can be used medicinally and as a high-level auxiliary material for alchemy and brewing. Its root system has the characteristic of passively absorbing spiritual energy, and when growing over a large area, it can significantly increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the region. Rank of spiritual plants. A-rank spiritual plants are everywhere. Zhou Yun stood up and glanced around. From his feet to the direction of the first outpost in the distance, this silvery white grass covered every inch of ground as far as the eye could see. They are not scattered here and there, but grow in large patches, like a silver carpet spread on a golden earth. What's the rank? Juan asked. Her pen was already hovering over the booklet. Rank A. It's called Starshine Spirit Grass, an auxiliary ingredient for alchemy and brewing. Juana paused for a moment. She didn't ask questions like, "Are you sure?" She simply lowered her head and wrote a few strokes in the booklet, then raised her head again, her gaze sweeping over the endless expanse of silvery white grass around her. The pen nib lingered on the paper for a moment longer. Then she turned to the next page. Sample number 2, vine-like plants climbing at the base of the stone pillar. They are present from the first stone pillar and become thicker as you go deeper into the stone pillar. Zhou Yun had reached the nearest stone pillar. The vines spiraled upwards from the base of the stone pillar, about the thickness of an adult's arm, with a dark green surface and faint golden threads visible between the veins, as if something was flowing inside the vines. The roots penetrated the ground and spread outwards along the base of the stone pillar, where they met the ground with a faint golden halo. Exploration techniques. The notification sounded twice. Name, Golden Vein Ancient Vine. Category, Spiritual Plants. Rank S. Description, an ancient vine-like spiritual plant with roots extending deep into the earth's veins, possessing the ability to guide spiritual energy. It can direct the earth's spiritual energy towards the surface, significantly increasing the spiritual energy concentration in the surrounding area. It can survive after transplantation, but requires a spiritual vein environment as its foundation. S-Order. Spiritual energy channeling. Zhou Yun stared at the description on the panel for 3 seconds, a complete thought already forming in his mind. If this thing were transplanted to Cloud City and connected to a branch of the Star Spirit vein, the spiritual energy concentration of the entire city would rise to a new level. The cultivation environment for all the citizens would undergo a qualitative change. S-rank, he said. The Golden Vein Ancient Vine can be transplanted. This time, Warner paused for a significantly longer time. After she finished writing in the booklet, she did something before turning the page. She folded a corner of the page she had just written on. Zhou Yun had seen this habit before. Warner would only fold the corner of the page on items she considered extremely important. So far, 2 pages have been folded. Keep going, Zhou Yun said. As you proceed along the Stone Pillar Avenue, there is a red marker every few hundred meters. Zhou Yun scanned each item one by one, and the probing technique's prompts never stopped. The stone pillar itself he swept one. The moment the panel appeared, he stopped in his tracks. Name, Spirit Vein Node Monument. Category, Man-made structures. Rank S. Description, surface markers of the spiritual vein network. Each node is connected to a branch of a spiritual vein at its base, and the node itself possesses the function of gathering and stabilizing spiritual energy. A series of node markers form a complete spiritual vein guiding array, which can evenly distribute the spiritual energy of the deep ley lines to the surface area. Artificial. These stone pillars are not naturally formed, they are man-made. Chapter 293 Starry Ancient Tree. Who made it? Zhou Yun withdrew his gaze, not lingering on the question for too long, and continued walking forward. But he noticed that the panel said, man-made structures, not monster structures or natural creations. He memorized the word first. 10 kilometers away. Exposed mineral veins began to appear on the ground. It wasn't a large area, but rather scattered patches peeking out from under the grass, with a silvery white metallic luster, similar to star gold but brighter, and a surface with an almost transparent fluorescent texture. Exploration techniques. Name Starry Mithril. Category, Forging materials. Rank S. Description: a rare metal derived from the depths of spiritual veins, with superior hardness and affinity for spiritual energy compared to star gold. Suitable for forging S rank and above equipment. S-grade forging material. Zhou Yun's lips twitched slightly after looking at the panel. It's even better than star gold. He thought of Firebeard. The dwarf blacksmith is currently in the forge, engrossed in hammering something. If he saw this thing. Forget it, I can't let him know. At least not for now. Otherwise, he really won't leave the forge for 6 months. Wanna quietly took notes beside her. Another folded corner appeared in the notebook. 15 kilometers away. The third outpost. The outpost was built with stones brought in by rock golems. It was rough but sturdy. 4 silver-toothed wolves crouched around the outpost, their ears perked up, occasionally tilting their heads towards the depths of the north, their nostrils flaring. Not far north of the third outpost, the terrain began to change. The silvery-white grass gradually thinned out, and a forest took its place. It's not an ordinary forest. The tree trunk is translucent. Zhou Yun stopped in his tracks. Before me stood a tree about 3 zhang tall, its trunk smooth, exhibiting a texture somewhere between white and transparent, like ice, yet not ice. Through the translucent trunk, you can clearly see golden liquid slowly flowing inside, gradually moving upwards along the texture of the trunk, like the tree's blood. There is more than one such tree. In the distance, there were 12 or 20 more trees, and even further away, many more, forming a dense forest that glowed softly in the pale golden light of the sky. Zhou Yun stood in front of the nearest tree and used a detection spell. Name: Starry Ancient Wood. Category: Spiritual Plants. Rank: SS. Description: a woody spiritual plant nurtured by ancient spiritual veins. Its growth cycle is measured in epochs. The wood itself is an SS rank alchemical material with an extremely high spiritual energy carrying capacity. The golden liquid flowing within the trunk is star tree sap. Effect? The description ends abruptly. After the words star tree sap, the function column displays 3 question marks. It's not that it doesn't exist, it's just that the detection spell can't read it. Zhou Yun stared at the panel for a few moments. SS rank spiritual plants, with growth cycles measured in epochs, these trees have been here for countless years. And the golden sap, even detection spells can only name it, not its specific effects. My lord? Wanna asked softly from the side, her pen hovering. SS rank. It's called Starry Ancient Tree. Zhou Yun withdrew his gaze. The effects of the sap cannot be fully detected by the detection spell. Further analysis is needed. Mark this area carefully and do not cut it down for now. See if the sap can be collected without damage. Warner quickly wrote a whole page. This time she didn't fold the corners. She simply drew a circle at the top of the page and wrote the character, special, inside the circle. Zhou Yun noticed it, but said nothing. He walked up to an ancient tree with starlight, and gently pressed his hand on the trunk. It felt cool and smooth to the touch, and my fingertips could feel the extremely faint vibrations from the flow of golden liquid inside. It was as if this tree had its own pulse. He withdrew his hand and turned around. On the way back to the third outpost from the starry ancient forest, Zhou Yun remained silent. Warner followed slightly behind him. The booklet was already closed, but her eyes kept scanning her surroundings. Since entering the sealed area, she had turned 17 pages, folded 3 corners, and drawn a circle around it. Back at the outpost, Zhou Yun stood still, facing north. The outline of the Crystal Mountain range stretched far, far away, like a row of teeth bathed in pale golden light. The range of the exploration spell couldn't reach that far, but judging from the current pattern, the deeper one went, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, and the higher the quality of the resources. First seal. 15 kilometers. A-rank spiritual plants are everywhere, S-rank spiritual plants and minerals are readily available, and SS-rank star trees grow in forests. This is only 15 kilometers. Wanna exist. The first priority of the harvesting plan is to collect starshine spirit herbs and golden vein ancient vine. We will collect enough of the spirit herbs from an area of 50 square kilometers to conduct brewing tests with Ellie. The transplantation of the ancient vines will be handled by Drywood Spirit. We will conduct small-scale trials in Cloud City first to confirm that the root system can connect to the Starshine spirit vein before expanding the scale. Clear. Mark the locations of the Star Mithril mines, and arrange for mining once Firebeard has some free time. Yes. But... Warner opened the booklet. After Huasu saw the mithril sample I brought back, he stayed in the forge for 6 hours without coming out. Ellie has already scolded him twice. Zhou Yun chuckled. Just as expected. Let Ellie draft the plan for collecting the sap of the starry ancient tree. She has the most experience with spiritual plants. He paused for a moment. Tell her there's no rush. Let's figure out the properties of the sap before we start. Warner finished writing down each item one by one and closed the booklet. She stood there for a while, but didn't leave. Zhou Yun glanced at her. What's wrong? Warner rarely hesitated. But this time she did hesitate for about 2 breaths before speaking. My lord, is this only the first seal? Zhou Yun looked at her. 9 layers of seal, she said softly, her speech a beat slower than usual. If each layer is of this specification. She didn't finish speaking. It's not that I don't want to talk about it, it's that I can't figure it out. Her fingers gripped the edge of the booklet, her knuckles turning slightly white. Zhou Yun did not answer the question. He simply smiled, his gaze passing over her head and landing on the pale golden horizon in the distance. Let's go back. On the way back, when they passed a wide expanse of silvery white grass, Zhou Yun suddenly stopped. Something was lying in the middle of the grass. Its entire body was covered in ice blue feathers, with 3 magnificent tail feathers spread out and spread across the silvery white grass. Its whole body was buried in the grass, its wings half open, and its head buried under its wings, making it look like a blue cloud blown to the ground by the wind. Little Blue. I don't know when they came along. Zhou Yun walked over, his boots making a soft sound as they stepped on the grass. Xiaolan lazily raised her eyelids and glanced at him. Then it closed again. The emotions conveyed through the contract are simple, so simple that they almost require no translation. Comfortable. Sweet. Don't disturb. Chapter 294 is full of question marks. Zhou Yun squatted down and looked at the grass around her. Several pieces of starlight spirit grass were bent over and crooked. A-rank spiritual plants are also attractive to SS-rank 3-legged ice phoenixes. He shook his head, stood up, and didn't disturb her. After walking a dozen steps, I looked back and saw that Little Blue had rolled over on the grass, changed its position, and continued to lie there. Its 3 tail feathers swept across the grass blades, creating a scattering of fluorescent light. Wanu walked a few steps ahead, glanced back, and then added a line to the booklet without expression. Zhou Yun knew what she had written without even looking at it. It's probably something like, a low-level blue creature lingers for an extended period in the first sealed silver-white grassland. It's necessary to assess the attraction effect of the starshine spirit grass on high-level monsters. Just as they were about to reach the exit of the seal, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Not just one. It was the sound emitted simultaneously by all the silver-toothed wolves. Howling. The sound came from the direction of the 3rd outpost, crossing more than 10 kilometers of golden plains. By the time it reached here, the distance had diminished considerably, but it was still clear. It wasn't the short, sharp bark of a sentry, but a long, drawn-out howl. The sound was prolonged, with a rising tone at the end, as if responding to some distant call. 14 of them, all facing the same direction. North. Deeper into the Stone Pillar Avenue. Warner stopped and turned to look in the direction from which the sound came, instinctively hugging the book tighter. Kiri's hand rested on the hilt of her sword, her body leaning slightly forward as her senses spread out. After a few breaths, she released the sword, not as a threat. Zhou Yun stood still and listened to the entire howl. It lasted for about 20 breaths. Then the sound gradually faded and disappeared. Quiet has returned. The same as last time? He asked Warner. Same. The direction, duration, and howling pattern are all the same. Warner flipped through the booklet to check. Last time it was 2 hours after the third outpost was built, this time it is. She looked at the record. About a quarter of an hour after you used the exploration spell to scan the starry ancient tree. Zhou Yun thought for a moment. It may be a coincidence, or it may not. Write it down. I've already noted it down. He nodded, glancing one last time at the depths of the north. The stone pillar avenue stretches straight into the distance. Somewhere beyond the third outpost, a fork in the road can be vaguely seen, branching off diagonally to the side and disappearing into the distance. We don't know where that side road leads yet. The next step of the exploration has reached a crossroads. Zhou Yun withdrew his gaze. No rush, let's proceed at the pace of Case B. Clear. He turned and walked toward the sealed exit. Behind them, pale golden sunlight spread across the silvery white grass, across the golden vines coiling around the stone pillars, and across the translucent ancient forest of starry trees in the distance. Everything was there quietly, waiting. I've waited for who knows how many years. Now, finally someone has arrived. 3 days later, Zhou Yun entered the seal again. This time I brought a larger group. Mistweaver, Thunder, Shui, and 6 silver-toothed wolves. Warner stayed at the third outpost to oversee operations. She had replaced the old booklet with a new one. The old one was full, and she had numbered the pages and locked it in a special file box. The objective is clear, the fork in the road. Starting from the third outpost, we continued north along the stone pillar avenue for about 2 kilometers. The avenue split into 2 roads in front of a stone pillar that was thicker than the others. The main road is on the left, leading straight towards the Crystal Mountains. The side road is on the right, veering diagonally eastward and disappearing behind a range of rolling hills. The stone pillars at the fork in the road are slightly different from those on the main road. The stone pillars along the main road have patterns that progress from simple to complex, becoming more intricate the deeper one goes. But the stone pillars on both sides of the fork in the road, from the very first one, are covered with dense, intricate patterns, with lines intertwined and interwoven, as if someone had carved an entire scripture onto the stone. The golden vein vines grow differently here. The ancient vines along the main road are quietly coiled at the base of the stone pillars, with uniform thickness. The ancient vines along the fork in the road were growing wildly, some of them covering the entire stone pillar, and even reaching out to the opposite pillar, stretching their branches as if trying to build an arch overhead. The concentration of spiritual energy rose to another level the moment the first step was taken on the fork in the road. The 9 colors flowing across the surface of Xiao Jiu's robe suddenly accelerated, and the frequency of the 9 colors flashing alternately became visible to the naked eye. Zhou Yun glanced down. The robe was automatically filtering out the excessive spiritual energy, and the transitions between the 9 colors were more than twice as frequent as on the main road. The side road is narrower than the main road, and the distance between the stone pillars on both sides is only half that of the main road. After walking about a kilometer, new minerals began to appear on the ground. The first type is embedded in the shallow layer of the ground, a pale purple crystal that grows in clusters and refracts tiny specks of light under golden light. Zhou Yun squatted down and began to investigate. Name: Spirit Vein Amethyst. Category: Energy Minerals. Rank A. Description: Crystalline precipitate produced by spiritual vein activity, containing high-purity spiritual energy. It can be used directly to replenish spiritual energy, or as a catalyst in alchemy. Level A, Normal. Keep going. 2 kilometers away, a dark silver metal was revealed from a crack in the ground, with extremely fine ripples on its surface, like solidified water. Exploration techniques. Name: Ripple Silver. Category: Forging Materials. Rank S. Description: A special alloy formed at the intersection of deep spiritual veins and earth veins. It possesses spiritual energy resonance properties and is suitable for crafting spiritual energy conduction devices and core components of arrays. S order. That's normal. So far, the pattern is consistent with the main path. The deeper you go, the higher the grade, but it's still within the range that exploration spells can read. Then he saw the third one. It doesn't protrude from the ground. It's embedded in the base of a stone pillar. A dark gold fragment, about the size of a palm, with fine lines on its surface. Unlike the patterns on the stone pillar, which are lines, the patterns on this fragment resemble some kind of writing or part of a totem. It's embedded in a crack in the pillar's base, as if a piece of something larger had broken off and gotten stuck there. Zhou Yun looked at it for 2 seconds and then used his detection technique. The notification sound has been emitted. But the moment the panel appeared, his expression changed. Name? Category? Rank? Describe? 4 lines. It's all question marks. Since he awakened his detection skill, he has scanned no fewer than several thousand things. There have been items of such high rank that he couldn't fully read. For example, he only managed to read the name of the starry ancient tree's sap. There have also been items whose levels far exceeded his own, leaving him unable to see their stats. Little Blue's attribute panel is still full of question marks. Chapter 295 Guardians of the Era. This is the first time I haven't been able to even pronounce the name. Name, category, grade, description. All 4 are invalid. This means that all aspects of the information in this fragment are beyond the current recognition limit of the detection technique. It's not that any one aspect is too high, but that the overall level is beyond his reach. Zhou Yun stared at the dark gold fragment for a long time. It sits there quietly, its surface texture shimmering faintly in the golden sunlight, inconspicuous and unassuming, like a pearl dropped on the beach, easily overlooked if you don't look closely. He didn't touch it. Mark it! He stood up and gestured to the silver-toothed whistling wolves behind him. One of the whistling wolves trotted over, crouched down beside the stone pillar, flared its nostrils, and memorized the scent of the spot. Keep going. The fork in the road begins to descend at the 3rd kilometer mark. It's not a steep slope, but a gentle curve, as if the ground is slowly concave. The stone pillars on both sides are still there, but the distance between them is closer, and the golden vines overhead have completely formed an arch. Sunlight leaks through the gaps in the vines, casting dappled golden spots on the ground. We walked about another kilometer. Lazy suddenly stopped. Its fur stood on end, starting from its neck, and the purple arcs of electricity around its body instantly subsided, not in an aggressive stance, but quite the opposite, a sign of restraint. It was as if it had encountered something that made it instinctively want to conceal its presence. A deep rumble of thunder rolled out from the depths of its throat, not a short, sharp bang as a warning, but a long, almost trembling murmur. Zhou Yun captured the emotions transmitted by Lei Zi through synchronous perception. It wasn't fear, it wasn't tension. It is reverence. He raised his head and looked ahead. The fork in the road has come to an end. The ramp merges into a huge hemispherical space here. The word, enormous, is insufficient to describe it. The dome of this space is at least 200 meters high, with a perfect arc, and its inner walls are made of pale golden rock, covered with the same patterns as those on the stone pillars, densely spreading from the dome to the ground. At the highest point of the dome, there is a circular opening, through which golden sunlight shines straight down, forming a pillar of light in the very center of the space. The spot where the beam of light fell was a building. Or rather, it used to be a building. Now only half remains. The remaining section is about 3 or 4 stories high, a stone structure, and its style is somewhat similar to the shrine in Cloud City, but it is many times larger in scale. The walls are dark gold, and the patterns on the surface are exactly the same as those on the fragment, not the lines on the stone pillar, but complex patterns that are more like writing or totems. The other half had completely collapsed. Huge stones were scattered on the ground, some covered by ancient golden vines, others half buried in the soil. The collapse did not seem to be due to natural aging, but rather as if it had been torn apart from the inside by some force. The cross-sections were jagged, and some stones still had charred marks on their surfaces. Zhou Yun stood at the entrance of the space, not in a hurry to go over. He first used a detection spell on the ruins. The notification sounded once. Only once, and the sound was lower than usual. Name? Category, architectural remains. Rank? Status, severely damaged. Description: the abode of the epic guardians. Once protected by. The name cannot be read. The rank cannot be read. The category was read as architectural remains. The status was read as severely damaged. The description is only half a sentence long. The abode of the guardians of the era. The second half of the sentence is broken after, once protected, turning into 3 question marks. Guardians of the era. This word has never appeared before. It is not in any system prompts, not in any written records, not in any words spoken by the god of empty mirrors. It is a completely new word. Zhou Yun silently recited those 5 words in his mind and then put them away. Follow me. He stepped toward the ruins. Don't go in. Let's look around from the outside first. Upon closer inspection, the ruins were even larger than they appeared from a distance. The remaining half of the building has a doorway at ground level that is nearly 10 meters high, a size not designed for humans. On either side of the doorway stands a stone pillar, its surface more densely patterned than any of the others outside. The doorway is dark, no light can penetrate, only the rubble and dust covering the ground several meters below. Lazy walked to the vicinity of the doorway and stopped. Its entire body was completely free of electric arcs, its purple fur lay flat against its body, its limbs were slightly bent, and its head was lowered. Zhou Yun had only seen this posture once before, when Lazy faced the star altar. That was a gesture of submission. No, it's not entirely about submission. It is a creature's instinctive expression of respect in the face of beings far older and more powerful than itself. Zhou Yun extended his senses and used Lazy's electromagnetic perception to probe into the doorway. The signal that returned was blurry. The space inside was much larger than what was visible from the outside, extending at least hundreds of meters. Deep inside, a faint energy signal pulsed slowly, at a very low and steady frequency. It was the same frequency as the breathing sound I had heard earlier deep in the stone pillar avenue. The same rhythm. Synchronized with the heartbeat of the planet. Wuji walked quietly at the back of the group without saying a word. Until she reached the doorway in the ruins. She stopped. It wasn't the kind of stop where you hesitate about whether to move forward. It was a stop as if your body had been suddenly nailed to the spot, your feet were frozen in place, and your whole body was stiff. Zhou Yun noticed it. He turned his head and saw Wuji standing next to the door frame, her right hand pressed against the stone wall of the door frame. My fingers are trembling. It wasn't a trembling from fear. It was the kind of trembling that occurs when the body is doing something before the brain has even processed it, like her fingers finding the spot on their own and sticking there without her even knowing why. Her gaze fell on the stone wall that her fingers had touched. There are patterns on the stone wall. Unlike the patterns on both sides of the doorway, these patterns are smaller and denser, and their arrangement is not like decoration, but more like marks carved on day after day. Wuji stared at it for a long time. Then she spoke. This place has been lived in. Her voice was soft, but her tone wasn't one of speculation. It was a statement. It was the kind of, I'm sure, tone. A long time ago, someone lived here. She turned to look at Zhou Yun. The expression in those eyes made Zhou Yun's heart sink slightly. It wasn't sadness, nor fear, but something very rare, something he had almost never seen in Wuji before. Confused. Chapter 296. Then the calamity came. I don't remember who it was. Her voice trembled, just like her fingers. But I know he's been waiting a long time. Zhou Yun looked at her but didn't ask any further questions. He walked over and stood beside her, half a step away. Not too close, not too far. It wasn't a gesture of comfort, but that half-step distance itself was a statement. I'm here, don't worry. Wuji slowly withdrew her fingers from the stone wall. She looked down at her hands. Her fingers had stopped trembling, but she clenched her fists, and then released them, as if to confirm that these were indeed her own hands. I'm fine. Zhou Yun nodded. Let's go back first. He turned to face everyone, his voice not loud, but clear. That's all for today. We won't go inside the ruins, we'll come back when we're fully prepared. No one objected. Return journey. The group retraced their steps along the fork in the road, and the atmosphere was much quieter than when they had come. Lazy led the way, Silver Fang Wolf spread out on both flanks, and Wuji walked in the middle of the group, head down, seemingly lost in thought. As they approached the intersection of the fork in the road and the main road, Shui suddenly stopped. Zhou Yun was walking behind it when he sensed a signal coming from the contract. It's not a warning, it's not a request for help. It's confusion. Shui's aquamarine eyes were fixed on the ground beneath its feet, motionless. Its water-based perception had expanded to a radius of 10 kilometers within the seal, and now that enormous sensory network stretched out, as if trying to capture something it couldn't understand. Zhou Yun stood beside it, and connected his senses to it through the contract link. The world that Shui sees is different from that of humans. In its perception, the world is made up of water, the humidity in the air, the moisture in the soil, the liquid in plants, the direction of underground rivers, all appear in its perception in a flowing, transparent form. In the outside world, water is in motion. From high to low, from dense to sparse, it is always in motion, always searching for a balance. But the water inside the seal, it doesn't flow. It's not that there's no water. Quite the opposite, there's much more water here than outside. The soil is saturated, the air is humid, and the golden sap inside those ancient star trees contains a lot of water. Water was everywhere, almost overflowing. But it doesn't flow. All the water is in the same place. It's full, but it doesn't move. It's like waiting for an instruction or a signal. If it receives the signal, it will flow, if not, it will continue to wait. Shui didn't understand this situation. In its understanding, water should flow. Stagnant water is dead. But the water here is not dead, it can sense a spiritual energy trembling within it, as if it has a pulse. Alive. Full. But not flowing. Zhou Yun withdrew from Shui's perception and remained silent for a while. Inside the sealed interior of this planet, everything is in this state. Plants are growing, but growing extremely slowly. Minerals are forming, but crystallizing at a negligible rate. Water is abundant, but does not flow. Like a clock that's wound up but hasn't been released. Everything is ready. All that's missing is the action of letting go. He patted Shui's back armor. Shui turned around and glanced at him, its light blue eyes still showing confusion, but since the Lord did not show any unease, it withdrew its senses and continued walking. They broke free of the seal and returned to Cloud City. There was someone standing next to the teleportation array who shouldn't be there. God of Empty Mirrors. She rarely left the shrine. When she occasionally wandered around Cloud City, she would just stroll aimlessly, and never deliberately wait in one place. But at this moment, she stood next to the teleportation array, barefoot on the stone bricks, her long silver hair hanging down her side, her silver eyes staring straight at Zhou Yun. Her expression was calm. But the quiet was different from usual. The usual quiet was languid and indifferent, like an old man who had seen too much in life basking in the sun. The quiet now was solemn, as if she had finally waited for something she knew would happen sooner or later. Zhou Yun stepped down from the teleportation array and stood in front of her. The two stared at each other for a moment. You've found the place. The voice of the God of Empty Mirrors was devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as calm as a lake without wind. Zhou Yun did not deny it. The God of Empty Mirrors remained silent for a moment. Then she said her second sentence. That was left over from the previous era. The God of Empty Mirrors turned around, walked barefoot on the stone bricks, and headed towards the shrine. No invitation was extended. There were no words like, "Come with me." She simply walked away, as if tacitly agreeing that Zhou Yun would follow. Zhou Yun followed. The shrine was not large. The stone walls, ceiling, and floor were covered with a layer of pale silver patterns of some unknown material, which felt warm to the touch when walked on barefoot. In the corner sat a stone basin, half filled with water, the surface of which was as smooth as a mirror. This is where the God of Empty Mirrors usually stays. Apart from Ellie, who occasionally comes to deliver spirit fruit soup, almost no one else has ever entered. She walked to the stone basin and scooped a bowl of spirit fruit soup from a stone jar next to it. The spirit fruit soup was warm, pale blue in color, with a few translucent fruit pieces floating on top. She sat down on the ground with her bowl in her hand, her silver skirt spreading out on the stone's surface. I took a bite. I took another bite. Then she put the spoon back in the bowl and looked up at Zhou Yun. The silver eyes reflected no light in the dim shrine, like two polished old silver beads. Please sit down. Zhou Yun sat down opposite her. The goddess of emptiness took another bite of the spiritual fruit soup. She seemed to be organizing her thoughts, but she could simply be eating. After several encounters with her, Zhou Yun had come to understand, this deity's pace couldn't be rushed, she would speak when she wanted to. After finishing the fourth bite of the spirit fruit soup, she placed the bowl next to her knees. This is not the first time this planet has had an owner. She spoke. The voice was flat, as if stating something as ordinary as the weather. Zhou Yun did not move. In the previous era, there were people like you who came here. They broke the seal, built a city, and raised people. She paused for a moment, as if trying to salvage something from those fragmented memories. That person went much further than you. He broke the fifth seal. The fifth level. Zhou Yun just opened the first level of the seal, and the guardian there was an SS rank. According to the ascending order of the 9 levels of the seal, the guardian of the 5th level should be at least SS rank, or higher. Anyone who can open the 5th level of the seal is already close to the ceiling of strength in this world's system. And then? He asked. The god of empty mirrors picked up the bowl and stirred it with a spoon. The movements are very slow. Then disaster struck. When she said those 4 words, the stirring spoon paused for a moment. Chapter 297 Exploration and Harvest. It was very brief. It wasn't a deliberate pause. It was more like a subconscious reaction, like when someone is telling a story, their body remembers the feeling it evoked before their mouth does. She spoke the word, calamity, very lightly. It's not the softness of lowering your voice, but the kind of lightness that comes from weighing something countless times. It's so familiar that even the tone of your voice has become worn smooth. Zhou Yun noticed it. But he didn't ask about the specific meaning of calamity. It wasn't that he didn't want to ask, but he judged that now wasn't the time. How much she could say depended on what she could remember. Pressuring her wouldn't help. He couldn't hold on. The god of empty mirrors continued. The spoon began stirring the spirit fruit soup again, at a slower pace than before. It's not because he's not strong enough. It's because... She frowned. A very incongruous expression appeared on the face of that 16 or 17-year-old girl, like an old man desperately trying to recall something from decades ago. The lines between her brows belonged to vicissitudes, but her face belonged to a young girl. I can't remember. She put down her spoon and closed her eyes briefly. The result was that the planet resealed everything. All the doors were closed, all the roads were blocked. We had to start all over again. Start from the beginning and wait. When Zhou Yun heard this, the image that Shui had sensed inside the seal flashed through his mind. The water was full, but not flowing. Everything was frozen in place, like a clock that had been wound up but hadn't been released. I see. It's not about waiting for something. It means waiting for whom? You are the end of a new wait. The god of the empty mirror opened his eyes and looked at him. She spoke very slowly, with a very short pause between each word, as if she were confirming that every word she uttered was accurate. Zhou Yun remained silent for a while. Then he asked a question. Those ruins, were they his residence? The god of empty mirrors nodded. What is his name? She lowered her head and looked at the remaining spirit fruit soup in the bowl. I should remember. But I can't remember. Her voice finally showed a hint of emotion as she spoke these words, not sadness, but helplessness. The helplessness of a god with incomplete memories towards her own incompleteness. She raised her head again. Zhou Yun. This was one of the few times she called him by his name directly. I'm not telling you this to scare you. His expression was unusually serious. It wasn't the usual mature and composed seriousness, but rather a raw honesty from one being to another, stripped of all pretense and distance. You've come this far, so you have the right to know the path those who came before you have taken. She paused for a moment. As for what lies beyond this road, I don't know either. I'll tell you when I remember. After she finished speaking, she picked up the bowl and ate the last bite of the spirit fruit soup. Then she tilted her head and suddenly changed her tone. The soup isn't sweet enough. Tell the elf to add a couple more fruits next time. Zhou Yun looked at her. From Guardian to place 2 more fruits. There was approximately a 3-breath interval in between. He smiled and stood up. Good. When we came out of the shrine, it was still light outside. The daily routine of Cloud City remained unchanged despite the discovery deep within the seal. From the distant city wall came the reluctant whimpering of the small red burning bricks. The clanging of hammers in the forge never stopped. The cauliflower beast brothers were busy back and forth in the spiritual plant park. One of them was watering the plants, while the other was wiping up the areas that the first one had watered too much. Wana and the others waited outside the shrine. She didn't ask Zhou Yun what they discussed inside. Wana had a self-imposed boundary regarding the affairs of the god of empty mirror, which she never actively crossed. She held a well-organized report in her hands, the cover of which read, First Seal Exploration Phase Summary. Case B, with the date and page number marked in the lower right corner. My lord, this is a summary of our current exploration. Zhou Yun took the report and flipped through it. Wana's report was just like her, clear and organized, without any unnecessary words, and each item was accompanied by data or calculations. The Starshine Spirit Herb has completed the mapping of the sampling area. The preliminary estimate of the harvestable area is over 50 square kilometers, which, at the current consumption rate, is enough to support the auxiliary material needs for brewing and alchemy for at least 3 years. Zhou Yun turned a page. The first transplantation experiment of the golden vein ancient vine has been carried out by the Deadwood Spirit. 3 ancient vines have been transplanted to the branch of the spiritual vein on the east side of Yun City. The root system is currently adapting to the new environment, and it is expected that we can confirm whether they are alive in 3 days. Turn the page. The starry mithril vein has 3 outcrops marked. Compared with the starry refined gold sample, its hardness is about 20% higher, and its affinity for spiritual energy is about 30% higher. Wana added a small note after this entry. After seeing the sample, Huasu worked continuously for 6 hours, refusing to eat twice, during which time he was forcibly dragged out of the forge by Ellie. He has now returned to normal work and rest. The sample is currently being kept by Ellie. Zhou Yun's lips twitched slightly when he saw this line of text. Continue flipping through. The starry ancient forest will remain untouched as instructed. A plan for the non-destructive collection of starry tree sap is being drafted by Ellie. Her preliminary assessment conclusion. Wana paused here, as if she was carefully considering her words. The tree sap's effect on accelerating the growth of spirit plants is more than 4 times that of the withered tree spirit. In addition, she believes that the tree sap may have other uses, but more samples are needed to confirm this. 4 times. The ripening ability of the withered wood spirit is already the core of the Yunqing planting system. What 4 times means is not something Zhou Yun needs to calculate himself. Wana has already calculated it in the notes. If applied on a large scale, the production cycle of Yunqing spirit plants will be shortened from the current average of 14 days to 3 to 4 days. Zhou Yun closed the report. Where are the dark gold fragments? It's been sealed off separately at the 3rd outpost, Wana said. It hasn't been touched or moved. I've arranged for a silver fawn wolf to monitor it around the clock, and so far there have been no changes. Zhou Yun nodded. This is the harvest within a 15-kilometer radius of the first seal. Wana closed her copy of the booklet, her voice still steady, but this sentence itself was the heaviest evaluation she could give. This is far from all. In the evening, Zhou Yun sat alone on the city wall. Sunset, not sunset. Within the seal, the sky is bathed in a pale golden light, but the territory's sky has its own sunrise and sunset. At this moment, the light on the horizon is dimming, and the outline of the distant dawn forest is merging into the twilight. The wind blows from the north, carrying the unique, crisp scent of the star vein. He sat for a while, his gaze falling on another section of the city wall not far away. Wuji sat there. She faced north, her legs dangling over the outside of the city wall, a knife at her side, and she was quiet. Not the sharp quiet she usually possessed. The usual misty stillness was like a sword yet to be drawn, quiet but taut. This quiet was relaxed, wistful, like someone gazing into the distance, waiting for something to surface. Chapter 298. Another name. Zhou Yun did not call her. He walked over and sat down next to her, keeping a distance of one person. A gust of wind blew by, lifting and then letting down the stray hairs on Wuji's forehead. The two sat in silence for a long time. The sounds of the people finishing their work came from below the city walls, and the footsteps of the gold-eating spirit rats marching back to their nests in perfect unison. Old Jean chattered and gave orders at the front of the procession. From the direction of the forge, the clanging finally stopped. Ellie had probably managed to pull Firebeard out of it once again. "My lord." Wuji spoke first. The sound was very soft. "I had a dream." Zhou Yun turned his head to look at her. Wu Ji's gaze did not turn away, remaining fixed on the distance, to the north, in the direction of the dawn forest, the direction of the seal. "Someone called my name in my dream." She paused for a moment. "It's not Wu Ji. It's another name. I forgot everything after I woke up. I still remember the voice, but I forgot the name." She lowered her eyes and looked at her hands. The hands that had trembled on the ruined doorframe were now steady. But the way she looked at them was as if she were looking at a pair of hands that didn't entirely belong to her. "That voice sounds familiar." She finished speaking. She didn't ask Zhou Yun what had happened, nor did she demand an explanation. She simply stated it. Zhou Yun did not give her an answer. It's not that he doesn't want to give it, it's that he can't give it now. He knows more fragments than Mistweave. In the previous era, there was a guardian who lived in that ruin and broke 5 seals. But he can't yet connect these fragments with the relationship between Mistweave. "Tell me when you remember," he said casually. "No rush." Wuji was silent for a moment, then softly hummed in agreement. The wind blew again. The two continued to sit, watching the twilight slowly swallow up the distant forest. The next day, Zhou Yun returned to Earth. At my residence in Beijing, I turned on my phone, and messages started popping up one after another. Kushodoms. He first read the text message. "Latest progress in the Northwest reconnaissance. Photos have been sent, please check. Also, monitoring data near the Chilean mountains fissure shows no abnormalities, and no signs of activity have been found in the enclosed space." Then he opened the photo. There are 7 in total. These are all engravings on the walls of that man-made enclosed space 40 meters underground. The reconnaissance team used high-definition equipment to take the photos, and the details of each scratch are very clear. Zhou Yun zoomed in on each of the photos one by one. The engravings are not like words, but more like some kind of symbol. The lines are rough and lack the fluidity of calligraphy. They look as if they were directly chiseled into the stone wall with a hard object, and the strokes convey a kind of brutal and urgent force. He didn't have any particular feelings about the first few pictures. Until the 5th one. His fingers stopped on the screen. The symbol in the photo, the way the arc curves, the angle at which the 2 lines intersect, and the upward curve at the end. He had seen it. I've never seen it on Earth. It is inside the seal. The patterns on the stone pillar. He zoomed in on the photo and compared it repeatedly with his memory of the stone pillar's patterns. They weren't exactly the same. The patterns on the stone pillar were delicate and regular, while the engravings were rough and rapid, but the basic structure overlapped. He flipped to the next 2 pages. There is a symbol in the 6th and 7th cards, which matches the pattern on the stone pillar inside the seal. 7 photos, 3 symbols overlap. Zhou Yun turned off his phone screen, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes for a while. The patterns on the stone pillars inside the seal are man-made. The type they are identified by the probe technique is called Spirit vein node steel. The enclosed space 40 meters underground in the northwest is also man-made. The symbols in the two places overlap. In addition, Lu Qinzhou mentioned the echoes from the bottom, low-frequency sound waves from the forefront of the abyss defense line 300 years ago, which sounded like something breathing. And what the god of empty mirrors just said was, "Calamity is coming." Fragments. It's all fragments. They can't form a complete picture, but they vaguely point in the same direction. He couldn't tell what it pointed to. It was just a gut feeling. These clues scattered across different times and spaces all shared the same underlying theme. The phone lit up again. News from Director May. Zhou Yun, the special project to clear disasters from retired lords has been officially approved. The first batch of 50 people will be accepted for application starting next week. Zhou Yun was about to reply when he saw another message below. Also, regarding the Spring Breeze wine, the United Front Work Department forwarded a letter to us today. It was delivered by someone asked by Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan. One of the three reclusive figures. Located in the Greater Xing'an Mountains, possessing S-rank subjects, and refused to meet with the United Front Work Department 3 times. Zhou Yun's strategy has always been to wait for them to come to me on their own. Now, the second person has arrived. He turned on his phone screen and replied to a message. Send me the contents of the letter. He then leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the view outside the window. The night sky over Beijing was devoid of stars, and the city lights painted the skyline a warm yellow. Far away, in another dimension, deep within the seal of that planet, something awaits. I've waited for who knows how many epochs. Now, finally, someone has started to take steps towards that goal. When Director May handed over the envelope, Zhou Yun was sitting in the United Front Work Department office reviewing the summary report of the Northwest investigation. The envelope was small, made of coarse, yellowish-brown paper, its edges worn and frayed, as if it had been tucked in a pocket for a long time before being taken out. A drop of pine resin had dripped onto the seal, congealing into an irregular amber color. There was no signature, no postmark, and no seal. The messenger was a hunter, in his 40s. He left the letter on the table in the duty room of the Northwest Outpost and left. Director May said. We tried to stop him, but we couldn't. That man was faster at scaling the wall than our sentries. Zhou Yun put down the report, took the envelope, and rubbed the resin seal with his fingertip. Lin Yuanshan? Most likely. Minister Ke has checked, and within 300 kilometers of the outpost, there are no more than 3 lords who can sneak into the duty room without triggering any surveillance. Director May paused for a moment. And that hunter carried the scent of pine resin and fur from the Greater Xing'an Mountains. Zhou Yun pried open the pine resin seal and pulled out the paper inside. There was only one sheet of paper, and it was rough, homemade paper with fibers so coarse that you could see the grain of the wood pulp. The characters were written with a brush, not particularly beautiful, but the strokes were very powerful, each one looking as if it were carved. The letter was short, and Zhou Yun read it from beginning to end. Zhou Yun, I don't know you. But Jiang Banqing said you're a young man worth talking to. Jiang Banqing isn't very good at judging people, but I've trusted his judgment for 300 years, and he's never been wrong. I have guarded the northern section of the Greater Xing'an Mountains for 23 years. I know better than the wild animals in this forest which routes they take to feed, which areas they give birth to, and which seasons they change their nests. But in the last 2 months, something has gone wrong. Chapter 299 Strange Movement. The B-rank calamity beasts in the northern section have begun to migrate south. They are not wandering around in search of food, but migrating in groups with the direction. The C-rank ones started even earlier, 3 months ago. They are not looking for food, but hiding from something. I went deep into the forest, to a place 400 kilometers north of the human defense line. The traces of the calamity beasts stopped in that area, there were no footprints left. The territory of the calamity beasts, which had lived for hundreds of years, seemed to have been wiped out overnight. I squatted there for 3 days. On the second night I heard it. It wasn't the sound of a calamity beast. It was coming from underground. It was very low and slow, like someone breathing one breath at a time. I've guarded this forest for 23 years, and this is the first time I've felt something moving beneath it. It's not the calamity beasts moving, but something deeper than the calamity beasts. If you want to come see me, just have Jiang Banqing pass on the message. There's no need for anyone from the United Front Work Department to come. I won't see them anyway. The signature consisted of only one character, Mountain. Zhou Yun finished reading the letter but did not speak immediately. The light from outside cut through the gaps in the blinds, tracing bright lines on the desk. Someone walked by in the corridor, the sound of leather shoes clicking on the floor tiles coming through the door, muffled. He read it again from the beginning. The gaze lingered on 2 points for a considerable time. One was mass migration with a direction, and the other was coming up from underground, very low and very slow, like panting breaths. The last sentence reminded him of Lu Qinzhou. In that old house in Hangzhou, when Lu Qinzhou sat on the bed and talked to him about echoes from the lower classes, he described it in the same way. The frequency was very low, like something breathing. Lu Qinzhou heard the voices from the very front of the Abyss defense line 300 years ago, while Lin Yuanshan heard the voices from the depths of the forest in the northern section of the Greater Xing'an Mountains 3 days ago. Despite being separated by 300 years and several thousand kilometers, the descriptions are almost identical. Director may exist. When was Minister Ku's last report to the Northwest? Director May pulled a brown paper bag from her briefcase and handed it to her. It just arrived this morning. I was going to wait until you finished reading the letter before giving it to you. Zhou Yun took it and opened it. Kushodong's report was much longer than Lin Yuanshan's letter, and it used the standard format of the United Front Work Department, with restrained wording and detailed data. But once the core information was extracted, it revealed the same thing that Lin Yuanshan had said. In the direction of the Chilean Mountains fissure, the frequency of appearances of the calamity beasts has tripled in the past week. The surrounding beasts below rank C are moving away from the rift, while only those above rank B are gathering towards the rift. Even more unusual is the way they clustered. Instead of simply moving closer together, they formed a ring-shaped distribution zone around the crack, as if they were waiting for something. The report was accompanied by a hand-drawn map showing the changing distribution of the calamity beasts. The drawing by Kushodong is messy, but the data annotations are very clear. 2 weeks ago, the distribution was scattered, wandering randomly. A week ago, it became centripetal, with a sense of direction. As of yesterday, it had become a rough ring, with the Chilean mountain fissure at its center. Zhou Yun stared at the picture for a while, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. Director May did not urge him. The quartermaster had known Zhou Yun for a while and had figured out some patterns. When Zhou Yun wasn't talking, he wasn't daydreaming. He was piecing together information from different sources. It's not advisable to interrupt at this time. A lightning finches were perched on the windowsill of the office. This little creature wasn't very big, and its bluish-gray feathers gleamed faintly with an electric arc sheen in the sunlight. It was summoned by Zhou Yun from his territory to help deliver small items. There was no communication between Earth and his territory, but the lightning sparrow was fast and small, so Zhou Yun would summon it to Earth before returning to his territory, so that it could carry the notes, or small items that needed to be brought back to his territory, and then take them with it when Zhou Yun returned to his territory. It tilted its head to watch Zhou Yun turn the pages, occasionally letting out a soft chirp, as if urging him to finish reading quickly so he could go back. Zhou Yun reached into the biscuit box on the table, took a soda cracker, broke it in half, and placed one half on the windowsill. The lightning sparrow lowered its head, pecked at the paper sparrow, shook its feathers in disgust, and then picked it up and flew to the curtain rod to eat it. Zhou Yun's gaze lingered on Kushodong's hand-drawn distribution map for a long time. In 2 weeks, the process progressed from scattered points to a centripetal path to a circular one. The monsters are not human. They have no organization or discipline, and they do not march in formation, but they form a circle. In natural group behavior, this circular gathering usually means one thing, surrounding something they both fear and cannot leave. He turned back to the second page of Kushodong's report. One note reads in handwriting. This is unconfirmed, based solely on the account of a sentry. The sentry said that 3 nights ago, while on duty in the desert in the direction of the crevice, he felt numbness in the soles of his feet. It was a tingling sensation that started from the soles of my feet and went upwards, lasting for about 10 seconds before disappearing. He asked another classmate, who said they didn't feel anything. If this is the only one, it can be attributed to personal illusion. But Lin Yuanshan's letter said it came up from underground, while Lu Qingzhou heard echoes from the bottom. 300 years ago at the Abyss defense line, 3 different people, 3 different times and places, perceived something of the same nature. It's not just the Northwest. Director may seem to see what he was thinking and handed him another sheet of paper. The abnormal records compiled from all defense lines last week. In the Northeast, Northwest, and the Sichuan-Tibet border region in the Southwest, there have been abnormal migrations of calamity beasts of varying degrees. The situation is most evident in Northeast China, consistent with Lin Yuanshan's description. Those at level B and above gather, while those at level C and below flee. In the Southwest, the activity range of C-rank monsters has shrunk by about 15%, which isn't serious, but the trend is the same. Zhou Yun took it and read it through. 3 directions, 3 defense lines under their jurisdiction, all showing the same pattern of anomalies simultaneously. If it were only in one place, it could be explained as a local ecological fluctuation, but when 3 directions move together, it is not a local phenomenon. He placed the page on the table, alongside Kushodong's report and Lin Yuanshan's letter. 3 documents, 3 sources, 3 handwriting styles, the hunter's calligraphy, the intelligence chief's scribbled notes, and the standard forms from each defense line. Each is just a fragment, but when put together, their outlines become clear. Look at the 2 things together. Zhou Yun began, his tone flat as if he were talking about something ordinary. The Northeast and Northwest are experiencing abnormal migrations of calamity beasts, and there are signs in the Southwest as well. Those below rank C are fleeing, while those above rank B are gathering. Lin Yuanshan heard sounds from underground, and Minister could discover a ring-shaped gathering around the crack. Chapter 304 A-rank witnesses. Director May nodded, waiting for him to continue. Lu Qingzhou said that a similar low-frequency sound wave appeared at the forefront of the Abyss defense line 300 years ago. They called it echo from the bottom back then. What do you think of Mr. Lu's condition? It's not a coincidence. Zhou Yun placed Kushodong's map of the calamity beast distribution and Lin Yuanshan's letter side by side on the table. The Abyss defense line from 300 years ago and the current northern section of the Greater Xing'an Mountains and the Qilian Mountain fissures, 3 different times and different locations, are described in the same way. There's something down there all along. After he finished speaking, he was silent for a few seconds. Then he picked up his phone and dialed Kushodong's number. When the call connected, I could hear a whistling sound on the other end. Kushodong was probably outside. Minister Ke, I've read your report and Lin Yuanshan's letter. I have a question for you. You say. How far is the distance between those photos of the engraved marks in the northwest underground space and the area where the calamity beasts are unusually gathered? The wind on the other end of the phone seemed to pause for a moment. Perhaps Kushodong went inside, or perhaps he was just processing the issue. The straight line distance is less than 30 kilometers. Zhou Yun didn't reply. He moved the phone away from his ear slightly and looked at the 2 documents placed side by side on the table. Lin Yuanshan's rough paper letter, Kushodong's standard format report. An old hunter from the Greater Xing'an Mountains, and an intelligence chief from the United Front Work Department. They didn't know each other and had never communicated, but what they were describing was piecing together the same puzzle. Less than 30 kilometers. The 3 symbols on the underground space engravings that overlap with the patterns on the ceiling stone pillars are less than 30 kilometers away from the center where the calamity beasts are unusually gathered. Minister Ke. Zhou Yun put the phone back to his ear. Could we arrange a time to summarize all the information we have so far? Not just the Northwest. If there are similar abnormal reports from the Northeast or the Southwest, please bring them all out together. What is the area covered? Take as much as you can. I'll tell you about the north side. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Kushodom was a man who had worked in intelligence for decades. This silence wasn't hesitation, but rather a rapid assessment of the meaning behind Zhou Yun's words. It wasn't just a report, it was about making a decision. Understood. I'll get everything ready tonight, and we can open it tomorrow morning. Good. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yun folded Lin Yuanshan's letter and put it back into the tan envelope. He sat there, watching the lightning sparrow on the windowsill. The little creature had already finished half a cookie and was scratching its neck with its paws, completely unaware of the information that the two humans in the office had just exchanged. The sky outside the window in Beijing was still bright. The days are shorter after autumn, but the light is still plenty around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. It was a perfectly normal afternoon. There were car noises on the street, construction noises in the distance, and the national flag on the roof of the building across the street was flapping loudly in the wind. Everything is normal. But something is moving underground. Zhou Yun handed the other half of the cookie box to Director May. Director May hesitated for a moment, then took it and took a bite. Will the list of retired lords selected for the disaster mitigation project be released by next Monday? Director May swallowed a biscuit. Yes. The application materials for the first batch of 50 people are already in the process of being processed. Thanks for your hard work. Of course. Director May paused, glancing at the tan envelope on the table. How do you plan to contact this Lin Yuanshan? Zhou Yun thought for a moment and said. He said in his letter that he asked Jiang Banqing to deliver a message. Let's do as he says. I can make arrangements for Jiang Banqing. No need. Zhou Yun shook his head. I will talk to Grandpa Jiang myself. Lin Yuanshan doesn't trust the people in the United Front Work Department. He trusts Jiang Banqing. If I arrange for Jiang Banqing to deliver the message through the United Front Work Department, even if the message gets through, the meaning will be different. Director May opened her mouth, but did not refute. He had spent half his life in logistics scheduling and materials circulation, and was used to using the administrative system to drive everything, but Zhou Yun's thinking was quite different from his. When dealing with interpersonal issues, this young man always considers the other person's feelings first, and then efficiency. Sometimes Director May felt that this was too slow, but in fact, Zhou Yun's method often went further. That's how Jiang Banqing was won over. Alright, then you can arrange this yourself. Director May closed the lid of the biscuit box. I'll start pushing forward the special program for retired personnel tomorrow. The list will definitely be given to you by next Monday, don't worry about that. Zhou Yun stood up and put Kushodom's report and Lin Yuanshan's letter into his bag. Seeing him stand up, Lightning Sparrow immediately flew down from the curtain rod and landed on his shoulder, its small, bluish-gray head nuzzling against his ear. Zhou Yun reached out and gently tapped its beak. I'll feed you when we get back. As he walked out of the United Front Work Department, he stood on the steps at the entrance for a while. It was still light outside. In the autumn evening of Beijing, the air was filled with the lingering sense of osmanthus blossoms, mixed with exhaust fumes from the streets. He took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, and sent a message to Xiangbei. Are you free tomorrow morning? There are some things I'd like to discuss in person. After sending the message, he put his phone back in his pocket and headed towards the parking lot. The lightning sparrow perched steadily on his shoulder, occasionally chirping as if urging him to hurry up. The small conference room on the 3rd floor of the United Front Work Department has no windows. The 4 walls were painted grayish-white. 2 rows of fluorescent lights hung from the ceiling. There was a long table with 6 chairs, and a pot of cold tea on the table. An old-fashioned air conditioner stood in the corner, humming softly, but the cooling wasn't enough, and the air felt stuffy. When Zhou Yun arrived, Director May was already there, arranging a stack of documents on the table in order. Xiangbei sat at the other end of the long table, with an old enamel mug beside him. Most of the paint on the mug had chipped off, revealing the white porcelain underneath. He wore a dark gray jacket with the collar open. His hair was gray, but he was in good spirits. When he sat there without speaking, he looked like a rock placed in the mountains, not big, but immovable. The computer screen on the table was lit up, and Kushodom's face appeared in the video. The background was a simple prefab house, with a map of the northwest defense line pasted on the wall and a stack of military packs in the corner. He was even darker than when Zhou Yun last met him, and there was a wind-blown crack on his cheekbone without a bandage. "Everyone's here." Director May raised her hand. "Let's begin." Kushodong spoke first. His speaking habit is to present the data first and then make a judgment, without using adjectives in between. He finished explaining the monitoring data of the disaster beasts on the northwest defense line over the past 30 days in less than 5 minutes. The activity range of sea-level disaster beasts has retreated by 40 kilometers overall. The gathering density of B-level disaster beasts towards the rift has increased threefold, and A-level disaster beasts, which previously only had occasional sporadic sightings in this area, have been confirmed 4 times in the past week, all within a 20-kilometer radius of the rift. "For rank A sightings, what does that mean?" Kushodong's voice came from the screen, a slight delay causing a lingering sensation. "The Northwest Defense Line has been established for 15 years, and the accumulated rank A sightings were only 7. This week's total is more than half of what it took in the previous 15 years. He held up the hand-drawn map of the monster's distribution in front of the camera. Chapter 301 Chilean Mountains. Zhou Yun had seen the map yesterday, but this was the first time Xiang Bei had seen it. The veteran's gaze lingered on the map for a few seconds, and the tea in his enamel cup swayed slightly. He didn't move the cup, but his finger unconsciously flicked across the table. "Let's talk about the underground space again." Kushodong put down the diagram. "The man-made enclosed space that the investigation team discovered last month. I had someone take another round of photos of the carvings on the walls. This time, they took more detailed photos, using high-magnification macro photography." The screen switched to a photo. On the gray stone wall, rows of carvings cast irregular shadows under the flashlight beam. Most of the carvings looked like scratches, but a few were noticeably different. The lines were symmetrical, and the turns were curved, making them seem less like random carvings and more like symbols or characters. "These 3 places," Kushodong pointed to 3 locations on the photo with the tip of his pen, "are clearly not naturally formed, nor were they carved by someone at random. The lines are too regular, the corners are uniformly curved, like some kind of systematic symbol. I had someone check known ancient script databases, but there was no match. This system doesn't belong to any recorded human civilization." Zhou Yun stared at the 3 sets of symbols on the screen without saying a word. He recognized them, not from any text library, but from the almost identical patterns he had seen on the stone pillars inside the seal. "But he can't talk about this here." The meeting room fell silent for a moment. The hum of the air conditioner was particularly clear. Xiang Bei put down his enamel mug and spoke for the first time. "How far is the underground space from the crack?" "Less than 30 kilometers as the crow flies." "Where is the nearest edge of the ring-shaped area where the calamity beasts gather to the underground space?" Kushodong glanced at his notebook on the other end of the screen. "About 12 kilometers. And it's shrinking. It was 15 kilometers a week ago." Xiang Bei didn't ask any more questions. He picked up his enamel mug and took a sip of tea. His brows didn't furrow, but the corners of his mouth tightened slightly. There weren't many things that could make a pillar-level lord who had fought monsters for decades tighten his lips. Director May then took over and recounted the abnormal records compiled from each defense line. In the northeast Lin Yuanshan area, a large-scale southward migration of B-rank disaster beasts had occurred, resulting in a blank zone, deep in the northern section. The activity range of the sea-level calamity beasts on the southwestern edge of Sichuan and Tibet has shrunk by 15%, and this trend is accelerating. He also mentioned new data from the southern coast. In the past week, calamity beast monitoring buoys in the South China Sea recorded 3 low-frequency vibration signals, with extremely low frequencies, close to the lower limit of human hearing. Besides the sound waves, the underground sounds Lin Yuanshan mentioned in his letter already make up the 3rd independent source. Director May turned to the last page. If we also include the echoes from the lower levels that Lu Qingzhou talked about, that makes a 4th. 4 independent sources. Spanning 300 years and thousands of kilometers, they all describe things that point in the same direction. Zhou Yun did not interrupt anyone during the entire report. He sat in the middle of the long table, a notebook in front of him, but with only a few words written on it, not a record of contents, but lines connecting a few keywords. A line between circular cluster and underground space. A line between echoes from the lower levels and cracks, and a circle next to unknown symbol. Only he himself knew the meaning of that circle, the symbol of the underground space, and the patterns on the stone pillars within the territory's seal were the same thing. After everyone had finished speaking, he closed the notebook. Let me share my thoughts. All three eyes turned to him. Kushodong leaned forward slightly from the other side of the screen. The monstrous beast anomaly isn't a problem with just one defensive line, it's a systemic change. Whatever's underneath, it's moving and accelerating. If we continue with a passive defense, waiting for the monstrous beast tide to reach our lines before stopping it, what's the worst-case scenario? He looked at Xiangbei. The veteran put down his enamel mug. He didn't answer immediately, but remained silent for a few seconds. This silence wasn't hesitation, but a responsible assessment. Xiangbei was a man who had fought in real major battles, and he knew that the words, worst-case scenario, couldn't be uttered lightly. To say them meant to bear the consequences. The worst-case scenario, Xiangbei's voice was steady, is a massive outbreak of calamity beasts from multiple directions simultaneously. It's not the kind of minor fluctuations we see now, it's a real surge. If the calamity beasts are truly being driven or organized by something, then we are not facing scattered, disorganized forces, but a shockwave with direction, density, and rhythm. He tapped the table with his knuckles. It wasn't heavy, but it was crisp. Our current defense system is designed for scattered threats and cannot withstand a cluster attack. If they come from three directions simultaneously, the biggest problem is the dispersion of our forces. Moreover, the source of the monsters hasn't been cut off. No matter how clean the surface is, the cracks are still there, and they will keep pouring out. So we can't wait, Zhou Yun said. We can't wait. Xiangbei nodded. If we're going to fight, where should the first strike land? This time it was Kushodong who answered. He had been waiting for this question, probably ever since he took the second round of high-resolution photos. Qilian Mountains. 3 reasons. First, the highest density of calamity beasts and the most obvious anomalies indicate that the source there is most active, making it the most rewarding place to eliminate them. Second, there are man-made relics with an unknown symbolic system in the underground space, less than 30 kilometers from the rift. This is significant. Penetrating it would not only clear out the calamity beasts but also potentially uncover the root cause of their anomalies. Third, he paused. Logistics. The Northwest Defense Line is our own territory, with the shortest supply line and the most convenient deployment. No matter how the battle turns out, we have a way to retreat. The meeting room fell silent for a while. Director May was quickly scribbling something in her notebook, probably estimating logistical needs in her mind. Kushodong waited on the other side of the screen, his pen twirling in his hand. Xiangbei didn't speak, but his eyes said it all. He agreed. Zhou Yun looked around and finally said, Then let's attack the Qilian Mountains. He didn't say things like, we must win. There's no need. Those present are all doers. They don't need slogans to build confidence. Xiangbei tapped the table lightly with his knuckles, as if confirming something. He had been fighting calamity beasts for decades, and every time one came, he would defend against it. If he couldn't, he would retreat and try again. For 300 years, the relationship between humans and calamity beasts had been like this. The calamity beasts were the tide, and humans were the dike. The dike wouldn't actively seek out the tide. But the 4 people at this table today just made a decision that no one has made in 300 years. They stopped waiting and took the initiative to fight. Chapter 302 The War of the Great Han Kingdom. This matter, Xiangbei suddenly said, must be reported to higher authorities. Not just the military, but the national level. This is the first time in 300 years that we have launched a proactive attack on the lair of the calamity beasts. This is not something a frontline commander can decide on his own. I know, Zhou Yun said. But the plan needs to be finalized first. Submitting a plan is different from submitting one empty-handed. Xiangbei glanced at him but did not refute him. The young man is right. What the decision-makers need is not just a desire to fight, but a complete plan outlining how we can fight, and how we will recover afterward. Developing a plan before submitting it for approval demonstrates respect for procedures and minimizes resistance to the decision-making process. What about the time frame? Director May asked, looking up. If we start preparing now, how quickly can we get started? How many days will the logistics take? Zhou Yun asked in return. If we push at full speed, it will take 7 days to allocate resources, assemble personnel, and reinforce the frontline defenses, said Director May. If we only consider the core strike force, 3 days will be enough. However, the coordinated adjustments of the surrounding defenses must keep pace. Otherwise, if problems arise in other directions during the attack on the Chilean mountains, we will be at a disadvantage. 7 days, Xiangbei said. No less than that. I need to take the most elite troops from the front line. It will take time to transfer them and time to hand them over. Zhou Yun nodded. 7 days. Minister Ke, during these 7 days, continue to observe but not touch the underground space, but double the monitoring density. If the area where the disaster beasts gather continues to shrink, report it immediately. Clear. Director May, can the logistics list be completed today? I'll give it to you this afternoon. Zhou Yun looked at the veteran general and suddenly smiled. Old Xiang, are you sure you want to go in person? Xiangbei glared at him. There wasn't much genuine displeasure in that look. It was more like the instinctive reaction of an old soldier hearing a young man question his physical abilities. You weren't even born when I was fighting the monsters on the front lines. I know. Zhou Yun's smile didn't fade. But this time is different. We might have to go inside the fissure. The concentration of calamity gas inside is much higher than on the surface. According to Minister Ke's data, it's at least 10 times higher. Calamity gas erosion. He didn't finish speaking. But everyone present understood what he hadn't said. The erosion of calamity energy is cumulative, and Xiangbei had been fighting for decades, accumulating far more calamity energy in his body than an ordinary lord. Venturing deeper into areas with high concentrations of hazardous gases carries a much greater risk than for younger people. I know what you're worried about. Xiangbei picked up his enamel mug, took the last sip of tea, and the bottom of the mug tapped on the table with a crisp sound. But some things can't be done just by giving orders from behind. This is the first time we've launched a proactive attack on the beast space. If the military doesn't have a pillar-level lord on site, the people below won't feel confident. He looked at Zhou Yun, his tone becoming calmer. I know your people are the main force. But this battle is not yours alone, it is the battle of the great Han Kingdom. Those lords and soldiers on Earth need to see someone standing with them. Not just in front, but beside them. Zhou Yun looked at him for a few seconds. Then he nodded. Then we'll meet in the Chilean mountains. Xiangbei snorted, which was taken as an agreement. After the meeting, Kushodong's video call ended first. Director May tidied up the documents and stood up to stretch his neck. His cervical spine was uncomfortable from sitting for too long. It was an old problem. Zhou Yun was the last to leave the conference room. He stood in the corridor for a while, took out his phone and glanced at it. He still hadn't replied to the message Jiang Banqing had sent the day before yesterday. The old man's message was simple. Lu Qingzhou is in good spirits today and ate a bowl and a half of porridge. He replied to Jiang Banqing. Mr. Jiang, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with. Could you please pass on a message to Lin Yuanshan for me? It's not urgent, we can do it when it's convenient for you. After sending the message, I thought for a moment and added, I'm glad you enjoyed the meal, Mr. Liu. I'll personally deliver the spring breeze wine next time. I put my phone back in my pocket. Light streamed through the window at the end of the corridor, revealing the clear, high, and still wind-free September sky over Beijing. 7 days. He needed to return to his territory within 7 days to confirm the expedition list with Warner, prepare the people and supplies to be taken to Earth, and then meet with the god of the empty mirror, not for the Chilean mountains, but for the seal. The god of the empty mirror had said, the easier it is to detect each new layer of the external world that is opened, And now that multiple directions on Earth were simultaneously experiencing abnormalities from calamity beasts, he needed to know if there was a connection between these two events. Xiang Bei walked out from behind him and patted him on the shoulder as he passed by. The pat wasn't strong, but it felt heavy. "Don't overthink it," the veteran said. "When it comes to war, thinking about 70% is enough. The remaining 30% is about adapting to the situation on the battlefield. Thinking about everything will only make things worse." Zhou Yun turned and watched him walk away. Xiang Bei's figure wasn't tall, and his steps weren't fast, but each step was firm, and a slow, heavy footstep echoed in the corridor. People who have fought against calamity beasts for decades walk with a rhythm that is not easily shaken. Zhou Yun smiled, pushed open the door at the end of the corridor, and walked downstairs. Zhou Yun returned to the territory in the afternoon. The light from the teleportation array faded, and he stepped onto the ground paved with star-refined gold. The autumn wind blew in from the crenellations of the city wall, carrying the scent of grass and trees from the direction of the dawn forest. The air in the territory is always cleaner than on Earth, no exhaust fumes, no industrial dust, and the concentration of spiritual energy has increased even more after the seal was broken, carrying a cool and sweet taste when inhaled. Wanner was already waiting next to the teleportation array. She held the booklet in her hand. Zhou Yun knew which one it was without even looking. The cover was worn and frayed, with several folds showing on the side and a label with the circled word "Special" on it. Wanner would never come to receive him empty-handed. "I've prepared the list." Without exchanging pleasantries, she opened the booklet directly. "Look at the major items first, and we can check the details later." Zhou Yun took it and flipped through it as she walked. Wanner's list is divided into 3 parts. The first part is what to bring on the expedition, the organization of the people and supplies to be taken to Earth to participate in the war. The second part is territory remains in operation, the arrangements for various production and exploration activities within the territory during his absence. The third part is the emergency plan, the autonomous decision-making authority and priority ranking on the territory side if the war on Earth lasts longer than expected. Each item has a handwritten annotation by Wanner. Her handwriting was neat, her wording concise, and there were occasional signs of deletions and revisions. She had clearly written it more than once. Chapter 303 Pre-Battle Configuration. Let me first explain the composition of the expedition. Wanner followed beside him, her steps neither fast nor slow, making little noise on the stone path. My suggested core strike team, Lei Zi, Ashui, Wu Ji, and the entire Mist Warriors team. Main force, 200 wind-riding divine eagles, 100 flame giants, 120 water spirit nagas, and 50 rock golems. Reconnaissance, 10 silver fang whistling wolves and 80 wind and thunder eagles, combined with the Maruru archer group for aerial strikes. Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow. This scale involved almost half of the Sky Mirror World Legion and the permanent combat units stationed in the territory. Wanner didn't give him a chance to interrupt and turned the page. Support unit, the cauliflower beast is assigned to each combat team and is responsible for continuous healing. 10 lightning sparrows will be used for battlefield communication and small item delivery. 6 crystal armor guardians will provide shields for the human lord's formation. You mentioned you'd bring elite human troops north this time. They lack magic immunity, and with high levels of calamity energy, the crystal armors, crystal wall, can hold them off for a while. 8 armored thunder turtles will rotate in the front line, rock golems will tank the first wave, and the thunder turtles, taunt, will follow up in the second wave. Alternating them makes it less likely to collapse. She glanced at Zhou Yun, her tone carrying a hint of her own unquestionable authority. This is our first proactive attack, and it's a battle that the whole world is watching. We should be as cautious as possible. Zhou Yun flipped to the section on crystal armor guardians and glanced at Wanner's annotation. The weakest link in human formations is disaster or a protection, so this is the highest priority. He didn't change that rule. Wanner thought of everything more thoroughly than him. Should we bring the Spiritwood Watcher? He asked. Bring 8. Wanner said. Spirit fruits can restore health and remove negative status effects. making them a second line of defense besides the cattle flower beasts and high calamity environments. Moreover, the canopy of the Spirit Tree Guardian has a certain filtering ability against calamity energy, not immunity, but it can reduce the concentration. Distributing them around the human formation will stack the effects. Good. Little Blue isn't coming. No, Zhou Yun said. The fire-type monster space would actually restrict ice-type monsters. Besides, I can synchronize her attributes. I don't need her physical presence. Little Red isn't included either. No, we won't take her. The enemy is fire-based, and Little Red's Crimson Flame won't be an advantage in that environment. Let her stay in the territory and continue making bricks. Wanna's lips twitched slightly, probably because she wanted to laugh but held it back. The story of the Little Red burning brick has become a regular source of amusement in the territory. The biggest task of an SSS-rank Crimson Flame Wyvern every day is to squat by the city wall and breathe fire to burn bricks. It is something he is unwilling to do but has to do, because the bricks burned by the flame giant are not as solid as those burned by the dragon fire. They walked along the main road toward the forge. On the way, Zhou Yun passed by the spirit rat workshop and glanced inside. Old Jean was leading a group of gold-eating spirit rats to work overtime. The countertop in the workshop was filled with semi-finished alchemical rune stones, the cutting precision of which was visibly higher than last month. Old Jean probably sensed Zhou Yun's gaze, poked half his head out from under the table, his nose covered in a layer of fine metallic powder, squeaked at Zhou Yun, and then scurried back inside. The emotion conveyed through the contract is, I'm a bit busy for now. We've produced 20 runestones, and 12 A-rank scrolls this batch. Wanna reported from the side, her tone like she was reading from an account book. I'll talk about the progress on Firebird's side separately later. We've arrived at the forging workshop. Before even entering the door, I could hear the sound of hammering, a dull, rhythmic metallic clanging, one after another, with almost no pause in between. Everyone in the territory knew that Firebeard didn't like being interrupted when he was working. Zhou Yun stood at the door for a while, but didn't go in directly. Through the half-open door, he saw Firebeard bending over and hammering a piece of metal blank with a dark red luster. Sweat beaded on the dwarf blacksmith's forehead, and the muscles in his arms bulged and swayed with each swing of the hammer, his apron splattered with black spots from the sparks. He wasn't using an ordinary hammer. He was wielding the S-rank divine hammer. Judgment. Its surface flashing with an extremely fine golden line with each strike. In the corner of the workbench lay 2 completed short swords, their blades gleaming with a silvery white light, forged from starry mithril. These were experimental pieces hastily produced by Firebeard using the limited sample size available. Ellie stood in the shade outside the blacksmith's workshop, holding a bowl of soup in her hand. When she saw Zhou Yun arrive, she sighed softly. It's been 6 hours, she said in a low voice, glancing inside the door. It started when I got your list this morning, and I haven't had a drop of water. You didn't stop him? I stopped him. Ellie pushed the bowl forward, as if to say, Look, this bowl of soup in my hand is proof. He said, 300 more blows? After I finished the 300 blows, I took it in, and he said, 300 more blows. Zhou Yun looked at the bowl of soup. A thin film had formed on the surface, indicating that it had been heated more than once. I'll go inside and talk. He pushed open the door and entered the forge. Huasu's hammer continued to strike, and he didn't even look up. Zhou Yun wasn't in a hurry. He walked to the control panel and stood there, waiting for him to finish this round of typing. With the final hammer blow, the dark red color on the surface of the metal billet faded, turning into a calm bluish-gray. Huasu picked up the blank and put it into the water tank. With a hiss, white steam rose up. Only then did he straighten up and wipe his forehead with his sleeve. Seeing Zhou Yun standing to the side, Huasu snorted. We have enough time to get everything on the list, he said, his voice disproportionately loud for his height. The scrolls and runestones are readily available, and we have enough standard weapons to equip the human forces. The mithril daggers haven't been tested yet. Zhou Yun smiled. I didn't come here to ask that. I came here to tell you that Ellie waited for you outside for 6 hours with soup in her hands. Firebird's hammer froze in midair for a moment. He glanced sideways at the doorway. Ellie didn't come in, but she must have been standing outside, because a small patch of light was blocked from the shade. Firebeard put down the hammer, his movements much gentler than before. "Eat first," he muttered, his voice half as soft as before. "Tell her to heat it up again. I won't drink it cold." Zhou Yun didn't relay his message. He knew Wasu would go out and say it himself. After leaving the forge, Wanner continued to lead him into the city. As they passed the training ground, Kureho was leading the Marura tribe archers in shooting training. 3 rows of Maruru, both B rank and A rank, stood in neat formation on the training ground, their rabbit ears swaying slightly in the autumn breeze. Hongzhuang stood at the front of the line to demonstrate shooting. The sound of the arrows leaving the bowstring was short and crisp, and the bullseye positions almost overlapped. Chapter 304 The Day After Tomorrow. Hongye stood at the edge of the training ground, not participating in the training, but just watching quietly. As Zhou Yun passed by, Hongye turned her head and glanced at him. Those eyes were calm. Hongye has precognitive abilities, which means she saw something earlier than anyone else present. But she won't say it. The rule of the visionary is not to interfere. What she sees is not a certain future, but the most probable outcome, and speaking out would only change it. She simply nodded slightly to Zhou Yun, then turned her gaze back to the training ground. The nod was slight, but Zhou Yun understood. She was saying, "I understand." Wana whispered beside her. "The Marura tribe is sending 60 archers this time, 40 of whom will be paired with the Wind and Thunder Eagles in an aerial formation, and 20 will be ground-ranged attackers. Hongzhuang will lead the team. Hongye will stay behind." "Aren't you going to see the autumn leaves?" She said it herself. She said staying here is more useful than going with us. Wanner flipped through the booklet. I didn't press her for details. Zhou Yun didn't press the matter further. If the red leaves are useful, then they are useful. Those who foresee the future do not waste words. Keep going. The sky above the city wall was bustling with activity. Guagua was leading a large group of wind and thunder eagles in formation flight. Their blue and purple wings shimmered densely and alternately in the sunlight. The whirlwind created as the formation swept over the city wall caused a lightning sparrow that was dozing on the crenellation to stumble. The lightning sparrow puffed up its feathers and chirped several times. The quack looked back at it from high above and let out a loud quack, its tone clearly dismissive. The flock of wind-riding eagles circled at a higher position, their numbers greater, obscuring a large portion of the sky. Wanner scheduled the training sessions for the two flight forces to coincide, allowing them to become familiar with each other's coordination. The Wind and Thunder Eagle is responsible for high-speed advance and reconnaissance, while the wind-riding Divine Eagle is responsible for aerial area coverage. The combination of the area attack of the Wind Tornado and the single-point assassination of the Wind and Thunder Advance is a combination that Wanner specially drew a tactical diagram for in the booklet. Zhou Yun looked up for a while. Nearly 300 flying units were in formation in the sky at the same time, which was quite a spectacular sight from the ground. The sky looked like it was covered by two giant wings of different colors. Zhou Yun hummed in agreement. His gaze passed over the city wall, heading towards the distant dawn forest. The forest outline revealed varying shades of green in the afternoon light. Further away lay the area where the sealed entrance was located, invisible to the naked eye, but he knew that everything there was still quietly waiting. The starshine spirit grass swayed in the wind, golden liquid flowed from the translucent trunk of the starry ancient tree, and the ruins stood silently under the dome at the end of the fork in the road. Wanner's collection plan is progressing steadily. The transplantation experiment of the ancient golden vine of the withered tree spirit has entered the observation period. Ellie's star tree sap identification is still ongoing. These things won't stop just because there's war on Earth. Territories have their own rhythms. Arrangements for those remaining behind. Wanner flipped to the second part of the list, her tone shifting from reporting to deployment. The collection plan will proceed as scheduled. I'll be there. Huasu will continue his research on star mithril forging. Ellie's sap identification continues uninterrupted. The withered spirit transplantation experiment is being observed with the assistance of the remaining spirit tree guardians. The inner outpost is being maintained by Silver Fawn Whistle Wolves. 10 are being taken away, 4 are left for rotation. I will lead a patrol every 3 days. The Mirror Beast Awakening continues unaffected. She closed the booklet and looked at Zhou Yun. There's one more thing. How will communications be arranged while you're away? The usual procedure. When I need news about my territory on Earth, I summon Wenji to report in person. Every 6 hours, and I can summon her anytime in case of emergency. I've already given instructions to Wenji, Wana said. She's prepared a standard list of items for each report. It includes the progress of the collection, production data, the status of the sealed outposts, and any unusual events. Reading it in order will take about 3 minutes and won't take up too much of your time. 3 minutes? Zhou Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Wanner and Wenji had been working together for so long that even their reports were accurate to the minute. Good. He stood on the city wall and glanced at the entire Yun city. The setting sun cast a warm glow on the starry sky gold city walls. Within the city, the monsters in various areas went about their tasks. The hammers of the forges rang out again, probably because Firebeard had finished his soup and was back at work. The bowstrings of the Maruru archers on the training grounds twanged incessantly. In the distance, rock golems were carrying supplies, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. And the water spirit Nagas stood silently in formation beside the city's irrigation canals, inspecting their tridents. One occasionally glanced back at the city wall, its face expressionless as it lowered its head. In a corner of the city wall, Little Red lay dozing. Occasionally, a tiny flame would flicker from the tip of its tail, scorching a small patch of grass beneath it, but it remained oblivious. Zhou Yun watched it without disturbing it. This time, the Calamity Beast space was a fire-type environment, so Little Red wouldn't be able to do much there. He let it sleep a little longer. 3 black earth bears were squatting nearby: Big Bear, Second Bear, and Third Bear. They were staring at something, their 3 round heads all pointing in the same direction. Zhou Yun followed their gaze and saw Hongzhuang shooting arrows on the training ground. The 3 bears watched intently. It was hard to tell whether they were admiring the archery or just daydreaming. Wanner walked to his side, finally closing the booklet in her hand. She didn't say anything encouraging. The list is confirmed. Tomorrow at Chinshur, 7 to 9 a.m. Wenji, please have the transport markings for the first batch of supplies completed. When are you going to summon the expeditionary force to Earth? The day after tomorrow, Zhou Yun said. Give Wenji 1 more day. Wana nodded. A breeze blew from afar, brushing aside the stray hairs on her forehead. She quickly tucked her hair behind her ear, as if dealing with a trivial matter not worth wasting time on. Then the day after tomorrow. Zhou Yun took one last look at Yincheng below the city wall. This city, built from scratch, had every brick burned by the flame giants, every section of wall moved by the rock golems, its waterways dredged by the water spirit Naga, its food sourced from the rat flower beasts, its ores mined by the gold-eating spirit rats, its weapons forged by the Firebeard, its medicine brewed by Ellie, and its accounts managed by Wanner. After tomorrow, many of the monsters in this city will set foot on Earth for the first time. They didn't know what Earth looked like, what the Calamity Beasts were, or why humanity hadn't finished fighting after 300 years. They only knew one thing: Zhou Yun was going, so they would go with him. Zhou Yun turned around and went down the city wall. Behind them, Guagua led the wind and thunder eagle formation across the sky for the last time, its bluish-purple wings trailing an arc in the twilight. A clear quack came from midair and echoed between the city walls for a long time. Chapter 305. This time it's sweet enough. The shrine was very quiet. The god of empty mirrors sat on a stone platform barefoot, her toes about a fist's distance from the ground. Her long silver hair hung down her sides, and the hem of her white dress swayed gently in the breeze. She was holding a bowl of spirit fruit soup, which was a size larger than the last time, and there were obviously more fruit pieces inside. Last time she thought it wasn't sweet enough, so this time she probably added some herself. When Zhou Yun entered the shrine, she was using a small silver spoon to scoop up the last few fruit pieces. After scooping twice without success, her silver eyes narrowed slightly, with a serious expression on her face. I have something I want to ask you. Zhou Yun sat down opposite her. The god of empty mirror chased the last fruit to the bottom of the bowl, put it in his mouth, chewed it, and then looked up at him. Ask. Some anomalies have occurred on Earth. Calamity beasts from multiple directions are migrating simultaneously. Lower-level ones are fleeing, while higher-level ones are gathering. Some people have heard sounds underground, with a very low frequency, like panting. Someone heard the same thing 300 years ago. He spoke very succinctly. The goddess of empty mirrors doesn't need cause and effect, she only needs the core facts. The god of empty mirrors put down the bowl. This action itself is a signal. She rarely stops eating on her own. She was quiet for a moment. The light in the shrine was a soft, pale silver light, without a clear source, like moonlight but warmer. When this light shines on her face, something incongruous with her age appears on the face of that 16 or 17-year-old girl, not the weariness of life, but the marks left by far too long a time. With each seal broken, the planet's aura intensifies, she said, her tone completely different from when she was eating the spirit fruit soup. To things far away, this aura feels like. She thought for a moment, seemingly searching for a suitable metaphor. It's like a light shining at the bottom of a very deep body of water. The deeper the water, the brighter the light, and the more things you can see through it. Is this why the calamity beast is acting abnormally? The calamity beasts are the most superficial reaction, said the god of the empty mirror. They cannot sense the aura of the planet itself, but they can sense the fluctuations caused by that aura, just as fish cannot sense the moon, but they can sense the tides. The gathering of calamity beasts indicates that the tides are getting stronger. What about the sounds from underground? The goddess of the empty mirror did not answer immediately. She lightly traced a circle on the rim of the bowl with her finger, and as her fingertip brushed against the rim, it emitted a very faint hum, like the lingering sound of some ancient musical instrument. You said the frequency was very low, like panting. Yes. It was heard 300 years ago at the forefront of the Abyss defense line, and it has recently reappeared in the greater Shingan Mountains and the Northwest Desert. I'm not sure what that is. The god of empty mirrors' silver eyes looked at him, her gaze shining brightly in the soft light. But if it matches the fragments in my memory, it might not be a sound made by something, but rather a response. What should we respond to? Responding to the planet's aura. Like a call and an answer, the planet lit up, and something answered from afar. Zhou Yun remained silent. He was processing the weight of those words. The goddess of empty mirrors picked up the bowl again, found it was empty, and frowned slightly. Then she said something seemingly unrelated. The guardians of the previous era asked me the same question. Zhou Yun's fingers tightened slightly. I gave him the same answer then. I don't know what that voice is. The god of empty mirrors spoke calmly, as if recounting an old story unrelated to himself. Later, he went to find the answer. He left his territory and went to places far beyond this planet. She paused for a moment. Later, he couldn't hold on. The shrine fell silent for a few moments. The soft, pale silver light continued to shine on the two of them, day and night. He lost his way because he was looking for the answer? Zhou Yun asked. I don't know, said the goddess of the empty mirror. This was the second time she had said, I don't know. Today. For a god who had lived for countless eons, admitting ignorance required far more courage than giving an answer. I only remember that he left, then the calamity came, and then everything was sealed again. What happened in between, I can't remember. She placed the empty bowl on the stone platform, and the bottom of the bowl made a soft sound as it tapped. I'm not telling you this to scare you. I know. It's not that I'm telling you not to break the seal. I know. The goddess of the empty mirror looked at him for a few seconds, then did something very unbecoming of her divine status. She pushed the bowl in front of Zhou Yun. Please serve me another bowl. This time, add 3 more fruits. Zhou Yun smiled, took the bowl, and stood up. As he walked to the corner of the shrine to serve the spirit fruit soup, he heard the god of empty mirror whisper behind him. You are different from him. He didn't turn around to ask what was different. Some things, once said by the god of empty mirrors, are said forever. Further questioning won't elicit any more answers. He took the spiritual fruit soup, which now contained 3 extra fruits, back with him. The god of empty mirror took the bowl, lowered his head, and took a sip, his silver eyes curving slightly. This is sweet enough. When we came out of the shrine, it was already quite dark. Zhou Yun walked back along the main road in the city, without rushing. Tomorrow's plans are all set, and there's nothing he absolutely has to do tonight. It's rare for him to have a moment like this, free from any pressure. As he passed the eastern branch of the spiritual vein, he stopped to take a look at the transplantation experiment of the golden vein ancient vine. The 3 ancient vines were carefully transplanted by the withered tree spirit to the vicinity of the spiritual vein branch. Their roots had already begun to extend into the spiritual vein, and the golden patterns on the vines emitted a faint light in the twilight. The withered tree spirit squatted beside it, its 2 branch-like hands gently touching the soil at the roots of the ancient vine. Its movements were extremely light and slow, as if it were taking care of a newborn baby. Beside it stood a spirit tree guardian, its 3-meter-tall form resembling a real ancient tree in the twilight. The guardian's canopy slowly unfurled, casting the faint light of the spirit fruit upon the roots of the ancient vine, not as a treatment, but more like a form of nurturing, using the energy of the spirit fruit to replenish the vital energy of the transplanted vine. Zhou Yun did not disturb them. The tacit understanding between these 2 species did not require his command. The spirits of nature had their own way of communicating. Keep going. As you pass through the city square, a group of mirror beasts are lined up. They are the most recently awakened from the mirror realm, about 50 in number, their gray-silver bodies appearing and disappearing in the twilight. The girl in the empty frame stood at the front of the line, performing some kind of inspection. When she saw Zhou Yun pass by, she slightly turned her body, her short silver hair swaying in the wind. Chapter 306, Come out! Another batch has been awakened, she said, her voice much brighter than that of the god of the empty mirror, lacking the sedimentation of countless epochs, but possessing a freshness. These will need 2 or 3 days to fully awaken. They won't have time to go with you. It's all right, Zhou Yun said. Stay in the territory and follow Wanner's instructions. The girl in the empty frame nodded, seemingly wanting to say something but then stopping herself. Zhou Yun saw through it. Say what you want to say. Can you take me to Earth next time? Her eyes were bright when she said that, filled with a long-suppressed expectation. Zhou Yun recalled the dormant foreshadowing on the data card. The girl in the empty mirror wanted to go to Earth. She had stayed in the mirror world for countless years and had a natural curiosity about the outside world. Next time. He smiled. Not this time. There's going to be a war on Earth. I'll take you there after it's over. The girl in the empty mirror smiled slightly, said nothing more, and turned to continue inspecting her mirror beast. At night Yunshin quieted down. The fire in the forge was still burning. Firebeard was probably still battling with Stardust Mithril. In the distance, the occasional low howl of a silver fawn whistle wolf could be heard, a steady rhythm of 2 long howls followed by 1 short one, the signal for a routine patrol. The faint sound of flowing water could be heard from the canals within the city. It was the water spirit Naga clearing the channels at night. They were accustomed to being active at night and were quiet during the day. Zhou Yun stood on the city wall, looking at the night sky in the distance. The forest at dawn turned into a dark silhouette under the moonlight, its outline rising and falling in the distance. Further away lies the direction of the seal, unseen, but he knows what awaits there. Starlight spirit grass sways in the night breeze. The translucent trunk of the starry ancient tree likely emits a faint glow in the darkness, and the ruins beneath the dome maintain their silence of countless eons. Tomorrow he will be taking most of the territories fighting force to Earth. This isn't the first time I brought monsters to Earth, but this time is different. Previously, these attacks were small-scale and covert. This time, hundreds or even thousands of monsters are openly appearing before humanity. The nationwide live broadcast means the whole world will see it. Starting tomorrow, the name Zhou Yun, Lord of Yunqing, will no longer exist only in the confidential files of the United Front Work Department, and in the knowledge of a few people. He couldn't say he had any particular feelings about it. He wasn't looking forward to it, nor was he resisting it. He just felt that it was about to happen. On another section of the city wall, a figure sat on the crenellation. It is a Miss Weave. She faced the direction of the seal, bent her knees and hugged them, resting her chin on her knees. The knife lay beside her, unsheathed, a habit of hers, never leaving her hand, not out of vigilance, but because the knife had become an extension of her hand. Zhou Yun didn't go over. He leaned against the edge of his section of the battlement, about 20 paces away from Wu Ji, each quietly watching the night. What is conveyed through the People's Covenant is not specific language, but an emotion, a deep, vague longing. It wasn't sadness, nor pain, but rather the feeling of, I'm thinking about someone but I can't remember who they are. Ever since, she said. He's been waiting for a long time. In front of the door frame in the ruins, Kiri had been spending more and more time in quiet. She had a dream in which someone called her by another name, but she forgot it when she woke up. Zhou Yun wouldn't disturb her at a time like this. Some things need to be found slowly on their own, no one can rush them. Just as he was about to turn around and descend the city wall, Wu Ji suddenly spoke. Are you going to fight in the war? The sound wasn't loud, but it was quiet at night, and could be heard clearly even from 20 paces away. She didn't turn around. On the other side of Earth? Northwest. Calamity Beast. Wu Ji was silent for a few seconds. Then she picked up the knife and stood up. Take me with you. It wasn't a request. It was a very calm statement, as if it were something that had already been decided long ago. Zhou Yun watched her retreating figure. The moonlight outlined her silhouette with a silver line, and her posture standing on the city wall was beautiful, not in a deliberate way, but in the natural balance of someone whose body remembered all the instincts of battle, standing relaxed. The complete form of an SS rank hero, even with fragmented memories, her body could not forget. He was already on the list, he said. Wu Ji didn't turn around, but Zhou Yun felt a faint sense of reassurance through the contract. She sat back down on the edge of the stack and continued to look in the direction of the seal. Zhou Yun turned and walked down the city wall. The sound of his footsteps on the stone steps carried through the night, fading away at the foot of the wall. As Zhou Yun passed by Little Red, it was still sleeping in its usual spot, the flames from its tail scorching the grass beneath it. Zhou Yun bent down and gently moved the tip of its tail, directing the flames towards the stone pavement. Little Red grunted, rolled over, and continued sleeping. The SSS rank Crimson Flame Flying Dragon sleeps like a big dog lounging on the sofa. The night in Yinqing was very quiet. In a few hours, it would be dawn, and after that, those who needed to leave would leave. The firelight in the forge flickered, and the hammering of Wushu resumed. One strike, one strike, one strike. Steady as a heartbeat. The wind in the Qilian Mountains is dry, carrying sand and gravel that stings your face like fine needles. The assembly point for the Northwest Defense Line was set up in the Gobi Desert 40 kilometers south of the fissure. The military set up a temporary command post, communications tower, and 3 rings of defensive fortifications here. The troops heading north arrived yesterday, their tents stretching out in a row, with rows of military off-road vehicles and armored personnel carriers in the distance. Zhou Yun arrived at 9 o'clock in the morning. He stood on the open ground at the assembly point and began to summon the People's Army. The summoning process is not complicated. He closes his eyes, transmits his thoughts through the territory contract, and the monsters in the territory that receive the signal will be teleported to his location one by one. But to an observer, this process is a completely different story. The air in the center of the open space began to distort. A blue-white beam of light rose from the ground, its diameter rapidly expanding from 1 meter to 10 meters, 20 meters, and 50 meters, with countless points of light rotating inside. Then the beam of light dispersed, and the first batch of monsters appeared. Rock golems. 50 in total. The Gobi Desert trembled when their feet touched the ground. The tent flaps around the assembly point were all ripped open by the blast wave. The nearest armored vehicle slid half a meter as the ground shook, and the soldiers inside grabbed the roof to steady themselves. 50 moving stone mountains stand on the Gobi Desert, each as tall as a 3-story building and wider than an armored vehicle. They automatically lined up, their movements so synchronized they didn't seem made of stone, forming 5 rows and 10 columns, with uniform spacing, facing north. Before anyone could react, a second beam of light rose up. Chapter 307. I didn't expect so much. Flame giants. 100 of them. 10-meter-tall giants emerged one by one from the pillar of light, their bodies composed of magma and flames, each step leaving a charred footprint on the Gobi Desert. Heat waves radiated from them, and the nearest tents inflated like balloons within 10 seconds. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur and scorching stones. A frontline officer standing at the entrance of the command post subconsciously took a step back. It wasn't because I was scared, it was because it was too hot. His colleague tugged at his sleeve, and the two of them stared at the procession of the 100 giants, neither of them saying a word. The third beam of light. Water Spirit Naga. 120 of them. She has a snake's tail and a human body, wielding a trident, with her upper body in a cool and elegant female form. They appeared in a different way than the previous two groups. There was no vibration, no heat wave, they simply slid out of the pillar of light quietly, their snake tails making almost no sound as they swept across the ground. But they lined up faster than the rock golems and the fire giants. The moment the tridents were raised simultaneously, the sound of metal clashing merged into a neat clang that echoed far across the Gobi Desert. Then there is the sky. The wind-riding divine eagle formation rose directly into the sky from the pillar of light. When the 200 giant blue eagles spread their wings, the sky seemed to be half covered by a blue curtain. They circled once above the assembly point, their wingspan blocking out the sunlight, and the people on the ground suddenly felt a moment of darkness. Then they rose higher and formed 3 V formations at a higher position. Following closely behind were the wind and thunder eagles. 80 of them. The blue wings on the left and the purple wings on the right flashed alternately in the air, forming a stark contrast with the pure blue of the wind-riding divine eagle. The quack flew in the lead, letting out a loud quack, as if asking this unfamiliar sky, "Where is this?" The wind and thunder eagle carried the Maruru archer. 40 archers with rabbit ears and tails lay on the back of the eagle, their bows hanging at their sides, their quivers swaying slightly in the wind. Looking up from the ground, the faint outlines of rabbit ears high in the sky almost seemed like an illusion. Silver-toothed wolves, crystal-armored guards, spiritwood watchers, armored thunder turtles, and cauliflower beasts appeared one after another. The open space at the assembly point was no longer enough, and the monsters' ranks stretched out onto the outer Gobi Desert, reaching as far as the eye could see. Finally, 3 individual units appeared. Lazy. An S-rank void thunder-devouring beast. When it emerged from the beam of light, the static electricity in the air made the hairs stand on end for everyone within 100 meters. The arcs of lightning on its body crackled and popped in the dry Gobi air, like a mobile power station. Shui. Rank A water swordsman. When it appeared, it was already holding a sword in its hand, and the water swirled on the sword, refracting fine spots of light in the sunlight. It glanced around at the desert, and was clearly not satisfied with the water-scarce environment. Mistweaver. Rank A, but no one present would consider her rank A. She emerged from the pillar of light without any unnecessary movements. With her knife in hand, she walked steadily and expressionlessly to the side of the line and stood still. But the moment she stood still, several human overlords with keen senses around her simultaneously felt an unsettling pressure. The entire summoning process took less than 20 minutes. The open space at the assembly point and the surrounding Gobi Desert were teeming with monsters. 300 flying units filled half the sky, while hundreds of ground units formed neat squares on the ground. Quiet, silent, facing north. The air was simultaneously filled with the scorching heat of the flame giant, the static electricity of the thunder spirit, the moisture of the water spirit Naga, and the dust from the rock golem crushing the sand and gravel. 4 completely different auras mingled together, creating a strange sense of oppression that no human army could ever experience. Xiang Bei stood at the entrance of the command post and watched the entire process. Standing beside him was Zhou Yun. This second-rank Grand Lord crossed his arms, and the expression on his face went through a complete transformation, from the slight raising of his eyebrows when the first batch of rock golems appeared to the complete silence when he finally stood in the mist. "You knew he had so many before?" Zhou Yun asked. "I knew there were some. Xiang Bei took a sip of tea from his enamel cup. I didn't expect there to be so many. Zhou Yun did not respond. Her gaze swept back and forth between the fire giants and the rock golems twice, roughly calculating the total combat strength of the legion in her mind, and then she gave up. It's impossible to calculate. Having 30 A-rank units under her command is already a respectable position for a second-rank Grand Lord, but compared to the scale before her, it's like comparing the capacity of a teacup to a water tank. Fei Ming walked over from behind, holding a telescope in his hand. He had been watching the aerial formation. His expression wasn't as complicated as Zhou Yun's. This easygoing third-rank lord was mainly intrigued. Are those riding big birds in the sky rabbits? The Manhwaedit tribe, Zhou Yun said without turning her head. The archer with rabbit ears is flying in the sky riding a big bird that makes a croak sound. Fei Ming put down his binoculars, shook his head with a smile, and said, If I were to write in my diary today, everyone would think I'm making it up. Hu Ling and Lin Xian stood a little further away, and their reactions were different. Hu Ling observed quietly, her gaze falling on the trident of the water spirit Naga. The exquisite craftsmanship of that cold weapon clearly piqued her interest. Lin Xian kept watching the formation of wind-riding divine eagles in the sky, her hand gripping the walkie-talkie tightly, probably imagining the scene of her B-rank flying mount flying alongside 200 A-rank giant eagles. The live streaming team is ready. 6 drones are filming from different angles, and the signals are transmitted via a military encrypted channel to live streaming terminals across the country. Starting at 10 a.m. today, everyone, lords, soldiers, ordinary citizens, and viewers around the world watching through various channels, will see what is happening in this Gobi Desert. Zhou Yun walked over to Xiang Bei's side. A small, bluish-gray creature followed behind him, a lightning sparrow. Little Sparrow wasn't used to the dry air of the Gobi Desert, and couldn't stand steadily on his shoulder, so it crawled into his collar, leaving only its little head sticking out. Is everyone here? Zhou Yun asked. All assembled. Xiang Bei put down his enamel mug. My troops are on standby on the southern defensive line. The ink scale and armored dragon guards are in the valley behind. There's no room for 200 dragons in the Gobi Desert, it's too crowded. We'll release them when the fighting starts. Where is Minister Ke? At the frontline observation posts, the circular gathering zone of the calamity beasts is shrinking. He estimates that the first wave will arrive this afternoon or tomorrow. Before the words were even finished, a layer of yellowish-brown mist suddenly rose on the northern horizon. Chapter 308 Full Military Preparation. It's not a sandstorm. The wind in the Gobi Desert is constant. Fog doesn't suddenly rise. The fog rises from the ground, as if something is stirring up the sand underground, then it grows thicker and higher, eventually forming a dark band of color stretching east to west across the horizon. The lower edge of the ribbon began to wriggle. It's not a wriggling creature, it's a monstrous beast. Countless hordes of calamity beasts surged up from below the horizon, so numerous that from a distance they appeared as a moving dark line, but that dark line was rapidly thickening, widening, and becoming increasingly clear. Kushodong's voice came through the walkie-talkie in the command post, accompanied by a bit of wind noise and the crackling of electrical current. The vanguard of the horde of monsters has passed the outer monitoring line. Predominantly C-rank individuals, with some B-rank individuals mixed in. Quantity. He paused for a second. The numbers are still increasing. Visually, the front line is estimated to be over 3 kilometers wide. There was a moment of silence at the assembly point. Then everyone sprang into action. Officers ran to their command posts, soldiers climbed the fortifications, and lords began summoning their respective monsters. Zhou Yun was the first to move. She raised her right hand palm down, and a dull tremor emanated from beneath her feet. A crack appeared in the ground, and more than 30 A-rank heavily armored monsters emerged one after another from the teleportation light, armored beasts over 2 meters tall, their entire bodies covered in thick, dark silver carapaces, each clutching a tower shield taller than a person. Their formation was completely different from that of the water spirit Naga. Instead of an elegant gliding step, they moved forward, grinding the ground with each step, crushing the pebbles beneath their feet into powder. A defensive lord's foundation, This force wasn't meant for assault, but for blocking. He whistled to the north. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very penetrating and carried far in the dry air. A response came from the valley behind. First came a deep, resonant dragon's roar. Not a hiss, but a long, metallic wail emanating from the depths of its chest. The ground trembled slightly at the sound of the roar, not from any physical vibration, but from the dragon's might. Then it got dark. 200 ankylosaurs rose simultaneously from the horizon behind the valley, and the moment their wings spread, it looked as if a layer of dark clouds had appeared above the gathering point. The Ankylosaurus guardians are smaller than the wind-riding divine eagles, but each one is covered with iron-gray dragon scales, and its wing membrane showed dark red bloodline patterns in the sunlight. Their flight pattern is completely different from that of birds, not flapping their wings, but gliding intermittently with short, powerful wing beats, and the entire formation moves with an oppressive heaviness. The lead ironback was a full size larger than the other ankylosaurs, its row of iron-gray bony spikes gleaming coldly in the sunlight. It flew at the very front of the formation, each flap of its wings creating a muffled thud in the air beneath it. The last to appear was Lin, S-rank subdragon. It didn't fly in from behind the valley. It rose directly from the ground behind it to the north. Its black scales swallowed the light, and its 15-meter wingspan, when fully extended, cast a massive shadow on the ground. Its eyes were dark gold, vertical pupils sweeping across everything at the gathering point with a calm, indifferent gaze, as if scrutinizing a group of ants unworthy of its attention. Then it lowered its head and let Xiang Bei roll onto its back. The veteran rode on Yalong's back, his enamel mug still tucked in his pocket. The black scales carried him slowly into the air, with 200 ankylosaurs automatically forming a wedge formation behind them. Looking up from the ground, a black dragon led 200 iron-gray ankylosaurs hovering in the air, completely different from Zhou Yun's mixed legion style. Xiang Bei's team consisted of only one type of creature, but the oppressive feeling of that pure, uniform dragon horde had a kind of solemnity belonging to old-school soldiers. Fei Ming's flying mount also took off, a B-rank azure eagle with a wingspan of 6 meters, its gray-brown feathers fluttering in the wind. Compared to S-rank wyverns and A-rank ankylosaurs, it was rather pathetic, but Fei Ming rode on it quite comfortably and even waved to Hu Ling below. Hu Ling mounted her ice feather crane, a pure white, B-rank flying monster whose wings left behind fine ice crystals as they flapped. Lin Xian's thunder feather eagle followed closely behind, occasionally flashing a spark of electricity among its deep purple wings. In an instant, the skies over the northwestern Gobi Desert were filled with various flying units. The blue giant eagle, the purple-blue thunder eagle, the iron-gray ankylosaur, the gray-brown rock vulture, the snow-white ice crane, and the deep purple thunder eagle, they maintained a subtle distance from each other, like an army of 5 or 6 different languages temporarily organized together, wary of each other yet heading in the same direction. Xiang Bei's voice came down from high above, somewhat scattered by the wind, but the content was clear. Dragon Rider formation in position. Zhou Yun looked up at the sky full of wings and his lips twitched slightly. Then he turned his gaze northward. The dark line was so close that individual figures could be distinguished with the naked eye. Grayish-brown, black, and dark red monstrous figures surged densely on the horizon, as if the earth itself was flowing in this direction. He showed no signs of nervousness. His SSS rank 5-dimensional attributes remained constant, and his mental perception covered the entire battlefield. In his perception, the approaching C-rank and B-rank monsters were like a dense but weak pulse signal, posing no threat yet. What truly caught his attention was that behind those pulse signals, deeper and further away, in the direction of the crack, several much heavier masses of energy were slowly moving. Rank A. More than one. The entire army is on high alert, he said. His tone was flat, as if he were saying, "It's time to eat." But at that moment, the myriad spirits' battle formation silently unfolded, covering several kilometers in radius of the entire assembly point. All the monsters and human warriors included in the battle formation simultaneously felt a warm power flowing into their bodies, and their attributes were comprehensively enhanced. The covert intelligence from the north is getting closer. Just as the vanguard of the monster horde crashed into the defense, the live broadcast signal stabilized. Hundreds of millions of people across the country simultaneously witnessed the same scene. A 3-kilometer-wide grayish-brown tide line surged in from the northern horizon, as if the Gobi Desert itself was melting and flowing. C-rank calamity beasts ran at the forefront, ranging in size from wild dogs to calves, their gray fur covered with dark patterns eroded by calamity energy, and their eyes emitting a murky red light. They had no formation, no coordination, they just instinctively surged southward, their numbers so great that each individual became a pixel, merging into a moving mass of noise. Human troops engaged in battle first. The soldiers and low-ranking lords on the first line of defense began to unleash their firepower, with the glow of various skills illuminating the defensive line in a row. A single C-rank calamity beast is not much of a threat, but their numbers are overwhelming. If you defeat 10, 100 more will swarm in. The rate of attrition on the defensive line is visibly accelerating. Chapter 309 Easy as Pace. This is the daily routine that unfolds on every defense line on Earth. For 300 years, humanity has been bearing the pressure of the calamity beasts inch by inch. Then the B-rank disaster beast appeared. They mingled at the rear of the C-rank calamity beast horde, 2 or 3 times larger in size, faster in movement, and more purposeful in their attacks. A B-rank charred bone beast, a 4-legged creature with exposed bones and its entire body covered in grayish-white calamity aura, broke through the weak point of the first line of defense, knocking over 2 soldiers with its head. The second one followed closely behind, pouring in through the same gap, followed by the third and fourth. The officers on the defensive line began calling for reinforcements. Zhou Yun's voice echoed through the myriad spirits' battle formation. It wasn't a shout, but a mental command transmitted directly through the formation, so clear it seemed as if he were speaking right into everyone's ear. Wind-riding divine eagles, first formation, cover the gap on the north side. Rock golems, front row, fill in. The sky moved. 60 wind-riding divine eagles swooped down from the sky, their massive azure wings folding into blade shapes, skimming the ground as they passed above the horde of B-rank calamity beasts. Then, simultaneously, their wings unfurled, wind tornado. 60 tornadoes struck the ground simultaneously. In the live broadcast, the sky suddenly darkened for a moment, and then countless rotating columns of air fell from the sky and crashed into the horde of monstrous beasts. The C-rank calamity beast was swept into the sky by the wind pillar and scattered in all directions, as if it had been grabbed and thrown out by an invisible hand. The B-rank calamity beast withstood the wind pillars and wasn't swept away, but its formation was completely broken, and its momentum was halted. The rock golem filled the gap in the defense as the wind pillar landed. 5 stone giants, each 3 stories high, stood side by side, each wider than the fortifications. When the B-rank charred bone beast crashed into it, it was like a car hitting a concrete block, the sound of bones shattering carried far in the wind. The soldiers on the human defense line paused for a second. Then a shout erupted, not a cheer, but the kind of instinctive, uncontrollable sound that comes from the sight of reinforcements arriving. The live stream chat exploded at that moment. But the people in the Gobi Desert couldn't hear the barrage of comments. They could only hear the wind, the roars of the monsters, and the sounds of battle between the demons. The battle has entered its second phase. After the vanguard of the C-rank disaster beast horde was scattered by the wind-riding divine eagle's wind tornado, the subsequent disaster beasts began to bypass the frontal defense and attempted to flank from both sides. This is the instinctive behavior of the monster. When it is blocked from the front, it moves to the side, just like water splits when it encounters a rock. Zhou Yun followed the instructions. Water Spirit Naga, left wing. Flame Giant, right wing. Left flank. 120 Water Spirit Nagas slid into position, their serpentine tails leaving 120 parallel tracks across the Gobi Desert. They were not arranged in a dense square formation, but rather dispersed in a fan shape, with the tridents facing outwards and spaced 10 meters apart. As the horde of calamities charged toward them, 120 towering waves were released simultaneously. Water surged from the dry ground of the Gobi Desert, forming a wall of water that swept across the left flank, completely overturning the charging horde of calamities. The C-rank monster tumbled and struggled within the water wall, while the B-rank monster barely managed to stand. But the water spirit Naga had already closed in with her trident, a water-based combat style, ruthless and precise, each point striking the monster's vitals. Right wing. 100 fiery giants stood in a row, their 10-meter-tall figures forming a fiery great wall across the Gobi Desert. Meteors shower countless fireballs appeared out of nowhere in the sky, raining down on the horde of calamity beasts on the right flank. When the fireball landed, it kicked up a huge cloud of smoke and flames. The B-rank disaster beast screamed in the rain of fire and tried to rush through the fire line, but the flame giants themselves were walking high-temperature zones, and the fur of disaster beasts within 5 meters of them began to char. The live stream camera shot from a high altitude. In the scene, the front of the defensive line consists of a stone wall made of rock golems and a wind pillar made of wind-riding eagles. The left flank is a water wall made of water spirits by Naga, and the right flank is a line of fire made of flame giants. The 3 sides surrounded the vanguard of the horde of monsters, trapping it in a pocket. Inside the pocket, the calamity beasts rapidly perished amidst the strangulation of the 3 forces of wind, water, and fire. But the pocket isn't sealed. There are always calamity beasts that squeeze out from the gaps, especially the B-rank charred bone beasts, whose bony exoskeletons can withstand the first wave of wind pillars and fire rain, and they squeeze through the gaps between the flame giants and rock golems. More than a dozen charred bone beasts broke through the outer perimeter and headed straight for the human formation behind the defensive line. The Mist Warriors appeared at this moment. Lan Feng led his entire team silently out from their positions behind the defensive line. Their bodies were translucent, resembling wisps of solidified white mist in the sunlight, carrying the shadows of swords. The charred bone beasts' claws slashed at them, passing right through their bodies. They were immune to physical attacks. The attacks of the B-rank disaster beasts were like hitting thin air for the Mist Warriors. The charred bone beast was stunned for a moment. This moment is enough. With a single move, Lan Feng unleashed a breathtaking sword aura that swept across the ground, slicing the 4 charred bone beasts in half at the waist. The remaining Mist Warriors locked onto their targets, and the single target burst of, clearing the clouds to see the sun, ended the remaining breakers within a second. The live stream camera captured this scene perfectly, a group of semi-transparent white mist swordsmen weaving through the monsters, their swords killing them instantly despite the monsters' claws and teeth failing to strike them. The visuals are clean and fluid, possessing a certain aesthetic beauty akin to a martial arts performance. The audience didn't know the name of this unit, but everyone saw it. The monsters couldn't hit them. Lazy crouched on a protruding rock behind the middle section of the defensive line, without moving. Lightning arcs crackled across its body, and the halo of the Thunder Ancestor continuously expanded outwards, covering an area of 300 meters in radius. The human lightning lords within the halo's range were the first to notice the anomaly. Their lightning skills had suddenly become stronger, their power increasing by more than 10%. A lord clad in B-rank lightning-type monster armor tentatively released a lightning ball, only to be pushed half a step back by the recoil after it was launched. He had never launched such a powerful lightning ball before. He glanced back at the dark purple beast crouching on the rock. Lazy squinted, the arcs of lightning on its body illuminating the stone beneath its feet, making it look like a somewhat delirious statue of a thunder god. It did not participate in the war. It wasn't because it was lazy, but because these C-rank and B-rank calamity beasts weren't worth its time. Its value at this moment is fully reflected in Thunder Ancestor, passively and continuously enhancing all surrounding lightning-type combat power. Meanwhile, in the air behind the pocket, the Wind and Thunder Eagle formation carried the Maruru archers at high speed. Arrows rained down from the sky, each one carrying the precision of a B-rank archer, shot from a height of 300 meters. The error and landing point was no more than the size of a fist. Guagua led the Wind and Thunder Eagle back and forth above the horde of calamity beasts, each time bringing with it a shower of arrows and a string of guagua guagua cries. Chapter 310 The main course arrives. The cauliflower beast was running around behind the defensive line. They were so small that they were almost invisible on a battlefield of this size, but every combat team they passed could feel a warm healing energy restoring their injuries. Blessing. A cauliflower beast was knocked over by the shockwave of the disaster beast, rolled twice on the ground, got up, dusted itself off, shook its head twice, and continued running. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with messages like, "Go, cauliflower!" The other side of the world. The Prime Minister's official residence in Japan. Ichiro Yamada sat in front of the television, unaware that his teacup had gone cold. The military advisor next to him whispered something, but he didn't hear it, his eyes fixed on the line of fire formed by the blazing giants on the screen. He did a calculation in his mind. The continuous firepower output of 100 A-rank flame giants was equivalent to the total combat power of the lords of the entire eastern defense line of the Sakura Kingdom. This was just one type of soldier in the legion that Zhou Yun brought this time. European Union Headquarters. Helen Moran wasn't sitting, she stood in front of the large screen, a pen clutched in her hand, the cap long since lost. She wasn't calculating combat power, she was watching the water spirit Naga. The ability to create water out of thin air reminded her of the deep-sea anomaly data from the Atlantic Rift. If this water system control could be applied to the underwater environment, she quickly jotted down a few words in her notebook. Kimchi National Army Headquarters. A general slammed the documents in his hand on the table, turned to the head of the intelligence department, and said something. The intelligence chief's face was grim. The general said, "I asked you before what the Great Han Kingdom was hiding. You told me a promising young lord. Is that what you call promising?" On the battlefield, the C-rank horde of calamities has been largely wiped out. There were still a few scattered B-rank monsters struggling within the defensive line, but the front line composed of rock golems and armored thunder turtles had already blocked them. The thunder turtles, taunt, forcibly drew aggro, and the rock golems' fists were responsible for finishing them off. The coordination is not complicated, but it is extremely efficient when dealing with opponents of larger size. Human casualties were minimal. Those with abrasions and minor damage from the aura of disaster were healed by the spirit fruit of the spirit tree guardian. Several were knocked down by the B-rank disaster beasts, but the crystal armor guardians, crystal wall, blocked the fatal attacks at the critical moment. The armored dragon guards of the North Division did not mobilize. 200 dragons still hovered high in the sky behind the battlefield, their iron-gray formation resembling a heavy dark cloud in the sunlight. Xiang Bei, riding atop Mo Lin's back, watched the entire battle, his enamel mug reappearing. He was drinking tea. It's not about putting on airs. The strength of this wave of calamity beasts truly didn't require his intervention. Zhou Yun's army was more than capable of handling the C-rank and B-rank monster hordes. He reserved his dragon horde for later. Zhuya's armored beast squadron also did not participate in the battle. She had them guard the perimeter of the command post, with their shields facing outwards, ready to provide backup at any time, but not a single monster broke through to the distance where she would need to provide backup. Fei Ming rode the Azure Eagle, circled twice in the mid to high sky, and then landed back on the ground. He dismounted and walked over to Hu Ling and Lin Xian, his expression somewhat complicated. "I just watched the whole thing from the sky," he said, his tone still casual, but the look in his eyes was different. "You guys calculate how long it took from when the monsters made contact with the defenses to when they were basically cleared out?" Hu Ling glanced at her watch. 17 minutes. Fei Ming nodded and said nothing more. 17 minutes? They cleared out the vanguard of a 3-kilometer-wide horde of monstrous beasts. If it were a purely human force, based on the average data from the Northwest defense line over the past 15 years, a similarly sized monster horde would take at least 4 to 6 hours to fight, with a casualty rate of over 5%. 17 minutes and 6 hours. That's the difference. A brief period of calm. Scattered corpses of calamity beasts still emanated gray, ominous smoke on the battlefield. The Calyptus Beast squad continued to cast blessings upon the wounded during breaks in clearing the battlefield. A cauliflower beast walked up to a soldier sitting on the ground, panting. It tilted its cauliflower-shaped head and looked at him for 2 seconds before silently casting a blessing. The soldier's scrapes began to heal in the pale green light. He stared blankly at the knee-high, cauliflower-shaped creature before him, unsure whether to say thank you or... The cauliflower beast had already wobbled away to find the next wounded. Then another booming sound came from the direction of the crack. Closer, heavier, and deeper than last time. The ground trembled, not a slight vibration, but a tremor so strong that you could feel your feet shaking. In Zhou Yun's mental perception, those heavy auras were moving at an accelerated pace. Rank A calamity beasts. At least 5. They are approaching from the direction of the rift. Beyond the aura of the A-rank calamity beast, in a deeper and more distant place, deep within the rift, something even denser and more oppressive than an A-rank beast was slowly pulsating. It didn't move, it simply remained there, like a giant eye that had just opened a crack, peering out. Zhou Yun withdrew his senses and turned to look at Xiangbei. The veteran had put down his enamel cup, and his posture on the back of the black scale had changed from relaxed to wary. Mo Lin's dark golden vertical pupils contracted into a thin line as they moved toward the crack. 200 ankylosaurs simultaneously lowered their heads, tucked their wings, and clenched their claws. The battle stance of the dragon horde. The first wave is the appetizer, Xiangbei said. Zhou Yun smiled. The main course is here. When the A-rank calamity beast appeared, the dragon horde had already moved. Xiangbei did not need Zhou Yun's order. The black scales plummeted from the sky, followed by 200 ankylosaurs, their iron-gray formation crashing to the ground like a directed rain of metal. 5 A-rank disaster beasts had just emerged from behind the disaster beast horde and hadn't even gotten their footing when the first wave, led by Iron Spine, crashed into them. The A-rank calamity beast was 2 or 3 times larger than the B-rank one, and its calamity aura swirled around it as dark smoke, but that was all. The A-rank Ankylosaurus and the A-rank calamity beast were on the same level in terms of combat power. The dragon claws tore through the calamity beast's hide, and the calamity beast's counterattacks could only leave shallow white marks on its scales. A single Ankylosaurus might struggle to fight an A-rank disaster beast, but there were 200 of them in the area to the north. 40 dragons surrounded a calamity beast, simultaneously closing in from all directions. The monstrous beasts were overwhelmed by the dragon horde. The 5 A-rank calamity beasts appeared and fell in less than 3 minutes. Fei Ming watched the whole thing from mid-high altitude, and shook his head as he descended. It was like stepping on ants. The live stream chat was flooded with excited comments. Most viewers didn't have a clear concept of Rank A disaster beasts, but they knew that Rank A was the highest level of threat on the defensive line. The Northwest defense line had only seen 7 Rank A sightings in 15 years, and today 5 appeared in one go, only to be devoured by the dragon horde in 3 minutes. Chapter 311 Endless. A brief period of calm. Zhou Yun stood still. His mental perception remained locked on the direction of the crack. During the process of eliminating the 5 A-rank calamity beasts, he sensed something moving deeper within. It wasn't an ordinary calamity beast, its aura was denser and heavier, as if calamity energy had solidified into a physical form at a certain core point. On the horizon in the direction of the crack, the layer of yellowish-brown mist began to churn again. The second wave? Xiangbei rode on the back of Mo Lin and glanced north. This is not a second wave. Only 3 emerged from the fog. Their size was actually smaller than the previous 5, but the surrounding air was clearly different. The disaster aura was no longer a diffuse smoke, but was compressed into black patterns that flowed on the skin's surface, like they were alive. Their walking style is also different. It's not the instinctive rush of ordinary monsters, but a rhythmic, steady advance, maintaining a fixed triangular formation among themselves. Leader of the calamity beasts. Rank A. Zhou Yun immediately noticed the difference. Ordinary A-rank disaster beasts are formed from the accumulation of disaster energy, while disaster beast leaders are a qualitative change after the disaster energy is condensed. Although they are both A-rank, the advantage of a leader over an ordinary disaster beast is similar to the difference between a first-rank Grand Lord and an ordinary Lord. That's interesting. Xiangbei's tone changed, from casual to serious. It's not that we're nervous, A first-rank Grand Lord plus an S-rank dragon facing an A-rank leader is far from enough to make us nervous, but it's certainly something worth taking seriously. I'll do it, Zhou Yun said. He raised his hand. The flowing cloud sword was drawn. A chilling aura, typical of SSS-rank swords, emanated from the blade, causing visible ice crystals to condense in the dry, hot Gobi air. The 3 A-rank Calamity Beast leaders stopped simultaneously. They sensed it. Rank crushing is not a skill, but a pure suppression of life level. SSS rank against A rank is like the sun against a candle flame. One sword. Swift wind slash. SSS level? The turquoise sword energy was over 20 meters wide, slicing across the triangular formation with ice crystal trails. The 3 A-rank leaders reacted simultaneously. Black calamity energy surged from their bodies, condensing into a shield wall in an attempt to block the sword energy. The calamity aura of ordinary A-rank calamity beasts is like paper in front of SSS rank sword aura, but the calamity aura of the leader is indeed more solid. It withstood it for about 0.3 seconds. Then it broke. The sword energy pierced through the bodies of the 3 leaders, carving a 300-meter-long trench in the Gobi Desert behind them. The 3 leaders froze in place for a moment, their calamity patterns covered by their green hair, and then cracks spread from the cuts, shattering into countless fragments. From raising his hand to the shattering of the 3 A-rank bosses, less than 2 seconds passed. The live stream chat went completely silent. After watching this scene from high above, Xiang Bei took out his enamel mug from his pocket, found it was empty, and put it back in. He didn't speak. No further comment was needed. Then the 3rd wave came. 3 more A-rank bosses. The formation was exactly the same, advancing in a triangle, with the aura of disaster condensed and clinging to the body. Zhou Yun struck again with his sword. It shattered. The 4th wave. 2 A-rank leaders, leading more than a dozen ordinary A-rank monsters. The Ankylosaurus guards cleared out the ordinary monsters, while Zhou Yun dealt with the leaders. The 5th wave. The 6th wave. The 7th wave. No, that's not right. Xiang Bei's voice came from high above. He wasn't saying the fight was wrong. Zhou Yun stood there alone, and each wave of A-rank bosses was dealt with in a single sword strike. There was nothing wrong with his fighting style. The problem is the rhythm. The speed at which the calamity beasts are pouring out of the cracks is increasing. There was a nearly 10-minute interval between the 1st and 2nd waves, and less than 2 minutes between the 5th and 6th waves. Moreover, the number of leaders is increasing, from 3 to 2 plus ordinary A-rank, and later each wave has 4 or 5 leaders mixed in. We could win a fight. Zhou Yun's SSS rank sword energy can cut through A-rank leaders an unlimited number of times, and his spiritual power reserves are far beyond what this level of consumption can shake. Clearing out ordinary A-rank dragons from the north was effortless for them. Zhuya's armored beasts plugged the leaks on the outside, while the mist warriors swept away the remaining B-rank troops, each performing their respective duties. But others can't. The erosion of human forces by the aura of disaster is accumulating. With each wave of calamity beasts, the concentration of calamity energy would surge. The canopy filtering of the Spiritwood Watchers and the crystal walls of the Crystal Armor Guardians were constantly in operation, but their effectiveness was diminishing, not because they were getting weaker, but because the concentration of calamity energy was rising. By the 5th wave of the battle, 3 human lords had already shown symptoms of mild calamity aura erosion, and were given emergency treatment by the Cauliflower Beast and the Spiritwood Watcher. Fei Ming's azure rock vulture's wings were stained with the aura of disaster, and it began to veer to the left while flying. Fei Ming patted the vulture's back, his tone still amiable, but the look in his eyes was anything but. "Old buddy, hang in there a little longer." Hu Ling's ice feather crane has been using ice-type abilities to freeze the remaining clouds of calamity on the battlefield. This is the only way she has found that can be effective. But by the 7th wave, her spiritual energy reserves had run out. Lin Xian's Thunder Eagle squatted on the ground, panting, the electric arcs on its wings mostly dimmed. The limits of the 3rd rank lords were quickly exposed in this intense and sustained battle. The live stream showed viewers two completely different battlefields. One is Zhou Yun. He stood in the center of the battlefield, striking with his sword every time a wave of A-rank leaders arrived. The posture remained almost unchanged, raising the hand, drawing the sword, and sheathing the sword. The pale green light spread across a vast expanse of the Gobi Desert, like an ever-expanding green plain. His expression remained calm, his breathing was steady, and his sleeves were not even wrinkled by the wind. In the live chat, some people said, "Is he playing a game?" And others said, "This isn't a battle, this is going to work." The other option is all the other people. The human lords began to show signs of fatigue, the cauliflower beasts were running around more and more frequently, and the spiritual fruit production rate of the spiritwood guardians was decreasing, not because they had become lazy, but because their spiritual energy was being consumed. The wind tornadoes of the wind-riding eagle were getting weaker with each wave. It wasn't noticeable on their own, but Kushodong could see it clearly on the data board at the observation post. The first wave covered an area of 1,200 square meters, while the seventh wave only covered 900 square meters. This is what makes the calamity beasts truly terrifying. It's not how strong each individual beast is, but that they never tire, never stop, and never retreat. They emerge from the cracks faster than they are consumed on the battlefield. As the eighth wave surged out from the direction of the crack, an order was given to the north. Ankylosaurus guards, retreat 300 meters for rotation. The first echelon of the iron spine will rest, and the second echelon will take over. Even dragons get tired. The 200 ankylosaurs have been flying and fighting continuously for nearly an hour since the start of the battle, and the frequency of their wing flapping has visibly decreased. Chapter 312 Rift. Mo Lin was in relatively good condition. The stamina reserves of an S rank were far superior to those of an A rank, but its claws were already covered with the blood and residual calamity energy of 7 or 8 calamity beasts, and a thin film of gray calamity energy had appeared on the surface of its dark golden dragon scales. Xiang Bei wiped the dust off his face with the back of his hand. He didn't say he was tired, but Zhou Yun noticed that the knuckles of his fingers holding the reins were wider than they had been an hour ago. Disaster-induced erosion. The accumulated calamity energy of S rank and above cannot be cleared away by spring breeze wine. For every hour that Xiang Bei stays in an environment with such a high concentration of auspicious energy, the amount of auspicious energy stored in his body will increase by 1 layer. These things will remain in his body. They will not disappear or be eliminated. They will only slowly and gradually erode his life essence. Zhou Yun glanced at him. Xiang Bei didn't look at him. The veteran was adjusting the rotation rhythm of the dragon group. His attention was entirely on the battlefield. The ninth wave. 5 more A-rank bosses. Zhou Yun cleaved 3 of them with a single sword strike, while Lei Zi's 10,000 Thunder Prison locked up the other 2. The second wave of armored dragon guards then went up to finish them off. Then the flow of water began to surge again from the direction of the crack. The 10th wave. Kushodong's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Hoarse, he had been reporting data continuously for more than 2 hours at the observation posts. Less than a minute apart. Zhou Yun sheathed his sword. He stood on the Gobi Desert, looking at the fissure in the north from which monstrous beasts kept emerging. The crack wasn't large. It looked like a torn wound on the ground, with its edges glowing a dark red. The aura of disaster seeped out continuously from within, distorting the air. We've fought 10 waves already. They won every wave. But the rift was still there, and the monstrous beasts were still emerging from it. Fighting 10 waves or 100 waves makes no difference. As long as the source isn't shut down, this battle has no end. This is what humanity has been doing for the past 300 years. The old ones are removed, then new ones are removed. Day after day, year after year. The soldiers on the defensive line fought from youth to old age, from black hair to white hair, from life to death. Not because they couldn't win, but because they couldn't fight them all. Lu Qingzhou once said in his old house in Hangzhou, "For those 20 years, the Abyss defense line was all about this." Zhou Yun turned his head and glanced at Xiang Bei. "Go in and block the source. There's no point in continuing to fight outside." Just as Xiang Bei was about to answer, the 10th wave of calamity beasts reached the defensive line. Mo Lin let out a low roar, and the dragon horde automatically charged forward. While directing the dragons in battle, the veteran general spoke a few words to Zhou Yun. His voice was mostly drowned out by the wind and the dragon's roars, but Zhou Yun heard it clearly. You go in. I'll keep watch outside. Zhou Yun nodded. He sheathed his flowing cloud sword and took his first step toward the crack. Wu Ji had somehow appeared behind him, her sword in her hand, unsheathed. Ah Shui was on his left, his sword swirling with water. Lei Zi was on his right, the arcs of lightning on his body crackling and exploding in the dry air of the Gobi Desert. Behind them, on the Gobi Desert, Xiang Bei rode a black-scaled dragon, leading the dragon horde towards the 10th wave of calamity beasts. Zhuya's armored beast formation spread out on both flanks. The mist warriors dispersed into the horde of monstrous beasts, their translucent figures moving through the mist. The wind-riding divine eagle and the wind thunder eagle soared back and forth in the sky, raining down arrows and tornadoes of wind. They will hold the outside. The crack was getting closer and closer to Zhou Yun. Dark red light seeped out from the crack, and the concentration of the calamity aura increased rapidly with each step closer. The 9 colors of Xiaojiu's robe suddenly accelerated, and it began to filter the incoming disaster energy at a high intensity. At the edge of the crack, the air distorted into a visible heat wave. The temperature inside is much higher than outside a scorched abyss. Zhou Yun stopped in front of the crack. At this time, the corpses of the calamity beasts on the ground were not yet completely cold. The remains of 5 A-rank calamity beasts were scattered on the gravel belt at the northern foot of the Chilean mountains. Dark red calamity energy slowly seeped out from the cracks in their broken shells, condensing into a faint mist in the dry, cold air. The logistics troops had begun clearing the battlefield, but no one approached the direction of the crack. The wound torn open from the ground was still gaping, and a dark red light shone up from its depths, as if something underground was breathing. Zhou Yun stood at the edge of the crack and looked down. The battle formation of 10,000 spirits remained in place, and the status of all those accompanying the army and civilians was clearly discernible through perception. The battle on the surface did not consume much energy, and the people's spiritual energy reserves were all above 80%. The wind-riding divine eagle formation had already regrouped high in the sky. Guagua, leading the wind and thunder eagle, circled twice above the crack and let out a "Gua." It was probably asking if it was possible to fly down there. No. Zhou Yun looked up at it. The space below is limited. The flight formation will remain on the surface. Guagua tilted its head, flapped its wings twice, and led the wind and thunder eagle formation to rise higher. Hongzhuang rode on Guagua's back and raised her hand to Zhou Yun to signal that she would bring the Maruru archer to wait on the ground. Xiang Bei jumped off the back of the black scale, with the enamel cup hanging from his waist, walked to Zhou Yun's side and glanced into the crack. How many are you planning to bring in? An elite squad. Zhou Yun had already decided on the organization. The main force will stay on the surface to seal the crack and prevent what's inside from surging out. We don't need many people to go in, but they need to be capable fighters. He nodded slightly to the north. He had been on the front lines for decades and knew better than anyone what the lair of the calamity beast meant, a cramped space, thick with calamity energy, and with no way out. Too many people will only get in the way. I'll bring Inkscale and 50 armored dragon guards with you, Xiang Bei said. Iron Spine will stay outside to command the rest of the dragons. Zhuya has to go in too. Her armored beast is more effective than my dragon in a confined space. It can block and withstand attacks. Zhou Yun thought about it and did not object. Xiang Bei's judgment was certainly correct. The dragon's mobility was reduced in ground space, but the individual combat strength of the Molin and the elite armored dragon guards was undeniable. Although Zoya's armored beasts are slow, their defensive formation is perfect for advancing layer by layer through narrow passages. Zhuya brought 10 armored beasts, Zhou Yun added. Any more and they wouldn't be able to maneuver properly. He turned his head north, and raised his chin at Zhuya in the distance. Zhou Yun was inspecting the shield of the armored beast, the tower shields that had been scratched deeply by the claws of the A-rank disaster beasts during the surface battle. Seeing Xiang Bei's gesture, she nodded and began to select the 10 in the best condition. Fei Ming landed beside the Azure Rock Vulture, dismounted, and asked, "What about me?" "You stay outside," Xiang Bei said. Fei Ming paused for a moment, then understood. He is a third-rank Grand Lord with B-level combat strength. During ground warfare, he observed the overall situation from high altitude, which was the position where he could play the most effective role. But it's different inside the rift. The concentration of calamity increases exponentially, and B-rank lords who go in are the ones who need protection. They can't help at all and have to spare manpower to take care of them. "All right then." Fei Ming patted the Azure Rock Vulture's neck, his tone not one of resentment, but rather a hint of relief. "Then I'll guard the gate outside for you. If anyone tries to escape through the crack, I'll stop them." Hu Ling and Lin Xian also came over. They had clearly heard the conversation, but neither of them spoke up to argue for it. After all, Fei Ming was stronger than them, yet they were all spared. Hu Ling glanced at the dark red light shining from the depths of the crack and frowned slightly. Lin Xian's gaze fell on the neatly arranged rock golems behind Zhou Yun. Those moving mountains had even cracked the ground beneath their feet. She was probably wondering what it would be like for someone of this level of combat power to enter that space. Zhou Yun turned to his own civilian formation. Through the myriad spirits battle formation, he didn't need to speak. The commands spread silently like ripples on water. Every citizen connected to the formation received the information at the same instant. Who went in and who stayed. Lei was the first to move. The S-rank void thunder-devouring beast jumped down from the rock where it had been crouching for most of the day, its body crackling with electric arcs. It flicked its tail, took a few steps toward the crack, and glanced back at Zhou Yun. Rem's vertical pupils flashed with eerie blue lightning, conveying a very clear meaning. "Are you coming or not? What are you dawdling for?" Ah Shui silently drew the water sword, twirled it in his hand, and the flowing spiritual energy on the sword slowly circulated. Mist warrior La Feng led his warriors together, their gray-white bodies appearing and disappearing in the sunlight, the outlines of their armor and swords resembling distant mountains shrouded in mist. 30 of the wind-riding divine eagles descended from the sky, folding their wings. While they couldn't fly at full speed in enclosed spaces, short-distance dashes and high-altitude strikes remained effective. The Naga water spirits marched out in formation, the tips of their tridents gleaming coldly, their snake tails gliding silently across the gravelly ground. 20 cool and elegant female snake warriors are enough to cover the flanks of the squad. The ground trembled slightly as the flame giant took a step forward. 15 magma giants, each 10 meters tall, stood in 2 rows, radiating heat waves from their bodies in all directions. Following closely behind were 10 rock golems, their steps heavy and steady, like a moving city wall. 4 crystal armor guardians, 4 spirit wood watchers, and 6 silver fang whistle wolves. In addition to the cauliflower beasts interspersed among the various groups, there was also the lightning sparrow on Zhou Yun's shoulder, sparkling, huddled in his collar, peeking out a small head with bright eyes staring at the crack, its feathers slightly ruffled. Wuxi stood to Zhou Yun's right rear. She held the bare blade in her hand, its surface reflecting the dark red light from afar. Since setting out, she has been very quiet, so quiet that she doesn't seem like an A-rank warrior. However, Zhou Yun could sense her condition through the contract. That wasn't nervousness, it was just focus. There was something in that focus that he couldn't quite put his finger on, as if he were being drawn by something. The compilation and integration are complete. Zhou Yun took one last look at the logistics camp on the ground. Director Mei stood in front of the command tent and made eye contact with him for a moment, even though they were several hundred meters apart. Director Mei didn't speak, but simply nodded slightly, a nod that contained too many things that were inappropriate to say in this setting. For example, we need to be careful. The whole nation is watching, and we want to see them come back alive. Kushodong stood next to Director Mei, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand. His lips moved, but he ultimately said nothing. Zhou Yun withdrew his gaze and took a step toward the crack. Take as much footage as possible while the live stream is still running, he said, turning to Fei Ming. If the signal drops, so be it, don't worry about it. Fei Ming nodded, his gaze following Zhou Yun's retreating figure. Chapter 313. The signal was cut off. The entrance to the crack is wider than it appears from the outside. Zhou Yun's first assessment was that approximately 4 rock golems could pass side by side. He had the rock golem lead the way, with the fire giant following closely behind. In the high-temperature environment of the scorched earth abyss, the flame giants are practically fighting on their home turf. Their body's surface temperature is actually rising, and the magma patterns are becoming brighter. Xiang Bei led the Mo Lin and 50 armored dragon guards in the second echelon. The black scales could not spread their wings in the crack, so they folded their wings and moved on all fours. Their black scales gleamed with a dark gold luster in the dark red light. 50 ankylosaurus guards were lined up in a tight column, with ironback left outside. Leading them was another ankylosaurus, slightly smaller but quicker in reflexes. Zhuya's 10 armored beasts walked on both sides, with the tower shields facing outwards, forming a moving side wall. Zhou Yun led the core group of people in the middle of the procession. The water spirit's Naga stood on either side, surrounded by crystal-armored guards. The canopy of the spiritwood guardians slowly unfolded as it moved. The 3-meter-tall ancient tree form spread out a pale green halo in the darkness. The delicate branches and leaves trembled gently as if they were alive, filtering the increasingly thick aura of disaster in the air. The silver-toothed wolves spread out at the front and flanks of the formation, their foreheads glowing faintly with spiritual stones, extending their range of perception. The further you go, the more obvious the changes become. First, there's the temperature. The surface is a dry and cold Gobi climate, but the temperature begins to rise after entering the crack. At first, it just changes from cold to not cold, then to warm, and then to muggy. After walking for about 15 minutes, the air became hot. The Ankylosaurus's iron-gray scales began to heat up, and several young Ankylosaurus nervously flicked their tails. They were then nudged by their older companions and quieted down. Xiang Bei unbuttoned his coat. He didn't say he was hot, but a thin layer of sweat did seep from his forehead. High temperatures are certainly one factor, but in addition to that, there is also the threat of disaster. The aura of disaster on the surface is thin. Ordinary lords can sense it, but it does not cause immediate harm. The inside of the crack is different. The concentration of the aura was increasing at a visible rate, initially appearing as dark red threads that occasionally flashed through the clear air, then the threads turned into a thin mist, and the mist transformed into a stream of air with clearly visible patterns. The air currents flowed slowly along the rock wall, converging downwards like liquid. Zhou Yun could feel Xiao Jiu's robe adjusting automatically. A faint film of light emanated from the surface of the 9-colored slime, keeping the calamity outside its body. To him, this concentration of calamity was no different from the morning mist. But others can't. Zhuya's breathing became noticeably heavier. She didn't complain, but Zhou Yun noticed that she took a pill from the medicine bottle at her waist and put it in her mouth. It was a nationally developed disaster relief agent. Each pill could maintain basic protection for about 2 hours. Her armored beasts also reacted. A layer of grayish rust began to appear on their dark silver shells, traces of the calamity's energy corroding the metal. Heading north is alright. The S-rank lord's physique is an order of magnitude stronger than that of the A-rank lord, and his body actively resists the infiltration of the calamity energy. But Zhou Yun could see that this resistance came at a price. With every step Xiang Bei took, he was consuming his own life force to fight against the erosion of the disaster energy. Those who have fought against calamity beasts for decades have accumulated calamity energy in their bodies that far exceeds that of ordinary people. Now, being in such a high concentration environment, with old wounds and new erosions piled up, the pressure will be immense. So Zhou Yun slowed down and had the Spiritwood Watchers adjust their positions. The 4 Spiritwood Watchers separated, 2 approaching the dragon pack heading north, and 2 approaching the armored beasts of Zoya. The ancient tree-shaped canopy unfolded to form 4 moving purification zones, and a pale green halo enveloped the human formation. The Spiritwood Watcher's calamity filtering isn't as thorough as Little Nine's robe, but it can at least reduce it by 60 to 70%. This is sufficient for this environment. Xiang Bei felt the surrounding aura of disaster suddenly thin out. He looked up at the ancient tree that was slowly moving overhead, and the pale green halo on its crown was gently trembling. He didn't say thank you. He simply picked up his enamel mug, took a sip of water, and continued walking. After walking for about 40 minutes, the live broadcast signal went wrong. The logistics troops set up signal enhancement equipment at the entrance of the crack, but the disaster atmosphere has a natural interference effect on electromagnetic waves. The signal began to weaken as soon as it entered the crack, and the picture went from high definition to blurry, and from blurry to frequent stuttering. At this moment, what tens of millions of viewers on the ground saw was nothing but afterimages, a huge figure moving in the dark red light, with occasional flashes of fire or electric arcs, but all the details were blurred into blocks of color. The signal strength has dropped to 4%, Teeming reported over the walkie-talkie on the ground. If we go any further down, it will probably be completely cut off. Zhou Yun heard the voice on the walkie-talkie becoming increasingly intermittent. He pressed the talk button. Don't worry about the signal. I'm leaving things outside to you. Understood. Teeming's voice rose and fell amidst the electrical noise. Pay attention. The last few words were swallowed up by the noise. Then the signal dropped. A moment of silence spread through the ranks. The darkness of the Calamity Beast space enveloped everything, leaving only the magma glow from the flame giant's body and the green halo from the Spiritwood Watcher's canopy to illuminate the limited space around them. From that moment on, they had no further contact with the ground. How deep they go, how long they stay, and what they encounter are all unknown to those outside. Xiang Bei looked completely normal. During the years he fought the monsters, communication disruptions were commonplace, not to mention that there wasn't even any live streaming equipment back then. He glanced at Zhou Yun and slightly raised his enamel mug. The meaning was roughly, continue. Zhou Yun nodded. The spirit stone of the silver fawn whistle wolf suddenly lit up. The 6 sniper wolves stopped almost simultaneously, their ears perked up, and their noses pointed slightly to the left. Through the myriad spirits battle formation, Zhou Yun received the information they transmitted, not a specific image, but an instinctive alert. Ahead lay the aura of a vast number of creatures, scattered throughout the crevices and cracks of the rock walls. Lazy also sensed it. It stopped, the electric arcs around its body subsided, its vertical pupils narrowed slightly, and its S-order electromagnetic perception silently spread out. A moment later, Zhou Yun obtained more precise information from the connection of the myriad spirits battle array. A large number of sea-level creatures have gathered within a 200-meter radius ahead. A small number of B-rank individuals were mixed in. They weren't in the passage, but hidden inside the rock walls, like a swarm of hibernating insects. Lava Beetle. Chapter 314 Underground Lava Lake. Zhou Yun's mental attributes became extremely high, even to an exaggerated degree, because he synchronized with Shaolan. He closed his eyes, and the connection of the myriad spirits battle array stretched out in all directions like a spider web. The situation ahead gradually became clear in his mind. The beetles were not waiting, but hatching. Their nests are in the crevices of the rock walls, and the high-temperature environment accelerates their breeding cycle. This is the biggest difference between the Calamity Beast space and the surface. On the surface, the number of Calamity Beasts is limited. Once they're all defeated, they're gone. However, within the Disaster Beast space, Disaster Beasts are continuously created. As long as the spatial rift remains open and the source is not cut off, these things will never be completely eradicated. There's a Zerg nest ahead, Zhou Yun said, opening his eyes. Mainly C-rank, and there are a lot of them. Not difficult to defeat, but there are many. Xiang Bei frowned. How much? Thousands. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun immediately placed her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist. The armored beasts behind her raised their shields simultaneously, the dark silver tower shields reflecting a heavy metallic sheen in the light of the fire giant. Don't be nervous, Zhou Yun said casually. C-rank enemies can't harm us. The problem is their numbers. If they all swarm out at once, it will slow down our advance. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, Rock golems continue clearing the way, holding the front. Flame giants split into two groups and alternate attacks. Don't unleash them all at once, save your mana. Mist warriors are responsible for clearing out the stragglers that cross the front line. Zhou Yun's instructions were simultaneously transmitted through the myriad spirits' battle formation. At the same time, he verbally explained the human forces coordination plan to Xiangbei and Zhuya. The dragon horde should retract its formation and not attack. Zhuya's armored beasts should protect the flanks, focusing on protecting the spirit wood watchers. He nodded to the north. This deployment is reasonable. The C-rank monsters pose no threat to their team. The key is not to waste too much stamina and spiritual energy here, as there are still tough battles to come. Walk. The rock golem took a step, and 10 moving stone mountains crashed into the darkness. When lava beetles surge out of the cracks in the rock wall, it looks like a black tide. Each one is about the size of an adult's forearm, with a dark red shell covered with a layer of solidified magma patterns. Their legs end in sharp claws, allowing them to climb vertical rock faces at great speed. Their numbers are terrifying. They emerge from crevices far faster than expected, as if the rock face itself is spitting out the insects. But that's all. The giant body of the rock golem lay across the middle of the passage. After the beetle climbed up, it found that its claws could not even scratch the stone skin, and it could only slide futilely on the smooth rock surface. The puppet doesn't even need to use skills. The vibrations from walking alone are enough to shake off the beetles on its body. The flame giant is more efficient. The first group of 7 giants simultaneously raised their palms, and the magma in their palms condensed into a blazing ball of light, which they then pushed forward against the rock wall. Not a meteor shower, that would be such a waste. They simply used the most basic fire-based spiritual power to create a continuous high-temperature wall, directly roasting the beetles that poured out from the gaps at the exit. A burnt smell filled the air. The beetle's corpse rapidly carbonizes under high temperatures, accumulating in the crevices of the rock wall to form a natural seal. Occasionally, a few large B-rank beetles would break through the high-temperature wall. They were 3 or 4 times larger than ordinary beetles, with thicker shells, and could withstand the flame giant's wall of fire for a few seconds. But before they could rush to the middle of the group, the mist warriors had already gone to meet them. Lanfeng's sword energy swept across the passage, the gray-white sword light piercing through the beetle's shell, not shattering it, but passing right through it. The beetle's physical immunity meant that its counterattacks were useless against the mist warrior, while the mist warrior's sword energy was a sharp blade that could cut through gold and jade to the beetle. The whole process lasted about 20 minutes. The team continued to advance. Though their pace was somewhat slowed, they never stopped. Zhou Yun stood in the middle of the team, not making a move throughout. His attention wasn't on these C-rank insects, but rather on maintaining a constant awareness of the deeper areas ahead. The connection of the all-spirit battle array is like an invisible net, covering every citizen, every participating monster, and every combat unit of the human lord. Through this network, Zhou Yun could perceive the status of every node in real time. Spiritual energy consumption, physical exhaustion, injuries, and changes in location. This wasn't mere observation, it was true command. He was using the perception of an entire army to observe this space. As the beetle swarm gradually thins out, the passageway widens. The rock wall overhead, which had been within reach, became a blurry black shadow, while the walls on either side receded outwards. The space is expanding. The temperature rose another notch, the magma patterns on the surface of the flame giants became brighter, and they became more active at this temperature, their steps lighter. But Zhuya's armored beast was not so comfortable. The gray rust on the dark silver shield was spreading, a result of the combined erosion from high temperature and disaster. After an unknown amount of time, light appeared in the darkness ahead. It wasn't the light of the flame giants, but the light of the earth itself, a dark red, somber, pulsating light that shone up from below, staining the entire space the color of blood. The moment the group stepped out of the passage, everyone stopped. Before us lay a vast underground space. To be precise, it is an underground lava lake. The lake's surface was solidified black magma, covered with cracked lines, from which a dark red light seeped out. The lake's edge is a series of uneven rocky platforms, like a ring of black stands surrounding the central depression. Further away, several lava rivers flowed from the crevices of the high rock walls, merging into the cracks at the bottom of the lake with a muffled, gurgling sound. A wave of heat hit us. The air itself seemed to be burning. You could feel your nasal cavity and trachea being scalded by the hot air as you breathed. The aura of disaster here is no longer in the form of air currents, but rather a thick, dark red mist visible to the naked eye, flowing slowly along the ground like a viscous liquid. The canopy of the Spiritwood Guardian spread out with all its might, its pale green aura desperately expanding outwards, attempting to carve out a small patch of breathable sanctuary in this dark red world. The branches and leaves trembled much faster than before. They were working beyond their limits. Xiang Bei's gaze swept across the entire space, and the enamel mug in his hand paused for a moment. He fought against the monstrous beast for decades and guarded the defense line for decades. But he never entered the home of the Calamity Beast. On the defensive line, you face monstrous beasts pouring out from the cracks. They are the invaders, and you are the defenders. But now, standing before this underground lava lake, the roles are reversed. This is the world of the monsters, they are the invaders. This feeling caused Xiang Bei's back to tense up slightly for a moment. His battlefield instincts, honed over decades, reminded him that this place was no ordinary place. The silver-toothed wolf's fur stood on end. The 6th century wolves huddled together, their ears perked up, pointing straight towards the opposite side of the lava lake. Their spirit stones flashed wildly, and the signal transmitted back through the myriad spirits battle array was pure alertness. There are large, monstrous beasts ahead. And more than one. It is more than an order of magnitude higher than the outer lava beetles and B-level individuals. Lei Zi's vertical pupils narrowed, and the electric arcs around his body lit up again. Zhou Yun stood on the edge of the rocky platform, looking down at the frozen black lake below. Dark red light shone through the cracks, flickering like the rhythm of a heartbeat. He felt a pulse in that rhythm. It wasn't the fluctuation of calamity, but the aura of life. A heavy, scorching, and oppressive aura emanated from the depths of the lava lake. More than one. It's a group. All personnel on high alert. Zhou Yun's voice wasn't loud, but when it was transmitted through the myriad spirits battle array to every connecting node, it was as clear as a jade chime being struck in the ear. The entire team tightened their formation at the same instant. The rock golem stood in front, the flame giants took a half step back to their attack positions, the water spirit Naga pointed her trident forward, and the mist warriors spread out to the flanks. Shuya's armored beast raised its shield to form a wall. Xiang Bei flipped onto Emolin's back, and the 50 armored dragon guards lowered their bodies, letting out deep dragon roars. Shining peeked half its body out from Zhou Yun's collar, its bright little eyes fixed on the direction of the lava lake. Its feathers bristled into a small ball. Deep within the crimson light, the black lake's surface cracked open. Chapter 3:15 The Scorched Bone Beast. It wasn't magma that cracked. It's bone. The black, frozen lake's surface cracked from the center outwards, and amidst the churning fragments, a gigantic hand emerged from beneath. The hand was almost devoid of flesh and blood, consisting only of charred bones and dark red magma clinging to the skeleton, with flames flickering at the knuckles. Then came the second one. The third one. More and more hands emerged from beneath the lake's surface, like some strange crops sprouting from the black earth. Then came heads, shoulders, torsos, one after another, charred skeletons rose from beneath the solidified magma layer. Zhou Yun's detection technique provided feedback the instant the first creature stood up. A crisp notification sound. A order. Name, Scorched Bone Beast. Category, Disaster Beast, Fire Type. Rank A. Strength, 92. Endurance, 113. Wisdom, 12. Mental State, 89. Speed, 30. Talent, Undying Bones when health is below 20%, physical defense is doubled, and body surface temperature is increased to 3000 degrees. Skill, Molten Bone Charge charges forward using the entire skeleton as a weapon, dealing fire damage equal to 250% of strength to targets in its path. Description: skeletal warriors born from the fusion of calamity and earth fire. They feel no pain, no fear, only the instinct to incinerate everything. Endurance exceeds 10,000. Zhou Yun's gaze lingered on the panel for a moment. This value means that this thing has extremely high physical defense, making it even tougher than the A-rank disaster beasts encountered on the surface. Moreover, the talent is the type that gets tougher the more you fight. The lower your health, the higher your defense, and the higher your temperature. But that's all. Its low intelligence and spiritual attributes indicate that it has no spiritual attack methods and lacks tactical intelligence. Essentially, they are a group of fearless, high-temperature human shields. The problem is quantity. The number of charred bone beasts rising from the lake's surface is still increasing rapidly. Zhou Yun glanced at them briefly. There were already 40 or 50, and the rate at which they broke through the ground showed no signs of slowing down. B-rank individuals were also mixed in, smaller than A-rank individuals, with dimmer flames on their skeletons, but in greater numbers. Zhou Yun did not hesitate. The commands of the myriad spirits battle formation were transmitted to every node in an instant. No shouting or gestures were needed. All the people connected to the formation began to act the moment they received the command. The rock golem was the first to step off the rock platform, and 10 stone mountains crashed into the frozen lake's surface. Their steps were as heavy as pile drivers, each stomp creating spiderweb-like cracks in the black magma layer on the lake's surface. The 3 puppets at the front crashed directly into the skeletal beast horde that had just stood up. The huge difference in size made the skeletal beasts look like dead tree stumps being crushed by a bulldozer, and the sound of their skeletons shattering echoed throughout the underground space. But the rock golem slowed down after advancing less than 20 meters. The surface temperature of the charred bone beast is too high. Their bones themselves are high-temperature carriers of over 3,000 degrees Celsius. When they were smashed, the scattered bone fragments splashed onto the rock golems, burning dark red marks on the stone's surface. It's not fatal, but if it continues to accumulate, the puppet's defenses will be depleted. Shuya's armored beasts encountered the same problem almost simultaneously. 10 armored beasts raised their shields to form a wall, blocking the spread of the scorched bone beast horde from the flanks. The dark silver tower's shields solidly blocked the charging scorched bone beasts. But the moment the shield touched the charred bone beast, the metal surface began to turn red. It was scorched red from being burned alive. The armored beast grunted and slid half a step backward on its 4 hooves, but did not move aside. Shuya frowned slightly. She took another anti-disaster pill from the medicine bottle at her waist and put it in her mouth. Then she took out a bottle of clear liquid from the storage bag on her back, unscrewed the cap, and poured half of the bottle onto the shield of the armored beast at the front. The liquid evaporated rapidly upon contact with the scalding shield, but in the process, it carried away a large amount of heat, causing the red color on the shield to fade. Cooling fluid. These are equipment uniformly distributed by the National Logistics Department, and are specifically designed for maintenance in high-temperature environments. It's nothing precious, but it's useful in this situation. Zhou Yun noticed Shuya's response. As a second-rank Grand Lord, her decades of practical experience were not for nothing. Her first reaction was not to panic, but to solve the problem. Watery, the left wing continues to cool down. Zhou Yun's command was transmitted through the myriad spirits battle formation. 20 water spirit nagas simultaneously raised their tridents, condensing water-based spiritual energy into dozens of streams of water, not for attack, but to continuously pour onto the rock golems and armored beasts in the front row. When the water comes into contact with the hot surface, it turns into steam. The white mist surges in the dark red light, visually resembling an artificial rain falling on the battlefield. The effect was immediate. The burn marks on the puppet cooled down, and its speed of advance increased again. The temperature of the armored beast's shield returned to a tolerable range, and its 4 hooves regained their footing. However, the spiritual energy consumption of the water spirit naga is also accelerating. Maintaining water-type skills in a high-temperature environment is already difficult, and with the continuous cooling output, their spiritual energy reserves are decreasing at a visible rate. This is not a long-term solution. Flame Giant, suppress them head-on. 15 fiery giants stepped forward. In this environment, they are the true home team players. The high temperature of the charred bone beasts is not a burden for them. The giants stepped into the skeletal beast horde, their 10-meter-tall bodies looking down at the 2 or 3-meter-tall skeletons, and then began their work. It wasn't a meteor shower. With this density of teammates, large-scale area of effect attacks carry the risk of friendly fire. The flame giant used the simplest method, lifting its foot and stomping. With the stomp of its massive magma foot, the skeleton of the charred bone beast shattered into dust under the combined effects of high temperature and immense pressure. Their fire-type talent means that the high temperature on the surface of the charred bone beast has no effect on them. In fact, the bone fragments that splash onto the giants will be directly integrated into the magma surface and become part of the giants. The battlefront began to advance steadily. The real trouble started in the 15th minute. The number of charred bone beasts has not decreased. It's not that they can't kill them. The rock golems and flame giants are very efficient at advancing, and the frontline bone beasts are falling in droves. But the lake behind them continued to crack, and new charred bone beasts kept rising. It was as if an entire army was buried beneath this solidified layer of magma, and the tremors of battle were awakening them one by one. Meanwhile, the charred bone beasts that appeared later grew larger and larger, with thicker lava covering their skeletons, and the color of the flames on their bodies changed from dark red to orange-yellow. A scan revealed that their stamina was even higher than the first ones to appear. This seems to indicate that the closer the charred bone beast is to the center of the lake, the stronger it is. Chapter 316 Quick Pass. Zhou Yun quickly made a judgment they couldn't fight a war of attrition with them here. This lava lake itself is a huge incubator. As long as the source isn't cut off, the charred bone beasts will keep emerging. Their spiritual and physical strength are limited, especially with the cooling output of the water spirit Naga and the calamity filtering of the spirit wood watcher, which are rapidly depleting their energy. Shrink the formation, stop expanding. Zhou Yun adjusted the commands. Rock golems, hold the frontal width, stop pushing. Flame giants, focus on clearing the frontal passage, we'll go through. The formation immediately changed from a full-scale advance to a wedge-shaped assault. The 10 rock golems shrunk into an arrow, with the flame giant forming a deep line behind the arrow, while the water spirit Naga and the ironclad beasts blocked the flanks to prevent encirclement. The mist warriors were scattered around the perimeter of the formation, tasked with clearing out any stragglers that infiltrated through the gaps. Xiang Bei understood Zhou Yun's intention. He urged the ink scales to follow closely behind the wedge formation, and the 50 armored dragon guards folded into a tight column. The dragon swarm did not need to spread out, their role was to pass through quickly after the breach was opened. What's on the other side? Xiang Bei shouted from the dragon's back. Zhou Yun closed his eyes briefly. The all-spirit battle array's perception pierced through the chaotic battlefield, reaching across the lava lake, where a larger entrance to a passage led to greater depths. A passageway. It leads downwards. Let's go! The wedge formations ramming through the scorched bone beast horde lasted approximately 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes, Shui made 3 moves. Each time, a scorched bone beast bypassed the front line's blockade and charged towards the healing zone in the center of the formation, the location of the spirit wood guardian and the cauliflower beast. Shui reacted extremely quickly. The instant the water sword was drawn, the invisible flow of water was activated simultaneously, and a semi-transparent water curtain covered his entire body. When the high temperature of the charred bone beast collided with the water curtain, a large amount of white mist was vaporized, but the sword had already pierced through the core of the skeleton. The core of the charred bone beast is located in the center of its chest cavity, a fist-sized, dark red crystal, like a solidified magma heart. Once pierced, the skeleton of the charred bone beast will disintegrate within seconds. When Shui sheathed his sword for the 3rd time, Zhou Yun noticed that the duration of his flowing water formless technique was shorter than the previous 2 times. The high temperature accelerated the evaporation of water-based spiritual energy, causing Shui to consume spiritual energy almost twice as fast as normal. This discovery made Zhou Yun even more certain of one thing: he couldn't stay here any longer. The Mist Warriors were the most consistent element in the entire battle. Lan Feng led his gray-white warriors around the perimeter of the formation. The physical attacks of the bone beasts, whether it was the bone molten charge or the swinging bone arms, all passed through the bodies of the Mist Warriors without causing any damage. However, the Mist Warrior's sword aura was a true killing move for the Bone Burners. It swept across with overwhelming force, shattering several B-rank Bone Burners at the same time. Physical immunity is practically unbeatable against a group of enemies that attack entirely with physical attacks. Lan Feng's swordsmanship is steady and efficient. He didn't pursue flashy moves. Every sword strike aimed directly at the core of the charred bone beast's chest cavity, precise, fast, and without wasting a single bit of spiritual energy. Behind him, the other Mist Warriors filled in seamlessly, forming a flowing gray-white defensive line. Zhou Yun conveyed a signal to Lan Feng within the 10,000 spirits battle formation, something like, "Well done." The contract conveyed a calm sense of pride. After a period of fierce fighting, the wedge formation finally broke through the densest area of the charred bone beast horde. The entrance to the passage ahead came into view, a wider opening than the one we had come through, with lava slowly flowing down the walls. The passage sloped downwards, and a darker, crimson light shone through the darkness. "Pass quickly!" The formation is accelerating. The rock golem squeezed into the entrance of the passage, followed closely by the fire giant. The dragon horde heading north quickly passed through the top of the passage. Mo Lin folded his wings and squeezed in sideways, followed by 50 armored dragon guards who filed in one after another. Zhou Yun's armored beasts covered the rear, while the 10-sided tower shields faced outwards, blocking the charred bone beasts that were pursuing from behind. The water spirit Naga passed in the end. As they retreated, they unleashed a massive wave, not a full-scale area of effect attack, but rather a water-based spiritual energy condensed into a wall of water that blocked the entrance to the passage. The water wall boiled and evaporated rapidly upon contact with the high-temperature environment, but the evaporation process generated a large amount of steam, which temporarily obscured the view at the entrance of the passage and slowed down the pursuit speed of the charred bone beast. After the last water spirit Naga slid into the passage, the rock golem turned around and blocked the entrance to the passage with its body. The dull thud of a charred bone beast crashing into a stone wall came from behind, but it quickly subsided. Those unintelligent skeletal warriors did not continue to pursue after losing their target. They simply guarded their territory, waiting for the next intruder. The group stopped in the passageway. A brief silence. Only the sound of magma flowing across the surface of the flame giant, and the heavy breathing of the Ankylosaurus guardians. Xiangbei slid off the back of the black scale, holding an enamel cup in his hand. He tilted his head back and took a big gulp of water, the sweat on his forehead glistening in the dark red light. He then turned to check on the condition of the Ankylosaurus guards. Several young Ankylosaurus had burns on their bodies, with white spots on their scales from the high temperature, but the injuries were not serious. Xiangbei took out a paste-like healing potion from his medicine bag and personally applied it to the Ankylosaurs. His movements were neither fast nor slow, and his technique was very skilled, clearly indicating that this was not the first time he had done this. Jialong lowered his head and rubbed his nose against Xiangbei's palm, letting out a low hum. Xiangbei patted its neck. "It's all right." Zhuya was inspecting the shields of the armored beasts. The 10-sided tower's shield was covered in burn marks, and the shield of the foremost armored beast even had a fist-size hole burned through it in the center. It was directly knocked out by the molten bone charge of an A-rank bone beast while covering the rear. The armored beast itself was unharmed, but the shield was now useless. Zhuya showed no extra expression. She removed the damaged shield from the armored beast's forearm and took out a spare shield. She had brought spare equipment in, taking into account the possibility of wear and tear. Zhou Yun nodded slightly at this composure. In war, it's not the problems that are scary, but the chaos and confusion that follow. This was clearly not the first time Zhuya had dealt with such a situation. Zhou Yun turned to his subjects. The cauliflower beasts are busy. They were scattered throughout the group, and the green light above Saihua's head was flashing. That was the continuous release of blessing skills. Several cauliflower beasts squeezed next to the spirit wood watcher, tilting their heads back and pressing themselves against the tree trunk, as if they were treating the tree. The canopy of the spirit wood guardian had consumed a lot of spiritual energy during the high-load filtering just now, and was now drooping slightly, its pale green aura dimmed considerably. Although the blessing from the cauliflower beast didn't restore much, it was better than nothing. Zhou Yun watched this scene, and the corner of his mouth twitched. They were exhausted themselves, but their first instinct was to take care of their companions. Chapter 3:17 Epic Markers. Flash popped out from the collar, shook its wings on Zhou Yun's shoulder, and then flew to the crown of the nearest spiritwood watcher and perched down. Its little paws gripped a branch, and its bright eyes looked around as if it were standing guard. Zhou Yun walked to the side wall of the passage and stopped. The aura of the spiritwood watcher did not reach this area. A dark red light seeped from the cracks in the rock wall, staining this small area a somber red. Zhou Yun reached out his hand, his fingertips touching the surface of the rock wall. Scalding hot. However, Xiao Jiu's robe automatically condensed a layer of heat-insulating spiritual energy membrane at his fingertips, allowing him to carefully touch the texture of the rock wall. His fingers moved slowly along the groove. That's not a natural crack. Naturally formed cracks are random and irregular, following the grain of the rock. But the indentation under his fingertip has a clear direction and curve, with smooth lines and consistent depth. It was carved in with a tool. Zhou Yun paused for a moment, then continued to grope around. A second indentation appeared, intersecting with the first, forming part of a symbol. He stepped back, his gaze sweeping across a wider expanse of the rock face. In the dark red light, the symbols formed by the indentations appeared faintly, some partially covered by lava, others blurred by the intense heat, but the overall structure was still discernible. He had seen these symbols before. On Planet Zero, the surface of the sealed stone pillar is engraved with the exact same pattern. The same lines and curves can be seen in the high-resolution photos that Kushodong took in the underground space of northwest China. 3 places. 3 sets of identical symbols. Zhou Yun did not make a sound. He stood silently in front of the rock wall for a few seconds, then aimed his probe at the engravings. The notification sounded, but only once, a faint sound, as if it came from a very far place. The information displayed on the panel was pitifully scarce. The vast majority of entries were just. Only one was identified. Category: Epic Marker. Era Marker. Zhou Yun's gaze fell on these 4 words. His mind was racing. There were epic markers on the sealed stone pillars, epic markers in the underground spaces on Earth, and now there were epic markers inside the Calamity Beast space. The god of the empty mirror said that the guardians of the previous era went to find the answer. He's been here before. Wrong. More precisely, these markings were already etched here before the Calamity Beast space was formed, before this underground area was filled with Calamity Chi. The Calamity Beast space was something that grew out of the rift later, but the rift opened in a place marked by an era. Is this a coincidence? Zhou Yun kept this question in his mind. Now is not the time to delve into it, but he remembered this discovery. He turned around and went back to the middle of the group. I didn't mention anything about the things on the rock face to anyone. Xiang Bei glanced at him as he walked past. The look wasn't one of inquiry, but more like a veteran's intuition, sensing that his comrade had discovered something but had chosen to remain silent. Xiang Bei didn't ask any questions. 10-minute break, Zhou Yun said to everyone. The Spiritwood Guardians will have priority in restoring their spiritual power. The cauliflower beasts take turns treating patients. Be mindful of your stamina management. Then he sat down by the rock wall. Wuji walked up to him without him noticing. She didn't sit, she stood there, the bare blade hanging at her side. The light from the distant fiery giant's body reflected on the blade, the dark red glow flickering on and off. Zhou Yun looked up at her. Through the contract, he sensed that Wuji's emotions were very complicated. It wasn't the fatigue or tension after a battle, but something deeper, like something dormant in my heart had been stirred up by the environment, turned over, and then sank back down. You paused for a moment when we were in the middle of the fight. Zhou Yun said. Wu Ji lowered her head slightly, her gaze falling on her own sword. What's wrong? She remained silent for a few seconds. The dark red light on the blade flickered, reflecting in her eyes. I can't quite explain it. Wu Ji's voice was soft. It's just that when I passed by that place, I suddenly felt like I'd been there before. It wasn't a vague illusion like déjà vu. What Zhou Yun felt from the contract was much stronger than she could describe. The emotion that surged up in that instant was definite and concrete, as if her body had memorized a certain action and was automatically triggered in a specific environment. But Kiri herself couldn't explain it. During this time, she gathered fragments of memories, which gradually increased but couldn't piece together a complete picture. She could sense each memory as it surfaced, but couldn't grasp its content. It's like looking at light on the surface of water from deep within. You know it's light, but you can't reach it. Zhou Yun did not press further. If you feel this way again as you continue, he said, don't worry about it, and don't try to ignore it. Just let it happen naturally. Wu Ji glanced at him. She nodded. 10 minutes later, the team set off again. The passage continued to slope downwards, and the temperature slowly but steadily rose. The magma on the rock wall changed from seepage to flow, and several small magma rivers converged downwards along the grooves on both sides of the passage. The concentration of calamity in the air rose to another level. The crown of the Spiritwood Watcher spread out again with full force, and the pale green halo looked like 4 moving islands in the dark red environment. Xiang Bei swallowed a disaster relief pill. This was the first time he had used medicine since entering the rift. Before that, he had been relying on his S-rank physique to tough it out. Zhou Yun noticed it, but said nothing. Xiang Bei can determine when to take medication on his own, without needing anyone to remind him. It took about 20 minutes to walk. The silver-toothed wolf stopped again. This time, it wasn't alertness, but some more primal reaction. The 6 sentinel wolves simultaneously lowered their bodies, ears pressed tightly to their heads, and the frequency of their spirit stones flashing suddenly increased. What was transmitted back through the myriad spirits' battle formation wasn't information, but an instinctive sense of oppression. There's something ahead. It's very big. Very close. Lei Zi's reaction was more direct. The electric arcs all over its body suddenly subsided, not extinguished, but rather contained. All the lightning energy receded from the surface of the body back into the body, like a big cat tightening all its muscles before pouncing. His vertical pupils were fully open, and the eerie blue light was particularly striking in the darkness. Zhou Yun closed his eyes, and the perception of the myriad spirits' battle array extended forward. About 150 meters ahead, the passage suddenly opened up again, leading into another huge underground space. The temperature in that space was even higher than in the lava lake hall, and the concentration of toxic gas was suffocating. In the very center of that space, there was the aura of a single, enormous life form. Not a group. It's one. But that one's aura was even stronger than all the charred bone beasts they had encountered before combined. The heavy, fiery, slowly pulsating breath was like that of a dormant volcano. Xiang Bei unconsciously tightened his grip on the handle of the enamel mug. Ahead in the passage, a dark red light pulsed. It flickered, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. Like a heartbeat. But it was heavier than any heartbeat. Chapter 318 Rest and Recuperation. He made a gesture towards the north. The entire army is halted. He didn't rush to push forward. He still held the enamel mug in his hand, but his gaze was already fixed on the dark red pulse emanating from the end of the passage. The aura was palpable without needing any detection techniques, heavy, slow, as if something enormous was breathing ahead. No rush, he said. Amo Lin lay on one side of the passage, his huge black body almost filling half of the passage, his dark gold vertical pupils half open and half closed. Its tail occasionally tapped the ground, seemingly dozing off, but Zhou Yun noticed that its front paws were always slightly gripping the rock surface, ready to spring up at any moment. How much can you sense? Xiang Bei asked. A single entity. Very large. Probably in the open space at the end of the passage, Zhou Yun said. Its exact rank can't be detected by detection techniques, but its aura is far stronger than those charred bone beasts we just encountered. Xiang Bei didn't respond immediately after hearing this. He hung the enamel mug back on his waist, crossed his arms over his chest, and leaned against the rock wall, thinking for a while. Zhou Yun had seen this posture before. Xiang Bei did it this way when conducting tactical simulations, quiet, unhurried, going over all the conditions in his mind before speaking. "How big is the space?" he asked. Zhou Yun closed his eyes again, and the perception of the myriad spirits' battle array extended forward along the passage. "It's huge. At least 50 or 60 meters high at the top. It's wider than the lava lake hall. Can dragons fly? A short dive should be enough." Xiang Bei's expression relaxed slightly. This was his biggest concern. The dragon horde was compressed into a ground force within the confined space, rendering it largely useless. Once you can fly, your fighting style changes completely. "Your subjects," he began, going through them one by one. "The flame giants are buffed inside. And the rock golems? Have their burn marks healed after that round?" "Most of it has recovered. A prolonged battle shouldn't be a problem, but if the opponent's temperature is higher, the wear and tear will accelerate." "Water spirit Naga?" "About 80% of my spiritual power. The water system's lifespan will be reduced in high-temperature environments." "The mist warrior?" "Full capacity. This environment has no effect on them." "What about the spirit wood watcher? How long can it last inside that space?" Zhou Yun thought for a moment. The spirit wood watcher had expended a great deal of energy during the high-intensity filtration in the lava lake hall. Although it recovered some during the rest, its spiritual power was only about 70% restored. If the concentration of calamity energy ahead were even higher. 20 minutes. Optimistic estimate. He nodded to the north, as if he understood. 20 minutes is enough, he said. These kinds of things are either quick to attack and quick to retreat, or shouldn't be fought at all. A war of attrition won't benefit us. Your water and spirit trees are dropping, my dragons aren't comfortable in the high temperature, and one of Zoya's shields is already broken. Dragging this out will only result in us losing out. He paused, then looked at Zhou Yun. What about you? Can you finish this with one sword strike? This question is very straightforward. Zhou Yun thought about it carefully. The sword strike on the ground slashed down an A-rank calamity beast in less than 2 seconds. But that was the surface environment, and the opponent was an A-rank. The aura of this thing in front is far stronger than that of an A-rank. If it were an S-rank, it would be a whole rank lower. Furthermore, considering that he is the leader of the calamity beasts, SSS theoretically crushes S. However, the environmental advantages of the calamity beast space, the energy it may have accumulated over hundreds of years, and the fact that he knew nothing about this thing are all variables. I'm not sure, he said honestly. Theoretically, the difference in combat strength is significant enough, but I haven't seen what's going on inside. Xiang Bei had no complaints. This answer reassured him more than, no problem. A person who knows what they don't know is more reliable than someone who thinks they know everything. Then let's prepare for the worst. Xiang Bei dusted off his hands. Set up the formation like this. My dragons and rock golems will hold them off from the front, while your fire giants will flank them. The mist warriors will go around to the rear and cut off their retreat. Zhuya's armored beasts guarded the entrance to the passage, preventing the scorchbone beasts from catching up. The water spirit Naga and the spirit wood watcher remained inside the passage. They wouldn't last long in that space, so it was better to guard their escape route. This deployment leaves the most valuable support units in safe rear positions, allowing the most resilient frontline units to engage head-on, while the most mobile fog warriors flank and block from behind. The dragons swooped down from above, and Zhou Yun seized the opportunity to strike decisively. Each unit was placed in its most appropriate position. Zhou Yun went through it in his mind and had no objections. When do I go in? He asked. Let the dragon horde charge first, Xiang Bei said. Mo Lin and I will draw its aggro and see what its tactics are. You observe from behind, identify its weaknesses, and then make your move. Don't rush, you're the only one here who can quickly take it down. If something goes wrong with you, we'll all have to retreat. The last sentence was spoken calmly, but it carried great weight. Zhou Yun nodded. After the plan was finalized, Xiang Bei didn't rush to call for departure. Let's rest for 5 more minutes, he said. Let the dragon catch its breath. The Ankylosaurus guards lay prone in the passage, some licking their burns, others with their eyes closed. The massive head of the black-scaled dragon rested on its forepaws, its dark golden vertical pupils slowly sweeping across both sides of the passage. Even while resting, this S-rank sub-dragon did not completely let its guard down. Xiang Bei took another tube of plaster from the medicine bag and squatted down to apply a layer to the edge of the wing membrane of an ankylosaurus. The area was scalded by the high temperature, leaving a small white patch. When the ankylosaurus was applying the medicine, it twitched its wings slightly, but Xiang Bei gently pressed them down. Don't move. His tone was completely different from when he was deploying tactics. When deploying, he was the commander-in-chief, but when he was calmly and steadily applying medicine to the dragon, he sounded like a mild-mannered old veterinarian. What do your monsters do in your territory? Xiang Bei asked without looking up, his hands still applying medicine. This question came rather slowly and deliberately. Zhou Yun could sense that Xiang Bei wasn't trying to extract information, but rather it was more like a casual chat during a break in the waiting period, the curiosity of someone who had been running a dragon business for decades about a different way of doing things. Everyone's busy with their own things, Zhou Yun said. For example? The flame giants burn bricks. The rock golems move building materials. The cauliflower beasts farm, those are the ones with the cauliflower heads from earlier, they're experts at growing vegetables. He thought for a moment, then added. The leader of the gold-eating spirit rats is called Old Jean, he grinds parts in the forge, and he swats anyone who tries to chat with him with his tail. Xiang Bei let out a muffled groan, which sounded like a laugh. And what about your SSSS rank? Little Blue, Zhou Yun said with a wistful affection. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat. Her favorite is sweet and sour pork, she gets angry if I don't make enough. Xiang Bei paused in his hand movements. He turned to look at Zhou Yun, probably to make sure the other wasn't joking. Chapter 3:19 6 hours. After confirming the diagnosis, he looked away and continued applying the medicine. There was a few seconds of silence. No wonder, he said. No wonder what? No wonder they fight like that. Xiang Bei twisted the cap off the plaster and put it back in the medicine bag, then stood up and patted the dust off his knees. His gaze swept over the scattered people in the passage, sparkling perched on the crown of the spirit wood watchers, the cauliflower beast blessing its companions, and the mist warrior quietly wiping its sword. I wasn't driven, he said. The words were spoken softly, but Zhou Yun understood their meaning. An army driven by orders has a limit, and that limit depends on the skill of the commander. But there is no limit to the number of armies that fight to protect their homes. Their limits depend on how much they are willing to sacrifice. Xiang Bei has seen far too many lords in his life. Some treat monsters as consumables, others are meticulous and only care about accumulating resources, and still others are afraid of dying and let monsters take the lead. All sorts of people, from all walks of life. But there aren't many like Zhou Yun. He didn't say anything more. He picked up his enamel mug, took a sip of water, as if he had finished discussing a topic that wasn't worth talking about anymore. At the same time, nearly 6 hours had passed in the world outside the crack. Fei Ming had no idea how many times he had circled above the crack. The blue eagle glided smoothly in the night breeze, its huge gray-brown wings occasionally flapping to adjust its altitude. Looking down from 300 meters above, the crack resembles a long, thin wound on the earth, with dark red light shining through it, particularly dazzling in the night. The live stream signal has been cut off for almost 6 hours. The signal booster at the entrance of the crack was lit up, but the data on the screen remained at 0. The logistics technicians tried to reconnect several times, but it didn't work. The interference of the gas on electromagnetic waves is a physical issue that the equipment cannot resolve. On the ground at the crack, Iron Spine and the remaining 150 Ankylosaurus guards lay prone on the rubble. The dragons were arranged as neatly as an iron-gray carpet of scales, none of them moving, but none truly asleep either. The Iron Spines had always faced the direction of the crack. Its owner is below. Red Makeup was patrolling the perimeter with the archer Maruru. The Wind and Thunder Eagle formation patrolled higher in the sky, occasionally letting out a caw before falling silent again. Hu Ling stood 20 meters away from the edge of the crack, with the Ice Feather Crane standing quietly beside her. Lin Xian's Thunderwing perched on a distant mountain ridge, occasionally letting out a sharp cry, as if calling out to its master. Come back quickly! Fei Ming looked down at the crack. He remembered what he had said a couple of days ago. If I were riding a big bird with rabbit ears that could croak, everyone would think I was making it up when I wrote in my diary. Back then, he was still in the mood to joke. Now all he wants is to see someone come out of the crack. The eagle cawed. Fei Ming patted its neck. Fly a little longer. The logistics camp in the distance was brightly lit. Nobody is sleeping. Inside the command tent, Director May sat at the communications table. The device on the table is lit up, but there is no signal input. A stack of forms lay before him, the follow-up plan for resource allocation, the transportation route for Spring Breeze wine, and the first batch of names for the special project to clear the disaster from retired lords. All the necessary work had been done, the rest depended on the outcome within the rift. Kushodong stood at the tent entrance, clutching a walkie-talkie. He had been standing there for over 2 hours. Sit down for a while, Director May said. Kushodong shook his head. He couldn't sit still. He was involved in every step of the decision-making process, from the first report of the circular gathering of the calamity beasts to the confirmation of the location of the rift. Among those who went in, Xiang Bei was his old superior whom he had known for over a decade. Zhou Yun was the young lord he had been in contact with the most in the past 2 months, and Zhuoyo was the second-rank lord he coordinated to participate in the war. They are down below. He is up above. Separated by countless meters of rock layers and toxic gas, not even a single signal could be transmitted. A gust of wind came from outside the tent. The Chilean mountains are cold at night, but the direction of the cracks glows with a dark red light, like charcoal fire in a stove, something that is clearly hot, yet makes one feel cold inside. On the national live streaming platforms, the image remained on the last frame before the signal was cut off, a glow that grew increasingly red in the darkness, and the receding figures of the rock golem and the fire giant. The barrage of comments, initially flooded with encouragement, dwindled to sporadic silence. Occasionally, someone would type, "Wait." Occasionally, someone would send, "Be safe." Then there was another large blank space. It's been 6 hours. Inside the crack. Zhou Yun glanced at the time. The agreed-upon 6-hour communication window with Wenji has arrived. I'll contact the territory, he said to Xiang Bei. He nodded to the north. Zhou Yun focused his mind and activated the interdimensional summoning. Light condensed before him for a moment, and Wenji's figure appeared in the dark red passage. When she landed, she first looked around, the scorching rock walls, the dark red mist, and the huge dragons lying in the distance, then quickly looked away, faced Zhou Yun, and bowed slightly. My lord. Condition. Wenji's report was concise and precise, like it was timed with a stopwatch. The territory is functioning normally. Wana's collection plan is ahead of schedule, and the third batch of starshine herbs has been stored. The 4 silver fawn wolves at the sealed outpost took turns on duty, and nothing unusual was observed. The transplantation experiment of Kumu Ling is progressing well. 2 of the 3 ancient golden vines have sprouted new buds, and Kumu Ling has determined that their condition is stable. New progress has been made in the identification of Ellie's star tree sap, and its ripening effect has been preliminarily confirmed. Firebeard forged another starry mithril dagger, but he wasn't satisfied with the finished product, so he smashed it and started over. Ellie asked me to pass on a message, Wenji added at the end. Firebeard hasn't left the forge for 32 hours. Tell the Lord to go back and try to persuade him. Zhou Yun smiled and said, "We'll talk about it when we get back. Tell Wana that things are going well and she doesn't need to worry." "Yes." Wenji's figure vanished in the light. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes. Xiangbei listened quietly the whole time. After Wenji left, he remained silent for a short while. Heroes in charge of internal affairs, blacksmiths in charge of forging, patrol posts with shifts, planting with experimental plans, resources with evaluation progress. He slowly listed, his tone less like an exclamation and more like taking stock of accounts. "The power you've brought out is already frightening enough. But judging from this report, the foundation left at home will only deepen." Zhou Yun did not deny it. "I've met quite a few lords in my life," Xiangbei said, holding an enamel mug and gazing at the pulsating dark red light deep within the passageway ahead. "But not many have managed their businesses this well." He took a sip of water after saying that, as if he were stating a fact that wasn't worth discussing further. But Zhou Yun could tell that when he looked up at the north, his gaze had changed slightly. Chapter 320 S Rank, Leader of the Calamity Beasts. 5 minutes have passed. Xiangbei's knee made a popping sound when he stood up. He stretched his legs a couple of times with a blank expression, then hung the enamel mug back on his waist. "How much of your spiritual power has been restored?" he asked. Zhou Yun scanned the area using the myriad spirits battle array. Flame giants were at full strength, rock golems were at full strength, mist warriors were at full strength, and thunder spirits were at full strength. Water spirit naga were at 80% capacity. 7 out of 10 are spirit wood watchers. Shui is 9/10 successful. The water spirit naga and the spirit wood warden are still a bit out of shape. "Stay in the back, that's enough." Xiangbei checked the formation again. Rock golems and armored beasts in the front. Flame giants on the flanks. Mist warriors around to the rear. Dragons will attack from above when there's enough space. Water spirit naga and spirit wood guardians guard the passage entrance. He looked at Zhou Yun. "You follow Long Kun inside. Make your move only after you've made your choice." Zhou Yun nodded. Turning north, I faced the depths of the passage. 150 meters ahead, the dark red pulse continued. One light and one dark, one light and one dark. "Set off." The group regrouped. The rock golem led the way, its heavy footsteps echoing through the passage. Shuya's armored beasts followed, shields raised. The flame giants split into 2 rows, their bodies shimmering with orange-red light through the magma patterns on their surfaces. Xiangbei flipped onto Emolin's back, and the 50 armored dragon guards crouched low and filed in. Zhou Yun walked behind the dragons. Wuji was half a step to his right, holding a bare blade in her hand. Shui stood on the left, his water sword drawn. The mist warriors were scattered around the perimeter of the formation, their grayish-white figures appearing and disappearing in the dark red light. The water spirit naga and the spirit wood watcher remained at the entrance of the passage. Silver Fawn Whistle Wolf walked at the feet of the foremost rock golem, the spirit stones of the 6 whistle wolves continuously flashing. 150 meters. 100 meters. 80 meters. The temperature is changing. It's not rising, it's falling. Zhou Yun sensed it. The spiritual energy membrane on the surface of Xiao Jiu's robe fluctuated, as if it were recalibrating its parameters. From the moment we entered the scorched earth abyss, the temperature kept rising and never dropped. But now, the burning sensation is fading, replaced by a dull, unnatural warmth, as if something is absorbing a lot of heat from the surroundings. Xiangbei also noticed it. He pressed down on the dragon's back on the scales of the black dragon. The scales, which were originally hot to the touch, were now cooling down. The temperature dropped in the scorched earth abyss. Unreasonable. 50 meters. 30 meters. The dark red light at the end of the passage no longer spread evenly, but pulsated outwards from a central point, flashing brightly and dimly. Like breathing. It was as if something that had been dormant for a long time was being awakened by footsteps. The silver-toothed wolves all lowered their bodies, not daring to go any further. Lei Zi's electric arcs completely subsided, his vertical pupils opened wide, and the eerie blue light shone like will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness. The line stopped in front of the exit of the passage. Ahead lay an underground space even larger than the lava lake hall, towering domes and dark red lava flowing along the walls, illuminating the entire space in a crimson glow. The ground was a patch of black, scorched earth, covered with fine, cracked patterns. In the very center of the space, something was crouching there. Its enormous body resembled a small black mountain. Zhou Yun's detection technique swept over it. 2 beeping sounds, crisp and bright, like 2 jade chimes striking in the distance. S-Order. Name, Molten Core Behemoth. Category, Disaster Beast Leader. Fire/rock type. Rank S. Strength? Endurance? Wisdom? Spirit? Speed? Talent? Skill? Description: the core guardian of the scorched earth abyss. Its core is a magma heart formed from the essence of a calamity beast, one of the sources of calamity energy in the entire space. While dormant, it absorbs surrounding heat to sustain itself. Upon awakening, it releases the accumulated power of earth fire over hundreds of years. S-Order. All the specific values were question marks, leaving Zhou Yun somewhat uncertain. Logically speaking, even an S-rank calamity beast leader shouldn't be outside his detection range. But that description already provides quite a bit of information. A magma heart formed from the condensation of the Disaster Beast Pill. This is the origin of the Disaster Beast Pill. One of the sources of calamity in the entire space. Killing it will significantly reduce the concentration of calamity in the scorched earth abyss. Absorbing heat from the surroundings while dormant. This is the reason for cooling. It is accumulating energy. Zhou Yun quickly walked to Mo Lin's side and told Xiang Bei the key information on the panel. Xiang Bei's expression did not change when he heard the words. S-Order. He had fought against the leader of the S-rank calamity beasts not many, but he had. It's an S-rank calamity beast leader, so it's normal that you can't see its specific attributes. But it's not stronger than you. The only thing to be careful of is not to let your guard down. The dragons will go first. Mo Lin and I will distract it and see what it's up to. Xiang Bei pressed down on Mo Lin's neck, and the S-rank subdragon's vertical pupils widened suddenly, its black scales slightly bristling. You watch from behind, and only attack when you're sure. You only have one chance, don't waste it. On the scorched earth ahead, the small black hill moved. A crack split open on its surface, and dark red light burst forth from the crack, turning the entire underground space a dazzling orange red. The temperature suddenly rose. It woke up. The process of its standing up was a disaster in itself. The black outer shell began to crack from the fissure on its chest, and dark red magma gushed out from each crack, flowing down the surface of its body like a volcano awakening. Not an explosive eruption, but a slow, heavy, unstoppable collapse and reshaping. Magma flows out during the collapse, and then solidifies again after flowing out, covering the cracks and forming a new outer shell. Old shells break, new shells grow, and the cycle repeats itself. Throughout the process, its body continued to expand. It originally looked like a small mountain when it was crouching, but after it stood up, you would realize that it was just a curled-up posture. Once it stood upright, the molten core behemoth was over 20 meters tall. Its limbs were as thick as city pillars, and every step it took sank deep into the scorched earth. Its head has no obvious facial features, only a huge crack running across its chest cavity, through which churning magma flows. That is both its mouth and the location of its most vital organ. Deep within the magma, a faint orange-yellow ball of light could be seen pulsating, alternating between light and shadow, like a burning heart. The moment it stood up, the temperature in the entire underground space skyrocketed. The solidified scorched earth beneath my feet began to soften, and a dark red light seeped from its black surface, turning into semi-flowing lava mud within seconds. Within a 30-meter radius of the behemoth, the air distorted into a transparent heat wave, and the concentration of calamity gas soared to a level visible to the naked eye. The dark red mist was no longer mist, but a viscous, almost tangible flow of calamity gas. At the entrance to the passage, the crown of the spirit wood watcher trembled violently, its pale green halo flickering under the impact of the dark red, like a candle flame in the wind. The water spirit Naga instinctively erected a water curtain at the entrance of the passage to block the scorching disaster energy surging from within the space. Zhou Yun's armored beasts raised their shields to form a wall at the entrance of the passage, with the shields facing inwards, not to defend against the charred bone beasts outside, but to block the heat waves rushing in from the space. He glanced northward at the giant beast, then at the softening ground beneath his feet, and patted the side of Mo Lin's neck. Superior. Chapter 321 Unbreakable. Mo Lin's wings unfolded. The S-class dragon with a 15-meter wingspan finally had room to maneuver in this towering underground space. The massive black body soared into the air, its dark gold vertical pupils locking onto its target. The molten core behemoth, over 20 meters tall, was no longer a small mountain in its sight, but a prey that needed to be torn apart. 50 armored dragon guards followed closely behind. The dragons split into two formations in the air, flanking from the left and right. They are much smaller than the ink scale, but the Ankylosaurus guards' advantage has never been their individual combat strength, but rather their teamwork. Grouped into groups of 25, the left flank formation cuts in from the left shoulder of the behemoth, while the right flank formation approaches from the right waist. The behemoth sensed the threat from the sky. Its reaction was slower than expected. Its newly awakened body was not yet fully ready for battle. The enormous head slowly turned to the left of the dragon formation, the crack in its chest slightly opening, and dark red light gathered deep within the crack. But the one heading north is not this. Let's touch it first. The dark scales arrived before the lava eruption. The S-rank dragon reached its maximum speed during its dive, its black form piercing the behemoth's right shoulder like a giant arrow. The black scales gripped the magma shell with their forepaws and tore it apart with force. Gala dash. A large chunk of solidified magma shell was torn off, revealing the churning magma layer beneath. The tips of Mo Lin's claws turned white from the high temperature. Instinctively, it loosened its grip and flapped its wings to rise. The left-wing Ankylosaurus guard formation arrived almost simultaneously. 25 ankylosaurs flew past the giant beast's left arm, their iron-gray claws leaving scratch marks on the magma shell. Each strike is deep. The Ankylosaurus Guardian's physical attack power is not low. Its A-rank claw strikes combined with its dive speed are enough to leave wounds on the S-rank shell. But within 3 or 4 seconds of the armored dragon guard passing by, the scratch marks disappeared. Magma gushed from the edges of the wound, filled the cracks, and solidified again. The large gap that the ink scale had torn open was also rapidly shrinking. A new layer of magma was covering it at a visible speed. 10 seconds later, the behemoth's shell returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Xiang Bei watched the whole process from Mo Lin's back, and frowned slightly. One more round! The second wave of attacks was more intense than the first. This time, Mo Lin didn't just tear off the outer shell. Instead, it released dragon breath during its dive. Dark golden energy gushed from its mouth and slammed directly into the giant beast's chest. The dragon's breath had an immense impact, pushing the giant beast's body back half a step, and blasting a crater 2 to 3 meters in diameter into the magma shell on its chest. The two squadrons of Ankylosaurus simultaneously engaged in close combat, widening the wounds from the edge of the pit inwards. But the result was the same. Lava gushed out, filled the wounds, and solidified. Within seconds, all the wounds were completely healed. Upon seeing this, Xiang Bei decisively ordered the dragons to rise higher and break away. Zhou Yun kept observing at the entrance of the passage. He could see the entire process of the dragon horde's 2 charges clearly through the myriad spirits battle formation, not only visually, but also through the silver fawn whistle wolf spirit stone perception, the information transmitted back by the mist warriors from various angles, and Lei Zi's electromagnetic scanning. After compiling all the data, he made a clear judgment on the regeneration speed of the behemoth. Xiang Bei jumped off the dragon's back and walked over. It can't be penetrated, he said. It's not that the damage wasn't enough. The dragon's breath from the ink scales hit the inner layer, but the regeneration was too fast. The hole was plugged back in before it could be used. I'll go up and give it a try, Zhou Yun said. There was no obstruction heading north. The difference between SSSS and S ranks is 3 major ranks. Even Shanghai, with its average A rank, should far surpass the dragon group. It's at least worth a try. Zhou Yun drew his sword and walked out of the passage. Beneath his feet lay semi-flowing magma mud, and Xiao Jiu's robe solidified into an insulating layer, allowing him to stand firmly. The Gale's sword hummed slightly in his hand. Perhaps it was because of the significant difference in his aura that the molten core behemoth noticed him. The enormous body slowly turned around. A crack opened in the chest, and a dark red light gathered deep within. It was gathering strength. Zhou Yun certainly wouldn't wait for it to finish charging up. The speed attribute of the SSSS rank is fully unleashed at this moment. In Xiangbei's sight, Zhou Yun's figure disappeared not by becoming invisible, but by moving too fast. The distance of more than 30 meters from the entrance of the passage to the giant beast's chest was erased in less than 0.1 seconds. Just as Zhou Yun caught a glimpse of a blur flashing across the surface of the lava mud, with the splashed mud still suspended in midair, he was already at the base of the giant beast's left leg. The swift wind sword slashed out. One sword! With the added power attribute of SSS rank, the physical destructive power of this sword far exceeds that of Mo Lin's dragon breath. The sword cut into the magma shell without any resistance, like a hot knife through butter, and the shell of the entire left leg was cleaved open from the knee to the waist, creating a 5 or 6 meter long gash. Lava gushed out from deep within the crack, splashing all over the ground. The giant beast swayed slightly. But the moment Zhou Yun drew his sword, the magma on both sides of the rift began to flow back. He watched as the massive wound healed at an almost absurd speed, not slowly, but as magma seemed to be drawn back into the fissure. In 0.1 seconds and 0.2 seconds, the crack shrank by half. In 0.3 seconds, only a faint mark remained. In 0.4 seconds, the wound completely disappeared. Zhou Yun's eyebrows twitched slightly. He changed his position, circling around to the side and getting behind the behemoth. His SSSS rank speed made it impossible for the behemoth to keep up with his turns. The second sword struck his back, penetrating even deeper, slicing through the outer shell and cutting into the inner magma layer. The sword was stirred in the magma before being pulled out. The wound is deep, but the recovery speed is the same. Magma flows back, fills, and solidifies. In less than 0.5 seconds, it was perfectly intact again. Zhou Yun retreated to the vicinity of the passage entrance. How is it? Xiangbei asked. I can get in, Zhou Yun said. My attacks can cut through the outer shell and reach the inner layer, much deeper than the dragon horde. But it's useless, the regeneration speed is too fast, and the damage is recovered in less than half a second. I see. Xiangbei nodded. If you put those 2 swords on any A-rank calamity beast on the ground, they would shatter on the spot. But this thing is different. He crossed his arms and thought for a few seconds. It's been crouching down there for hundreds of years, Xiangbei said. You should have seen its panel. It absorbs the surrounding heat to keep running while it's asleep. All the energy from hundreds of years is stored in its body. That magma isn't ordinary magma, it's the energy from the Calamity Beast pill that's supporting its regeneration. If you keep slashing upwards with your sword, you're essentially competing with its hundreds of years of reserves. You can't outlast it. Zhou Yun did not refute. Xiangbei is right. The spiritual energy consumed by the 2 sword strikes just now was not much, but if we want to wear down its regenerative ability with normal attacks, I don't know how many sword strikes it would take. Chapter 322 0.2 seconds. Moreover, the behemoth won't just stand there and let him attack. It has only just awakened and hasn't entered its full power yet. Once it is fully awake, its counterattack will become increasingly fierce. We must find its weak point. Xiangbei's tone was calm, as if he were stating a problem he had encountered many times before. A fatal blow. Not a battle of attrition. We need to find a place and shatter its lifeline in one fell swoop. Once shattered, there will be no energy source for regeneration. Lifeline. Zhou Yun thought of the description on the exploration panel. The core of the body is a magma heart formed from the condensation of the disaster beast pill. The heart, he said, is inside the crack in the chest. I saw it. Xiang Bei had noticed the pulsating orange-yellow orb deep in the giant beast's chest early on. But it's in a difficult position to hit, it's covered by an unknown layer of magma. If you try to cut in from the outside, the wound will heal before you even reach the heart. We can't attack from the outside, Zhou Yun said. We have to wait for it to reveal itself. Xiang Bei glanced at him. How so? Use my Gale Slash, Zhou Yun said. If I strike directly, the sword energy will hit the outer shell first. By the time the shell is torn through, regeneration will have already begun. But if the heart is exposed directly, without the outer shell to block it, the strike will hit the core directly. Xiang Bei understood his line of thinking. But the problem is how to expose the heart. I saw it just now. Zhou Yun seemed to have guessed what Xiang Bei was thinking. During the second wave of the dragon swarm's attack, it almost spewed air. The crack in its chest will open when it's charging up. At this moment, the rock golems and fire giants have entered the space as previously planned and are currently holding back the behemoth. 9 stone mountains are arranged in an arc, approaching each other. The behemoth finally regained full consciousness. It raised its right arm and swept it horizontally, the massive magma arm sweeping down from the side like a city pillar. Boom dash. The 2 rock golems at the front were swept away. The stone body tumbled several times in the air before crashing into a distant rock wall, shattering half of its body. Physical attack from the S-rank disaster beast leader. Even against top-tier tanks like the rock golem, it displayed overwhelming damage. But the rock golem's role isn't to fight head-on, the rest continue to approach from different angles, distracting the enemy. The flame giant advanced from both flanks, engaging in close combat. The mist warriors moved around the behemoth, probing with their sword energy. The sweeping attack left marks on the outer shell, but its penetration was far less significant than the barrier between Zhou Yun and S order. However, physical immunity left the behemoth helpless against the mist warrior. Its sweeping arm passed through the gray-white body and mist. The behemoth was surrounded by golems on the front, giants on the wings, roaming mist warriors, and dragons high in the sky. It keeps turning, sweeping, and stomping, but it can never concentrate its attack on a particular direction. Every time it targets a target, a new attack comes from another direction. Xiang Bei led the dragon horde in a third assault, not to inflict damage, but purely to provoke it. The behemoth finally became enraged. The crack in his chest suddenly opened, larger than ever before. The dark red light rapidly condensed in the depths, growing brighter and brighter, changing from dark red to orange red, and from orange red to dazzling orange yellow. Spread dash. Before Xiang Bei's shout had even faded, a torrent of lava erupted. It wasn't just one jet, it was the entire chest cavity fissure that was spraying out simultaneously. A fan-shaped torrent of lava covered an area of nearly 90 degrees directly in front of it, with temperatures so high that the air itself was burning. 3 rock golems that couldn't retreat in time were swallowed up head-on, and 2 fire giants were grazed by the edge. The magma patterns surged violently even for fire-type creatures. This temperature was the limit of their tolerance. The ink scales rapidly ascended the moment the jet began, followed closely by the horde of dragons. However, 2 ankylosaurus guards were unable to dodge in time, and their wing membranes were scorched through by the edge of the lava torrent, causing them to fall with screams. Heading north, there was no time to turn back. The ink scale almost flipped sideways as it swerved across the dome. Zhou Yun saw what he needed to see. At the moment of ejection, the thoracic cavity fissure opened completely. All the magma gushed out of the fissure and spewed outwards. In those 2 or 3 seconds, the inside of the fissure was almost emptied. The entire layer of magma covering the heart was used as ammunition for the attack. The orange-yellow heart was exposed. It's a little bigger than a fist, about the size of a grapefruit. An orange-yellow orb of light hung in the center of the empty chest cavity, its surface pulsating with crack-like patterns, emitting an extremely bright light that resembled a small sun in the dark red environment. It was exposed for approximately 0.2 seconds. Then the magma flows back from the chest wall and covers it again. 2 seconds. Zhou Yun retrieved images transmitted from different angles by the mist warriors within the myriad spirits battle formation, the view from Lan Feng's left rear, the perspective of the warrior on the right, and the distant perception of the silver fawn whistle wolf. After summarizing all the information, he confirmed several things. The heart is exposed with each spray. The spray direction is fixed, a fan-shaped area directly in front of the chest, and cannot be redirected. Lasts 0.1 to 0.2 seconds. Within those 0.2 seconds, the shell regeneration completely stopped. All energy was concentrated on the attack, leaving a gap in the defense. However, the direction in which the heart is exposed is the direction in which the magma is ejected. To hit the heart, you have to cut in from the front. They rushed forward into the torrent of lava. Zhou Yun retreated to Xiang Bei's side and briefly explained what he had observed. Xiang Bei remained silent for a short while after hearing this. Can you walk through that lava? The speed is sufficient, and the heat insulation is not a problem, Zhou Yun said. Moreover, the spray is not a solid wall, but a high-temperature liquid, so there are gaps. He glanced at him from the north. Zhou Yun spoke calmly, his tone no different from usual. But Xiang Bei knew exactly what this meant: to slip through the gaps in the lava torrent, reach the chest cavity in 2 or 3 seconds, and destroy the heart in one blow. If any step goes wrong, it will have to withstand magma at temperatures of several thousand degrees. But among everyone present, only Zhou Yun could have delivered such an effective attack. What kind of cooperation is needed? He asked. Make it spray in a fixed direction. The dragons and golems approach from the front, forcing it to spray in the front. I go around to the front from the side and wait when it sprays. I cut in the opposite direction. Where's Lazy? The thunder prison. Its body stiffens when it sprays. The lightning net restricts its direction. Even if it only stays still for 0.1 seconds longer, my window of opportunity increases from 0.2 seconds to 0.3 seconds. That's enough. Xiang Bei thought for a moment and nodded. Just fight like this. It took 3 minutes to set up the formation. The rock golems regrouped. The 2 that were swept away were more seriously injured and retreated to the rear, while the rest lined up in a semicircle and approached from the front. The flame giants converged from their wings towards the front, forming a frontal suppression line together with the puppets. Chapter 3 23 seconds. A group of dragons circled overhead to the north, preparing to swoop down and harass the behemoth as it charged up, not to inflict damage, but to ensure it didn't change direction. The mist warriors all retreated to the flanks. Lan Feng's instructions were, if anything went wrong after Zhou Yun entered the chest cavity, the mist warriors should rush up and pull him out immediately. A body with physical immunity can pass through magma. Lazy crouched about 40 meters to the left of the giant beast, his body crackling with electricity again, all his lightning spiritual power gathering within him, waiting for that moment. Zhou Yun walked to the front of the giant beast. Approximately 50 meters away. Front view. This is the most dangerous position. The lava torrent covers a 90-degree fan-shaped area directly in front of him, and he is standing in the very center of that fan. The Gale's sword hummed slightly in his hand. Wind attributes spiritual energy condensed within the sword, not a temporary accumulation, but something that began the moment he stepped out of the passage. Ah Shui had somehow moved to a position 10 meters behind him. The water sword is drawn, and the formless flow of water has been activated. He didn't speak, but his meaning was clear. He would be there to help if anything went wrong. Wu Ji, positioned further away, kept her eyes fixed on the giant beast. Start! The commands of the myriad spirits battle formation spread silently. The rock golems and the fire giants advanced simultaneously. The force was immense, the ground shook, and waves of heat surged. The giant beast's head turned to face forward. A group of dragons swooped down from directly above, heading north. The black-scaled dragon's breath slammed into the giant beast's head, and dark golden energy exploded on its black shell. The Ankylosaurus guard swept over its shoulder, its claws drawing sparks from the shell. The behemoth was completely enraged. The crack in his chest suddenly widened, larger than before. Orange-red light rapidly condensed, the temperature soared, and the air distorted. It's about to spray. Lazy! The S-rank void thunder-devouring beast unleashed its full power of lightning in an instant, the myriad thunder heavenly prison. A pale blue net of lightning exploded from Lazy's body, covering the entire lower half of the giant beast. Lightning nets are not meant to cause damage against S-rank behemoths. The lightning-based binding effect is greatly reduced. But all Lazy needs to do is. This prevents it from turning around for a short period of time during the spray. The lightning net is tightened. The behemoth's limbs stiffened for a moment in the lightning, less than 0.1 seconds before it began to struggle. But that was enough. The moment the torrent of lava erupted, the giant beast faced forward. A fan-shaped torrent of lava surged forth, overwhelming everything in its path. The rock golems were the first to be hit. The first two were swallowed up head-on, their stone bodies rapidly softening in the thousands of degrees of heat. The flame giant dodged to the side, but three were still caught in the blast. The dragon horde had already risen high before unleashing their attack. As the magma surged forth, Zhou Yun charged towards it. The velocity of the SSS order. In everyone's sight, Zhou Yun's figure became a straight line. A magma torrent is not a solid wall, it is a jet of hot liquid with curvature, gaps, and variations in flow velocity. To ordinary people, it was an inescapable torrent of destruction, but to an SSS-rank spiritual being, the trajectory of each stream of magma was clearly discernible. Zhou Yun moved through the lava. The spiritual energy membrane of Xiao Jiu's robe was stretched to its limit, and the surface light changed from pale to dazzling bright white to completely isolate the extreme high temperature coming from all directions. Shiny curled up into a tight little ball inside the collar, its wings covering its head. 0.1 seconds. It passed through the outer layer of magma flow. 0.2 seconds. A fissure in the chest cavity opened up before my eyes. Inside the fissure was a scorching cavity. Magma walls were still flowing back inward, but most of it was used for jet attacks, leaving only the pulsating orange-yellow heart in the center of the cavity. Suspended in the air, its surface crack-like patterns alternate between light and dark, resembling a miniature sun about to explode. The core formed from the condensed Calamity Beast pill is the source of the Calamity energy in the entire scorched earth abyss. Zhou Yun did not hesitate. The swift wind sword was raised. The wind attribute's spiritual power within the sword reached a critical point. All the spiritual power that had been gathering since stepping out of the passage was released in that instant. SSS rank. Gale slash. Whoosh! A massive wind elemental sword aura exploded from the edge of the Gale sword. It didn't strike the outer shell, nor did it cut into the magma layer. It poured directly into the behemoth's chest cavity, hitting its unprotected magma heart head-on. The SSS rank wind-type sword energy collided with the S-rank disaster beast core. There's a difference of 3 major levels. There was no suspense. The moment the sword energy pierced the heart, the orange-yellow ball of light shattered like a glass ball broken from the inside. The cracks spread outwards from the center, and orange-yellow light leaked out from each crack. Then my heart broke. Silence. The entire underground space fell into an eerie silence for a moment. The torrent of lava stopped, the cracks in the chest ceased spewing out, and the limbs froze in midair. Zhou Yun has already exited the chest cavity. His SSS level speed allowed him to pass through the crack and return to the outside space the instant his heart shattered, landing on the scorched earth, where 2 mud flowers splashed up from the lava beneath his feet. The behemoth did not fall. It stood there frozen, like a sculpture that had lost its core. The light in the chest cavity fissure changed from orange-yellow to dark red, and from dark red to a dull black. Without the heart's energy supply, the primal fire power accumulated within the body over hundreds of years went out of control, not exploded, but rather deteriorated. Cracks began to appear on the magma shell. The cracks were not caused by an attack, they were cracks caused by internal collapse. Without the heart to sustain it, the magma ceases to flow, regenerate, and heal. The body is like a building that has lost its support, peeling away layer by layer from the highest point. The head shattered first. Black magma chunks broke off and smashed into dust on the ground. Then came the shoulders, arms, and torso. Each piece that peeled away raised a cloud of dust. The whole process lasted about 10 seconds. Then the molten core behemoth, over 20 meters tall, collapsed with a roar, turning into a pile of black rubble, which lay on the scorched earth like a collapsed ruin. Dust filled the air. The dark red light began to fade. The temperature is dropping. It wasn't a slow cooling, it was a precipitous drop. The scorched abyss, deprived of its source of calamity, was like a furnace whose fire had been extinguished. The heat dissipated rapidly. The lava mud beneath our feet solidified back into black, scorched earth within seconds. The lava river flowing down the rock face slowed, thickened, and gradually came to a standstill. The concentration of the hazardous gas decreased visibly. The dark red mist thinned, becoming almost transparent. The crown of the spirit tree guardian at the entrance of the passage stabilized, no longer trembling violently. The entire scorched abyss fell silent. Zhou Yun walked to the center of the pile of rubble. In the very center of the black rock fragment, a crystal quietly glowed. Orange-red. Warm. The surface has fine lines, like solidified flames. The notification sound has been emitted. S order. Name, Jiao He Dan. Category, Disaster Beast Pill, Fire Attribute. Rank S. Description, the life essence of the core guardian of the scorched earth abyss. Contains the essence of earth fire accumulated over hundreds of years, with extremely high energy purity. Suitable for forging and strengthening, can greatly increase forging temperature and spiritual energy penetration rate. Chapter 324, the first one. After the molten core behemoth fell, the scorched earth abyss did not immediately fall silent. The roar continued. Large swathes of red-hot rock slid down from the side of the giant beast's collapse, crashing into the lava lake and creating fire waves tens of meters high. Waves of scorching air rushed up, burning one's cheeks and making even breathing feel like it was on fire. Compared to the violent heat that almost crushed a person just now, this heat has begun to subside. Like a ferocious beast nailed to death by a sword, its body still hot, but its life already gone. Zhou Yun stood still and glanced around. The 3 rock golems shattered completely in front of them, leaving the ground littered with broken blackish-gray stones. The 2 ankylosaurus guards lay dead beside the rock wall, their wing membranes burned and curled up. They were still breathing, but they couldn't stand up. On Zhuyao's side, only the edges of the 3-sided tower shield remained, hanging limply on the ground like molten iron. On the contrary, the flame giants at the rear stood firmly, like several giant pillars planted on the sea of fire, and the mist warriors' formation was still intact, with not a single one falling behind. The cauliflower beast squatted at the feet of the spiritwood guardian, its head steaming with white vapor, its leaves drooping, yet it still stubbornly peeked forward, as if trying to see if the big guy was truly dead. Seeing this, Zhou Yun walked over and casually patted its head. "All right, that's good for you." The cauliflower beast immediately swayed its body, its leaves perking up a bit, before plopping back down, as if the praise had drained all its remaining energy. Not far away, Xiang Bei had already turned his gaze away. The old man's chest heaved slightly more than usual, and there was a faint sheen of sweat on his forehead, but his eyes remained steady. He first glanced at the ink scale and the ankylosaurus herd, then looked towards the entrance of the passage, before finally landing on the massive, slowly collapsing wreckage in front of him. "The temperature is dropping," he said. The voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear. Zhou Yun nodded. "It's not just about temperature." The ominous energy that had been clinging to the skin and seeping into the bones with every breath was also receding. From the moment you enter, the scorched earth abyss is like a living furnace. The further you go in, the bigger the fire and the heavier the atmosphere. But now, that oppressive feeling of, "the source is right in front of me," breathing, is gone. The surroundings are still dangerous and scorching, but it is no longer the black hole that constantly swallows and spews out calamities, like an ever-feeble black hole. After the heart was crushed, the entire scorched abyss felt as if a section of it had been emptied. Zhou Yun strode forward and walked to the deepest part of the collapsed molten core behemoth. Beneath the shattered outer shell, a faint, dark red light lay quietly in a crevice in the magma. That was a pill. It's about the size of an egg, with natural patterns all over its surface, and inside it looks like a constantly flowing fire is pressed down. Zhou Yun bent down and picked it up. It wasn't scalding hot to the touch. Instead, it had a deep, warm feel, like holding a small clump of sunset in the palm of his hand. Jia. What this battle truly revealed. Xiang Bei glanced at his hand, neither reaching out nor asking any questions. He remained silent for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. 300 years. Zhou Yun turned his head. Xiang Bei stared at the charred core pill, his voice lowered by the aftershocks around him, yet carrying even more weight. For 300 years, no one has gone in, and no one has taken anything from inside. He paused. You're the first one. After he said that, there was a moment of silence. It's not that the fire wave has stopped. Everyone paused briefly at that sentence. Zhou Yun glanced down at the charred core pill in his hand, didn't respond, and simply put it away. Further ahead, at the center of the completely collapsed molten core behemoth, a grayish-white stone structure was revealed. Its color clashes with the surrounding charred and reddish-brown rock layers, as if it had been forcibly embedded there by something. There was no fire or light on its surface, but intricate patterns meandered across it, as quiet as a face that had been asleep for who knows how long. Zhou Yun slowed his pace by a fraction. He recognized the patterns. Not long ago, he had seen almost the same thing in another place. The thought flashed through Zhou Yun's mind, but he didn't say anything, he just glanced at her again. Beside them, Wuji also stopped. She stood before the gray-white stone structure, neither approaching nor uttering a sound, simply gazing silently. After a moment, her fingertips curled slightly, as if she had touched something indescribable through a thick fog. Zhou Yun noticed her unusual behavior, and turned his gaze towards her. Wuji was silent for 2 seconds, then gently shook her head. They didn't say anything. Zhou Yun didn't ask any questions. There are some things that are not the right time to be discussed now. Thinking of this, he withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the crowd behind him. Let's go out first. The voice remained gentle, neither hurried nor loud. But as soon as those words were spoken, the previously somewhat disorganized team immediately started moving again. Zhuya began to count the armored beasts and tower shield fragments that were still able to move. The ankylosaurus guard circled low in the air for half a circle, protecting the 2 injured ones in the middle. The spiritwood warden unfurled its branches, and spirit fruits condensed among the leaves, which were distributed to the most severely injured units in the front line. The water spirit naga spread cool water curtains along both sides of the rock wall, slightly reducing the high temperature on the retreat route. The cauliflower beast stopped lying down, stumbled to its feet, and followed behind the spiritwood guardian to heal people. Its leaves swayed back and forth, like a military doctor who walked with a limp. Xiang Bei flipped over and landed on Mo Lin's back, glancing back at Zhou Yun. Walk. The team began to retreat. When they arrived, it was as if they had plunged headfirst into the belly of a volcano. Upon returning, the entire abyss seemed to have suddenly aged. The remaining lava beetles no longer swarmed forward, but crawled haphazardly in the crevices of the rocks, as if they had suddenly lost their way. The charred bone beasts with fire burning in their eye sockets and exposed bones had lost their frenzied drive to pounce forward. Their movements were noticeably slower, and the dark red light on their chests flickered as if it might go out at any moment. The scorched earth abyss is still alive. But its teeth were pulled out. Along the way, no one said much. Everyone is walking. The flames rolled behind them, the crimson light on the rock wall receded, and the passage gradually lengthened and then shortened. As the light ahead grew brighter, even Mo Lin's breathing became heavier. The ankylosaurus guard flapped its wings a little faster, and several armored beasts subconsciously quickened their pace, as if even these guys who had been fighting on the battlefield for years understood that the light ahead was not just the exit. It's another breath. The Earth's surface. Outside the cracks in the Chilean mountains, the wind blew for more than 6 hours. The live stream had long since stopped. The final frame shows the backs of Zhou Yun and his group before they entered the abyss. Flames, cracks, churning aura of disaster, and the young man standing at the very front. The camera has been stuck there for so long that many people have become so familiar with this frame that they can recognize who is standing next to Zhou Yun's shoulder with their eyes closed, and they know that the Ankylosaurus group has a few wingtips showing in the upper left corner of the screen. But no one was willing to quit. The number of viewers in the official live stream room increased instead of decreasing. Chapter 325 is out. The barrage comments also gradually changed from the initial flooding of the screen to something else. Wait. Safety. You must come out. I don't ask for anything else, just to get out alive. Outside the command vehicle, Kushodong had been standing there for far too long. He had only sat down for 2 minutes when he stood up again, the walkie-talkie in his hand burning hot, his voice already hoarse from constantly giving orders and reporting situations. Director May stood on the other side, her eyes fixed on the crack, her face expressionless, but the corner of the document in her hand had been creased. Fei Ming was still circling in the sky. After more than 6 hours, anyone else would have landed long ago, but he kept flying, circling again and again, as if he wouldn't fold his wings until he saw those people come out with his own eyes. Hu Ling stayed by the equipment, putting on and taking off the headphones repeatedly. Lin Xian sat with her knees drawn up to her chest, her eyes darting between the dark crack and the still live stream on the screen, her lips pressed together until they turned white. On the other side of the stage, the host had lost count of how many times he had adjusted his breathing. Dear viewers, the signal inside the abyss has still not been restored, and we are still unable to confirm the specific situation of the frontline teams. However, judging from the activity level of the surface monsters, the pressure on the northwest front is decreasing. He tried to keep his voice steady. But the slight tension in her voice at the end still betrayed her emotions. He wasn't alone. Everyone in the entire hosting hall was holding back. This battle was not just a battle for the northwest defense line. This was the first time the Great Han Kingdom had truly fought its way into the very source of the Calamity Beast. If it succeeds, the meaning will be completely different. It's not just about winning one game. It's moving forward, for the first time. Just then, the waveform on the front monitoring device suddenly jerked. Hu Ling was startled and suddenly looked up. There is a signal fluctuation. Kushodong rushed over. Where did it come from? Inside the crack. Very weak, but still pulsating. These words caused a moment of silence, even on the host's platform. The next second, everyone in the temporary command area turned their attention to the crack. From the depths of the dark, gaping crevice, a glimmer of light first appeared. It's very small. Like someone striking a match in the dark. Next, the second point, the third point. Then, a massive shadow slowly rose from within. That is. Lin Xian stood up abruptly, her voice trembling. The next second, everyone recognized him. It is an Ankylosaurus. They are their people. Outside the crack, the wind suddenly picked up. The first to charge out were several Ankylosaurus guards, their wings still bearing charred marks, but their formation remained intact. Next came the Ink Scales, then Zhou Yun's armored beast squadron, the elite humans who maintained their orderly steps despite carrying tattered tower shields, the towering flame giants, the remnants of the rock golems, the mist warriors, the spirit wood watchers, and the water spirit naga who slowly emerged, tail trailing behind and wielding tridents. Finally, Zhou Yun and Xiang Bei walked in the middle. It's out. It's really out. Kushodong opened his mouth, but his first words were not. Did you win? He stared at the group emerging from the abyss, his voice suddenly becoming hoarse. Is everyone here? Xiang Bei landed on Mo Lin's back, glanced at him, and then nodded. The main players are all here. Kushodong finally exhaled half of the breath he had been holding for more than 6 hours, and he even swayed backward, but was caught by the people next to him in time. At the same time, the live stream suddenly jumped. Snowflakes flashed by. The signal was restored the next second. Countless screens across the country lit up again at the same time. In the scene, outside the cracks of the Chilean mountains, firelight reflects human figures. A team that has just emerged from hell stands quietly in the wind, with the still churning abyss behind them and the human world that has been waiting for them for more than 6 hours in front of them. The host paused for a full 2 seconds before taking a deep breath, his voice almost trembling. "I'm back! The frontline team is back! Signal restored! Signal restored!" This sound was like a fire thrown directly into the whole country. The live stream, which had been silent for too long, suddenly exploded. "It's out! My mom called me from the kitchen just now, and I almost dropped the bowl. It's really out! They're all alive! They're all alive! Lord Zhou Yun! Old Xiang is still here! Mo Lin is still here! Wait, that's not right! Those horde of calamity beasts behind us, that's Grand Lord Zhou Yun's army! They've all come out! 6 hours! 6 hours! Even my hands were shaking just now, though I'm a grown man. Don't rush, let's hear the results first." In the hosting room, the assistant host had already covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes instantly reddening, but she was desperately trying to suppress it, afraid of losing her composure in front of the camera. The staff member responsible for data reporting next to her was frantically refreshing the back end, her voice trembling. "The number of online users is still increasing. It's still increasing. All the national streaming channels are fully booked. Overseas broadcasts have also resumed." In the shot, Xiang Bei took a step forward. The wind blew the corner of his clothes, which were slightly charred from the fire, and also made the old man's white hair at his temples sway slightly. He stood in front of the crack, glanced at the people in front of him whose eyes were red from waiting, and then looked up at the live broadcast camera. The whole country is watching him. To be precise, the whole world is watching him. Xiang Bei paused for a second before speaking. "The core guardian of the scorched earth abyss has been killed." The scene fell silent for a moment. It was as if no one had time to react. Xiang Bei's voice continued to fall, not loud, but every word hit everyone's ears perfectly. "The source of this crack in the northwest defense line has been cut off. From today onwards, no new calamity beasts will emerge from the northwest of the Great Han Kingdom." The wind is still blowing. But the entire surface of the earth seemed to have suddenly become extremely still. The next second, it exploded. It wasn't just one person, or just one area, it was the entire defense line, the entire temporary camp, the entire live broadcast room, and the entire Great Han Kingdom. It was as if the breath that had been held back for 300 years was ignited by these 3 sentences. Someone threw their hat into the air on the spot. Someone raised their hand to cover their face, their shoulders slumped down abruptly, as if they had only dared to soften up at this moment. A soldier punched the body of the armored vehicle next to him hard, making his hand hurt, but his face was full of smiles. As he smiled, his eyes turned red. Hu Ling stood frozen beside the equipment, her lips moved twice, then she suddenly lowered her head and slapped her face hard. Lin Xian was stunned at first, then jumped up and punched the crack, shouting, "I won!" 3 times in a row until her voice broke. Chapter 326 seems to contain something else. Teeming swooped down from the sky, his boots barely touching the ground, his chest still heaving, and he already cursed. "Oh shit." After he finished cursing, he laughed first. Her eyes were red from laughing. Kushodong stood there for a full 2 seconds before he seemed to suddenly come to his senses. He pointed to the area behind the crack that was still burning, his voice rising a notch above his usual volume. "Did you hear me? The source has been cut off. Clear this defensive line." The comments in the live stream were completely illegible. "The source has been cut off. 300 years. This is the first time. This is the first time." It wasn't just holding out, it was fighting back. "We wiped out their stronghold. Lost territory recovered. A true recovery of lost territory. A groundbreaking achievement. The Han Dynasty is awesome. Lord Zhou Yun is awesome. Old Xiang is awesome. My grandfather watched and cried. He said it was the first time in his life he had ever heard such words. The first counterattack was a success. The first time the entire defensive line was liberated. The first time. The host had completely abandoned his announcer's tone. His voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember this moment. The Northwest defense line has truly completed the elimination of the source of the calamity beasts. This is not a simple victory. It means that for the first time, humanity has truly penetrated deep into the rift, killed the source guardian, severed the source of the calamity, and reclaimed a large area that had been occupied by the calamity beasts for a long time. This is the first time in the world in 300 years. He practically shouted the last sentence. In the scene, Zhou Yun stood aside, not taking the initiative. A gust of wind blew, brushing aside the stray hairs damp with sweat from his forehead. Looking at the excited, somewhat disoriented crowd on the ground, and at the distant lights of car headlights and the makeshift camp, his previously tense nerves gradually relaxed. We won. This is not a victory for him alone. It wasn't a win for just one team. For the first time, those who have waited so long on this land have truly taken a step forward. Thinking of this, Zhou Yun subconsciously touched the charred core pill in his storage space. It was still warm. Firebeard would probably like it. That old man's been cooped up in the forge for over 30 hours. If you threw this in front of him, his eyes would probably light up. Ellie will probably find it useful too. And that grayish-white stone structure. Zhou Yun stopped abruptly after the thought had just reached that point. Some things will have to wait until we get back to sea. As he was thinking, a very soft voice suddenly came from beside him. Owner. Zhou Yun turned his head. Wuji stood beside him, her gaze still calm, but her usually expressionless face showed an unusual hint of bewilderment. What's wrong? After a moment of silence, Wuji finally shook her head. Fine. She whispered. I just feel like there's something else down there. Zhou Yun glanced at her but didn't ask any further questions. He simply responded with a soft yes. We'll talk about it when we get back. Wuji nodded and didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, on the other side of the front lines, new communications were being rapidly compiled. With the source of the Northwest Rift severed, the activity of the remaining calamity beasts on the periphery is steadily declining. Many positions that were previously forced to retreat are now advancing again, and lost territory is being gradually reclaimed. A large amount of monitoring data is showing a clear green trend, and the entire command system feels as if a mountain that has been pressing down for 300 years has suddenly been lifted. But just as the excitement and cheers had subsided, the communications officer suddenly rushed over. Report! Kushodong turned his head. Explain! The aura of disaster is rising simultaneously along the 3 defense lines, the southeast, the northern border, and the coastal area. As soon as he said that, the surrounding air seemed to be gently pulled by something. The cheers were still in the distance. But those who are actually on the front lines have already understood the meaning behind those words. The Northwest has been breached. But this battle is far from over. Zhou Yun raised his head and glanced in several other directions. The sky is very high. The wind is cold. And further afield, new waves are already rising in the darkness. Outside the Chilean mountains, the wind is still blowing. The flickering flames at the edge of the crack illuminated the surrounding temporary fortifications, armored vehicles, monitoring towers, and densely packed figures in a dim, intermittent light. When the cheers first surged up, they were like waves, one after another, making the entire area feel numb. But when Xiang Bei actually finished speaking, many people fell silent. It's not that I'm not excited. It's too big. It was so big that my brain couldn't process it all at once. The source has been cut off. Someone murmured the words over and over again, as if afraid they had misheard, or as if they wanted to test the words in their mouths to see if they would burn them. The young soldier next to him was still holding his helmet, his hand frozen in midair. After 2 seconds, he suddenly swung it, and his voice cracked. "It's broken!" That sound was like a match. Boom! The entire defensive line was completely breached. Some people jumped up on the spot, while others punched the steel plate next to them so hard that their bones went numb, but they didn't feel any pain. Another middle-aged officer, his face covered in grime, grabbed his companion and hugged him. Only after the hug did he realize that the two of them usually just cursed at each other when they met. He immediately pushed the other away, his eyes red, and yelled, "What are you looking at?" But then he burst out laughing first. Kushodong stood at the very front, his chest heaving violently. He didn't shout along, but just looked up at the crack, at the ashes constantly being swept out by the wind, and at the team emerging from the abyss. He remained silent for a long time. It's been too long. He has been guarding this northwestern line for far too long. They guarded it when they were young, and they're still guarding it now that their hair is white. They've watched people come and go, watched areas on the map turn red, and watched those red marks remain for many years. He did consider the possibility of winning one day. But as I thought about it, when the moment actually came, it felt like someone had brutally pulled a piece of iron that had been pressed down for 300 years from my chest. At this moment, Director May spoke up in a low voice from the side. "Old Ke." Kushodong snapped out of his daze and turned to look at her. Director May was still holding the document that had been folded and creased in her hand. Her voice was steady, even more steady than usual. "Order all divisions in the rear to prepare to advance, with reconnaissance and engineering teams following suit. Once the remaining calamity beasts on the periphery show signs of collapse, immediately seize the first wave of lost territory." Kushodong was taken aback at first, then nodded firmly. "Right. Pass the order. Prepare for a full-scale advance." As the orders were shouted out, the entire position instantly snapped back from euphoria to operational status. The soldiers turned and ran, the communications officer carrying equipment rushed toward the command vehicle, and several high-ranking lords had already begun recalling their flying mounts, preparing to scout ahead. Chapter 327 Technical Exchange? Those who were halfway through their laughter still had red faces, but their feet were already stomping very fast. The joy has not disappeared. It just turned into strength. The real strength to hold on to victory. In the live stream, the chat was so dense that the screen was completely obscured. "Keep it moving! Keep it moving! Keep it moving! Don't let them get away! Acquire the land! Let's take over the land first!" My dad just slammed his hand on the table, knocking over a cup, and now the house is flooded, ha ha. "Stop laughing, my mom is already crying." Not only your mother, but my grandfather cried too. This wasn't just a victory, it was kicking open a crack in a 300-year-old door. The first case in the world. This time, the Han Dynasty has truly made its mark on history. Charge. In the hosting room, the host's shoulders trembled slightly as he spoke so forcefully. The young female host next to him, who had been looking down at the teleprompter, paused when she saw the new data sent back from the backstage, and almost dropped her pen. "Teacher Zhao. What's wrong? Overseas access channels are overwhelmed." The host suddenly turned his head. On the large screen in the back office, data was jumping up and down rapidly. The number of accesses to the EU public channel has tripled. The application for simultaneous broadcasting by the North American Joint Defense Channel has been approved. The signals from the Nanyang Alliance, the Sakura Kingdom, the Northern Union, Freeport, and the San-Sea Federation all seem to be lit up simultaneously. What was originally just an official domestic broadcast within the Han Dynasty had, in the blink of an eye, been pushed onto the global main screen. The director's voice burst out from the in-ear monitor. "Switch to a foreign channel. Quick! Set up all international simultaneous interpreters." The camera suddenly jumps. Split screen mode. The first scene shows the EU Emergency Strategic Meeting Room. People sat on both sides of the long table, and the screen was frozen on the scene of Xiang Bei standing in front of the crack and announcing the result. The silver-haired woman at the front, Helen Moran sat upright. The pen she had been twirling in her hand suddenly stopped. The conference room was so quiet that even the slight hum of the projector could be heard. On the screen, the translator had just finished translating that sentence. From today onwards, no new calamity beasts will emerge from the northwest of the Great Han Kingdom. An officer at the table sat up straight instinctively. Are you sure the translation is correct? The translator looked at Helen Moran, his Adam's apple bobbing. Correct. The officer opened his mouth as if to say something, but what came out first was a very low gasp. He originally wanted to question it. But no one can question it. The scene was right there, the cracks were still there, the disaster gas monitoring curve had begun to turn downwards, and the surrounding horde of disaster beasts was disorganized and scattered. Even if we are unwilling to admit it, this is not just a nice propaganda slogan, but a reality that is happening right now. At the end of the long table, an elderly counselor suddenly whispered, "They succeeded." No one responded. Because everyone knows that this statement represents more than just the Han Dynasty succeeded. For the first time, humanity has won at the fundamental level. Helen Moran looked at the screen, tapped the tabletop twice with her fingertips, and then stopped. After a moment, she spoke. Record this moment. Starting today, the Global Defense Assessment Model will be redone. Her tone was not quick, but rather heavy. All the default assumptions of the past 300 years are hereby nullified. In the conference room, several people suddenly looked up. Helen Moran didn't look at them, but stared at the young man on the screen who had just emerged from the abyss, his clothes still bearing scorch marks. The horde of calamities is no longer a disaster that can only be delayed. It has a source. The source can be cut off. Since the Great Han has succeeded the first time, it will succeed the second time and the third time. She paused, then added a sentence. There's only one problem left. Who can keep up with them? The screen jumps again. The second scene shows the Sakura National Defense Disaster Headquarters. The meeting room was more crowded and noisier. Some people were frantically checking the monitoring curves of the northwest defense line of the Great Han Dynasty over the past 3 days, while others were flipping through the printed battle damage model over and over again. The bespectacled technician in the middle, sweat beading on his forehead, muttered to himself. Impossible. If the source could really be cut off, why did we do it before? He stopped halfway through his sentence. Because he already knew the answer. No one could break through before. It's not that the theory is wrong, it's that there aren't enough people. The problem is insufficient combat strength. Across the table, Yamada Ichiro watched the entire live stream replay with a somber expression, his fingers slowly tracing patterns on the tabletop. The young officer next to him couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Yamada, should we immediately submit a request for technical exchange to the Great Han? Technical exchange? Yamada Ichiro looked up at him. The young officer choked. Yamada Ichiro turned his gaze back to the screen, and after 2 seconds said calmly, Do you think that skill is what will decide this battle? The meeting room fell silent. On the screen, Zhou Yun was standing in the center of the group, his expression unusually calm compared to the excited and out-of-control people around him. But it is precisely this calmness that makes people increasingly uncomfortable. Yamada Ichiro slowly exhaled. It's a person. It's that person. Another official beside him frowned. But he belongs to the Han Dynasty after all, and he might not be willing to cooperate with outsiders. Yamada Ichiro interrupted him. So from today onwards, stop evaluating it as a local example of combat capability. He is a variable. Global variables. As soon as those 4 words were uttered, the expressions of several people in the conference room changed. Some people thought of cooperation first, some thought of vigilance first, and some thought that if the Great Han Dynasty relied on this person to clear the cracks one by one, the entire global order would be rewritten. At the same time, the third screen switched to the North American Joint Defense Center. On the giant screen behind the glass wall, old battle footage from the surface phase of the Scorched Earth Abyss is playing on a loop. Thunder covered the battlefield, ice phoenixes pressed in, and the non-human legion advanced, with human elites following behind in a scissor-like manner, gradually cutting open the entire war zone. Those who usually calculate resources and costs first fell silent upon seeing the latest results. After a long while, someone finally whispered, "We've managed to hold them off. They changed the map back." Another person added, "Not just maps." He pointed to the global risk forecast chart next to him. "Our future trajectory has also been altered." As soon as he finished speaking, a real-time news flash suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. Advances have begun on the northwestern front of the Han Dynasty, with the first batch of recaptured areas confirmed to be back under human control. In the conference room, the general who had been standing silently with his arms crossed finally stood up straight. "Pin this news to the top. In addition, we are preparing to apply for the highest level of battlefield data sharing with the Great Han." Someone nearby instinctively asked, "How do we write the reason?" The general stared at the screen. "Write your real reasons. For the first time, humanity has won at the root. Chapter 328 is not unsolvable." Meanwhile, the live stream split screen on the Nanyang Alliance side showed a different reaction. Many people in the operations hall stood up, forgetting all about etiquette. Several young lords huddled together, their eyes gleaming with barely suppressed light. Some people stared at Zhou Yun's image, their breathing quickening, as if they had finally spotted a lighthouse that could actually bring them ashore on a seemingly endless sea. One of them gripped the back of the chair, his voice strained. "So it really works." The older commander next to him didn't look at him, he was only looking at the screen. "Remember today. If anyone asks us why we're still holding on, we'll just show them this video. Because there is a way. This is the first time someone has trodden out a path like this today." Similar scenes are playing out simultaneously around the world. Some people were so excited they could hardly stand. Some people's first reaction was to recalculate the model. Some people stared at the screen without saying a word. Some people had already started to figure out how to get closer to the big man. And some people instinctively felt uneasy, as if the tabletop of the old world had suddenly been overturned from underneath, and the cups and plates had started to shake. The reactions were different. But in the end, everyone's attention fell on the same name. Zhou Yun. At that moment, Zhou Yun, who was on the front line in the Chilean mountains, had no idea how many people were watching him in the global conference room. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care too much. Because things are already bustling on the surface. The wounded who were evacuated needed to be treated, the forward advance teams needed to be reorganized, the monitoring department needed to update the crack data in real time, and the troops that were struggling to breathe along the entire northwestern front also needed to complete the situational switch in the shortest possible time. As soon as Xiang Bei emerged from the crowd, he was surrounded by several frontline generals. "Old Xiang, how should the first batch of recovered areas be demarcated? Leave a buffer zone outside the scorched earth boundary first, and the engineering company will take the lead in clearing the road. Should we keep 2 more divisions around the crack?" "Keep it, but it doesn't need to be as thick as before." Xiang Bei raised his hand and pointed to 2 places on the map. Here, set up outposts first. Don't be greedy and go deep, take it easy." After saying that, he turned his head and glanced at Zhou Yun, who was not far away. Zhou Yun was squatting on the ground, holding a spirit fruit in his hand, and handing it to an armored dragon guard whose wing membrane was injured. The big guy lowered its head and obediently carried it away, its tail lightly sweeping the ground as if it were a little embarrassed. The cauliflower beast beside him was also busy, running back and forth with its short legs to replenish the health of the injured and the people. Eventually its leaves withered. Seeing this, Zhou Yun picked it up and placed it next to the roots of the spirit wood guardian tree. "Take a break." The cauliflower beast stubbornly waved its leaves, as if to say it could still do something, but as soon as it finished waving, the whole cauliflower tilted to the side and lay flat. Zhou Yun almost laughed when he saw this, and reached out to smooth the leaves for it. Xiang Bei turned his gaze away, a faint smile playing on his lips. This young man has a strange temperature about him. Even though he had just finished something that could shake the whole world, he would still turn around and go to see the injured ankylosaurus first, and put the exhausted Calycanthus in a shady place. It's not just a pose. That's really true. That's why the guys around him followed him and charged towards their deaths. Thinking of this, Xiang Bei suddenly spoke up. Zhou Yun. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun got up and walked over. Old Xiang. Looking north at him, he got straight to the point. I'll take care of things here. When are you planning to return to your territory? Zhou Yun paused for a moment, then understood what he meant. The trip to the scorched earth abyss yielded not only results, but also valuable assets that can be converted into future combat power. The scorched core pill, the melting vein essence, and the clues inside the abyss that need to be sorted out. According to the established schedule, it is indeed time to return to the territory, fully utilize the gains, and then prepare for the next round. Zhou Yun thought for a moment, but did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned his head to look at the crack in the distance. The charred edges were still smoking, but compared to a few hours ago, it looked like a ferocious beast with its teeth pulled out. The ferocity was still there, but the fatal bite was gone. Further away, there were advancing troops, armored vehicles starting up, and headlights of vehicles that had retreated for many days but were now moving forward again. This battle truly propelled the Northwest forward. Thinking of this, Zhou Yun withdrew his gaze and said gently, "Let's stabilize things here first. I'll stay for one more day at most." Okay. Xiang Bei nodded, not trying to persuade him further. One day is enough. At this moment, Kushodong strode over from the front, his steps quick and his voice booming. Zhou Yun! Zhou Yun turned his head. Kushodong shoved the tablet he had just received directly in front of him, his face still flushed. See for yourself. On the tablet screen is the global real-time trending list. Of the first 10 points, 7 are related to this battle in the Northwest. Great Han, cut off the source of the rift. Humanity's first successful counterattack against its own origins. Zhou Yun, the Great Lord. Northwest recapture area. Global defense model rewritten. The first time in 300 years. The beast tide is not insurmountable. Dozens of related topics followed, and the popularity surged like a flood. Kushodong grinned. The whole world is in an uproar. Just now, the European Union, the North American Commonwealth, and the Southeast Asian Federation all sent urgent communication requests, asking if we could share some frontline monitoring data. Several other countries are also subtly inquiring about when you will be going to their areas. He realized how absurd it was as he said this, and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This is the first time in 300 years. Before, they were always asking us how long we could hold out. Now, they're asking us how we're going to win. Zhou Yun simply smiled after hearing this. Didn't they see how we won? Kushodong was taken aback, then burst into laughter. 2. I saw it all. After he finished laughing, he put the tablet away, and his expression gradually became serious. But don't relax too much. The new monitoring results have just come in. The situation in the Northwest has been brought under control, but the other directions are not so peaceful. After these words were spoken, the people around quieted down a bit. Zhou Yun was not surprised. The data also clearly states that there are currently 4 abnormalities simultaneously. The Northwest has been dealt with, but the other 3 are still abnormal. Kushodong turned the tablet to another page. Northeast. Southwest. South China Sea. All 3 monitoring curves are rising, some faster than others, but in the same direction. It's like they're working together. Director May walked over at some point, staring at the 3 curves, and said in a low voice, "When the northwest side breaks, the other side seems to be arching upwards." Chapter 329 Returning to the Territory. Kushodong cursed. These bastards even visit each other's homes? No one responded to his joke. Because this is not funny at all. A breeze blew in from the crack, causing the pages to flutter gently. As Zhou Yun looked at the curves on the screen, another image flashed through his mind. The deepest part of the scorched earth abyss. The gray-white stone structure exposed after the giant beast collapsed. Those patterns that share the same origin as the epical markers. Then came Kiri's words, so light they were almost like a breeze. There seems to be something else down there. Thinking of this, Zhou Yun remained silent for 2 seconds. No one urged him. He raised his head, glanced at Xiangbei, then at Kushodong and Director Mei, and said gently, "The northwest is temporarily stable. Next, you should take over the recovered areas. I'll go back and make some preparations for the other 3 locations. Once we're ready, we'll decide which side to start with." Kushodong's brow twitched. "You already have a direction?" "Not yet." Zhou Yun shook his head. "It's just that I feel these unusual movements are not isolated incidents." That wasn't explained clearly. He doesn't intend to reveal everything now. The epical markers, the gray-white stone structure, and the reaction of the Mistweave are all too fragmented to be found at present. Before things are pieced together, saying anything will only muddy the waters. Xiangbei clearly understood his reservations and didn't press further, simply nodding. "Okay. Go back and thoroughly understand what you've gained. Shodong and I will keep an eye on things here." Zhou Yun hummed in agreement. Just then, a new cheer suddenly came from afar. Several people turned their heads at the same time. It's the team pushing forward. The first enemy flag had already been planted on the newly reclaimed frontline high ground. When the wind blew, the flag fluttered wildly, revealing a scorched and devastated land behind it, with the corpses of calamities and furrows dug by artillery fire. But the moment that flag was raised, the atmosphere of the entire place changed. It has sided with humanity again. Kushodong stared at the flag for a few seconds, and his eye twitched involuntarily. "Oh shit! They really took it back." This sentence, spoken without shouting or laughing, fell softly, yet it carried even greater weight. Zhou Yun followed his gaze and smiled slightly after a moment. "Yes. It's been retrieved." The wind blew down from the highlands through the cracks through the camp, past the weapons and broken shields that hadn't been put away yet, and further afield, reaching countless screens that were still lit up. The whole world knows now. In the northwest of the Great Han Kingdom, for the first time, the horde of calamity beasts was driven back to its roots. And this is just the beginning. By evening, the wind in the Chilean mountains was finally less harsh. The ground outside the crack was still hot, and the charred stone layers made a cracking sound when stepped on, like bones that had been burned through and then cooled down. In the distance, the first military flag of the recaptured area is still planted on the high ground, its surface being torn apart by the wind, as if reminding everyone that this place has changed hands. Zhou Yun stood on the high ground and looked in that direction for a few seconds before turning his gaze away. The camp below remained noisy. The construction team was pushing forward, the reconnaissance team had split into several groups and rushed towards more distant areas, and rows of support vehicles drove past right under his nose, their tires crunching over the scorched earth and kicking up clouds of gray smoke. Occasionally, he could hear someone shouting in the distance, their voices filled with barely suppressed excitement. If you win, you win. Even if one rationally knows that the stability of the Northwest does not mean the stability of the whole world, after holding this grudge for 300 years, no one can truly act as if nothing happened. Zhou Yun didn't interrupt this momentum. A person has to let out their anger first. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at the monsters behind him. Those were all civilians who had just been temporarily relieved from the front lines. Some were still covered in dust, and some had wounds that hadn't fully healed. But as soon as they felt his gaze, they all raised their heads, their eyes filled with a very direct emotion that could be understood almost without a contract. Go home. Zhou Yun's heart stirred, and he smiled. No. The next second, a flash of light. The Ankylosaurus vanished on the spot. Next came the second, the third, and then some of the less injured civilians and monsters who no longer needed to remain on the surface. Lights flickered on and off at the edge of the camp, as if someone were casually extinguishing sparks. But what truly disappeared was not the light, but a batch of messages from those who had returned earlier. Kushodong, who was standing next to him, had just finished assigning a team of engineers when he turned around and saw this scene, and he paused for a moment. "What are you doing?" "Let them go back first," Zhou Yun said gently, watching the last ray of light disappear. "The territory doesn't know the outcome here yet." Kushodom was taken aback at first, then realized what was happening. Right. The territory is not on Earth. There was no signal, no live broadcast, and nothing that could transmit messages remotely. Once they return and the news spreads throughout the territory, that place will likely be quite a spectacle. Kushodom grinned. "Okay, let's make them happy first." Zhou Yun hummed in agreement. But his gaze did not completely relax. The battle of Scorched Earth Abyss has been won. Taking it down doesn't mean the benefits are already in your pocket. The Scorched Core Pill, the Melting Vein Essence, the clues inside the abyss that he hadn't had time to examine closely, and even the forging that had been stuck on Fire Beard for over 30 hours, all of these were still waiting for him. Victory on the battlefield is one thing. Turning a victory into capital for the next victory is another matter entirely. With that thought in mind, he didn't delay any longer and turned to look at Xiang Bei. "Old Xiang, I'll leave this place to you." Xiang Bei was talking to several frontline generals in front of the map when he heard this. He looked up, glanced at him, and then nodded. "Go back without worry. Old Ke and I will keep an eye on things here." He paused for a moment, then added, "Take the things back with you and use them well." These words were spoken very plainly, but Zhou Yun understood them. The question is not about the Jiaohadan, or the Rongmai Jing. It was to let him continue to push forward the winning formula that he had truly brought back from this trip. Zhou Yun nodded. Good. Territory. It wasn't even completely dark yet, but there were already quite a few people gathered under the big tree in the central square. The first to return were a group of monsters and civilians whose summons had been dispelled. They were the ones who brought the news back. There was no live broadcast, no visuals, no narration, and no one standing on a high place shouting, "We won!" But the more this happened, the faster the news spread. Because everyone who brought back news had just come from the front lines, still covered in the dust of the scorched earth and the lingering heat of a major battle. Chapter 330 Still Under Forging. At first, Warner just frowned and quickly scribbled a couple of notes on the paper. Explain it more clearly. Did your lordship really slay the Abyss Guardian? The armored dragon guard that Zhou Yunxian brought back let out a low cry, its wings spread and then folded, its dragon head held high. Although he couldn't speak human language, the emotions that were almost overflowing from the contract were too straightforward. It's not. More or less. It's not should. It's done. Wanda paused for a moment, her pen still in her hand. Then she took a deep breath, tucked the pen behind her ear, and turned to leave. Wenji, who was still sorting through the messy emotional images handed over by the several cauliflower beasts, hurriedly asked when she saw this. Sister Warner, where are you going? Where else can we go? Warner didn't turn her head, but her pace quickened noticeably. Clean up the square and prepare to welcome people. Also, have the kitchen prepare everything they can, so we don't have to cook it all up when the Lord returns. Wenji blinked, and the next second she realized what was happening. She grabbed the hem of her skirt and ran away. Good! On the other side, Ellie, who was originally tending to the spirit plants, heard the noise, put down the wooden spoon in her hand, glanced at the few monsters that had just returned, and then looked at the wounds and dust left on their bodies. Her expression immediately relaxed. It's not the kind of pine tree that experiences dramatic ups and downs. It's not that you've been tense for too long, but that your shoulders can finally relax a little. She let out a soft breath, then subconsciously looked in the direction of the forge. Fire Beard. She muttered something to herself, thought for a moment, and then walked over. But she stopped halfway there. Wrong. It's useless to spread this kind of message yourself. The old man's mind is filled with that knife now. He might not even look up if the sky were to fall outside. Unless Zhou Yun returns in person, no one can persuade him otherwise. Thinking about it this way, Ellie frowned slightly, but still changed direction. Even if you can't persuade them, you still have to prepare the food first. If the Lord returns and Firebeard is still going crazy inside, at least things can't go wrong here. The entire territory came alive in the short 15 minutes that the news spread. Some monsters darted back and forth at the edge of the square, as if they couldn't suppress the force at all. Some of the people first went to check if any of their returning companions were seriously wounded before inquiring about the battle situation. Several other cauliflower beasts ran around shaking their heads, their leaves almost flying off, clearly having relayed the news that Lord has won, they won on Earth. And they're back, they're coming back soon. Countless times. Warm. But it's not chaotic. This wasn't the excitement they'd heard from the outside world. It was one of our own who ran back from the battlefield and brought victory through the door. As the sun completely set, the lights in the central square came on. At this time, Zhou Yun also stepped into the territory. The plaza fell silent for a moment as the light gate dissipated. Then, it was as if someone had thrown a drop of water into a pot of boiling oil. With a loud bang, everything exploded. My lord! Wenji was the first to rush over. She was running so fast that she almost tripped over her skirt, but luckily Zhou Yun reached out and helped her up. Slower. After Wenji regained her footing, her eyes shone brightly as she looked Zhou Yun up and down to make sure he wasn't injured. But the joy was so overwhelming that she didn't know what to say first, and finally managed to stammer out. It's good that you're back. Wanner didn't walk that fast, but when she came over, she already had the notebook in her arms. She seemed to have a lot to ask: battle losses, profits, scorched core pills, molten vein essence, the situation of the frontline recapture, and the follow-up arrangements from the country. But as she got closer, looking at the scorch marks on Zhou Yun's clothes and at his still-present fatigue, the string of questions swirled in her throat, but in the end, something else came out first. My lord, you've worked hard. Zhou Yun paused for a moment, then smiled. Good. Several ankylosaurus guards nearby growled softly and crowded around, each craning its neck forward as if trying to get a closer look. The monsters that had returned earlier to report the news were now even more energetic, their tails swishing loudly as if they themselves had won a great victory. Zhou Yun glanced at the crowd and knew the news had already spread. That's true. The person has already returned. There's no way to hide it anymore. Thinking of this, he casually patted the neck of the nearest ankylosaurus guard and said gently, I know, you've all worked hard. Upon hearing this, the guy raised his head even higher. The atmosphere in the square immediately became even more heated. But Zhou Yun didn't linger there. His gaze swept around and quickly landed on Ellie. Ellie had already walked over, holding a cup of freshly warmed fruit drink. When she handed it to him, she first glanced down at the barely noticeable burn on the edge of his palm. Have a sip of something hot first. Zhou Yun took it and sipped it. It was sweet, with a hint of coolness, and as it went down my throat, it even eased some of the dryness I felt from the scorched earth. Where's the Firebeard? Ellie knew that this would be the first thing he would ask when he got back, so she sighed and pointed towards the forge. Still inside. I went there in the afternoon, but I was driven back by sparks from a hammer blow before I even got inside. As she said this, her tone carried a hint of exasperation and helplessness. People are crazy, their minds are hot. They're incredibly excited, but they just can't make it work. That short knife was smashed and started over again. I don't know how many times it's been done. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun's brows twitched slightly. This is the same as what Wenji said in her report from the front lines, only now it sounds more specific. It's not about being lazy or slacking off. They had already reached the door, but couldn't push it open. That one tiny difference is like a thorn, stuck in the most crucial spot. Zhou Yun put down the cup, flipped his hand, and the charred core pill in his storage space quietly fell into his palm. The dark red light swirled faintly in the night, like a small ball of fire whose temper had been suppressed. Ellie glanced at it, and her breath hitched. This is... Zhou Yun looked down at the Jiaohe Dan, and the clear prompt he had heard during the investigation seemed to flash before his eyes again, as well as the sentence about forging and strengthening in the description. Fire attribute calamity beast pill, suitable for forging and strengthening. It can raise the forging temperature and spiritual energy penetration rate to a higher level. Not necessarily. But that should be enough in most cases. Thinking of this, he clenched his fingers together, gathering the small flame back into his palm. Let's go take a look. Outside the forging workshop. Before we even reached the door, the heat wave was already hitting us. Unlike the scorched earth abyss, where the intense heat could crack bones, the heat here is more concentrated, harder, and more stubborn. It's like someone holding their breath, desperately suppressing the fire in the furnace, refusing to let it dissipate or go out. As soon as Zhou Yun approached, he heard a loud bang from inside. Sink. Heavy. The door frame was shaking from the vibration. Then came the second tone, and then the third tone. It didn't stop. There was no chance to catch one's breath. Like a blacksmith who has completely forgotten about time, only the act of hammering and striking remains. Chapter 331 was given to me? Ellie stood next to Zhou Yun and whispered, I told you so. She expressed her disdain verbally, but her eyes still betrayed a hint of worry. Zhou Yun didn't reply, but simply pushed the door open. As soon as the door opened, a wave of heat hit my face. Firebeard stood in front of the forging table, shirtless, his beard and hair half soaked with sweat and the other half curled from the heat, making him look as if he had just been pulled out of the furnace. The divine hammer named Judgment was swung so swiftly it was almost a blur, crashing onto the metal blank on the forging table, which was already taking the shape of a blade, sending sparks flying one after another. He didn't even turn around. Or rather, he didn't even notice that someone had come in. Until another hammer fell. The knife blank suddenly made a soft click sound. Extremely fine. But at times like these, the finer the sound, the more jarring it becomes. Firebird's movements stopped abruptly. The forge fell silent, with only the crackling of the flames remaining. He stared intently at the thin line, his chest heaving twice, the excitement on his face gradually fading until it turned into a dull, almost rusty, gloomy color. That won't work either. It still doesn't work. Ellie frowned as she watched from the doorway. She knew all too well what that expression meant. It's not the frustration of failing for the first time, it's the frustration of almost turning yourself into a piece of iron, but still falling short of that one crucial step. Firebeard slowly raised the hammer. If it hits down like that, the blade blank will be ruined again. But at that moment, Zhou Yun spoke up. Don't smash it yet. The voice wasn't loud, but it instantly brought the simmering rage in the forge to a halt. Huasu suddenly turned his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were bulging, as if he was about to yell at someone. But as soon as his gaze fell on Zhou Yun's face, the fire in his eyes paused for a moment, then shot off in an even stranger direction. My lord? You're back? His voice contained a mixture of surprise, joy, excitement, and frustration, which somehow made him choke. Zhou Yun stepped inside and glanced at the blade blank on the forging table. Just a little bit more? Huasu gritted his teeth first, then wiped the sweat off his face, his voice urgent and muffled. Not just a little. That's the most crucial point. The temperature is right, the materials are right, and the spiritual energy has been poured in, but it just won't lock in. It's like everything I put in just falls apart in the end. Once it's all gone, the sword's spirit can't stand up, and the structure collapses too. I've almost smashed the furnace open, but it still won't recognize me. As he spoke, he became so angry that he laughed, and his beard trembled with laughter. I know that's where the problem lies. But I'm just missing that spark. Zhou Yun did not speak immediately after hearing this. He simply raised his hand and opened his palm. A dark red light suddenly flowed from his hand. The Jiaohadan lay there quietly, its fire contained, the natural patterns on its body resembling suppressed molten flow. As soon as it appeared, the furnace fire in the forge seemed to sense something, and the flames suddenly shot upwards. The sound of the firefly abruptly stopped. He stared at the pill, his eyes widening little by little. All that frustration, that irritability, that fierce determination to start over, all vanished in that instant. Instead, there was an almost instinctive fanaticism. It's not an exaggeration. Instead, it was a blacksmith who saw the last piece of iron he was missing. He took a step forward. Another step. Finally, it stopped just an arm's length away from Zhou Yun, its beard trembling slightly. This thing. Huasu swallowed hard, his voice low and hoarse. For me? Zhou Yun looked at him and smiled. Don't get too excited yet. I just think it can probably make up for what you missed. Not necessarily. That's probably it. But Huasu wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, his whole face seemed to be on fire. He didn't reach out to snatch it. He just stared intently at the Jiao Hedan, his eyes practically glued to it. That should be enough. Enough! He slapped his chest hard, making his muscular body jump. My lord, you don't understand. If this thing could really push up the forging temperature and penetration rate, even just a little bit, I could pin that last bit of energy back into the blade. Ellie, who was standing at the door, finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Zhou Yun stopped teasing him and handed him the Jiao Hedan with a flick of his wrist. The way Huasu took over was even more careful than when he held the god hammer. He first held his breath and glanced at it twice, then suddenly looked up as if he remembered something. Etc. Did you bring this back from the front lines? Then why don't you hand it over to the state? Ellie was taken aback when she heard the question. Clearly, she had thought of this as well. If something like this fell into someone else's hands, their first reaction would most likely be to send it to the government. After all, it was one of the core products from the first battle in the Scorched Earth Abyss, and its significance and importance were considerable. Zhou Yun simply looked at Huasu and smiled. Don't worry, they know. Moreover, if you can forge it into a finished product, the effect will be more direct. Huasu was taken aback. Zhou Yun continued. I'll leave the things here with you for now. It won't count as keeping them for myself. Once it's finished, we'll hand it in. In this way, it's more worthwhile than handing over a beast core that you don't even know how to use to its full potential. There was a 2-second silence in the forge. Huasu looked down at the charred core pill in his palm, then at the half-finished blade on the forging table, and suddenly grinned. It wasn't the usual grumbling laugh. It was the kind of smile that came from a blacksmith who understood and knew what he was supposed to do. Understood. First, refine the ore into knives, then send the knives out. He grinned, his eyes blazing with fury. Okay. Then I'll forge a sword for the Han dynasty first. As those last words were spoken, the fire in the forge seemed to suddenly blaze brightly. Zhou Yun looked at him, said nothing more, and simply took half a step back, making room for him. Huasu turned around and lunged back to the forging table. But it's different from before. The fire from before was blocked, trapped inside the furnace and unable to escape. Now, however, it seemed to have finally found a way out, and even his movements as he swung the divine hammer were more steady, more accurate, and more ferocious than before. He slammed the charred pill into the furnace with his palm. Boom! Flames shot skyward. The entire forge lit up for a moment. Ellie instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, but the next second she didn't leave. Instead, she turned around and closed the door halfway, leaving only a crack. She neither disturbed them nor actually left. Zhou Yun stood outside the door, listening to the hammering that resumed inside, one after another, deeper and more resonant than before. When? Each sound was like hitting iron. It's like crashing down on the road to the next big battle. Chapter 332 is only half complete. Ellie stood to the side, listened quietly for a while, and then suddenly asked softly, Do you think this time it will work? Zhou Yun did not answer immediately. He first glanced at the flickering firelight through the crack in the door, then recalled the gray-white stone structure at the deepest part of the Scorched Earth Abyss, and Wu Ji's words, which were as light as the wind. There seems to be something below, before finally turning his gaze back to the forge in front of him. After a moment, he smiled. At least this time, fire was the right thing to do. Ellie paused for a moment upon hearing this, then chuckled softly. 2. A breeze blew in from outside the courtyard, gently knocking the iron bell hanging under the eaves of the forge. Bite. It's very light. But ching. The sound of hammers echoed in the forge until late at night. At first, the square was quite lively. The returning people came and went. A fire was burning in the kitchen, and occasionally you could hear the sound of the cauliflower beast knocking things over as it ran around. But as the night deepened, the entire territory gradually quieted down, and the only sound that could drown out the night wind was the resounding hammer blows from the forge. When. Each sound was as heavy as if it had been smashed into the ground. Zhou Yun hadn't gone far. He found a wooden chair outside the forge and sat down, with the post-war summary book that Warner had just delivered beside him. Ellie initially wanted to persuade him to rest, but after looking at the flickering firelight behind the door, she ultimately remained silent. She simply added another lamp for him, placed a pot of hot water aside, and quietly sat down on the other side. The night breeze swept through the courtyard, carrying a hint of the fresh scent of plants unique to the spirit plant area, gradually dispelling the acrid smell brought back from the front lines. Zhou Yun opened the notebook that Warner handed him. The handwriting was as clear, neat, and well-organized as ever. The direct benefits of this battle were categorized into several major groups. Firstly, there are physical objects. The scorched core pills have been retrieved, the molten vein essence has been sealed, and there is also a batch of high-temperature specialized materials collected from the outer perimeter of the scorched earth abyss. Although they are not as good as the core products, the quantity is not small and is enough to support the forging and research of the territory for a period of time. Secondly, there were battle losses. 3 rock golems were destroyed, 2 ankylosaur guards were seriously injured, and the rest suffered light to moderate losses. The spiritwood guardians, along with the water spirit naga, thunder spirits, and other spirit-powered subjects, are mainly suffering from excessive energy depletion and require a short period of recovery. The flame giant was largely unharmed, and the mist warriors suffered far fewer casualties than expected. Thirdly, there are the subsequent benefits. The cutting off of the source of the northwest defense line means that the other side of the Earth will continue to enter the recapture zone expansion phase in the short term. Zhou Yun's strategic importance at the national level will inevitably rise with this battle. Both the allocation of resources and the potential for future cooperation will be greater than before. The last item was listed separately by Warner. Items requiring the Lord's priority judgment. Only 2 lines are listed below. Article 1. If the fire forging breakthrough is successful, how should the finished product be disposed of? Article 2. With the intensified changes at the other 3 defensive lines, where should the territory's resources and troops be prioritized in the next phase? Zhou Yun looked at the 2 lines of text and lightly tapped the edge of the page with his finger. Warner always does things this way. She wouldn't make the final judgment for him, but she would filter out the key issues that truly belong to him in the shortest possible time. Just then, a completely different roar suddenly erupted from the forge. It wasn't a hammer blow. It was more like something suddenly being ignited in the furnace. Zhou Yun and Ellie looked up at the same time. The next second, a burst of bright red and gold light burst out from the crack in the door, illuminating half the courtyard. The fire, which had been quiet, suddenly shot up as if pulled hard from its deepest part, and even the string of iron bells under the eaves jingled loudly in the heat. Ellie stood up abruptly. This is... Zhou Yun had already gotten up and walked a few steps to the door. But he didn't push the door open and go in immediately. Because the hammering inside hadn't stopped. Not only did it not stop, but it became faster, more urgent, and heavier than before. When? Clang! Clang! Like a blacksmith who has already seen the line and is hammering it down with all his might while it is still lit, afraid that if he is even a moment too slow, it will disappear back into the darkness. Firebeard let out a low growl from inside. It doesn't sound like a human voice. It's more like an old beast fiercely fighting in front of the fire. Another dozen or so breaths passed. The final hammer fell. The entire forging workshop suddenly fell silent. Even the flames seemed to pause for a moment. Zhou Yun raised his hand and pushed open the door. A wave of heat hit us in the face. This time, however, the heat was not the stuffy, oppressive heat of before, but rather carried a sharpness that only comes with true formation. Like a blade finally emerging from fire, even before it's fully sharpened, you can feel its edges breathing just by standing next to it. Firebeard stood in front of the forging table, his hands gripping the edge, his back heaving violently, sweat dripping down his neck, looking as if he had just fought a real monster. But the knife on the forging table was different now. It's no longer the half-finished product that looks like it's still missing something. The blade is long and narrow, yet its lines are extremely clean. The metal surface is not pure silver white, but has a layer of very deep dark red patterns pressed under the base color, like lava that has been cooled and forcibly sealed under steel. The blade hadn't completely concealed its aura. When you got close, you could even hear a very faint hum, like a ferocious weapon that had just opened its eyes, adjusting to its first breath. Ellie's eyes lit up after just one glance. "It's done!" Firebeard did not turn around. He stared at the knife for several seconds, as if to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Then he slowly straightened up, grinned, and smiled. That laugh made his already rugged face look even more fierce. "It's half done." His voice was terribly hoarse, but it was still clear. "The prototype has been locked in. The sword's spirit hasn't dissipated, and the structure is stable. The rest is about nurturing, polishing, and fixing the texture, and then completely suppressing that fire." As he spoke, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he seemed ready to pounce back and continue for 3 days and 3 nights. But this time it's different. The madness I felt earlier was a suppressed madness that only got worse the more I smashed it. This current frenzy is the ecstatic joy of having paved the way and wanting to charge straight to the end with a hammer in hand. Ellie looked at the knife on the forging table and couldn't help but take another half step forward. "How good is this knife?" Upon hearing this, Huasu's beard twitched. He instinctively puffed out his chest, but then forcibly suppressed his smugness, as if unwilling to speak definitively now. "It's too early to say for sure. But it will definitely not be low. As long as the later processes don't fail, it can at least stay in the top tier of 4S and below." He paused, then added, his voice barely concealing a burning pride. "I dare not boast about going any higher. But within the SSS framework, it can really make a name for itself." Chapter 333 Three Things. Zhou Yun was also taken aback upon hearing this. "That's impressive." Thinking of this, Zhou Yun walked to the forging table, looked at the long sword that still carried warmth and gleamed, and asked, "How long will it take to fully take shape?" Huasu took a deep breath, his eyes almost glued to the knife. "It can take as little as 1 night, or as long as 2 days. My hands are hot right now, so I'd better not break them." After saying that, he seemed to remember something and suddenly looked up at Zhou Yun. "My lord, this sword." Zhou Yun understood what he meant. "Continue forging? After it is forged, hand it over to the Great Han." The almost instinctive possessiveness in Huasu's eyes paused for a moment, then he quickly suppressed it. "It's not that I'm reluctant to part with it." On the contrary, he understood all too well what the knife meant. This is not the result of ordinary forging. This is the first national-level weapon truly extracted from the spoils of war after the initial battle in the scorched earth abyss. Its destination shouldn't be just the weapon racks in its territory. Thinking of this, Firebeard grinned. "Good. Then I'll give it my all and forge it to be worthy of this responsibility." Zhou Yun nodded and said nothing more. The blade is already poised. The rest is up to Huasu himself. It was already very late when I left the forge. The moonlight spread across the square, turning it into a silvery white expanse. Even the few cauliflower beasts that had been making the most noise during the day were now sleeping haphazardly beside the tree roots, with only the occasional twitch of a leaf. Warner, however, was still awake. She sat in the side hall, with a pile of neatly arranged pages and record crystals spread out on the table. The lamplight illuminated her delicate profile, and she was as quiet as a line stretched to its limit. Upon seeing Zhou Yun enter, she immediately stood up. "My lord. Still not asleep?" "It's not finished yet." Warner pulled out a few pages and handed them to Zhou Yun. "This is the part that can be confirmed at the moment. First, if Wasu's side ultimately succeeds in making the sword, this matter will have a lot of explanatory power at the national level. The reason why the scorched core pills were not handed over directly is not because the Lord wanted to intercept them, but because the territory has a more efficient conversion path. Forging the raw materials into finished high-level weapons before handing them over makes the value more obvious and makes it harder for others to find fault. Secondly, after the Northwest War, the nation will most likely further open up resources, authority, and strategic cooperation. Lord, you can take this opportunity to acquire more things that are truly useful to your territory. Third, we need to prepare in advance for any unusual movements in the other 3 lines of defense." As she spoke, she placed the last page separately on top. Zhou Yun looked down. That was a newly compiled summary table. The peak of the disaster weather along the northeastern defense line increased by another 10% compared to the daytime level. Abnormal tidal fluctuations have occurred in the cracks in the South China Sea, and the activity of dangerous creatures along the cracks has increased significantly. Multiple high-intensity source-level pulse responses were detected in the southwestern mountainous region. 3 messages, not long. But each one is more eye-catching than the last. After reading it, Zhou Yun's gaze darkened slightly. Really? The Northwest is not the end, but just the first opening. Warner observed his expression and asked softly, "Lord, what's the next step?" Zhou Yun did not answer immediately. He sat down first, his gaze falling on the lamp on the corner of the table. The flame flickered quietly, not large, but it never went out. A moment later, he raised his hand and tapped the table lightly with his fingertips. "Don't rush to choose a direction. I'll do 3 things in the next couple of days. First, the fire must be used to completely forge the knife. Second, thoroughly understand all the materials and information we retrieved from the scorched earth abyss this time. Third, organize the clues about the gray-white stone structure and the epical markers." Warner was startled and looked up sharply. "My lord, you have doubts?" "It's not doubt." Zhou Yun shook his head. "It's intuition." He paused here. "The other 3 unusual movements do not seem to be acting independently. It's more like a net." Upon hearing this, Warner didn't ask any further questions, but simply nodded quietly and memorized the words. She knew that Zhou Yun's words meant that he already had a plan in mind. "It's not fully sorted out yet, so I'm not going to reveal it publicly. But given some time, he'll eventually pull this thread out." "My lord, there is one more thing," Warner said. If we really have to prioritize dealing with one of the other 3 locations, then the troop structure within the territory may also need to be slightly adjusted in advance. This battle in the Northwest proves that simply building up combat power is not enough. Different environments and different sources require more targeted combinations. As she spoke, she flipped through several pages of the draft proposal. For example, in the South China Sea, it is necessary to strengthen naval warfare and aerial reconnaissance units in advance. In the southwest mountainous region, a configuration with strong terrain adaptability and high continuous advancement capability is needed. The environment in the northeast is unknown, but judging from the current fluctuation pattern, it is leaning towards high pressure and severe disaster areas. We need to increase our mental resilience and ability to counteract the risks head-on. After listening, Zhou Yun's eyes showed more appreciation. "You think of things pretty quickly." Warner didn't take credit, but said in a low voice, "The Lord has set the example, so we can follow." As soon as he said this, the side hall suddenly fell silent for a moment. A night breeze blew outside, stirring up a bit of coolness by the door. From the distant forge, another heavy hammer blow could be faintly heard, seemingly from afar, yet each strike still resonated deeply. Zhou Yun put away the few pages of the plan, and gently placed them on the table. Then let's prepare according to this plan. Resources should be prioritized for targeted enhancement. Once the knife is finished and the materials are thoroughly understood, we'll decide which side to go to first. Wana nodded. Yes. After she agreed, she didn't leave immediately, but seemed to want to say something more. Zhou Yun glanced at her. Is there anything else? Wana hesitated for a moment before whispering. I just feel that this time is a little different. In the past, we became stronger so that we could protect something. This time, it seems like we're really going to venture out. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun's gaze paused slightly. He did not answer immediately. After a few breaths, he gave a soft laugh. Yes. The door has already been kicked open. We can't just stand at the door and watch from behind. After hearing this, Wana's eyes lit up a little. She then lowered her head and hugged the neatly arranged booklet back into her arms. I see. After she left, Zhou Yun was left alone in the side hall. The lights burned quietly. The documents on the table were piled up one after another, like fragments of a map that hadn't been fully pieced together. The Northwest had won, the knife was almost finished, the signal from the national government had arrived, the whole world was watching, and the movements of the other three lines of defense were slowly creeping up in the darkness. Chapter 334 The Blade is Forged, SSS. Zhou Yun reached out and gently touched the tabletop. Suddenly, that grayish-white stone structure flashed before my eyes again. It is not a fire churning in a scorched abyss. It was not the warm, charred core pill that remained after the molten core behemoth died. Instead, it was that eerily quiet gray-white pattern, like a piece of cold bone buried under a raging fire, incompatible with all passion, yet lying there nonetheless. And there was Curie's voice, so soft it sounded like a dream. There seems to be something else down there. Thinking of this, the gentleness in Zhou Yun's eyes slowly faded. It's not repression. It's clearer now. The truly big things are probably yet to come. Just then, Zhou Yun's mind stirred slightly. It felt like something gently touched him along the other end of the contract. He raised his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. Time is up. Before withdrawing from the Northwest Front to his territory, he deliberately left Wenji on Earth and did not recall her with him. The purpose was to ensure that even after returning to his territory and the communication between the two worlds was cut off, he could still obtain first-hand information about the latest developments on the front lines by recalling Wenji at the agreed time. Now, the appointed time has arrived. Zhou Yun stood up and gestured with his hand. The next second, a flash of inspiration struck in the center of the side hall. A slender figure was summoned directly from Earth back to the territory. As soon as Wenji landed, before she could even steady herself, her breath was already slightly out of control. Her skirt was stained with dust, and there was a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. She had clearly just rushed back from the front lines with messages and hadn't even had time to catch her breath. She looked up and saw Zhou Yun, then quickly walked over. My lord! Zhou Yun looked at her. Explain. Wenji took a deep breath, quickly steadied her breathing, and spoke rapidly without making a fuss. Outside the Northwest, the situation on the other three lines of defense has changed. Suspected source-level hazard pulses have just appeared almost simultaneously in the Northeast and Southwest. The situation in the South China Sea is even more troublesome. Large life forms have been detected gathering beneath the surface, and their size is still expanding. She paused for a moment, her voice becoming noticeably deeper. Commander Ku's assessment is that the Northwest is temporarily stable. But the other three sides probably won't give us much breathing room. The side hall fell silent. The lamplight flickered gently, casting a faint glow on the edges of the documents that hadn't yet been put away on the table. Just moments before, this place was a quiet, post-war renovated area. At this moment, the wind is already blowing from the direction of the next battle. Zhou Yun remained silent for 2 seconds. Anything else? Wenji nodded immediately. Have. Before I came back, Commander Ke specifically asked me to pass on a message. She raised her eyes, looked at Zhou Yun, and said word by word. I'm telling you to get things ready as soon as possible. The next one might be very soon. After he finished speaking, the side hall fell silent for a moment again. Zhou Yun didn't speak immediately, but simply raised his head and looked in the direction of the forging workshop. In the depths of the night, a fire still flickered. The hammering continued. Very good. At least the knife is still intact. Beyond that lay the territory, the square, and the people who had just breathed a sigh of relief after their victory. Further outwards lies Earth, the reclaimed area in the northwest where flags have been replanted, and 3 other cracks and calamities that are slowly rising. At that moment, everything seemed to be pressed down on the same line. Zhou Yun stood up and walked to the door. A night breeze blew in his face, gently lifting a few stray hairs from his forehead. He looked at the quiet night in the distance, his voice low but steady. Let everyone rest first. If you can sleep tonight, go to sleep first. Starting tomorrow, the territory will enter the next round of combat readiness. Wenji was taken aback at first, then nodded vigorously. Yes. As she turned and ran out, the hem of her clothes caught a gust of wind. Zhou Yun did not go back to the house immediately. He still stood at the door, watching the small fire in the night, watching it flicker in the wind, yet never going out. In that battle in the northwest, they had already taken the first step forward. And now, the second step, the third step, and even further ahead, are already waiting in the darkness. The wind blew from afar, passing through the courtyard wall, past the lamplight, and past the still lingering sound of forging. It was as if someone in the depths of the night was gently knocking on the door of the next war. It was still dark. The fire at the forge had already lit up a layer. That was not the flickering, tentative fire of last night, but a more stable, deeper, and more solid flame. Like a piece of iron heated to its extreme, it finally moves from its restless crimson glow to the point where it can truly take shape. Zhou Yun opened his eyes almost the instant the fire intensified. He didn't really sleep well last night. The territory had barely recovered from the aftershocks of its first victory in the northwest when disturbances appeared on 3 other defensive lines. At times like this, even with your eyes closed, it feels like there's always a tension in your mind. Even so, he immediately sensed a change in the atmosphere at the forge. The knife is almost finished. Thinking of this, Zhou Yun got up and pushed open the door. The sky was tinged with a very faint light, and the wind still carried the lingering chill of the night. But the cool breeze was quickly pushed back by the sweltering heat that swept over the forge as soon as it reached the vicinity. The little monsters responsible for early morning sweeping in the courtyard were still yawning, but when they saw Zhou Yun come out, they immediately perked up and made way for him. Before we even got close, the final 3 hammer blows came from inside. When? The first hammer blow felt like something was being driven into the bone. When? The second hammer blow was heavier, and the entire forge trembled slightly. When? When the third hammer fell, the flames surged and then instantly subsided. In an instant, all around fell silent. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. Zhou Yun walked to the door and pushed it open. The heat hits you in the face, but what truly triggers a reaction in you is not the heat itself, but the frontal radiation. An extremely subtle, clear, and steady sharpness quietly emanated from the forging platform. It didn't flaunt itself, nor did it exhibit the explosive power often seen in newly forged weapons. Instead, it was like a ferocious beast that had finally opened its eyes, holding all its power in its throat and revealing only a hint of its unmistakable teeth. Huasu stood in front of the forging table, his hands supporting him on the edge of the table. He looked like he had just been pulled out of the water, and sweat soaked through his beard. His back heaved violently, but his eyes shone with an alarming brightness, as if the madness he had been burning for days had finally materialized into something real at this moment. On the forging table, the knife had been completely formed. The blade is long and slender with a very slight curve. It does not appear exaggerated or heavy, but rather has a kind of restrained sharpness. The base color is a cold, dark silver gray, but there is a dark red pattern pressed on the inside of the spine, as if molten flow has been sealed into the steel. The dark red color was calm and undisturbed, only faintly glowing along the grain when the blade was turned to a certain angle, like a sleeping fire. Most importantly, the aura of the blade has been locked in. It will not scatter, nor will it leak. When you stand close to it, you can even feel the spiritual energy being subtly stirred around the blade, as if the air itself has been sliced thinner by it. Firebeard stared at it for several breaths before slowly straightening up and grinning. It's done! My voice is so hoarse it feels like it's been sanded. But the moment those two words were uttered, it still brought a sense of relief to my heart. Zhou Yun stepped forward, his gaze falling on the knife. Settled? Stand still! Huasu wiped the sweat off his face and raised his voice. The sword spirit is locked, the patterns are suppressed, and the fiery intent from the scorched core pill has been fully absorbed without any waste. What I lacked before wasn't the furnace fire, but that true fire that could nail the spirit to the sword. Now that this thing is the foundation, this sword has truly come alive! As he spoke, his whole body began to glow again, as if he were ready to pounce and go at it again. But this time it wasn't wild madness, it was the exhilaration of a satisfying and intense session. Zhou Yun raised his hand, his fingertips gently landing on the side of the blade. The moment I touched it, my palm felt a slight warmth. It's not hot. It was more like the knife responding. At the same time, a line of pale gold information quietly appeared before his eyes. Red Prison. Rank SSS. Type Longsword. Characteristics: Fire Pulse Resonance, Sharpness Amplification, Slash and Corrosion. Description: Forged using the Abyss Scorched Core Elixir as a catalyst and supplemented with various high-temperature specialized materials, the blade contains the fiery properties of hellfire, allowing it to cleave mountains and split flames when drawn. Zhou Yun's gaze sharpened slightly. SSS. Completely exceeded expectations. It is powerful enough to become a truly high-end strategic weapon. Once such a knife is handed over, it can not only explain the value of the charred core pills, but also truly transform the spoils of war from the first victory in the Northwest into real national-level combat power. Thinking of this, Zhou Yun withdrew his hand and nodded slightly. Good. Upon hearing those two words, Huasu was taken aback for a moment, and then his already fiercely smiling face became even more radiant. Ellie arrived just in time, and the first thing she did upon entering was look at the forging table. Her eyes lit up at first glance. It really worked? When Huasu raised his chin, his beard also curled upwards. Nonsense. I worked myself to the bone all night, just waiting for you to say that. Ellie didn't argue with him. She simply walked around the forging table, her gaze sweeping over the blade, its patterns, and its edge before finally letting out a soft breath. This knife is very steady. It's more stable than your previous finished products. Upon hearing this, Huasu became even more smug, but after his smugness subsided, he seemed to remember something and his gaze quickly returned to Zhou Yun's face. My lord. This knife, as we agreed last night, should we really hand it over to the big man? Zhou Yun did not hesitate. Pay. In short, it was decisive and efficient. The forging workshop fell silent for a moment. Firebeard touched the hilt of the knife, his eyes filled with reluctance, but that reluctance was ultimately suppressed into something brighter. Okay. Then pay. He grinned, his voice lower but deeper. The materials were brought out from the scorched abyss, and the blade was forged from the scorched core. It was never meant to be just a blade from our territory. It should go to the front lines. Zhou Yun glanced at him and smiled. You've thought it through quite clearly. Firebeard snorted. I just swung the hammer too much, not burned out my brain. After saying that, he looked at the knife again, his voice lowering. However, I need to finish sharpening it one last time. It's okay to hand it over, but we can't let it leave in a mess. Zhou Yun nodded. Okay. Is half a day enough? Enough. Huasu patted his chest, his face still warm from the afterglow of his recent great achievement. Give me half a day, and I guarantee it will look presentable when it goes out. It was already daylight when I came out of the forge. The news spread faster than the wind. In the time it takes to eat a meal, almost everyone in the territory knows that Firebeard has ruthlessly destroyed that knife. Warner already had a stack of things to organize, and upon hearing the news, she immediately pulled out the top 3 pages and rearranged them. In the side hall, a map was spread out on the table. Warner, Ellie, and Wuji are all there. Wenji stood in a slightly off-center position, clearly still in contact with the person in charge, as if she was ready to be recalled to Earth at any time. After Zhou Yun entered, he did not talk about the knife first, but looked at Warner first. Speak. Warner responded and pushed the top page in front of him. First, the fire must be turned into a knife, and the logic has been completely filled in. The fact that the scorched kernels were not directly handed over to the state is no longer a risk point, but rather a plus. This is because the results have proven that the territory has the ability to more efficiently transform top-tier spoils into mature combat power. Secondly, if this knife is handed over, it's not just about handing over a weapon. It also tells the outside world that the Great Han has not only cut off the source of the defense line for the first time, but has also begun to turn the root-level spoils into high-level weapons that can be put into the battlefield. She paused at this point. This will further amplify the impact of the Northwest's first victory. The second item. Warner turned to the next page as she spoke. The above is a simplified diagram and brief data of the 3 lines of defense. Northeast. High pressure, high risk atmospheric environment, suspected to have a continuous source suppression field. The advantage is that the target is clear, but the disadvantage is that it is difficult to enter and requires too much mental resistance and the ability to withstand the attack head-on. South China Sea. A large group of life forms has gathered beneath the sea surface, and its size is still increasing. The advantage is that if it can be cut off in advance, there is a chance to suppress an even larger tide. The disadvantage is that the battlefield is too uncertain and underwater information is severely lacking. Southwest. The source-level hazard pulses are frequent and intense, but the waveforms are more active, which means that its door is more clearly open than the other 2. In other words, it is easier to find a real incision to penetrate. After Warner finished speaking, the side hall fell silent. Ellie stood by the table, her gaze fixed on the map of the mountains in the southwest, and said softly, If we only look at our current lineup, the southwest is indeed more suitable. She reached out and pointed to 2 spots on the map. The Spiritwood Watcher, Rock Golem, and Armored Beast are all offensive units with good adaptability to mountainous terrain. The Ankylosaurus Guard is responsible for reconnaissance and high-altitude traversal, and can also play a role. Compared to the South China Sea naval battles or the purely hard-hitting environment of the Northeast, the Southwest is a better place to fully exploit our current advantages. Wenji nodded in agreement, her gaze calm. Moreover, the Southwest is not the farthest from the surface rear, so if a large-scale advance is to be carried out, the support and supply will be more stable than in the South China Sea. Zhou Yun listened but did not rush to make a decision. Instead, he turned his gaze to Wu Ji. She has been very quiet since last night. But it is precisely this quietness that makes it impossible to ignore. And you? Wu Ji raised her head. Those eyes, always carrying a hint of mist, swept lightly between the 3 marks on the map before finally settling on the southwest. She paused for 2 seconds before speaking softly. It's like there's something pressing down on the northeast. The South China Sea is too chaotic and scattered. It's like there are many living things moving around there. Only here. Her fingertips landed on the mountains in the southwest, her movements extremely light. I can sense something similar to what's below the scorched earth abyss. Chapter 335 Handing over the blade. As soon as the words were spoken, the expressions of the people in the room changed slightly. Warner was the first to grasp the key point. Similar? Wu Ji nodded, her brow furrowing slightly, as if trying to discern the vague sensation. Not exactly the same. But it looks somewhat similar. It's like being buried in a very deep place, with disaster outside and something else inside. Zhou Yun's eyes darkened slightly. Grayish-white stone-like structure. Era marker. And the vague resonance that Wuxi never fully explained in either of these two instances, yet it has always existed. These lines finally came together once again. This suggests that the southwest is not merely tactically suitable, but may also be on the same level as the scorched earth abyss at a deeper level. With that in mind, Zhou Yun no longer hesitated. Then let's go to the southwest. The moment those 4 words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room instantly calmed down. Wana immediately lowered her head, pulled out the page about the southwest region, and placed it on top. Clear. Ellie, as if she had expected it, turned around and began to think about the allocation of resources within the territory. Since it's the southwest, the priority should be to advance and adapt to the terrain. The supply of spiritual plants, continuous recovery, and mountain reconnaissance should all be prioritized. Wenji was more direct. She immediately perked up. Should I continue with the communication preparations? Do. Zhou Yun looked at her. But this time it's not just about making contacts. After you hand over the knife, you'll need to stay on Earth and keep an eye on things for a while longer. I need more detailed information about the Southwest. Wenji lowered her head slightly. Clear. At this moment, Wana seemed to remember something and looked up, saying, My lord, there is one more thing. What? Now that the Southwest has been decided, the handover of this knife should be done as soon as possible. The faster we hand it over, the sooner the central government can allocate resources, authority, and coordination to the Southwest. This will also benefit our next move. Zhou Yun nodded. I'll go this afternoon. Firebeard finished sharpening his blade in half a day, so he can take it away this afternoon. After saying this, Zhou Yun stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window, the morning light had fully spread out, shining on the square and also on the roof of the forge further away. The smoke there hadn't dissipated yet. A thin wisp rose straight up, like a fuse that had just burned out, and then stood up again. They've already delivered that blow to the northwest. Now, it's time to decide where to strike second. Thinking of this, Zhou Yun turned around, his voice steady yet clear. Warner, organize the existing data and resource plans for the southwest direction. Ellie, prioritize the medicines and supplies suitable for mountain advance. Wenji, come with me to Earth later. Mist weaving. He paused for a moment, his gaze falling on her. Get ready. Wuji looked up at him. Zhou Yun slowly said. This time, we might have to rely on your intuition to guide us again. Wuji paused for 2 seconds, then nodded slightly. Good. In the side hall, everyone responded. No one said anything more. Now that the direction has been set, there's no time for hesitation. Zhou Yun took one last look at the map on the table. The marker in the southwest, illuminated by the morning light, had its edges shimmering with a faint glow. Like a door that hasn't been truly opened yet. Meanwhile, from the direction of the forging workshop, a very faint chime suddenly came. It wasn't the sound of a hammer. It's more like the first breath after a blade has been completely sheathed, as it cuts through the air. Upon hearing that clear chime, Zhou Yun's lips curled up slightly. The knife is finished. Without further delay, he got up and headed to the forge. Wenji immediately followed. The closer you get to that side, the more noticeable the heat in the air becomes. The door was still half closed, and the furnace fire had been extinguished, but the smell of molten iron, coke, and hot ore mixed together was still very strong, as if the entire forge was still soaking in the embers. Just as Zhou Yun reached the door, Wasu's hoarse voice came from inside. My lord, you have arrived. His voice sounded tired, but he still had the energy to keep going. Zhou Yun pushed open the door and went in. The workshop was a mess, with scraps, ash, and broken pieces scattered everywhere, except for the forging table in the middle, which was kept clean. Firebeard sat beside the forging table, his hair and beard disheveled, but his eyes were bright. A long, narrow knife box sat beside him, indicating that he had been waiting for a while. He stood up as soon as he saw Zhou Yun. His movements weren't very steady, clearly because he had been working too hard, but he still stood ramrod straight. I have successfully completed my mission. As he spoke, he placed his palm on the knife case, and a hint of barely suppressed smugness finally showed in his eyes. It's done. Zhou Yun glanced at him. Sit down first. Huasu was taken aback. I'm fine. Please sit down. Zhou Yun's tone was not harsh, remaining calm. Huasu didn't argue anymore and obediently sat back down, but his back was still straight, as if he was afraid that if he sat down, the imposing aura of the sword would also be lost. Wenji, standing to the side, couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. This was the first time she had ever seen Huasu look like this. I was really tired, my eyes were red, but the light after I finished making it was truly bright. Firebeard pushed the scabbard forward. My lord, please take a look. Zhou Yun reached out and opened the knife case. The crimson prison lay quietly inside. The blade is long and narrow with clean lines. The red color is not superficial, rather, it seems to have been repeatedly quenched and pressed into the steel. Only a thin line of reddish-gold veins near the edge of the blade slightly turns when the morning light shines in, like molten fire flowing quietly inside. It's not a flashy knife. But it's obvious at a glance that this thing is definitely not dull. Zhou Yun's mind stirred slightly. A clear, jade-like chime rang out repeatedly deep within my consciousness. A sound. Two sounds. Third tone. Name, Crimson Prison. Category, Weapons. Rank SSS. Skill, Scorching Fire, adds 300% X strength attribute fire damage to normal attacks. Description, a longsword forged with starry mithril as its core, the remnants of the scorched core pill as its soul, and the essence of the melting vein as its catalyst. It can resonate with the fire vein, amplifying the sharpness of its strikes and inflicting a continuous burning effect upon hitting a target. Zhou Yun's eyes flickered slightly. This SSS rank sword is truly extraordinary. A 300% attack coefficient might not seem like it fits the SSS rank at first glance, but it can be applied to normal attacks. Unlike any skills he had ever seen with a cooldown, this skill had no cooldown at all. That's equivalent to quadrupling the power of a normal attack. If this were given to a lord or hero with a high attack frequency. He temporarily set aside his findings and looked back at Huasu. Thanks for your hard work. Firebeard subconsciously sat up straighter under his gaze, and even his beard twitched. It's what I should do. After saying that, he couldn't help but add another sentence. Only when the Jiaohadan added the last bit of fire could this knife truly take shape. If the Lord hadn't brought the item back, I wouldn't have been able to forge it. Zhou Yun smiled. You forged this knife, so the credit should rightfully go to you. Huasu opened his mouth, his ears felt a little hot, but in the end he only coughed once and didn't answer. Wenji watched from the side, her eyes already lighting up. My lord, is it really SSS? Zhou Yun nodded. Wenji gripped the briefing in her hand tightly, her voice becoming lighter. If the country knew, they would be overjoyed. Huasu, sitting next to him, heard this and his beard twitched slightly, as if he wanted to suppress it but couldn't. Zhou Yun closed the knife case again and took it from him. Where is Ellie? She just left not long ago. Huasu paused, then added. Before she left, she told you to remember to keep an eye on me while you were resting after you finished looking at the knife. Wenji couldn't help but lower her head and purse her lips. Zhou Yun looked at Huasu. Then go to sleep. Huasu subconsciously wanted to say, I'm fine, but when he met Zhou Yun's gaze, he swallowed the words back. He nodded obediently. Yes. Zhou Yun then withdrew his gaze, picked up the knife box, and walked out. Just as I reached the door, I suddenly heard a flapping sound behind me. A lightning sparrow, which had been perched on a beam, woke up at some point and flew down with a thud, landing on Zhou Yun's shoulder. It folded its wings slightly and then gently nuzzled his collar with its little head, a light and cheerful emotion emanating from the contract. It's like asking, going out? Zhou Yun glanced at it and smiled. Okay, let's go out. The lightning sparrow perked up immediately, its feathers gleaming, and it remained perched on his shoulder. Wenji, seeing this from behind, felt a little relieved. That's right. Whether it's the Firebeard or these demonic creatures that govern the area, the entire blacksmith's aura naturally gravitates towards Zhou Yun whenever he arrives. It's not out of fear, but out of trust and a sense of closeness. The two headed towards the teleportation point. The morning light illuminated the entire Cloud City, and the citizens he encountered on the road stopped to pay their respects. Zhou Yun nodded in response to each of them, without lingering any longer. Wenji mentally organized what she was going to say the whole way. The key monitoring points, contact nodes, and information filtering in the southwest became clearer and clearer, and she felt a little tense. When Zhou Yun reached the teleportation point, he paused for a moment. He turned around, glanced at the distant city wall, and then at the seal further away. It was quiet there. But things are no longer peaceful in the southwest. Thinking of what Wuji had just said, it's like being buried in a very deep place, with disaster energy outside and something else inside. Zhou Yun's eyes darkened slightly, but he quickly looked away. Let's go. A flash of light. The next moment, the two figures disappeared from the spot. Northwest Front, the temporary command post of the United Front Work Department. The house was much quieter than it had been a few days ago. The real uproar has subsided. The initial shocks, reports, confirmations, push-forwards, and zone delineation following the first victory in the Northwest have kept everyone on the edge of their seats for the past few days. Now that the most urgent moment has passed, what remains is not ease, but a more substantial and intense busyness. A map was spread out on the table. The newly marked boundaries of the reclaimed area are nailed to the wall. Several boxes of newly delivered files and samples were piled up in the corner, and the communications officer at the door kept going in and out, his shoes covered in dust from outside. Kushodom was looking down at the report. He read very quickly, turning the page, but his finger paused on one line. Southwest. It's the Southwest again. Just as he frowned, a voice announced his presence at the door. Lord Zhou Yun has arrived. Kushodong suddenly looked up. Let him in. As soon as the door opened, Zhou Yun walked in carrying a sword box, with Wenji following behind him. Kushodong saw the person first, and then his gaze fell on the knife box. For some reason, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. This is... Zhou Yun placed the knife case on the table. Forged by my hero Firebeard, just finished sharpening. Bring it over for handover. The few people who were busy with their own things inside the room all stopped what they were doing. Kushodom looked at the knife box and his breathing became a little lighter. This wasn't the first time he had received gifts from Zhou Yun. But the more he thought about it, the more he knew that what Zhou Yun had personally carried over at this critical juncture was definitely not an ordinary thing. Where is Director Mei? Zhou Yun asked. He went to the back to check the supplies for the newly transferred engineering team. I'll have someone call him. After Kushodong finished speaking, he immediately rushed to the door and said, Go and invite Director Mei, right away. Yes. The footsteps quickly faded into the distance. There was a 2-second silence in the room. Wenji consciously stepped aside, putting her briefing aside without interrupting. She knew very well that she wasn't the one who should be speaking at this moment. Soon, another series of footsteps sounded outside the door. Director Mei's voice arrived before she even entered. Old Ku, what are you rushing me for now? He pushed the door open and came in, but before he could finish his sentence, his gaze fell on the knife box on the table. When I looked up again, I saw Zhou Yun. The conversation stopped. It's done. Zhou Yun nodded. It's done. Director Mei quickened her pace considerably, walking directly to the table. Her gaze fell on the knife case, and the weariness in her eyes seemed to have been suppressed. Is it open yet? Not yet. Open. Zhou Yun raised his hand and opened the buckle on the knife case. Click. The box lid was opened. The eyes of everyone in the room were immediately drawn to it. The crimson prison lay quietly inside, its sharpness completely concealed. The crimson gold patterns resembled a line of molten fire lurking deep within the blade, so quiet that it hardly seemed like a blade that had just emerged from the furnace. But the more this is the case, the more gloomy one feels. Director May stared at it for 2 seconds, then a thought struck her. The exploration technique was deployed. A sound. 2 sounds. Third tone. The other lords in the room reacted almost simultaneously, their gazes fixed on the scene before their thoughts followed. The next moment, the expressions of the several people changed simultaneously. One of the young lords even subconsciously took half a step forward, as if he couldn't quite believe what he had just seen. SSS? His voice was strained. No one responded to him. Because everyone saw the same result. Name, Crimson Prison. Category, Weapons. Rank SSS. The following description is no longer important. At least for this moment, it doesn't matter anymore. Those 3 words alone were enough to silence the entire room. SSS to weapon. Moreover, it wasn't dug out of some ancient ruin, nor was it stumbled upon in some ancient secret realm. It was just forged. Forged. Chapter 336 Strange Events in the Southwest. The room remained quiet for a long time. It wasn't the kind of quiet that was deliberately suppressed. It was the kind of quiet where everyone's mind was racing, but their mouths couldn't keep up. Director May stared at the crimson prison in the knife case, his gaze slowly moving from the crimson gold pattern on the blade to the edge, and then back again. He looked at it for a long time. Then he took a breath, stopped looking at the knife, and turned to look at Zhou Yun. Who should we give this to? For words, without any small talk or preamble. He was the quartermaster chief, a veteran of most of his life, and the equipment he handled could fill a defensive line if piled up. When a weapon was presented to him, his first reaction was never, "Is it good or bad?" but rather, "Who is the best fighter to give it to?" Zhou Yun did not hesitate. "Give it to the state, and you can distribute it." Director May nodded without saying anything more. His mind was already racing, no cooldown on basic attacks, and an attack speed enhancing weapon was like having his damage output multiplied several times out of thin air. Are there any characters like this in the game? Great Lord of the Han Kingdom. Have. And there's more than one. So once this knife is hung up, a fight is likely to break out. Kushodong did not respond to this topic. He picked up the report on the table, turned to the page with the folded corner, and handed it to Zhou Yun. You just said your next target is the Southwest. Perfect, take a look at this. The report was stamped with a red urgency stamp and dated this morning. The pulse frequency of the disaster gas monitoring data on the southwestern defense line started to rise 3 days ago, and has doubled by yesterday. The telemetry value of the crack diameter is also increasing, albeit slowly, but the trend is very stable. It's like slowly opening a crack. After reading the report, Zhou Yun put it back. How long has it been? 3 days. Starting from the day after the scorched earth abyss closes. Kushodong paused. There are also fluctuations in the northeast and South China Sea, but the southwest is the most affected, with the highest frequency and largest amplitude. Zhou Yun didn't speak, his gaze lingering on the curve in the report for 2 seconds. The frequency doubled, the caliber expanded, starting the day after the scorched earth abyss was closed. Like a vent being plugged, the pressure shifted to another outlet. He looked away. I'm going back to my territory to prepare. Kushodong nodded. I'll coordinate things in the southwest. Before you leave, I'll compile the latest intelligence and send it to Wenji. Zhou Yun glanced at him and smiled. Thanks for your hard work. Kushodong waved his hand, refusing the polite offer. He knows who is truly suffering. Zhou Yun turned and left with Wenji. After the door closed, the room was quiet for a moment. Director May glanced down at Chiyu, then reached out and closed the knife case. Go through the procedures enlisted in the store. Kushodong looked at him. Are you sure you want to hang up now? What's the point of keeping it hidden? Director May's tone was straightforward. The sooner this stuff gets into the right hands, the sooner we have more fighting power. Things are already starting to show signs in the southwest. The faster we distribute it, the better. Kushodong thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. You handle the procedures, I'll keep an eye on the southwest. Director May picked up the knife case, turned around and walked to the back. He walked quickly, without even turning back to look at Kushodong. His footsteps were heavy, as if he was already planning how to handle the upcoming phone call. As it turned out, he underestimated the power of the knife. Less than 10 minutes after the information about Crimson Prison entered the Merit Shop's back end, the first phone call came in. Old May, isn't that SSS grade labeled wrong in the store? Director May was filling out a handover form and didn't even look up. It's not labeled incorrectly. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the phone. Are you serious? Can't you read the attributes yourself? There was another 3 seconds of silence. Then the call ended. Director May continued filling out the forms. The second call came in 2 minutes later. Director May, I saw an SSS rank weapon in the shop's back end. So what if I saw it? What's the big deal? Why is there no redemption window? It's still going through the process. When will it open? Drive once you're done walking. Then could you wait for further notice? Director May hung up the phone. Third call. Fourth call. Fifth call. His communicator was almost constantly ringing for the next half hour. Some were familiar faces, people who usually take ages to prepare before making a phone call, but this time they immediately asked if they could book in advance. Others didn't even bother with the process, just quoted a price. All the credits I have, I'll give you. Every caller spoke with a different tone, but they all essentially said the same thing. I want this knife. Director May dealt with each one by one, her expression shifting from calm to helplessness, and then from helplessness to a headache. He thought he was mentally prepared. But he didn't expect Zhou Yun to call personally. When the communicator rang, Director May glanced at the incoming call. Southwest. Zhou Yun. He paused for a moment. He knew Zhou Yun too well. Having guarded the Southwest for over 20 years, he is a first-rank pillar-level warrior, a synchronized S-rank Shadow Blade Mantis, with an extreme playstyle, maximizing attack speed and almost ignoring defense, always striking without holding back. On the battlefield, he's a sharp blade, but in ordinary times he hardly ever speaks a word to anyone. Forget making phone calls. At the last United Front Work Department meeting, he sat in the very corner and didn't utter a sound from beginning to end. The fact that someone personally called indicates one thing. He really wanted it. Director May accepted it. Old Zhou Yun. There was only one voice on the other end of the phone. Can this knife be replaced? There were no pleasantries, no preamble, and not even a confirmation of rank. He's already seen it all, he's already calculated it all he needs is an answer. Director May remained silent for a second. Still going through the process dash. All the achievements. Zhou Yun's voice wasn't loud, but there was no hesitation in it. Director May opened her mouth. Old Zhou Yun, listen to me first. I know others are also vying for it. Zhou Yun interrupted him. But look at the stats. No cooldown, plus bonus to basic attacks. And look at my playstyle. Tell me, in the entire Han Kingdom, who is more suited to this sword than me? Director May remained silent. Because what he said was true. After Zhou Yun synchronizes with Shadow Blade Mantis, he can unleash 7 or 8 attacks per second. If each attack is accompanied by scorching fire, that's not just an improvement, it's a qualitative change. This knife is a good weapon for anyone else, but for Zhou Yun, it elevates him from a first-rank official to another level. The problem is, he's not the only one who wants it. Old Zhou Yun, I understand what you mean, but this isn't something I can film alone. Then who can take the picture? Wait for further instructions. Zhou Yun remained silent for 2 seconds. Okay. Then it hung up. Director May put down the communicator and rubbed her temples. He glanced back at the knife case on the table. Crimson Prison lay quietly inside, the crimson gold pattern on its blade like a sliver of dark fire, saying nothing and refusing to fight for anything. But this quiet knife has already turned the entire Lord's Circle into a mess. He was thinking about how to come up with the allocation plan when Kushodong pushed open the door and walked in. Still not quiet? What do you think? Director May gave a wry smile. Zhou Yun called personally just now. Kushodong paused in his steps. Zhou Yun? He spoke up. All the merits, not a single one, will be left behind. Kushodong took a breath and sat down opposite him. He is indeed the most suitable. I know. So what's the problem? The problem is that others don't think that way. Director May counted the call logs. 17 calls in half an hour. 3 were from first-rank officials, 6 from second-rank officials, and the rest from third-rank officials. Each one thinks they deserve it. How am I supposed to distribute it? Kushodong didn't speak, but tapped his fingers lightly twice on the table. After a moment, he spoke. Don't rush things. The situation in the southwest isn't settled yet. Who gets this sword depends on who goes to the battlefield next. Once they're on the battlefield, their merits, needs, and suitability will be clear, and no one will have anything to say. Director May thought for a moment and nodded. That's the only way. Let's hold it off for now and wait. Before he could finish speaking, the communicator on the table rang again. Director May glanced at the incoming call and froze. It's not the title of a High Lord. It is an urgent route for the Southwest Frontline Duty Command. He answered the call. The voice on the other end of the phone was urgent, yet the wording was restrained, a trained military reporting tone. But even so, the sense of urgency was palpable. The calamity-induced fluctuations are escalating dramatically, and the cracks are widening rapidly, 3 times faster than previously predicted. Frontline observation stations confirm that a massive horde of calamity beasts is forming. Requesting reinforcements. Director May tightened her grip on the communicator. He looked up at Kushodong. Kushodong had already stood up. The two exchanged a glance. At this moment, it no longer matters who gets the Crimson Prison. Southwest Defense Line, Western Sichuan Plateau. Zhou Yun stood on the top platform of the frontline command post. The wind was strong, making his military overcoat flutter loudly. He wasn't wearing armor. He rarely wore armor. For someone who fights like him, armor is an unnecessary weight. Either you finish them off with one strike, or you fall first. One more layer of armor or one less layer makes little difference. He was looking at the crack in the distance. The crack was embedded in the valley between the two mountains, like a gash torn open from the earth's crust by something. Black, ominous energy seeped out from the cracks, thick as a column of smoke, climbing up and down the valley walls, turning the vegetation on the valley walls grayish-white. He guarded this crack for 23 years. Over the past 23 years, the monstrous beasts have emerged from it countless times. He'd seen them all, big and small, in groups and scattered. Every time, he'd stand in this spot, watch them come out, and then lead his men to cut them back. But this time is different. The crack is widening. It wasn't his imagination. He had seen the data from the monitoring station. Starting 3 days ago, the daily increase in the reported percentage has been steadily increasing by 5 to 8%. The concentration of the apocalyptic gas doubled. The pulse frequency increased from 3 times per hour to 9 times per hour. Moreover, the type of calamity beasts that emerged has changed. In the past, most of the creatures that came out of the southwest rift were rock armor and poison mist creatures. He was so familiar with them that he knew how to fight them even with his eyes closed. But starting yesterday afternoon, something else began to emerge from the crack. White. Bone. They resemble beast-like creatures pieced together from broken bones, varying in size from the smallest like a dog to the largest being 2 stories tall. There was no flesh, no blood. The bones at the joints were held together by a dark gray, ominous aura, making a clicking, grinding sound when it moved. He tried it himself. After synchronizing with Shadow Blade Mantis, it slashed 7 or 8 times in a second, cutting a B-rank bone beast into pieces. It was effortless. The bone structure was no different from paper in the face of his scalpel's speed. However, the fragments did not dissipate after falling to the ground. Bone fragments and bits of flesh were scattered all over the ground. After about 10 minutes, the fragments began to wriggle. First, the smaller pieces gathered together, piecing together a small bone beast. Then the smaller ones approach each other and merge into a larger one. He chopped down a B-rank monster, and 10 minutes later, 2 C-rank monsters and 1 B-rank monster stood up from the ground. Net loss. Zhou Yun stood there for a long time, then sheathed his sword without saying a word. He had been fighting monsters for 23 years, and this was the first time he had encountered a type that, the more he fought, the more there were. This morning, he sent an urgent report to the United Front Work Department. The wording was very restrained. The aura of disaster is rising sharply, the cracks are widening, and a massive horde of monsters is forming. Requesting reinforcements. After sending it, he stood there, waiting for a reply. The wind swept through the valley, dispersing some of the ominous energy emanating from the cracks. In the distance, white things could be vaguely seen moving in the valley floor, like a slowly spreading frost. The communicator rang. Zhou Yun glanced down. United Front Work Department, Kushodome. He answered the call. Old Zhou, the reinforcements are settled. Who's coming? Kushodome paused for a moment. Zhou Yun. He volunteered to attack the southwest. Elite troops are already on their way and are expected to arrive within 3 hours. Zhou Yun remained silent for 2 seconds. Just him? We also transferred some support forces to Lao's side, but the main force is Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun remained silent. He had seen the live stream of the scorched earth abyss, at least the part on the surface. He remembered the scene of the monster army's crushing advance very clearly. But the surface and the inside of the crack are 2 different things. The calamity beasts in the northwest are fire and rock type. Once destroyed, they're gone. But the ones in the southwest can regenerate. He suppressed the idea. I'll wait for him at the front lines. Okay. Old Zhou, there's one more thing. We'll discuss the Crimson Prison matter after the battle. Zhou Yun hung up the phone. He put the communicator back in his pocket, and turned his gaze back to the crack in the distance. The wind picked up a bit more. The ominous aura emanating from the cracks was even stronger than it had been an hour earlier. 3 hours later. Standing outside the frontline command post, Zhou Yun saw the battlefield in the southwest for the first time. It is completely different from the scorched earth abyss. The scorched earth abyss is hot, high temperature, magma, sulfur, a burning sensation. The whole space is pushing people outwards. It's cold in the southwest. Not in terms of temperature, but in terms of visual coldness. The ground of the entire valley changed color. What should have been dark brown soil and gravel is now covered with a thick layer of white debris. From a distance, it looked like frost, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a mixture of broken bones and bits of flesh, spread at least 2 fingers thick, making a soft crunching sound when stepped on. There was a faint, putrid odor in the air, not pungent, but it lingered in the nasal cavity and wouldn't dissipate. The distant cracks continued to spew forth monstrous beasts. Skeleton beasts made of white bones crawled out of the black crevices in groups of 3 or 5, their movements slow but continuous, like an inexhaustible white stream. Chapter 337 The Hell of White Bones? Zhou Yun's gaze swept from the bottom of the valley to the mountain walls on both sides, and then from the mountain walls to the ridgeline shrouded in disaster in the distance. His spiritual perception spread out, covering the entire valley. The aura of monstrous beasts was densely packed. They're everywhere, on the ground, in the crevices of the mountainside, beneath layers of bone fragments. Some are moving, some are coalescing, and some, just beginning to form, are starting to spread out of the cracks. What bothered him most were the fragments on the ground that hadn't yet come together. They were not inanimate objects. Even when shattered, The residual aura of calamity within the bone fragments continued to flow slowly, as if something was still alive inside. These things can be reborn even if they are broken. The sound came from the side. Zhou Yun turned his head. Qin Yu stood 3 steps to his side. I don't know, when he came over his footsteps were very light, and his presence was very subtle. If he didn't speak, I would hardly notice him. The two met for the first time. Qin Yu was thinner than Zhou Yun had imagined. His military overcoat was a bit loose on him, his cheeks were sunken, his cheekbones were high, and his eye sockets were deeper than normal, as if something had slowly eaten away at them. The traces of the erosion by the disaster were very obvious. He looks like he's in his 50s, but his file says he's 43. He didn't exchange pleasantries or introduce himself. After it breaks, it falls to the ground and will be pieced back together in about 10 minutes. Smaller ones can be combined into larger ones. Yesterday I cut down a B rank, and 10 minutes later 2 C ranks and a new B rank stood up from the ground. He speaks in a dry, report reading style, but every word he says has been personally verified. After listening, Zhou Yun's gaze returned to the valley covered with bones. The source is inside the crack? It should be. The stuff outside is just overflowing. The real lair is deep inside. Have you ever been inside? No. Qin Yu paused. My fighting style isn't suited for going in. If I go in, I won't be able to get out. That's a very straightforward statement. He's a glass cannon, with maximum attack speed and almost no defense. Outside, he could choose the timing, the angle, and retreat after the fight. But inside the rift, in the narrow space surrounded by regenerating monsters, he had no room to retreat. Zhou Yun glanced at him, nodded, and didn't say anything more. He understands this judgment. Knowing what you can and cannot do is itself an experience gained over 23 years. You continue to keep an eye on the surface issues, Zhou Yun said. I'll handle the ones inside the cracks. Qin Yu looked at him for 2 seconds and nodded. It was so brief it barely counted as an exchange. But they said everything they needed to say. When the live stream signal was connected, the entire screen was initially white. It took the audience several seconds to react. That's not overexposure, it's the color of the ground. As the camera zooms out, the entire valley slowly unfolds, bone fragments cover the ground, and in the distance, a crack resembles a black vertical pupil, from which monstrous beasts are continuously pouring out. The comments section was silent for a moment. Then it exploded. What's this? Are all those bones on the ground? This is completely different from the Northwest. The hell of bones? Immediately afterwards, Zhou Yun's monster army appeared on the screen. The massive figure of the rock golem is the first to enter the frame, followed by the flame giant, the mist warrior, and the water spirit naga, a familiar lineup, just like in the scorched earth abyss. Some of the viewers immediately became excited. They're here! They're here! Last time, the Northwest directly attacked the source. This time it should be a sure thing, right? With the demon army deployed, all the monstrous beasts will have to kneel. But another voice emerged almost simultaneously. Don't be so optimistic. I heard that the last gatekeeper was almost impossible to kill. The calamity beasts of the Northwest are not the same type as these. How can they be compared? Don't you guys even think about what happened during the 6-hour live stream last time, and who saw it? The two voices clashed louder and louder, and the scrolling speed of the comments increased visibly. Someone unearthed screenshots of the Scorched Earth Abyss live stream. The last frame before the signal was cut off showed a dark entrance to a crack and a blurry red light. The comment below reads, "They won, but nobody saw what happened. The official statement didn't say a word about what happened during those 6 hours. Can they win this time? What discouraging talk is this? With Lord Zhou Yun's strength, what can't he kill? That doesn't mean he's invincible. Lord Zhou Yun is only human. Yes, there are too many unknowns about the disaster beasts." The debate is getting increasingly heated. Optimists are posting stability. Pessimists are posting don't be reckless. And in between, some are seriously analyzing the differences between the types of disaster beasts. The emotions in the entire live stream room were like a pot of water that was heating up. It hadn't boiled yet, but it had already started bubbling. The live broadcast host's voice interrupted at this moment. Ladies and gentlemen. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very steady. The barrage of comments was slightly slower than usual. The last Northwest War was the first time in 300 years that humanity interrupted the horde of calamity beasts at its source. This is beyond doubt, and something we should all be proud of. He paused for a moment. But precisely because it's the first time, we can't treat it as the norm. The types, environments, and scale of the calamities in the Southwest are completely different from those in the Northwest. Current intelligence from the front lines indicates that these calamities are capable of regenerating themselves after being destroyed. Specific countermeasures are being formulated at the front lines. Please stay focused and remain rational. The statement was short and contained no inflammatory content. Yet, it was precisely this restrained tone that heightened the atmosphere in the live stream. The debate in the comments section didn't stop, but the voices were lower. More people began to watch the screen in silence, saying nothing. On the screen, Zhou Yun's monster army had already formed ranks and was advancing towards the valley. In the distance, the skeletal monsters continued to emerge from the cracks, and the scattered bones on the ground trembled slightly in the wind, as if the entire earth was breathing. In the corner of the camera, Qin Yu stands on the top platform of the frontline command post, without saying a word. He did not leave the field. He simply looked at the valley he had guarded for 23 years, his fingers tightening slightly on the hilt of his sword. The wind made his military overcoat rustle loudly. But his eyes remained still. The battle began the moment the rock golem stepped into the valley. The first row of skeleton beasts pounced forward, their bone claws scraping against the puppet's stone surface with a piercing screeching sound. The puppet didn't even pause. With a sweeping palm strike, 3 C-rank skeleton beasts shattered simultaneously, bone fragments flying out like broken porcelain. Immediately afterward, the flame giant stepped forward, raising both arms high. Boom dash! Meteor showers rained down from the sky, crimson fireballs crashing into the horde of skeleton beasts, and exploding in patches. The bones cracked and charred in the high temperature, and the area 50 meters in front of the valley floor was cleared in a few seconds, leaving only black ashes smoking all over the ground. The formation of wind-riding divine eagles swept past from both sides, and the wind tornado swept up the stragglers climbing the mountain wall, pulling them in with their bones and flesh and turning them into dust. Mist warriors weaved through the ranks, led by La Fome, their swords flashing amidst the bone-strewn forest. Their physical immunity made them completely untouchable by the skeleton beast's bone claws. The Mist Warriors were like a group of shadows moving through a rain of broken bones, each sword strike precisely hitting the skeleton beast's points of calamity. The pace of progress is very fast. In the live stream, the monster army resembled a giant harvester, steadily rolling towards the crack from the valley entrance. Wherever they went, skeletal beasts fell in droves, their broken bones carpeting the ground. The live chat exploded with excitement. Cool! This pace of progress is even faster than in the Northwest. The flame giant is too powerful. One round of fire rain wiped out an entire area. The mist warrior is simply unbeatable. His bones can't penetrate the mist. Ha ha ha! Zhou Yun stood in the center of the legion, slightly behind, with the myriad spirits' battle formation spread out, and his spiritual perception covering the entire battlefield. He didn't rush to take action himself. The front line's advance efficiency was already high enough. There was no need to waste SSS-rank spiritual power to fight these C-rank and B-rank grunts. His attention remained focused on the direction of the crack. In my perception, the black rift resembled a half-open eye, from which a continuous stream of calamity poured forth. He could sense something denser and heavier moving slowly deep within the crack, but it was too far away to see what it was. Let's hit the edge of the crack first, he thought to himself. The advance lasted approximately 15 minutes. The monster army has cleared nearly 300 meters of territory, and the density of skeleton beasts ahead is decreasing. Because it was pushed in too quickly, there was no time to fill the cracks. Everything seems to be going well. But Zhou Yun sensed it. Behind him, within the perception network of the myriad spirits battle array, 300 meters away from where they initially entered the valley, the aura of a new calamity beast appeared. It didn't come from the direction of the crack. It grows from the ground. He glanced back. In the distance, in the cleared area, fragments of white bones were wriggling all over the ground. First, a few scattered bone fragments trembled in the mud, then turned over and slowly slid towards the nearby debris. When the two pieces came together, the threads of calamity energy extended from the broken ends, gluing them together like tendons. More and more pieces are added, starting with palm-sized fragments, piecing together the torso, limbs, and head. A new skeleton beast stood up unsteadily. Then, it's just a small piece. A huge area. 300 meters deep, the shattered bone fragments simultaneously began to reassemble. Dozens, even hundreds of them, varying in size, ranging from C rank to B rank. After standing up, they didn't chase after the monster army, but instead began to approach each other. The small one merged into the large one. The two C ranks collided, their bones intertwined and interlocked, and their calamity surged. When they stood up, they were already B ranks. Zhou Yun frowned as he watched this scene. Just as Qin Yu said, breaking doesn't mean it's dead. As long as the fragments remain on the ground, they will regenerate after a period of time. Moreover, after being reborn, one can fuse and advance to a higher level. Every time they break one, it's like scattering another batch of raw materials on the ground. Adjust formation. Zhou Yun's orders were simultaneously transmitted to every demon through the myriad spirits battle formation. 3 rock golems split off to defend the rear, blocking the reborn skeleton beast's advance. The flame giant split into 5, turning and unleashing a rain of fire towards the respawn area behind it, burning the skeleton beasts that had just stood up back to dust. The advance ahead immediately slowed down, because nearly 30% of the frontline firepower was diverted. But the rebirth behind them did not stop there. The charred skeleton beast fell to the ground again, with more and more fragmented pieces, but the ominous aura still flowed within it. 5 minutes later, they started wriggling again. At this moment, Zhou Yun realized the problem. This isn't about how many people to kill. What they themselves broke became supplies for the enemy. The more intense the battle, the more fragments are generated. The more fragments, the faster the rebirth. The faster the rebirth, the more frequently higher-level individuals are fused together. This seems to be a vicious cycle. Meanwhile, things weren't idle on the other side of the crack either. New skeletons are still spawning, at a faster rate than 15 minutes ago. It seemed to sense the attack and was accelerating its reaction. It's vomiting in the front, and growing in the back. The monster army was caught in the middle. Zhou Yun no longer hesitated. He drew his flowing cloud sword and stepped forward. The aura of the SSSS rank was like an invisible wall pushing outwards, causing the skeletons within a 30-meter radius to creak and groan. Then, one sword. Buzz dash. Gale slash. A wind attribute sword aura of SSSS rank burst forth from the sword's edge, spreading out in a fan shape and covering a width of nearly 80 meters in front of it. All skeletons within this range, whether it's a C rank or a B rank, they were all shredded into dust with a single sword strike. The white ashes tumbled once in the aftershocks of the sword energy, then were slammed into the mud by the wind pressure. In the live stream, the entire valley floor looked as if it had been sliced clean by an invisible giant blade. The live chat exploded again. Clear the field with a single sword strike. Did you see that? This is the power of Grand Lord Zhou Yun. What did I say earlier? Whether we can still win or not. See? Hilarious! They even said Lord Zhou Yun is human? He's not human at all. Say that again, you bastard! Zhou Yun did not stop. The second sword strike followed immediately, aimed at the right flank. A group of A-rank skeletons climbing the mountain wall were blown away by the sword energy, their skeletons shattering in midair like a white blizzard. The third sword strike. The fourth sword strike. He stood alone at the front, using Gale's slash on cooldown, one strike after another, forcefully pushing back the skeletal beast horde from the direction of the rift. Their advance speed suddenly increased, even faster than when the entire legion had advanced before. But he was calculating in his mind. Each swift sword strike is an output of spiritual power at the SSSS level. The rank of the flowing cloud sword is synchronized with its attributes. The SSSS rank Gale's slash is extremely powerful and has a very wide coverage. However, the consumption of spiritual energy is also enormous. Normally, a fight only takes 3 sword strikes at most, so there's no issue of attrition. But the enemies here will not end. In less than 3 minutes, the area in front of him that had been cleared away began to move again in the ashes. Even powdery fragments can reassemble, only much slower than large pieces, but they don't stop. The cracks are still spewing. And they're still growing behind. His individual output did indeed overwhelm the entire battlefield of monsters, but the problem was that he was engaging in a war of attrition against an opponent with no upper limit. He has a limit. The spiritual energy reserve started at full value and dropped to 80% within 15 minutes. He adjusted his frequency, no longer using Gale's slash with every sword strike, and began to intersperse SSSS rank normal slashes. It is extremely fast and has extremely strong cutting power, capable of taking down skeletons of rank B or below with a single strike. It saves spiritual energy, but the efficiency of clearing the field also drops significantly. Chapter 338 I can do it all by myself. 30 minutes. My spiritual power is down to 70%. They advance to a position approximately 150 meters in front of the crack. 45 minutes. My spiritual power is down to 60%. The reborn skeleton beasts in the rear have begun to produce A-rank individuals. This is the result of fragments being fused together in too many rounds, naturally forming a pile. The rock golem blocked 2 of them, but the third one circled around from the flank and was shattered by Lazy's void lightning flash. However, Lazy's spiritual power is not limitless. An hour later, his spiritual energy was reduced to just over 50%. Zhou Yun's swift slash frequency has decreased from 4 swords per minute to 2 swords per minute. In the live stream, most viewers couldn't see the problem of spiritual energy consumption. All they saw was Zhou Yun still chopping and pushing, and the skeleton beasts falling one by one. But some people started to notice. Why does it feel like his sword strikes are slower? Look closely, the area covered by that sword strike was smaller than before. No way, are you tired? There weren't many comments like that in the live chat yet. They were quickly drowned out by replies like, "Stay calm, it's okay," and "Just warmed up." Jin Yu, however, saw it very clearly. He remained standing on the top platform of the frontline command post, without moving an inch. His gaze followed Zhou Yun's position on the battlefield, his fingers resting on the hilt of his sword. He counted the frequency of Zhou Yun's sword strikes. From 4 strikes per minute at the beginning, to 3 strikes, to 2 strikes. The coverage area is also narrowing. The original Gale slash could clear a width of 80 meters, but now it looks less than 60. He didn't tell anyone. But his fingers tightened their grip on the hilt of the sword. 1.5 hours. My spiritual power is down to 40%. Zhou Yun's breathing rhythm changed. He wasn't panting, but the intervals between each breath were a little longer than before. He was controlling the flow of spiritual energy, using every bit of it on the blade, without wasting a single ounce. But the battlefield won't give him a chance to breathe just because he's using it sparingly. Seemingly sensing the continued threat, the crack widened again. The density of the surging skeletons has nearly doubled compared to an hour ago, and they are no longer just C-rank and B-rank grunts. Groups of A-rank skeletal behemoths began to appear. They were over 4 meters tall, with skeletons as thick as city pillars. A fist-sized dark gray core of calamity energy was embedded in their chests. After being shattered by a sword, they regenerated 3 times faster than smaller skeletal beasts. What's more troublesome is the rear. There is already too much debris accumulated on the ground. After an hour and a half of intense fighting, Zhou Yun and the monster army destroyed at least 1,000 skeleton beasts, with broken bones and flesh covering the entire valley floor. These fragments are constantly recombining, merging, and upgrading, and the number of newborn skeleton beasts behind them is almost catching up with the number emerging from the rifts in front. A pincer attack from both sides. The rock golem's surface is cracking more and more. It wasn't entirely caused by being attacked. The concentration of the aura was too high, and the stone itself was being eroded. The puppet's right arm was broken off, and it was still using its remaining left arm to block, but it clearly wouldn't last much longer. Lazy squatted on a high ground, arcs of electricity dancing in his mane, but at a much lower frequency than before. Its spiritual power is also running low. Each void lightning flash consumes a significant amount of energy, and after fighting at high intensity for over an hour, my spiritual energy is almost depleted. The crown of the Spiritwood Watcher has turned from emerald green to withered yellow. They had been filtering the calamity from the air, but the concentration of calamity here far exceeded that of the scorched earth abyss. 3 of the 12 Watchers had stopped filtering, their branches drooping as if they had been drained of moisture. Zhou Yun unleashed another swift sword strike. The sword energy swept across, clearing out the skeletal beast horde within a 60-meter radius. But after that sword strike, his arm showed a very slight pause for a moment. My spiritual power is down to 30%. He knew very well what this number meant. The SSSS rank Gale / can unleash about 10 more sword strikes. After 10 sword strikes, he could only rely on basic attacks to survive. The basic attack's cutting power still far exceeds that of the S rank, but its coverage and efficiency are not even in the same league. 10 swords. Facing an opponent with no end in sight. In the live stream, Zhou Yun's sword strike frequency had dropped to once every 2 minutes. The coverage area had also shrunk from the initial 80 meters to just over 50 meters. Most of the audience finally realized it. His sword strikes have really slowed down. The coverage area is shrinking, can you see that? No way, I don't have enough spiritual energy? How could that be? He's a great lord. Even a great lord's spiritual power isn't limitless, is it? This fight has been going on for almost 2 hours. Those monstrous beasts have risen again. Weren't we just cleared out? Holy crap! Is this never going to end? The emotions in the comments section were rapidly shifting. People who were saying, "It's safe," just 10 minutes ago are now starting to panic. Where are the reinforcements? Where are they? Didn't they say they were sending a High Lord over? Has he arrived yet? The live broadcast host's voice rang out again, noticeably more tense than before. According to the Frontline Command, the United Front Work Department has issued an emergency nationwide reinforcement order. Several high-ranking lords and their troops are rapidly moving southwest, and the advance force is expected to arrive within half an hour at the earliest. Please remain calm, everyone. But no one can stay calm. The screen was filled with comments like, "Hurry up," and "It's too late," interspersed with a few scattered, "Keep going," and "Hang in there," like a few leaves being swept away by a flood. The United Front Work Department's temporary command center. Kushodong stood in front of the communications station, his face ashen. There were 3 screens in front of him. One is the live broadcast footage, another is the frontline monitoring data, and the third is the real-time location of the reinforcement troops. The fastest reinforcements came from the north. He rode his black-scaled horse directly from the northwest front, and at full speed, it was estimated to take him more than 20 minutes. Zhou Yun was transferred from the east, which is even farther than going north. Needless to say, the other great lords were also included. The most recent ones have all lasted over 40 minutes. More than 20 minutes. He glanced at the live stream. Zhou Yun was still fighting and pushing, but anyone with military experience could see that his pace was slowing down. Kushodong picked up the walkie-talkie. "Zhou Yun, please respond. Reinforcements are on their way, and Elder Xian should arrive in 20 minutes at the earliest. How are you feeling?" The walkie-talkie crackled with the sounds of battle, bones breaking, wind, and intermittent electrical noise. The concentration of hazardous gas was too high, severely interfering with the signal. Zhou Yun? There was no response. Zhou Yun! Respond if you hear me! The signal dropped for a second, then came back on. The noise level is even higher now. Kushodong's fingers, gripping the walkie-talkie, turned white. Director May, the signal at the front is unstable. Are you able to contact Qin Yu? Director May is already dialing. Qin Yu, what's Zhou Yun's current situation? Qin Yu's voice came through the communicator. It was steady, but brief. They're still fighting. But their spiritual energy is decreasing. Can you tell how much longer he can hold on? Qin Yu remained silent for a second. It's hard to say. I can't see his reserves. But the frequency of his sword strikes keeps decreasing. Director May and Kushodong exchanged a glance. Kushodong took a deep breath and shouted into the walkie-talkie again. Zhou Yun! Elder Xiang will be here in 20 minutes. Stay calm. Don't push yourself. There was only intermittent static coming from the walkie-talkie. Occasionally, a sharp sound of sword energy slicing through the air can be heard. He's still playing. But there was no reply. It's not that I don't want to, but that I simply don't have the energy. The cracks were expanding too quickly. He hadn't anticipated it at all. Moreover, the further forward you go, the faster the cracks expand, and the more calamity beasts emerge. But he couldn't back down. If he retreats, the entire defensive line will be breached in a short time. After that, it's unthinkable. Therefore, we can only resist. My spiritual power is less than 20% remaining. The monsters around him were desperately trying to shield him. Rock golems blocked his way with their mangled bodies on either side, while fire giants continuously breathed fire from behind to suppress the respawn area. Mist warriors roamed the perimeter, cutting down skeletons that tried to approach one by one. Lazy squatted on a rock 10 meters behind him. The electric arcs all over his body were already very weak, but he was still using his last bit of spiritual power to help him clear out the stragglers. The entire legion revolved around him. It's not that he's protecting them, it's that they're protecting him. Zhou Yun unleashed another swift sword strike. The range of this sword strike is only 30 meters. He could feel the emptiness of the spiritual energy pool reaching its bottom. Like a well, the water level has dropped to the point where you can see the silt at the bottom. There's still some, but not much left. At that very moment, a sudden tremor ran through his mind. This is not the notification sound for the exploration spell. It's deeper than the beep code. Heavier. Older. It was as if something had awakened at the deepest level of his mind. Zhou Yun froze. He held the flowing cloud sword in his hand, still in the slashing posture, his feet planted firmly on the spot, and his eyes suddenly widened. In that instant, his consciousness was pulled by something. It pulled it toward a direction that was extremely far, extremely deep, and extremely familiar. Territory. Yunqing. Warner was sitting in the side hall organizing the information for the southwest direction. 3 maps, 2 stacks of intelligence summaries, and a stack of resource allocation lists were laid out on the table. She flipped through the data with her left hand while her right hand scribbled rapidly on a blank sheet of paper. This is when she is most focused, and it is difficult for anything around her to interrupt her. Suddenly she stopped. The pen tip hovered above the paper, the ink condensing into a single drop that hesitated to fall. She sensed it. As the Deputy Lord, she could directly experience a large part of Zhou Yun's control over the territory. It's a hard feeling to describe. It's like standing in the middle of a huge room, where you know how big the room is, where the walls are, and where the doors are. Normally, the boundaries of this room are fixed, and she's gotten used to it. But now, the borders are shifting. Pushing it outwards. Push it outwards very quickly. She suddenly stood up. The chair slid backward and crashed into the wall. She didn't care anymore. That perception is expanding rapidly. Like a flood breaking through a dam, it instantly swept over all the boundaries she knew. Areas she couldn't perceive before, The wilderness beyond the city walls, the distant mountains, the unexplored forests and deep lakes, all flooded into her senses in an instant. And it's exceptionally clear. She could sense that there were living things moving in those areas. Many. Absolutely many. Wanna stood there, stunned, and the pen in her hand fell to the ground. What exactly is going on? She muttered something to herself, her voice trembling. She had no idea what was happening. She had never experienced anything like it before. But she could sense that the force was coming from the direction of the seal. On the battlefield. Zhou Yun's pupils lit up. Golden light emanated from the depths of his eyes. It wasn't an outflow of spiritual energy, but rather something far more ancient than spiritual energy being ignited within his consciousness. He saw it. The entire planet. It's not a vague outline, nor a general sense of direction. I truly saw it. From Cloud City outwards, the patterns on the sealed stone pillars all lit up, and the light spread outwards layer by layer like ripples. He pushed his way across the city walls, across all the regions he had ever explored, across the mountains and plains he knew existed but had never set foot on, all the way to the other side of the planet. Wherever the light reached, everything below the S rank became transparent in his perception. He saw a pack of giant, silver-gray wolves running across the snow on the northern ice plains. He saw hundreds of emerald-green monkeys hanging from ancient vines in a valley deep in the eastern forest. He saw hordes of crustacean monsters lurking in the geothermal tunnels beneath the rock strata near the southern crater. He saw a flying monster with a wingspan of more than 10 meters hovering in the air currents amidst the wind-eroded landforms of the western plateau, a creature he had never seen before. Thousands upon thousands. All of Order S and below. Everyone felt his presence at that moment. Immediately afterwards, countless land contracts surged in like a tidal wave. The presence of each monster was like a faint starlight. When they gathered together, his consciousness became a vast sea of stars. Zhou Yun's body trembled slightly. It's not because I can't handle it, it's because there's too much of it. After an unknown amount of time, everything finally stabilized. Like a glass of water finally filled, the surface rippled twice, then returned to calm. He heard them. Emotions conveyed through the contract. There are those who are confused, ignorant, and curious. But they share a common underlying characteristic. Obedience. Zhou Yun came to his senses. The golden light slowly receded from his pupils. The battlefield re-emerged into his field of vision. Bones littered the ground, monstrous beasts continued to pour out of the cracks, and the demon army was still struggling to hold on. Kushodong's voice was still calling out intermittently over the walkie-talkie. Zhou Yun heard a reply dash. Reinforcements are arriving soon dash. Can you still? Zhou Yun reached out and picked up the walkie-talkie. His breathing has become steady. Minister Ke. There was an instant silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie. No. His voice was soft and flat, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. I can do it all by myself. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Then Kushodong's voice came through, clearly suppressing some emotion. What did you say? Zhou Yun offered no further explanation. He raised his left hand. The light flickered. First, more than a dozen beams of summoning light simultaneously lit up from the ground behind him. Then there were dozens of other dishes. Then there were hundreds of dishes. The pillars of light were as dense as a forest, extending from behind Zhou Yun all the way to the entrance of the valley, and then spreading from the entrance to the mountain walls on both sides, and even appearing as points of light in the sky. The light faded. Monsters have appeared. All sorts of monsters poured out of the light. Some of them were people he knew from his old team, but most were people he had never met before. 4-legged creatures, 2-winged creatures, crawling creatures, creatures as large as mountains, creatures as small as cats. Chapter 339 The Monster Army. They come in various forms and from various races, but they have one thing in common. All of Order S and below. All of them, the moment they appeared, faced forward in unison. Facing that battlefield covered in white bones. Facing the ever-growing horde of skeleton beasts. Their numbers are more than 10 times those of the calamity beasts. In the live stream, the camera zoomed out rapidly, trying to capture the entire scene. But not all of them could be captured. The monster army stretched from the valley all the way to the edge of the camera's view, and even more were emerging from the summoning beams. The live chat stopped. It's not that no one is typing. Everyone forgot to type. There was silence for a full 3 seconds. Then, Zhou Yun waved and stepped forward. A massive army of monsters surged forth. Like a living torrent, it swept past Zhou Yun, past his old crew, past the rock golems and fire giants who were still struggling to hold on, and poured directly into the entire battlefield of bones. The skeleton beasts were overwhelmed. It was overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The monster in front smashed one piece, and the monsters behind simply trampled over the fragments, and charged forward. Before the fragments could even wriggle and regenerate, they were trampled deep into the mud by more feet, claws, and hooves. The entire valley changed completely in just over 10 seconds. It changed from white to multicolored. Despair turned into crushing defeat. The live chat finally exploded. But there were no words. It's all exclamation marks. In the sky, Xiang Bei rode Mo Lin and flew to the southwestern front. He came at full speed. From the moment he received the reinforcement order, he instructed Mo Lin to conserve all his energy and fly at full speed. During the more than 20-minute flight, his face was almost numb from the wind at high altitude. He thought he would see a battlefield in the midst of a fierce battle. He thought he would need to dive down with Mo Lin and use his dragon breath to create a breathing space for Zhou Yun. He had prepared for the worst. Then he saw the following image. It wasn't just one lord who was fighting a bitter battle. It was an overwhelming army of monsters that was swallowing up the tide of calamities. The black scales circled once in the air. Xiang Bei rode on its back and watched it for a long time. The wind was strong, blowing his hair and cloak backward. He didn't say anything. He slowly sat up straight, his gaze falling on the small figure at the very front of the horde of monsters. The person was standing still, his left hand still raised, with a dozen or so old monsters recovering beside him. He didn't look like someone who had just come back from the brink of spiritual depletion. He looked like someone who had just opened a door. Xiang Bei took a deep breath. Then he laughed. Amazing. He spoke so softly that his words were easily dispelled by the wind. But Mo Lin heard it. It let out a low cry, circled in the air once more, and did not swoop down. No need. The battle on the surface ended faster than anyone expected. After the monster army surged out, the skeleton beast horde put up almost no decent resistance. It's not because they are weak, but because the difference in numbers is too great. The fragments had barely landed and hadn't even had a chance to move before they were trampled deep into the soil by more claws and hooves. The cracks continued to spew outwards, but were swallowed up the moment they emerged, like pouring a cup of water into the ocean. In less than 20 minutes, the entire valley fell silent. The cracks are still there, and the aura of disaster is still rising. Occasionally, a few skeletal beasts can be seen crawling out of the cracks in the distance, but they are immediately pounced on and torn to pieces by the nearby monsters as soon as they show their heads. They will handle things on their own without Zhou Yun's command. It's like an automatically operating ecosystem. Zhou Yun stood still, without moving. He's watching. My gaze started from my feet and slowly swept outwards. Before him, countless demonic creatures covered the entire valley. Some were patrolling, some were waiting in place, and some gathered in groups of 3 or 5, making all sorts of noises. There are too many. There were so many that he couldn't possibly take them all in one glance. Not just in terms of quantity, but also in terms of variety. He knew a small portion of them. Rock golem, flame giant, wind-riding eagle, water spirit naga. But besides them, there were also a large number of completely unfamiliar faces. Closest to him was a group of grayish-brown quadrupeds, their size somewhere between wolves and horses, with a row of short, dense bony spikes on their backs that flattened out when they ran, like a living armor. There were 7 or 8 of them, squatting there quietly. Occasionally one of them would look up at him with a bewildered look of obedience in its eyes. He had never seen such a monster before. Further away, there was no, not a tree. A tree-shaped creature, about 5 or 6 meters tall, was dark green all over. Its branches were covered with fist-sized pale golden fruits, and its roots were not embedded in the soil, but rather hanging above the ground and slowly wriggling. Its branches swayed slightly, and with each sway, the concentration of the ominous aura around it decreased a little. I've never seen it before. Further away, a large number of small flying monsters with wingspans of less than 1 meter were circling in the sky, numbering at least several hundred, like a moving dark cloud. Their flight paths were very regular. They didn't seem to be flying randomly, but rather like they were patrolling. I still haven't seen it. With the thought, Zhou Yun activated his detection technique. First, they swept away the group of gray-brown four-legged beasts. Bite dash. A sound. Rank A. Name, Spinosaurus. Category, monster/beast. Rank A. Talent, bone spur fit increases physical defense by 40% and movement speed by 30% when charging. Skill, spike assault unleashes a storm of bone spikes centered on the caster, dealing damage equal to 250% of their strength attribute to surrounding targets. Description, a gregarious assault unit, adept at high-speed, clustered attacks. Bone spikes can be actively detached and launched, or retracted for protection. Zhou Yun's brows twitched slightly. They are gregarious, offensive types, capable of both ranged and melee combat. Then sweep that tree-shaped monster. Bite dash. A sound. Rank A. Name, Pure Land Ancient Vine. Category, monster/plant. Rank A. Talent, Purification Domain continuously purifies the air within a 30-meter radius centered on the user, reducing the concentration of the hazardous energy. Skill, Blessing of Spiritual Fruit. The spiritual fruit produced can restore 15% of the user's spiritual power. Description, an extremely rare purifying plant-like monster. Its roots can sense the direction of underground calamity energy, and automatically move towards the area with the highest concentration of calamity energy. Zhou Yun was stunned for a moment. Purify the negative energy. Restore spiritual power. It automatically moves to areas with high concentrations of hazardous gas. If this thing is brought into the disaster beast space. He suppressed his thoughts and continued sweeping. Those flying monsters. Bite dash. Name, Starfire. Category, Monster, Flying Insect. Rank C. Talent, Synesthetic Network. Individuals of the same species share visual information. What one individual sees, the others perceive simultaneously. Zhou Yun paused for a moment when he saw this talent. Shared vision. Hundreds of starlights spread out, forming a vast, real-time reconnaissance network. Its perception is wider than that of the silver fawn whistle wolf, and its communication speed is faster than that of the lightning sparrow. He continued sweeping. One after another. The notification sound was almost constant in my mind. Ding, 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 ding. Some make one sound, some make neither, and occasionally one sound is slightly louder. The amount of information was overwhelming. All sorts of names, attributes, talents, and skills flooded in like a tidal wave, and he couldn't possibly digest them all at once. But one thing is certain. These monsters, whether they were the thornback chargers, the ancient vines of Pure Land, or the starfires, or those he hadn't had time to sweep away, those on the distant mountain walls and in the corners of the valley, were all part of his arsenal. All of them are monsters of rank S or below. They were all his subjects. What he has summoned to Earth is actually only a small part. Zhou Yun closed his eyes. He withdrew his senses, drawing them back to the other side of his territory. That feeling is still there. Before the seal broke, his perception of the territory was like standing in a thick fog. Cloud City was the only point of light beneath his feet, and everything around him was black. Occasionally, he could vaguely sense something in the distance, but he couldn't see it clearly or reach it. Things are different now. The fog was still there, but large areas were illuminated. To the north lies an ice field, to the east an underground river, to the south a large area of rock formations near a volcanic cluster, and to the west a plateau carved by wind erosion. These places he had never set foot in before were now clearly reflected in his perception. About one-fifth of the entire planet was illuminated. The remaining 4/5 are still shrouded in mist, invisible and imperceptible. But the number of monsters in just 1/5 of them already far exceeds the total number of all his previous subjects. He didn't know why this was happening. When the first layer of the seal was broken, there wasn't such a big change. At that time, only a small area near the seal lit up, some monsters were subdued, and some new resource points were added. But this time, it was as if something that had been accumulating for a long time suddenly reached a critical point and exploded. His territory is still that planet. But his control over the planet suddenly took a giant leap forward. Zhou Yun. A voice pulled him back from his senses. He opened his eyes. Xiang Bei stood in front of him, Mo Lin crouched behind him with his wings folded, and the armored dragon guards landed on both sides. He had just landed. His military overcoat was wrinkled from the high-altitude wind, and his face had a layer of dry, cold wind marks, but his gaze was steady. "How are you?" His tone was flat, but Zhou Yun could hear the concern in it. What Xiang Bei saw from the air just now was him standing alone, motionless, surrounded by monsters protecting him. In the live broadcast, it looked like he was holding on to his limit. Zhou Yun smiled. "It's okay, I'm getting used to it." Xiang Bei looked into his eyes to make sure he wasn't just putting on a brave face, then nodded slightly. His gaze shifted from Zhou Yun and slowly swept across the entire valley. A dense swarm of monsters. Various shapes and sizes. Some he recognized, but most he didn't. As a pillar-level Grand Lord, he had fought against calamity beasts for decades and had seen quite a few kinds of monsters. But at least half of these were things he had never seen in any illustrated guide. He didn't ask, "Where did all these come from?" He stared at it for a long time, then looked away and sighed softly. No wonder. Zhou Yun didn't respond to that, instead turning his gaze towards the crack. The black crack is still there. The aura of disaster was still billowing out. However, the skeletal beasts that emerged were torn to shreds by the surrounding monsters as soon as they showed their heads, failing to cause any disturbance. The surface problem has been solved. But the source wasn't cut off. Just then, a person walked over from the side. Qin Yu. His military overcoat was covered in white bone powder, as was his scabbard. He also intervened in the final stages of the surface war. Although the monster army had gained the upper hand, he still managed to clear out a group of A-rank skeleton beasts trying to bypass the mountainside on the flank. It was a habit, an itch to fight, or perhaps he simply didn't want to stand still. He walked up to Zhou Yun and Xiang Bei, staring intently at the crack. "The surface is over." "It's not a question, it's a statement." Zhou Yun nodded. Qin Yu's gaze did not leave the crack. "But the cracks are still there." "It's still there. If the problem isn't addressed internally, it will never stop externally. Even if we suppress it today, it will still erupt tomorrow and the day after. The more it accumulates, the more violent the next outbreak will likely be." Qin Yu's voice, like him, is dry, harsh, and straightforward. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Yun. "We must enter the crack as soon as possible and cut off the source." Xiang Bei frowned. He glanced at Qin Yu, then at Zhou Yun. "That makes sense. But Zhou Yun has just gone through a high-intensity battle of attrition, and his spiritual energy." Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Yun laughed. It wasn't a perfunctory smile. I genuinely felt that Qin Yu had hit the nail on the head. "General Qin is right." The second half of Xiang Bei's sentence got stuck in his throat. Zhou Yun looked at Qin Yu and nodded. "So why don't we ask General Qin to enter the rift and completely resolve the source?" There was a moment of silence. It's not long, but it's very obvious. Xiang Bei was stunned. He looked at Zhou Yun with obvious surprise in his eyes. It's not because the decision is unreasonable. On the contrary, it makes perfect logical sense. Zhou Yun's spiritual energy is severely depleted. There's no need for him to force himself to go in. Qin Yu is the person most familiar with the southwestern battlefield, so it is more suitable for him to lead the battle. What surprised him was something else entirely. This young man in his early 20s had just fought a tough battle that nearly depleted his spiritual energy, and then, just when everyone thought he would continue to charge to the front, he delegated the most crucial task to someone else. It's not because I'm a coward. It's because he has enough cards in his hand and doesn't need to play every single one himself. Qin Yu himself was also stunned. He didn't expect Zhou Yun to agree so readily. He was prepared to be rejected. After all, based on previous experience with the Scorched Earth Abyss, Zhou Yun personally led the way in closing the rifts within the Disaster Beast space. It's normal for him, an outsider, to be politely turned away after volunteering. But Zhou Yun not only didn't refuse, he also said, "Please." Just as Qin Yu was about to say something, Zhou Yun spoke up. "General Qin, rest assured. My people will enter the rift with you." He raised his hand and pointed slightly forward. The densely packed monsters in the valley, the thornback charger, the pure land vine, the starfire, and a large number of new species that he himself hadn't had time to explore, stirred slightly at his command. Once inside, they will obey your commands. Chapter 340 Fulfilling the Mission. Qin Yu's gaze shifted from Zhou Yun's face to the army of demons, and then back again. He glanced at the monsters. Each one exuded an aura of at least rank B, and there were an unbelievable number of rank A monsters. This force followed him in. He felt reassured. Good. Qin Yu didn't say another word. Xiang Bei remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. I'll go in too. Zhou Yun looked at him. Xiang Bei's tone left no room for negotiation. Qin Yu will lead the way, I'll keep watch from behind. You rest outside. Zhou Yun glanced at him but did not argue. Hard work in old age. Xiang Bei waved his hand and turned to leave. Mo Lin had already stood up and let out a low growl. The armored dragon guards followed in unison. Qin Yu also turned around, the hem of his military overcoat sweeping in the wind. He took 2 steps, then suddenly stopped and turned around. About that knife. Let's talk after we've finished fighting, Zhou Yun said with a smile. Qin Yu's lips twitched, but he didn't say whether it counted as a smile or not. Then he strode toward the crack. In the live broadcast, viewers witnessed a scene that surprised everyone. Zhou Yun did not move. He stood there, watching Qin Yu and Xiang Bei walk towards the entrance of the crevice. Closely following behind them was a large number of monsters. Group after group, they converged from all parts of the valley, like countless streams flowing into a river, surging into the black crevice. The line was very long. The camera shot from beginning to end, taking a full 2 minutes, and it still wasn't finished. The viewers in the live chat were initially confused. Wait a minute? Lord Zhou Yun isn't going in? Why is that person leading the charge? Who is that person? General Qin Yu, the first-rank Grand Lord of the Southwest Defense Line. Why isn't Lord Zhou Yun going in? He's been playing for 2 hours, he definitely needs to rest. But can he really manage without going in? He personally fought through the Scorched Earth Abyss last time. Didn't you see those monsters that followed them in? The sheer number of them. That's what I say, but I'm still not sure. The debate quickly spread. Some people thought it made sense. After all, Zhou Yun had expended too much energy, so letting someone else do it was the right decision. Some people are still worried. The molten core beast in the Scorched Earth Abyss was so difficult to defeat last time, this time the creatures inside will only be stronger. Can Qin Yu handle it? The host spoke again, his voice more steady than before, but also more cautious. What we can confirm at present is that Grand Lord Zhou Yun chose to stay on the surface to rest, while Qin Yu, a first-rank Grand Lord of the Southwest Defense Line, and Xiang Bei, a first-rank pillar-level Grand Lord, jointly led a team into the rift. A large number of the monsters accompanying them were all subjects of Grand Lord Zhou Yun. In other words, the combat strength configuration inside the rift is no weaker than that in the Battle of the Scorched Earth Abyss. Please stay tuned. The comments section quieted down a bit, but an uneasy feeling still surged beneath the surface like an undercurrent. The live stream footage remained focused on the entrance to the crack. The tails of the last batch of monsters disappeared into the darkness. The camera cuts back to Zhou Yun. He stood alone in the middle of the valley, surrounded only by his old crew of monsters. Rock Golem, Flame Giant, Mist Warrior, Thunder. The lightning sparrow peeked its little head out from his shoulder, flapped its wings, as if to ask, "Aren't you going?" Zhou Yun reached out and gently pressed its head. "I'm not going." He spoke very softly, his tone even carrying a hint of relaxation. Then he sat down on a rock and closed his eyes. Zhou Yun sat on that rock motionless. The lightning sparrow nestled against his shoulder, its little head buried in its wings, occasionally shaking its feathers before retreating back into its shell. It could sense that there were many different things coming from the contract, so it chose to stay quietly and not disturb them. The wind in the valley never stopped. The cracks were still emanating ominous energy, but the concentration was much lower than before. Monsters patrolled the area automatically, and occasionally a few skeletal beasts would peek out from the cracks, only to be torn to shreds before they could even get a foothold. It's very quiet. But this silence is more unbearable than the fighting. In the live stream, the camera was pointed at the entrance to the crack, which was completely dark and nothing could be seen. The scrolling speed of the comments slowed down, but it didn't stop. "How long have you been inside?" 7 minutes. "It's only been 7 minutes, but it felt like forever. Last time I stayed in the Scorched Earth Abyss for more than 6 hours. 6 hours? Does that mean we'll have to wait a long time this time?" "Not necessarily. There are way more monsters brought in this time than last time. What's the use of having more? We don't know anything about what's going on inside." Time passed by, second by second. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. The number of comments is decreasing, but every single one carries anxiety. Why is there still no movement? "I hope nothing bad has happened." "Don't jinx it." "I'm not jinxing anyone, I'm genuinely worried. Qin Yu may be a first-rank official, but his strength is definitely not comparable to that of Lord Zhou Yun, right? But this time, Elder Xiang is here, and there are so many monsters. No matter how many monsters there are, what if the boss inside is even stronger than the one in the Scorched Earth Abyss?" The atmosphere was equally somber in the frontline command post. Kushodong stood in front of the communication station. The communicator was on, but the channel only had continuous background noise. The signal inside the crack was completely cut off, just like the previous Scorched Earth Abyss. Once inside, all contact was lost. Director May paced back and forth beside him, clutching a pen in his hand, the cap of which he had unconsciously unscrewed and put back on more than a dozen times. The High Lords and reinforcements arrived one after another and assembled at the front line, but they couldn't help with what was happening inside the rift. They could only wait. Everyone is waiting. Zhou Yun opened his eyes. It wasn't because of something happening outside, but because of a subtle change coming from inside the crack. He wasn't resting during the time he closed his eyes. His mental perception maintained a connection with the inhabitants inside the rift. Logically, the interior of the rift belonged to another space, and this connection should have been severed. But the crack was open, and the two spaces were connected through this gap. His senses extended into this passage, and although it was blurry, he could feel the general state of the people. From the moment he entered until now, he has been listening. The spiky-backed charging beasts were charging, their breaths rising and falling rapidly, as if they were advancing at high speed. The ancient vines of the Pure Land are moving slowly, and the concentration of the surrounding aura of disaster is continuously decreasing. The Starfire's empathic network spread out, with hundreds of them simultaneously scanning in different directions. The fragmented information was transmitted back, and he could only capture some blurry images: the bone passage, the dense fog of disaster, and Qin Yu's sword light. Occasionally, the presence of the people would disappear. Not many, but there are some. Zhou Yun's expression remained unchanged. That's how battles are. Death and injury are inevitable. The important thing is that the overall situation is moving in a positive direction. From what he sensed, the advance was very fast, much faster than the one in the scorched earth abyss. 20 minutes. The atmosphere in the live stream had reached a critical point. The live chat was almost completely still. Occasionally, a comment would pop up, usually a short phrase like, "It's not out yet," or, "What should we do?" Many more chose to remain silent, staring at the black entrance to the crack, saying nothing. After a long silence, the host finally spoke. His voice was slower than before, as if he was carefully choosing each word. "Dear viewers, I understand how you feel right now. But please recall, how long did it take to conquer the scorched earth abyss last time, from entering the rift to finally defeating the gatekeeper and the core monster?" He answered the question himself. "More than 6 hours. And this time, only 20 minutes have passed since Grand Lord Qin Yu and Grand Lord Xiang Bei led their teams into the rift." 20 minutes. He repeated it. "There is no live broadcast signal inside the crack, so we really have no way of knowing the specific situation inside. But please note one fact. Lord Zhou Yun is currently sitting outside the rift." He showed no signs of anxiety. Given his abilities and judgment, he wouldn't be able to remain calm if something had gone wrong. In addition, Commander Xiang is also present. The various lords who have arrived one after another, as well as the command team from the United Front Work Department, are also stationed here. So please be patient. There will definitely be a good result. The comments section moved slightly. The host is right, it's only been 20 minutes. Last time it was 6 hours, this is nothing. That's true. But I'm still so nervous, why? The atmosphere eased a little. Some began to shift their attention to the origins of the newly appeared monsters belonging to Zhou Yun. Others analyzed the possible battle situation inside the rift. Most, however, remained quietly waiting. 22 minutes. 24 minutes. 25 minutes. The barrage of comments is getting intense again. Why not yet? This comment wasn't finished yet. Boom! The crack burst open. It wasn't blown up from the outside. It was blown up from the inside. A massive shockwave surged from the depths of the crevice, carrying with it aura of disaster, shattered bones, and dust, like a breath that had been blocked for a long time finally being expelled. The shockwave swept through the valley, and the surrounding monsters instinctively ducked down. The lightning sparrow chirped and darted into Zhou Yun's collar. The crack was rapidly widening and then rapidly narrowing, as if it were undergoing its final spasm. The live stream footage shook violently, the camera focused on the entrance to the crack, thick smoke and toxic fumes mixed together, making it impossible to see anything clearly. The live chat exploded with comments. What's going on? It exploded? It exploded inside? Something's happened. Didn't you say everything was fine? It's all over it. Then, a figure appeared in the smoke and dust. They strode out. It's Qin Yu. His military overcoat was no longer recognizable as its original color. It was covered from head to toe in a layer of black blood, and thick, foul-smelling liquid was still dripping down the hem. His hair was half disheveled, and his face was covered in black blood. Only his eyes were visible, and they shone frighteningly brightly. The chilling intent from the battle still lingered on his face, the sharp edge of someone who had killed too many people and hadn't had time to recover from that state. But his steps were very steady. Although his breathing was rapid, it was rhythmic. Judging from his energy and spirit, he was not injured. Closely following behind him was a large number of monsters. Thornback chargers, pure land vines, starfires, and many other unnamed races poured out of the rift in droves. Some were covered in black blood, some had injuries, but they were all walking, they were all alive. Behind them, Mo Lin's enormous figure emerged from the dust, riding atop a horse to the north, with the armored dragon guards following on either side. The live stream chat fell silent the moment Zhou Yun walked out. Everyone stared at the screen, wondering what it meant. Is it a good thing or a bad thing that it's out? Did they finish the fight, or did they give up because they couldn't win? Did the crack explode because of success or failure? No one dared to draw a conclusion first. Zhou Yun stood up. He rose from the rock with a natural, unhurried motion. The lightning sparrow emerged from his collar and landed back on his shoulder. He walked towards Zhou Yun. Xiang Bei also flipped off Mo Lin's back and landed, quickly catching up. The three met about 20 meters in front of the entrance to the crack. Zhou Yun stood still. He looked at Zhou Yun, who had walked up to him, his chest still rising and falling slightly, black blood dripping from his chin onto the ground. Then he made a gesture. An action that no one expected. He raised his right hand, fingers together, and held it neatly next to his temple. A standard military salute. Zhou Yun, I have successfully completed my mission. The sound was very loud. Even the audio from live broadcasts was captured clearly. It was so loud that the entire valley could hear it. Zhou Yun looked at him and paused for a second. Then he laughed. Thank you for your hard work, General Qin. He spoke softly and gently. Zhou Yun lowered his hand. He didn't say anything more. But this time, he didn't suppress the very slight curve at the corner of his mouth. Behind them, the crack was rapidly closing in. The black slit resembled a closing eye, growing narrower and smaller. The amount of calamity emanating from the air was rapidly decreasing, and the turbid air remaining in the air was slowly filtered out by the canopies of several ancient vines of the Pure Land. The live stream captured this moment. The crack is closing. After a full 5 seconds of silence, the comments section exploded like a dam breaking. We won! Only 20 minutes! Only 20 minutes! General Qin is awesome! Lord Zhou Yun is awesome! The monster army is awesome! Even though I'm new here, I'm awesome! The screen was filled with exclamation marks, so dense that it was impossible to read what each one was saying. All you could see was a golden torrent of comments flowing from right to left, like fireworks during Chinese New Year. After calming down a bit, the discussion began. Wait, I didn't realize that just now. You guys do the math? How long did it take from entering the rift to finishing the battle in the scorched earth abyss last time? More than 6 hours. What about this time? 25 minutes. So it's 15 times faster? These monsters are no good either, they're so weak? This comment was immediately met with a rebuttal. Not strong enough? Go try it and you'll see. Exactly. You think it's easy to fight a calamity beast that can regenerate after being shattered? Lord Zhou Yun fought it for almost 2 hours and was nearly exhausted of spiritual energy. They brought an entire new legion with them, okay? You only look at the result and not the process? After a while of debate, someone else chimed in. I've done the math. The Great Han Kingdom currently knows of 10 defensive lines against the calamity beasts, including the northwest and southwest. The northwest line has already been destroyed, and the southwest line was just destroyed, leaving 8 lines. At the current rate of destroying 1 line every 20 minutes or so, it will take 160 minutes to destroy all 8 lines. Adding the time spent on the journey, let's say it takes at most 3 hours. In other words, the Great Han Kingdom can clear all the defensive lines within 3 hours. Chapter 341 Well deserved. The moment this comment appeared, the comments section exploded. Are you dreaming? Daydreaming. This person is really good at math. Should he apply for a job at the United Front Work Department? Are you perhaps the moderator of the idiot bar? Besides, the types of monsters are different for each defensive line, okay? Are you just copying and pasting here? Saving the world in 3 hours? Even Hollywood wouldn't dare to make that up. Despite the criticism and laughter, the mood in the comments section was genuinely lightened. That transformation from anxiety to relief to excitement felt like finally letting out a breath you'd been holding in for a long time. In the valley, the soldiers of the surface troops stood still, each with a different expression. They are the reserve force. Preparations began the moment the reinforcement order was received. Ammunition, equipment, formations, and plans for transferring the wounded were all in place. Some people had even written their wills and kept them in their inner pockets. However, the crack closed. It took them nearly 40 minutes from receiving the order to arriving at the scene. By the time they had formed ranks, the battle inside the crevice was over. A young lieutenant stood in the ranks, looking at the receding crack in the distance, his expression a mixture of relief and existential doubt. The veteran next to him was quite composed, taking off his helmet and wiping his sweat. "All right, let's call it a day." "That's all?" "That's all." The lieutenant opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. The great lords who arrived one after another were in roughly the same state. Teeming flew in from the east on his azure rock vulture, and the battle had ended 5 minutes before he landed. He saw the rift closing, saw Zhou Yun standing in front of Zhou Yun covered in black blood, and saw the valley teeming with strange monsters. He was stunned for a long time before letting out a bitter laugh. What a wasted trip. Hu Ling arrived 2 minutes later than him. After landing, she looked around and came to the same conclusion. She wasn't dissatisfied at all. On the contrary, she breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that we've run for nothing. Running for nothing means we're not needed. Not needing us means we've won. Winning is all that matters." Lin Xian arrived the latest. When she landed, the crack had completely closed, leaving only a shallow scar on the ground. She looked around, at the monsters that Zhou Yun was sending back to his territory one by one, and then at Zhou Yun, who was sitting on a rock in the distance, resting with his eyes closed. She thought for a long time before finally blurting out a sentence. "Missed it again." It was hard to tell whether his tone was one of regret or relief. In less than an hour, the homepage of the official website of the Great Han Kingdom was updated. Red fireworks animations burst forth from both sides of the page, while large golden characters filled the entire first screen. "Warmest congratulations on the successful destruction of the source of the Calamity Beast on the southwestern defense line. This is the second Calamity Beast defense line in the Great Han Kingdom to be completely recovered, following the northwest defense line. Salute to all the soldiers who participated in the war." A photo was attached at the bottom of the page. It wasn't a battle scene, but a panoramic view of the valley after the rift closed. It was clean and tidy, with most of the disaster aura dissipated. Sunlight shone on the ground, and even the bone fragments that had previously covered the ground had been mostly cleared away. A small caption next to the photo reads, "From the start of the attack to the closure of the rift, the entire process took less than 3 hours. This number is more impactful than any rhetoric." Needless to say, the reaction within the Great Han Kingdom was immense. The last time the northwest defense line was recaptured, the entire nation was already in an uproar. This time the uproar was faster and more intense than the last, because everyone witnessed the 25 minutes mark in the live broadcast. But there is one important difference between this time and the last time. That battle in the northwest was broadcast live globally. The whole world saw it. The global live broadcast of this battle in the southwest only covered the surface area. No footage of the battle inside the rift was transmitted out. Foreign viewers only saw Zhou Yun's arduous struggle, the seal's eruption, and the monsters crushing the surface. They were unaware of the later part where Zhou Yun entered the rift and resolved the source in 25 minutes. Therefore, when the official website of the Great Han Kingdom was updated, the first people to notice were the journalists stationed in China from various countries. The message reached their respective editorial departments, and the response was almost instantaneous. On the European Union side, Helen Moran remained silent for a full 2 minutes after receiving the news. When news came from the Northwest last time, she demanded that the Global Defense Assessment model be redone. This time, she didn't mention the model again. She only said one sentence. "That's the second one." Then she turned to her assistant. "Contact the United Front Work Department of the Great Han Kingdom and ask them when the next line of defense will be deployed. We need to get involved." The Liberal Federation reacted more directly. Their Ministry of Defense convened an emergency meeting within 3 hours, and the core content of the meeting minutes was only one point: requesting the establishment of a joint disaster beast defense line strategy mechanism with the Great Han Kingdom. The wording used was request, whereas the last time it was suggestion. Communication requests from the Northern Alliance, the Nanyang Alliance, and the Middle East Alliance flooded into the United Front Work Department within 24 hours. Everyone is asking the same question: how did the Great Han Kingdom manage to do that? More accurately, everyone was thinking the same thing: what did they get out of the crack? This guess is not without merit. The Great Han Kingdom broke through 2 lines of defense in less than 2 weeks, and the second time was 15 times faster than the first. This rate of growth cannot be explained by normal accumulation of combat power. The most reasonable explanation is that they obtained some key resource from the first raid, which greatly enhanced their strength. If that's the case, then this resource must be shared. Because the calamity beasts are not just a problem for the Great Han Kingdom, but a problem for all mankind. We must ask the Great Han Kingdom to share the resources and intelligence inside the rift. This statement appeared in official correspondence sent to the United Front Work Departments of at least 7 countries, with different wording, tone, and diplomatic packaging. Someone wrote in the letter, "These 2 steps taken by the Great Han Kingdom are very likely the beginning of the complete solution to the problem of the calamity beasts on Earth. We hope this is not only a giant leap for the Han Dynasty, but a giant leap for all mankind." The wording is beautiful. The meaning is very clear. But one country's reaction was different from the others. Kimchi country. The capital, the Blue House. The emergency security meeting has been going on for 3 hours. The ashtrays in the conference room were full, the coffee had been refilled 4 times, and the table was covered with printed intelligence summaries, defense monitoring data, and external communication records. The meeting was chaired by Defense Minister Park Yung-ho, 57 years old, a former military officer, whose face was etched with deep wrinkles. The screen in front of him displayed the photo from the official website of the Great Han Kingdom: a clean valley, a closed crack, and sunlight. He circled the small print below the photo in red. The whole process took less than 3 hours. Everyone. His voice wasn't loud, but the meeting room immediately fell silent. The Great Han Kingdom first breached the Calamity Beast space in the northwest. It took more than 6 hours. The second time was in the southwest. It took more than 20 minutes. He paused. The interval between the 2 was less than 2 weeks. The speed increased 50-fold. Most countries' analyses suggest that the Great Han Kingdom has obtained some key resource from the rift, achieving a leap in combat power. Therefore, they are busy writing correspondence, demanding that the Great Han Kingdom share it. He put down his pen. But I think there's another possibility. All eyes in the conference room were on him. Do you think it's possible that the source of the Calamity Beast space isn't as powerful as we imagine? There was a moment of silence. For 300 years, no country has ever tried to destroy the Calamity Beast at its source. Everyone has assumed that the inside of the rift is a forbidden zone, and going in is suicide. This assumption has been maintained for 300 years, and no one has ever questioned it. Then the Great Han Kingdom went. They won the first time. They won the second time too, and even faster. This can certainly be explained by the strength of the Great Han Kingdom. But it can also be explained by the fact that the source of the Calamity Beasts is not as terrifying as we have feared for 300 years. The reason we have never won is simply because we have never truly faced it. He scanned the room. The Great Han Kingdom faced the challenge, and the Great Han Kingdom succeeded. What if we faced the same situation? Everyone, we are not necessarily going to fail. People started whispering in the meeting room. An intelligence officer raised his hand. Minister, even if this analysis is correct, shouldn't we first communicate with the Great Han Kingdom to obtain their experience and intelligence before? Communicate with the Great Han Kingdom? Park Yung-ho's tone was calm, but there was a hint of bitterness in the curve of his lips. How long have the technology transfer negotiations for Chanfeng Liquor been going on? Half a year. To this day, We haven't even crossed the threshold of technical communication. The meeting room fell silent. Everyone knows about this. Relations between Korea and the Han Dynasty have reached an all-time low in the past year. The specific reasons are complex, but the result is simple: the Great Han Kingdom is unwilling to cooperate with them. Chunphone Liquor's technology sharing has secured framework agreements with both the European Union and the Commonwealth of Independent States, while South Korea can't even get to the negotiating table. So we can only rely on ourselves, Park Young-ho said. He stood up and walked to the large map on the wall. The finger is pointing to a location in the northern part of the Korean peninsula. Mount Pektu. There is a rift of calamity beasts there. It's not the largest, but it's not small either, and its calamity level ranks third among all the defense lines in the Korean peninsula. For nearly 30 years, the Koreans maintained a defensive line there, investing a great deal of manpower and resources every year, just to keep the monsters in the mountains and prevent them from moving south. For 30 years, they have only done one thing: block. I never thought of breaking in. Baekdu Mountain Defense Line. Park Young-ho tapped his finger twice on the map. The size of the Calamity Beast Rift is moderate, and the terrain is relatively controllable. If we were to choose a defensive line as a breakthrough point, this would be the most suitable. He turned around and faced everyone. I propose that we gather all available Grand Lord forces from the Kimchi Kingdom and launch a full-scale attack on the Beast Rift in the Baekdu Mountain defense line. Objective: destroy the source and close the rift. The meeting room fell silent again. But this quiet is different from before. Before it was hesitation, this time, it's processing. If successful, Park Young-ho continued, we will become the second country, after the Great Han Kingdom, to destroy the monsters at their source. This will not only significantly improve our domestic security situation, but also prove to the world that humanity can defeat the monsters without relying on any single country. More importantly, this can soothe the restless hearts of the people. The people are watching the Great Han Kingdom win one victory after another, while we have done nothing. This contrast is more demoralizing than the Calamity Beast itself. He looked at every face in the conference room. We need a victory of our own. The silence lasted for about 10 seconds. Then the Deputy Minister of National Defense was the first to speak. I agree. Next is the Chief of the General Staff. I agree. The condition is that we must gather enough strength and not act rashly. Of course we won't be reckless. Park Young-ho nodded. All first-rank Grand Lords will participate in the war, and our reserve forces will be at full strength. This time, we'll either not fight at all, or we'll go all out. The vote didn't take long. The meeting lasted 3 hours, and a decision was made in the last 5 minutes. It passed unanimously. Park Young-ho stood in front of the map, looking at the location of Mount Baekdu. His expression was resolute. But that small marker on the map, under the light, didn't look any more docile than the other defensive lines. After the battle on the southwestern defense line, the ownership of the Crimson Prison was no longer in dispute. On the afternoon of the day the southwest fissure was closed, Director May signed the allocation order. The process was incredibly fast. It took less than 2 hours from the motion to the approval, and no one raised any objections. The reason is simple. Qin Yu led his team into the rift, destroyed the source in 25 minutes, and personally shut down the second line of defense against the Calamity Beasts in the Great Han Kingdom. Given his merits and the fact that he is the most suitable candidate for the Crimson Prison attribute, it is only natural to give him the credit. The major lords who had been the most aggressive in their fighting now fell silent. That evening, the Crimson Prison was officially handed over to Qin Yu. The handover ceremony was brief. Director May handed over the knife case, Qin Yu took it, signed the papers, and that was it. Qin Yu opened the sword case and glanced at the Crimson Prison inside. The crimson gold pattern shimmered gently in the twilight, as still as a dying ember. He reached out and pulled the knife out. It feels very light. It was lighter than he had imagined. But the moment he held it, a scorching heat traveled from the hilt into his palm, as if something alive had awakened within the blade. A slight smile finally appeared on his lips. That evening, a new message suddenly appeared in the Grand Lord's internal communication group. Sender, Zhou Yun. The content is very short. Thank you all for your kind offer. I was really lucky to get this SSS grade sword this time. If you want it, you'll have to wait for the next time. The group was silent for 5 seconds. Then people started replying. Congratulations. Congratulations, General Zhou. Well deserved. Each one was short, polite, and understated. There was a hint of reluctance in that indifference. It's not directed at Zhou Yun personally, but at the matter itself. An SSS rank weapon, there's only one in the entire Han Kingdom, and everyone's been eyeing it for days before it finally fell into Zhou Yun's hands. I understand the reasons and acknowledge the credit, but I still feel a little resentful. Chapter 342 What if we unlock the second layer? As Zhou Yun read these replies, he leaned back in his chair, the corners of his mouth curving into a wider smile. He could see clearly when others were unhappy. But that's exactly what he wants to see. If others are unhappy, then he'll be happy. Just as he was about to turn off his communicator, 2 more messages popped up in the group chat. The senders were 2 great lords of the same rank as him. Article 1. Don't get too cocky. In the end, it's just good luck that you caught the right opportunity. If any of us were in your shoes, the result would be the same. The second comment followed immediately. Exactly. It wasn't just you fighting alone. Lord Zhou Yun had hundreds of thousands of demons charging in with you. Even a dog could have made it in. The atmosphere in the group suddenly became subtle. No one else spoke, but they were all watching. Zhou Yun looked at the 2 messages without any change in expression. He typed a few words. Yes, that's exactly what you're saying. Even a dog could do it. Send it out. After pausing for 2 seconds, I added another message. So next time, do you want to be that dog? After sending the message, leave the group chat. The communicator screen went dark. Zhou Yun threw it on the table, picked up the crimson prism next to it, and glanced at the crimson gold pattern on the blade. It's very quiet. He was very satisfied. On the same day that the Great Han Kingdom celebrated the recapture of its second line of defense, another piece of news caused an even greater shock in the international community. The Korean nation announced that it will launch a general offensive against the monster rift in the Baekdu Mountain defense line. The news was not released quietly through diplomatic channels. The Ministry of National Defense of South Korea held a press conference, with Defense Minister Park Young-ho personally attending. His words were forceful and his attitude was resolute. The Great Han Kingdom has proven through its actions that the calamity beasts are not invincible. 300 years of fear should end. The Kimchi Kingdom will mobilize all available Grand Lord forces to launch a general offensive against the Baekdu Mountain defense line. There is only one objective, to destroy the source and close the rift. We are confident that we will become the second country to eradicate the scourge from its source. The press conference footage was transmitted globally via satellite. The response is immediate. Within an hour, headlines from various countries filled the news headlines. South Korea announces attack on Mount Baekdu. The second country to challenge the source of the calamity beast? Imitating the Great Han Dynasty? A huge gamble for the Kimchi Kingdom. With the final assault on the Baekdu Mountain defense line imminent, can South Korea replicate the miracle of the Great Han Dynasty? The discussion quickly split into 2 camps. One faction believes that Korea is secretly supported by the Han Dynasty. The reason is quite good. Without the technology or intelligence of the Great Han Kingdom, the Korean kingdom would not have the confidence to make this decision. Despite the tensions between the 2 countries, it is entirely possible that they could temporarily set aside their differences and cooperate privately on the issue of the invasive species. The other side is more concerned with another question. If South Korea can succeed, does that mean other countries can too? If the source of the calamity beasts isn't as powerful as we thought, then is it unnecessary to defend the line we've been guarding for 300 years? If the Great Han Kingdom can be breached, if the Korean Kingdom can be breached, why can't we? The key is who takes that first step. The fact that South Korea dares to take it shows that it's not that difficult. This sentiment spread rapidly across various countries. Regardless of its success or failure, South Korea's actions have already cast a huge shadow over the international community. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in South Korea is even more complicated. Park Yung-ho's press conference generated a huge response in the country. Supporters hailed him as a national hero, the greatest man in 300 years, and the backbone of South Korea, showering him with praise. Social media was flooded with photos of Mount Baekdu and slogans proclaiming, "Victory is certain!" However, not everyone at the top is so optimistic. After the press conference, the Deputy Minister of National Defense approached Park Yung-ho, closed the door, and lowered his voice. "Minister, this commotion has become too big. The whole world is watching." Park Yung-ho lit a cigarette but didn't say anything. "If it succeeds, of course everyone will be happy. But what if?" The Deputy Minister didn't finish his sentence. He didn't need to finish speaking. "If we fail, it won't just be a matter of losing face. If South Korea launches a full-scale offensive with the entire nation's resources under global scrutiny and then fails, its international standing will plummet. From then on, other countries viewed South Korea as that country that overestimates its own abilities. The situation is even more serious domestically. Public expectations have been raised to their highest point, and when they fall, it's not just confidence that's shattered." Park Yung-ho exhaled a puff of smoke. "I've thought about all of what you've said." He looked out the window. The distant mountain ridgeline gradually blurred in the twilight. "But we have no way out." He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. "The Great Han Kingdom has won 2 consecutive victories, and the whole world is chasing after them. We can't get the cooperation on Spring Breeze wine, and we can't get the intelligence on the disaster beast space either. Other countries are lining up to talk to the Great Han Kingdom about cooperation, but we can't get a turn. If we do nothing, in 3 or 5 years, the Great Han Kingdom will have breached all its defenses and solved the world's problem of calamities. At that time, what will Korea be? A country that did nothing from beginning to end and survived only by relying on others' charity?" The Deputy Minister remained silent. "It's all or nothing." Park Yung-ho stood up, his tone unwavering. "This time, we'll give it our all and win this battle. In the words of the Great Han Kingdom, it's a do-or-die situation." He walked to the door, put his hand on the doorknob, and glanced back at the Deputy Minister. "Pass down the order. The general offensive will begin in 3 days." The door closed. The Deputy Minister sat alone in his office, looking at the satellite photo of the Baekdu Mountain defense line on his desk. In the photo, the summit of Mount Baekdu is covered in snow, with cracks hidden beneath the snow that are almost invisible from the air. Quietly. It's like there's nothing there. As the light faded, Zhou Yun returned to his territory. The lightning sparrow flew off his shoulder, circled in the air, and flapped its wings loudly, as if to confirm whether this was a familiar place. Zhou Yun is also confirming this. He stood on the teleportation platform without moving, looking ahead. Then he paused for a moment. He had only been gone for 2 days. But the stronghold in front of us is no longer the same as it was 2 days ago. First, there's the area. A new cluster of buildings has appeared around the perimeter of Cloud City. From the teleportation platform, the edge of the city wall that was once visible is now blocked, replaced by rows of unfinished stone houses and warehouses. Several scaffolding structures were erected, some had already been dismantled, while others remained standing, with monsters working on them. Secondly, there are monsters. Monsters are everywhere. He knew them and didn't know them. People of all shapes and sizes, some were carrying stones, some were digging foundations, and some were squatting in groups of 3 or 5 by the roadside waiting for their assignments. A herd of thorny rams were running across the square in a single file, their backs laden with timber, and their bone spikes neatly attached, making them look like a mini transport convoy. In the distance, several ancient vines of the Pure Land have been transplanted to the open space. Their branches are outstretched, and their pale golden spiritual fruits sway in the sunlight. The entire outpost was like a construction site that had been suddenly sped up tenfold. Busy but organized. Zhou Yun watched for a while, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It's obvious who did it without even having to guess. There is only one person in the entire territory who can arrange so many newly added monsters, assign them their respective duties, and even make significant progress in the construction plan within 2 days. As soon as he stepped off the teleportation platform, a familiar figure strode out from the buildings in front of him. Warner. Her hair was a bit messier than usual, her sleeves were rolled up, and she was holding a stack of documents, looking like she had been working non-stop for a long time. But he was full of energy, and his eyes were very bright. She walked up to Zhou Yun, paused for a moment, and bowed her head slightly. My lord, I apologize for not being able to greet you in time. I was simply too busy to attend to anything else. There was a hint of apology in his tone, but more than that, there was a sense of urgency from being incredibly busy and still feeling like it wasn't fast enough. Zhou Yun looked at her and smiled. Thanks for your hard work. Wana raised her head, her lips moved as if she wanted to say, it's not hard work. But in the end she didn't say it, she just nodded slightly. The two walked towards the Lord's manor. Along the way, Zhou Yun gained a clearer understanding of the changes at the stronghold. Not only are there more buildings, but the roads are also being widened, the original dirt roads have been paved with stone slabs, and even the drainage ditches have been dug anew. Several rock golems were moving a huge rock in the distance, their movements slow but steady. A gold-devouring spirit rat was directing them, its claws gesturing rapidly, seemingly giving instructions. Old Jin's men? Zhou Yun glanced at it again but said nothing. Upon entering the Lord's mansion, Warner closed the door and placed the documents on the table. Zhou Yun sat down in the main seat and got straight to the point. What are your thoughts on this change? Warner did not hesitate. I've already asked the god of empty mirrors. Zhou Yun sat up slightly. What did she say? She said this is normal. Warner's voice was steady and her words were precise, clearly indicating that she had thought it through many times. After the first layer of the seal is broken, the energy will not immediately cover the entire planet. It needs a diffusion process. It may take several days or even several months. Once it diffuses to a critical point, it will affect all areas below the S rank in an instant. Zhou Yun nodded. This aligns with his own feelings. All areas below S rank are now under our control, and all monsters below S rank automatically become our subjects. Warner continued. This is the effect after the first layer of the seal is fully released. It doesn't take effect the moment it's released, but only after the energy has completely diffused. After listening, Zhou Yun remained silent for a few seconds. Then he asked a question. What if we unravel the second layer? Warner looked at him, her eyes filled with a serious light. I asked about that too. She took a deep breath. The god of the empty mirror said that if the second layer of the seal is broken, then areas below SS rank and monsters below SS rank will be under the Lord's control. Zhou Yun remained silent. SS rank and below. His mind raced. Monsters below SS rank automatically become subjects. What does that mean? This means that all creatures below SS rank on the entire planet are under his command. Based on the fact that tens of thousands of S rank and below monsters emerged from just 1/5 of the area after the first layer was released, if the second layer were fully released, his combat power would be. He couldn't think straight anymore. That number is too big. Zhou Yun leaned back in his chair and remained silent for a long time. Warner stood quietly to the side, not urging him. She knew the weight of this information. After a long while, Zhou Yun finally spoke. If that's the case, then the strategy of the Great Han Kingdom will need to be adjusted. Warner didn't press him to ask what he meant by adjustment. But her mind was already racing. Legions below S rank were already capable of crushing surface battles in the Beast Realm, if she added forces below SS rank. Just as she was about to say something, there was a knock on the door of the Lord's manor. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking wasn't heavy, but it was urgent. Warner frowned and went to open the door. Huasu stood at the door. His beard was still messy, and the smell of molten iron and coke was still there, indicating that he had just come from the forge. But this time, his expression wasn't the tired yet smug look he had when he handed over the knife last time. Instead, it was a slightly embarrassed anticipation. "My lord." He rubbed his hands together, glanced at Zhou Yun briefly, and then looked away. Looking at his expression, Zhou Yun already guessed what he was going to say. "Didn't that lord go to deal with the source of the defensive line?" So this time is it, that kind of thing?" He rubbed his hands together even faster, stammering as if he practically had. "Did you bring back any calamity beast pills?" written all over his face. Zhou Yun smiled. He reached into his pocket and took something out. A green inner core, about the size of a fist, with a restrained spiritual light, its surface shimmering with a deep luster. The aura of disaster was sealed deep within the dantian, preventing it from leaking out, but even through the seal, one could still sense the energy level contained within. S-rank disaster beast leader inner core. Firebeard's eyes lit up immediately. It was even brighter than when I last saw Jayahedin. "My lord!" He reached out and took the inner core, holding it in his palm and examining it again and again, as if afraid of misreading it, or as if afraid it would suddenly disappear. "Don't worry, I'll be even faster this time." He looked up at Zhou Yun, his eyes filled with excitement, his beard trembling. "And it will be even stronger than the last Crimson Prison. I guarantee it." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave, his feet already out the door. "Fire Whiskers!" Zhou Yun called out to him. Huasu was taken aback and turned around. He didn't know why the Lord had called him back, and subconsciously hugged the inner core even tighter, as if afraid it would be taken back. Zhou Yun looked at him, her tone very gentle. "If possible, let's forge a staff this time." Firebeard blinked. "Staff?" He looked down at the green inner core in his hand, then looked up at Zhou Yun. The last one, the scorched core pill, was fire attribute and was forged into a long sword, suitable for physical attack speed builds. He hadn't had time to examine the attributes of this green inner core in detail, but the Lord had directly pointed to the staff, indicating that the core's attributes were more inclined towards magic. He had forged the long sword. "Staff." Huasu breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. "Leave it to me." Chapter 343 The whole army retreats. This time he really left. His footsteps were quick and loud, and he even forgot to close the door. Warner watched his figure disappear at the end of the corridor, shook her head helplessly, and walked over to close the door. The room fell silent. Zhou Yun's gaze shifted from the doorway to another person. Mistweaves. She had been there ever since Zhou Yun returned to the territory. But she didn't speak or participate in any discussion. She leaned against the door of the side hall of the Lord's mansion, her arms crossed in front of her chest, her head down, as if she was thinking about something far away. She has been in this state ever since the end of the Southwest Front. Quiet. Silent. It didn't seem like they were injured, but rather like they were bearing something very heavy. Zhou Yun stood up and walked up to her. "What's wrong?" His voice was very soft. "Are you all right?" Wuji looked up at him. There was no pain or fear in her eyes. Instead, there was a deep, complex emotion that was difficult to express. "I thought of many things." She spoke very slowly. "It takes time to process." Zhou Yun looked at her but didn't ask any further questions. "Good." He paused for a moment. "Call me if you need anything." Wuji nodded slightly. Zhou Yun turned around and walked back to the main seat to sit down. Wuji leaned back against the door and lowered her head. The room fell silent again. Sunlight streamed in through the window, falling on the table and on the ends of Wuji's loose hair. "It's very quiet." But Zhou Yun knew that what was churning in her mind was far more important than anything else in the room. 3 days later. Mount Baekdu, a military assembly area in northern South Korea. Before dawn, the highway was already lined with military vehicles. Their headlights formed a yellow ribbon that stretched from the foot of the mountain all the way to the forward base halfway up the mountain, with no end in sight. This is the largest military mobilization in South Korea in nearly 30 years. Of the 7 great lords in the country, 6 have now been appointed. The only one who didn't come was guarding the southern coastline, representing the minimum defensive force that couldn't be redeployed. All other available lords, troops, and logistical support units were deployed to Baekdu Mountain. Park Yung-ho stood on the command platform at the forward base, looking down at the troops who were lining up. The sky was just beginning to lighten with a gray tinge. The mountain wind was cold, his military overcoat collar was turned up, and he held a cup of coffee that had gone cold in his hand. The communications officer behind him reported a number. "Minister, the global live streaming channel is now open. The current number of online viewers is 47 million, and it's still growing." Park Yung-ho nodded without turning around. He knew the number would rise. South Korea made no attempt to conceal anything this time. A press conference was held, the entire mobilization process was made public, and even the marching route was not kept secret. "We want the whole world to see it. Either win spectacularly, or die a glorious death. There is no third option." After the live stream signal was connected, the first thing that appeared on the screen was a panoramic view of Mount Baekdu. The mountaintop was covered in snow, and Tianchi Lake was hidden among the clouds, occasionally revealing a corner of its surface, deep blue and as still as a mirror. The tree line below the mountainside was clearly visible, and the defense line was set up near the tree line, with concrete fortifications and barbed wire cutting an arc across the mountainside. The scene is beautiful. If you ignore the densely packed military vehicles and fully equipped troops behind the defensive line. Discussions on international social media are almost instantaneous. "South Korea is really going to be attacked. This is quite a large-scale operation. Have they mobilized all the troops in the country? They certainly have the courage. No matter the outcome, daring to fight is better than not daring to fight." But many other voices are not so optimistic. "Are you kidding me? Do you really think that just because the Great Han Kingdom can do it, they can? In the Han Dynasty, there is Zhou Yun. In the Kimchi Kingdom, who is there? Unbelievable overconfidence. I bet it will backfire." "Don't say that. After all, they're betting the entire country. They can't possibly have no cards to play, can they? Would you dare to do this without any trump card? Isn't that foolish? Playing the whole country for a fool? That's why I said they must have a trump card. Either they secretly received support from the Great Han Kingdom, or there's something we don't know about." There was much discussion, but no one could convince anyone else. In the live broadcast, Park Yung-ho walked to the microphone in front of the control panel. "All soldiers." His voice was amplified throughout the assembly area and broadcast live to the world. "For 300 years we have been guarding the defense line, guarding our homeland, and guarding the lives of generation after generation. Today, we will not hold the fort. Today, we attack." His tone wasn't exactly passionate, but it was heavy. "There is only one goal, to eliminate all the calamity beasts on the Baekdu Mountain defense line and completely purify this land. Either succeed or die trying." After he finished speaking, the troops below the stage were silent for a second, and then burst into a unified shout. The live stream chat also got a burst of excitement. "No matter what, it has that kind of imposing presence. South Korea is really going all out this time. I hope they succeed." Park Yung-ho turned and walked off the command platform. The final offensive begins. The first half of the battle went surprisingly smoothly. The 6 great lords of the Kimchi Kingdom divided into 3 groups and advanced towards the defensive lines simultaneously from 3 directions. The front line consisted of heavy infantry and the lords' monster troops, the rear line provided ranged fire support, and the 2 great lords' flying monsters conducted reconnaissance and aerial attacks. The density of the monsters on the defense line is not low, but their level is very low. Groups of E-rank and D-rank grunts poured out from the area thick with calamity energy. They took on various forms, some resembling mutated beasts and others twisted insects, but none of them possessed high combat strength. The lords of the Korean kingdom can wipe out an entire area with a single skill, and the firepower of ordinary soldiers can also effectively suppress it. The pace of progress is very fast. In the live broadcast, the South Korean army resembled a trident, simultaneously penetrating the heart of the defensive line from 3 directions, causing the monsters to scatter wherever they went. The trend in the comments section started to shift. It actually works? You're pushing pretty fast. These calamity beasts are too weak. They're E rank and D rank, but they're like paper. Does South Korea really have some trump card up its sleeve? Otherwise, they couldn't have won so smoothly, right? I said before that it would crash, but now I'm a little uncertain. The atmosphere in Korea was even more heated. Social media was flooded with screenshots of the live stream and declarations of victory, with hashtags like, "Long live Korea! We can win too!" and "Mountbaekdu will win," dominating the top 3 trending topics. However, the reactions within the military and political circles of different countries were quite different. A retired general from the European Union posted a short comment on social media, consisting of only 2 sentences. "The highest level calamity beast we've killed so far is a D rank. That's not even an appetizer." This comment didn't get many likes, but it was shared by military analysts and people from various countries' political circles. They can understand it. The calamity beasts on the defensive line are formed from condensed calamity energy, not from gushing out of the cracks. The rift in Mountbaekdu hasn't opened yet. The current battle is just clearing out the surface-dwelling aura creatures. This isn't the first time something like this has been done in South Korea's 30-year history of defense. The reason we don't usually do it is because it's unnecessary. After clearing it out, the negative energy will recondense in a few months and new energy will grow back. But these inside stories are unknown to the average viewer. They only see that South Korea is winning. And the South Korean government clearly doesn't intend to let them know. The process lasted for 2 days. By the 3rd day, things started to change. The troops advanced deep into the defensive line, where the concentration of the hazardous gas was nearly 10 times higher than that in the outer areas. The level of the calamity beasts began to rise, with C-rank individuals appearing frequently. They were larger, more ferocious, and more methodical in their movements. They are no longer the mobs that swarm in and get mowed down, but tactical monsters that can take detours, coordinate attacks, and concentrate their attacks on weak points. Then the C-rank disaster beast leader appeared. A black armored beast over 3 meters tall, its body covered in scales condensed from calamity energy, possessed strength and speed far exceeding that of an ordinary C-rank beast. It took a 3rd-rank lord from the Korean peninsula nearly 20 minutes to kill it, but his 2 B-rank monsters were seriously injured. Immediately afterwards, the B-rank disaster beast leader also appeared. The 5-meter-tall, dark-colored giant ape had arms as thick as pillars. When it punched, the ground collapsed. The Korean Empire had to deploy 2 great lords simultaneously to suppress it. The battle became difficult. In the live broadcast, the troops' advance slowed down noticeably. Casualties began to appear. Stretcher teams bustled about in the rear, and as some people were carried off, their burns still emitted plumes of black smoke. The emotions expressed in the comments section began to diverge. This is going to be tough. If a B-rank calamity beast leader has appeared, will there be an A-rank one coming later? Will there be any problems? Don't panic. This is nothing. The Great Han Kingdom fought S-rank enemies in the Scorched Earth Abyss. What are B-rank enemies? You're comparing Korea to the Han Dynasty? The generals of South Korea knew this better than anyone else. An elderly general with gray hair stood in the rear command post, looking at the battlefield situation map on the screen. His name is Choi Sang-hoon, the highest-ranking active-duty general in South Korea's military, and also the de facto commander-in-chief of the Baekdu Mountain defense line. There was no excitement on his face. There never was. He knew what these calamity beasts were. They were condensed forms of calamity energy. It's not the same as the real calamity beasts that emerged from the crack. South Korea has tried to clean up its defenses over the past 30 years, but they always grow back soon after, so they stopped bothering with it. Now the government is packaging this as a final offensive, as an attack on the source of the disaster beast. And he can't quite describe how he feels. But he was a soldier. The order came down, and he carried it out. 4 days and 4 nights. After 4 days and 4 nights of fierce fighting, the last Calamity Beast on the Baekdu Mountain defense line was killed. A B-rank Calamity Beast leader collapsed to the ground under the combined attack of 3 great lords, its body shattering into fragments of calamity energy that slowly dissipated into the air. On the battlefield, the exhausted soldiers paused for a few seconds, then burst into a hoarse cheer. Some people knelt on the ground, some hugged each other, and some just sat there in a daze, their faces indistinguishable between sweat and tears. 4 days and 4 nights. They paid a heavy price. The exact number of casualties has not yet been tallied, but the sheer number of stretchers visible to the naked eye is enough to weigh heavily on everyone's hearts. Yet cheers still erupted. Because no matter the cost, they had won. At least, they thought they had won. The live broadcast transmitted this moment to the whole world. The whole of Korea is buzzing with excitement. On the streets, some people set off fireworks. In the square, some waved national flags, and some drove around the city honking their horns. The hashtag, Battle of Mount Baekdu, trended to number 1 on social media within 10 minutes. The Great Han Kingdom did it, and so did we. This phrase has spread wildly across social media platforms around the world in various languages, fonts, and images. The South Korean government reacted faster than the public. The press conference was held less than an hour after the battle ended. Park Young-ho stood in front of the camera again, and this time he finally had a smile on his face. On behalf of the government of South Korea and all its soldiers, I announce that the operation to eliminate the monsters along the Baekdu Mountain defense line has been a complete success. Kimchi Country has become the second country, after the Great Han Kingdom, to eliminate the Calamity Beast at its source. Applause. Flashbulbs. Reporters raised their cameras and microphones. The official website updated its homepage at the same time. The large title and the fireworks animation were almost identical to those of the Great Han Kingdom. Warmest congratulations on the complete eradication of the source of the scourge on the Baekdu Mountain defense line. Everything seemed perfect. However, Choi Sang-hoon did not attend the press conference. He sat alone in the frontline command post, the screen in front of him still on, showing a panoramic view of the cleared Baekdu Mountain defense line. It was spotless, and the concentration of the aura was steadily decreasing, making it look like a victory. His adjutant came in, holding a draft of the casualty statistics. General, aren't you going to the press conference? Choi Sang-hoon did not answer the question. He stared at the screen, remaining silent for a long time. Then he said something. Order a full retreat. The sooner the better. The adjutant was taken aback. Now? Before the press conference ends? Now. Choi Sang-hoon stood up, his tone unwavering. The ominous energy hasn't dissipated. It's just been suppressed. It will return. Before it returns, evacuate everyone. His voice wasn't loud, but the adjutant understood what he was saying. It's not about being careful. It is fear. An old general who had fought against the monsters for 30 years had fear in his eyes after a great victory. The adjutant didn't ask any more questions, turned around and ran out to relay the order. The order to retreat was given urgently. Although the soldiers were exhausted, they obeyed the order and began to retreat in an orderly manner. They were very happy. I haven't slept for 4 days and 4 nights, and finally I can rest. Although many comrades have sacrificed their lives, at least we won. At least their names will appear in the victory record, not on the list of the dead. Halfway through the retreat, Choi Sang-hoon stood at the entrance of the command post, his gaze never leaving the direction of Baekdu Mountain. The direction of Tianchi. The clouds and mist on the mountaintop were thicker than they had been 4 days ago. He couldn't see the surface of Tianchi Lake. But he always felt that something down there was waking up. Then he felt it. A very faint vibration came from deep within the ground, passing through the sole of the boot to the sole of the foot. It was not an aftershock. It is a kind of rhythmic, accelerating pulse. Like a heartbeat. Choi Sang-hoon's expression changed in an instant. He turned his head abruptly. Speed up the retreat! Everyone, speed up the retreat! Immediately! The order hasn't been sent out yet. From the direction of the summit of Mount Baekdu, deep within the clouds, a sudden light appeared. It's not sunlight. It is the surface of Tianqi Lake. The deep blue lake water is turning black. Starting from the center of the lake, like ink dripping into clear water, it spreads outwards in concentric circles until the entire Tianqi Lake turns pitch black. Then, the lake's surface cracked open. A black crack emerged from the center of the lake, like an eye opening. The toxic gas spewed out from the cracks, its concentration being more than 100 times that of the defense line. Black columns of air shot straight into the sky, turning the clouds and mist on the mountaintop a deep gray. The crack has appeared. Chapter 344 Seeking Aid from the Great Han Kingdom. Choi Sang-hoon's first reaction was to back away. Speed up the retreat! Everyone, speed up the retreat! It's instinct. 30 years of battlefield experience are ingrained in his bones. But the thought lasted less than 3 seconds. His gaze shifted from the direction of Tianqi Lake to the retreating troops. The soldiers were unaware of what had happened. Some were helping each other, some were carrying the wounded, and some had just put down their weapons to rest. 4 days and 4 nights of intense fighting had completely drained their energy, leaving them looking exhausted. They were laughing. Because they thought they had won. Choi Sang-hoon looked at those faces and took a deep breath. Withdraw? Where to retreat to? Behind them lay the heart of South Korea, civilian districts, towns, and tens of millions of people. If anything gushing from the cracks caught up with the retreating troops, it would surge into the civilian districts. His gaze changed. It changed from fear to something else. Stop the retreat! His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the command post heard it. The adjutant had just run out to deliver the retreat order when he heard this and froze, turning back to look at him. General? Stop retreating, Choi Sang-hoon repeated, his tone now unwavering. Reorganize. Face the direction of Tianqi Lake. He walked to the command platform and picked up the communicator. All Grand Lords heed my command. Abandon retreat, regroup in place, and prepare for battle. Several great lords' voices came through the communicator, some surprised, some confused. General, what's going on? Weren't we retreating? Look at Tianqi Lake. The communicator went silent for a second. Then no one asked any more. Because they all saw it. From the mountaintop, a black column of calamity had already reached above the clouds. The surface of Tianqi Lake had turned completely black, and the cracks were still widening, spreading outwards from the center of the lake like an eye that was about to fully open. Choi Sang-hoon put down the communicator and turned to face the direction of Tianqi Lake. His eyes were calm. That kind of calm is not composure, but a clear-headed acceptance of fate. The communicator rang again. This time it's a government-related line. General Choi! Something's wrong with the live stream. What's that in the direction of Tianqi? Why is the concentration of disaster aura suddenly skyrocketing? The other person's voice was urgent, but they still maintained the decorum of an official. Choi Sang-hoon didn't beat around the bush. Disaster is coming. There was silence on the other end of the communicator. The rift has opened. The true source of the calamity beast has appeared. There was a 3-second silence. You mean, the same thing that happened to the Great Han Kingdom? Choi Sang-hoon's voice remained unchanged. If nothing unexpected happens, yes. A series of rapid breathing sounds came from the other end of the communicator. Choi Sang-hoon could imagine the expressions on the faces of the officials opposite him. Before, they had sat in the conference room, watching the live broadcast, celebrating a fake victory they all knew was real. Now, the real deal was here. Can the general hold them off? Choi Sang-hoon did not answer immediately. He glanced at the troops in the distance who were regrouping. 4 days and 4 nights of exhaustion resulted in heavy casualties, significantly reducing the remaining combat strength. The substances gushing from the cracks were only a few levels higher in grade and density than the condensed calamity energy on the defensive line. He knew the answer. But he still said something. We have to stop it even if we can't. There was a long silence on the other end of the communicator. The last voice was much lower, as if it had aged 10 years in an instant. The fate of South Korea rests entirely in your hands. Choi Sang-hoon did not respond to that statement. Cut off the live stream. What? Immediately cut off the live broadcast signal. All channels. His tone left no room for negotiation. What happens next is not something the whole world should see. The call was disconnected. The global live stream went black at the same moment. The hundreds of millions of viewers watching were faced with a completely black screen, with the signal indicator in the upper right corner turned gray. The comments section was initially stunned, then exploded with activity. What's going on? The signal is down? There seemed to be something over at Tianchi just now. I couldn't see it clearly. Black smoke. I saw a huge black column of smoke. Something happened, didn't it? Don't talk nonsense. It's probably just a technical issue. The official statement from South Korea was released 3 minutes later. The live broadcast has been temporarily interrupted due to interference from an unknown signal affecting the communication equipment. We are working diligently to repair the damage. Please be patient. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. The wording was very official and standard. But nobody believed it. Signal interference? Do you think we're stupid? There was clearly something unusual going on in the direction of Tianchi just now. Why didn't you explain? What is South Korea hiding? Could it be that the car crashed? The discussion was widespread, but no one could get confirmation because all signals had been cut off. Mount Baekdu. Below Heavenly Lake. Insects crawled out of the crack. Not just one or two. They were in large groups. Black crustacean monsters of varying sizes, the smallest being the size of a fist and the largest the size of a truck. It has 6 legs, its abdomen is covered with layers of calamity scales, and its head has a pair of curved calamity horns, the tips of which drip deep purple liquid. See order. Any one of them starts at level C. They poured out of the dark cracks, like an overturned giant anthill. First there were dozens, then hundreds, and then the number became so great that they were impossible to count. A dark mass stretched down the mountainside from the shore of Tianchi Lake, like a living black tide. Choi Sang-hoon stood at the very front of the line. His monsters have been unleashed. Beside him were his 3 A-rank war beasts, among the strongest fighting forces in the Korean Empire. Behind him, 6 great lords stood in formation, their soldiers holding weapons with their fingers on triggers. Everyone saw that black tide. No one spoke. Choi Sang-hoon drew his sword. He didn't give a mobilization speech, nor did he use any slogans. He simply raised his knife and pointed it towards Tianchi Lake. Then he shouted a single word. Kill! The sound tore through the air in the valley. For the great Kimchi nation! The soldiers behind him roared in response, their voices hoarse but burning. The army of several thousand men, along with all the demons, charged toward the black swarm of insects. Choi Sang-hoon was at the forefront. His rank A battle beast was the first to crash into the swarm of insects, its claws tearing through its carapace and sending fragments of calamity flying. Choi Sang-hoon followed closely behind, slashing horizontally with his sword, splitting the head of a C-rank insect beast in 2, spraying black fluid all over him. But there were too many insects. Kill the ones in front, and immediately fill in the gaps behind them. One layer is killed, and another layer appears below. Unlike the condensed calamity energy on the defensive line, these are real calamity beasts that surge out from the cracks, each with a physical form and complete combat instincts. Choi Sang-hoon continued to cut and push forward, but he could feel the battle lines being compressed. 2 hours later, the Korean army suffered nearly 1/5 of its losses. Choi Sang-hoon's face was splattered with black insect blood, and the blade of his sword was already chipped, but he kept hacking. One of his 3 A-rank war beasts had its foreleg bitten off by the swarm of insects, and it was dragging its severed limb as it continued to fight. He ordered a change in tactics. Withdraw from the defensive line. Use the fortifications to launch a counterattack. The troops retreated behind the concrete fortifications and reorganized their defenses using the existing defensive structures. The fortifications did have an effect. The swarm's impact was mitigated by the fortifications, and the casualty rate among the soldiers decreased. But the insects won't stop. They crashed in wave after wave, like tides pounding against a dam. Each wave left more cracks in the fortifications, and each wave sent a few insects breaking through the defenses. 2 more hours passed. Another fifth of the soldiers were lost. Choi Sang-hoon leaned against the section of broken fortification wall, panting heavily. His right hand could no longer grip the knife properly, and there was a deep scratch on his arm, from which the aura of disaster was seeping. He looked around. The remaining troops were still fighting, but everyone was at their limit. Ammunition was running low, the monsters were riddled with wounds, and the Great Lord's spiritual energy was dwindling. Compared to when we first started advancing the defensive line, our total combat strength is less than 40% of what it was at the beginning. Meanwhile, on the other side of the crack, insects were still swarming in. There is no sign of it stopping. Blue House. The emergency command center was deathly silent. Although the international live broadcast was interrupted, the domestic military communication lines remained open. The situation on the front lines is updated every 10 minutes, and each update is worse than the last. Park Young-ho sat at the front of the table, his face ashen. The casualty statistics from the front lines were spread out in front of him. The numbers would jump every now and then, and with each jump, the air in the room grew heavier. Someone spoke, their voice trembling. Why did this happen? Why did the cracks have to open at this particular time? The head of the technical department stepped forward, holding an urgent analysis report. Based on our monitoring data, we infer that the direct cause of the opening of the rift is that after a large number of calamity beasts were killed in a short period of time, the residual calamity energy created a resonance effect. He paused, as if considering his words. Simply put, we killed a large number of calamity energy condensations within 4 days. After these condensations died, the calamity energy did not dissipate, but flowed back into the ground. When the total amount of calamity energy flowing back exceeded a certain threshold, it triggered the opening of the rift. The room fell silent. So we opened it ourselves? The technical supervisor lowered his head and did not answer. But everyone understood. The cracks were not a coincidence. It was caused by their own actions. The 4-day, 4-night, great victory not only failed to eliminate the source of the calamity beast, but instead revealed the true source. Park Young-ho's fingers clenched tightly on the table, his knuckles turning white. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. What can I say? He orchestrated this disaster. South Korea's distress signal was sent to the world within the next hour. The first country I contacted was the United States. The South Korean foreign minister personally dialed the encrypted line of the U.S. State Department and explained the situation as quickly as possible. The cracks in Mount Baekdu have opened, monsters are emerging, the frontline forces are in dire need of supplies, and military support is requested. The United States responded quickly. The wording was also very standard. We are deeply concerned about the current situation in South Korea. However, after an emergency assessment by the Ministry of Defense, we are currently unable to allocate sufficient military forces for cross-border support. The United States also faces the potential threat of the disaster rift within its borders, and we must ensure that our homeland has sufficient defense reserves to deal with any possible contingencies. We suggest that South Korea initiate a formal multilateral assistance request through the UN Committee on Disaster and Animal Defense, and we will actively cooperate within that framework. His words were perfectly watertight. The reasons are very valid. But after hearing this, the South Korean foreign minister's fingers trembled as he gripped the microphone. He understands. Homeland defense reserves, potential threats, and UN framework. In layman's terms, it all boils down to this: we're not coming. United Nations framework? By the time that process is completed, even the bugs from Baekdu Mountain will have crawled all the way to Seoul. He hung up the phone and immediately dialed another one. The country of Will. We deeply sympathize with South Korea's situation. However, according to our constitution, cross-border military operations require parliamentary authorization, and the approval process cannot be completed in a short time. We suggest. It's over. The Iron Tower country. The government of the United Kingdom attaches great importance to this incident. Unfortunately, our disaster prevention and control forces are mainly deployed along the southern front, and mobilization will take at least 72 hours. We will coordinate as soon as possible. It's over. White Bear Kingdom. There is a lack of an existing framework for military cooperation between the White Bear Nation and the Kimchi Nation, and rashly sending troops could trigger unnecessary geopolitical disputes. It is recommended to resolve the issue through diplomatic channels. It's over. The responses from each country were different, with varying styles of wording. Some were polite, some were indifferent, and some were roundabout. But the meaning is exactly the same. I'm not coming. The foreign minister stared at the ever-growing call log in his hand, his lips turning pale. Contact the country of cherry blossoms, he said. The assistant next to him hesitated for a moment. Minister's relationship with the cherry blossom country. Connect. The assistant dialed the number. Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs responded faster than other countries. It happened as fast as if they were waiting for this phone call. We are already aware of the situation in South Korea. The other person's voice was calm, even carrying a hint of ease that shouldn't be present in this setting. Unfortunately, Japan is also currently unable to provide military support. The foreign minister took a deep breath. Your Excellency, the fate of the nation is intertwined. If South Korea cannot hold on, and the calamity beasts invade southward, your Sakura kingdom will suffer the same fate. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold? The other person interrupted him, finally revealing a hint of truth in their tone. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold, and the first to be affected won't be our Sakura country. The country that is truly adjacent to you is the Great Han Kingdom. The foreign minister opened his mouth. Why don't you ask the Great Han Kingdom for help? The other person's voice remained calm, but every word seemed carefully chosen. Is the Great Han Kingdom ignoring you too? The call ended. The foreign minister gripped the microphone, the veins on the back of his hand bulging out one by one. He wanted to swear. But he couldn't bring himself to swear. Because what the other party said is true. The atmosphere in the emergency command center had plummeted to freezing point. All the call logs were laid out on the table. 7 countries, 7 rejections. Different wording, same result. No one came to rescue them. After a long silence, someone spoke up. Contact the Great Han Kingdom. The voice was very soft, as if it had rolled around in the throat several times before being spoken. No one responded. Because everyone is thinking the same thing. The Great Han Kingdom? The cooperation negotiations with Chun Fong Wine have been going on for 6 months, but they haven't even gotten to the door. Relations between the two countries have plummeted to an all-time low. To put it bluntly, the previous series of statements and actions were practically tantamount to openly offending the Great Han Kingdom. Should we ask for help now? How do I start the conversation? Chapter 345. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Using the analogy of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold, someone suggested. The Great Han Kingdom borders us. If Baitu Mountain falls, the monsters will move south, and the Great Han Kingdom's northeastern defense line will also be affected. They won't ignore it. No, another voice immediately retorted. The Great Han Kingdom has never been afraid of threats. Using such rhetoric to talk to them will only backfire. Moreover, the man paused. Even if it's a matter of mutual dependence, they can wait until we're destroyed before taking action. Why should they come to help now? The room is in a mess again. Some were arguing about how to phrase things, some were calculating how long the front lines could hold out, and some were going through diplomatic records between the two countries trying to find any goodwill they could exploit. The noise grew louder and louder. Quiet! One voice overwhelmed everyone else. The Prime Minister of South Korea stood up. He was no longer young. His hair was gray, and his face was deeply wrinkled. He rarely lost his temper, and was known for his gentleness within the cabinet. But at this moment, when his gaze swept across the entire room, everyone fell silent. "Give me the phone." He walked to the communications station and personally picked up the encrypted microphone. No one asked him who he was calling. "The line is connected. The other end is an encrypted channel of the United Front Work Department of the Great Han Kingdom." The Prime Minister took a deep breath. "This is the Prime Minister of South Korea. I have urgent business to report." After the other party confirmed his identity, the call was transferred twice before he finally received a voice he didn't recognize. However, judging from the way the other person spoke, they were of a high rank. The Prime Minister didn't beat around the bush. "First of all, on behalf of the government of the Korean Peninsula, I would like to express my sincere apologies to the Great Han Kingdom for some inappropriate remarks and actions in the past. These matters have indeed had a negative impact on the relations between the two countries, and the responsibility lies with us. We are willing to bear all the consequences for this." He paused for a moment. As I said those words, it felt like something was blocking my throat. But he continued talking. "Now we're in trouble. The rifts in the Baekdu Mountain defense line have opened, and the frontline troops are fighting with all their might, but the situation is extremely dire. I implore the Great Han Kingdom to extend a helping hand, considering the historical ties between our two nations. We are willing to pay any price for this." He emphasized the last 4 words. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Then the voice said something. "We have received your information. We will convene a meeting as soon as possible and get back to you in 10 minutes. 10 minutes? The Prime Minister repeated the number. "Yes. 10 minutes. The call ended. The Prime Minister put down the microphone and turned to face the room full of people. "Wait." He said only one word and then sat down. 10 minutes. No one spoke in the command room. The clock on the wall ticked away, each second seeming to stretch tenfold. Communications from the front lines are still being updated. The 4th wave of the insect swarm has begun. The 3rd fortification of the defense line has been breached, and 2 platoons of soldiers have been cut off and surrounded by the insect swarm. All the people under the jurisdiction of a 3rd-rank lord were killed in battle, and he himself was seriously wounded and retreated. Choi Sang-hoon is still on the front lines. His sword was broken, so he switched to a rifle he had picked up from a fallen soldier, firing as he directed the remaining troops to tighten their defenses. His uniform was covered in insect blood and his own blood, making it impossible to distinguish which parts were from wounds and which were splattered. 4 minutes. 5 minutes. 6 minutes. The phone rang. Everyone looked at the communication station at the same time. The Prime Minister stood up and picked up the microphone. "I am the Prime Minister of the Kimchi country." The voice from the other end came through. The Prime Minister's expression changed as he listened. First he was tense, then he relaxed a little, then he tensed up again, and finally his expression froze on a very complex face. He put down the microphone. He turned around. Everyone in the room was staring at him. "Good news." His voice was a little hoarse. "The Great Han Kingdom has agreed to provide assistance." The air in the room seemed to be sucked out for a moment, creating a vacuum. Then, several people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Some even stood up, their lips already parted in a grin, ready to say something. But the Prime Minister immediately followed up with the next sentence. "But the leader is General Qin Yu." He paused. "It's not Zhou Yun." The sounds inside the room suddenly stopped again. The group exchanged glances. Qin Yu? Officials in South Korea are no strangers to this name. They had all watched the live broadcast of the battle on the southwestern defense line. Qin Yu led his team into the crevice and resolved the source in 25 minutes. A first-rank lord, wielding a glass cannon with extremely fast attack speed. But he is not Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun possesses SSSS-level combat power, hundreds of thousands of subjects, and the ability to turn the tide of the entire battlefield with a single wave of his hand. Qin Yu did not. Can Qin Yu do it? Someone asked that question. The Prime Minister glanced at him but did not answer. Because he didn't know either. But he knew something else. The fact that the Great Han Kingdom is willing to come is already the best outcome they can get right now. Notify the front lines, the Prime Minister said, his tone regaining its composure. Tell General Choi that reinforcements have arrived. Tell him to hold on. He looked at the clock on the wall. Hold on until reinforcements arrive. On the other side, Qin Yu was cleaning the red prison in the barracks when he received the order. He cleaned it very carefully, wiping every inch of the blade repeatedly with a special soft cloth. The red gold pattern shimmered under the light, as if something alive was breathing inside. The communicator rang. It's an encrypted channel of the United Front Work Department. After listening to the conversation, he put down the communicator and glanced at the crimson prison in his hand. Then he smiled. I had just received the Crimson Prison and hadn't even had a chance to use it properly when a job came up. 15 minutes later, Qin Yu's troops completed their emergency assembly. He didn't bring many people, an elite brigade plus his own monster unit, totaling less than 300 people. But they moved very quickly, from receiving the order to setting off, without a moment's delay. The message spread almost simultaneously within the Grand Lord's internal communication group. Old Qin, are you really going? Just you alone? Isn't that too risky? I heard the situation in South Korea is very serious. Cracks have even appeared. Can you manage to go there alone? Qin Yu replied to messages as he walked toward the tarmac, his tone quite relaxed. If I don't go, are you guys going? The group was silent for 2 seconds. No one responded. Qin Yu typed another one. Don't worry. I have an SSS-grade Crimson Prison weapon. My strength is beyond your imagination. Even if I can't solve the root of the Calamity Beast, I can still protect myself. That was a rather arrogant statement, but no one in the group disagreed. Because everyone knows that the combination of Crimson Prison's no cooldown burning fire and Qin Yu's attack speed is no joke. One message popped up out of the box, its tone different from the others. Prioritize our own safety. As for South Korea, we'll help if we can. If we can't, so be it. The United Front Work Department is already contacting Lord Zhou Yun. Once Lord Zhou Yun arrives, everything will be resolved. Qin Yu glanced at the message and replied with a few words. Understood. I know my own capabilities very well. I will not take any risks before Lord Zhou Yun arrives. After sending the message, he put the communicator in his pocket and strode up the gangway of the armed aircraft. The roar of engines filled the air. The aircraft took off. Meanwhile, the territory. The WeChat group for Dahan Changxing was buzzing with messages. The United Front Work Department's report was transmitted to the Lord's Circle through the Lords on Earth. A fissure has appeared in Baekdu Mountain in the Kimchi Kingdom, and the front lines are in dire need of help. The Great Han Kingdom has agreed to provide assistance, and Qin Yu is on his way. However, the United Front Work Department is also contacting Zhou Yun. The news spread extremely quickly among the lords. Soon, Liang Kuan and Fu Yanjie contacted Zhou Yun through their friends' contact information. When Zhou Yun saw the message in the lord's manner, he was holding a freshly brewed cup of tea. After reading the message, he put down his teacup and stood up. I need to go back to Earth. Wanna was right next to her. She had just come in from outside, carrying a stack of newly organized resource allocation tables. Upon learning the reason, she immediately put down the documents. My lord, this rift is likely different from the one in the southwest. We have no information about the types of monsters, the environment, or the scale of the calamity beasts in Mount Baekdu. We don't know what changes might occur, so it's better to be cautious. Zhou Yun nodded. Clear. He turned and walked towards the teleportation point. Just as I reached the door, I heard hurried footsteps behind me. It is a fire whisker. He ran breathlessly, holding something in his hand, afraid of being a step too late. My lord! Wait! Zhou Yun stopped and turned around. Firebeard rushed up to him, bent over and took a couple of breaths, then handed him what he was holding with both hands. A magic staff. It is entirely dark green, with the staff made of some kind of dark wood material interwoven with metal wire. At the top is a dark green gemstone, with light slowly flowing inside, as if a small living forest has been sealed away. Zhou Yun took it, a thought flashing through his mind. A series of clear notification sounds echoed deep within my consciousness. A sound. 2 sounds. Third tone. Name, Zhou Yun. Category, weapons/staffs. Rank SSS. Skill, rejuvenation, based on intelligence attribute, restores health to all friendly units within range equal to 1000% of intelligence attribute, and removes 1 stack of negative status effect. Cooldown 5 seconds. Description: a staff forged with a framework of starry mithril, a core containing the remnants of an S-rank undead beast's inner core, and fused with molten vein essence. It can draw upon deep-seated life force to unleash healing and purification. Zhou Yun's brows twitched slightly after reading the attributes. 1000% multiplier for group healing. It also has the effect of clearing away negative influences. Only a 5-second cooldown. If Crimson Prison is a sword born for offense, then Emerald Abyss is a staff born for endurance. With this, his people's army's ability to sustain combat in the monster space will be significantly enhanced. That's impressive. He said it from the bottom of his heart. Huasu chuckled, his mustache bristling, and the tired lines around his eyes were full of smugness. I'm glad the Lord is satisfied. He rubbed his hands together, and added another sentence. This time it was faster than last time, only a day and a half. The properties of that green inner core have a very high affinity with the starry mithril, and I knew exactly how to proceed as soon as I got my hands on it. Zhou Yun smiled and glanced at him. You've worked hard. Go back and rest. Not tired at all. Firebeard waved his hand, but the dark circles under his eyes betrayed him. Zhou Yun didn't say anything more, put away the jade pendant, and turned to walk towards the teleportation point. A flash of light. The figure disappeared. Over the land of Kimchi. Qin Yu's armed aircraft are flying at maximum speed toward Mount Pictou. He sat in the cabin, with Qiyu lying across his lap, his eyes closed. The cabin was very noisy, but he seemed not to hear it at all. The communicator kept transmitting updates on the battle situation from South Korea, each one worse than the last. The frontline fighting force is less than 30% of its initial strength. 4 breaches were made in the defensive line. Choi Sang-hoon himself was injured, but he is still in command. Qin Yu listened to this news without opening his eyes. He's calculating. How much time is left from our current location to Baekdu Mountain? How long can the front lines in South Korea hold out? The difference between the two numbers is the space he needs to fill. The difference is not significant. But it's not exactly a comfortable life either. He opened his eyes and glanced at the crimson gold pattern on the crimson prison blade. It's very quiet. But he knew it wouldn't be quiet soon. The front line at Mount Pictou. Choi Sang-hoon has lost count of how many waves this is. The insect swarms came one after another, with the intervals getting shorter and shorter. Several breaches were smashed into the fortifications. The soldiers used their bodies and the monsters to block the gaps, fighting and retreating. With each step back, their feet were covered in the blood of their comrades. He couldn't lift his right arm anymore. The evil energy seeped into his muscles from the scratches, making his entire arm numb and painful, as if a piece of red-hot iron had been stuffed inside. But he was still standing. His sword was long gone. He had switched to a third gun, and the magazine was almost empty. General! We can't hold on any longer. We really can't hold on any longer. A young soldier shouted from behind a nearby bunker, his voice cracking. We're finished. Korea is finished. Choi Sang-hoon fired with his left hand while shouting angrily. Nonsense! His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against sheet metal, but it still drowned out the noise of the battlefield. Hold on, everyone! As long as you have a breath left, you can't give up! The soldiers were startled by his roar, but gritted their teeth and continued fighting. Choi Sang-hoon took a breath and glanced up into the distance during the brief moment. The direction of Tianqi. Insect swarm. The densely packed black beetle-like creatures stretched from Tianqi Lake all the way to the mountainside, a dark mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. Compared to a few hours ago, the number has not decreased, but rather increased. The cracks are still spewing. Choi Sang-hoon looked away, not letting anyone see his expression. Then he heard a voice. It came from the sky. Engine sound. He had heard similar sounds many times. Over the past few hours, reinforcements drawn from various parts of South Korea have been arriving one after another, each time accompanied by the sound of armed aircraft engines. He's used to it. But this time is different. He recognized it immediately. The engine frequency is wrong. The tone is lower, deeper, and more stable. That wasn't the sound of a standard South Korean armed aircraft. Choi Sang-hoon suddenly looked up. In the sky, a fleet of standard-issue armed aircraft from the Great Han Kingdom emerged from the eastern horizon. 1, 10, 100. More and more. The dark gray fuselage stretched out in the gloomy light, obscuring half the sky. The red markings beneath the wings stood out starkly against the somber backdrop. At least 1,000. It almost filled the entire field of vision. Choi Sang-hoon stared at the group of aircraft, forgetting to fire his gun. His lips moved slightly. Then, with the last of his strength, he roared. They're here! Our reinforcements have arrived! Reinforcements from the Great Han Kingdom have arrived! Chapter 346 Retreat. Chin Yu did not wait for the armed aircraft to land. The moment the hatch opened, he jumped out. It fell directly from a height of 30 meters, the wind rushing into the military overcoat and making it flutter loudly. His figure flashed in midair, and the attributes of the synchronized Shadow Blade Mantis were fully released during the descent. The speed and power of the S-rank made his body smash into the edge of the swarm like a cannonball. Bang! The shockwave from the landing sent more than a dozen insected beasts flying, sending rubble and shell fragments flying everywhere. He knelt on one knee, his right hand already drawing out the crimson prism. The moment the sword was drawn, the crimson gold patterns lit up. It wasn't the kind of light that flowed slowly, it was the kind of light that was ignited. The crimson gold lines on the blade looked like they were filled with magma, burning from the hilt all the way to the tip, leaving a dazzling trail of light on the gray battlefield. Chin Yu stood up. He didn't look back at the armed aircraft, didn't wait for the troops to deploy, and didn't even glance at the overall battlefield. He simply lifted the crimson prism and walked into the densest swarm of insects. The first cut. A C-rank beetle beast pounced, its 6 legs spread wide, its calamity horn aimed at his chest. Chin Yu turned to the side, and the knife sliced across the abdomen of the insect beast at a speed so fast that the trajectory of the blade was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The insect beast rushed past him, took 3 steps, and then split in 2. The edges of the crack are burning. Crimson flames spread along the wound, scorching the insect beast's carapace and internal organs into charred remains. Scorching fire. No cooling. It is added to every normal attack. The second cut. The third cut. The fourth cut. Chin Yu unleashed his full attack speed. After synchronizing with Shadow Blade Mantis, his attack frequency was 7 to 8 times per second. Each strike is a basic attack, and each basic attack is accompanied by 300% of the strength attribute fire damage from burning flame. 7 seconds. More than 50 insect beasts had already fallen beside him. Each one died in the same way. Its body was cleaved open, the wounds burned, and its carapace charred. Their corpses formed a line of fire behind him, as if someone had drawn a line through the swarm of insects with a giant fire pen. Chin Yu did not stop. He ventured deeper into the swarm, his pace quickening. In his hands, Crimson Prism was no longer a blade, but more like a living fire dragon, dodging left and right, each swing taking the lives of several insect beasts. His movements were very clean. There were no unnecessary movements, no fancy moves. Every strike was aimed at vital points, and every strike was fatal. His S-rank attack speed made his movements so fast that it felt like he was moving through a swarm of insects rather than fighting. By the time the insect beasts pounced on him, he had already flashed to the next position, leaving behind only a burning wreckage. Occasionally, he would gather his strength and unleash an even heavier slash. Buzz dash! A scorching red blade aura burst forth from the edge of the crimson prison, spreading out in a fan shape and covering a width of more than 30 meters in front of it. All insected beasts within range, regardless of whether they were C-rank or D-rank, had their shells instantly cracked, and flames seeped into the cracks, burning them into empty shells from the inside. One skill, a swarm of insects and beasts. An arc-shaped scorch mark was left on the ground, as if a huge branding iron had been used to slash the ground. One person. They managed to create the effect of an entire legion. On the front lines in South Korea, the fighting stopped the moment Qin Yu jumped down. It wasn't that the monsters stopped, it was that the soldiers of the Korean nation stopped. They forgot to fight. Everyone is watching. A man in a military overcoat charged alone into the swarm of insects that they had been fighting for over 10 hours without being able to suppress. With each swing of his knife, insects and beasts fell, and sparks flew wherever the knife passed. His speed was so fast that he didn't seem like a human being, but more like a streak of crimson lightning flashing back and forth. A young South Korean soldier crouched behind a bunker, his gun trembling and his lips shaking. Who is that person? The veteran next to him was also stunned, and it took him a long time to squeeze out a sentence. From the Great Han Kingdom. One person? One person. The soldiers fell silent. They fought for more than 10 hours, suffering heavy casualties, and the entire army was overwhelmed by the swarm of insects. The army of several thousand men, along with all the monsters, barely managed to keep the defensive line from being completely overwhelmed. Then a man jumped down, armed with only a knife, and without a single monster, and charged straight in. And they killed them faster than all of them combined. Choi Sang-hoon leaned against a section of dilapidated fortification wall, his right arm completely immobile, his left hand clutching a rifle without a magazine. He was looking at Qin Yu. He recognized the name. The first-rank Grand Lord of the Great Han Kingdom, Commander-in-Chief of the Southwest Defense Line, synchronized S-rank Shadow Blade Mantis, attack speed glass cannon. The person who dealt with the source of the Southwest Rift in 25 minutes during the battle. But knowing the name, the image of Qin Yu moving through the swarm of insects seemed to shatter and rebuild his understanding of combat power over the past 30 years. Choi Sang-hoon himself was also a first-rank official. The highest military rank in South Korea is that of a commander-in-chief. In terms of status, Qin Yu was on the same level as him. They were all chief officers of the National Defense Line, and veterans who had carried out the ravages of war for decades. But the gap in combat power is right before our eyes. Qin Yu's individual achievements surpassed those of his entire army, which had fought for over 10 hours. Moreover, the knife in Qin Yu's hand. Choi Sang-hoon's gaze followed the movement of Qin Yu's blade. With each swing of the blade, the crimson gold patterns on the blade would flash, and the wounds of the insects and beasts struck would immediately ignite. It's obviously extraordinary. Choi Sang-hoon suddenly thought of something. Qin Yu was merely a general of the Han dynasty. A first-rank Grand Lord, the commander-in-chief of a defensive line, and someone of the same rank as him. Above Qin Yu, there is also Xiangbei. On the northernmost point, Zhou Yun is even stronger in combat. If Qin Yu is already this strong, how strong must Zhou Yun be? The thought was like a bucket of cold water poured over my head. It's not the temperature of the cold water, it's the weight difference. He didn't know when it started, but the gap between Korea and the Han dynasty had widened to such an extent. Choi Sang-hoon gritted his teeth. He's not the kind of person who admits defeat. He refused. He threw away his empty gun, took a rifle with ammunition from a fallen soldier next to him, and stood up. Everyone! He shouted, his voice hoarse but still powerful. Stand with the people of the Great Han Kingdom! Fight together! Don't fall behind! The remaining soldiers were spurred on by his roar, and they all stood up, weapons in hand, and charged forward. But they had only taken a few steps when a figure suddenly appeared in front of Choi Sang-hoon. Qin Yu. I don't know when they arrived here. He was covered in insect blood, his military overcoat was so faded that its original color was no longer discernible, and a severed limb of an insect beast was still hanging on the blade of Crimson Prison. He looked at Choi Sang-hoon with a cold gaze. Don't you want to die fast enough? Choi Sang-hoon was taken aback. Step back. Qin Yu didn't repeat himself a second time. He turned and left, and in the blink of an eye, he had already swung the Crimson Prison in his hand, cleaving a C-rank insect beast that pounced from the side in two with a single strike, and flames spread along the corpse. Then he plunged back into the depths of the swarm. Choi Sang-hoon stood there, his fingers gripping the rifle turning white. He wanted to argue. But he couldn't say it. Because Qin Yu was right. His troops had been fighting for more than 10 hours, and their combat strength was only 1/10. If they charged forward again, it would not be to coordinate, but to send them to their deaths. He took a deep breath and lowered the gun. All personnel retreat to the defensive line. Remain in place and await further orders. When the order was given, his voice was lower than ever. Ahead, Qin Yu had already reached the heart of the insect swarm. A B-rank monster leader noticed him. It was a gigantic beetle beast, 5 or 6 times larger than an ordinary insect beast. The scales on its back were a deep purple color, and the horn on its head was half a meter long. The purple liquid dripping from the tip of the horn would corrode a deep pit when it fell to the ground. It let out a piercing screech and lunged at Qin Yu with all 6 legs exerting force. It's very fast. The B-rank leader's strength and speed far surpassed those of a normal C-rank leader. The moment it pounced, it created a gust of calamity-inducing wind pressure, causing the surrounding small insect beasts to be knocked over. Qin Yu did not dodge. He went to meet him. A person and an insect intertwined in midair. The whole process took less than a second. Qin Yu swept past the insect beast, and Qin Yu slashed 7 times in succession. 1 second. 7 cuts. The B-rank calamity beast leader rushed past him, took 2 steps, and then stopped. It did not fall. But its body is not right. 7 scars. From beginning to end, 7 deep slashes ran across his entire body, each one burning. Crimson flames emerged from the wound, spreading along the cracks in the carapace, burning the deep purple scales black one by one. The insect beast swayed. Then, with a crash, like a building block having its support removed, its entire body shattered into pieces of flesh, scattered all over the ground. Every piece of minced meat was burning on its cross-section. Qin Yu flicked the knife, shaking off the insect blood from the blade. There was a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were blazing with excitement. SSS-rank weapons are indeed extraordinary. Red Prison raised his combat power to a level that even he himself couldn't believe. Each strike is accompanied by burning flames. 7 strikes means 7 instances of fire damage, each dealing 300% of the power attribute, stacked on top of the basic attack. Even the toughest carapace of a B-rank leader cannot withstand the scorching heat of this density. Although he was alone, he was like an army of thousands. Qin Yu suppressed his smile, and continued to fight his way deeper into the enemy territory. The Crimson Prison moved faster and faster in his hands, and the crimson gold patterns shone brighter and brighter. Behind the Baekdu Mountain defense line, all of the armed aircraft from the Great Han Kingdom have landed. The soldiers filed out of the hatches and quickly formed ranks behind the defensive line. The movements were neat, quiet, and efficient, a stark contrast to the chaos in South Korea. But they did not participate in the war. Before setting off, Qin Yu gave the order. No one was allowed to participate in the battle without his instructions. So they stood there. Line up, weapons at the ready, looking ahead. Watching their general charge left and right through the swarm of insects, his sword flashing like a dragon, and flames spreading everywhere. A young soldier from the Great Han Kingdom stood at the front of the line, gripping a rifle in his hand, his eyes following Qin Yu's figure. His back was very straight. There was no fear or anxiety on his face. There is only something very simple and pure. Pride. His comrade next to him whispered something. General Qin is truly formidable. He did not reply. But his lips twitched slightly. That feeling doesn't need to be expressed in words. Standing here, watching his general fight against thousands on a foreign battlefield, with his own troops lined up in neat rows behind him, and a battlefield illuminated by the crimson light of swords in front of him. This feeling is called glory. But the soldiers from South Korea saw something else entirely. A lone figure flashing a knife. 1,000 armed aircraft. The soldiers of the Great Han Kingdom stood in neat rows, motionless. And they themselves, squatting behind the dilapidated fortifications, covered in blood and so exhausted they could barely stand. Gap. No one needs to say it. Everyone saw it. On the other side, Qin Yu's knife never stopped. 40 minutes have passed since I jumped out of the armed aircraft. The crimson gold patterns of the crimson prison remained lit, and the blade flashed back and forth among the swarm of insects. Every second, insect beasts fell, and every second, new flames ignited on the remains. The soldiers from South Korea crouched behind the defensive line, initially shocked, then relieved, and later some even began to relax. He can handle this by himself, right? A young soldier whispered. He's killed so many, he should be almost done clearing them out. The person next to him didn't respond. Because anyone with a little knowledge has already noticed something. Qin Yu's killing efficiency was indeed terrifying. The number of insect beasts he killed in 40 minutes was more than the entire Korean army had accomplished in more than 10 hours. But the battlefront did not advance. From the spot where he jumped down until now, the area he's in has hardly moved forward. He was killing, but the fissures were also spewing blood. He cut down one group in front of him, and another surged up from behind. The speeds on both sides are precisely at a delicate balance point. Cui Shangxuan leaned against the ruins of the fortification wall, a makeshift tourniquet wrapped around his right arm, his eyes fixed on Qin Yu's figure. He figured it out. Qin Yu's combat prowess is beyond doubt, and Qin Yu's output is indeed outrageous. But he is a person. No matter how wide an attack can be launched, it can only cover a limited area. The swarm of insects poured out of the crack from all directions, while Qin Yu could only defend the front and a small section of each flank. The remaining insected beasts bypassed him and continued pushing towards the defensive line. The soldiers brought by the Great Han Kingdom held off a portion of the enemy, but their numbers were small, and they could only maintain the defensive line from being breached. They could not push back. Balance. A temporary balance. Choi Sang-hoon closed his eyes briefly. He knew all too well what this balance meant. Qin Yu is a human being. Humans need to expend spiritual energy, physical strength, and the ability to breathe. But insect beasts don't need that. The monstrous beasts within the rift are endless, tireless, and limitless. Just because it can maintain balance now doesn't mean it will in an hour. What about 2 hours later? What about 3 hours later? Qin Yu's attack frequency will decrease, the coverage area will narrow, and the trigger efficiency of the scorching fire skill will decrease due to the depletion of stamina. At that point, the balance will be broken. Once the balance is broken, the Baekdu Mountain defense line will be completely destroyed. Choi Sang-hoon opened his eyes and glanced at the sky. It's empty. No new armed aircraft were introduced. Where are the reinforcements? Without reinforcements, this is still a certain death situation. We will reassess Chapter 347. Meanwhile, the internet has exploded. The fact that South Korea shut down the live stream sparked far more intense discussions on global social media than the live stream itself. Why did South Korea suddenly stop its live stream? What was that black smoke coming from the direction of Tianchi just now? I took a screenshot. It's definitely not normal. What are they hiding? It crashed, didn't it? I knew it would crash. Stop guessing, the official Korean government says it's signal interference. Signal interference? We played for 4 days without any interference, but suddenly after the victory it started? Conspiracy theories, analytical posts, and sarcastic posts are flying everywhere. Some people are looking at satellite images of the Tianchi Lake area. Some are analyzing the anomalies in the last few frames before the live stream was interrupted, and some have even created a meme titled, "Countdown to Korea's Collapse." Meanwhile, the sentiment within South Korea is even more complex. The public has just experienced a rapid shift from euphoria to confusion. Just an hour ago, they were setting off fireworks in the street to celebrate the Battle of Mount Pictou, but now the live stream has suddenly stopped. The official explanation given by the authorities is signal interference, which no one believes, and various rumors have begun to spread wildly on local social media platforms. I heard something happened at Tianchi. What's up? I don't know, but it said that the military issued an emergency evacuation order and then withdrew. Didn't you say you won? Why retreat if you've won? You believe you won? You believe they even cut the live stream off? The discontent grew louder. The public felt they had been deceived. They were expecting a complete victory, but instead witnessed a performance that came to an abrupt end. The Blue House. Emergency Command Center. Park Young-ho sat at the table with 3 screens in front of him. On the left is the frontline situation, in the middle is domestic public opinion monitoring, and on the right is real-time reports from international media. None of the content on the 3 screens was good news. Frontline, Zhou Yun maintains a balance but is unable to advance. The swarms of insects continued to emerge, but the balance of power remained essentially unchanged. Domestically, public discontent is rising, with keywords such as deception and concealment trending on local social media. International media outlets around the world are questioning the motives behind South Korea's decision to cut off the live broadcast, with the prevailing view being that it was a mishap. Park Young-ho tapped his fingers on the table a few times. The current situation, he began, his voice much lower than before, is worse than before the rift opened. No one objected. Stopping the live stream was the right thing to do. At that time, the situation couldn't be seen by the whole world. But now the situation has changed. He looked at the screen monitoring public opinion. Domestic people feel that we are covering it up, and internationally, people think we have messed up. The longer it drags on, the greater the pressure from both directions will be. Moreover, the situation at the front is not optimistic. General Zhou Yun's combat effectiveness is beyond doubt, but one person cannot reverse the fundamental situation. The balance is only temporary. He paused for a moment. We need more support. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people in the room all changed. More support? In the last round of appeals for help, all 7 countries refused. South Korea has already lost face completely. If we go and beg now, who will come? But a young aide in the corner suddenly spoke up. Start a live stream. Everyone looked at him. Restart the live stream. He stood up, his voice not loud but clear. And it should be broadcast globally. Park Young-ho looked at him without interrupting. The aide took a deep breath and began to speak. The situation is different now than before. The live stream was interrupted before because the scene of the crack opening and the entire line collapsing could not be shown to anyone. But now General Zhou Yun of the Great Han Kingdom has arrived, and the situation has stabilized. Live streaming has several advantages. First, it allows the whole world to see the real situation. Even a first-rank Grand Lord of the Great Han Kingdom could barely maintain his balance against the calamity beast surging out of the rift. What does this mean? It means that the strength of the calamity beast in this rift far exceeded expectations. The casualties suffered by the Koreans before were not because the Koreans were weak, but because their opponents were too strong. He paused, glanced at Park Young-ho's expression, and continued. Secondly, the Great Han Kingdom sent Zhou Yun to provide support. This event itself has enormous diplomatic value. The whole world is watching us, and all the other countries have refused our requests for help, but only the Great Han Kingdom has come. Under the live broadcast, This is a testament to the camaraderie between the Great Han Kingdom and the Korean nation. Third, and most importantly, the aide's voice fell silent. If, under the live broadcast, even the support from the Great Han Kingdom can only barely maintain a balance, then the whole world will see one fact: the threat of this rift is not just a problem for South Korea, but a problem for the entire region. Under these circumstances, our appeals for help to other countries are completely different in nature. Before, we were the ones who made the mess and had to clean it up ourselves, and others could turn a blind eye. But now it's a global live broadcast, with hundreds of millions of people watching. Any country that refuses to provide assistance at this time is essentially watching us die in front of the whole world. This is seriously inhumane. It will be despised and condemned by everyone. Moreover, if just one country sends troops, even if it's just symbolic, the current stalemate can be completely broken. After the aide finished speaking, he withdrew. The room was quiet for a few seconds. Park Young-ho looked at him, his gaze containing something quite complex. Then he nodded. "Start a live stream." He turned to the communications officer. "Our official statement is, the live broadcast was interrupted because the crack suddenly opened, and the concentration of hazardous gas surged, affecting the communications signal. We have been working hard to repair it, and the signal has now been restored." A statement was also released. The Kimchi Kingdom's army suffered heavy casualties in the fierce battle against the Rift Beasts. General Zhou Yun of the Great Han Kingdom has now led his troops to provide support, and the two sides are currently engaged in joint operations. At the same time as the statement was issued, an urgent appeal for assistance was once again made to all countries that had previously refused to provide support. His voice was steady, as if he were issuing a military order. "Execute immediately." The communications officer turned and ran out. Park Young-ho leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes briefly. He has already lost most of the game. But as long as he has a breath left, he has to keep going. The live broadcast signal has been restored. The moment the screen lit up, hundreds of millions of viewers around the world simultaneously saw a Baekdu mountain that was completely different from what they had seen just hours before. The sky in the direction of Tianchi was grayish-black, and the dense aura of disaster shot straight into the sky like a giant column of smoke. The defensive fortifications below the mountainside were riddled with gaps, and the ground was covered with concrete fragments and shell casings. The camera panned across the rear of the position, where the Korean wounded soldiers' camp was packed with people, some wrapped in bandages, others lying motionless on stretchers. Then the camera turned forward. Insect swarm. The valley was covered with countless black beetle beasts, stretching from the direction of Tianchi Lake all the way to the front line of defense, like a living black tide. In the very center of this black tide, there was a beam of crimson light. One person. A knife. The blade flashed through the swarm of insects, each strike felling several insect beasts, their severed corpses ablaze with crimson flames. The person's movements were so fast that the camera could barely keep up, only capturing blurry crimson afterimages. An official caption popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. Zhou Yun, the first-rank Grand Lord of the Great Han Kingdom, is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Rift Beast. The chat remained silent for a full 3 seconds. Then it exploded. "What's going on? A crack has appeared? Those insects came out of the crack? Where is the Korean army? Why are there so few people left? Wait, is that Zhou Yun, the one hacking away in the swarm of insects? The Great Han Kingdom has come to our aid?" The official statement from South Korea was released shortly after the live stream resumed. The live broadcast was interrupted because a rift caused by a calamity beast suddenly opened in the Tianchi area of Mount Baekdu, causing a sharp increase in the concentration of calamity gas, which severely interfered with the communication signal. The Korean army immediately engaged in battle after the rift opened, fighting fiercely against the surging monsters. So far, our army has suffered heavy losses, but has held the line and prevented the monsters from breaking through. General Zhou Yun of the Great Han Kingdom has led his troops to provide support, and the two sides are currently engaged in joint operations. The government of the Kimchi Kingdom expresses its sincerest gratitude for the timely assistance from the Great Han Kingdom. The wording of the statement was carefully chosen. The sudden crack incident shifted the blame to a natural disaster. Huge sacrifices and steadfast defense upheld the dignity of the army. The phrase, "The Great Han Kingdom provided timely assistance," not only expressed gratitude but also implied the close relationship between the two countries. One statement, three objectives, all taken care of. But the audience didn't care about the statement. They are watching the screen. Is Grand Lord Qin Yu fighting all by himself? What kind of fighting power is it that one person withstood the swarm of insects pouring out of the entire rift? Look closely, he killed a lot, but the battle line didn't advance. The bugs are coming out too fast. So you're saying he can only maintain his balance by himself? He can't break through? Just how strong is this rift, which even he can only maintain his balance against? Yes. He's a powerful expert who could single-handedly close the rift in the southwestern defense line of the Great Han Kingdom. It wasn't just one person's efforts. It was probably due to the vast number of people under Lord Zhou Yun's rule. That's right. Lord Qin Yu has appeared. What about Lord Zhou Yun? If he's going to reinforce. The discussion is verging in the direction that South Korean officials had anticipated. It's not that South Korea is weak. This time the crack was too strong. Even when the Great Han Kingdom came, it was like this. Everyone had to kneel. Within South Korea, public sentiment is undergoing a dramatic shift. In the first minute after the live stream resumed, anger was the dominant emotion. They're lying to us. They say it's signal interference, but it's clearly a crack that they're afraid to let us see. How many people died? Who were those wounded soldiers in the camp? Give us a number. The Battle of Mount Pictou? Where was the victory? But this anger lasted less than 10 minutes before it was replaced by another emotion. Because they saw Qin Yu. One man, with a knife, moves freely among thousands of insects and beasts. The first-rank lord of the Great Han Kingdom possessed combat power so formidable that it sent chills down one's spine, yet even so, the battle lines remained completely still. The number of insected beasts showed no signs of decreasing, and the cracks continued to spew forth. The people of Korea gradually quieted down. It wasn't that things calmed down, it was that I was struck by a realization. The Great Han Kingdom has arrived. They dispatched a first-rank Grand Lord, along with 1,000 armed aircraft, and Qin Yu, who had recently personally shut down the source of the calamity beasts on the southwest defense line. This seems to be the strongest support available besides Zhou Yun himself. Even with such support, it can only maintain a balance. What did those soldiers from South Korea face before? Without Qin Yu or reinforcements from the Great Han Kingdom, what kind of terrifying thing could they withstand for several hours? Thinking about this, the anger began to transform into something else. Someone wrote a message on a social media platform, which was quickly forwarded tens of thousands of times. Our soldiers, without any outside help, have held out against the rift beasts for so long. Even a first-rank Grand Lord from the Great Han Kingdom could only barely hold on. This is not a disgrace. This is time that our soldiers bought with their lives. The comments section exploded. That's right. It's a miracle that we were able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Where are the people who were criticizing them before? If you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? The soldiers of South Korea did not disgrace us. The ones who are disgraceful are those who point fingers and gossip behind our backs. Public opinion shifted faster than the Blue House had anticipated. Public sentiment shifted from "Kimchi is no good" to "Kimchi soldiers are brave, but the opponent is too strong." This is exactly what they need. Meanwhile, at the Blue House, the second round of requests for assistance has already begun. This time, the diplomats from South Korea made phone calls in a completely different manner than in the previous round. The last round was conducted behind closed doors. They're begging live right now. Hundreds of millions of people are watching. The foreign minister dialed the line with the United States again. Your Excellency, you should have already seen the live broadcast from Mount Pictou. The strength of the rift beast far exceeded all expectations. General Qin Yu of the Great Han Kingdom is fighting with all his might, but with the current strength, he can only maintain a balance. We are requesting reinforcements again. Even a small force would be of decisive help in the current stalemate. He paused, his tone becoming slightly more forceful. The whole world is watching. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, longer than last time. We will reassess. They did not refuse immediately. The previous round was a clean and decisive. Unable to be transferred. This round has become reassessment. What's the difference? The difference is that in the last round, South Korea lost face behind closed doors, and others could pretend not to know. This round was watched by hundreds of millions of people in the live stream. The foreign minister hung up the phone and dialed the next one. The Iron Tower country. Hello, the latest situation at the Baekdu Mountain front is being broadcast live. We have seen it. The government of the Iron Tower is discussing it urgently. Please give us some time. Under discussion. This doesn't mean they've refused. The country of will. Sir, did you see what happened in the live stream? I see. Parliament is holding an emergency meeting. One after another. No one said, I'm not coming, as readily as they did in the previous round. Because the camera was there. Hundreds of millions of eyes are there. In this situation, the cost of rejection becomes different. The previous refusal was a diplomatic maneuver between the two countries, and no one knew what happened behind closed doors. Refusing now is like watching a country's soldiers bleed in front of the whole world and then saying, it has nothing to do with me. No politician in any country can withstand this kind of public pressure. Chapter 348 Zhou Yun arrives. The foreign minister hung up the last phone call and turned to look at Park Yung-ho. None of them agreed outright. But none of them refused outright either. Park Yung-ho nodded. That's enough. He watched the live stream. Qin Yu was still fighting. The crimson light of his blades still flickered among the swarm of insects. But the frequency of the flashing blades seemed to have slowed down a bit compared to half an hour ago. Park Yung-ho's fingers clenched tightly on the table. Time. What they lack most is time. All he can do now is wait. The reassessment, by various countries, must be translated into concrete action. On the battlefield, Qin Yu's sword flashes did indeed slow down. It's not that it's much slower, it's just that the interval between each cut is a fraction of a second longer than it was half an hour ago. This change is almost imperceptible to the average viewer, but to those in the know, it is a very dangerous sign. Choi Sang-hoon could see it clearly. Park Yung-ho could see it clearly as well. Even Helen Moran, who was far away in the European Union, could see it clearly. Qin Yu is slowing down. It's not because he lacks ability, but because he is, after all, only human. Continuous high-intensity combat coupled with the constant release of S-rank attack speed has resulted in a steady depletion of both spiritual energy and stamina. The scorching effect of Crimson Prison does not require spiritual power, but swinging the sword does. At this rate, in another hour, he will go from maintaining balance to being suppressed. Park Yung-ho's fingers tapped faster and faster on the table. The reassessment, in various countries, is still ongoing. Parliaments in several countries have begun convening meetings, but none have made a clear commitment to send troops. The pace of the political process is far outpaced by the changing battlefield. Just as he was about to have the foreign minister make another round of calls to urge them on, the communications officer suddenly strode in. Prime Minister! A message has arrived from the Great Han Kingdom. Grand Lord Zhou Yun has set off and is expected to arrive at Mount Baekdu within 5 minutes. The air in the room suddenly became quiet. Is it just Zhou Yun alone? Someone asked. No. The communications officer paused for a moment. Lord Zhou Yun came with another first-rank lord. The other party is the only first-rank lord in the Great Han Kingdom who is a healer, General Bai Ji. Angelica de Hurica. As soon as the name was mentioned, several people in the room immediately realized who it was. Angelica de Hurica is no stranger to people internationally. The top-tier healing lord of the Great Han Kingdom, He commands an S-rank Spirit Abyss Deer and has also learned an extremely rare S-rank healing skill Return to Origin technique. Healing-type Grand Lords are already rare, and those who can reach the first rank are even rarer, numbering only 2 or 3 in the entire world. Park Yung-ho stood up. The tension that had been building up for hours finally eased in his expression. 2 people. In terms of numbers, it's definitely not enough. But that's not important. The important thing is the weight. One of them is the first-grade healing-type Grand Lord Angelica de Hurica, which is already quite potent. However, the more important one is Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun, whose publicly available information only lists him as a Grand Lord, but whose strength is suspected to have already overwhelmed the world's pillar-level Grand Lords. Notify the front lines! Park Yung-ho's voice regained its strength. Tell General Choi that reinforcements from the Great Han Kingdom have arrived. It's Zhou Yun himself. As the communications officer turned and ran out to relay the order, Park Yung-ho looked at the live broadcast screen. Qin Yu is still fighting. But Park Yung-ho could already imagine what the battlefield would look like in a few minutes. In the emergency meeting rooms of other countries, the atmosphere also subtly changed at that moment. Zhou Yun himself has set off? Yes. Just received intelligence. Expected to arrive at Mount Baekdu within 5 minutes. Several officials in the council chamber exchanged glances. The topic they are discussing is whether to send a symbolic aid force, and they have just entered the stage of setting specific numbers and procedures, with at least 1 day of approval time before actual troop deployment. But Zhou Yun was already on his way. What does that mean? This means that their active discussion and agreement in principle have all become meaningless. By the time their troops have completed the formalities and set off, Zhou Yun may have already finished the battle. Someone coughed. Should we continue discussing the troop deployment proposal? No one answered immediately. Let's hold off for now, someone whispered. Let's see how things go. Above Mount Baekdu, 2 figures descended from the clouds. It was not an armed aircraft. It fell directly from the sky. Zhou Yun stepped onto the back of a wind-riding divine eagle, with the Gale's sword hanging at his waist. His figure flashed through the clouds, and in an instant he had already approached the ground from high above. Behind him followed a woman dressed in a plain white robe, riding a giant, snow-white deer. A few drops of pale blue liquid hung from the antlers of the giant deer, and the concentration of the apocalyptic gas in the air visibly decreased wherever it passed. Angelica de Hurica. She was holding a staff in her hand. The staff is dark green, with a dark green gemstone set at its top, from which light slowly flows. The camera suddenly zoomed in at that moment. The live chat exploded instantly. Zhou Yun is here! What's that staff? It's green! It's glowing! It doesn't look simple either. Is that Baiji next to you? She's a top-tier healer from the Great Han Kingdom. What is the Great Han Kingdom, a first-class healing lord, trying to do? The wind-riding divine eagle slowly landed on the open ground behind the defensive line. Zhou Yun stepped down very lightly, without disturbing the surrounding soldiers. Baiji's spirit deer followed behind him, gracefully strolling to his side. Qin Yu sensed their presence within the swarm of insects. He immediately pulled away from the swarm of insects, using the recoil from a charged slash to launch himself into the air, then leaped back behind the defensive line and landed in front of Zhou Yun. The movements were swift and efficient. But the insect blood splattered on his body and the tears in his military coat indicated that he had indeed been fighting for a long time. After he stopped, he didn't look at Zhou Yun first. He glanced at Baiji first. His brows furrowed slightly. Why are you here? His tone clearly showed his confusion, even implying that it was unnecessary. Baiji's expression immediately turned sour when he asked her that question. Why can't I come? Her voice was cold, and her eyes showed obvious dissatisfaction. Qin Yu didn't respond to her words, but turned to look at Zhou Yun. His tone immediately changed, becoming serious and earnest. Lord Zhou Yun, he volunteered, saying, I've stabilized the front line. Let's do it the same way as last time. You lend me the monsters, and I'll lead the team into the rift to eliminate the source." When he said that, there was a very obvious confidence in his eyes. Because that's how he played in the Southwest last time. Solved the problem in 25 minutes, and became famous overnight. He has already proven that he can do this. Doing it again wouldn't be difficult for him. But Zhou Yun shook his head. "This time, we can let General Bai take action." Qin Yu was taken aback. He didn't react immediately. "She?" When the word "she" came out, Qin Yu's eyes were genuinely confused. It wasn't that he looked down on Baiji. Both he and Baiji were first-rank lords, and they were usually quite polite to each other when they met in the lord circle. But he knew Baiji's fighting prowess. In a one-on-one fight, Baiji's individual combat strength is only barely enough to fight a third-rank Grand Lord to a draw. Her strength lies in healing, not offense. Should we let her lead the team into the crevice? Baiji, who was standing nearby, snorted coldly when she heard the word "she." "What, you're the only one who can do it but I can't?" She glanced at Qin Yu sideways, her expression clearly showing her dissatisfaction. Qin Yu wanted to say something more. Zhou Yun ignored their argument, and raised his hand. It was neither a swing of a knife nor the drawing of a sword. It simply lifted up flat. Then a light shone. First, there was 1. Then 10. Then 100. Then thousands more. The summoning beams of light burst forth from the ground behind Zhou Yun, spreading out densely and extending from behind the defensive line all the way to the distant hillside. The density and extent of the light beams were even higher than the previous one in the southwest. This was the first time Zhou Yun had truly commanded his new subjects on Earth since the seal broke. The light faded. Monsters have appeared. Not a few hundred, not a few thousand. It's everywhere. The spiky charging beasts surged forth in droves, their bone spikes flattened, forming neat charging ranks. The towering figure of the flame giant emerged from the pillar of light, stepping forward step by step, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath its feet. The ranks of rock golems spread out slowly on both flanks of the defensive line, like moving mountains. In the sky, the formation of wind-riding divine eagles roared through the clouds, their numbers of tens of thousands resembling a moving blue sea of clouds. Further away, the pure land ancient vine grew from the ground, its branches spreading out, and its roots moving slowly, causing the surrounding calamity to drop sharply as if it were being sucked away. And then there are the new residents whose names I don't know. Running, flying, crawling, enormous, tiny. Various forms and races surged out of the summoning pillars of light, spreading out along the hillside and filling the entire field of vision. The fireflies hovered in the air, their numbers several times greater than the ones Qin Yu had seen in the southwest that day. Hundreds of thousands of tiny flying insects formed a flowing network of light in the sky, and the empathic network spread out, covering every corner of the entire battlefield in real time. The live stream camera switched rapidly, trying to capture the entire scene. But not all of them were collected. Zhou Yun's monster army stretched from the hillside all the way to the edge of the frame, with new ones constantly emerging. The area behind the entire Baekdu mountain defense line turned into a living ocean. The audience's comments fell silent at that moment. For a full 5 seconds, there wasn't a single word in the comment section. Then it exploded. What is this? What is this? Am I seeing things? Are those monsters? Or monstrous beasts? Judging from the numbers, are the calamity beasts resisting the monsters, or the monsters resisting the calamity beasts? Something's not right. This scene is completely wrong. It doesn't look like a defensive battle at all. This is a crushing defeat. Zhou Yun is no longer a human being. He is a Legion commander, a national strategic asset. The soldiers from the Korean peninsula turned around from their defensive line and saw the vast ocean of monsters stretching out behind them. Some people sat down directly on the ground. Because my legs are weak. Choi Sang-hoon stood at the entrance of the command post, his gaze shifting from the swarm of insects in front of the defensive line to the army of monsters behind it. Both in front and behind, there were countless creatures. But he knew that the two sides were not on the same level at all. He stared at it for a long time. Then he said something to himself in a very soft voice. Has the gap between Korea and the Han dynasty become so large? Qin Yu stood next to Zhou Yun, watching the surging sea of demons. He was also taken aback for a moment. But he quickly realized what was happening. These are Zhou Yun's new subjects after the seal was broken. He only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg in that battle in the southwest. Now the full picture is being revealed. He turned his head and glanced at Baiji beside him. Baiji didn't speak. She simply stood quietly, holding the dark green staff in one hand, her eyes calmly watching the battlefield ahead. Qin Yu shifted his gaze from her and returned it to Zhou Yun. Lord Zhou Yun. He wanted to say something more. But Zhou Yun had already raised his hand to signal. Let's begin. Zhou Yun's voice was soft and flat. Baiji responded, mounted the spirit abyss deer, and slowly walked forward. Behind her, an overwhelming army of monsters surged like a moving continent toward the insect swarm. Qin Yu stood there, watching her retreating figure. He had many questions he wanted to ask. But he knew that Zhou Yun must have his reasons for making such an arrangement. He sheathed his sword and returned to Zhou Yun's side. Angelica Dahirica progresses very quickly. She rode on the back of the spirit abyss deer, leading the demon army. The few blue liquid droplets on the spirit abyss deer's antlers continued to glow, and the concentration of calamity gas within a 30-meter radius around it continued to decrease. She didn't raise her staff, but held it at an angle, yet the light from the dark green gem at the top of the staff was 1 degree brighter than it had been a minute ago. Behind her was an overwhelming army of monsters. The spiny spine chargers were at the very front, forming a neat charging formation with all their bone spikes flattened. The flame giant followed closely behind, its 10-meter-tall body resembling a moving fire tower. Rock golems positioned on either flank, pressing down on the sides of the battle line. In the air, the wind-riding divine eagles and tens of thousands of starfires spread out a vast sensory network, covering every corner of the entire battlefield. The moment the Legion began its advance, the situation on the battlefield changed. The area where Qin Yu previously maintained balance alone is now covered by a torrent of monsters. The first wave of the spiny spine charger crashed directly into the swarm of insects, and the moment the bone spike storm erupted, the frontline C-rank insect beasts were torn to shreds. The fire giant's meteor shower followed, engulfing the entire area in flames. The rock golems advanced to the flanks, using their bodies to block the swarms of insects trying to bypass them. The swarm of insects was pushed back within minutes. The battle lines began to advance. The soldiers from the Korean peninsula watched this scene from behind their lines, their eyes wide with astonishment. The battle line has been advanced. It really has been advanced. Only a few minutes have passed? There are too many monsters. They eat as many insects as they come out. How did General Bai give the orders? It seems like she didn't do anything? Chapter 349 Still a flat push. Indeed, it seems that Baiji did nothing. She simply rode on the spirit abyss deer, moving slowly forward. There were no orders, no pronouncements, and not even a change in expression. However, the monster army automatically formed a tight protective circle around her, with main force units in all directions, protecting her in the safest position. Occasionally, she would raise her staff. The gem at the top of the staff lit up, and a pale green halo spread out from her, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. Where the halo swept across, the wounds of injured monsters healed at a visible speed, and their physical strength and spiritual power were restored. Then the halo dissipated. 5 seconds later, the halo will light up again. Qin Yu stood there for a long time. At first, his brow was furrowed. He didn't understand why Zhou Yun wanted Baiji to lead the team. He knew Baiji's combat ability all too well. She could barely fight a third-rank enemy in a one-on-one fight. From a command perspective, it would be better to hand over the demon army to him, or Zhou Yun himself. But after watching for a few minutes, his brows began to slowly relax. He noticed the staff. It lights up every 5 seconds, the green light spreads, the monster's wounds heal, and its status is restored. This effect. Qin Yu had known Baizhi for many years within the Lord's circle. From the first time he met Baizhi until now, he has seen Baizhi use the returning origin technique, and he has seen her use various healing skills and items, but he has never seen her use any staff. Not even once. The strength of a healing-type High Lord lies in skills and talents, not weapons. Baizhi's equipment has always been a regular B-rank ritual staff. At the level of a first-rank Grand Lord, that thing isn't even a combat weapon, it's merely a ceremonial decoration. But the one she has today is different. That staff was clearly something that had only recently been acquired. The way she held it still carried that subtle awkwardness of using a new weapon for the first time, but the aura emanating from the staff was far beyond what a B-rank could explain. Qin Yu turned to look at Zhou Yun. He didn't beat around the bush. It's because of that staff, isn't it? Zhou Yun glanced at him, smiled, but didn't answer immediately. I've known her for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen her use a staff like this. Qin Yu's gaze fell back on Baizhi's back. She used to use a B-rank ritual staff, which was completely unusable in direct combat. He paused for a moment, then asked a very direct question. What level of weapon is that? Zhou Yun looked at him with a smile. It's the same as the one you have. Qin Yu was stunned for half a second. Then his brows relaxed completely. SSS. All his previous confusion vanished in that instant. Baizhi's individual combat strength is indeed inferior to his, but the staff in Baizhi's hand is an SSS rank healing staff. With an SSS rank healing staff, Baizhi's S rank returning origin technique, her spirit abyss deer, and Zhou Yun's overwhelming demon army. This combination is no longer a matter of fighting power. This is a bulldozer with unlimited range. No matter how large the monster army is, there will still be losses. But as long as Angelica Dahirika continues to heal, remove negative effects, and restore the status of the troops, this army can keep fighting and advancing. Qin Yu himself might be able to kill faster, but he couldn't provide logistical support for the demon army. No matter how strong an individual's output is, it can't compare to an army that never gets tired. Qin Yu loosened his grip on the hilt and sheathed the crimson prison sword. He stepped back to Zhou Yun's side and stood in his correct position. He understands now. Zhou Yun assigned this task to Baizhi not because Baizhi was better than him, but because this task was more suitable for Baizhi. Lord Zhou Yun has thought things through very well, he said. Zhou Yun smiled but didn't reply. His gaze remained fixed on Baizhi and the demon army. The battle lines are advancing faster and faster. The monster army was like a giant meat grinder, crushing everything from the front of the defense line all the way to the mountainside in the direction of Tianqi. The insect swarm was continuously compressed, and the density of insect beasts near the crack was still increasing, but the speed at which they surged out could no longer keep up with the speed at which they were killed. Baizhi rode on the spirit abyss deer, less than 500 meters from the crevice. The front row thorn strikers and flame giants are clearing out the last batch of B-rank disaster beast leaders. The rock golems block the wings, preventing the swarm from bypassing them from the sides. The diameter of the crack appeared to be getting larger and closer in the field of vision. In the command center of South Korea, Park Young-ho and several high-ranking officials were holding their breath watching the live broadcast. We're almost there. We're almost at the crevice. Next, we'll go into the rift, right? Who's going in? It should be Qin Yu, right? He led the team in last time. Or it could be Zhou Yun himself. He brought so many demons with him this time. They were discussing who would enter the crevice, and there was a sense of relief in the atmosphere that it's finally almost over. Then they saw what happened. Baizhi did not stop 50 meters away from the crack. They did not make way for Qin Yu or Zhou Yun. No order was given to send the vanguard in to scout ahead. She took the lead, riding the spirit abyss deer, and charged directly towards the black crevice. A large army of monsters followed behind them. Etc. Someone in the Blue House command post stood up instinctively. What was she doing going in there? A healing High Lord entering a rift? Has she gone mad? The live stream chat exploded with comments at the same time. Bai Ji went in. Isn't she a healer? Can she defeat what's inside the rift? What is Zhou Yun doing? Why isn't he making a move? Qin Yu didn't move either. Why? This doesn't make sense. A healing-type Grand Lord charging at the very front? That doesn't make sense. All the audience members were stunned by this scene. They could understand Zhou Yun entering the rift. Zhou Yun was an SSSS rank combatant, currently recognized as the ceiling of individual combat power. They could also understand Qin Yu entering the rift. Qin Yu had a successful precedent in the southwest, had the SSS rank Crimson Prison, and had terrifying attack speed. But what about Angelica Dahirika? How can a healing-type first-rank Grand Lord, whose direct combat strength is barely enough to defeat a third-rank person, lead a team into the rift? Qin Yu stood next to Zhou Yun, watching Bai Ji rush into the crevice, and his lips twitched slightly. He is no longer confused. But the audience was unaware of the staff's existence. All they saw was the back of a healing High Lord and a swarm of overwhelming monsters. After Bai Ji entered the crack, the live stream stopped showing any footage. There was no signal inside the crack, a pattern that has been verified before. The camera lingers at the entrance to the crack, waiting. Park Young-ho sat in the command post, his palms sweaty. He stared at the screen motionless. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes. 8 minutes. The crack's diameter began to shrink. First, it narrowed little by little, then its speed increased. The amount of black, ominous energy spewing out from the gap decreased rapidly, and by the 10th minute, only a few scattered remnants remained. Park Young-ho slowly stood up. It's off. It's closed. 12 minutes. The crack has completely closed. The clouds in the direction of Tianqi began to disperse, and the deep blue lake surface was revealed again. The dense aura of disaster slowly dissipated under the sunlight, and the temperature and air in the valley began to return to normal. Everything is over. The reaction from the live stream comments was even more explosive than the last time in southwest China. 12 minutes! Faster than the southwest. Qin Yu's time was 25 minutes. A healing-type Grand Lord leveled the crack in 12 minutes? No, 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 no! Something strange. Something strange. Forget about Qin Yu, there's no reason why Bai Ji's combat power should have increased so much in such a short period of time. That's right, the strength of these two veteran lords has almost reached its limit. How could they suddenly become so much stronger? It's probably related to the weapons that suddenly appeared in their possession, just like the experts on the forum analyzed. Really? So what level is that green staff? It's definitely not an ordinary item. It has to be at least S rank. The discussion was overwhelming. But before the discussion could get going, a news shot cut in. Bai Ji rode the spirit abyss deer out of the crevice and ruins. Her white dress was stained with some insect blood, but she looked perfectly clean, and even her breathing was steady. The few drops of blue liquid on the spirit abyss deer's antlers were still shimmering, and the demon army emerged one after another behind her, most of them unharmed. She walked up to Zhou Yun and gave him a slight bow. Mission accomplished. His tone was flat, as if he had just finished a walk. Zhou Yun nodded. Thanks for your hard work. Blue House Command Post. When Park Young-ho stood up from the chair, his legs were a little weak. We won. We really won. The crack in Mount Baekdu has closed. Korea was pulled back from the brink of annihilation. All of this was not accomplished by him, but by the Great Han Kingdom, by Zhou Yun and the two great lords and the demon army he brought. His feelings were very complicated. There was gratitude, shame, exhaustion from surviving a disaster, and something he himself was unwilling to admit. But he didn't have time to process these emotions. Because the next thought had already popped into his head. Harvest from the cracks. He turned to the communications officer, his tone urgent. Contact General Chui immediately. The communications officer was taken aback. Now, Prime Minister, the cleanup is still underway, and the people of the Great Han Kingdom. No, Park Yung-ho said in a low but urgent voice. Contact them immediately. The communications officer turned and connected to the encrypted line at the front. General Chui, the Prime Minister is looking for you. The phone was handed over. Park Yung-ho took the microphone and took a deep breath. His tone immediately changed, from urgent to a diplomatic calm. General Chui, thank you for your hard work. I have just confirmed the news that the rift has closed. Prime Minister. Choi Sang-hoon's voice came from the other end of the phone, tired but still steady. I want to confirm something with you, Park Yung-ho said. We must strive for the gains within the cracks. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. What did you gain? Yes. There must be a calamity beast leader inside the rift. You should know this much better than I do. Ordinary calamity beasts don't have a clear will of their own. The fact that so many organized swarms of insects can emerge means that there must be one or more powerful calamity beast leaders controlling the rift from its depths. Killing such a calamity beast leader will drop an inner core. That kind of inner core is extremely valuable. Park Yung-ho's speaking speed increased. We can forego other resources, but we must find a way to retrieve the inner core, at least one inner core of a calamity beast leader. The Korean nation suffered too many losses this time. If we can't recover any of them, it's a complete loss. General Chui, go and talk to Grand Lord Zhou Yun. Lower your stance and say it's our request. Prime Minister. Choi Sang-hoon interrupted him. The voice was flat, but cold. They just saved the lives of our entire nation. Park Yung-ho was stunned for a moment. You mean? What I mean is... Choi Sang-hoon's voice was flat, but every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. I will not discuss the matter of inner cores with Lord Zhou Yun. Park Yung-ho frowned. General Chui, I understand your feelings, but the national interest... Choi Sang-hoon did not listen to him continue. Communication ended. Wait a moment dash. Communication ended. The call ended with a click. Park Yung-ho held the microphone, stunned for a full 5 seconds. He didn't expect Choi Sang-hoon to hang up on him so easily. He never expected that the old general who had followed him for more than 10 years and had never disobeyed orders would choose to silently betray him in this matter. The communications officer stood to the side, looking embarrassed, and dared not speak. Park Yung-ho slowly put down the microphone. He wasn't angry. No further action was taken. Because he himself knew that the thought he had just had was not something a prime minister should have. It was a politician's idea. Choi Sang-hoon is a soldier. There is a line between military personnel and politicians. Park Yung-ho had just crossed that line. Choi Sang-hoon pulled him back by hanging up the phone. He remained silent for a long time. Then he looked at the communications officer, his tone returning to its formal manner. Prepare the convoy. I want to go to the front line at Mount Peak to myself. The communications officer was taken aback. The Prime Minister is going in person? Park Yung-ho straightened his tie. I want to personally thank Lord Zhou Yun. Under the lens of the whole world. After Bai Ji emerged from the crack, the entire battlefield fell into a state of complete silence. The insect infestation has been cleared. The remains of insects and beasts on the ground slowly dissipated under the purification of the ancient vines of the Pure Land. The crack has completely closed, and the calamity clouds in the direction of Tianchi Lake are gradually dissipating, revealing the blue lake's surface once again among the clouds. Zhou Yun did not linger. He raised his hand and pointed slightly forward. The monster army began to retreat. The scene was just as spectacular as when they appeared. Swarms of monsters began to flow back from all parts of the valley. The spiny chargers marched in formation, the flame giants walked back step by step, and the rock golems dragged their heavy bodies back to the ranks. Chapter 350 Global Variables. In the air, the wind-riding Divine Eagle's formation circled once before gathering in Zhou Yun's direction. The Starfire's empathic network flashed in the sky, and tens of thousands of starfires coalesced into a cloud of light, drifting downwards. The summoning beam of light shone again. One group after another of monsters vanished and the pillar of light returned to territory. This pullback is even more shocking than when it first occurred. This time, the audience had time to carefully observe the form of each monster. The new inhabitants, whose names they couldn't recall, and the creatures never before seen in any encyclopedia, disappeared in waves within the pillars of light. The entire process was quiet, orderly, and unhurried. Like a real army. The soldiers of the Korean peninsula stood on the defensive line, and not one of them spoke. They watched as the monstrous army that had just saved their entire nation slowly retreated. Baiji dismounted from the spirit abyss deer and walked to Zhou Yun's side. "It's all been taken care of." Her voice was very soft. "There is only one core calamity beast leader inside the rift. The others are all controlled insect beasts. After killing the leader, I took out its inner core." As she spoke, she took out an inner core from her bosom and handed it to Zhou Yun. The inner core was larger than Zhou Yun had imagined, and its entire body was a deep purple, with lingering traces of calamity flowing across its surface. But there was a very faint blue light at the core, which was a trace left after Baiji cleaned it. Zhou Yun took it and weighed it in his hand. "Thanks for your hard work." Baiji smiled and said nothing more. Xinyu stood aside and waited for them to finish speaking before stepping forward. "My lord, what's next?" Zhou Yun thought for a moment. "Go back." Xinyu was taken aback. "Just go back?" Zhou Yun glanced at him. "The battle is over." Xinyu wanted to say something, but after glancing at Zhou Yun's expression, he swallowed his words. He had assumed Zhou Yun would wait a bit, until the South Korean officials arrived, to go through a formal process. "Thank you, hand over the duties, take a photo together, or at least leave a diplomatic statement." The Battle of Mount Pitu was such a big event, broadcast live globally, and watched by countries all over the world. Under normal circumstances, such diplomatic occasions cannot be omitted. But Zhou Yun clearly had no such intention. "The battle is over." He left. Just like when he returned to his territory from the southwestern front, he left without hesitation or delay. Xinyu suddenly realized something. Zhou Yun never treated this matter as a diplomatic incident, from beginning to end. He simply viewed it as an aid mission. Korea asked for help, he came to the rescue, and then left. He doesn't need to get anything out of this, nor does he intend to linger on it for even a second longer. Xinyu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. "Then I'll leave too," he said. "You stay here to clean up the mess," Zhou Yun said, looking at him. "Have the troops from the Great Han Kingdom deal with the remaining insect beasts on the surface, and then you lead your team back to the southwest. A first-rank Grand Lord cannot leave the front line for an extended period of time." "All right." Zhou Yun turned around and walked to Baiji's side. "General Bai, shall we go back together?" "Good." The South Korean Prime Minister's motorcade is on its way to Mount Baekdu. Park Yung-ho sat in the car, organizing his thoughts. He had already thought about what he would say on camera, how to express his apology, and how to express his gratitude. He even thought about where he would stand and the angle at which he would bow. This is a diplomatic performance to be presented to the whole world, and not a single detail can go wrong. Then he received a phone call. The communications officer's voice came through the receiver, with a strange tone. "The Prime Minister has already withdrawn from the Great Han Kingdom." Park Yung-ho was stunned for a moment. "Withdrawn? What do you mean?" "Lord Zhou Yun has left with all the demons. General Baiji has also left. General Xinyu has stayed behind to handle the aftermath, but he made it clear that there are no plans for him to meet with the Prime Minister." Park Yung-ho held the microphone, and it took him 3 seconds to react. "They didn't wait for me?" "No." The car fell silent. The driver glanced at the Prime Minister's expression in the rearview mirror, then quickly looked away. Park Yung-ho sat in the back seat, his eyes shifting rapidly. It started as an accident. Then came the disappointment. Then came a deep, unspeakable shame. He meticulously prepared a public thank you ceremony, hoping to save face for South Korea under the global spotlight and repair relations with the great Han dynasty. He thought the other party would cooperate. After all, this is beneficial to both sides, and the great Han kingdom can also use this opportunity to showcase its demeanor on the international stage. But Zhou Yun didn't even give him that chance. It wasn't a rejection, it was that they didn't take it seriously at all. Zhou Yun never considered the Baitu Mountain incident as a diplomatic victory, nor did he intend to gain any political benefit from it. He came because South Korea asked for help, and he left after rescuing them. There was no thank you reception, no group photo, no statement, nothing at all. Park Young-ho slowly put down the microphone. He watched the scenery flash by outside the car window. He suddenly realized something. For the great Han kingdom, saving the Kimchi kingdom is no different from saving any other country. They'll leave after the rescue, no thanks, no repayment, no diplomatic embellishment needed. Because they don't need these things. They've already reached a position where they don't need to get anything from South Korea. This, not needed, is more painful than any arrogant rejection. This means that, in the eyes of the Han dynasty, the Kimchi kingdom is not an equal partner, nor an ally that needs to be won over, nor even a competitor worth taking seriously. He was just a vulnerable person who needed help. Once you've helped, you leave? Park Young-ho took a deep breath. Turn around, he told the driver. Prime Minister? I'm not going to bake the mountain. His voice was calm, but much older than before. Back to the Blue House. The convoy slowly turned around on the highway and headed back in the direction it had come from. And on another level, the same shock is spreading in front of the cameras broadcasting live around the world. The audience had expected to witness a grand diplomatic spectacle. For example, the Prime Minister of South Korea would personally attend and bow to Zhou Yun in front of the cameras to express his gratitude, while a representative from the Great Han Kingdom would respond, and a joint statement might also be issued. This is the standard procedure for events of this scale. But they got nothing in return. Zhou Yun's monster army retreated, and Zhou Yun himself disappeared into the summoning pillar of light. Qin Yu stayed behind to direct the troops in clearing the remaining debris, without saying a word to the reporters. The defenses of Mount Baekdu fell silent before the camera, and the blue sky over the direction of Tianchi Lake reappeared, as if the fierce battle that had taken place had never happened. There was no thank you, no diplomacy, no procedure. The viewers in the live chat were initially confused, but then gradually shifted to a different emotion. Has the Great Han Kingdom simply withdrawn? Wasn't it said that the Prime Minister of South Korea was coming to express his gratitude? They didn't even wait, they just left. Is this the style of the Great Han Kingdom? Now this is what true great power demeanor looks like. Yes, compared to other countries that haven't even shown their faces, their vision is much stronger. Thinking about it carefully, the Great Han Kingdom never intended to gain anything from this matter from beginning to end. This sentiment spread rapidly on international social media. People suddenly realized that they were not just watching a battle, but a contrast between two completely different national character. One type is the standard practice of being shrewd, always prioritizing self-interest, and turning a blind eye at crucial moments. Another approach is to adopt a detached attitude, save lives, leave immediately afterward, ask for no reward, and make no demands. When these two qualities are compared side by side, the difference in quality becomes immediately apparent. Ironically, those shrewd and calculating countries gained absolutely nothing from the Mount Baekdu incident. They originally thought that refusing aid would preserve their resources, but now they have not only lost the moral high ground in this aid effort, but have also demonstrated their narrow-mindedness to the whole world. At the European Union headquarters, Helen Moran watched the beam of light carrying Zhou Yun away on the live-stream screen, remaining silent for a long time. Then she said to her assistant, "Connect me to Kushodong's line." "What do you want to say?" "I want to formally propose that the European Union join the Great Han Kingdom's Disaster Beast Strategy Cooperation Framework." "Deep cooperation?" The assistant was taken aback. "But the EU's previous position was..." "That was before," Helen Moran said, looking at the empty Mount Baekdu on the screen. Now things have changed. She paused, her voice very soft. We still have a chance to negotiate with the Great Han Kingdom until they prove they have the ability to save the entire planet. Once they prove it. She didn't finish her sentence. But the assistant understood. Once the Great Han Kingdom proves its ability to save the entire planet, the European Union will no longer be a cooperator, but a requester. The Battle of Baekdu Mountain marks the beginning of that proof. The assistant nodded and quickly walked towards the communications station. The Prime Minister's official residence in Japan. Ichiro Yamada sat in his office, the live stream on the screen lingering on a panoramic view of the Baekdu Mountain defense line. He stared at it for a long time. Then he slowly took off his glasses and gently rubbed his temples. His assistant stood at the door, hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke. The Prime Minister's previous response to South Korea. I know. Yamada Ichiro interrupted him. Now we should dash. You don't need to do anything. Not doing it. Doing anything now will only make the situation worse. Yamada Ichiro put his glasses back on. The Korean nation has been saved, the Han nation is gone, and the words we, the Sakura nation, said before have spread throughout the world. Trying to make amends now would only be a cover-up. He paused. Keep silent. Let time heal the wounds. Then, at the right moment, readjust our relationship with the Great Han Kingdom. The assistant nodded. Yamada Ichiro stared at the screen, his gaze fixed on the distance. He remembered what he had said before. What decided this battle wasn't technology, it was people. It was that person. Global variables. At that time, he was only commenting on Zhou Yun's combat strength. He now realized that Zhou Yun was not just a global variable in terms of combat power. He was a rule-making variable for the entire planet. From the moment Zhou Yun appeared, the way this world operates began to change. Those countries that are still thinking according to the old rules have already been left behind. When the light faded, Zhou Yun stood on the teleportation platform in Cloud City. The lightning sparrow flew off Zhou Yun's shoulder, circled in the air, and then landed back down. It was as if it was confirming that this was not the gray battlefield of Baekdu Mountain. Zhou Yun took a breath. The air in the territory is completely different from the outside. It has a sweet, refreshing taste and a sense of spiritual flow. Each breath feels like cleansing away any lingering negative energy within the body. Where is Wanner? Zhou Yun murmured to himself. In the past, when he returned to his territory, Wanner would always be the first to greet him. As soon as she finished speaking, Wanner strode over from the street ahead. My lord, you've returned just in time. Wuji has changed a bit lately. What's wrong? Not long after you left, she seemed a little different. Wanner lowered her voice. It wasn't that she was bad, but it was like she had figured something out. She said she wanted to be alone for a while, so I didn't let anyone disturb her. Zhou Yun glanced at her. I'll go take a look. The back mountain. A high ground at the easternmost edge of the territory. There were no buildings there, only a few saplings of the starry ancient tree that had been transplanted after the first seal was broken. There was a rock under the shade of the tree, a place where Zhou Yun used to sit occasionally. Wuji sat on that rock. She had her back to the direction from which she came, her hands wrapped around her knees, and her chin resting on them. The knife lay beside her, its scabbard spotlessly clean, as if she had just wiped it repeatedly. The wind blew up from the valley, gently ruffling her hair. Zhou Yun stopped 10 steps away from her. He didn't walk straight over. He knew that Mistweave needed this quiet. After a while, Wuji spoke. You've arrived. She didn't turn around, but she knew it was Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun walked over and sat down on another rock next to her. Without speaking, the two of them looked at the distant valley together. The mountain wind is still blowing. After a long while, Wuji finally spoke. I remembered a lot of things. Her voice was soft, but much more stable than it had been 2 days ago. Not all of them. But there are many more than before. Zhou Yun glanced at her sideways. About the previous era? Wuji's gaze fell on the distant mountain ridge. The guardian of the previous era, that person is me. Not like me, not my past life. But it is me. Zhou Yun's eyes flickered slightly. He was somewhat surprised by this conclusion, but not so surprised. Wuji paused for a moment, then continued. I can remember what he did. I can remember the paths he walked. I can remember his last moments. But those memories are incomplete, like a torn painting. I can only piece together a few fragments. Zhou Yun did not interrupt her. He reached the 5th level of the seal, Wuji said. Just as the god of the empty mirror said. But after reaching the 5th level, he discovered something. What is it? Seals are not used to lock anything. Wuji slowly turned her head and looked at Zhou Yun. The seal is a lid dot. Beneath the lid lies the core of the entire planet. Each seal is not unlocking more power, but rather lifting another layer of the lid. The more the lid is lifted, the brighter the core of the planet becomes. The brighter the core, the clearer things in the distance can be seen. Zhou Yun paused for a moment. You mean? I mean, when the seal was broken to the 5th level, they saw it. Then they came.